The morning light of deep autumn seeped through the broken window paper of the side palace, casting dappled shadows on the bluestone floor. Yang Jingyuan sat before the desk holding a worn-out wolf hair brush, painting a bird on the yellowed rice paper. The bird was drawn crookedly, one wing higher than the other, its eyes dull and lifeless, resembling a sparrow soaked in rain. "Your Highness, it's time for breakfast." From outside the door came the shrill voice of a eunuch with undisguised impatience. Yang Jingyuan startled, his hand trembling, and the brush tip drew an ugly ink streak across the paper, ruining the entire painting. He stood up in a flurry, his voice soft and timid, coming. Pushing open the creaking wooden door outside stood a tall, thin eunuch holding a wooden tray. On the tray was a bowl of rice porridge so thin it could reflect a person, 2 rock-hard corn buns, and a dish of blackish pickled vegetables. Eunuch Wang. Eunuch Wang. Yang Jingyuan lowered his head, took the wooden tray with both hands, his fingertips trembling slightly. The eunuch Wang Fu glanced at the painting in his hand, and sneered. "Your Highness is painting again. How wonderful, just like a 3-year-old child." He deliberately emphasized wonderful with undisguised sarcasm. Yang Jingyuan's face flushed red, his head dropping lower to him. "Just doodling." Doodling. Wang Fu drew out his words. "Your Highness is 16 this year, isn't he? Other princes at 16 are either proficient in poetry and literature, or skilled in archery and horsemanship. Take martial arts, for example. The 3rd prince entered the bronze skin realm at 12, and is now a golden sinew realm expert. As for our 9th prince, you can't even perform the basic Qi initiation. You're always playing with birds and painting insects. No wonder everyone in the palace says." He deliberately paused here, waiting to see Yang Jingyuan's reaction. As expected, Yang Jingyuan asked timidly, "Say what?" Wang Fu leaned in, lowering his voice, but making every word crystal clear. "They say you are the most useless waste of a prince in our great Xia dynasty. The Marquis of Zhenbei was such a hero, and Lady Consort was a heroine in her own right. How did they give birth to you, someone who can't even touch the threshold of martial arts?" Yang Jingyuan's hands holding the wooden tray trembled violently, his eyes instantly reddening, his lips quivering, but unable to utter a word. Wang Fu, satisfied with his reaction, patted his shoulder. "Don't take it to heart, Your Highness. An honest man has his own way to live. Just stay quietly in your side palace, and when His Majesty shows mercy one day, he'll grant you a leisurely title. That's your lot in life." With that, he turned and left, humming a little tune. Yang Jingyuan stood there until the sound of Wang Fu's footsteps completely faded away, then slowly raised his head. The timid, aggrieved, and incompetent expression instantly vanished, replaced by a calmness as deep as the ocean. His eyes were still red, but there were no tears, only a frozen lake. That was not the look of a 16-year-old. It was the look of an adult who had experienced life and death, witnessed the cruelty of human hearts, and pretended for 11 years in the deep palace. Yes, Yang Jingyuan retained all the memories of his previous life. He remembered that in his past life his name was also Yang Jingyuan, a 20-something office worker. He remembered that afternoon when he pushed a child from being hit by a truck, and was himself dragged under the wheels. He remembered the sound of bones breaking, the cold sensation of blood leaving his body. And he remembered opening his eyes again, to find himself a newborn baby held in the arms of a spirited woman. The woman smiled and said, "You honor my honor." That was his mother, the consort of great Xia, sole daughter of the Marquis of Zhenbei. He remembered how naive he once was, a newborn with the mind of an adult, thinking he could make a mark in this. He remembered those carefree days before age 5, when his grandfather, the Marquis of Zhenbei, would lift him high whenever he returned to the capital, and say, "My honor will be a man of towering strength in the future." Then everything shattered. Yang Jingyuan carried the wooden tray back into the room, and closed the door. Setting the tray on the desk, he glanced at the thin porridge, and gently touched the rim of the bowl with his finger. A hardly perceptible ripple spread across the surface of the watery porridge. The next moment, the entire bowl suddenly boiled, steam rising, grains rapidly swelling, turning the thin porridge into thick congee. Dragon Elephant Realm, the pinnacle of physical power. Every gesture possesses the force to shatter rocks, and when blood and Qi circulate, the body emits the roar of dragons and the trumpet of elephants. At this realm, one can subtly control Qi and blood with a thought, transform hardness into softness, and even briefly influence external objects. This bowl of porridge was simply the result of releasing a wisp of Qi with a mere thought. The control was exquisite. The porridge thickened without a single crack in the bowl. Yang Jingyuan picked up the bowl and slowly drank the warm congee. 11 years. Since the catastrophe when he was 5, he had been pretending for a full 11 years. pretending to be weak, pretending to be incompetent, pretending to be a total waste of a prince who couldn't even touch the threshold of martial arts. He still remembered that winter when bad news came from the northern border. His grandfather, the Marquis of Jinbei, had fallen in battle. Then came an even crueler accusation: embezzlement of military supplies and collusion with the enemy. Overnight, a hero became a criminal. The Marquis's mansion was raided, male members exiled, female members sent to the official brothels. His mother, unable to bear the double blow, writhed in sickness for 3 months, then closed her eyes forever, holding his hand. Her dying words were only, "You honor, live on." After his mother died, the Empress openly began to target him. The eunuchs and maids in the palace were all weathercocks. They skimped on supplies, treated him with contempt. The Xia Emperor turned a blind eye. In the Great Xia dynasty, all imperial children began martial training from a young age. The bronze skin realm was the first martial realm. The skin became as dense as bronze and tough as ox sinew. Ordinary blades left only white marks. For princes with ample resources, entering the bronze skin realm before 16 was a matter of course, as long as one's talent wasn't too poor. There was even an unwritten rule in the palace: if a prince failed to enter the bronze skin realm by 16, he was considered hopeless. And his elder brothers. The eldest prince, Yang Jinglong, 29, golden sinew realm midstage, crowned king of Qin for 5 years, with numerous protégés throughout the court. The second prince, Yang Jingyan, 27, golden sinew realm peak, crowned king of Jin for 3 years, his maternal family a military aristocratic clan highly influential in the army. The third prince, Yang Jingrui, 25, golden sinew realm early stage, crowned king of Chu for 1 year, born of the Empress, entered bronze skin at 12, universally recognized as a martial prodigy. As for Yang Jingyuan, his external display was no martial skill at all. Yes, in everyone's eyes the ninth prince was a waste who couldn't even initiate qi. The palace martial instructor came to test him 3 times, each time shaking his head and leaving. The imperial physicians also examined him, saying he had a special constitution, blocked meridians, and advised don't force it. This was naturally the disguise achieved by the secret art concealing breath art that Yang Jingyuan had obtained from the system's daily check-in. He hid his dragon elephant realm cultivation so flawlessly that even the palace's highest martial masters couldn't see through it. Waste was the label everyone affixed to him. No one knew that this prince, who couldn't even touch the threshold of martial arts, had already entered the dragon elephant realm 3 years ago. What exactly is the dragon elephant realm? Bronze skin, iron bone, golden sinew, jade marrow, thunder sound, dragon elephant. These are the 6 realms of Great Xia martial arts. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, no more than 10 dragon elephant realm experts were known. The Right Chancellor, the Duke of Zhengguo Su Zhen, was dragon elephant. The commander of the Imperial Guard was dragon elephant. 2 or 3 of the border army marshals were also dragon elephant. Each one was a figure whose mere stamp of the foot could shake the court. And Yang Jingyuan, 16 years old, dragon elephant realm. If this were known, it would shake the world. But he couldn't reveal it, because the bloody lesson from 11 years ago was burned too deeply into his memory. Shortly after his mother died when he was 5. Relying on vague memories from his previous life, knowledge of farm tools from historical documentaries, mechanical principles from popular science articles, he sketched several drawings of improved farm implements. These were not a child's doodles, but designs carefully reasoned and simplified by someone with an adult modern mind. He even considered the current craftsmanship level of the Great Xia dynasty, adapting the structure of the curved shaft plow so that blacksmiths could forge it with existing techniques. At that time, he could barely read many characters, but he wrote in childish handwriting at the corner of the paper, "Father Emperor, I wish to do my part for the farmers of the world." That sentence was written by a 5-year-old. But the thoughts and intentions between the lines came from a soul in its 20s. He handed the drawings to 2 old guards left by his mother, asking them to secretly send them out of the palace, have craftsmen make them, and present them to the Xia Emperor. He remembered those 2 guards, one named Zhao, the other Qin. Guard Zhao had a scar on his face left from following the Marquis of Jinbei into battle. Guard Qian was missing a finger, also a war wound. After his mother died, only they remained loyal to him. Back then he thought he could change his situation with modern knowledge, thought he could regain his father's favor. He was too naive. Not childlike naivety, but the naivety of a modern man transported to an ancient world, underestimating the brutality of power struggles. 3 days later, the 2 bodies were dumped in front of the side palace gate. Covered in wounds, tortured brutally. Zhao's hands were crushed, Qian's ribs broken in 7 places. They had clearly suffered inhuman torture before death. Xian's hands still tightly clutched those drawings, the paper soaked through with blood, the script blurred. A note was pinned to their clothes with just 2 characters: "Watch your step." It was in the handwriting of the chief eunuch of the Empress. 5-year-old Yang Jingyuan stood before the palace gates staring at the 2 corpses. At that moment, the memories of 2 lifetimes collided in his mind. In his previous life, he lived under the rule of law. The cruelest scene he had ever seen was a car accident. But in this life, he watched those who were good to him tortured to death, their bodies left as a warning. The Yang Jingyuan of that past life, kind, believing in the inherent goodness of humanity, died at that moment. He didn't cry, didn't shout, just stood there from noon until late at night. Until the patrolling Imperial Guard came over and urged him impatiently, then he slowly turned and walked back into his room. That night, he didn't sleep. That same night, a cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind: "Host's strong will to survive detected. Check-in system successfully bound. You may check in daily with monthly and yearly rewards. Rewards are random, including but not limited to money, techniques, internal energy pills, special items." At that moment, Yang Jingyuan felt no surprise, no excitement. He just listened quietly, then, with the calm of an adult, performed his first check-in. Daily check-in SUC. Reward 20 taels of silver. The silver appeared in the bedding, still warm. He touched the silver, and for the first time since his mother's death, a smile appeared on his face. That smile was as cold as the winter ice. From that day on, he changed. Or rather, the adult with complete memories of his past life finally learned how to survive in this man-eating imperial palace. Over the long span of 11 years, he performed 11 annual draws. In most years, he obtained profound internal energy, rare elixirs, and top-tier cultivation techniques. These treasures forged a 16-year-old dragon elephant realm monster. But what truly changed his fate were 3 special annual draws, among them 3 summons. At age 6, the first special annual draw. Annual draw successful, triggering special reward. Summon character, Jia Xu. A blue-robed scholar appeared in the side palace with a gaunt face and eyes as deep as an ancient well. He bowed. "To pays his respects to my lord." The 6-year-old Yang Jingyuan looked at the strategist known as the poisonous advisor and said with a calmness beyond his age, "Master, I want to survive. Not only survive, but also live better than everyone else. I must avenge my mother, restore my maternal grandfather's name, and make everyone who hurt us pay." Jia Xu was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "My lord is alone and in danger. The foremost principle is conceal. Conceal your edge, conceal your wisdom, conceal your strength. Wait for the right moment, then strike with one decisive blow. How long must I conceal? Until the moment to act. When is that moment?" Jia Xu gazed out the window into the deep night. "Wait for the wind to rise." In the following 10 years, Jia Xu operated in the shadows, step by step climbing to the position of Right Vice Minister of Personnel, a 3rd-rank official. He never formed cliques in court, his actions flawless, earning the Xia Emperor's praise of steady and experienced. No one knew that this experienced vice minister actually served the waste prince deep in the palace, who couldn't even learn martial arts. At age 9, the second special annual draw. Annual draw successful, triggering special reward. Summon character, Huo Qubing. The young general in full armor knelt on one knee. "Qubing is willing to ride for my lord." Yang Jingyuan helped him up. "The northern border is perilous, general, be careful." Huo Qubing grinned. "Rest assured, my lord. Until the Xiongnu are destroyed, Qubing dares not die." In 7 years, Huo Qubing earned repeated military merits in the northern border, rising from a common soldier to the 3rd-rank general of pacification and stationed at Shuofeng Prefecture. At age 13, the 3rd special annual draw. Annual draw successful, triggering special reward. Summon organization, 300 badass agents with leader Yuan Tian Gang. 300 black-clad figures appeared in the night, led by a man in an iron mask, his aura deep as the ocean. "The baddest agents await your command." Yang Jingyuan gazed at this force that was entirely his own, and the stone that had pressed on his heart for 8 years finally lightened a little. "Chief Yuan, have the badass agents scatter and infiltrate all prefectures. I want everything under heaven to reach my ears." "As you command." In 3 years, their intelligence network covered all prefectures of the Xia, even infiltrating Xiongnu and the western regions. Although the other 8 annual draws did not summon characters, the rewards were equally precious. At age 7, he obtained the complete Dragon Elephant Prajna art, a peerless technique that laid the foundation for the Dragon Elephant realm. At 8, a bottle of marrow-cleansing pill thoroughly transformed his physique. At 10, 30 years' worth of pure internal energy was directly infused into him. At 12, he obtained the secret technique breath concealment art to hide his cultivation level, allowing him to break through quietly without detection. It was this 11-year accumulation uninterrupted that allowed the Deep Palace Prince, whom everyone considered to have blocked meridians and unable to practice martial arts, to silently stand at the peak of martial arts. His own cultivation progressed astonishingly fast under the accumulation of internal energy and elixirs from the system's daily check-in. But to stay disguised every time the palace tested him, he used the breath concealment art to appear as an ordinary person with no cultivation. The blocked meridians, diagnosed by the imperial physician, was also a false illusion he deliberately created with his internal energy. In the winter of his 12th year, he silently broke into the Thunder Sound realm. At 13, peak of Thunder Sound realm. At 14, on a snowy night, he sat cross-legged in the side palace circulating his chi and blood. At first, it was a low hum like distant thunder. Then the sound grew louder, his internal organs resonating and trembling together, causing the entire side palace to shake slightly. He had to fully operate the breath concealment art to suppress the noise to a minimum. Then the sound changed. No longer thunder, but two older, more majestic sounds intertwined. A dragon's roar. An elephant's call. His chi and blood surged like a great river. His bones emitted a crisp sound like jade striking jade. Deep within his marrow, an unprecedented power was awakening. That night, wind and snow howled outside the side palace. Inside, Yang Jingyuan slowly opened his eyes. In his pupils, a fleeting phantom of dragon and elephant flashed. The dragon-elephant realm achieved. He was 14, then becoming the youngest dragon-elephant realm powerhouse in Xia without exception. Yet he still painted crooked pictures every day, still cowered at the sneers of eunuchs, and still showed no martial ability whatsoever. Conceal. This was the first word Jia Xu taught him, and the one he learned best. Dong, dong, dong! The bell of the imperial city rang long and deep, piercing the autumn morning mist to reach the side palace. The morning court began. Yang Jingyuan put down the bowl of congee, walked to the window, and looked toward the distant majestic golden throne hall. Today at court, the Ministry of Rites would propose the prince's enfeoffment as usual. He was 16 this year, already of age to leave the palace and establish his own residence. According to Jia Xu's plan today, he would be enfeoffed as the Yu King with the fief of Yuling Prefecture. Yuling Prefecture, the northernmost territory of Xia, adjacent to the Xiongnu, a place of exile for criminals. Barren, desolate, with a fierce populace. In everyone's eyes, this was the worst fief equivalent to exile. But Yang Jingyuan chose it for 3 reasons. First, far from the capital, heaven is high and the emperor far away. Second, Yuling Prefecture is vast in territory, with mountain passes for defense. Third, Shuofeng Prefecture, where Huo Qubing was stationed, neighbors Yuling. Most importantly, it was far from the Empress and the 3 elder princes' line of sight. He needed a place where he could truly stretch his limbs. "Your Highness, stewardly from the Empress Palace is here." A eunuch's voice came from outside the door, this time with a flattering tone. Yang Jingyuan quickly adjusted his expression, letting fear appear on his face, and opened the door. "As stewardly." Outside stood Li Dequan, the Empress' chief eunuch, pale and beardless with shrewd eyes. He glanced at Yang Jingyuan, his gaze lingering on the faded old clothes, for a moment a flicker of disdain in his eyes, but he put on a smiling face. "Knight Prince, the Empress has heard that you are about to turn 16 and be enfeoffed according to custom. She has bestowed 5 bolts of brocade, a pair of jade rui, and 500 taels of silver. The items have been sent to your side palace storehouse." Yang Jingyuan hastily bowed. "Thank you, Imperial Mother, for your grace," Her Majesty said. Li Dequan interrupted, drawing out his words. "Wherever you are enfeoffed is the Emperor's grace. Your Highness must observe your duty and not disappoint the sacred favor." At this, Li Dequan deliberately paused, lowering his voice. "That Yuling Prefecture. I hear the folk are rather fierce. Your Highness being so powerless should be careful when you go." These words sounded like concern, but were naked mockery and threat. Yang Jingyuan's body trembled, his face turning pale. "Two will be careful." Li Dequan watched his reaction with satisfaction, then turned and left. Yang Jingyuan kept his bowing posture until the footsteps faded away. He slowly straightened up and closed the door. The fear on his face faded, replaced by icy coldness in his eyes. Deep within that coldness hid the memories and hatred of 2 lifetimes. In his past life, he died saving others. In this life, he learned one thing. In this world, kindness requires the protection of strength. Kindness without strength only harms oneself and those around you. Powerless. He repeated the words softly, a faint smile curving the corner of his mouth. He walked to the desk and looked at the ruined painting of a bird. His fingers gently brushed over the paper. Silently, the entire sheet turned to dust, fine as ash, drifting away in the air. Not even a trace of ash remained, as if it had never existed. The Dragon Elephant Realm's control over power reached the pinnacle. He turned to look out the window. The Golden Throne Hall gleamed in the morning light. 11 years. That 5-year-old child who stood before the guard's corpses, past and present memories colliding violently. That child who summoned Jia Xu on a winter night and began to truly plan for the future. That 14-year-old who broke into the Dragon Elephant Realm on a snowy night yet pretended to be a waste. Finally, he was about to step out of this cage. Yiling Prefecture. He murmured the name softly. There the wind was bitter as the land most barren, the people most fierce. But there was also the broadest sky, the freest soil. Most importantly, there were no eyes watching him every moment, no endless schemes and traps. He would go there carrying the memories and wisdom of over 20 years from his past life. He would go there carrying the wisdom of over 20 years from his past life. 11 annual draws from this life, hundreds of monthly draws, thousands of daily draws, the people and organizations from 3 key summons, and his Dragon Elephant Realm cultivation hidden beneath the appearance of a waste. He would start from there, and step by step walk back to this imperial city. Walk back to the vortex that had forced his mother to death, framed his maternal grandfather as a criminal, and turned him into a waste who couldn't even learn martial arts. But not as a waste. As the Yu King. As a Dragon Elephant Realm powerhouse. As an avenger with 2 lifetimes of memories, knowing how to survive and rise in this world. Soon! He looked out the window, his voice as light as a sigh. The morning light grew brighter, exposing the dilapidation of the side palace remorselessly. It also made the hidden sharpness in his eyes glint faintly. 16 years in the deep palace, the hidden dragon would finally leave the abyss. And the first thing to shake was today's court session. In the Golden Throne Hall, all officials had arrived, and the court was in full session. No one would ever imagine that the useless prince, who couldn't even touch the threshold of martial arts, the one whose shell held an adult soul that had experienced modern civilization and seen different worlds, was about to make a choice that would change the future of this dynasty. And even less would they imagine what kind of eyes, what kind of cultivation, what kind of soul lay behind the choice. Yang Jingyuan withdrew his gaze and sat back at the desk. He picked up another worn brush, spread a new sheet of paper, and began to paint another silly-looking bird. He painted with utmost seriousness, as if this were the most important thing in his life. The sunlight outside the window fell on him, making his faded old clothes almost translucent. It also illuminated his hand holding the brush, steady as a rock without a single tremor. That hand steady as a mountain, telling a story of a long-concealed ambition. In the Golden Hall of Audience, 9 coiled dragon-gilded pillars soared upward to support the vaulted ceiling. Morning light slanted in through the grand entrance, spilling across the mirror-smooth golden brick floor in a radiant expanse. Emperor Xia Yang Shirin sat enthroned upon the dragon seat. Though over 50 winters old, his countenance radiated sovereign authority, his eyes sharp as lightning. He wore a resplendent yellow dragon robe and a ceremonial crown adorned with 12 strings of jade pendants, its beads swaying faintly, veiling much of his face and concealing his expression. Only when the jade pendants trembled momentarily could one glimpse those deep, still eyes, like ancient wells untouched by time. Civil and military officials stood arrayed in 2 solemn ranks, civil ministers led by Chancellor Chen Wenyuan on the left, military ministers by right Chancellor and Duke Shen Guosujian on the right. Senior ministers of 3rd rank and above stood in the front row, those of lower rank followed in descending order, stretching all the way to the hall's threshold. The entire chamber exuded solemn majesty. Only an occasional cough or rustle of silk disturbed the profound silence. Crown Prince Yang Jinglong stood at the forefront of the civil minister's formation. Slightly portly in build, his face was gentle, always graced with a faint affable smile. In theft as Prince Qin 5 years prior, he had cultivated influence within the court for years, his disciples and loyal retainers now permeating all 6 ministries. At that moment, his eyes were modestly lowered, as though wholly absorbed in the imperial deliberations. Yet his peripheral gaze flickered repeatedly toward his younger brother, the 2nd prince, standing across the hall. The 2nd prince Yang Jingyan stood among the military ministers, Tall and upright, his features chiseled with resolve, clad in a violet python robe that lent him an aura of commanding vigor. In fact, as Prince Jean 3 years earlier, his maternal clan hailed from a distinguished military lineage, granting him considerable prestige within the armed forces. Now, hands clasped behind his back, he stood ramrod straight, his gaze sweeping the court like a blade cutting through mist. The third prince, Yang Jingrui, stood slightly further back within the civil minister's ranks, strikingly handsome, his bearing refined and scholarly. In fact, as Prince Chu only a year ago, he was the Empress's son, born to supreme dignity, yet still young, his foundations far shallower than those of his elder brothers. A mild, unthreatening smile played upon his lips. "Your Majesty, this minister petitions to speak." With that minister of rights, Shou Wenjing stepped forward, holding his jade tablet reverently in both hands. A veteran who had served 3 reigns, his hair and beard snow-white, yet his voice remained thunderous. "This winter solstice marks the 16th birthday of the 9th Prince Yang Jingyuan. Per the Xia ancestral statutes, princes reaching 16 must be enfeoffed and dispatched to their fiefs to secure the realm's stability. This minister respectfully requests deliberation on the 9th prince's title and domain." At these words, a subtle ripple passed through the court. Many junior officials looked bewildered. Was there truly a 9th prince still residing within the palace? Senior ministers exchanged glances. Some sighed and shook their heads, others remained impassive, a few let irony flicker in their eyes. Several elders exchanged knowing looks, saying nothing yet understanding everything. From behind the swaying jade pendants came the emperor's voice, devoid of discernible emotion. "Granted. What counsel do you offer my ministers?" After a brief hush, Wang Huanji, vice minister of personnel, stepped forth. "Your Majesty, though the 9th prince is of secondary birth, his mother, the noble consort, was once deeply cherished by your Majesty, and his maternal grandfather, the Marquis of Zhenbei, perished heroically in service to the state. In this minister's view, he may be enfeoffed as Prince Xiao, with his princely residence established in Kanglan Prefecture. Nestled northwest of the imperial capital, Kanglan serves as a vital bulwark, and its Hongfeng Gorge boasts breathtaking scenery, while the imperial hunting park lies within its borders, ideal for a prince's cultivation and repose." Wang Huanji was aligned with the crown prince. A subtle yet masterful proposal. Kanglan was indeed one of the 4 prefectures encircling the capital, famed for its beauty, but more crucially, it bordered the crown prince's sphere of influence directly. To dispatch the 9th prince, there would place him squarely under the crown prince's watchful eye. "Vice Minister Wang's proposal is flawed," retorted Lu Zhenwu, vice minister of war, stepping forward without hesitation. "Though Kanglan is admirable, its territory is constricted and heavily occupied by aristocratic fiefs. As a prince of the blood, the 9th prince deserves broader horizons. This minister recommends Mingzha Prefecture, abundant in rivers and marshlands, rich in produce, perfect for establishing his residence." Lu Zhenwu served the 2nd prince. Mingzha lay within the southeastern Tri-Prefecture region, home to the labyrinthine swamps of the Hanjiang River's lower reaches and a major naval base. The 2nd prince's maternal clan held sway across the southeast, dispatching the 9th prince there allowed control without direct threat to his own position. At this, Zhang Qian, the minister of revenue and uncle to the 3rd prince, also stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this minister believes Zhuang Prefecture is more suitable. Its geothermal volcanoes are renowned as sanctuaries for healing. The 9th prince has suffered frail health since childhood, making this locale ideal for recuperation. Zhuang lay in the southwestern Tri-Prefecture region, a site of imperial special metallurgical works, and the traditional stronghold of the Zhang family, the 3rd prince's maternal line." Each spoke as if acting solely in the 9th prince's interest. Yet beneath the surface currents surged. The crown prince sought to install him under his own surveillance. The 2nd prince aimed to exile him into his own domain. The 3rd prince intended to confine this potential rival within his familial backyard. The court's atmosphere grew delicately charged. Just as the 3 factions remained deadlocked, a slender figure stepped calmly forward. "Your Majesty, this minister petitions to speak." His voice was calm and measured, the very embodiment of quiet composure. It belonged to Jia Xu, vice minister of personnel, who stood in the ranks like an ancient pine in late autumn, unassuming, unobtrusive, yet radiating profound steadiness. The emperor lifted his gaze. "Vice Minister Jia, what insight do you offer?" Jia Xu bowed deeply, his gesture precise and flawless. "My esteemed colleagues have spoken wisely. Yet this minister submits that the enfeoffment of a prince bears upon the very foundation of the realm, and thus demands long-term contemplation and exhausted deliberation." He offered no direct rebuttal. instead drawing from his sleeve a worn yellowed sheepskin map, its edges frayed from frequent consultation, a standard reference used by officials studying statecraft. As head of the Ministry of Personnel's Assessment Division, this minister possesses modest familiarity with the conditions of each prefecture. Jia Xu unfurled the map with practiced ease, as though performing routine duty. Kanglan Prefecture, though proximate to the capital, has already ceded 70% of its land to aristocratic fiefs. What remains consists largely of imperial hunting parks and cavalry pastures, leaving scant space suitable for a princely residence. His finger tapped lightly upon Kanglan's region. Vice Minister Wang's suggestion of Hanfeng Gorge, though scenic, is hemmed in by mountains on three sides accessible only through a single narrow pass, hardly conducive to the prince's security. Wang Huanji's expression tightened, but he could not dispute the truth of Jia Xu's words. Jia Xu then pointed toward Mingze. Its waterways are indeed abundant, but vast tracts remain mired in marshes and shrouded in pestilential miasmas. With 10,000 naval troops already stationed there, adding a princely court would inevitably sow discord between military and civil administration. Moreover, the ninth prince lacks expertise in naval warfare, making Mingze an impractical posting. Lu Zhenwu opened his mouth, then closed it again, silent. As for Zhuang Prefecture, Jia Xu's gaze turned southwest. Its geothermal volcanoes are indeed wondrous, but this region houses imperial metallurgical facilities critical to state security and military secrets. Should the prince establish his residence here accompanied by numerous attendants, advisors, and personal guards, the risk of intelligence leakage would be grave. Zhang Qian's brow furrowed, but he remained speechless. Every argument Jia Xu advanced was irrefutable, and rooted entirely in matters of state devoid of partisan motive. The emperor gave a slight nod. Vice Minister Jia's considerations are thorough. Yet where then do you propose the ninth prince be in theft? Jia Xu did not answer immediately. He fully unrolled the map revealing the complete geography of the Great Xia's 13 prefectures. His gaze drifted slowly across the parchment, as though weighing each possibility with utmost care. All ministers watched him intently. Minister of Rights Zhou Wenzheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Jia Xu was known for meticulous prudence. Today's analysis, flawlessly executed, bore his unmistakable hallmark. Right Chancellor Su Zhen nodded inwardly. Jia Xu avoided factional entanglements, speaking only for the realm. Such a minister was rare indeed. Each of the three princes contemplated him in turn. The crown prince felt Jia Xu had deflated Wang Huanji's proposal. He had done so with impeccable logic. The second prince saw in him a neutral asset worth cultivating. The third prince deemed him overly cautious, difficult to harness. At last Jia Xu's finger settled upon the northernmost edge of the map. Your Majesty, his voice remained unwavering. Having surveyed all 13 prefectures, this minister finds but one region still unassigned to any royal kinsman, vast in territory and profoundly beneficial to both state and people. His fingertip touched the name. Yuling Prefecture. A murmur swept the hall. Yuling, the harshest of the 3 northern frontier prefectures. 8 months of winter each year, where criminals are banished. What does Vice Minister Jia intend? Unheeding the whispers, Jia Xu continued in that same steady, dispassionate tone. Yuling lies at the extreme north, yet it offers 3 decisive advantages. First, its expansive terrain is bisected by the Yingshan Mountains' western spurs, forming a natural rampart. Its tributaries of the Song River crisscross the land. Properly cultivated, they could transform it into a granary. He paused, his finger tracing the map. Second, Yuling is one of the 3 northern frontier prefectures, bordering the Xiongnu. Its strategic significance is paramount. Should a prince take residence there, he would galvanize the border garrison's morale, and demonstrate the court's unyielding resolve to defend our sacred soil. Third, Jia Xu raised his eyes, meeting the emperor's gaze with serene clarity. Precisely because it is harsh and barren does your Majesty's enfeoffment reveal true impartiality, not bestowing fertile lands by virtue of princely status alone, but awarding domains commensurate with merit. Once this precedent is set, what royal kinsman or noble house would dare withhold loyalty or service? These words rang with such moral authority and irrefutable logic that none could gainsay them. Jia Xu added. Moreover, Yuling borders Shuafeng Prefecture to the east, where General Huo Qubing maintained vigilant command for 7 years, and adjoins Tiji Prefecture's Yingshan Great Wall to the west, a natural fortress impregnable by nature. These 3 prefectures form a mutually reinforcing triad. Yuling is no isolated outpost. He tilted the map slightly, allowing senior ministers in the front rows to see clearly. This minister has reviewed recent frontier reports showing new incursions consistently target Shuafeng and Tiji, precisely because those regions host trade routes and military farms ripe for plunder. Yuling's desolation deters even the Xiongnu. Dispatching the ninth prince there paradoxically ensures greater safety than elsewhere. When he finished, the hall fell utterly silent. Jia Xu's analysis was exhaustive, spanning geography, strategy, politics, and security, every facet meticulously considered, and every conclusion grounded solely in the realm's welfare stripped of personal agenda. The emperor's fingers tapped softly upon the armrest of his dragon throne. After a long pause he spoke slowly. Vice Minister Jia's proposal stands. Do any among you dissent? Chen Tingyun, chief censor of the censorate, stepped forward. Your Majesty, though Vice Minister Jia's analysis is thorough, Yuling remains bitterly cold and inhospitable. The ninth prince has been frail since youth, he may well succumb to its rigors. Jia Xu bowed slightly. This minister deeply appreciates Minister Chen's concern for the prince. Yet precisely for this reason your Majesty should grant the ninth prince's dispatch to Yuling. The severest trials forge the strongest will. Should he thrive there, all under heaven shall know him, no mere dilettante should he fail. He left the sentence unfinished, but its meaning hung clear. Failure would prove him unfit, rendering Yuling's austerity entirely justifiable. Though my ninth brother has made little progress in martial cultivation, as a prince of the blood, he must shoulder burdens for the realm. Yuling's hardship is precisely the crucible he requires. This son pledges 50,000 taels of silver from his own treasury to aid in constructing his residence. His mind raced swiftly. If Yuling was truly so lethal, his brother would perish there. By offering funds, he projected fraternal benevolence, while eliminating a latent threat. Second Prince Yang Jingyan cursed inwardly, and also stepped forward. Father, this son endorses the proposal. Yuling is indeed fitting. I pledge 30,000 taels, and 100 elite personal guards to ensure my brother's safety. Third Prince Yang Jingrui refused to be outdone. This son pledges 20,000 taels, 100 bolts of brocade, and 100 jin of black iron from Longsha Prefecture for forging arms and armor. With all three princes vying to affirm the decision, the matter was sealed. The emperor observed his sons. Complexity flickered briefly in his eyes, then vanished. He spoke deliberately. So be it. The ninth prince Yang Jingyuan shall be in theft as Prince Yuling, with Yuling Prefecture as his domain. He is granted 20,000 taels for palace construction and 300 personal guards. He is authorized to establish his princely court-raised troops independently and safeguard his fief. Given Yuling's harsh climate, he shall be exempt from tribute for 3 years, and from court attendance for 5, free to devote himself fully to governance. Your Majesty's wisdom is supreme. The ministers chorused in unison. Jia Xu retreated to his position, head bowed, face as placid as still water. He rolled the map with unhurried grace, tucking it back into his sleeve, as though he had merely completed the most ordinary administrative task. No one noticed the fleeting inscrutable depth that shimmered just once in his downcast eyes. As the audience dispersed, officials filed out in orderly procession. Jia Xu walked among them, neither hurried nor hesitant. Colleagues greeted him, he responded with courteous measured nods, his demeanor unchanged. Vice Minister Jia's analysis today was truly admirable, remarked Minister of Revenue Zhang Qian, approaching with studied nonchalance. Jia Xu bowed slightly. Minister Zhang overpraises me. This official merely discharged his duty. Yuling Prefecture. Zhang Qian regarded him with veiled significance. Vice Minister Jia seems unusually well versed in its affairs. The Ministry of Personnel's Assessment Division requires intimate knowledge of all prefectures. Jia Xu replied, flawless in his precision. Yuling, though remote, remains one of the 13 prefectures. This official must understand it thoroughly. Zhang Qian nodded, asked no further, and departed. Jia Xu continued walking outward, his mind lucid and unclouded. Today's court session had unfolded exactly as planned. That map had been prepared over 3 months. Every annotation, every assessment had undergone relentless scrutiny. He could not betray special interest in the ninth prince. Thus Yuling had to emerge as the sole logical state-serving choice. He had succeeded. The prince's reactions had been anticipated. They all welcomed the ninth prince's exile to oblivion. The emperor's edict was precisely what he desired: 3 years without tribute, 5 without court attendance, granting his lord ample time to consolidate power. Emerging beyond the palace gates, autumn wind brushed his robes. He drew them tighter, and lifted his gaze northward. Yuling Prefecture. My lord, the path is laid. Now it rests with you. At that very hour in a side palace, Yang Jingyuan stood before a window gazing toward the distant golden hall of audience. A shadow materialized silently 3 zhang behind him, kneeling on one knee with lightning speed yet stirring not a whisper of air. Clad in matte black battle attire, his shoulder constellations of the Liangren, the heavenly speed star. My lord, the court's decision is final. Duan Chuntian reported, voice low and clear. You have been in theft as... He was Duan Chuntian, one of the 36 constellations of the Liangren, the heavenly speed star. My lord, the court's decision is final. Duan Chuntian reported, voice low and clear. You have been in theft as Prince Yuling with Yuling Prefecture as your domain. Yang Jingyuan did not turn, only asked coolly. How did it unfold? Duan Chuntian recited rapidly, yet each word resonated with crystalline clarity. Vice Minister Jia Wenhe framed his argument around comparative provincial merits, naturally guiding the discussion to Yuling. All 3 princes endorsed the proposal. His Majesty ratified it. You are granted 20,000 taels for palace construction, 300 personal guards, authorization to establish your court and raise troops independently, an exemption from tribute for 3 years, and court attendance for 5. He paused, adding, Crown Prince pledged 50,000 taels, Second Prince 30,000 taels plus 100 guards, Third Prince 20,000 taels, 100 bolts of brocade, and 100 jean of black iron. Yang Jingyuan listened, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile curved his lips. Master Jia's conduct is indeed flawless, he murmured. Arguing from state interests, no suspicion arises, leveraging princely rivalry to steer consensus, no trace remains. He turned, facing the great Xia 13 prefecture's map spread upon his desk. His finger rested lightly upon Yuling, at the map's farthest northern reach. The frozen land, the place of banishment, Yang Jingyuan whispered. To some it is a wasteland. To me it is the dragon's cradle. Duan Chuntian remained kneeling motionless. Yet, if one looked closely, a fierce burning light flickered in his eyes, the instinctive reverence of a warrior sensing overwhelming strength. Though he could not fathom his lord's true cultivation level, that immeasurable profound aura confirmed his lord's power far surpassed his own. How proceeds the Liangren's northern deployment? Yang Jingyuan asked. Duan Chuntian answered instantly. Commander Yuan has made arrangements. 3 days hence, upon your highness's departure, Commander Yuan will accompany you covertly. 100 elite Liangren agents will scatter along the route, providing unseen protection. 50 remain in the capital, commanded by 2 constellations, continuing intelligence gathering and safeguarding Master Jia Wenhe. The remaining 150 have dispersed across the prefectures, establishing intelligence networks, 30 of whom have already infiltrated Yuling. He paused, adding, As for the Liangren's outer network, the provincial and circuit directors recruited over the past 3 years, and the informants embedded in markets and streets, Commander Yuan has implemented tiered protocols. Critical operations remain under the control of our 300 core members. Outer affiliates handle only superficial matters. Yang Jingyuan nodded faintly. As the Liangren Commander Yuan Tiangong's meticulousness rendered further inquiry unnecessary. This commander, who had lived 3 centuries, possessed organizational and strategic acumen far beyond mortal comprehension. You will accompany Commander Yuan northward, Yang Jingyuan declared. The heavenly speed star's velocity proves invaluable in Yuling's vast, sparsely populated terrain. Duan Qingtian's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement. Thank you, my lord. He knew this signified trust. As the heavenly speed star, his greatest asset was speed, covering 1,200 li in a single day, enabling round trips between Yuling and Shuafeng Prefecture within 24 hours. On the northern frontier, such a courier was priceless. You may go. Before the words faded, Duan Chuntian had dissolved into the shadows, like smoke vanishing into air. Yang Jingyuan returned his gaze to the window. The golden hall gleamed under the autumn sun. He clenched his fist gently. Within him, the dragon elephant force stirred subtly, an invisible pressure emanating outward, yet perfectly suppressed by the concealment art. Jia Xu held the court, Huo Qubing commanded the frontier garrisons, Yuan Tiangang led the Liangren in silent escort. This arrangement appeared fragmented, yet in truth each pillar supported the others. Jia Xu secured time and resources within the capital. Huo Qubing guarded the eastern flank from Shuafeng. Yuan Tiangang ensured safety and intelligence dominance from the shadows. And he, Yang Jingyuan, would carry his dragon elephant realm cultivation northward to Yuling, transforming that frozen wasteland, dismissed by all as a dead end, into a bastion of his own sovereign power. Prince Yuling. He murmured the title, then smiled. For the first time in 11 years it was a genuine smile, unfeigned, unguarded, radiant, with release anticipation and absolute certainty. Mother. Grandfather. He gazed northward. I am returning to the northern frontier you once defended. There I shall build a Yuling no one dares underestimate. Then I shall return. Outside the autumn wind howled, scattering fallen leaves across the courtyard. 16 years confined within the deep palace, now the hidden dragon would rise from its abyss. And those ministers in the court, those who branded him a waste, who banished him to the frozen north, would never comprehend they themselves had unleashed a dragon destined to shake heaven and earth. 3 days hence his departure, the balance of the Great Xia's 13 prefectures would begin shifting, silently, irrevocably, beneath the footsteps of this worthless prince marching north. Before the morning light could fully dispel the night's veil, the side palace door was pushed open. Empress Zhang, accompanied by 8 palace maids, paced in slowly. She was clad in a dark purple palace gown embroidered with phoenix motifs, her hair coiled high, adorned with a gold hairpin studded with pearls in the shape of a phoenix. Her face bore a perfectly measured concern, yet her eyes were like a frozen lake. "You honor," she said, her voice gentle as if she were a true loving mother. Yang Jingyuan, seated at his desk painting that ever unfinished foolish bird, scrambled to his feet at the sound, his brush clattering to the floor. A mask of timidity instantly crept onto his face. He even stumbled a step as he bowed. Your son greets the Empress, mother." A flicker of contempt barely perceptible flashed in the Empress' eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by a smile. She stepped forward to help him up, her palm warm, yet her grip held an unyielding strength. "Rise quickly. Today my son embarks on a long journey, so your mother has come especially to see you off." Her palm squeezed Yang Jingyuan's arm, a common technique in the palace to test a prince's cultivation level. A warrior's muscles and sinews differ from an ordinary person's even without exerting force. A long-term cultivator's flesh is denser and firmer. But Yang Jingyuan's 11 years of cultivating the concealing breath art was already perfected. He not only relaxed his muscles, but also employed subtle muscular control, making the touch of his arm indistinguishable from that of a frail, sickly youth. The sinews and bones of a latest-age dragon elephant realm capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks were now flawlessly disguised as those of a weak scholar. The Empress pinched twice the furrow between her brows, easing slightly. The flesh felt soft and yielding, lacking any of the firmness expected of a warrior's muscles. "You honor, have you been feeling better these days?" the Empress asked with feigned concern. Thank you for your concern, mother." Yang Jingyuan replied, his head bowed, his voice faint. "The imperial physician says your son has naturally blocked meridians and is not suited for martial arts. Rest is all that is needed." "Then rest it is." The Empress nodded, taking a Zetenwood tray from Li Dequan. On the tray rested a white jade wine pot and 2 emerald cups. "This is the 9 treasures elixir wine bestowed by His Majesty," the Empress said, lifting the wine pot to fill both cups herself. "Brewed from 9 types of spiritual herbs, it strengthens the body and dispels cold. Yuling is bitterly cold. Drink this cup, my son, to ward off the chill on your journey." She handed 1 cup to Yang Jingyuan. The aroma of the wine was potent indeed, brewed from spiritual herbs. But Yang Jingyuan's senses from the dragon elephant realm were incredibly sharp. When a warrior reaches a profound level, their sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch all undergo a qualitative transformation. With an almost imperceptible twitch of his nostril, he caught a faint sweetish fishy scent beneath the rich aroma of spiritual herbs. 7-day soul-severing powder. A secret poison of the palace, even harder to detect when mixed with spiritual wine. Once consumed, the victim appears normal for 7 days, but at noon on the 7th day, the heart meridian snaps abruptly, making it look like a sudden fatal illness. An impeccably laid trap. Yang Jingyuan accepted the cup with both hands, his fingertips trembling slightly, causing ripples in the wine. He looked up at the Empress, his eyes glistening with moisture. "Mother, your son is reluctant to leave the capital." His voice was choked with emotion, heartfelt. The Empress' expression grew even more loving. "Silly child, a man's ambition lies in all corners of the land. Go to Yuling and manage your fief well. When you have made your mark, you can return to the capital to see your mother." She raised her own cup. "Come, let your mother drink this cup with you." Yang Jingyuan looked down at the wine in his cup, took a deep breath. The next moment, he tilted his head back and drained the cup. The instant the wine touched his throat, the control a Dragon Elephant Realm warrior has over his body was fully displayed. The muscles of his tongue, throat, and esophagus all made precise movements simultaneously. This was no magical technique or supernatural power, but pure physical control. A warrior who has cultivated to a high realm can command his body with utmost precision. The poisoned wine was split into 2 streams. By the force of his oral muscles, the majority, the harmless spiritual wine, was swallowed naturally, while the small portion containing the poison was compressed by the muscles of his tongue and palate held in the right side of his mouth. Simultaneously, he performed a complete swallowing motion on his face. His Adam's apple bobbed, his chest rose and fell. To an outsider, he appeared to have tossed it all back in one go. In reality, the mouthful of poisoned wine was still held in his mouth. Good, good, child. The Empress also drank her own cup. Her wine was naturally untainted. She set down her cup, slipped a black jade bangle from her wrist, and personally put it on Yang Jingyuan's. This bangle can calm the mind and settle the spirit. Wear it! The bangle was cold against his skin, but Yang Jingyuan's skin could sense the subtle movement of machinery inside. This was not a magical artifact, but an exquisite mechanical bangle containing a magnetic needle and recording ink. Changes in the wearer's heartbeat and body temperature would be sensed by the magnetic needle, which through a complex mechanism would leave records on an internal ink sac. The Empress people would retrieve the bangle periodically and analyze the wearer's recent physical condition, even emotional fluctuations. Thank you, mother. Yang Jingyuan, flattered, gently stroked the jade bangle with his fingers. During this motion, the mouthful of poisoned wine was silently expelled, not with magic, but purely through the squeezing force of his oral muscles, forcing the poison out through the gaps in his teeth and into the absorbent cotton hidden in a secret pocket in his sleeve. The entire process took less than half a breath. Meanwhile, his heartbeat and body temperature, controlled by the concealing breath art, maintained a calm and steady rhythm identical to normal. The Empress studied him carefully for a few moments, confirming no abnormalities, before revealing a satisfied smile. All right, it's getting late. Time to depart. Farewell, mother. Yang Jingyuan bowed. The Empress departed with her maids. As she walked out of the side palace, she turned back to glance at Yang Jingyuan, still standing at the door in a watching pose, and a faint cold sneer curled at the corner of her mouth. Your Highness, Li Dequan said in a low voice, are the arrangements with the Shadow Pavilion in place? 20 Golden City Realm crossbowmen are already lying in ambush at Eagle Fall Gorge, their arrows coated with touch-off death venom. Even if he miraculously survives the poisoned wine, he will never pass Eagle Fall Gorge. The Empress nodded in satisfaction and boarded her phoenix carriage. As the carriage curtain fell, she murmured to herself, Don't blame me, sister consort Guifei. Blame your son for being an eyesore while alive. Inside the side palace, Yang Jingyuan closed the door. All the timidity, emotion, and reluctance vanished from his face instantly. He walked to a basin of water and submerged his left hand. He had already retrieved the cotton from his sleeve's secret pocket. Squeezing it in the water, black venom seeped out, turning the entire basin of clear water as dark as ink. A goldfish at the bottom turned belly up dead. 7-day soul-severing powder. Yang Jingyuan murmured the name. He extended his right index finger and gently stirred it in the poisoned water. The chi and blood of a Dragon Elephant Realm warrior surged beneath his skin, instantly incinerating the toxins that invaded his fingertip. When a warrior reaches the Dragon Elephant Realm, their chi and blood are like a blazing furnace, and common poisons entering the body are refined and destroyed by their power. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Today's critical hit reward: indestructible poison body permanent. The system notification sounded in his mind. A wave of warmth rose from his dantian, flowing through his limbs and bones. It wasn't spiritual energy, but an even purer source of chi and blood. Yang Jingyuan could feel his blood marrow and internal organs undergoing subtle changes. From now on, the vast majority of poisons in the world would be completely ineffective against him. Even the legendary rare toxins would have their effects greatly diminished. Well, that saves some trouble, Yang Jingyuan said softly. He walked back to the desk and looked at the half-painted silly bird. Lifting his brush, he gently dabbed a dot on the bird's eye. This time he didn't paint that dull, vacant stare. Instead, he dotted in a sliver of sharpness, so faint it was almost invisible. Time to set off. At the hour of 79 a.m., the convoy assembled in front of the side palace. 12 carriages, 300 personal guards, and 80 attendants. This was the full retinue for Prince Yang Jingyuan to take up his fief. Yang Jingyuan changed into a prince's casual robe. The fabric was coarse, the stitches sloppy, but he dressed with care, smoothing out every crease. Xiao Shunzi Reedy helped him adjust his attire. "Your Highness, on this journey, please take care." Yang Jingyuan patted his shoulder. "You must be careful in the palace too. If anything happens, go to Eunuch Lu in the imperial kitchen. He's one of Mr. Jia's men." Xiao Shunzi nodded solemnly. The convoy slowly moved out of the side palace, along the palace road towards the west gate of the imperial city. Along the way, as they passed other princes' palaces, palace servants stopped to stare, pointing and whispering. Yang Jingyuan sat upright in his carriage, eyes closed in meditation. He had heard these words for 11 years, they no longer affected him. As the carriage passed the ruins of Yongning Palace, he opened his eyes and lifted the corner of the curtain. That once magnificent palace had been sealed since his mother's death. Now its walls were mottled, and weeds grew from the eaves. Yang Jingyuan watched silently for 3 breaths. Then he let the curtain fall. In his palm the tassel of the Jinbei short sword left by his mother was held warm. The convoy was stopped at the west gate of the imperial city. The gate guarding general was a burly brutish man named Wang, holding the 4th-rank position of Zhao Colonel. He sat arrogantly on a chair by the gate, fiddling with a copper coin, not even lifting his eyelids. "Prince, you leaving for his fief?" he asked lazily. Zhao Quan, the leader of the personal guard, stepped forward with a salute. "Yes, sir. Please allow passage, General Wang." The colonel finally looked up, glanced at Yang Jingyuan's carriage, and sneered. "Passage can be arranged. But according to regulations, carriages leaving the capital must be inspected to prevent smuggling of contraband." Zhao Quan's face changed. "General Wang, this is a prince's convoy. So what if he's a prince?" The colonel stood up, his voice suddenly sharp. "Even princes and imperial grandsons must follow the rules once they leave the capital. The border is tight these days. His Majesty has decreed strict inspections of outbound carriages to prevent spies from smuggling military intelligence." He waved his hand. Men opened the boxes and searched. A squad of soldiers rushed up like wolves and tigers, beginning to rummage through the convoy's luggage. Yang Jingyuan lifted the carriage curtain, speaking timidly. "General Wang, could you please hurry? It's getting late." Seeing his demeanor, the colonel's disdain grew. He walked to a carriage and personally opened a box. It was the keepsake box of Yang Jingyuan's mother, containing only a few old clothes, some letters, and an unsharpened short sword. "What's this?" The colonel grabbed a piece of blue old clothing, a casual robe Yang Jingyuan's mother used to wear. It's my mother's keepsake." Yang Jingyuan's voice trembled. The colonel sneered, casually tossing the garment to the ground and even stepping on it. "Prince, why bother with these rags? Better to throw them away and save space for something useful." His boot sole ground on the fabric, leaving a clear mud print. The surrounding soldiers burst into laughter. Yang Jingyuan's face turned pale instantly. He scrambled out of the carriage, stumbled over to the garment, knelt on the ground, and reached out with trembling hands to pick it up. The moment his fingertip touched the ground, the terrifying control of a dragon elephant realm warrior was revealed. The tip of his index finger vibrated at an imperceptible amplitude, shaking hundreds of times per breath. This ultra-high frequency vibration was transmitted through his fingertip into the bluestone slab, shattering the internal structure of the stone. The bluestone slabs within a 3-foot radius had their internal structure silently pulverized into the finest powder. Yet the surface remained perfectly intact without even a single crack. This was the ultimate application of pure physical control and power. Yang Jingyuan, painfully, picked up the garment, hugging it to his chest, his eyes red. "This was left to me by my mother." As he lowered his head, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Colonel Wang, a henchman of the first prince. "I will remember this." Colonel Wang, however, was oblivious, feeling only that this 9th prince was indeed as useless as the rumor said. He waved his hand. "The search is done. No problems. Let them pass." The city gates slowly opened. Yang Jingyuan returned to his carriage, hugging the clothes, and the convoy slowly rolled out of the imperial city. As the carriage curtain fell, he turned his head to look back at that towering gate. Outside the carriage, Yuan Tiangang sat hunched on the driver's seat, seemingly dozing, but his ears twitched almost imperceptibly. A warrior's hearing, cultivated to a high level, could distinguish whispers from 100 yards away. He heard the faint friction sound of a telescope turning from a hidden spot on the city wall. Someone was watching. Look, Yang Jingyuan said softly. Watch closely how this useless waste walks his way back step by step. The convoy drove onto the official road, gradually fading into the distance. Behind them at the city gate, Colonel Wang was about to return to his duty room when his foot suddenly sank. He looked down and found that the bluestone slab he was standing on had somehow turned to powder. A single step caused his entire leg to sink half a foot. "WH! What is this?" he exclaimed in horror. The surrounding soldiers also noticed the anomaly. Centered on the spot where the ninth prince had knelt to pick up the garment, the bluestone slabs within a 3-foot radius were intact on the surface, but completely powdered inside. A little pressure, and it would collapse into a pit. A ghost!" someone stammered. Colonel Wang's face changed color suddenly, recalling the ninth prince's kneeling motion and the touch of his fingertip on the ground. An absurd thought arose in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Impossible. That waste can't even grasp the basics of martial arts. It must be that the slabs are old and worn. He muttered, yet an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. On the official road, the convoy accelerated northward. Yang Jingyuan sat alone in the carriage, eyes closed, regulating his breath. The breath regulation of a dragon-elephant realm warrior involved guiding the chi and blood within his body along specific paths to refine his sinews and bones and strengthen the source of chi and blood. With each breath, his internal organs pulsed rhythmically, emitting an extremely faint hum. This sound was suppressed by the concealing breath art, inaudible to outsiders. In his mind, the system notification sounded again. Daily sign and critical hit reward has been fully integrated. Indestructible poison body effect, immune to 99 of known toxins, remaining 1 of rare toxins, have their effects reduced by 90. Good. He opened his eyes and lifted a corner of the carriage curtain. About 10 li ahead, 2 steep mountain cliffs gradually came into view. Eagle Fall Gorge at last. Yang Jingyuan's gaze fell on the treacherous terrain, his eyes narrowing. A warrior's eyesight cultivated to a high level could see details clearly from 10 li away. He spotted several unnatural patches of shadow among the withered trees on the cliff top. Those were the men in ambush. He let the curtain fall, moving his lips slightly. The sound was transmitted through a special vibration of his muscles, audible only to Yuan Tiangang within 3 feet. "Marshal Yuan, there are 20 crossbowmen at Eagle Fall Gorge, all at the Golden Sinew Realm. Keep 3 alive, kill the rest." This was not a sound transmission technique, but a warrior's precise control over sound, condensing the voice into a beam for directional transmission. Yuan Tiangang remained hunched as if dozing. But on the carriage shaft, a withered finger tapped lightly 3 times. That was the acknowledgement of the command. The convoy continued onward, heading towards the gorge shaped like an eagle's beak. The morning sunlight shone on the cliff walls, casting long shadows. Within those shadows, a faint glint of metal flashed and vanished. The entrance to Luoyang Gorge yawned open, like a slowly parting maw. Cliff faces rose more than 10 jaws on either side, bare and jagged like a beast's teeth. The late autumn wind howled through the ravine, issuing an uncanny moan as if presaging some ill omen. Sparse withered trees on the cliff rim swayed in the wind, their shadows crawling over the ground like ghostly hands. The convoy halted at the mouth of the gorge. Captain Zhao Quan of the personal guard rode forward to Yang Jingyuan's carriage, his face grave. "Your Highness, this place is perilous. Should we send scouts to probe ahead first?" His concern was not unfounded. After 20 years in the military, Zhao Quan's instincts for danger were keen. Luoyang Gorge was unnaturally quiet, so quiet that not even a bird dared to cry. Yang Jingyuan lifted the carriage curtain, wearing an artfully measured expression of unease. "Captain Zhao, this place, it looks hazardous. Could there be bandits?" Zhao Quan smiled bitterly. "Rest assured, Your Highness, we are only 20 li from the capital. Common bandits would not dare operate here. Yet," he did not finish, his gaze sweeping the cliff tops. "Too quiet. So quiet it seemed as if every living thing had fled." "Yet what?" Yang Jingyuan asked, voice trembling with feigned tension. Zhao Quan shook his head. "Nothing. I am overcautious. Your Highness, allow me to lead a small scouting party first." He summoned 10 guards and urged his horse forward. "Wait!" Yang Jingyuan abruptly called him back and produced a small cloth pouch, like a talisman, from his bosom, the same one hastily drawn inside the carriage. "This is the protective charm my mother once had made for me. Take it, Captain Zhao, keep it safe." Zhao Quan paused, a flicker of complexity crossing his features. Though the ninth prince seemed weak and ineffectual, his heart did not appear cruel. He accepted the pouch with both hands and tucked it solemnly into his breast. "Thank you, Your Highness." 10 riders slid into the gorge. Yang Jingyuan watched their receding forms with a deep appraising gaze. Zhao Quan, useful man. Though only at the Tiega realm, Zhao Quan was seasoned and upright. At the city gate earlier when Captain Wang made trouble, Zhao Quan had tried to intervene, but his voice had lacked weight. If he could be brought to loyalty, he would be a fine junior officer. The convoy waited at the gorge entrance. After about a quarter of an hour, a signal arrow sounded from within, a sign of safety. Wheels ground over gravel with a creaking groan. The cliffs tightened, compressing the sky into a thin strip. Light dimmed, cold deepened. Yang Jingyuan sat inside the carriage with eyes half closed, yet his ears moved with the faintest oscillations. As a martial warrior of the Longxiang realm, his hearing had long been honed beyond ordinary measure. Within 100 paces, he could discern the sound of a leaf falling, within 50 the beat of an insect's wings. Now his earflaps twitched, seizing every whisper on the wind. On the left cliff rim, 10 breaths long and steady golden-tinted realm practitioners, their inner cultivation sufficient. On the right cliff rim, another 10. He heard the creak of crossbow mechanisms being drawn, the mechanical scrape as triggers were cocked, and the faint rasp of arrowheads against grooves. A heavier, deeper sound than ordinary arrows. They had been weighted with poison. Operatives of the Inga. The Empress really wastes no time. Yang Jingyuan tapped his knee with a subtle rhythm, the secret signal of the Buliangren, sending a tiny vibration through the carriage floor to reach Yuan Tiangang within 3 feet outside. Behind the 3rd tree on the left and the 5th boulder on the right are the 2 ringleaders. Spare those 2 and leave 1 ordinary crossbowman alive. On the carriage pole, Yuan Tiangang's ear moved almost imperceptibly. Message received. The convoy proceeded to the midsection of the gorge, the narrowest point. In that instant, whoosh! The sound of arrows tearing the air came down like a tempest. 20 crossbow bolts rained from the cliff rims, their tips ghostly blue, shrieking as they sliced the air. The volley struck precisely at the convoy's heart, especially at the carriage where Yang Jingyuan sat. Ambush! Zhao Quan's roar echoed through the gorge. But it was already too late. The first wave of bolts felled more than 10 guards. The poison on the arrowhead sealed throats. At once some victims blackened and died before a scream could form. Protect the prince! Zhao Quan, eyes white with fury, drew his blade and charged the carriage. Yet the second volley had already descended, this time 20 bolts, all aimed at the carriage. Arrows pierced the canopy and hammered into the cabin with dull thuds. Your Highness! Zhao Quan's cry was filled with despair. The canopy was spiked through like an echidna. Silence hung for a heartbeat in the gorge. On the rims, dark figures lowered crossbows, preparing to withdraw. The task complete, 20 poison bolts lodged in the carriage. Even a Jade Marrow realm master would not survive. Yet at that instant, the carriage door, miraculously intact, was flung open. Yang Jingyuan tumbled out, in a blundering heap, his clothes disordered, his face ashen as paper. He stared around in terror, and when he saw the scattered corpses, he went limp, trembling all over. Teach, Your Highness is still alive! Zhao Quan swelled with alternating horror and joy and bellowed. Shield formation! Protect His Highness! The remaining guards raised shields and formed a ring around Yang Jingyuan. On the cliff rims, the shadowy figures froze. How was this possible? 20 poison bolts struck the carriage. How was the worthless prince unscathed? Finish them! A cold voice ordered from the left rim. The shadowy men hoisted crossbows again. But this time, they had no chance. 5 silhouettes leapt from the convoy. Men who had posed as coachmen and guards suddenly straightened, their stooped frames snapping erect as inner power surged like a volcanic blast. The force of Jade Marrow realm practitioners. 5 Jade Marrow masters moved as one, so swift they leapt after images. On the left rim, as 10 crossbowmen were raising their mechanisms, a blade flash swept across like a white sash. The blade cleaved the air, the wind howled stinging faces. The 10 golden-tinted crossbowmen felt a chill at their throats and watched their headless bodies slump. The right rim met the same fate. 3 Buliangren surged upward, leg power erupting, each vaulting 10 zhang as though it were nothing, the cliff face underfoot like level ground. One wielded a sword whose light fell like a meteor shower, each stroke finding a throat. One fought with fists thunderous and crushing, forcing enemies' chi and blood to upheave. One used fingertip strikes, silent and precise pressing into arterial points as inner power tore through and snapped hearts. 10 breaths. Only 10 breaths. Of 20 golden tendon crossbowmen, 17 lay dead. Only 3 remained, the left rim ringleader behind the third tree, the right rim ringleader behind the fifth boulder, and one lucky, ordinary crossbowman left deliberately alive. The crossbowman collapsed, wetness staining his trousers. The 2 ringleaders were subdued by sealed acupoints, fingers pressing into specific points to temporarily block chi and render them immobile. 5 Jade Marrow realm fighters. The 9th prince has 5 Jade Marrow protectors secretly guarding him. The intelligence was utterly wrong. Bring them down! Yuan Tiangang's hoarse voice remained. He had somehow come to stand beside Yang Jingyuan again, still hunched, as if unconcerned by the earlier tumult, as though it had been someone else's affair. 3 captives were unceremoniously hurled from the cliff tops, by the Buliangren crashing heavily before the convoy. Yang Jingyuan staggered from the shield ring, and seeing the corpses began to retch violently. He vomited until it racked his chest. Tears streaked cliff tops, by the Buliangren. After a long while he managed to stand pallid and trembling, and looked at the 3 captives. Who sent you? Why did you try to kill me? The left ringleader ground his teeth and said nothing. The right ringleader sneered coldly. If they wanted you dead, why ask questions? The ordinary crossbowman broke down, falling to his knees and kowtowing. Prince, spare me! Prince, spare me! It was the Empress! Inga took the Empress' order to take the prince's life! Inga! Yang Jingyuan looked bewildered. What is that? To save his life, the crossbowman babbled everything. It is the Empress' secret cadre. We are just peripheral members. Those 2 are Ying's bronze badge stewards. They led the operation. Yang Jingyuan staggered back 2 steps, eyes brimming with tears. Mother, why? Why would you want me dead? He dropped to his knees facing the imperial city with a choked voice. What have I done to deserve this? Mother! His performance was convincingly heartfelt. Even Zhao Quan's eyes reddened, his heart burned with indignation. The Empress was merciless. The 9th prince, already feeble, and banished to the frozen wastes of Yuling, did he truly deserve extermination? Yuan Tiangang stepped forward at the right moment. Your Highness, we should not linger. There may be other assassins in the area. Yang Jingyuan struggled to his feet, and wiped his eyes, with a practiced motion. Yuan Bo is right. Captain Zhao account for casualties, and we will leave at once. Yes. Zhao Quan answered and set about the task. Yang Jingyuan crouched beside the 2 subdued ringleaders, his voice wavering. Tell my mother, if she truly wants me dead, I will not refuse death, but at least give me a reason. The 2 leaders exchanged a glance of startled surprise. This 9th prince was weak beyond imagination. Yet in the next moment, in his flustered haste, Yang Jingyuan accidentally grazed the 2 men's wrists. Long's Angrium inner force fine, as a needle poured into their flesh. With a secret technique, he threaded 2 filaments of his inner power deep into their meridians. The inner force would not manifest immediately, but would slowly erode their channels. In 3 months their cultivation would regress to Tiegu realm, and they would be forever barred from returning to the Golden Tendon stage. Empress, your gift to me is reciprocated. Release them, Yang Jingyuan said listlessly with a weary wave of his hand. The Buliangren loosened the sealed points, and the 2 leaders looked at Yang Jingyuan in deep recognition before turning and speeding away, racing to report to their master that the 9th prince enjoyed 5 Jade Marrow guards, and that the intelligence had been mistaken. The ordinary crossbowman tried to flee, but Duan Chuntian stepped out like a shadow and hauled him back. Prince, spare me! Prince, spare me! The man cowed out again. Yang Jingyuan waved him off with exhausted indifference. Go! And never commit such wicked deeds again. The crossbowman, as if granted amnesty, scrambled away in a frantic crawl. What he did not know was that, as he turned, Duan Chuntian flicked a pinch of specially made tracking powder onto the inside of his collar, silent and invisible. It was a Buliangren tracking dust, scentless to normal noses, and detectable only to specially trained hounds. Your Highness, casualty count complete. Zhao Quan returned, eyes reddened. 18 personal guards dead, 9 wounded. 5 attendants dead. Yang Jingyuan fell into a somber mood. Bury them properly, double the compensation, from my private coffers. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhao Quan dropped to one knee, this time with genuine devotion. Though weak, the 9th prince was at least kind-hearted. The convoy quickly tended the scene, burying the dead with makeshift wooden markers. The wounded guards were put into carriages, and the convoy pressed on. By the time they left Luoying Gorge, it was almost noon. Sunlight fell upon them again, and the warmth dispelled the chill from the ravine. Yang Jingyuan returned to his carriage and closed the door. All traces of fragility, sorrow, and fear vanished from his face in an instant. From his sleeve, he produced 3 tokens, taken earlier by Duan Chuntian from the bodies. The tokens were of dark iron, each engraved with the character Ing on the front and a number on the back. These were identification tokens of Yingda. "Keep them," Yang Jingyuan said, handing the tokens to Duan Qingqian, who had silently slipped into the carriage. "They may prove useful in the future." Duan Chuntian accepted them and vanished through the window in a flash, his lightness skill so perfected that to ordinary eyes he appeared to disappear. Yang Jingyuan leaned against the carriage wall and closed his eyes to regulate his breath. The first trial had been survived. The Empress' strike had come faster and harder than he had expected. 20 golden-tendon crossbowmen poisoned bolts ambush in narrow terrain, an execution. Without the Buliangren hidden among them with only his 300 guards, he would have died today without a doubt. Of course, even without the Buliangren, his late Longxiangstage cultivation meant those bolts could not have harmed him directly, but revealing such strength now would be premature. The time was not right. "The Empress," Yang Jingyuan murmured. He had taken note of the grievance. Not only for himself but for the 18 guards, who had died, perhaps only following orders yet dead, because of him. The convoy continued north. In the afternoon the sky darkened, and a cold north wind rose. According to plan, they would rest tonight at an official post 50 li ahead. But Yang Jingyuan knew the real danger might only be beginning. If the Empress' first blow had failed, she would not relent. The Prince Elders and other royal siblings no doubt watched from the shadows. This northward road was doomed to blood. He lifted a corner of the curtain and looked northward. On the horizon clouds massed, and faint lighting drifted within them. A storm was brewing. Meanwhile, in the imperial city Fengyi Palace, Li Dequan strode into the hall with a troubled face. "Your Majesty, Luoying Gorge, we failed." The Empress was pruning a pot of peonies at the news. Her hand stilled, and the shears snapped off a perfect branch with a crisp click. "Failed." Her voice was calm, but those who knew her could hear the chill beneath that calm. 20 golden-tendon crossbowmen sent against a worthless whelp who cannot even touch the threshold of martial ability, and you tell me we failed. Li Dequan fell to his knees. "Forgive your servant. Inga has reported that the 9th Prince was accompanied by 5 Jade Marrow Realm protectors." With a sharp sound the shears clattered to the floor. The Empress turned eyes cold and bright. 5 Jade Marrow? Where did they come from?" "I do not know. But Ying's 2 bronze-ranked stewards swore they saw them. Ruthless and swift, within 10 breaths they felled 17 crossbowmen." The Empress fell silent. She paced the hall, fingertips drumming the table, as if to steady herself. 5 Jade Marrow. This was no small matter. In Daxia, Jade Marrow practitioners were equivalent to military commanders. Even as Empress, she commanded only a dozen such fighters at most. From where had this worthless 9th Prince obtained 5 Jade Marrow guardians? Could it be the Emperor secretly sent them? Impossible. If His Majesty truly cared for the boy, he would not have banished him to the desolate Yiling. Then perhaps remnants of the Jinbei Marquis' old troops. The Empress' eyes brightened. The Jinbei Marquis may be dead, but his former subordinates still served across the northern garrisons. Perhaps someone out of old loyalty had quietly assigned men to protect that brat. "Issue orders to Inga," the Empress said coldly. "Send more operatives. Next time, I want Yang Jingyuan's head, and the identities of those 5 Jade Marrow guardians." "Your Majesty, the Pavilion Master says, assign men to protect that brat." "Issue orders to Inga," the Empress said coldly. "Send more operatives. Next time, I want Yang Jingyuan, then reassign them," the Empress snapped. "What task is more important than killing that brat?" Li Dequan bowed his head. "At once, Your Majesty. I will carry the order." He left the hall. The Empress stood alone at the window, staring north, murderous intent boiling in her eyes. "Concubine, you bore a fine son," she murmured. "But precisely because of that, he cannot be allowed to live." She turned and withdrew a blood-colored token from a secret compartment. This was Ying's highest command token, able to mobilize all forces under the Pavilion Master. "Yang Jingyuan." The Empress clenched the token until her knuckles whitened. "I want to see how many days you can survive." On the road the convoy pressed on against the cold wind. Yang Jingyuan suddenly felt a premonition and opened his eyes. A warrior's instinct warned him that danger approached. Long years of cultivation sharpened a near-instinctive sensitivity to killing intent and malice. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Detection host successfully defused the first assassination attempt. Hidden reward unlocked. Gain crisis sense passive. Grants a bodily premonition of hostile killing intent directed at the host. 10 breaths in advance. Gain healing prefecture topography chart marks, mineral veins, secret tunnels, Xiongnu trails. 2 streams of information flooded his consciousness. Yang Jingyuan paused and then understood. Crisis sense, like having another chance at life. 10 breaths would grant him ample time to prepare. And the Yiling prefecture chart, this was exactly what he needed now. With a thought, a detailed map unfolded in his mind. Mountains and rivers, towns and villages, passes and sentry posts. Everything was laid out. More crucially, the map marked 13 mineral veins, 3 iron, 2 copper, 1 silver, and 7 rare deposits, 9 underground passages, 3 leading beyond the prefecture, and 17 trails commonly used by the Xiongnu. This intelligence was priceless. Yiling! Yang Jingyuan looked at the mental map, a keenness sparking in his eyes. That place would be the foundation of his rise. And it would begin tonight. Outside the carriage, the cold wind howled. Above, the first snowflake of the season drifted down. The darkness before dawn was at its deepest. Outside the official post station at Blackwind Ridge, torches flickered in the biting wind, casting the elongated shadows of the night guards in restless motion. Within the station, snores rose and fell in a cacophony, but the kitchen was already aglow with dim lamplight. 3 cooks were busily at work. Millet porridge bubbled in a great iron cauldron, and steam rose from baskets of mantu. "Old one, the salt jar is empty," called a young cook. Old Wang grunted in reply and turned toward the storeroom. He was a veteran among the 100 guards dispatched by the second prince, and the scar on his face looked savage in the dim light. Inside the storeroom, Old Wang did not reach for the salt. Instead, he drew a pitch-black porcelain bottle from his bosom. With a subtle exertion of inner chi, the wax seal melted away without a sound. "Heartbreak powder," he murmured, a flicker of conflict in his eyes. This was a potent poison secretly concocted by the second prince that would take effect an hour after being mixed into food, causing the victim's intestines and stomach to rupture in a fatal agony. 30 personal guards planted by the second prince had secretly conspired, ready to attack once the poison took effect. "Forgive me, Ninth Highness," Old Wang muttered as he began to uncork the bottle, when a voice spoke. "Brother Wang, what special ingredient are you adding to the porridge?" Old Wang shuddered and spun around. A stooped figure stood 3 feet behind him, having appeared without a sound. It was Old Man Yuan, the coachman, who had been dozing the entire journey. "Why, Yuan, Uncle Yuan?" Old Wang forced a smile. "Why are you up so early?" Yuan Tiangang's face was unreadable in the dim lamplight. "An old man like me doesn't sleep much. But Brother Wang, how is it that reaching for the salt jar you pull out a small bottle instead?" Old Wang's face drained of color. His right hand moved toward the blade at his waist but froze before it could complete the motion. Yuan Tiangang merely cast a glance at him. The look was plain, yet Old Wang felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. It was a primal terror, like a rabbit caught in the stare of a tiger, unable to move even a single finger. "What is in this bottle?" Yuan Tiangang took the porcelain vial, uncorked it, and sniffed. "Heartbreak powder, specially made by the Prince of Jin's Manor. 7 types of venomous insects mixed with red arsenic, taking effect in 1 hour." He looked up. The second prince certainly spared no expense. Old Wang's pupils constricted, cold sweat beating on his brow. Who exactly was this old coachman? "The badgemen always eradicate the root and branch," Yuan Tiangang said, tucking the bottle away. "But today my master has given you a choice. First, die now, your throat crushed a painless end. Second, cooperate in the charade. Afterwards, the badgemen will rescue your family and send them to Yiling." After a moment of inner struggle, Old Wang blinked 3 times with difficulty. He chose the second option. "Wise," Yuan Tiangang said, patting his shoulder. A surge of inner chi sealed several key acupoints. "Continue doing what you must, but replace the poison with this." A small paper packet drifted into Old Wang's hand. Knockout powder, the most common kind. At the beginning of the Qin hour, the sky was just growing light. Over a dozen tables were set up in the station's main hall, and the guards came in to eat breakfast. Yang Jingyuan sat at the head table, his face pale, his hand trembling slightly, as he held his bowl of porridge. "Is your highness unwell?" Zhao Quan asked with concern. Yang Jingyuan offered a faint smile. Perhaps it's just the change of climate. He lifted the spoon to his lips, then set it down. This gesture did not escape the notice of the conspirators watching in the shadows. Their hearts tightened. Had he sensed something? Just then. Report. A scout burst into the hall. An unidentified force has been spotted to the northeast. About 50 horsemen less than 5 li away. Full alert. Zhao Quan barked. The guards dropped their bowls and chopsticks, grabbing weapons as they rushed toward the walls. The hall dissolved into chaos. Yang Jingyuan hurriedly rose, accidentally knocking over his bowl of porridge, which spilled onto the floor. He stamped his foot in dismay. This. What are we to do? No one noticed a stray dog lapping at the spilled porridge. After 2 mouthfuls it staggered and collapsed. The knockout powder had taken effect. Old Wang sighed inwardly. The Ninth Highness acting was flawless. Outside the station, thunderous hoofbeats rang out. 50 black-clad riders swept in like a gale, raining 100 paces away. The 2 at the lead wore bronze masks, their black robes as deep as the sea. The left and right protectors of the Shadow Pavilion. A veteran guard cried out in shock. Thunderclap realm experts. And 2 of them at that. The left protector's voice was icy. By order of Her Majesty the Empress, we are to take the head of the 9th Prince Yang Jingyuan. Those not involved may stand aside and be spared. The guards within the station turned pale. A Thunderclap realm expert. A being capable of fighting 100 men single-handedly. Protect His Highness. Zhao Quan gritted his teeth and drew his blade, stepping in front of Yang Jingyuan. Knowing full well, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. From the river on the right came the sound of oars cutting through water. 3 swift boats shot downstream, each carrying 10 sturdy men on their prows, their temples bulging and eyes gleaming with sharp light. Before the boats even reached the shore, the 30 men leaped into the air, their lightness skills impressive, as they landed steadily on the riverbank. A one-eyed burly man brandished a water-parting spear and grinned. Business for the Black Wind Stockade. All idle men clear out. Though they called themselves bandits, the 30 men moved in perfect unison, their breaths connected, a clearly well-trained formation. Zhao Quan's heart sank. Shadow Pavilion assassins, Black Wind Stockade bandits. A pincer attack from 2 sides. He whipped his head around to look at the guards sent by the 2nd Prince inside the station. Though they held weapons, their positions subtly encircled his own men. A 3-pronged siege. Your Highness. Zhao Quan's voice was bitter. We are surrounded. Yang Jingyuan trembled as he retreated to a corner, his face deathly pale. WHWHY. I have never offended. In the main hall, a scar-faced man among the 2nd Prince's guards suddenly burst into laughter. He was the rebel leader Sun Meng, a peak golden tendon realm expert. 9th Highness. Sun Meng tore off his disguise, his eyes savage. When you reach the underworld, don't blame us brothers for being ruthless. Blame yourself for being born into the wrong womb. He shook his long blade. Brothers, attack. The 30 rebel guards struck simultaneously, a storm of blades and sword light descending upon Yang Jingyuan. Zhao Quan, his eyes blazing with fury, led his men in a desperate defense. But they were outnumbered, and among the rebels were 3 golden tendon realm experts. Soon Zhao Quan's force was being pushed back step by step. Outside the station, the 2 Shadow Pavilion protectors exchanged a glance. Let them fight among themselves first. Well, reap the spoils, the left protector said coolly. The right protector nodded. The Black Wind Stockade men are waiting as well. Interesting. The 9th Prince has more than one party wanting his head. A strange 3-way balance had formed. None were willing to strike first, fearing they would be exploited. Inside the station, the battle was one-sided. Zhao Quan was struck in the shoulder, blood streaming down. Of the 40-odd guards he had brought, more than half had fallen, and the rest were being cut off and surrounded. Sun Meng cut down a loyal guard with a single stroke and strode toward Yang Jingyuan with a sneer. 9th Highness, in your next life remember to be born into a commoner's family. He raised his long blade high, the edge glinting coldly. Yang Jingyuan collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and trembling violently. The blade was about to fall. Ah! A soft sigh came from a corner. Sun Meng's blade paused. He frowned and looked over. The stooped old coachman, Uncle Yuan, slowly rose to his feet. Still bent, leaning on a worn horsewhip, he walked over step by step. Get out of the way, old fool! Sun Meng swung his blade impatiently. The whistling wind of the strike was enough to cleave an ordinary old man in 2. Yuan Tiangang raised his horsewhip and gently deflected it. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal exploded. Sun Ming felt an irresistible colossal force. His tiger's mouth split open, and the long blade was torn from his grip, flying away to thud into a roof beam, its handle quivering. He stumbled back in horror. You? Before he could finish, Yuan Tiangang removed his worn felt hat. His stooped frame slowly straightened. The horsewhip shattered inch by inch, revealing a pitch-black ancient sword engraved with eerie runes. He took an iron mask from his bosom and slowly put it on. The mask covered most of his face, leaving only his eyes visible, eyes as deep as the starry sky. In that instant, the fighting within the station ceased abruptly. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure. It was not killing intent, but a more ancient and majestic aura, like a slumbering dragon awakening to gaze down upon ants. Outside the station, the left and right protectors of the Shadow Pavilion changed color simultaneously. This is... The left protector's voice trembled. The right protector's eyes were filled with terror. Dragon Elephant Realm. Peak. The moment the words left his mouth, Yuan Tiangang's aura was fully released. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no gale-force winds, or strange phenomena. He simply stood there. But everyone inside and outside the station, whether it was Sun Ming of the Golden Tendon Realm, the Shadow Pavilion protectors of the Thunderclap Realm, or the bandits of Blackwind Stockade, all were frozen in place. They could not move. The oppressive might of a peaked Dragon Elephant Realm expert was like a Tinthasantang mountain collapsing, crushing down on every heart. Those of low cultivation directly knelt, blood seeping from their orifices. Those of higher cultivation felt as if they were carrying 1,000 Junes struggling to breathe. The Shadow Pavilion's left protector gritted his teeth, struggling to mobilize his inner chi to resist. Yuan Tiangang merely cast a glance at him. Just one glance. The left protector was struck as if by a massive blow. His entire body flew backward, crashing through 3 large trees. Before hitting the ground, his chest caved in, and blood gushing from his mouth. The right protector, his face drained of all color, turned to flee. Did I say you could leave? Yuan Tiangang's voice was flat, yet it exploded like a thunderclap beside the right protector's ear. The right protector's body stiffened, and he truly dared not move. Inside the station, Sun Ming and the rebel guards had long since collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. They finally understood the kind of being they had provoked. A peaked Dragon Elephant Realm expert. In all of the great Xia dynasty, no more than 5 were publicly known to have such cultivation. For such a figure to have disguised himself as an old coachman and follow the 9th prince. 9th Highness. Sun Ming looked at the trembling youth in the corner, his eyes filled with despair and confusion. What had this worthless prince done to deserve this? Yuan Tiangang paid these men no heed. He turned his gaze to the 30 bandits of Blackwind Stockade on the riverbank. Cold sweat poured down the one-eyed man's brow. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior, we were merely hired for payment. We did not know the 9th prince had your protection. We will withdraw immediately. Withdraw. Yuan Tiangang shook his head. Since you come, then stay. He did not make a move. He simply opened his mouth and gently uttered a single word. Scram. The sound was not loud. But to the 30 bandits, it was like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. Boom! The sound wave spread like a tangible force, cracking the ground and causing the river to flow backward wherever it passed. The 30 bandits, masters of their combined formation, did not even have time to scream before they were blasted backward by the sound wave, crashing into the river, their fates unknown. A deathly silence fell over the station and its surroundings. Yuan Tiangang slowly retracted his aura. He hunched his back once more, removed the mask, and became the unremarkable old coachman again. But no one dared to underestimate him now. Why, Your Highness? Zhao Quan struggled to his feet, looking at Yang Jingyuan with a gaze full of awe. To have a peaked Dragon Elephant Realm expert as his protector. Was the 9th prince truly worthless? Yang Jingyuan painfully rose, his face still showing lingering fear. You, Uncle Yuan! You? This old servant was once a subordinate of the Marquis of Jinbei. Yuan Tiangang said hoarsely. On his deathbed, the Marquis entrusted me with protecting Your Highness. I have followed in secret all these years, not daring to reveal myself. The explanation was perfectly reasonable. The Marquis of Jinbei was once the god of war of Great Xia. It was not strange for him to have a Dragon Elephant Realm subordinate. But a peaked Dragon Elephant Realm. The Marquis himself had only been at the late Dragon Elephant Realm. But no one dared to probe further at that moment. Simply surviving was fortune enough. Yang Jingyuan gratefully bowed. Thank you, Uncle Yuan, for saving my life. He looked at Sun Ming and the others who lay limp on the ground, a pained expression flashing through his eyes. "Why? Did you betray me?" Sun Ning gave a bitter laugh. "The victor is king, the loser a bandit. Do with me as you will. I will not kill you," Yang Jingyuan said, shaking his head. "Go back and tell my second brother that fraternal strife is not what I desire. I will treat today's matter as if it never happened. But if there is a next time..." The unspoken implication was clear to all. Sun Ning was stunned, looking at Yang Jingyuan with a complicated expression. "Your Highness, you do not blame us. You were acting under duress," Yang Jingyuan said gloomily. "Go now." The 30 rebel guards exchanged glances, then supporting one another staggered away. Inside the station, only 40-odd loyal guards and a floor full of wounded remained. Zhao Quan took a head count, his eyes reddening. "Your Highness, we have lost 26 men." Yang Jingyuan was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Bury them with full honors. The compensation is to come from my personal treasury, 300 taels each." 300 taels. That was 10 years' pay for an ordinary soldier. Zhao Quan and the remaining guards were all moved. "Your Highness." Zhao Quan knelt on one knee. "I swear to follow you to my death. We swear to follow you to our deaths." The rest of the guards knelt in unison. Yang Jingyuan helped them up one by one, tears in his eyes. "From this day forward you are my brothers. We live and die together, never to abandon one another." Ding. Monthly check-in successful. Obtain military morale talisman 3. Using it will temporarily elevate the loyalty of up to 100 men to fanaticism. The sound of the system prompt arose. Yang Jingyuan's mind stirred, but he did not use it immediately. Some loyalty had to be earned with a sincere heart. At noon the convoy set out once more. The atmosphere within the group was completely different. Though weary, a fervor burned in the guards' eyes. They had witnessed the divine might of a peak dragon elephant realm expert, and had also seen the 9th Prince's benevolence and responsibility. This was a master worth following. Inside the carriage, Yang Jingyuan sat with his eyes closed, regulating his breathing. Yuan Tiangang's voice reached his ears through a special method. "Master, this old servant has secretly planted restraints on the 2 Shadow Pavilion protectors. Within 3 months their cultivation will fall to the Marrow Essence realm, and they will never recover." "Well done," Yang Jingyuan said, opening his eyes. "And the Black Wind Stockade men? 7 of the 30 are dead, 12 severely wounded, and the rest have had their martial arts crippled," Yuan Tiangang said. "This old servant has confirmed that they were indeed sent by the 3rd Prince, skilled in aquatic combined attacks. This ambush was meant to be blamed on real bandits." Yang Jingyuan nodded. The 3-pronged siege had all been neutralized, and he had luckily survived, gaining his first group of truly loyal followers. "Marshal Yuan, do you think they will let this go?" "No," Yuan Tiangang replied bluntly. "The Empress will surely send stronger forces after suffering such a loss. The 2nd Prince and 3rd Prince will not stop either. The road ahead will be even more difficult." Yang Jingyuan gazed out of the carriage. The official road wound its way north. 50 li ahead lay Soul's Ever Cliff, a more treacherous and fatal precipice than Eagle Fall Gorge. "Then let them come," he said softly. "I happen to need a whetstone." A glimmer of golden light flashed at his fingertip before disappearing. He had hidden for too long. It was time to reveal a little. At dusk the convoy arrived before Soul's Ever Cliff. On both sides sheer cliffs rose, like knife cuts over 30 zhang high. Between the cliffs was a single plank road less than 3 zhang wide, with a bottomless abyss below. A cold wind blew through, carrying a sound like ghostly wails. "Soul's Ever Cliff." Zhao Quan looked at this treacherous place, his heart heavy. If there was another ambush today, their group of just over 40 men might truly lose their souls here. "Make camp here," Yang Jingyuan ordered. "We will cross the cliff tomorrow." As night deepened, by the campfire the guards took turns on watch, none daring to sleep. Yang Jingyuan sat by the largest fire, idly drawing in the dirt with a twig. He was waiting for the next wave of killing intent. At midnight, the moon was hidden, and the stars were sparse. From the dense woods opposite Soul's Ever Cliff, dozens of pairs of emerald green eyes suddenly lit up. They were wolves. But how could a normal wolf pack be of such a scale? How would they dare approach a human camp? Yang Jingyuan slowly rose to his feet. He knew that what was meant to come had finally arrived. And this time, it would likely be more than one wave. The howls of wolves drew nearer, not the ordinary cries of wild wolves, but low murderous growls that seemed to strike at the heart with each sound. "On guard!" Zhao Quan barked. Over 40 personal guards swiftly formed a battle formation, shields at the front, spears behind, and crossbowmen in the center. Though few in number, after the bloody battles of the day, these veterans exuded an iron-blooded aura. The campfire flickered in the cold wind, casting the shadows of the group into elongated, shifting shapes. Yang Jingyuan stood within the formation, his gaze calm, as he looked toward the dense forest. His earlobes trembled almost imperceptibly. A dragon elephant realm martial artist's hearing could pierce the night, and capture sounds ordinary men could not. There was more than just wolves in the woods. There were also men. At least 30, their breaths long and footsteps light. All were martial artists with accomplished inner strength. Among them 3 had formidable auras, likely at the marrow refinement realm. "Your Highness, something is off," Zhao Quan said in a low voice. "These howls. They're too rhythmic." Indeed, wolf packs usually howled in chaos. But now the howls paused every 3 cries, and rose every 5, as if transmitting some signal. "Beast tamers." Yuan Tiangang rasped, his hunched back, standing beside Yang Jingyuan. "Men of the Mobei Wolf Court." The Mobei Wolf Court. Zhao Quan's face changed drastically. That was the most mysterious force under the Xiongnu royal court, excelling at commanding wolf packs in battle. Wolf court warriors grew up alongside wolves from childhood, able to control them through special means, striking terror across the grasslands. But this was the heartland of Great Xia, merely 150 li from the capital. How could wolf court men appear here? "It seems someone not only wants me dead, but also wants to frame the Xiongnu," Yang Jingyuan said with a wry smile. "Truly, they think highly of me." The howls in the forest abruptly ceased. The next moment, dozens of dark figures shot out like phantoms. They were not wolves but men, 30 black-clad martial artists, each holding an iron chain tethered to a giant wolf's neck. Those wolves were far larger than ordinary ones, standing nearly 5 feet at the shoulder, their eyes glowing with bloodthirsty malice, saliva dripping from their fangs. "Mobei Wolf Court passing through to kill," said a one-armed elder, with a wolf head tattoo on his face, his voice grating. "Ninth Prince, someone offers 10,000 gold taels for your life." Behind him 2 burly men stepped forward. One wielded a curved blade stained with blood, the other carried a longbow and a quiver of 7 bone arrows. The auras of all 3 were fully exposed, all at the marrow refinement realm. The one-armed elder was at the peak of the marrow refinement realm, just 1 step away from the thunderclap realm. Zhao Quan's heart sank. 3 marrow refinement experts, 30 wolf court warriors, and ferocious giant wolves. Their force of over 40 men was utterly outmatched. "Senior." Zhao Quan looked at Yuan Tiangang. Earlier that day, Yuan Tiangang had revealed the pinnacle power of the dragon elephant realm. If he acted, these wolf court warriors would be nothing but dirt. But Yuan Tiangang shook his head. "This old servant cannot act." "Why?" Zhao Quan was stunned. "Because there are still eyes watching in the shadows," Yang Jingyuan answered for him. "If Uncle Yuan acts again, they'll know I have a dragon elephant realm expert constantly by my side. Then it won't be marrow refinement experts who come." He paused. "It might be true dragon elephant realm experts, or even more than one." Zhao Quan understood. Showing weakness to lure the enemy out of hiding. But the problem was how to get through this immediate crisis. 3 marrow refinement experts. "Zhao Quan," Yang Jingyuan suddenly spoke. "Lead the men to form a circular formation and guard the camp. I'll handle these wolf court men." "Your Highness." Zhao Quan thought he had misheard. But Yang Jingyuan had already stepped forward. He still wore the faded white princely robe, his thin figure appearing forlorn in the cold wind. But his eyes blazed with startling brightness in the firelight. "Is the 9th Prince personally taking the field?" The one-armed elder sneered. "I've long heard that the 9th Prince of Great Xia is a waste who can't even touch the threshold of martial arts. Today you want to play the hero." The wolf court warriors behind him burst into laughter. Yang Jingyuan ignored the mockery. He merely raised his right hand slowly, fingers spread, then clenched into a fist. Crack! A faint sound of bones popping rang out. It was quiet, but every martial artist present heard it clearly. It was the sound of tendons and bones harmonizing. The hallmark of a golden tendon realm martial artist. The one-armed elder's smile froze on his face. Zhao Quan and the guards were stunned. The 9th Prince. Golden tendon realm. "Impossible," the one-armed elder exclaimed. "Intelligence said you were a cripple with blocked meridians." "Yes," Yang Jingyuan sighed, with feigned helplessness. I thought I was a waste too. But today when Sun Meng's blade came at me, I suddenly felt something inside. Breakthrough. He spoke half-truthfully. The breakthrough was false, but the life-and-death crisis of the day was indeed a perfect excuse to reveal his cultivation. A breakthrough at a critical moment. The one-armed elder's eyes flickered. Such things were not uncommon in the martial world. Some martial artists remained stuck at a bottleneck for years only to suddenly comprehend and surge in power at the brink of death. But jumping from no cultivation at all to the Golden Tendon realm after 16 years as a waste was too absurd. Whatever evil technique you used, the one-armed elder snarled. What does Golden Tendon realm matter? I at the peak of marrow refinement can kill you like a dog. He waved his hand. Wolf 7 Wolf 9 test his mettle. Two burly marrow refinement experts stepped forward. One drew his curved blade its light like the moon, the other knocked an arrow aiming at Yang Jingyuan's brow. Your Highness, be careful. Xiao Quan wanted to rush forward. But Yang Jingyuan had already moved. He moved in a seemingly panicked manner, his steps staggering like a child just learning to walk, narrowly dodging the first horizontal slash of the curved blade. The blade grazed his clothes, sending fabric scraps flying. So close! Yang Jingyuan exclaimed, his foot, accidentally, stumbling as he pitched forward. This fall happened to dodge the whistling bone arrow. The arrow flew past, and embedded itself 3 inches deep into the trunk of a tree behind him. Luck! The curved blade wielder frowned, his attacks growing fiercer. Yang Jingyuan rolled and scrambled on the ground in a clumsy manner. Each time he seemed to rely on sheer luck, yet always evaded the lethal strikes. 5 moves. 10 moves. 15 moves. 2 marrow refinement experts joining forces could not take down a youth who had just entered the Golden Tendon realm. The one-armed elder's expression grew grave. He could see it. This was not luck. Yang Jingyuan's footwork, though seemingly chaotic, contained a subtle, profound pattern. Each dodge was timed and angled with terrifying precision. Moreover, though his techniques were crude, his striking skills were absurdly refined. This child is strange, the one-armed elder said in a low voice. Go all out. End it quickly. The 2 burly men exchanged glances and erupted simultaneously. The curved blade wielder changed his attack, his blade light cascading like a waterfall, enveloping the 3-foot radius around Yang Jingyuan. The archer loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, sealing off all escape routes. A killing blow. Xiao Quan's eyes nearly split with fury. Your Highness! At that critical moment, Yang Jingyuan suddenly slipped and fell backward. This fall, though seemingly accidental, happened to avoid the densest part of the blade waterfall. At the same time, his right hand slapped the ground, and his body slid sideways, like a fish dodging the 3 arrows that brushed past his cheek. A narrow escape. But it was not over. Seeing his attack miss, the curved blade wielder changed his stance, his blade slicing downward toward Yang Jingyuan's head. The strike was too fast, too vicious. Yang Jingyuan, hastily, raised his arm to block, using the most clumsy gesture, like an ordinary person covering their head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the camp. Everyone froze, because Yang Jingyuan's right forearm had firmly caught the curved blade. The blade striking his arm produced a metallic collision sound, only tearing the sleeve to reveal faintly golden skin beneath. The Golden Tendon realm sinews and bones were like metal. But even more shocking, Yang Jingyuan's arm did not budge. The curved blade wielder's strike could have split iron armor, yet it failed to even break his skin. You? The curved blade wielder's pupils contracted. He felt the backlash from the blade. It was absurdly powerful. This was nowhere near the physical resilience of a mere Golden Tendon realm initiate. Aye. Yang Jingyuan also froze, looking at his unharmed arm with a bewildered expression. Aye. When did I? He instinctively pushed. Just a gentle push. But the curved blade wielder was struck as if by a heavy blow, hurtling backward through the air, spitting blood, and crashing heavily into a tree 10 zhang away. The sound of breaking ribs was clearly audible. The entire camp fell into dead silence. The Wolf Court warriors were dumbfounded. Xiao Quan and the guards stared in disbelief. A gentle push sending a marrow refinement expert flying. Was this the Golden Tendon realm? The one-armed elder's face darkened. You're not at the Golden Tendon realm. You're at the marrow refinement realm. No. Even marrow refinement shouldn't have such power. A sudden thought struck him, and he looked at Yuan Tiangang in horror. It's you. You used the infusion technique to transfer your inner strength to him. The infusion of power was a secret martial art. A strong practitioner could transfer their lifetime cultivation to another, but at the cost of their own cultivation being completely wasted, and the recipient could absorb at most 30%. Yet even 30% of a Dragon Elephant Realm peak expert's power was enough to create a monster. No wonder. No wonder you could go from a waste to the Golden Tendon Realm overnight. The one-armed elder thought he had found the truth greed flickering in his eyes. You old fool, you've passed on your cultivation to him, and are now a cripple, right? Yuan Tiangang remained hunched and silent. To the one-armed elder this attitude was an admission. Ha ha! The one-armed elder laughed. Heaven helps me. Killing you not only brings 10,000 gold taels, but also the cultivation insights of a Dragon Elephant Realm expert. He no longer hesitated, stepping forward. Boy, you think a bit of inner strength can let you contend with me. Today I'll teach you that the gap in realms cannot be bridged by mere inner strength. The peak marrow refinement aura erupted fully. The pressure was like a mountain crushing down on the entire camp. The guards struggled to breathe. The weaker ones had already fallen to their knees. Yang Jinjuan's face turned pale as he staggered back. Don't come any closer. Too late. The one-armed elder sneered, his single arm shooting out fingers, forming a claw aimed directly at Yang Jinjuan's throat. This claw was lightning fast, its wind fierce enough to tear through refined iron. Yang Jingyuan hastily raised his arm to block. Clang! Another metallic clash. The one-armed elder's claw grabbed Yang Jinjuan's arm, but left only 5 white marks. How is this possible? The one-armed elder was horrified. His full-powered claw could not break the defense of a Golden Tendon Realm cultivator. I don't know either. Yang Jingyuan in panic threw a wild punch. This punch was utterly formless, full of flaws. But its speed was absurd. The one-armed elder tried to dodge, but found he could not evade. The seemingly simple punch had sealed all his retreat paths. Bang! The fist struck square in the chest. The one-armed elder flew backward like a kite, with a broken string spitting a mist of blood through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise only to find his chest bones shattered and internal organs displaced. He was severely injured. You've been hiding your cultivation. The one-armed elder stared fixedly at Yang Jingyuan. You're not at the Golden Tendon Realm. You're at the peak of the Marrow Refinement Realm. Only that could explain it. A 16-year-old at the peak of the Marrow Refinement Realm. Even more absurd than a 16-year-old in the Golden Tendon Realm. But the facts were before him, leaving no room for disbelief. Yang Jingyuan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, staring at his own fist with an expression of utter disbelief. When did I become so powerful? His acting was seamless. Even Zhao Quan and the others believed it. The 9th Prince must have received Senior Yuan's infusion of power and undergone an epiphany during the life-and-death crisis leading to this explosive surge in cultivation. Though absurd, the martial world had never lacked miracles. Retreat! Retreat! The one-armed elder gritted his teeth and ordered. The wolf court warriors snapped out of their daze and hurriedly helped their wounded comrades, turning to flee. Did I say you could leave? Yang Jingyuan spoke weakly. His voice was soft, yet it made everyone freeze in their tracks. Your Highness. The one-armed elder turned back, fear in his eyes. Today's matter was our blindness. We will double the 10,000 gold taels. Just spare our lives. Yang Jingyuan struggled to his feet and walked before him. I don't lack gold, he said, looking down at the one-armed elder. But I lack men. The one-armed elder was taken aback. I'm very interested in the beast-taming arts of the Mobei Wolf Court, Yang Jingyuan said. Sincerely. If you're willing to serve me, today's events are forgiven. Not only that, it'll heal your wounds and grant you more suitable cultivation techniques. He paused. Of course, those unwilling can leave now. But after you leave, your life or death depends on your own fate. The words were gentle, but the threat was unmistakable. The one-armed elder's face shifted. Even if they returned, the employer would kill them to silence them, and the Wolf Court would not offend a major client for a few peripheral members. But the 9th Prince before him. Though young, his methods were unfathomable, and he had the protection of a Dragon Elephant Realm expert. Though now crippled, his experience and connections remained promising a bright future. More importantly, they had witnessed Yang Jinjuan's strength, A 16-year-old at the peak of the marrow refinement realm. What did that mean? It was a sign of a hidden dragon soaring to the heavens. This subordinate is willing to pledge loyalty to your highness. The one-armed elder struggled to kneel. The remaining wolf court warriors exchanged glances and eventually knelt as well. Yang Jingyuan waved his hand. Wearily, Uncle Yuan treat their wounds. Yuan Tian Gang responded as hunched backwards knelt in unison. This time it was from the heart. Yang Jingyuan helped them up one by one, tears glistening in his eyes. With your devotion, Jingyuan, the ninth prince had not only broken through at a critical moment and subdued the wolf court warriors, but also displayed a boldness and skill far beyond his years. A master like this. Your Highness. Zhao Quan suddenly knelt on one knee, cupping his fists. I, Zhao Quan, swear to follow your Highness to the death through fire and water without hesitation. We swear to follow to the death. The remaining guards knelt in unison. This time it was from the heart. Yang Jingyuan helped them up one by one, tears glistening in his eyes. With your devotion, Jingyuan is deeply grateful. From now on we share fortune and misfortune, life and death together. Ding. Detected solidified morale. Use the morality talisman. A system prompt sounded. Yang Jingyuan's mind stirred slightly. Use. An invisible wave spread. Zhao Quan and the guards felt a surge of warmth in their hearts, their loyalty to Yang Jingyuan instantly reaching its peak. It was a reverence and fervor from deep within, a determination to die for him. All 80 guards, including the wounded, had sworn allegiance. Yang Jingyuan looked at these faces, a surge of pride rising within him. This was his first core group. Though few, they had been tested by blood and fire, loyal and reliable. Moreover, there were 30 wolf court warriors skilled in beast taming. Your Highness, what is the next step? Zhao Quan asked. Yang Jingyuan gazed toward the soul-severing cliff. Cross the cliff at dawn, he said slowly. To Yuling. He paused, then added, but first, let's clean up the trail. He turned to look at a shadow outside the camp. You've been watching for so long, why not come out? A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. A woman in purple, a light veil covering her face, her figure graceful. She held a soft sword, its blade like a serpent gleaming with a faint blue light in the moonlight. The ninth prince has keen perception, the woman said, her voice cool. I am Lu Rian, sent by the third prince to see you off. She paused, glancing at Yuan Tian Gang. But it seems that's no longer necessary. Yang Jingyuan smiled wryly. Third brother is truly persistent. Lu Rian gave him a deep look. You've hidden yourself well, your Highness. A 16-year-old at the peak of the marrow refinement realm. If this news spreads, it will shake the court. So you cannot spread it, Yang Jingyuan said calmly. Lu Rian smiled. Does your Highness want to kill me to silence me? Unfortunately, my only skill is escaping. Her figure flickered, splitting into 3 afterimages darting in different directions. Phantom split technique. A top-tier lightness skill, each afterimage bearing the original's aura, making them hard to distinguish. But Yang Jingyuan merely raised his hand. A copper coin had somehow appeared in his palm. He flicked his finger. The coin shot through the air, silent and invisible. Among the 3 afterimages, the left one suddenly faltered, then dissipated. Lu Rian's true form staggered into view, a bloody hole in her shoulder gushing red. She looked at Yang Jingyuan in horror. How? How did you see through it? A guess, Yang Jingyuan answered. Honestly, Lu Rian. She gritted her teeth, reaching into her bosom for a smoke bomb. Cooperate. Yang Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, Lu Rian said. The third prince says that if you help him ascend the throne, he will grant you the title of King of Zhenbei Hereditary. Yang Jingyuan walked over and looked at her. Third brother didn't send you just to kill me, did he? Lu Rian was silent for a moment, then sighed. Your Highness sees clearly. The third prince wishes to cooperate with you. Cooperate. Yang Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, Lu Rian said. The third prince says that if you help him ascend the throne, he will grant you the title of King of Zhenbei Hereditary and perpetual to guard the northern border forever. And rehabilitate the Marquis of Zhenbei. Yang Jingyuan smiled. His smile was cold. Thank third brother for his kindness, he said slowly. But I will walk my own path. I will reclaim my grandfather's honor myself. He waved his hand. Uncle Yuan, see Miss Lu off. Lu Rian's face changed. Your Highness, I can serve you. I know many of the third prince's secrets. No need, Yang Jingyuan said, turning away. I'll uncover the secrets myself. Yuan Tiangang's palm emitted a slight burst of inner strength. Lu Rian collapsed softly, her breath ceasing. Yang Jingyuan looked at her body for a moment in silence. Bury her with honor. At dawn the convoy set out onto the plank road of the soul-severing cliff. After a night of slaughter, though weary, everyone's spirits were remarkably high. Because they had seen hope. A 16-year-old master at the peak of the marrow refinement realm, as they believed, an unfathomable old senior though now crippled. His experience remained, and 30 newly recruited wolf court warriors. Such a lineup, while not enough to contend for the world, was more than sufficient to establish a foothold in Yiling Prefecture. Inside the carriage, Yang Jingyuan sat with his eyes closed, regulating his breath. Yuan Tiangang's voice entered his ears. Master, the third prince's people have been dealt with. But this old servant senses there are still eyes in the shadows. I know. Yang Jingyuan opened his eyes. Is it the Empress people or the first princes? Not quite, Yuan Tiangang mused. The aura is very peculiar. Fade as if from the palace. The palace? Yang Jingyuan's heart stirred. Leave them for now, he said. As long as they don't act, let them watch. The convoy slowly crossed the soul-severing cliff. The plank road was treacherous, with a bottomless abyss shrouded in swirling clouds below. Midway across, Yang Jingyuan suddenly felt a premonition. He lifted the carriage curtain and looked at a spot on the cliff wall. There a figure clung to the rock, like a gecko entirely wrapped in a black robe, only a pair of eyes visible. Those eyes were quietly watching him. Their gazes met. The black-robed figure nodded slightly, then vanished into the mist with a flicker. Yang Jingyuan frowned slightly. Who was that person? Why did he feel a sense of familiarity? He shook his head and let the curtain fall. Whoever it was, now was not the time to investigate. The urgent task was to reach Yiling Prefecture as quickly as possible. That was where his true starting point lay. As the convoy emerged from the soul-severing cliff, the morning sun rose. Golden light bathed them, its warmth dispelling the chill. Yang Jingyuan looked back toward the imperial city. The journey had been fraught with blood and storm. But he had made it through. And he had gained much. 80 loyal guards, 30 wolf court warriors, and an identity as a marrow refinement realm peak expert. Though this identity was a facade, it was enough to intimidate many. Yiling, he murmured to himself. I'm coming. The carriage rolled into the sunrise, heading north with unwavering resolve. 16 years in the deep palace, the hidden dragon had finally emerged. At dusk on the 6th day, the setting sun dyed the clouds at the horizon a bloody crimson. The convoy had left the boundary marker of Yiling Prefecture 2 days ago, and had encountered no further ambushes along the way. Yet this eerie calm only tightened everyone's nerves. After the consecutive bloody battles of the previous days, no one was naive enough to believe the enemy had simply given up. Zhao Quan rode at the very front, his eyes scanning the surrounding terrain like a hawk. Ahead, 2 gray-black mountains lay crouched like slumbering dragons, with a narrow official road sandwiched between them. The vegetation on the slopes was sparse, the exposed rocks gleaming with a rust like dark red under the setting sun. Dragon Burial Slope. Zhao Quan murmured the name, his right hand unconsciously tightening around his saber hilt. Captain, what's the story with this place? Asked a young personal guard beside him. Zhao Quan was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice. It's the place where a true dragon of the previous dynasty fell. The feng shui is extremely inauspicious. In the last 100 years, 7 armies were ambushed here, and not a single soul survived. He glanced back at Yang Jingyuan's carriage and continued. 30 years ago, the Prince of Jinan led 3,000 elites into an ambush here, only 13 escaped. 15 years ago, a convoy escorting 100,000 in military payroll vanished here, without a trace. No bodies, no survivors. The young guard's face paled. But we have to go through, Zhao Quan said, his voice firm. Going around Dragon Burial Slope would add 7 days, and we'd have to cross Ghost Wailing Forest. That place is even more sinister than this. The convoy slowly entered the long slope. The Tinley official road twisted like a serpent, flanked by steep cliffs and jagged rocks. The last rays of sunlight were blocked by the mountains, and shadows flooded the slope like a tide. The chill intensified abruptly. It wasn't the cold of the weather, but the cold of killing intent. Inside the carriage, Yang Jingyuan sat with his eyes closed. The blood and chi of a late-stage dragon elephant realm surged within him, like magma, each circulation causing a faint hum in his bones and tendons. Suppressed by the art of cheek concealment, this sound still slightly distorted the air within 3 feet. 11 years. From the age of 5, when he watched the bodies of the 2 guards Xiao and Qian before the side palace gate to today standing before Dragon Burial Slope. 11 years of endurance, 11 years of disguise, 11 years of lying low. Enough. He slowly opened his eyes. A glint of golden light flashed in his pupils and vanished. My lord! Yuan Tiangang's voice entered his ear through a special vibration. 5 li ahead, the killing intent has condensed into substance. At least 500 men. Cultivation level 1 at the Dragon Elephant Realm Midstage, 4 at the Thunderclap Realm Peak, 20 at the Jade Marrow Realm, 200 at the Golden Sinew Realm, 200 crossbowmen. All death warriors. A cold sharp arc curled at the corner of Yang Jindyuan's mouth. Empress, you truly have emptied your coffers. As a secret death warrior organization the Empress had cultivated for decades, such a lineup must be her entire fortune. A midstage Dragon Elephant Realm Master, 4 Peak Thunderclap Realm Elders, 20 elite Jade Marrow Realm Warriors. Such force was enough to annihilate an army of 10,000. And now it was all being used to kill him, a waste of a prince. Truly, an honor. Marshal Yuan, Yang Jingyuan said softly, leave the master to you. As for the rest, he'll handle them. Yuan Tiangang's hunched back straightened slightly. My lord intends to make a move, since we've left Yang Prefecture. Yang Jingyuan looked at the deepening night outside the window. There's no need to hide any longer. He paused, then added, but the news must not reach the capital. No one is to be left alive. A sharp glint flashed in Yuan Tiangang's eyes. This old servant understands. As the last ray of daylight vanished, the convoy reached the middle section of Dragon Burial Slope. This was the narrowest point with cliffs on both sides that looked as if they had been cleaved by a blade less than 10 zhang apart. Even the sliver of sky above was swallowed by the twilight, plunging the entire slope into darkness. Halt! Zhao Quan suddenly barked. The convoy ground to a halt. All the personal guards gripped their weapons simultaneously. They too could feel it. Killing intent. A killing intent so thick it had almost congealed into substance, surging from all directions, flooding the entire convoy like a tide. Form ranks. Shield wall. Zhao Quan roared, drawing his saber. 80 personal guards swiftly formed a circular formation, shields at the front, spears behind, crossbows drawn. 30 wolf court warriors scattered with their wolves, the massive beasts snarling with bared fangs, their scarlet eyes flickering like ghost fire in the gloom. Silence. A deathly silence. Even the wind had stopped. Then, whoosh 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 whoosh. The sound of projectiles breaking the air came down like a torrential downpour. Not from the sides, not from the front or rear, but from above. From the ground. From the rocks. From the very air itself. Hundreds of crossbow bolts shot out from impossible angles, the shafts a ghostly blue tracing lethal trajectories in the dim light. Shields up! Zhao Quan screamed. Clang, 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 clang. The bolts slammed into the shield, sparks flying. But some still found gaps in the formation. 3 guards screamed and fell, their wounds instantly turning black and festering. Poisoned arrows. A touch of blood meant death. It's the Shadow Pavilion's Ghost Shadow Arrow Formation! An old veteran cried out in terror. They've set everyone! Before his words, faded shadows emerged from the withered grass from behind rocks from the cliffs, like phantoms. 500 black-clad death warriors. Silent and soundless as if crawling out of hell. They stood in neat ranks, their auras cold and murderous, each wearing an iron-black mask revealing only a pair of icy eyes. At the very front stood 5 figures. The leader, clad in dark gold-embroidered black robes and a bronze ghost mask, was tall and imposing. With every step he took he left inch-deep footprints in the ground. Midstage Dragon Elephant Realm. The Pavilion Master of Shadow Pavilion. Behind him 4 gray-robed elders stood shoulder to shoulder, their auras pressing down like 4 great mountains, making it hard to breathe. Peak Thunderclap Realm. Further back 20 elite Jade Marrow Realm warriors stood in a line, their weapons gleaming with a cold light. 200 Golden Sinew Realm Death warriors formed an iron-height encirclement. 200 crossbowmen occupied every high vantage point, their bowstrings drawn taut, the blue-winged arrowheads locked onto every corner of the convoy. A killing trap. A true deployment of all their forces. Zhao Quan and his guards were ashen-faced. Against such a lineup, let alone their 80-odd men, even 8,000 elite troops would be ground to dust. Secluded Prince Yang Jingyuan. The Shadow Pavilion Master spoke, his voice hoarse, like the scraping of sandpaper. "By order of Her Majesty the Empress, I am to take your head." His gaze swept over the convoy, finally landing on the hunched-over Yuan Tiangang sitting on the carriage shaft. A flicker of contempt passed through his eyes. "So you're that old subordinate of the Marquis of Jinbei. I've heard of you. At the Battle of Blackwind Ridge you exhausted your lifelong cultivation to impart your power to Yang Jingyuan. Now you're nothing but a cripple," he sneered. "Loyal to the end, I suppose. A pity that today you'll die alongside him." Yuan Tiangang slowly raised his head. A faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of light flickered in his murky, aged eyes, but it quickly faded, leaving him looking like a man on his last legs. He let out a few difficult coughs, his voice raspy. "This old servant, indeed, has lost all his power. But protecting His Highness is this old servant's duty." Before he could finish, he fell into a violent fit of coughing, his entire frame hunched even further. Seeing this, the last shred of doubt in the Shadow Pavilion Master's heart vanished. The intelligence was correct. This old man was indeed useless. Then, he turned his gaze to Yang Jingyuan, his killing intent boiling over. "I heard you broke through at Blackwind Ridge, going from a waste to a peak Jade Marrow realm in a single night. A martial arts prodigy, I suppose. What a pity that you'll meet your end here today." As his words fell, a terrifying pressure erupted. The aura of a mid-stage dragon elephant realm swept out, like a tsunami, cracking the ground and levitating debris within 100 zhang. The guards felt as if a heavy hammer had struck their chests. The weaker ones were bleeding from all 7 orifices, collapsing limply to the ground. "Kneel!" the Pavilion Master bellowed. The sound wave struck like a physical force, sending 30 wolf court warriors and their wolves flying backward to smash heavily against the rock face. Only Zhao Quan and a dozen or so Iron Bone Realm guards remained standing, but even they were trembling, on the verge of falling to their knees. This was the Dragon Elephant Realm, the pinnacle of martial arts, where one man could stand against 10,000. Yet, a soft laugh drifted out from within the carriage. It was very light, yet it eerily pierced through the Dragon Elephant pressure, reaching everyone's ears with perfect clarity. The carriage curtain was pushed aside by a hand. Yang Jingyuan stepped down slowly. He was still wearing that same washed-out white royal robe. His frame was thin, his complexion pale, and in the dim light, he looked frail and delicate. But the strange thing was, the Dragon Elephant pressure, powerful enough to crush an Iron Bone Realm cultivator, washed over him like a gentle breeze, not even stirring a single strand of his hair. The Shadow Pavilion Master's pupils contracted sharply. Something was wrong. "Are you the Shadow Pavilion Master?" Yang Jingyuan asked in a timid voice, his tone trembling with fear. "A mid-stage Dragon Elephant Realm. So formidable." He said this with such earnestness, coupled with his frightened expression, that anyone who saw him would believe he was a terrified, useless prince. But alarm bells were ringing in the Pavilion Master's heart. His pressure was something even a peak Thunderclap Realm expert had to resist with all their might. Yet this breath. "Stop your tricks!" The Pavilion Master snorted, wasting no more words. He raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. "Kill!" The 4 Thunderclap Realm elders struck simultaneously. 4 figures shot out like specters, their palm strikes, fist, 4 sword chi and blade light weaving together into a net of death that sealed off all of Yang Jingyuan's escape routes. This single strike would be enough to kill even a fellow Thunderclap Realm cultivator instantly. Yet just as the attacks were about to land, Yang Jingyuan suddenly slipped, his whole body stumbling forward. The stumble was utterly graceless, clumsy in the extreme. Yet it passed precisely through the gaps between the 4 attacks. The 4 elders were stunned for a moment, about to change their moves. A hunched figure had somehow already placed itself before Yang Jingyuan. Yuan Tiangang slowly straightened his back. He was still wearing that same ragged coachman's clothes, his face etched with deep wrinkles, but his eyes, they blazed with the light of stars. "This old servant may have lost all his power." His voice was still hoarse. "But protecting His Highness, I still have one battle left in me." As he finished speaking, he raised his withered hand to meet the attacks of the 4 elders. His movements were slow, as if he were truly at the end of his strength. Contempt flickered in the eyes of the 4 elders. A decrepit old man, who had lost all his power, dared to block their path, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet just as the attacks were about to make contact, a faint golden light bloomed in the center of Yuan Tiangang's palm. It wasn't inner energy. It was the power of blood and qi. Pure physical strength. Boom! The combined attack of the four Thunderclap Realm Elders was shattered by a single palm strike. The shockwave reversed, sending all four flying backward, spitting blood into the air. Impossible! The Shadow Pavilion Master cried out in shock. You? Haven't you lost all your power? Yuan Tiangang slowly withdrew his hand, coughing a few times. My power is indeed gone. But this old servant cultivated the dragon elephant suppressing hell art of the Marquis of Zenbai's lineage. This technique tempers the physical body. Even if my inner energy is completely depleted, my physical strength remains at 30%. He paused, then added, It's enough to deal with a few Thunderclap Realm cultivators. This statement was half-truth, half-lie. He had indeed cultivated the dragon elephant suppressing hell art, and his physical body was indeed formidable. But his complete loss of power was a disguise. 3 days ago, at the Battle of Blackwind Ridge, he had deliberately put on a show of imparting his power to fool Sun Ming and the others into believing he had crippled himself. When those men escaped, they naturally spread this intelligence. The Shadow Pavilion Master had received this very false intelligence. And now, this mistake would cost him his life. Fine! Fine, you old dog of the Marquis of Jinbei. The Pavilion Master gnashed his teeth. Even if you still have 30% of your physical strength, you will die today. He hesitated no longer and attacked personally. His mid-stage dragon elephant realm aura exploded fully as he struck a palm at Yuan Tiangang. Yuan Tiangang struggled to raise his own palm to meet it. Boom! The two palms collided, sending shockwaves rolling outward. Yuan Tiangang let out a grunt of pain, stumbling back 3 steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He appeared to be on the losing end. The Pavilion Master's heart steadied, just as he thought this old man was running on fumes. Full force! Kill this old bastard first! He roared. The 4 Thunderclap Realm Elders regrouped, and the 20 Jade Marrow Realm Elites surged forward simultaneously. Yuan Tiangang gritted his teeth and fended them off, looking as if he were in dire straits. And Yang Jingyuan had been forgotten at the edge of the battlefield. Everyone believed that this prince, who had luckily broken through to the peak Jade Marrow realm, was nothing more than a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the presence of true dragon elephant and Thunderclap Realm Masters. Until Yang Jingyuan slowly took a step forward. A very light step. As his foot touched the ground, he lifted his head. In his eyes, the cowardice he had feigned for 11 years melted away like ice and snow. What replaced it was an abyss of unfathomable cold. At the bottom of that abyss, raging flames churned. Yang Jingyuan said softly, Do you know? I'm tired of pretending. The moment the words fell, heaven and earth fell silent. Not true silence, but every sound. The wind's whisper, the ragged breaths, the clash of blades, even Yuan Tiangong's muffled grunts, as he struggled desperately in the distance, was instantly drowned beneath another sound. A heartbeat. Heavy. Slow. Like the thunderous beat of an ancient war drum. Boom! 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 Each pulse sent faint tremors rippling across the ground. Each pulse churned the blood and chi of every martial cultivator present, threatening to rupture their meridians. For elder masters of the Thunderclap realm poised to surround Yuan Tiangong whirled, as one eye is wide, with horror fixed upon Yang Jingyuan. The source of this heartbeat was that Jade Marrow realm peak prince. The Shadow Pavilion's Pavilion Master also snapped his head around, shock and disbelief flashing across his gaze. Yang Jingyuan did not glance at anyone. He simply took his second step forward. This time, not stumbling, not flustered, but steady, immovable as a mountain. As his foot struck the earth, crack, 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 from the point of impact, spiderweb fractures exploded across the bluestone Imperial Road. The fissures writhed like living things, surging outward. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 100 zhang, until in the blink of an eye they engulfed the entire 10-long slope. Roar! The ground heaved violently, boulders tumbled from the flanking cliffs, dust and smoke billowing skyward. 500 black-robed death soldiers staggered, toppling over one another, their formation shattered. What is this? The Pavilion Master's pupils contracted sharply. Yang Jingyuan took his third step. This step landed upon empty air. Behind him, roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens. 100-on golden dragon phantom materialized out of thin air, its serpentine body coiling like a mountain range, each scale forged of molten gold blazing brilliantly against the night. Its eyes burned like sun and moon gazing down upon mortals with divine authority. What? An elephant's trumpet shook the earth. Likewise 100 Zhang white jade celestial elephant phantom coalesced, its trunk raised high, its 4 pillars like legs trembling the very void with every step. Its body gleamed pure as snow yet radiated the primordial aura of a realm that suppressed the 9 netherworlds. Dragon and elephant manifested together. The ultimate omen of dragon-elephant realm perfection. No, impossible! The pavilion master shrieked, voice cracking with disbelief. 100 Zhang solidified dragon-elephant phantoms. This is dragon-elephant realm late stage. A 16-year-old at late stage. His mind went utterly blank. Intelligence was wrong. Utterly wrong. Jade Marrow realm peak. Force breakthrough via spiritual infusion. Lucky ascension. All lies. This 16-year-old prince was dragon-elephant realm late stage. The pinnacle of martial cultivation. A warrior who could slay thousands alone. False. It must be illusion. One elder master of the thunderclap realm roared, though his trembling voice betrayed his terror. Deceitful sorcery, die. He swung his sword toward Yang Jingyuan, but the blade's chi surged only halfway before shattering and vanishing. Under the overwhelming pressure of true dragon-elephant might, his sword energy could not even approach. Yang Jingyuan finally deigned to look at them. His gaze was cold, detached, as if a deity observing ants. Then, he took his 4th step. This step struck the earth. Boom! A crater 100 zhang in diameter collapsed inward at Yang Jingyuan's feet, not vaporized but pulverized into fine dust by sheer unrelenting inner force. The pit plunged 3 zhang deep soil, heaved at its rim shards of stone, erupting outward like monsoon rain. This was raw physical devastation, the ultimate externalization of dragon-elephant inner force. A shockwave detonated outward, like a tidal wave expanding in a perfect ring across all directions. Solidified chi made manifest. PFFT, 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 PFFT. 8 Jade Marrow Realm cultivators standing closest did not even have time to scream before the shockwave struck them. They burst apart midair like porcelain vases struck by a sledgehammer, bones shattered, organs ruptured, flesh and blood spraying in all directions. Next came the 200 golden sinew realm death soldiers arrayed beyond them. Swept up by the wave, they flew backward, not whole but broken. Shattered. Bones pulverized by inner force, organs crushed by concussive pressure, flesh pierced by flying debris. 200 men exploded simultaneously midair, transforming into a crimson rain of gore that pattered onto the ground, dyeing the Tinley slope a lurid unbroken scarlet. Beyond them stood 200 crossbowmen atop the high ground. Though farthest away, they too could not escape. The shockwave slammed into the cliff face, fracturing it, shards of rock cascading down like a storm. The 200 crossbowmen were crushed, man and weapon alike, into indistinguishable pulp fused with stone, blood, and rock no longer separable. 4 steps. Only 4 steps. 500 elite Shadow Pavilion warriors, 499 dead. Only one remained, the Pavilion Master himself, Dragon-Elephant Realm mid-stage, now spitting blood, as he hurtled backward 100 zhang, crashing headlong into the cliffside, and embedding himself deep within the rock, his bones shattered beyond count. Silence. Graveyard silence. Shao Quan and the surviving personal guards stood frozen mouths agape, wide enough to swallow eggs. Wolf Court warriors knelt trembling uncontrollably, gazing upon Yang Jingyuan, as if beholding a god. Yuan Tiangang slowly straightened, the blood at the corner of his mouth having vanished without a trace. He removed his mask, the one he had secretly donned during their earlier palm-to-palm clash, and dropped to one knee, his voice reverent beyond precedent. Congratulations, Lord! You have achieved dragon-elephant perfection. Yang Jingyuan stood at the center of the great crater, robes billowing, black hair stirring though no wind blew. Slowly, he turned his head toward the Pavilion Master embedded in the cliff. His gaze remained cold, detached, as if a deity observing ants. You? The Pavilion Master struggled to speak, blood bubbling from his lips. You've been pretending all along. 11 years. Yang Jingyuan's voice was calm. Since I was 5, I have worn this mask for 11 years. Why? Why? Yang Jingyuan smiled, a smile icy and sharp. Because when I was 5, I sketched blueprints for improved farming tools, intending to present them to my father the Emperor. The next day, 2 elderly guards, who had served my mother, were tortured to death, and left lying before the side palace gates. He paused. From that day onward I understood, Within this imperial palace, kindness requires strength to protect it. Kindness without strength only brings death, to oneself and to those beside you. Despair flickered in the pavilion master's eyes. At last, he grasped the truth. What he faced was no ordinary opponent, but a monster. A monster who began feigning weakness at 5, endured in silence for 11 years, and reached Dragon Elephant Realm late stage by 16. "The Empress Dowager will not let this pass," he rasped. "Her," Yang Jingyuan replied coolly. "I shall claim her life myself in due time." He raised his hand, fingers curling slightly. Overwhelming inner force, Dragon Elephant Realm late stage, surged forth across the distance, an invisible giant's hand wrenching the pavilion master free from the cliff wall. "As for you, you may die." Yang Jingyuan's fist clenched violently. Crunch! Bone after bone inside the pavilion master's body shattered, from toes upward inch by inch. Leg bones, pelvis, spine, ribs, skull, each snapping like firecrackers in rapid succession. This was the terrifying application of chi penetrating flesh across vast distances. A shriek of agony tore through the night, but lasted only a single breath. In the next instant, inner force erupted from Yang Jingyuan's palm. Pop! The pavilion master's body detonated midair, fragments of bone and gore scattering like rain. Dragon Elephant Realm midstage. Shadow Pavilion Master. Dead. Not a trace remained. Yang Jingyuan lowered his hand, his breathing gradually settling. Behind him, the 100-on golden dragon and white jade celestial elephant phantoms faded, dimming, dissolving, vanishing entirely. He turned, facing the stunned personal guards. Zhao Quan was first to react, kneeling with a heavy thud, his voice trembling yet burning with fervor. "Your Highness's divine might! Your Highness's divine might!" 70 surviving guards dropped to their knees, as one, their voices shaking the mountains and valleys. This time their reverence ran soul deep, the kind that inspires unwavering loyalty unto death. They had witnessed myth. 16 years old Dragon Elephant Realm late stage, 4 steps slaughtering 500, a mere gesture annihilating a Dragon Elephant master. Such a lord deserved their lives in service. Yang Jingyuan helped each of them rise. "What transpired today must not leave this place," he said calmly. "Before I reach Yuling Prefecture, no word of this may reach the capital." He looked toward Yuan Tiangong. "General, you ought to erase all traces. Body's blood, battle residue, remove everything. Also dispatch the Yulings to seal off 100 li radius, intercept every messenger, every homing bird, every secret transmission spell that might carry news." "Yes." Yuan Tiangong bowed and vanished in a blur. Moments later, dozens of black-clad figures darted from the caravan, ghost-like, into the night, undercover Yulings disguised as coachmen and guards. They began cleansing the battlefield. Corpses were cast into the deep crater, doused with oil, and reduced to ash. Bloodstains were washed away with special powders, dissolving instantly. Fractured cliff faces were artfully concealed, every sign of combat meticulously erased. Within half an hour, Zonglong Slope had regained its original appearance. Had it not been for the 100-on crater, impossible to fully conceal, no one would suspect that a cataclysmic massacre had just unfolded here. Yang Jingyuan returned to his carriage and closed his eyes to meditate. Those 4 steps, deceptively effortless, had consumed 30% of his inner force. Even with his profound foundation, the full power of Dragon Elephant Realm late stage demanded time to recover. Yet, it was worth it. He opened his eyes, their golden light flaring once, then fading. From this day forward, the label Useless Prince would vanish forever. In its place would rise Prince Yu of Yuling, Yang Jingyuan, a 16-year-old Dragon Elephant Realm late stage master, a figure capable of making the entire Great Xia Empire tremble. And this was merely the beginning. Deep within his mind, a system notification chimed. Alert. Host has publicly demonstrated strength, initiating the path of hegemony. Annual sign-in rewards granted ahead of schedule. Granted Yuling Prefecture people's loyalty talisman upon use. Native goodwill of Yuling's populace increases by 50 for 3 months, facilitating natural allegiance and acceptance. Granted Dragon Elephant subjugation art, 7th layer corresponding to the blood-kindling realm, the new tier beyond mortal martial perfection. Chi surges, like molten lava, igniting the flame of life itself, overflowing blood, and chi manifest as towering plumes of yangfire, fiercely repelling Yin and malevolent forces. Granted decree of 3,000 dark-armored legionaries activates upon arrival in Yuling Prefecture. Summons 3,000 elite Iron Bone Realm warriors clad in dark iron armor, armed with formation-shattering spears and divine arm crossbows. Yang Jingyuan paused, faintly startled. Annual sign-in rewards, granted early. And these rewards? The people's loyalty talisman would secure Yuling's hearts, the very thing he needed most right now. The 7th layer of the Dragon Elephant subjugation art, the blood-kindling realm, was the key to transcending mortal martial limits. Qi surging like molten lava, igniting the flame of life, manifesting as yang fire plumes, pure, fierce, and impervious to incorruption. Though still rooted in the martial path, it brushed against the threshold of a higher realm. The decree of 3,000 dark-armored legionaries, that was the true treasure. Ironbone realm elites, dark iron armor formation, shattering spears, divine arm crossbows. Such a force rivaled even the Great Xiao's most elite Imperial Guard. The decree of 3,000 dark-armored legionaries, that was the true treasure. Ironbone realm elites, dark iron armor formation, shattering spears, divine. The cold mechanical voice carried, rarely, a subtle warmth. A faint smile touched Yang Jingyuan's lips. He lifted the carriage curtain and gazed northward. Night was deep, stars dimmed. Yet in his eyes, the path ahead blazed with light. On the 7th day at the hour of Z, 30 li north of Dragon Burial Slope in a secluded valley, the convoy halted here to rest. By the campfire, the personal guards silently wiped their weapons and dressed their wounds. After the day's horrifying massacre, everyone remained immersed in shock, speechless. Zhao Quan finished counting the survivors, his eyes rimmed with red. 300 personal guards had set out, now only 70 remained. Of 80 attendants, only 19 were left. In just 6 days, more than half had fallen. Your Highness. Zhao Quan knelt before the carriage. This general has failed. The carriage curtain was lifted, and Yang Jingyuan stepped out. He had changed into a black martial outfit, with a belt at his waist, and his long hair simply tied up. Though he still bore the youthful face, his demeanor was utterly transformed. No longer the timid, worthless prince, but a true sovereign. It is not your fault, Yang Jingyuan said, helping Zhao Quan to his feet. The enemy was too ruthless. He looked at the survivors around the campfire, his voice clear and reaching every ear. These 6 days we have lost many brothers. Their blood will not be shed in vain. From this day forward you are my true foundation. Upon arriving at Yuling, all survivors shall be promoted 3 ranks, rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver, and granted 100 mu of farmland. He paused and added, the compensation for the fallen shall be paid tenfold. Their family shall be supported by the princely estate for life. As his words fell, the survivors' eyes welled with tears. Tenfold compensation. Lifetime support. How many masters throughout history had done the same? We swear to follow the prince to the death. The crowd knelt in unison, their voices choked with emotion yet resolute. Yang Jingyuan nodded and turned to Yuan Tiangong. Marshal Yuan, how is the information blockade? Yuan Tiangong bowed. It has been taken care of. All traces at Dragon Burial Slope have been erased. The pit has been camouflaged with rocks and vegetation. It will not be discovered in the short term. Also, he continued, the badgemen have sealed off the surrounding 100 li. 17 messenger interceptors have been killed, 9 messenger birds shot down, and 3 secret communication spells disrupted. At the very least, within 5 days, the capital will not receive accurate news. Yang Jingyuan pondered. 5 days. That's enough. From Dragon Burial Slope to the border of Yuling Prefecture, a full-speed march takes only 4 days. Rest assured, my lord, Yuan Tiangong said. This old servant has already arranged for the badgemen to set up decoys and spread false information along the route. Meanwhile, Duan Chengtian is personally leading a team to clear out any potential spies ahead. Yang Jingyuan gave a slight nod. He trusted the badgemen's work. In that case, he looked northward. We travel through the night. Full speed ahead. We must enter Yuling territory within 4 days. Yes. The convoy reassembled, extinguished the campfires, and sped onward through the night. Without torches, without a sound, all men wrapped their horses' hooves and their wheels in leather, moving like a ghost through the wilderness. Yang Jingyuan sat alone in the carriage, eyes closed, regulating his breath. Yet in his mind the detailed information of the system reward surfaced. Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Art 7th layer. This art has 18 layers. The first 6 correspond to the 6 mortal martial realms. The 7th layer begins to transcend mortal limits, stepping into the blood-burn realm. Cultivating to the 7th layer causes the blood and qi to boil like molten lava, igniting the flame of life's essence. The blood and chi permeate the body, transforming into a scorching beacon of yang energy, intense and blazing, capable of suppressing all evil techniques, poisons, and ice. Attribute inner force. The blood-burn realm. Yang Jingyuan focused his mind and began circulating his blood and chi according to the 7th layers technique. In an instant the blood and chi within him erupted like a volcano. What was once a vast river of blood and chi now transformed into scorching molten lava, surging and roaring through his meridians. With each cycle his bones and sinews emitted thunderous cracks. A faint reddish glow spread across his skin. The temperature within 3 feet of him rose sharply, distorting the air with heat. Even more wondrously, Yang Jingyuan could feel his life force being ignited, not consuming life, but converting the essence of life into pure, more formidable power. The blood and chi permeated his body, faintly coalescing 3 feet above his head into a wisp of pale red scorching current. Though faint, it radiated searing heat. This was the beacon of blood and chi. Though not yet fully formed, it already possessed the property of suppressing yin and evil. If a martial artist practicing cold or poison techniques were to approach now, their strength would be suppressed by at least 3 tons. After an unknown time, Yang Jingyuan slowly opened his eyes. A golden light was restrained within his gaze, but upon closer inspection a faint wisp of blood flame burned deep in his pupils. That was the initial sign of the blood-burn realm. So this is the view beyond the peak of mortal martial arts, he murmured to himself, feeling the surging molten blood and chi within. With my current strength, if I were to face the Shadow Pavilion Master again, one move would suffice. Even faintly he felt he had touched an invisible barrier. That was the ultimate barrier of mortal martial arts. Once broken, he would truly step into the blood-burn realm, becoming a being beyond the dragon-elephant realm. Soon, Yang Jingyuan murmured. Give me a little more time. Meanwhile, at the same time, in the Phoenix Ceremony Palace of the Imperial City, candlelight flickered. Empress Zhang sat alone before her mirror, gazing at her still beautiful yet weary face, her fingers tapping unconsciously on the table. It had been 7 days now. From Dragon Burial Slope. Still no news. This was abnormal. The Shadow Pavilion acted swiftly. From the moment the master personally led the team out, it was but a day's journey to Dragon Burial Slope. According to plan, the deed should have been done last night, with news arriving by this morning at the latest. But now, complete silence. Li Dequan, the Empress spoke. This old servant is here. Li Dequan emerged from the shadows, bowing. Still no news. Reporting to your majesty. None. Li Dequan's forehead beaded with sweat. This old servant has already dispatched 3 waves of scouts, all vanished without a trace. The Empress' fingers paused. Vanished without a trace. 500 elite of the Shadow Pavilion plus the master himself at the mid-dragon elephant realm. Even against an army of 10,000 there should have been some sign. How could there be no news at all? Unless... Send more. The Empress said, her voice icy. Deploy the blood crows. I want to know what happened to Dragon Burial Slope within a day. Li Dequan shuddered. Your Majesty, the blood crows are a secret communication system personally overseen by His Majesty. If we mobilize them... I said send more. The Empress interrupted sharply. Whatever the consequences, I will bear them. Yes. Li Dequan bowed and withdrew. The Empress sat alone before her mirror, looking at the bloodshot eyes in her reflection, and suddenly felt a pang of dread. She recalled the eyes of the imperial noble consort before her death. Calm yet deep as a cold abyss. You honor. Live on. Those words seemed to echo in her ears again. Live. The Empress sneered. Let me see how you manage that. At the Prince of Qin's residence, the eldest Prince Yang Jinglong listened to the spy's report, his brow furrowed. No news from Dragon Burial Slope. Yes. When our men arrived, they only saw some traces of battle, but no bodies, no blood, not even weapon fragments. The spy said in a low voice. It's as if that battle never happened. Yang Jinglong mused. What about the 9th Prince's convoy? It has already left Dragon Burial Slope and is speeding north. Our men tried to follow, but lost them. Lost them. Yang Jinglong's eyes flashed. How could a mere convoy shake off my elite scouts? Your Highness. The spy hesitated. There may be a master among the convoy. Our men said that when they chased to a certain valley, they suddenly lost their way and wandered for an entire night before getting out. When they searched again, the convoy had vanished. Yang Jinglong was silent for a long time. Continue investigating, he said slowly. Also, send word to our people in the northern border. Once they find the ninth prince's trail, report immediately. Remember, do not engage, only observe. Yes. At the Prince of Jin's residence, the second prince Yang Jingyan slammed his fist on the table, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Lost them. A bunch of incompetents, the strategist said in a low voice. Calm yourself, your highness. The ninth prince likely has more than just Yuan Tian gang by his side to so cleanly erase all traces of battle and shake off every pair of eyes. This is no ordinary force. Yang Jingyan calmed down and pondered. Are you suggesting the old subordinates of the northern pacifying marquis? Very likely, the strategist said. Though the northern pacifying marquis is dead, his old subordinates are scattered throughout the northern border army. Many are men of exceptional ability. If these people are secretly protecting the ninth prince, then the ninth prince cannot be allowed to live. Yang Jingyan said, his eyes glinting coldly. Send word to our people in the northern border army. Once they find the ninth prince, kill him at all costs. Your highness, what about the eldest prince? Never mind him. Yang Jingyan sneered. The eldest wants to sit back and watch the tigers fight. It'll show him what thunderous methods truly are. At the Prince of Chu's residence, the third prince Yang Jingrui, the Empress' own son, wore a face as dark as water. The entire shadow pavilion deployed, and not a word. The teacup in his hand shattered with a crack, spilling tea all over him. Incompetence. A bunch of incompetents, the strategist said cautiously. Calm yourself, your highness. This is suspicious. Our men at Dragon Burial Slope also report finding no traces. It's as if the 500 of the Shadow Pavilion vanished into thin air. Vanished into thin air. Yang Jingrui sneered. 500 living people, including a mid-Dragon Elephant Realm Master, vanish into thin air. Someone must have tampered with things. He stood up and paced the hall. This time his mother had likely kicked an iron wall. The ninth prince, that worthless younger brother he had never regarded, had actually made the entire Shadow Pavilion return empty-handed. No, not empty-handed. They were utterly annihilated without even a message getting through. What kind of power was this? Your highness, what should we do next? Send people to Yuling. Yang Jingrui's eyes glinted coldly. Isn't the ninth prince going to Yuling to take up his fief? Tell our people in Yuling. As soon as the ninth prince arrives, strike immediately. He paused, then added, don't use our own people. Find bandits, find Xiongnu, find roving outlaws. In short, I want to see the ninth prince's head before he sets foot in Yuling City. Yes. Yang Jingrui walked to the window and looked north. His mother's enemies were his enemies. Ninth prince, you must die. On the official road the convoy sped, like a ghost. Inside the carriage Yang Jingyuan slowly opened his eyes. Ding. Detected movements from multiple factions. Hidden quest triggered. Overlord of the North quest objective within 1 year. Fully control Yuling Prefecture, win the people's hearts, and establish a foundation. Reward based on completion level. Corresponding rewards will be granted, including, but not limited to, techniques, armies, resources, and special talent. Summons failure penalty none. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yang Jingyuan's mouth. Overlord of the North. Just what I wanted. He lifted the carriage curtain and looked ahead. On the horizon the outline of a majestic fortress city grew clear in the morning light. Above the city gate 2 large characters gleamed under the rising sun. Northern Frontier. Yuling Prefecture was near. Morning light pierced through the clouds, casting its rays upon the towering fortress wall. Jinbei Pass. The foremost of the 13 passes along the northern frontier of the Great Xia, its walls stood 8 zhang high, built from black ironstone. Weathered by a century of wind and frost, the surface was scarred with the marks of blades and axes. The eaves of the gate tower soared like an eagle's wings, and the plaque bearing the characters Jinbei hung at its center, glowing with a dull golden light beneath the morning sun. It was inscribed 30 years ago by Yang Jingyuan's grandfather, the Marquis of Jinbei Lin Pijuan, with his own hand. The convoy halted 3 li from the pass. Xiao Quan spurred his horse forward, gazing at the imposing fortress with a grave expression. Your Highness, the defending general of Jinbei Pass, Guan Jinhai, is the Empress' cousin. He stands at the peak of the Thunderclap realm, has commanded this pass for 12 years, and his 3,000 border troops are all elite. This man is extremely overbearing. He once publicly flogged a 4th-rank civil official, and even dared to detain the Ministry of War's official documents for 3 days. Inside the carriage Yang Jingyuan slowly opened his eyes. The wind whistled through the cracks in the carriage window carrying distant sounds, the grating of the portcullis chains, the shifting footsteps of sentries on the wall, the mechanical creak of crossbows being adjusted in the hidden bastions. The air was thick with the smell of rust sweat, and horse manure mingled with a faint elusive trace of blood. 500 soldiers lie in ambush within the pass hidden in the stables behind the barracks. Yang Jinjiwan's voice was calm. 36 hidden bastion crossbows, their bolts coated with black viper venom. As for Guan Jinhai himself, at the peak of the thunderclap realm his chi flow stagnates at the Shanzhong acupoint, an old injury that hasn't healed. Of his 7 deputy generals 3 are in the Jade Marrow realm, and 4 are at the peak of the Golden Sinew realm. Xiao Quan was stunned. How could the prince know even the details of his opponent's internal injuries? Yang Jingyuan offered no explanation, merely stating flatly, the covert agents Master Jia placed 3 years ago will act today. Proceed according to the plan. 3 years prior, Jia Xu, the right vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel, had planted agents throughout the northern passes on Yang Jinjiwan's orders. There were 2 agents in Jinbei Pass. First, Lu Laosan, the quartermaster of the armory, 52 years old, of the Iron Bone realm. 8 years ago, when his son was gravely ill, and they had no money for treatment, Jia Xu secretly provided 300 taels of silver. After his son recovered, Lu Laosan knelt and swore an oath of loyalty. Second, Zhang Cheng, a deputy commander of the Scout Battalion, 37 years old, at the midstage of the Golden Sinew realm. 6 years ago, he was falsely accused of embezzlement by a superior and sentenced to death. Jia Xu secretly intervened, had the sentence commuted to exile, and later arranged for his return to the army. Zhang Cheng did not know who was behind it, only that a noble in the capital had saved his entire family's lives. These 2 agents would prove invaluable today. The convoy continued until 1 li from the pass. A long horn blast echoed from the battlements. The heavy gate creaked open, but only a crack wide enough for a single person to pass. A squad of black-armored soldiers filed out, their long halberds gleaming with murderous intent. At their head was none other than Guan Jinhai, the defending general of Jinbei Pass. He was clad in heavy Xian iron armor, his face as sharp as a knife, his eyes as keen as an eagle's, and at his waist hung a 4-foot horseman's saber. His gaze swept over the convoy, finally resting on Yang Jinjiwan's carriage, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Is that His Highness the Prince of Yu who arrives? Guan Zinhai's voice boomed deliberately, carrying across the entire scene. The carriage curtain was drawn aside, and Yang Jingyuan laboriously descended, his face pale, his steps unsteady. Only with the support of 2 personal guards could he barely stand. Yais, it is I, he said in a faint voice. General Guan. I have long heard of your reputation. The contempt in Guan Zinhai's eyes deepened, yet he still clasped his hands in salute. I am Guan Jinhai, at your highness' service. According to the Northern Frontier's military code, all who enter the pass must disarm, remove their armor, and have their convoy's goods inspected one by one to prevent the smuggling of prohibited weaponry or correspondence with the enemy. He paused, his voice suddenly turning harsh. Even a prince is no exception. As he spoke, the black-armored soldiers behind him took a synchronized step forward, their halberds striking the ground in a unified thud, their killing intent palpable. Xiao Quan's face changed. General Guan. This is a prince's procession. According to the Great Xia Code, a prince's entourage is exempt from inspection upon entering the pass. The Northern Frontier's military code supersedes the Great Xia Code. Guan Jinhai sneered. This was decreed by His Majesty himself. What does His Highness the Prince of Yu intend to defy the imperial will? He fixed his gaze on Yang Jingyuan, enunciating each word. Or, does your Highness' carriage truly conceal something that cannot be seen? The atmosphere grew taut. On the city wall, 36 divine-armed repeating crossbows silently swiveled, their bold tips glinting with a deathly icy light in the morning glow. Yang Jingyuan panicked, waving his hands. Gee, General Guan misunderstands. How would I conceal prohibited items? He gritted his teeth and said, since it is the military code, then, let the inspection proceed. A flash of triumph passed through Guan Zinhai's eyes as he waved his hand. Men, disarm them. Dismantle the carriages. Start with that one. He pointed to the carriage carrying his mother's belongings. This general would like to see what fine gifts the noble consort left for His Highness. The black-armored soldiers surged forward like wolves and tigers. Xiao Quan's eyes burned with fury. Those were the late consort's belongings, not to be defiled. Just as the soldiers were about to pull aside the carriage curtain, report. Suddenly the sound of urgent hooves came from within the pass. Deputy Commander Zhang Cheng of the Scout Battalion galloped up dismounted before the gate and knelt on one knee, his voice piercing. General. From Shuofeng Prefecture, 3 pillars of smoke. Urgent report: 3,000 Xiongnu horsemen have crossed the Song River, breached 3 beacon towers, and are heading straight for Jinbei Pass. Guan Zhenhai's face contorted. What? Shuofeng Prefecture lay 300 li east of Jinbei Pass, a region under Huo Qubing's command. If the Xiongnu had truly broken through there, bypassing Shuofeng to strike directly at Jinbei Pass, the consequences would be dire. Almost simultaneously, fire. The armory is on fire. Panic shouts erupted from within the pass as thick black smoke and towering flames rose from the barracks. Quartermaster Lu Laos and came running in panic. General. The oil barrels in the depot somehow exploded, and the fire has spread to the adjacent grain storehouse. Guan Zhenhai whirled around, his eyes flickering with suspicion. The armory fire, the smoke signals from Shuofeng. It was too coincidental. He stared hard at Yang Jingyuan, but saw the useless prince looking on in terror at the smoke, his whole body trembling, as if frightened out of his wits. It didn't seem like an act. Could it really be a coincidence? General Guan. Yang Jingyuan stepped forward urgently, pulling a bronze tiger tally from his bosom. This is the border pass credential General Huo Qubing entrusted to me before his departure. General Huo said that if trouble arose in the north, the bearer of this tally could mobilize the garrison troops at the passes for mutual defense. He presented the tally, his voice sincere. The military situation is critical. If the Xiongnu truly broke through from Shuofeng, Jinbei Pass would bear the brunt of the attack. I beg the general to prepare for battle immediately. Can the inspection be postponed? Guan Zhenhai took the tally. It was cold to the touch, inscribed with the character Shuofeng on the front, and Huo Qubing's personal seal on the back. It was genuine. His expression flickered. Huo Qubing, that monster who rose from a common soldier to a third-rank defending general in 7 years, commanded immense prestige among the northern border troops. Even the emperor would show respect for his token. Besides, what if the Xiongnu really were coming? If he delayed military operations by harassing a prince leading to the fall of Jinbei Pass, not even the Empress could save him. General. The fire has spread to the armor depot. Another soldier reported. Guan Zhenhai gritted his teeth. He looked at Yang Jingyuan's pale face, then at the tiger tally in his hand. Finally he waved his hand decisively. Open the gate. The Prince of Yu's convoy will have a simplified inspection and pass through immediately. He stared at Yang Jingyuan, his voice cold. Your Highness, this general will remember today's events. If in the future it is discovered that your Highness' carriage truly contained prohibited items, I am at the general's disposal, Yang Jingyuan said with a wry smile. The gate swung wide open. The convoy passed through quickly. As they moved under the wall, Yang Jingyuan lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, looking towards a corner of the wall. There a group of ragged refugees was being driven away by soldiers, their cries and shouts mingling with the guards' reprimands. In the crowd a boy of about 6 or 7 clung desperately to a soldier's leg, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Father, don't drive us away. Mother is sick, my little brother is still small, we have nowhere to go. The soldier's face was full of anguish, his eyes redrimmed, but he dared not stop his actions, only whispering hoarsely, Go now. Orders are iron. If you don't leave, the general will kill people. The boy was forcibly pulled away, falling to the ground, his face a mess of dust and tears. The soldier turned away, not daring to look back, his shoulders shaking violently. Yang Jingyuan watched this scene silently. After 3 breaths, he let the curtain fall. The carriage passed through the gate, leaving the cries behind. Inside the carriage, he closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, his face devoid of joy or sorrow. But within his sleeve, the Jinbei sword tassel left by his mother was clutched burning hot. Yuan Tiangang's voice transmitted into his ear through subtle muscle vibrations. Master Zhang Cheng and Lu Laos have acted as planned. The fire is under control, the grain is unharmed. The smoke signals from Shuofeng were forged by Duan Chuntian and 3 of the badge men using special smoke pellets. They will dissipate on their own in half an hour. Clean work. Yang Jingyuan said flatly. Guan Zhenhai will not let this go. He has already planted 3 spies in the convoy, all skilled operatives from the scout battalion. Leave them be. A slight smile played on Yang Jingyuan's lips. Let them watch, let them report. The more they report, the more chaotic things will be for the Empress. He opened his eyes, a glint of gold flashing within them. The two covert agents Master Jia planted 3 years ago. With just one spark today, they put Guanjinhai in a dilemma. This is the art of a strategist. The convoy traveled 10 li beyond the pass, entering the northern frontier wasteland. The sky suddenly darkened, as a north wind whipped up sand and dust, blotting out the sun. Zhao Quan rode up beside the carriage, and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, 50 li ahead lies Seoul's Ever Pass, where the boundary steel of Yuling Prefecture stands. The terrain there is treacherous, with cliffs on both sides like knife blades, and only a narrow path. It is the perfect place for an ambush." Yang Jingyuan pulled aside the carriage curtain and looked northward. Through the wind and sand, 2 dark, menacing mountain shadows were faintly visible, like the fangs of a giant beast biting into the horizon. The echo of the wind in the valley was unusually muffled. The air carried a faint smell of horse manure mixed with sweat and rust, and the subtle creak of bowstrings being drawn taut, more than one of them. "Pass the order," he said, his voice calm. "Full alert. Tonight, we do not stop." "Yes." The convoy accelerated, shooting like an arrow towards that land of death. On the battlements of Jinbei Pass, Guanjinhai gazed into the distance, where the convoy had disappeared, his face dark as water. "General, why did you let them go?" a deputy commander asked, puzzled. "The Empress' secret order." Silence. Guanjinhai barked. He clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. That useless prince, was he truly just a fool? The armory fire happening just as he was about to conduct the inspection. The smoke signals from Shuofeng rising today of all days. And Huo Qubing's tiger tally. It was all too coincidental. Too coincidental to be unnerving. "Send word to Her Majesty," Guanjinhai said slowly. "Tell her that the 9th prince has passed Jinbei Pass, and appears to have a capable person assisting him. Also, there may be trouble in Shuofeng. Advise Her Majesty to make early preparations." "Understood." Guanjinhai turned, looking at the group of refugees, who had already been dispersed below the wall, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Troubled times were coming. The wind was about to rise in this northern frontier. At the first watch of the night, deep within a dense forest 3 li west of Duanhuan Pass, the convoy came to a ghostly halt. All torches extinguished simultaneously, dissolving the entire column into the inky blackness of night. Only fragmented moonlight occasionally pierced the clouds, casting dappled shadows upon the carriage shafts. The Imperial Guards held their breath, even the warhorses wore muzzles. Only the mournful sigh of wine through the treetops remained. Inside the carriage, Yang Jingyuan sat upright, with eyes closed, his fingertips tapping an imperceptibly faint rhythm upon his knees. It was the opening gesture of the pulse-shaking whisper technique, a classified communication method developed by the Imperial Secret Service, transmitting coded messages through resonant vibrations detectable only by those cultivating a specific inner art. Almost instantaneously, 10 Tian gang commanders scattered throughout the convoy received identical orders. "Halt. Await further instruction. All units prepare for combat." 3 long, 2 short chirps of insect song echoed outside the carriage window, a precise prearranged signal. Immediately afterward, a shadow drifted down, like a falling leaf, landing beside the carriage, and kneeling on one knee without a whisper of sound. The figure's shoulder bore an embroidered insignia in muted gold Tiansu. Duan Qingqian, swiftest among the 36 commanders. "My Lord Tiansu, star reports for duty." His voice was hushed, yet each word rang with crystalline clarity, like ice beads striking jade. Yang Jingyuan opened his eyes. Their golden gleam flared once in the darkness and vanished. "Speak." "The killing ground is set within Duanhuan Pass." Duan Chengtian spoke with rapid surgical precision, the instinct forged by years of intelligence work. "According to the latest carrier pigeon report delivered 2 hours ago, 120 Shadow Pavilion remnant assassins occupied the left cliffside, commanded by Ghost Han Yin Song. He stands at mid-tier Lei Yin Realm Master in Jiangnan. He sustained a bone-piercing nail from the Tang sect in his right knee. 3 years ago, during the purification mission in Jiangnan, he sustained a bone-piercing nail from the Tang sect in his right knee. In damp or overcast weather, or when channeling full inner force, this old wound flares with a fleeting searing pain." He paused briefly before continuing. "On the right cliffside, 180 Iron Row guards loyal to the second prince, led by Zhang Heng, peaked your Jin realm. His archery is famed as hitting the bullseye at 100 paces, yet 3 years ago, during a bandit suppression campaign, a stray arrow grazed his left eye, reducing his low-light vision by 30%. The Iron Robe guards carry 180 quivers of armor-piercing bolts, 12 per quiver, fully cocked half an hour ago. Each bolt has been individually numbered. All serials have been recorded for post-battle tracing. At the gorgeous terminus, 300 horsemen of the western region Sand Wolf bandits intermingled with 37 soldiers under Wu, 100 chief of the Xiongnu left wise king. Duan Qingqian's voice grew colder still. Their chieftain Batul cultivates at early stage Yu Sui realm, brutal by nature, given to torturing captives. Wu conceals himself in the 4th rank of the bandit formation, 3rd from the left. Fluent in Han speech, he has infiltrated our territory 7 times, razed 11 villages, and, per Imperial Secret Service archives, slaughtered 427 civilians, while abducting 83 women and children. Moonlight broke through the clouds, just then illuminating Duan Qingqian's expressionless face. All 3 factions have agreed to launch simultaneously upon the signal of a crimson flare arrow. Yet intercepted correspondence from last night reveals a clandestine pact between the Shadow Pavilion and the Iron Rogue Guards. Upon the arrow's release, the Iron Rogue Guards will deliberately delay their volley by 3 heartbeats, forcing the Shadow Pavilion to absorb the first wave of counterfire. Moreover, Wu and Batul have struck a private accord. Upon success, Wu claims all grain stores. Batul alone takes the gold. Yang Jingyuan's gaze hardened, glinting with icy light. Mutual betrayal. How convenient for me. Where is that demon from the Black Sand sect? 3rd cave on the right cliff face, marked by 3 black stones arranged in a triangular formation. Duan Qingqian reported. It was neutralized half an hour ago by General Yuan himself. Recovered 1 corpse toxin censor, 1 secret edict bearing the 3rd prince's sealed banknotes totaling 5,000 taels of gold. The toxin formula has been transcribed and may be entrusted to Tianqiao Star for antidote development. Additionally, his voice lowered, Wu's unit attacked Zhongjia village 20 li away at the first watch last night. 27 villagers were slain, 26 dead, only 1 survivor, a 14-year-old boy who hid in a cellar. The boy now hides in a ruined shack east of Duanhuan Pass, stabbed in the chest, hemorrhaging severely. He likely will not survive the night. A brief silence fell inside the carriage. Only the wind's lament remained, like the weeping of lost souls. Understood. Yang Jingyuan replied, calm yet chilling enough to lower the ambient temperature. Issue orders. Deploy according to Contingency Plan 3. Iron Rogue crossbowmen are assigned to Tianqiao Star, target eyes and trigger fingers. Shadow Pavilion assassins fall to Tianjia Star and others, shatter their 3 celestials and 9 netherworlds formation nodes. As for the bandits and Xiongnu, Wu is to be taken alive. All others are to be eradicated. Yes, my lord. Duan Qingqian's form blurred, then dissolved into the night like smoke. At the 3rd watch, the convoy slowly entered Duanhuan Pass. The narrow gorge permitted only 2 carriages abreast. Sheer cliffs rose, like blades carved by heaven and earth, allowing moonlight to illuminate only a sliver of sky above. The crunch of wheels over gravel echoed through the canyon, each turn sounding like a heartbeat. Xiao Quan rode at the vanguard, palms faintly damp. Though he knew the prince had laid a net of heaven and earth, stepping personally into this death trap sent chills down even the bravest spine. Instinctively, he touched the inner lining of his shield. Before departure, every shield had been reinforced with a layer of water-soaked oxide treated with herbal solution said to reduce penetration from armor-piercing bolts by 30%. One of the Imperial Secret Service's battlefield equipment enhancements. Inside the carriage, Yang Jingyuan's fingertips tapped again. 10 Tian gang commanders instantly received new orders. Let them reveal themselves first. We remain unseen. First, break the bandits. Second, strike down the Iron Rogue Guards. Finally, eradicate the Shadow Pavilion. We must be taken alive. On the left cliffside, Yin Song, the gray-robed magistrate of the Shadow Pavilion, lay prone behind a slate-black boulder, his gaze coiling like a venomous serpent upon the convoy below. His right hand unconsciously massaged his right knee. The gorgeous, heavy humidity had awakened the dull ache of his old wound. Magistrate, they've all entered the gorge. A bronze-badged assassin whispered beside him. Yin Song sneered. Let the Iron Rogue Guards fire first. Let those brutes test how many masters truly guard the 9th prince's side. Remember, Her Majesty the Empress demands swift execution. Seize the target and withdraw immediately, leaving the Iron Rogue Guards and bandits to clean up the aftermath. Yes. On the right cliffside, Zhang Heng, the Iron Rogue commander, squinted with his left eye, a habit born of that old injury. Raising his right hand, he signaled 180 crossbowmen simultaneously knocked their armor-piercing bolts. The sharp metallic click of cocked mechanisms fused into a single tense chorus. Commander, the Shadow Pavilion seems to be waiting for us to act first, his lieutenant murmured. Zhang Heng snorted coldly. The second prince's order is clear. Let the Shadow Pavilion exhaust the ninth prince's protectors first. Once they're spent, we'll finish what remains. Relay this after the flare arrow fires. Hold fire for 3 heartbeats. Claim the bowstrings need adjustment. Yes. At the gorgeous terminus Batul, the bandit chief impatiently stroked the hilt of his curved saber. Beside him stood a burly man with coarse features and a copper ring dangling from his left ear, Wui the Xiongnu 100 chief. His eyes gleamed with avarice. Chief Batul, when the fighting begins, my men charge straight for the black-sheathed central carriage. You take both flanks. Wui leaned in voice low. The third prince says that carriage holds the ninth prince's entire fortune, 5,000 taels of ready silver alone. Batul licked his lips. Wui, our agreement on the gold. Half is already in your pouch. Wui grinned, revealing yellowed crooked teeth. The rest comes upon delivery of the ninth prince's head. I want only grain and women. The gold and jewels are yours. Agreed. At that very moment, a crimson flare arrow tore through the night, detonating overhead in a blinding incandescent burst. Kill! Battle cries erupted from all 3 directions. Per the tripartite agreement, the Shadow Pavilion assassins should have descended first. But Yin Song, wily and calculating, held back by half a beat. He intended to let the iron robe arrow storm pave the way. That hesitation sealed their fate. From the convoy, 30 wolf steps warriors suddenly surged forth. 20 colossal wolves nearly 5 chi tall at the shoulder launched like arrows loosed from bows, not toward the Shadow Pavilion, but directly into the flank of the bandits at the gorge's end. Each wolf wore iron collars around its neck, designed expressly to deflect the Shadow Pavilion's signature throat-locking spikes. What? Batul cried in shock. How did they know we'd attack from here? Wui reacted instantly, leaping backward with a shout. We've been tricked. Retreat. Before the word left his mouth, a gray-furred wolf lunged, jaws wide, aiming straight for his throat. Wui rolled desperately, his saber swept sideways, slashing a deep gash across the wolf's belly, but the beast's claws raked 3 deep bone-exposing gashes across his shoulder. The 20 wolves plunged like 20 razor-edged daggers into the bandit ranks, targeting horse legs exclusively. Warhorses shrieked in terror, rearing wildly, shattering the bandits' assault formation in an instant. Almost simultaneously on the right cliffside, iron row crossbowmen raised their weapons, then erupted in agony. My eyes! My hands! I can't move them! Dozens of needle-thin poison darts flew upward from the convoy, nearly invisible in moonlight, striking with lethal precision eyes and finger joints, the exact points needed to draw a bowstring. Tian Xiao Star stood atop the lead carriage, fingers flicking in rapid succession. Plum blossom storm needles raining down like gale-driven hail, targeting precisely the most vulnerable points of ranged troops. This was the critical weakness exposed in Imperial Secret Service intelligence. Iron robe training emphasized archery to the exclusion of close-quarters defense. Zhang Heng's face paled. Fire! Fire now! But it was too late. 40 of the 180 crossbowmen were disabled in the first volley. The remaining archers fired in panic. Bolts fell, haphazardly, most deflected by the guards' shields. That soaked oxhide lining proved decisive. Bolts piercing the shields lost tremendous force, wounding only 5 men superficially, none critically injured. Only then did the Shadow Pavilion assassins finally descend from the left cliffside. Yin Song cursed inwardly, but pressed forward regardless. 120 black-robed assassins swooped down, like bats, short blades shimmering with eerie blue venom, aimed directly at the convoy's core. Yet the moment their feet struck earth, 7 figures erupted from the convoy. Tianjia star Tian Yu star Tian Kong star Tian Sun star Tianzui star Tian Wei star Tianku star. 7 Yusui realm commanders of the Imperial Secret Service, leaping forth like unsheathed swords, cutting with surgical precision into the weakest seams of the assassins' formation. They know the convergence point of the 3 Celestials' formation, cried a silver-badged magistrate. Tianjia star's long sword flashed like a rainbow, piercing 3 throats in one motion precisely where the formation's kiflo converged. Tian Yu star's twin blades whirled, targeting the assassins' knee joints, the critical weakness in their phantom shadow step footwork. Intelligence in that instant became the sharpest blade of all. Yin Song watched his subordinates fall in waves, and could restrain himself no longer. With a roar he commanded, "Form the 9 Netherworlds formation. Eliminate these black-robed guards first." 9 elite assassins swiftly converged, their chi merging seamlessly, short blades weaving a lethal net aimed directly at Tianjia Star. This was the Shadow Pavilion's ultimate combined technique, 9 Yusui realm assassins capable of challenging even a Peaked Lei realm master. Yet at that very moment, two figures materialized before the formation like phantoms: Tiansu Star Duan Chung Tian and Tian Sha Star. Two Lei realm masters, one to the left, one to the right, sealed off every possible variation of the 9 Netherworlds formation.
Yen Song.
Duan Chung Tian said, voice serene, yet his short blade already shimmered with lethal frost.
Do you recall the taste of the bone-piercing nail in your knee that rainy Jiang and night 3 years ago?
Yin Song's pupils contracted violently.
You know even that. Imperial Secret Service Archives Cabinet Bing Shell 7 Volume 9, your complete operational record.
Tian Sha Star declared, his twin axes humming with gathering wind and thunder.
Your right knee injury causes a split-second lag whenever your inner force flows through the Fengshui acupoint. Today, I strike there.
Before the final syllable faded, both moved. Duan Qingtian's body blurred, his short blade streaked toward Yin Song's throat. Tian Sha Star's twin axes descended like mountains collapsing, blocking every possible retreat. Yin Song roared, unleashing twin palm strikes. The shadow wind palm's force swept across the gorge, flash freezing moss on the cliffs. Yet at the apex of his power, the searing pain ripped through his right knee. His stance faltered ever so slightly. In that single fatal hesitation, Duan Qingtian's blade shifted from thrust to slash, slicing with perfect precision across Yin Song's old wound. Tendon snapped. Bone shattered. Yin Song screamed, collapsing to his knees. Tian Sha Star's axes followed, severing his left arm in one blow, cleaving his chest open in the next.
The Empress will not spare.
Yin Song's eyes bulged, life extinguished. The Shadow Pavilion's strongest commander, slain in 3 moves. The remaining assassins, seeing their leader fall, broke formation in chaos. The 7 commanders pressed the advantage, like tigers entering a flock of sheep. On the right cliffside, Zhang Heng watched the Shadow Pavilion crumble, and knew the tide had turned.
Retreat! Now!
He bellowed. But it was too late.
Rumble, rumble.
A deep thunderous drumbeat of hooves erupted from the gorge's entrance. 200 black-clad, black-armored merchant escorts surged forward like an iron flood, the elite force secretly deployed by Huo Qubing. Veteran border soldiers of Fengzhou. These old warriors appear unremarkable, yet each stands at Ironbone realm, or higher. More terrifying still is the seamless coordination forged by a lifetime of battle. Their leader, well past 50, his face crisscrossed with scars, leveled his spear at the cliff top.
Scum of the ironclad guards! General Huo's order stands: those who betray their lord and forsake loyalty shall be killed without mercy. Leave none alive.
The veteran soldiers surged up the cliff like a tide. In threes, they attacked, spears probing the gaps beneath the ironclad armor at the collar and the neck, precisely the weak points their intelligence had revealed. Zhang Heng fumbled for his blade in panic, only to be met by 3 spears at once. He barely parried 2. The third drove straight into the old wound at his left eye with pinpoint accuracy. A scream rent the night. Zhang Heng collapsed and died. The ironclad guards, leaderless, instantly broke. In the ravine, the horse bandits lay shattered, cut down by the giant wolves and the veteran soldiers. Batuer, bloody from head to foot, swung his curved saber in a frenzy.
Break out! Break out to the east!
But the eastern approach was already guarded by Tian Mingxing and Tian Gongxing, both at the pinnacle of the Jade Marble realm. Tian Mingxing wielded 2 80-gene warhammers, each strike cracked the earth itself. Tian Gongxing's long sword flowed like a dragon, spearing the bandits' throats. Together they cut down every man who tried to force a way through. Amid the chaos, Yue melted into the fleeing ranks and crept toward the mouth of the gorge. He had thought ahead, already changed into the plain garb of a bandit, his face smeared with blood. If he could flee the ravine and reach the narrow path through Yinshan, he would be back in Xiongnu territory. Then he would bring an army and tear that so-called 9th prince to pieces. 30 paces, 2010. The gorge mouth was almost within reach. Joy flashed in Yue's eyes as he quickened his step. But at the instant he was about to burst free, a single figure stood squarely in the mouth of the ravine. Yang Jingyuan wore black hands folded behind his back. The night wind lifted his cloak. The moon drew a long shadow behind him, godlike and terrible. Yue skidded to a halt, holding his saber across his chest.
Stand aside, or die.
Yang Jingyuan regarded him calmly, as one might regard an ant.
Yue, a captain unders with Xian Wang of the Xiongnu, born in the Vulture tribe. Killed his first man at 12, became a 10-man leader at 17, led his first cross-border raid at 23.
According to the dossier, you have razed 11 villages, slaughtered 427 civilians of our daxia, 93 elders, 76 children. You carried off 83 women and children, fewer than 10 survived.
Yue's face drained of color. The hand gripping his saber began to shake.
How? How do you know all this?
Yang Jingyuan stepped forward, each footfall seeming to press upon Yue's heart.
3 days ago, you sacked Zhangjia village, stole 30 shur of seed grain, and 17 head of livestock. Of the village's 27 souls, you personally killed 19, including a 5-year-old girl. She hid in a water jar. You dragged her out and drove your blade through her heart. Rage flared in Yue's eyes, his fear curdling into fury.
So what? You Han are meek as sheep. You deserve slaughter by us wolves. Get out of my way.
He had not finished when his saber lashed forward like a viper, every ounce of his fear and ferocity concentrated in that lightning-fast thrust for Yang Jingyuan's throat. Yang Jingyuan only lifted a hand. His index and middle fingers pinched together, with the casual grace of plucking a flower. The steel-curved saber was trapped between 2 fingers, immovable, as if sealed to the tip. Horrified, Yue yanked with all his strength. The blade felt as if cast into an iron mountain. He forced his internal energy to surge, his face purple with effort, yet the saber would not budge.
You?
Despair finally broke across his eyes. Yang Jingyuan tightened his grip by a hair. With a crisp snapping sound, the saber cleaved in 2. Half the blade clattered to the ground. Yang Jingyuan took 1 step and shot his right hand forward like lightning. 5 fingers closed on Yue's throat like iron pincers. A surge of Dragon Elephant Realm inner force poured through his grip, sealing Yue's meridians in an instant.
I leave you your life, because you are useful yet.
He flung the limp man aside and turned back to the battlefield. Half an instant later, the killing had ceased. 600 ambushers, 594 dead, 6 taken prisoner, including Yue and his 2 aides plus 3 ironclad guard captains. The gorge lay littered with corpses, blood seeping into the soil and gleaming darkly under the moon. Limbs were strewn everywhere. The stench of blood hung thick and pervasive. Zhao Quan led men to swiftly clear the field and tally the casualties.
My lord!
He hurried up, barely containing his disbelief and excitement.
Our forces!
There were no battle deaths among our troops. 3 severely wounded, 19 lightly wounded, all already treated. 5 wolf court warriors lightly wounded, only 1 giant wolf was lost. That gray giant wolf had died defending its master, set upon by 5 assassins of the Shadow Pavilion. Although Tian Mingxing arrived in time to aid it, a poisoned blade pierced its heart. It nudged its master's hand with its head as it fell, and then closed its eyes. Yang Jingyuan was silent for a moment.
Give that wolf a proper burial and erect a stele as for a fallen soldier.
Use the best medicines to save every wounded man. Do everything to bring them back. Pensions and rewards as usual. The fallen wolf is to be compensated at 3 times the value of a warhorse.
Yes.
At that moment, Duan Chengtian came rushing over.
My lord, that youth was found in the east side, severely wounded, I fear.
Yang Jingyuan's gaze sharpened.
Show me the way.
3 li east of Duanhunka lay a concealed hollow in the mountains. Several huts had been half-raised, embers smoldered, thin blue smoke trailing in the night breeze. Outside the huts lay 7 or 8 corpses, a white-haired elder, a disheveled woman, and a child of barely 5 or 6 clutching a half-hard biscuit in small hands. All had been hacked to death, their ends were pitiful. His body lacerated. He was perhaps 14 or 15 rags about him, his body lacerated. The most grievous wound was a blade through his chest deep to the bone. Pale rib showed faintly beneath. Blood had nearly dried. The earth beneath him was stained a dark red. Still he clenched a blood-smeared woodcutter's blade in his hand. His knuckles had gone white from the effort, as if that grip were his last strength. Yang Jingyuan knelt, his fingers touching the boy's throat. The pulse was a thin intermittent thread, like a guttering candle. He fed a trickle of Dragon Elephant Realm inner force into him, guarding his heart conduit. The inner force was warm as spring sunlight, slowly coaxing the boy's dwindling life back. His eyelids fluttered after a long while. He opened his eyes a little. His gaze was unfocused, the pupils wide, yet a beastly ferocity still burned within, a light honed by mortal hatred.
You?
The boy's voice was hoarse as a broken bell. Every word cost him a cough of blood.
You? Are you here to steal our grain? We are government soldiers,
Yang Jingyuan said calmly, slowing his speech.
We have come to kill those bandits.
The boy's ferocity waned, replaced by an ocean of grief. Blood and tears mixed on his face.
3 nights ago.
At night a band of horse thieves burst into the village. They killed on sight, stole every seed from the cellar, and took the beasts from the pens. My father and mother grabbed hoes to fight back. They were hacked down. My sister? They dragged her into the house. My mother threw herself on them and bit at them. She was stabbed through the belly. He coughed, each breath drew blood from his chest. They were not ordinary bandits. They were Xiongnu. I heard them speak their language. The leader could speak Han. He wore a copper ring in his left ear, a scar on his face. He called himself Yue. I remember. I will remember even if I die. Yang Jingyuan looked at the boy and saw as if in a mirror the 11-year-old version of himself standing over the bodies of his guards.
Yue has already been captured by me,
he said. The boy's eyes flew open. He seized Yang Jingyuan's sleeve with the last of his strength, his nails biting into flesh.
Really? Really? I will kill him with my own hands. I will avenge them.
His arm fell limp before he could finish. Breath thin, life ebbing, his pupils began to unfocus. Yang Jingyuan was silent 3 heartbeats, then drew from a concealed pouch a pill the size of a longan. The pill gleamed milky white like jade, and exhaled a faint herbal fragrance. Natural clouded patterns moved across its surface. This was the Sheng Sheng Zhaohua Dan life-reviving pill obtained through his system. It could snatch a life back from death's hand, so long as breath remained. He had secured only 3 in 11 years. Without hesitation he tipped the boy's jaw and placed the pill to his lips. A press of inner force dissolved it. The medicine flowed down his throat. Color returned to the boy's ashen face at a visible pace. The chest wound had not closed, but the bleeding slowed and his breathing steadied. His unfocused pupils found focus again. Weak though he remained, his life had been preserved.
What is your name?
Yang Jingyuan asked. The boy's lips moved. His voice was faint, but it carried a new spark of life.
They called me Gua in the village. My proper name is Zhang Taiju. From today on you will be called Yang Yin.
Yang Jingyuan said, slowly lifting him. The boy was frightfully young, little more than bone and skin.
Yin, for remembering your parents, your sister, and the 27 souls of Zhangjia village. Also to remember that blood must be repaid.
Something kindled within Yang Yin's eyes, an astonishing blaze, as if dead embers had ignited. He stared at Yang Jingyuan, voice hoarse, but iron in its resolve.
I will avenge them. I will kill those beasts. Kill the Xiongnu. Good.
Yang Jingyuan carried him toward the wagons.
I will take you and teach you the craft. One day you will take your revenge with your own hands.
By the time the caravans rallied, dawn paled the eastern sky. The battle had been a great victory. Not one of their soldiers had fallen, only a single giant wolf had been lost. They seized more than 120 boxes of armor-piercing spikes, over 300 fine curved sabers, 800 taels of gold, more than 7,000 taels of silver, and a border defense map taken from Yue. Zhuo Xianwang's plan, marking 3 secret passes through Yinshan and 7 supply points. Yang Jingyuan settled back into the carriage. Yang Yin had slipped into a heavy sleep in his arms, brow furrowed, fists clenched even in dreams. He murmured a single word again and again.
Kill!
Yuan Tiangang hunched on the wagon shaft and spoke softly.
My lord Yue has confessed. Zhuo Xianwang's host suffered a white calamity this winter. 30% of their cattle and sheep froze to death. Starved, they sent out 700-man detachments disguised as bandits to plunder the northern prefectures. Yue's band was only one of them. 6 others lie hidden across Yinshan under different captains. Do we have precise locations? Yue only knows the rough activity zones of 3 groups. The other 3 operate on par with him and don't know each other.
Yuan Tiangang continued.
However, he revealed 3 secret military horse ranches in Yinshan and a smuggling trade route that runs directly to the Xiongnu royal court, controlled by several great steppe tribes constantly sending ironware, salt, and tea.
A cold light flashed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes.
Extract every detail of the trade route, locations, rendezvous, guard strength, and draw precise maps. Record the horse ranch coordinates. Once we have a foothold,
we will pick them off one by one. Yes. The carriage rolled past the middle of Dunhanku. A 9-foot black iron boundary steel stood in the pale morning, its surface worn by century-long weather and blood. Scars of blade and arrow still marked its face, remnants of some forgotten battle. Yang Jingyuan lifted the carriage curtain and ran his hand across the stone. It was icy as death, yet hot as flame, the heat of countless fallen heroes. 16 years of seclusion in the palace, 11 years of patient disguise, 6,000 li of sanguine war. Assassination attempts, poisoned wine, shattered encirclements. At last, he had set foot upon his own fief. Behind him, the ravine's blood had not yet cooled, bodies still warm. Ahead, the vast wastes of Yiling Prefecture unfurled beneath the rising sun, withered grasses, distant blue hills, a bleak and boundless land.
Yiling,
Yang Jingyuan murmured. His voice drifted on the wind, heavy as 1,000 weights.
I have come.
I come with blood and fire, with the memories of 2 lives and the pinnacle of martial cultivation. With Jia Xu's stratagem, Huo Qubing's iron cavalry, and Yuan Tiangang's hidden blades. I will make this land remember my name. I will make the Xiongnu pay in blood. I will make those in the imperial city toss, and turn each night with terror.
He let the carriage curtain fall.
The caravans crossed the boundary, the wheels passed over that invisible line, and they entered Yuling's domain. In the east the sun burst forth, 1,000 shafts of gold illuminating this cold, barren, yet possibility-laden land. The day had broken. Dawnlight pierced the clouds, spilling across the bluestone pavement of the greeting pavilion 10, li outside Lingyuan City. Civil officials wore violet robes, military officers iron armor, local magnates brocaded silks, village elders coarse hemp garments. Though seemingly distinct in rank and station, a closer look revealed an unspoken understanding flickering in the eyes of those standing at the rear. Officials and officers, who appeared unremarkable yet shared a silent, profound complicity. Zhou Yongyan, governor of Yiling Prefecture, stood at the head of the civil officials, his crimson official robe, a mark of his third-rank seniority, rippling softly in the morning breeze. He was nearing 50, fair-skinned and beardless, his narrow eyes sweeping over the ranks behind him, then pausing almost imperceptibly with a trace of unease. For years, he had sensed that certain figures within the prefectural administration professed loyalty, while quietly cultivating their own autonomous networks.
They are here,
murmured Bija Wang Qian beside him. Hooves echoed, growing steadily louder. 12 carriages, 70 personal guards, 30 wolf court warriors. Though the procession was austere in appearance, its formation radiated disciplined severity. At 100 zhang before the pavilion, the entire convoy halted as if moved by a single will. Hoofbeats ceased, leaving only the whisper of wind. A curtain parted. Yang Jingyuan descended slowly. His attire was the black ceremonial robe of a prince of the blood, embroidered with golden four-clawed coiling dragons. Beneath his 7-beaded crown rested the face of a 16-year-old, calm, grave, and immovable as a mountain. His gaze swept the assembly with serene composure, lingering briefly on 3 figures: Li Su, the prefectural secretary; Zhao Wenyuan, the chief military secretary; and Chen Pejuan, the commander of the Lingyuan Guard, third in line among the martial officers. Li Su stood with hands clasped before him, outwardly reverent, yet his right index finger tapped thrice, barely visible against his thigh. Jia Xu's covert signal, confirmation that all was prepared. Chen Pejuan, the 5th-rank commander of the Lingyuan Guard, commanding 3,000 frontier troops, was a man whose face resembled cold iron. Yet when Yang Jingyuan's gaze fell upon him, his right thumb subtly locked onto the 3rd braided groove of his sword hilt. Huo Qubing's cipher, 300 elite soldiers were already deployed 3 li away.
Your servant Zhou Yongyan, governor of Yiling Prefecture, together with all prefectural officials and village elders, humbly welcomes His Highness the Prince of Yu.
Zhou Yongyan bowed first. Dozens of officials followed, in unison, kneeling as one. Yet Yang Jingyuan's dragon elephant realm perception clearly heard the subtle dissonance within the crowd. Knees striking earth too heavily, betraying resentment, a faint tremor in a concealed short blade signaling lethal intent, and at least 20 individuals, whose breath synchronized, slowing by half a beat precisely upon kneeling, evidence of identical training. A hallmark of unified discipline. Jia Xu and Huo Qubing's agents had infiltrated this deeply.
Governor Zhou, please rise.
Yang Jingyuan's voice was calm, yet it struck the front-row officials like a physical blow carrying an undercurrent of sovereign authority.
All may rise.
He stepped forward toward the pavilion. Yuan Tiangdong, stooped and frail, followed 3 chi behind. As the old man's clouded eyes swept the crowd, several undercover imperial inspectors among the assembly instinctively lowered their gazes. The chief inspector of the imperial censorate himself had arrived tonight, would bring momentous events. A long table inside the pavilion bore fine wines and delicacies. Zhou Yongyan smiled broadly.
Your Highness has traveled far. Pray be seated.
Yang Jingyuan took the principal seat, and his gaze swept the assembly once more. 17 civil officials stood to his left. Bija Wang Qian and Chief Military Secretary Zhao Wenyuan were Zhou Yongnian's trusted confidants, but Prefectural Secretary Li Su, Registrar Sun Wen, and Revenue Commissioner Lu Ming. At least 6 others had been meticulously placed into Yuling's administration over the years by Jia Xu through personnel evaluations and strategic transfers from the Ministry of Personnel. They stood now, with hands folded, indistinguishable from their peers, yet their positioning subtly cordoned off Zhou Yongnian and his inner circle, isolating them from the rest. To his right, the martial lineup held even greater intrigue. Zhang Tieshan, Commander-in-Chief of Yuling, stood foremost. His early Thundersound realm aura openly projected his salute, rigid and forceful. A loyalist of the right, Grand Counselor Su Zhen's eyes now held scrutiny and doubt. Deputy Commander Zhao Guangping, a 4th-rank official of scholarly bearing, was in truth a pawn planted in the northern frontier by the second Prince Yang Jingyan. His smile was warm, yet his gaze slithered over Yang Jingyuan like a venomous serpent. But further back, Commander Chen Pijun, 5th-rank commander of the Lingyuan Guard, leading 3,000 troops. 7 years ago, he had been but an ordinary company captain in the Shifengzhou frontier garrison, promoted beyond precedent by Huo Qubing for valor. 3 years ago, he had been coincidentally reassigned to Yuling. Now expressionless, he nevertheless betrayed a minute tremor in his left little finger. The Shifengzhou frontier signal. 1,800 men of the Lingyuan Guard stood ready to obey his command at any moment. Captain Zhang Ming, 6th rank, his face thick with scarred flesh, appeared a brute, but he was in fact the orphaned heir of a fallen general under the Northern Pacification Marquis, his father slain 15 years ago in the blood-soaked Northern Campaign. When he looked upon Yang Jingyuan, his eyes reddened, then fiercely suppressed the emotion. 3 years prior, Huo Qubing had found him and revealed the truth. The Marquis had been framed, and the son of the imperial consort would see justice restored. Lieutenant Li Si's 7th rank stood unnoticed at the end of the line. Yet Yang Jingyuan recognized the name from the Imperial Censorate's confidential dossier, Star of Darkness. 3 years earlier, he had infiltrated Yuling's provincial army, and now commanded 500 men in the southern garrison. Roughly counting, of the 37 martial officers present, at least 18 were either Huo Qubing's agents or veterans of the Northern Pacification Marquis. Add the 6 civil officials, nearly half the assembly were our people. Zhou Yongnian remained utterly unaware.
Your Highness.
Zhou Yongnian raised his cup and rose, his face etched with sorrowful concern.
This servant must report a matter of urgency.
Here it comes. Yang Jingyuan tapped his fingers lightly on the tabletop.
Speak. Yuling is barren and impoverished, ravaged by war year after year. The treasury lies empty.
Zhou Yongnian sighed deeply, his performance flawless.
Last year the Xiongnu invaded, burning grain stores in 3 counties. This spring's drought reduced the autumn harvest to less than 60% of normal yield.
All levels of the prefectural administration have tightened belts, yet still we falter.
He paused, his voice thickening with feigned anguish.
Though His Majesty granted your Highness 20,000 taels for palace construction, that sum has yet to reach our coffers. This servant has dispatched urgent couriers to the capital 13 times, each returning without reply. It seems the Ministry of Revenue may have other arrangements.
Silence fell upon the pavilion. Every eye turned to Yang Jingyuan.
Li Su, seated third among the civil officials, suddenly cleared his throat softly and withdrew a ledger from his sleeve, his tone mild yet unmistakably clear.
Governor Zhou speaks truly. Yet this servant possesses last year's detailed expenditure records: 5,000 taels spent on renovating the prefectural yamen, 3,000 on official travel allowances.
If these sums were curtailed, might they not alleviate our immediate crisis?
Zhou Yongnian's face darkened.
Secretary Li, this servant merely addresses the matter objectively.
Li Su replied, bowing respectfully, as he placed the ledger upon the table. Your Highness, though Yuling suffers rigorous administrative reform and elimination of wasteful expenditures, could well sustain us.
His words seemed to shield Zhou Yongnian, yet in truth they redirected suspicion towards systemic corruption within the prefecture. Several of Jia Xu's appointed subordinates nodded vigorously in agreement, momentarily trapping Zhou Yongnian between his own allies. Yang Jingyuan studied Li Su intently, inwardly praising Jia Xu's acumen in selecting such a shrewd agent. Lifting his teacup, he sipped gently before replying.
Concerning the construction funds, I shall handle that matter myself.
As for the empty treasury,
his gaze lifted toward the ragged village elders gathered outside the pavilion.
Are these truly Yuling's common folk? Zhou Yongnian forced a smile.
Yes, they are elders selected by their respective villages. Invite several inside.
Yang Jingyuan instructed. 5 elders shuffled and trembling, and knelt to pay homage. Their clothes were clean, their complexions ruddy, carefully cast performers. Yang Jingyuan approached the first elder and asked gently,
Elder, how much grain did you deliver this year?
The elder recited smoothly.
Your Highness, 20 mu of land, 3 shur of grain delivered. 20 mu yielding 3 shur.
Yang Jingyuan interrupted.
Per the Great Xiao Land Tax Code, 20 mu of medium-grade land yields 1 shur and 2 do annually. What is the name of this additional 1 shur and 8 do?
Sweat beaded on the elder's brow.
This is it loss allowance, supplementary levy, or some privately imposed surcharge?
Yang Jingyuan's voice remained gentle, yet Zhou Yongnian felt a chill pierce his heart. At that moment, Chief Military Secretary Zhao Wenyuan, Zhou Yongnian's most trusted aide, spoke up.
Your Highness, the northern frontier does indeed impose levies such as autumn defense grain and horse fodder silver. This is long-standing practice.
No sooner had he spoken than Captain Zhang Meng, standing among the martial officers, let out a sharp derisive laugh.
Practice. I've served 3 years at the northern garrison, and never received full horse fodder silver. Last winter 37 warhorses starved to death. Tell me, Secretary Zhao, whose purse did that silver fill?
Zhao Wenyuan paled.
Captain Zhang, you dare slander. Whether this servant slanders or not can be verified by audit.
Zhang Meng declared, bowing to Yang Jingyuan.
Your Highness, 3,000 soldiers of the northern garrison went 4 months without full wages last year, and winter uniforms remained incomplete. Should your Highness doubt me, inspection may commence at once.
The word struck like thunderclap. Zhou Yongnian and Zhao Wenyuan turned ashen. They had never imagined a mere 6th-rank captain would dare challenge authority so boldly during the prince's formal reception. Even more unsettling, the moment Zhang Ming finished speaking, 7 or 8 officers from the martial ranks stepped forward in unison.
Our units likewise suffer wage arrears.
These were all Huo Qubing's planted officers. Zhou Yongnian shot a desperate glance toward Commander Zhang Tieshan, hoping the 3rd-rank military chief would restore order. But Zhang Tieshan, the right Grand Counselor's man, merely let a glint of calculation flash across his eyes and chose silence. He had long resented Zhou Yongnian's monopolization of prefectural affairs, and welcomed the ensuing chaos. Deputy Commander Zhao Guangping, the 2nd Prince's agent, frowned deeply. He sensed something unnatural. The officer's coordinated defiance was too precise, too sudden, like a rehearsed performance. Yang Jingyuan observed it all. Raising his hand, absolute silence fell.
Wage arrears. Grain embezzlement.
He walked slowly back to his seat, his voice turning glacial.
Is this what Governor Zhou calls an empty treasury? Empty enough to withhold the very wages and rations that buy soldiers' lives?
Zhou Yongnian dropped to his knees in panic.
Your Highness, this servant truly knew nothing. Knew nothing.
Yang Jingyuan slammed his palm upon the table.
Then what do you know?
The sound cracked like thunder, rattling cups and plates within the pavilion. Before Zhou Yongnian could respond, a boisterous laugh rang out from outside. Lu Qingtian entered, draped in purple brocade, white-haired and bearded, holding a sandalwood box with a broad smile.
Your Highness, please calm yourself. Governor Zhou may face difficulties, but we humble locals wish to offer whatever modest aid we can.
He opened the box, revealing a scroll of parchment.
This is the Yiling Mining Accord. With your Highness's signature and seal, the Lu family pledges 5,000 taels of silver in annual mining tax.
He filled a wine cup.
This servant toasts your Highness. May your grace bless Yiling forever.
The cup extended forward. Its fragrance carried a faint, cloying sweetness, undetectable to ordinary senses yet unmistakable to Yang Jingyuan's Dragon Elephant Realm perception. 7-day soul annihilation powder, identical to the poison in the imperial cup. Yang Jingyuan accepted the cup, turning it thoughtfully in his palm.
Master Lu is most thoughtful. Yet besides goodwill, does this wine hold anything else?
Lu Qingqian's smile never wavered.
Your Highness jests.
Before he could finish, the cup in Yang Jingyuan's hand shattered with a sharp crack. Poison wine sprayed outward, sizzling where it struck the ground, scorching blackened patches into the stone.
Guard the prince.
Zhao Quan roared. Personal guards drew blades instantly. Lu Qingtian recoiled in shock.
Your Highness, this wine. You offered the wine. The toxic fumes have risen. Lu Qingtian, do you seek to assassinate a prince of the blood?
Yang Jingyuan rose, his black robe billowing as if stirred by unseen wind, sovereign majesty descending like a collapsing mountain. For words severed all escape.
Lu Qitian, traitor.
At that knife-edge moment,
Bold.
Prefectural Secretary Li Su stepped forward, withdrawing a silver needle from his sleeve and dipping it swiftly into the spilled wine. The needle instantly blackened. Holding it aloft, Li Su's voice carried across the pavilion.
Poison is confirmed, but this is 7-day soul annihilation powder requiring 7 rare herbs including serpent grass, which grows exclusively in the southern frontier. The Lu family deals in mines and grain. How did they obtain such a southern exotic toxin?
His words ostensibly challenged Lu Qitian, yet deftly shifted suspicion upward. Only someone with deep connections beyond provincial reach could acquire such a rare poison. Lu Qitian blinked, then exploded.
Li Su, what do you imply? This servant merely addresses facts.
Li Su replied, turning respectfully toward Yang Jingyuan.
Your Highness, this matter is deeply suspicious. Might we first escort Master Lu to his residence for investigation, pending verification of the poison's origin?
His proposal offered both sides face-saving dignity, while effectively placing Lu Qitian under house arrest. Yang Jingyuan regarded Li Su for a long moment, then nodded.
So be it, Secretary Li. Master Lu, please return home to await inquiry.
Lu Qingqian's face turned livid, but resistance was impossible. The prince's guards already held blades to the throats of his own retainers. Once Lu Qitian was escorted away, Yang Jingyuan's gaze swept over the stunned, uncertain assembly of officials and magnates. Then his voice rose resonant and commanding.
Effective immediately, this prince exercises the autonomous authority vested in the Prince of Yu, and issues Yuling's first decree.
With each pronouncement, a hidden agent of Jia Xu or Huo Qubing silently noted the order, ready to execute it.
First, all granary and treasury ledgers across Yuling's 6 prefectures and Lingyuan City must be submitted to the prince's mansion for audit within 3 days.
Failure to comply will result in immediate dismissal and investigation.
Secretary Li Su bowed instantly.
This servant accepts the charge, and issues orders to all prefectures this very day.
Second, all mining operations and state-owned farmland are hereby suspended. No private extraction or sale permitted until the mansion completes land survey and establishes new regulations. Unauthorized excavation will be treated as theft of national resources, punishable by decapitation.
Commander Chen Pejuan saluted.
This servant accepts the charge. The Lingyuan Guard will immediately seal all key mining routes. Third, open the prince's private treasury to purchase grain and establish porridge kitchens at all 4 city gates to feed the destitute. Fourth, recruit able-bodied youths into military service, with generous pay and pensions, monthly salary of 2 taels 100 taels for families of the fallen, supported directly by the prince's mansion.
4 edicts, 4 thunderclaps. Zhou Yongnian opened his mouth to protest, only to realize that most officials behind him had already bowed in acceptance. Even among the martial ranks, nearly half the officers saluted in solemn affirmation. A sudden chill seized him. He realized with dawning horror that none of his subordinates glanced toward him for guidance. Ignoring him entirely, Yang Jingyuan walked past the pavilion toward the true destitute elders waiting outside, and knelt before a hunched elderly man speaking gently. The old man collapsed to his knees, weeping bitterly, telling of Xiongnu raids of homes destroyed, families scattered. His cries cut like knives into every heart present. Yang Jingyuan helped him rise, pressed dry rations into his hands, and turned to address the entire assembly.
I, Yang Jingyuan, Prince of Yu, swear by my title.
Yang Jingyuan helped him rise, pressed dry rations into his hands, and turned to address the entire assembly.
Within 3 years the Xiongnu shall not dare cross the Yin Mountains. Whoever oppresses my people, though distant, they shall be punished. Whoever invades my territory, though mighty, they shall be crushed.
His voice shook the heavens. Among the crowd, Jia Xu's and Huo Qubing's agents exchanged blazing, fervent glances. After years of waiting, they had finally arrived. Meanwhile, Zhou Yongnian and Lu Qingqian's faction turned pale as death, realizing at last that this 16-year-old prince was no weakling. Behind him stretched a vast invisible net, already woven tight across Yuling. That very afternoon, porridge kitchens opened at all 4 city gates. At the west gate kitchen, Li Tai Tu, a veteran missing an arm, knelt with 3 orphan sons of fallen soldiers refusing porridge. They begged only for a blade of meal, and the chance to stand atop the wall and kill invaders. Yang Jingyuan appointed him on the spot as instructor of the prince's personal guard, a 7th-rank military post, and enrolled the 3 boys in the mansion's youth military academy. Word spread like wildfire. In the northern garrison, over a dozen officers, descendants of the Northern Pacification Marquis, gathered eyes brimming with tears.
Marquis, did you see from heaven? The young master has come. He has finally come. If only Taitu can become an instructor, then we won't fall behind. Tomorrow, we'll all register at the prince's mansion. This old blade still has strength to cleave Xiongnu's skulls.
As the sun sank, the prince's banner, bearing the character U, rose high above Lingyuan city. Inside the prefectural yamen, Zhou Yongnian smashed his teacup, but dared not shout aloud. He noticed the provincial soldiers guarding the door watching him with strangely unsettled eyes. In the Lu family's secret chamber, Lu Qitian penned a coded letter, unaware that the servant dispatched through the rear gate had already been replaced by an imperial censorate agent. At the commander-in-chief's headquarters, Zhang Taizhan stared silently at a map for a long while, then sighed deeply.
Issue orders to all units. Henceforth, all troop movements require prior approval from the prince's mansion.
He turned to his deputy.
Also issue an order in my name. Draw 500 shur of grain from my personal reserves, and deliver it to the prince's mansion for disaster relief. Commander, this is. Carry it out.
Zhang Taizhan replied, his gaze complex and layered.
This prince of you is no ordinary man. Our faction, the right grand counselors, must reconsider our alignment.
Night deepened. Yet the sky over Yuling had irrevocably changed. Beneath that transformed firmament, countless sleeper agents stirred, and countless threads began drawing taut. Yang Jingyuan stood at the window of his study in the prince's mansion, gazing at the lanterns blooming across the city, his fingers absently tracing the northern pacification tassel from his mother's sword.
Mother! Grandfather! The seeds you left behind have begun to sprout.
Outside, a homing pigeon landed silently upon the windowsill. Yuan Tiangang retrieved the sealed message, scanned it, and whispered low.
Lord, activity has been detected at the granaries.
Yang Jingyuan turned, cold light flashing in his eyes.
Then let it begin.
At the third quarter of the first watch west of Lingyuan city, Yongfeng Song, the Lu family's largest private granary, its walls towering 2 zhang high, guarded by 50 men armed with heavy crossbows. Inside lay 50,000 shur of grain, the very backbone of the Lu family's control over the Yuling grain trade. In the shadows outside the walls, 30 figures in black gathered like specters. Their leader wore a bronze mask, his voice hoarse.
Remember, burn only the 3 eastern bays, leave the western granary untouched. Once the fire is lit, withdraw at once and throw the token on the scene.
The men in black fell silent as they covered their faces. One whispered,
Commander, is the token really from the Jing Wangfu?
The masked man snapped.
Don't ask what should not be asked. After this job, each of you will receive 100 taels of gold, enough to disappear from here forever.
They spoke no more and prepared to scale the wall. At the wall's corner, 2 patrol guards happened to turn away to the other side. One of them made a subtle hand signal behind his back. That was the secret sign arranged by Baihu Li Si, the Tian'an Star. The third section of the east wall had been cleared of guards. The men in black slipped over the wall and entered the compound. What they did not know was that at the same time they entered the granary, 30 elite ruffians were already in position on the roofs of houses 3 streets away. Duan Chuntian crouched in the roof's shadow, his gaze cold as it fixed on the granary. A companion whispered,
Tiansu Star, are you really going to let them burn it?
Duan Chuntian replied calmly,
Our Lord said to let them burn. If the fires spread, the Lu family will be thrown into chaos. When chaos comes, we will act amid the disorder.
He paused, then added,
But the 20,000 shur in the western granary must be preserved. That is the life grain of the people of Yuling.
Inside the granary, the men in black doused the straw with oil. The 3 eastern bays held 10,000 shur, mostly old grain. Torches were thrown down, and flames leaped up at once.
Move!
The masked man barked. The men in black fell back. As they scrambled to scale the wall, the masked man, accidentally, dropped an iron token at the fire's edge, palm-sized, its face carved with the character Jin. Almost at the same moment, a shout rang from outside the walls.
Water! The granary is on fire! Thieves! Loose the arrows!
Around the granary walls, and without anyone knowing when they had appeared, a large force of Zhou's soldiers stood ready. They were not Yongfeng Song's guards, but the garrison from the west camp of the city. The lead officer was Qianhu Zhongming. He had a longbow and loosed an arrow that pierced a black-clad man's thigh, shouting,
Surround the granary! Let no one escape!
The face beneath the mask went pale. This was not in the plan. There should not have been Zhou's soldiers.
Break through! From the south!
He roared. But from the southern street another force charged in. This time it was 300 Lingyuan guards led personally by Guard Commander Chen Pejuan. Clanking armor and spears, like a forest, they sealed off every route.
Lay down your arms. Kneel and you will not be killed.
Chen Pejuan's voice rolled like thunder. The men in black were trapped. Flames devoured the interior, while the heavy troops closed in outside. Facing annihilation, the leader's eyes flashed with cruelty, as he pulled from his bosom a black orb and smashed it to the ground. There was a thunderous blast. Black smoke burst forth, with a choking stench. In the confusion, the men in black threw shurikens and poison needles, and attempted to flee.
Pursue!
Chen Pejuan shouted, waving his blade. The smoke was so dense that when it finally cleared, most of the 30 had escaped. Only 7 corpses, and 3 gravely wounded captives remained. Zhang Meng stepped quickly to Chen Pejuan's side and murmured,
Commander Chen, the western granary is intact, only 3 eastern bays burned. As planned, it is time to extinguish the fire.
Chen Pejuan nodded and turned, calling out,
First and second units put out the fires. Third and fourth units hunt down the fugitives. The rest seal off the 3 surrounding streets. Anyone who takes grain in the chaos shall be killed without mercy. Yes.
The Lingyuan guards moved swiftly. From a distant rooftop, Duan Chuntian watched it all.
Huo Qubing's men indeed act with ruthless efficiency.
He muttered, then waved his hand.
Our turn.
30 ruffians melted into the darkness like night owls. They had 3 tasks. First, to secretly assist the Lingyuan guards in rounding up fugitives, which in truth meant ensuring that the few key survivors would accidentally die, leaving only inconsequential witnesses. Second, to sneak into the warehouses of the other 6 major grain merchants and monitor whether they attempted to move grain under cover of disorder. Third, and most crucial, to disseminate that night's events in multiple versions to those who needed to know, shaping the story to advantage. Meanwhile, in the rear offices of the Zhou government, a secret chamber. Zhou Yongnian's face was ashen as he listened to urgent reports from his aide.
My lord, Yongfeng Song burned. The Lingyuan guards and the West Camp garrison happened to be on night patrol nearby and captured several arsonists on the spot. From the bodies was found a token of the Jin Wangfu.
Zhou Yongnian sprang to his feet.
Jin Wangfu, the second prince's men.
His aide's voice trembled.
Chen Pejuan and Zhang Meng have already sealed the area, claiming they act by the order of Yu Wang to maintain order and prevent a popular uprising.
Zhou Yongnian sank back into his chair, a cold sweat trickling down his temples. He understood. This was a trap aimed at him, at Li Qingtian, and perhaps even at the second prince. The arsonists could be anyone, but the token must be fake. Its purpose was to sow suspicion and make the powers of Yuling tear at one another. Yu Wang Yang Jingyuan would use the pretense of maintaining order to seize military authority and control of the granaries, step by step consolidating power into his own mansion. The scheme was ruthless. Zhou Yongnian ground his teeth.
This is not the invention of a 16-year-old prince. There must be someone guiding him from behind the scenes. What shall we do now? Lu Qingtian will surely think we did this,
his aide warned.
Calm him. Say this is Yu Wang's stratagem to sow discord. If the Lu family fights among themselves, the only beneficiary will be Yu Wang.
Zhou Yongnian's eyes brightened with hard resolve.
Also send a secret letter to Her Majesty the Empress. Warn her that Yiling is in turmoil, and that someone in the court may be backing Yu Wang. Ask Her Majesty to act swiftly.
His aide took the order and left. Alone in the secret chamber, Zhou Yongnian stared at the flickering candle and felt a deep unease. He had governed Yiling for 10 years and believed his position secure. But tonight's events revealed an ugly truth: so many officials and officers in the Zhou would not answer his commands at a critical hour. The 16-year-old prince had only been in the region a day. At the Lu family's ancestral hall, Lu Qingtian clenched the intelligence his spies had brought, and his aged face twisted.
A token of the Jin Wangfu,
he rasped.
How daring of the second prince,
he hissed.
To use us as a knife to kill, burn our granary, framed Zhou Yongnian, and sow discord under the Empress banner. Father, it may not be the second prince.
His third son Lu Wentao said gravely.
It could be Yu Wang staging the whole affair himself. He has just arrived and needs to show force. By burning our granary, he gains grain and manufactures conflict between us, Zhou Yongnian, and the second prince.
Lu Qingtian was silent for a long time, then forced a bitter smile.
Whoever it is, the Lu family has become a pawn.
He looked at his 3 sons.
When you will go see Zhou Yongnian. Pretend to accuse him, but in truth probe whether he truly was unaware. Wenbu investigate covertly. I want to know why those Zhou soldiers turned up so coincidentally. Wen Tao.
He paused.
You will go to the Wangfu and present 20,000 sure of grain. Adopt a humble posture and pledge Lu family's loyalty to the prince seeking his protection. Father, 20,000 sure.
Wen Yuan exclaimed.
Grain can be earned back, but if lives are lost there is nothing left.
Lu Qingtian waved weakly.
I have finally seen the truth. Yuling is changing. If the Lu family does not want to be crushed, we must pick a side quickly.
The three sons exchanged glances and bowed to accept the orders. After they departed, Lu Qingtian knelt before the ancestral tablets and whispered,
Ancestors, your unworthy descendant Lu Qingtian fears he can no longer preserve our legacy.
In the first watch at dawn in the Wangfu study, Yang Jingyuan listened to Yuan Tiangang's report and allowed a faint smile to lift one corner of his mouth.
Chen Pejuan and Zhang Ming performed well. They saved grain-captured men and set Zhou Yongnian and Lu Qitian at odds.
Yuan Tiangang reported,
My lord, the three captives are held in secret custody. By your instruction, we spared 2 minor figures. The other important men were killed resisting during the roundup. What are their confessions?
Yang Jingyuan asked.
They have been questioned and 3 versions were produced, one blaming the Jin Wangfu, one pointing to Zhou Yongnian, and one implicating the Xiongnu.
Yuan said, handing over the statements. Yang Jingyuan scanned them and smiled.
Before dawn, these 3 accounts must appear wherever they need to be seen. Old servant understands,
Yuan replied.
Lu Wentao has come to the front hall to present the 20,000 sure. Shall my lord receive him? Of course.
Yang Jingyuan rose.
Not only receive him, but reward him handsomely. Order this: give Lu Wentao 1,000 taels of silver, and appoint him Wangfu Diani, a 9th rank official, to handle liaison between the Wangfu and local gentry.
Yuan Tiangang paused.
My lord, this.
Yang Jingyuan smoothed his robe.
The Lu family are the foremost local power. You cannot crush them outright. Strike, and then offer a sweet date.
By giving Lu Wentao a post, the Lu household would fracture internally. Would they continue under the old patriarch's resistance, or would the third son defect to the Wangfu? Moreover, if Lu Wentao, as Wangfu Diani, accidentally leaked some Wangfu secrets to Zhou Yongnian or the second prince, what then? Yuan Tiangang sucked in a breath.
Your plan is wise. It is a classic counterintelligence stratagem. Do it,
Yang Jingyuan said.
Also have Li Taitu ready. At dawn go with him to the northern mass grave. The 100,000 sure in the underground granary should now come to light. Yes.
In the front hall, Lu Wentao sat with a tremor in his chest, the tea in his cup gone cold. He was 28, the most favored youngest son of Lu Qingtian, educated and trained in arms, not a spendthrift, but never truly responsible for the family affairs. Sent by his father to present grain and curry favor, he felt both anxious and faintly exhilarated. If he could hitch his fortunes to Yuan. A gentle voice called,
Young Master Lu, thank you for waiting.
Startled, Lu Wentao rose to see Yang Jingyuan enter in plain attire, with a mild smile, lacking the usual regal severity, appearing almost like an ordinary noble youth.
I am Lu Wentao, paying respects.
He made a deep bow.
Rise,
Yang Jingyuan said from the main seat.
I have heard that young Master Lu has brought 20,000 sure to ease my immediate need. I will remember this favor.
Lu Wentao felt his chest warm.
You are too kind. The Lu family has long dwelt in Yuling and should share the burden of governance. A fine sentiment.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
Have you studied? A few years. I hold a Shiosai degree,
Lu Wentao replied.
With both learning and talent, it is a pity to waste you in the countryside,
Yang Jingyuan said casually.
I just arrived in Yuling and need aides familiar with local affairs. Would young Master Lu accept the post of Wangfu Diani? It is a 9th rank, not grand, but you may present yourself to me at any time.
Lu Wentao's head buzzed. The Wangfu Diani was a Wangfu official able to see the prince at will. It was far better than being a wealthy but powerless branch of the family. He dropped to his knees in gratitude.
I am willing to serve the prince with body and soul. Rise.
Yang Jingyuan helped him to his feet, producing a waist token.
This is a Wangfu token. With it you may freely enter the outer court. Come on duty tomorrow. Thank you, my lord.
Lu Wentao took the token like a treasure. After some small talk, he left the Wangfu in a daze. He clasped the warm token and felt his ambition swell. His father was old, his elder brother's defensive. Lu Wentao would forge a new path for himself. He did not know that as he departed, a carrier pigeon rose silently from the Wangfus rear garden bearing a secret letter to the Zhou's rear offices. The note contained only one line. Lu Wentao has been appointed Wang Fujiani and may be employed as needed. It bore a simple mark that Zhou Yongnian recognized as the Empress' secret sigil in the capital. Zhou Yongnian studied the note, and his expression shifted for a long moment before a bitter smile formed.
Lu Qingtian, your son has already pledged himself to you, Wang, and you still expect to ally with me.
He burned the message and wrote a reply.
The Lu family is no longer of concern. Focus on investigating who stands behind you, Wang.
At dawn in the northern burial ground, a sudden upheaval split the earth, opening a three-zhang fissure that revealed a stone-lined passage below. Yuan Tiangang and Li Taiato, on a mere patrol, happened to pass by and led men into the tunnel. They discovered an underground granary from the previous dynasty holding 100,000 shur of grain. Though ancient, the stores were remarkably well preserved. Word reached the Wangfu, and Yang Jingyuan ordered 1,000 shur taken to replenish the city soup kitchens, and the rest sealed for military use. The Wangfu then posted a proclamation: "Yu Wang, blessed by heaven, has uncovered the previous dynasty's grain, an auspicious sign. Yuling's suffering will soon end," the proclamation declared. The city erupted in jubilation. People queued at the soup kitchens, kneeling and shouting, "Long live the prince!" Smaller grain merchants, who had hesitated, now lowered prices, and sold for yuan at grain, and hoarding made no sense. The large merchants, who had tried to move grain in the night, were horrified to find Zhou's soldiers patrolling outside their warehouses. The leading officer politely explained they were protecting the stores against thieves. In truth, they were watching and restraining the merchants. By his second day, in Yuling, Yang Jingyuan had achieved three major aims: foment discord among Zhou Yongnian and Lu Qingtian, and the second prince with the arson win the people's hearts with the rediscovered grain, and plant a mole inside the Lu family through Lu Wentao's appointment. All of it rested on the Zhou government's network of cooperating soldiers and officials cultivated by Jia Xu and Huo Qubing over years. Without those inside allies, none of these moves would have succeeded. In his study, Yang Jingyuan toyed with the Yuling State popularity talisman awarded by the system. The jade charm had shattered, and its power had been absorbed. He felt the hearts of the people like trickling streams, gradually turning toward him.
"My lord!"
Yuan Tiangang appeared without a sound.
"A secret from General Huo Qubing."
Yang Jingyuan opened the message. It contained one line.
"Shuofeng province is secure. 30,000 border troops stand ready to march south. When do you require them?"
Yang Jingyuan smiled and wrote back.
"Not yet. General, watch, and in 3 months Yuling will be entirely within my grasp."
As the pigeon flew northward atop Lingyuan City's walls, the banner bearing the character Yu snapped in the morning wind. A new day had begun, and this was only the first step in Yang Jingyuan's consolidation of Yuling. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the sounds of training were already emanating from the military camp north of Lingyuan City. Yang Jingyuan, dressed in a black combat outfit and wrapped in a dark cloak, rode forward to the camp gate, flanked by Xiao Quan and 20 personal guards. The morning light pierced through the fog, illuminating the plaque hanging high at the camp gate that read Yuling Prefecture Troops. The paint on the plaque was chipped and weathered, with signs of insect damage at the corners. The soldier stationed at the camp gate spotted the convoy from a distance, sluggishly rising to his feet with lethargic movements. As Yang Jingyuan approached the gate, a scruffy sergeant slowly clasped his fists in greeting and asked, "Who goes there?" Xiao Quan stepped forward and sternly declared, "His Highness, the prince is here to inspect the defenses. Open the gate at once." The sergeant, upon hearing this, not only showed no fear, but instead grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. "So it's His Highness visiting. However, the commander has ordered that no one from outside the military may enter the camp without prior notice. I will go inform Commander Zhao. Please wait, Your Highness." As he spoke, he actually turned and began walking slowly into the camp, his steps leisurely, as if he were taking a stroll. Zhao Quan's face turned ashen, ready to explode, but Yang Jingyuan raised his hand to stop him. "It's no bother, we can wait." His voice was calm, yet his gaze swept across both inside and outside the camp gate. The camp wall was 3 zhang high, built of earth and stone, with numerous cracks appearing, and the parapets were incomplete. On either side of the camp gate, soldiers on guard leaned against the posts, yawning, with their spears casually stuck into the ground. Further away, several hundred soldiers stood in a disheveled formation in the training grounds. Their ranks were askew, their armor rusted, and many wore cracked leather armor held together by makeshift hemp ropes. Everything exuded a deliberate sense of decay. About a quarter of an hour later, the sound of hooves finally echoed from within the camp. Commander Zhao Guangping rode forward with more than a dozen officers dismounting at the camp gate, his face adorned with a smile. "I am Zhao Guangping, bowing to your highness. I did not know your highness had arrived. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome." He bowed, his actions appearing respectful, yet a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. Yang Jingyuan dismounted and said casually, "No need for formalities, Commander Zhao. It is my first time in Yiling, and I naturally wish to inspect the defenses and familiarize myself with the military situation. I hope my visit will not disturb the soldiers' training." "Not at all." Zhao Guangping's smile widened. "It is an honor for the troops to have your highness visit. However," he paused, surveying the dilapidated camp walls, and sighed, "Yiling is a harsh place, and military funds are tight. This camp has not been maintained for years, and the soldiers are in worn-out armor. Please forgive the sight, your highness." Several officers behind him also sighed, contributing to the lament. "Indeed, your highness, our troops have not received new armor in 3 years. The pay has been delayed for half a year. Our brothers at home are nearly starving. Let alone training. Being able to eat enough is already a blessing." These words, while sounding like complaints, were laden with sarcasm. Yiling is impoverished, and if this prince had any sense, he would know there was little profit to be had here and refrain from meddling. Yang Jingyuan's expression remained unchanged as he said, "Let me see the training grounds." "Right this way, your highness." Zhao Guangping led the way, his pride swelling. Passing through the camp gate, a training ground covering several dozen mu lay before them. The ground was uneven, puddled with mud left from last night's rain. Thousands of soldiers stood in formation, yet there was no semblance of military discipline. While the front row managed to stand straight, the back row was whispering to each other, and further back some were squatting on the ground, scratching at the earth with pebbles. In the center of the training ground stood a flagpole 3 zhang high, the Xi'an military flag drooping lifelessly in the morning breeze, its surface torn with several holes. What caught the most attention was a massive stone beside the flagpole. The stone was dark blue-black, about 5 feet tall and 3 feet wide, its surface smooth as a mirror, with 2 ancient characters engraved in the center, Jingyuan. Next to the stone stood a wooden sign that read, "Jingyuan stone weighing 1200 jin, can only be moved by those at the Golden Muscle Realm." Yang Jingyuan's gaze lingered on the stone for a moment, and Zhao Guangping immediately seized on this detail. "Your highness is interested in this stone?" he asked with a smile. "This stone was erected when the Yiling troops were established 60 years ago. The first commander set the rule: anyone joining the Yiling troops must test this stone. Those who can move it may be appointed as sergeants, those who can lift it may be appointed as captains, and if one can carry it around the training ground. No one has managed to do so in 60 years. He paused, looking meaningfully at Yang Jingyuan. "Even I, at the peak of the Golden Muscle Realm, can only barely lift it, and take 3 steps before I must stop. Your highness' precious body would be better off observing from a distance, lest you injure yourself." As his words fell, muffled laughter erupted among the surrounding officers. Zhao Quan clenched the hilt of his sword, his eyes ablaze with anger. These people's attitudes were clearly humiliating the prince. Yet Yang Jingyuan seemed oblivious as he slowly walked to the Jingyuan stone, reaching out to lightly caress its surface. It felt icy to the touch, the stone as hard as iron. With his perception at the late stage of the Dragon Elephant realm, he could clearly discern that the stone indeed weighed around 1200 jin, and it even contained some black iron powder, making it 3 parts heavier than ordinary stone. "No one has lifted it in 60 years?" he asked softly. "Precisely," Zhao Guangping replied with a smile. "This stone tests not only strength, but also the toughness of a warrior's bones. Ordinary Iron Bone Realm warriors can hardly even move it. Only those in the Golden Muscle Realm can attempt to lift it. One must be of the Jade Spirit Realm. But in a harsh place like Yiling, where would you find a Jade Spirit Realm expert willing to enlist?" As he spoke, his eyes filled with mockery. "Your highness has surely seen true experts in the palace. In a place like ours, being able to eat enough is already a blessing. How can we dare to aspire to any martial arts masters?" This was almost a naked insult. Coming from the imperial capital, you have seen the world, but you should know that this is not a place where you can flaunt your power. On the training ground, the eyes of thousands of soldiers were now focused here. Some were curious, some were numb, but more were waiting to see a joke. This 16-year-old useless prince could flaunt his authority over the granary and treasury,
but now he dared to come to the military camp. Surely he couldn't even move this stone. Yang Jingyuan remained silent for 3 breaths before suddenly turning to Zhao Guangping. Commander Zhao just said, "You are at the peak of the golden muscle realm." Zhao Guangping was taken aback, then straightened his chest. "Indeed. I have diligently practiced for 28 years, and stepped into the peak of the golden muscle realm 3 years ago. Among the Yiling troops, I am considered one of the best." He spoke with pride, and the surrounding officers echoed. Commander Zhao's mountain-breaking fist is renowned in the northern frontier. Last year during the bandit purge, Commander Zhao struck down the bandit leader with a single punch that was a formidable Iron Bone realm warrior. Yang Jingyuan nodded and asked again, "Then is it possible for Commander Zhao to lift this stone?" Zhao Guangping's expression shifted slightly, and he forced a smile. "As I said earlier, I can only barely lift it, but I can't take more than 3 steps. It's just too heavy. If you can't lift it, then is it possible for Commander Zhao to lift this stone?" Zhao Guangping's expression shifted slightly, and he forced. Zhao Guangping's smile froze on his face. The surrounding officers were also stunned. How could this prince be so unpredictable? On the training ground, one soldier couldn't hold back a laugh, only to quickly cover his mouth. Yang Jingyuan ignored Zhao Guangping, turning to face the Jingyuan stone. He reached out, his right hand finger spread wide, and lightly pressed against its surface. His actions were casual, as if he were stroking an ordinary object. Zhao Guangping's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed it coldly, saying, "Your Highness, be careful. This stone is very heavy, and you wouldn't want to strain your wrist. If you do hurt yourself, I cannot take responsibility." Yang Jingyuan seemed not to hear, gazing down at the stone, muttering to himself, 1200 jin. Not too heavy. Before his words had even fallen, he suddenly dug his fingers into the stone's surface. Not using internal force to shatter it, but purely relying on finger strength, he forcibly carved 5 finger holes into the stone, as hard as black iron. Stone dust fell like rain. The entire area fell into silence. Zhao Guangping's pupils constricted. How is this possible? The Jingyuan stone was so hard that even a heavy hammer could hardly leave a mark. Yet this young prince had. Before he could react, Yang Jingyuan had slightly bent his waist and exerted force with his right arm. Lift. With a light shout, the Jingyuan stone, weighing 1200 jin, was effortlessly lifted by him, with one hand 3 feet off the ground. No veins bulged, no flush came to his face, and his breathing remained undisturbed. He held the stone in one hand, as if lifting a lantern, and turned to face the training ground. The morning light breaking through the fog shone upon him. The dark black robe flowed gently in the wind, and the young man's face was calm, with only his eyes shining remarkably bright. The thousands present fell into complete silence. All eyes were wide open, mouths agape, as if they were made of clay or wood. Those soldiers who had been squatting instinctively stood up, those who were whispering closed their mouths, those who had been yawning froze mid-yawn. The smile on Zhao Guangping's face had completely vanished, replaced by shock and disbelief. To lift 1200 jin with one hand. This was at least the cultivation of the Jade Spirit Realm. No, even someone in the early stages of the Jade Spirit Realm could hardly do this so effortlessly. But the reports clearly stated that this 9th prince was a waste with blocked meridians, unable to even grasp the basics of martial arts. During the battle at Haifeng Ridge, the news of him breaking through to the peak of the Jade Spirit Realm in a moment of crisis had been hard for Zhao Guangping to believe. Was a 16-year-old truly at the peak of the Jade Spirit Realm? A joke. It must have been that old coachman using some secret technique to help him disguise himself. But now, Yang Jingyuan, holding the Jingyuan stone, walked slowly toward the center of the training ground. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, not out of intent, but due to the natural weight of the stone. Where he passed, the soil sank slightly, leaving clear footprints. Arriving at the flagpole, he suddenly switched the stone to his left hand, still holding it with one hand, and began to circle the training ground. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. At first some wondered if the stone had been tampered with, but as Yang Jingyuan walked past them, the wind generated by the massive stone, the tremors in the ground, and the metallic sheen of the stone in the morning light all proved this was indeed the authentic Jingyuan stone. After circling the training ground once, Yang Jingyuan's breathing remained steady. On his second lap, he began to accelerate his pace, quickening, and he even started jogging on the field. The heavy stone in his hand felt weightless each time he switched hands. It was smooth and natural, as if it were not a 1000 jin stone, but rather a child's play ball. Completing 3 laps,
he returned to the starting point, stopping beside the flagpole. Then, before the stunned eyes of everyone, he lifted the stone high with one hand, lifting it overhead.
"Ha!"
A light shout pierced the clouds. The garrison stone was hoisted high above his head, his arms straight as spears, his form steady as a mountain. Morning light streamed from behind him, gilding the massive stone and illuminating the youth's straight spine. This scene was both divine and demonic. In the training ground, someone finally reacted.
Bang!
An old soldier knelt on one knee, his voice trembling.
"Your Highness! Divine might!"
This cry, like a pebble into water, stirred 1,000 ripples.
Bang, 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 bang.
Thousands of soldiers, like wheat flattened by a gale, knelt in unison. The clatter of armor merged into a single sound, like a mountain roar and a tidal wave.
"Your Highness, divine might!"
The roar shook the heavens, piercing the morning mist, echoing over the entire camp. Those soldiers who were once lazy, numb, and waiting for a joke now had a blazing light in their eyes, the instinctive reverence of warriors for the strong and the excitement of seeing hope in utter despair. In the bitter cold of Yuling, they enlisted merely for a meal. When had they ever seen such a figure? Lifting a 1,000-pound stone with one hand, and circling the field 3 times without changing expression. This was at least the mid-stage of the Jade Marrow realm, or even the late stage. A 16-year-old in the late stage of the Jade Marrow realm. What did that mean? The entire Great Xia dynasty might not produce such a prodigy in a century. And such a prodigy was now their prince, the Lord of Yuling. Xiao Guangping's face was ashen, his body cold. The officers behind him were also deathly pale, some even weak in the knees, barely able to stand. It's over. It's all over. They had intended to give the prince a show of force to make him back down, and not meddle in military affairs. But they never expected their opponent to disdain verbal sparring, and instead, in the most violent and direct manner, crush all their schemes. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies are but a joke. Yang Jingyuan slowly set the stone back in place.
Thud!
The massive stone hit the ground, emitting a dull, heavy sound, and the earth trembled slightly. He brushed the non-existent dust from his hands, turned to look at the kneeling soldiers, and his voice reached everyone clearly.
"Rise!"
Only then did the soldiers dare to stand, but none dared to slack off. They straightened their backs, their eyes fervently fixed on the youth in the center of the field. Yang Jingyuan's gaze swept across the field as he spoke slowly.
"This prince knows that Yuling is bitter and cold, military supplies are insufficient, wages are in arrears, and you have all had a hard time."
His voice was not loud, but amplified by his inner energy. It reached every corner of the training ground.
"But bitterness is no excuse for slackness, and poverty is no excuse for cowardice. The Xiongnu invade every year, burning, killing, and looting. Have your parents, wives, and children been spared the blade because of the bitter cold?"
At these words, many soldiers' eyes reddened. Indeed, which of their hometowns had not suffered Xiongnu raids? Which had not lost loved ones to the blades of those beasts? Yang Jingyuan continued.
"From today onward, everything will change."
He raised one finger.
"First, within 3 days, all back pay will be fully distributed. This prince swears by the name of the Yu King, from now on the soldiers of Yuling Prefecture will never owe a single coin of their wages."
The training ground erupted instantly.
"Long live the prince! We will follow the prince to the death."
The roar was like thunder. Yang Jingyuan raised a second finger.
"Second, within 7 days, all worn-out armor and weapons will be replaced. This prince has already allocated 100,000 silver taels from the prince's mansion specifically for military reforms. Third,"
he raised a third finger, his voice suddenly rising.
"in 3 days, a full military competition. The top 10 victors will be promoted 1 rank, immediately rewarded with 100 silver taels. They will also be selected for the prince's personal guard with a monthly salary of 5 taels, granted mystic iron armor, and taught superior martial arts." Boom!
The training ground exploded. Promotion. Silver rewards. Mystic iron armor. Superior martial arts. For ordinary soldiers, these were things they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Especially superior martial arts, the key to changing one's fate. If one could master it, they would leap over the Dragon's Gate, no longer wasting away in this bitter cold land.
"Prince! Prince! Prince!"
The soldier shouted madly, wave after wave of sound shaking dust from the camp walls. Xiao Guangping and his men stood aside, as if plunged into an icy abyss. They had painstakingly managed the army for years, controlling it through withheld wages and suppressed promotions. Now this prince had easily stolen the soldiers' loyalty with just a few words and promises. What was more terrifying was that what he said seemed achievable. Distributing back pay and replacing military equipment, that was an astronomical sum. The Yiling Prefecture treasury simply couldn't afford it. Unless he really had a way to get the money. Xiao Guangping suddenly recalled yesterday's arson at Yongfeng Granary, and this morning's rumors of former dynasty grain reserves. Could it be? An intense unease surged in his heart. Yang Jingyuan raised his hand, and the entire field fell silent again.
The words are spoken. In 3 days we'll see the truth on the training ground,
he said calmly.
Now continue training.
With that he turned and walked towards the camp gate, paying no further heed to anyone. Xiao Quan and the others hurriedly followed, their chests puffed out, faces full of pride. As he passed Xiao Guangping, Yang Jingyuan paused briefly and glanced at him sideways. Just one glance. But Xiao Guangping felt as if struck by lightning, his hair standing on end, as if targeted by a primordial beast, his breath catching. That gaze. Calm, profound, yet holding a power that chilled the soul. It was only after Yang Jingyuan had walked far away that Xiao Guangping finally gasped for air, his back soaked with cold sweat.
Commander.
A trusted officer leaned in, voice trembling.
What? What do we do?
Xiao Guangping gritted his teeth, a vicious glint in his eyes.
What else can we do?
Do as he says first. Distribute the back pay, replace the equipment. Let's see where he gets all that money.
He paused, lowering his voice.
Also immediately send a message to the second prince. The Yu King Yang Jingyuan is suspected to be at the late Jade Marrow realm, far from useless. Tell His Highness to make a swift decision. Yes.
And
Xiao Guangping looked at the soldiers cheering fanatically on the training ground, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
For the full military competition in 3 days.
Arrange for our men to secure the top 10 places. The personal guard must not fall into other hands. Understood.
Xiao Guangping took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down.
Though arrogant, he was not stupid. The second prince's secret letter still referred to Yang Jingyuan as a waste, but also mentioned that a master might be backing him, requiring caution. Now it seemed it was more than just a master. Yang Jingyuan himself was a monster. A 16-year-old at the late Jade Marrow realm. If this news reached the capital, it would cause an uproar.
But?
Xiao Guangping suddenly sneered.
So what if he's at the Jade Marrow realm? Military affairs are not solved by martial strength alone.
He beckoned another trusted confidant and whispered.
Contact the Black Tiger Gully side. In 3 days, I want to prepare a great gift for our prince. Commander means. Isn't he recruiting a personal guard?
Xiao Guangping's eyes flashed with ruthlessness.
Let him recruit. Once they're all in the guard. Hey, if an accident happens, then let's see how he asserts his authority.
The confidant understood and withdrew with a bow. Xiao Guangping looked towards the camp gate. Yang Jingyuan's carriage had disappeared into the morning mist.
Yang Jingyuan,
he murmured.
Enjoy your 3 days of glory. In 3 days they'll show you who really rules the army in Yiling.
He turned to the soldiers still buzzing with excitement and suddenly barked.
What are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear the prince's order? Continue training.
The soldiers snapped back to reality and hurriedly formed ranks. But this time their eyes were completely different. It was a long-lost light named Hope. And all of this was observed from a distant watchtower by a member of the Buliangren disguised as an ordinary sentry. He silently removed a bamboo tube from his waist and released a gray sparrow. The sparrow fluttered, its wings pierced the morning mist, and flew towards the prince's mansion in Lingyuan City. Half an hour later, in the prince's study, Yang Jingyuan looked at the secret letter brought by the gray sparrow, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly.
Xiao Guangping can't sit still as expected.
He lit the letter on a candle flame, watching the paper turn to ash before saying calmly,
Marshal Yuan, have our people participate in the competition in 3 days. At least 6 of the top 10 places must be ours.
From the shadows, Yuan Tiangang bowed.
This old servant understands. Also, Xiao Guangping has sent men to contact the bandits of Black Tiger Gully, apparently planning to create chaos during the competition. Bandits?
Yang Jingyuan raised an eyebrow.
Perfect. This prince was just looking for an excuse to pacify the surrounding areas.
He walked to the window, looking towards the military camp north of the city. The morning mist had cleared, and the sun shone brightly.
Send an order to General Huo Qubing,
he said slowly.
In 3 days, dispatch 1,000 elite cavalry south to wait 30 li outside Black Tiger Gully. If any bandits dare to come, Leave not a single one alive. Yes. Also,
Yang Jingyuan turned a profound light in his eyes.
tell Mr. Jia to speed up his work. Within 3 days, I want to see conclusive evidence of Zhao Guangping embezzling military funds and colluding with bandits.
A sharp glint flashed in Yuan Tiangang's eyes.
Master wants to move against him. Not yet.
Yang Jingyuan shook his head.
Hold on to the evidence for now. Wait until the competition is over, until the bandits show themselves, until he thinks his plan is succeeding. Then we strike at once.
He paused, then added,
When that time comes, it won't just be Zhao Guangping who falls. Those behind him will be uprooted as well. This old servant understands.
After Yuan Tiangang withdrew, Yang Jingyuan stood alone by the window looking north. That was the direction of Shuofeng Prefecture, the land which Huo Qubing guarded. It was also the territory his mother and maternal grandfather had once defended.
Mother-grandfather,
he whispered to himself.
Watch. The army of Yuling will soon become a sharp blade. A blade pointed at all our enemies.
Outside the window the sun shone brightly, and the undercurrents in Lingyuan City were just beginning to stir. In 3 days a grand drama was about to unfold. Autumn, the 31st year of Yongchang, the 23rd day of the 9th month at the 3rd quarter of the Z hour. The prince's study. Candlelight made the 4 walls burn bright, yet could not pierce the dense night beyond the window. Yang Jingyuan sat alone at the desk, his fingertip tracing slowly over the unfolded troop deployment map of Yulingzhou. Beside the marks for the 4 principal camps to the east, south, west, and north, he had circled more than a dozen suspicious points in vermilion ink.
My lord!
Yuan Tiangang's stooped silhouette appeared silently in the corner of the study, as if he had always been there. He held a stack of ledgers, the page edges were yellowed and curling, exuding the mingled scent of old ink and dust.
Have you finished checking?
Yang Jingyuan did not lift his head.
Finished.
Yuan Tiangang placed the ledgers gently on the table, and with his thin fingers opened the first volume.
The 4 major camps of Yulingzhou are nominally fully manned at 12,000 men.
But cross-referencing the last 3 years of grain and pay disbursement records with the weapon requisition registers, the actual enlisted personnel on the rolls amount to at most 8,000.
Yang Jingyuan's fingertip halted.
4,000 empty rations. More than that.
Yuan Tiangang turned to the 2nd volume.
This is the Ministry of War's armory allocation list over the years. In the spring of Yongchang 28, Bingbu allocated to Yulingzhou 3,000 pairs of Xiantai Jia 800 armor-piercing crossbows and 5,000 battle blades. Yet the warehouse's actual intake figures recorded only 2,100 pairs of Xiantai Jia 520 crossbows and 3,700 battle blades.
He paused, his voice colder.
30% of the arms are unaccounted for. The candle popped and spat cold light flashed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes.
Continue.
Yuan Tiangang turned to the 3rd volume.
These are the routine training loss registers for each camp.
By Daxia military law, damaged armor must be returned as remnants before new armor is issued. Yet in Yongchang 28, the North Camp reported 400 Xiantai Jia damaged in 1 year, but the returned remnants amounted to only 37 pairs. The South Camp was worse, it reported 800 battle blades ruined, but returned fewer than 100 broken blades. Where did the damaged arms go? Yang Jingyuan asked.
Some flowed into the black market.
Yuan Tiangang produced a palm-sized shard of iron from his bosom and laid it on the table.
This was intercepted by scoundrels in the western market 3 days ago.
The shard is a fragment of a Xiantai Jia breastplate. Along its edge is the official maker's mark, the very batch allocated by Bingbu in Yongchang 28.
Yang Jingyuan picked up the shard and rubbed the mark with his fingertip.
The emblem read Tiangong Fong, and beneath it a line of small characters: Yongchang 28 Spring Armor Serial Number 327.
How many have circulated in the black market?
He asked.
Preliminary estimates put at least 500 pairs of Xiantai Jia and 2,000 battle blades in black market hands.
Yuan Tiangang replied.
Buyers are varied regional strongmen's private troops, escort agencies even.
Horse bandits. Horse bandits.
Yang Jingyuan raised his eyes.
Yes.
Yuan Tiangang nodded.
The marauders of Heihugo have been peculiarly well equipped these past 2 years. Last autumn, during an attack on a merchant convoy, someone saw the bandit leader wearing Xiantai Jia. The armor's pattern matched the standard issue from Bingbu exactly. A short silence fell in the study. The candlelight swayed, throwing the two men's shadows long and thin, then short again. At that moment a staccato bird call sounded outside the window. Yuan Tiangang's ears twitched.
My lord Li Su has arrived. Show him in.
The study door opened soundlessly, and a figure slipped in before the door closed again. It was Chief Clerk Li Su, the civil official who had earlier that day at the reception pavilion been the first to publicly question Zhou Yongnian. He now wore a dark gray common robe, his face weary from travel, but his eyes as sharp as ever. Seeing Yang Jingyuan, he bowed deeply.
Your servant Li Su pays respects to the prince. No need for ceremony.
Yang Jingyuan raised a hand.
At this hour you risked coming. Is there urgent matter?
Li Su straightened and produced an oil paper bundle from his sleeve, placing it carefully on the desk. Though small, the bundle was wrapped in 3 layers. He peeled each layer away to reveal a stack of letters.
Prince, please look.
Li Su's voice was hushed.
These are letters I have secretly transcribed over the past 2 years between Zhao Guangping and Black Wind Stronghold.
The originals remain hidden in a secret compartment in Zhao Guangping's study. I dared not alarm the snake, so I only copied the essential portions.
Yang Jingyuan took the topmost letter.
The paper was ordinary Xian paper, the handwriting slovenly and coarse, yet the contents were shocking. Brother Zhao, as proof the 300 pairs of old armor delivered last month have been received. Though much was damaged after repair, they remain serviceable. As agreed, 6,000 taels of silver have been deposited to the Tongyuan Hao account, and can be withdrawn with your seal. Also, when will the next batch of new crossbows be ready? The men at the stronghold anxiously await. Black Wind Stronghold, Lu Sandao. Postmark Yongchang 30th year 5th month 7th day. The second letter was even plainer. Governor Zhao, the conversion of grain to silver has been settled. This autumn 8,000 share of grain will be cashed out at market price for 12,000 taels. 5,000 taels are for you, 7,000 are for presenting to the notables in the capital. Delivery at the usual place 3 days from now at the Z hour. Remember, bring no others. Dated Yongcha 30th year 9th month 3rd day. The third letter was the shortest but most damning. Brother Zhao, the Xiongnu press for speed. They want armor and blades, and will pay double. But they need genuine goods. Do not pass off inferior wares. If this goes through, Zhuxian Wang has promised that Yiling will change hands. You shall be the new Dudu. Awaiting reply. Dated Yongcha 31st year 6th month 9th day. Yang Jingyuan read letter after letter. His expression remained composed, but the frost in his eyes deepened with each page. 11 letters in total. The span ran from winter of Yongchang 29 to summer of Yongchang 31. They exposed 4 great crimes: selling military arms, skimming army rations, colluding with horse bandits, and conspiring with the Xiongnu. Each charge alone was enough to kill Zhao Guangping 10 times over.
Does Zhao Guangping still keep the originals of these letters?
Yang Jingyuan set down the last letter and asked.
He keeps them.
Li Su nodded.
I once, under the pretense of reporting official business, entered Zhao Guangping's study 3 times. Behind his bookshelf there is a hidden compartment secured by a mechanism.
Inside are the original letters along with certain banknotes and land deeds, all locked away. He is not afraid then. Of course he is not afraid. Li Su sneered.
Zhao Guangping answers to the second prince. He has operated in Yiling for 5 years, cultivating connections far and wide. Although Prefect Zhou Yongnian and he are at odds, Zhou fears the forces behind Zhao and has long hesitated to move against him.
As for the current Yiling military governor Zhang Taizhan, he belongs to the right prime minister's faction and concerns himself only with border defense, neglecting internal troop affairs.
Yang Jingyuan tapped the table lightly.
Does Zhou Yongnian have a lever on Zhao Guangping? Li Su hesitated a moment.
I cannot be certain. But in Yongchang 28, when Zhao Guangping had just been promoted to Dudu Tongji, he and Zhou Yongnian had a heated clash.
At that time Zhao had diverted funds intended for repairing the passes. Zhou intended to file impeachment, but for reasons unknown, the matter fizzled and went unresolved. He paused and lowered his voice.
Afterwards Zhou Yongnian was heard in drink telling a trusted aide that fool Zhao will sooner or later die by his own greed. Those accounts, not a single sheet will escape. Accounts?
Yang Jingyuan's eyes flashed.
What accounts? I do not know.
Li Su shook his head.
But Zhou Yongnian has presided over Yiling's administration for 10 years. All major accounts pass through his hands. Zhao's years of pilfering arms and embezzling rations at such vast scale could not have been entirely hidden from Zhou. If he had wanted to investigate, he would have discovered it long ago.
Yuan Tiangang suddenly spoke.
My lord, an old slave recalls something. 3 days ago, when scoundrels were surveilling the state archive, they observed Zhou Yongyan's confidant Wang Qian, the aide who stands beside him in daylight, entering the archive late at night and taking a batch of old ledgers.
What ledgers? The labels read Yongchang 25 to 27 detailed accounts of state troops' grain and pay flows.
Yuan Tiangang continued. That batch of ledgers was brought back to Wang Qian's private office in the rear government hall and has not been returned.
Yongchang years 25 to 27 were precisely when Zhao Guangping began his large-scale embezzlement. Yang Jingyuan was silent for a moment, then he smiled. The smile was icy like midwinter frost.
Zhou Yongyan, that old fox. He has long held Zhao Guangping's life in his hand, yet has remained patient for 3 years without striking.
He slowly said.
What is he waiting for? A moment. Or for some particular person.
The candle spat. Li Su and Yuan Tiangang exchanged a look and read gravity in one another's eyes. If Zhou Yongyan has indeed been quietly compiling evidence against Zhao for 3 years, while biding his time, his aim must be tremendous. Either he intends a single crushing blow to uproot Zhao and all his backers, or he means to use the evidence as a bargaining chip to extract far greater gains.
My lord,
Yuan Tiangang bowed.
Shall I send men to infiltrate the rear government hall's private office and retrieve those ledgers? No need.
Yang Jingyuan shook his head.
Acting now would alarm the snake. If Zhou has endured 3 years, then those ledgers are not yet his deadliest weapon.
He must have something else in his hand.
He looked to Li Su.
Chief Clerk, continue your covert watch and avoid exposure. Do not move against Zhao Guangping for the time being. Tomorrow, there will be the grand military contest at the barracks. He will surely make a move then. We will respond as the situation demands. Understood?
Li Su clasped his hands.
I have another matter to report.
Speak. This afternoon, Sun Biao, Zhao Guangping's bannerman, and the Qianhu of the North Camp quietly visited the western Furuian.
Li Su said.
On the surface, the trades with merchants, but in truth, it is the second prince's secret liaison point in Yiling. Sun Biao stayed half an hour and left carrying a bundle. What was in the bundle? My men dared not approach too closely. They only saw it was small, and that Sun Biao handled it with extreme care.
Li Su continued.
After Sun Biao left, my men slipped into the room he had used and found this beneath the bed.
He produced a small cloth pouch from his bosom and opened it. Inside was a pinch of black powder fine as dust, and catching a metallic glint in the candlelight. Yang Jingyuan pinched a grain and held it to his nostrils. A sharp sulfur tang rose mingled with the scent of saltpeter and charcoal.
Gunpowder,
he murmured.
And it is military-grade refined gunpowder,
Yuan Tiangang added.
Common black market powder is impure and ashy in color. This pure black uniformly granulated powder can only be produced by the arsenals directly under Bingbu.
Li Su's face went pale.
Zhao Guangping. He intends to use gunpowder. Tomorrow's contest will gather thousands of soldiers on the parade ground.
Yang Jingyuan's eyes flashed cold.
If gunpowder were detonated among the crowd,
the casualties would be grievous, and the army's morale shattered. Then he could both sabotage my attempt to establish authority, and shift the blame onto bandit raid or accidental ignition. A poisonous scheme. A cruel heart.
Shall we search for the gunpowder in advance?
Yuan Tiangang asked.
No.
Yang Jingyuan waved a hand.
Let him bring it in.
Tomorrow I will preside in person. I want to see whether he dares to act beneath all eyes.
He paused and added,
However, have your men tail Sun Biao and every one of his confidants closely. Where the powder is hidden when they plan to move, and by what means they will trigger it, learn all of it. If they truly attempt it, seize and kill them on the spot, leave no survivors.
Yes.
Yuan Tiangang bowed. Yang Jingyuan turned again to Li Su.
Have we found hard proof of Zhao Guangping's dealings with the Xiongnu? Not yet any ironclad evidence.
Li Su shook his head.
But I have traced one lead 3 months ago. A caravan from the steppe paused in Lingyuan City for 3 days.
The caravan leader calls himself Halu and ostensibly trades in furs. In reality, he is.
What did they discuss? My men couldn't enter the room, only overheard fragmented phrases.
Li Su recalled.
Haru mentioned ironware and salt, while Sun Biao said the quantity is too large, it must. What did they discuss? My men couldn't enter the room, only overheard fragmented phrases.
Li Su recalled.
Haru mentioned ironware and salt, while Sun Biao said the quantity is too large, it must be shipped in batches.
Finally, Sun Biao accepted a brocade box from Haru, which presumably contained gold and silver.
Yang Jingyuan pondered for a moment.
Where is that Haru now? Capture Haru alive, and obtain irrefutable proof of Zhao Guangping's dealings with the Xiongnu. This old servant will arrange it at once.
As Yuan Tiangang was about to withdraw, a sudden urgent fluttering of wings came from outside the window.
Haru is likely hiding there waiting for Zhao Guangping's goods. Wild Wolf Valley.
Yang Jingyuan tapped his fingers lightly on the table.
Marshal Yuan dispatched a team of the Bad Omen Squad to Wild Wolf Valley. Capture Haru alive, and obtain irrefutable proof of Zhao Guangping's dealings with the Xiongnu. This old servant will arrange it at once.
As Yuan Tiangang was about to withdraw, a sudden urgent fluttering of wings came from outside the window.
A gray-feathered carrier pigeon landed on the windowsill, a thin bamboo tube tied to its leg. Yuan Tiangang removed the tube, poured out the note within, and his expression shifted slightly after a single glance.
Master, urgent dispatch from Shuofeng Prefecture.
Yang Jingyuan took the note and unfolded it. The handwriting was hasty yet forceful, unmistakably Huo Qubing's.
Master, last night scouts under my command intercepted a Xiongnu cavalry unit disguised as a merchant caravan 100 li beyond the Yin Mountain Great Wall.
After a fierce battle, 7 were captured, the rest annihilated. From the prisoners we learned that the Xiongnu left worthy prince's tribe has amassed 5,000 cavalry, and will head south in 10 days targeting Yiling Prefecture.
Furthermore, the prisoners confessed the left-worthy prince has a secret pact with a high-ranking official within Yiling Prefecture, agreeing to collude from within and without and divide Yiling after breaching the pass.
The prisoners only know this official's codename Grey Wolf, nothing else. I have marshaled my troops for battle with 3,000 elite cavalry ready to ride south to reinforce at any moment. Please await your command, Master.
The signature
window. The night was deep, and the north wind howled, swirling fallen leaves and dust pattering against the window paper.
Grey Wolf.
He murmured the codename under his breath.
Is it you, Zhao Guangping? Or Zhou Yongyan? Or someone else?
In the study, candlelight flickered. Outside the window, the night was deep, and the north wind howled, swirling fallen leaves and dust pattering against the window paper with a rustling sound. A storm was brewing.
Secretary Li,
Yang Jingyuan suddenly spoke.
Your subordinate is here. After you return, try to investigate one thing.
Yang Jingyuan looked at him.
Over the past 10 years, which factions in the capital Zhou Yongyan has corresponded with? Focus on investigating whether he has any covert connections with the Great Prince or the Third Prince.
Li Su was taken aback.
Your Highness suspects Zhou Yongyan. He might not be the Empress man nor the Second Prince's man,
Yang Jingyuan said coolly.
Then for him to sit in the position of Yiling Prefect for 10 years, he must have another support behind him. Find out exactly whose pawn he is. Your subordinate understands.
Li Su bowed and withdrew, his figure melting into the night. Only Yang Jingyuan and Yuan Tiangang remained in the study.
Master, the Xiongnu will march south in 10 days.
Yuan Tiangang said in a low voice.
Should we make preparations in advance? Yes, but not now.
Yang Jingyuan walked to the window, gazing north.
Tomorrow's grand competition will deal with Zhao Guangping first. Once we have irrefutable proof of his collusion with the Xiongnu, we'll have the justification to purge the Yiling Prefecture army. Master intends to train the troops through battle. Exactly.
Yang Jingyan nodded.
An army that has never seen blood is a paper tiger, no matter how elite.
General Huo Qubing's 30,000 border troops are strong, but they are his trump card and cannot be used lightly. Yuling's future must be defended by Yuling's own army. He turned to look at the stack of account books and letters on the desk.
These people like Zhao Guangping have bled Yiling dry for 5 years. It's time they spit it back out.
His voice turned icy.
Once we take them down and confiscate their assets, it will be enough to rearm. Then I'd like to see if those 5,000 Xiongnu cavalry are enough for the sons of Yiling to practice on.
A fervent light blazed in Yuan Tiangang's eyes.
Your Highness is wise. Go.
Yang Jingyuan waved his hand.
Prepare the Bad Omen squad.
There might be bloodshed at the training grounds tomorrow. Understood.
After Yuan Tiangang withdrew, Yang Jingyuan stood alone by the window, gazing towards the distant prefectural government office. The lights there were sparse with only the occasional shadow of a night patrol soldier moving about. Zhou Yongyan, you old fox, what scheme are you really plotting? Do you intend to use my hand to eliminate Zhao Guangping and then reap the benefits? Or do you have other motives? He slowly clenched his fist. In his palm the Jinbei sword tassel left by his mother grew warm from his grip. Mother, grandfather, he whispered to himself, just watch. I will not let a single demon or monster in Yiling go unpunished. I will reclaim every inch of this northern territory. The night grew deeper. In Lingyuan city undercurrents surged. In the secret chamber of the prefectural government's rear office, Zhou Yongyan sat alone facing a lamp, idly rubbing a sandalwood plaque. A character was engraved on the plaque: Qin, the Prince of Qin, the great Prince Yang Jinglong. Zhou Yongyan pressed the plaque against his chest and closed his eyes for a moment. 10 years ago, when he was still an unremarkable 5th-rank director in the Ministry of Personnel, the great prince had secretly taken him in as a trusted confidant. In the 22nd year of Yongcheng, the great prince maneuvered to have him posted out to Yiling. Before he left, they had a private talk. Yiling is the northern key, yet also a battleground for various factions in the court. The Empress wants to install her people, and the second prince has long coveted it. I am sending you not to vie for temporary gains, but to plant a chess piece. What does your highness command of me? On the surface, you can attach yourself to the Empress faction to gain trust. Secretly keep an eye on every move in Yiling for me, especially regarding military power. Your task is to collect the leverage of everyone for use in the future. And so he waited for 10 years. For a decade, Zhou Yongyan outwardly relied on the Empress, obsequiously following every instruction sent from the capital to Yiling, even going so far as to feign cooperation with Zhao Guangping. Secretly, however, he meticulously recorded every secret of Yiling, big or small, and sent them to the Prince of Qin's residence in the capital every 3 months through covert channels. What the great prince had always desired was never just the single prefecture of Yiling, but the entire military layout of the northern frontier. And Zhou Yongyan was the deepest covert agent he had planted in Yiling. 10 years. Zhou Yongyan murmured, opening his eyes. Your Highness, the time you wanted me to wait. Has it finally come? The scenes from the day's welcome pavilion replayed in his mind. The 9th Prince Yang Jingyuan. The prince, who had been rumored about in the palace for 16 years, considered a waste by everyone. Lifting the 1,000 June garrison stone with one hand, and walking 3 laps without changing his expression, that could not be explained away by a mere lucky breakthrough. He was at least at the peak of the Marrow realm, or even possibly higher. More terrifying was the old groom by his side. He appeared stooped and frail during the day, but Zhou Yongyan, who had navigated officialdom for 30 years, would not be wrong about people. The calm in the old man's eyes was that of someone who had weathered countless storms. And that secretary Li Su, who dared to question him publicly today. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Zhou Yongyan rose, walked to the wall, and pressed a mechanism. The wall slid open silently, revealing densely packed files inside. Each scroll recorded the illicit transactions, secret maneuvers, and the leverage of every individual in Yiling Prefecture over the past 10 years. He pulled out one scroll, its cover reading Zhao Guangping. Flipping it open, it contained records of Zhao Guangping's embezzlement over 5 years, details of his dealings with the Black Wind stronghold, and even traces of contact with peripheral Xiangnu merchants. Zhou Yongyan had known. He had known it all. Yet he had always held back. Because he knew Zhao Guangping was the second prince's man. To move against Zhao Guangping was to move against the second prince. And the Prince of Qin, his master, was not yet ready for a direct confrontation with the second prince. More importantly, the Prince of Qin's instructions to him had always been lurk, observe, and wait. Wait for an opportunity that could single-handedly shift the balance of power in Yiling, even the entire northern frontier. And now, that opportunity seemed to be emerging with the arrival of the 9th prince. Who is behind the 9th Highness? Zhou Yongyan muttered to himself. The remnants of the Jinbei Marquis faction. Impossible. Those people are scattered, dead, or suppressed so thoroughly they can't lift their heads. Could it be covert support from His Majesty? But if His Majesty truly cared for this son, why would he banish him to a harsh place like Yiling? He couldn't figure it out. But one thing was clear: at tomorrow's grand competition on the training grounds, Zhao Guangping would make a move. That fool surely believed the 9th prince was only at the peak of the Marrow realm, having achieved this cultivation through a power infusion from the Jinbei Marquis' old subordinates. He would definitely use the most drastic means
to establish his authority in the military and suppress the ninth prince. And Zhou Yongyan only needed to wait. Wait for them to fight. Wait for both to be wounded. Or wait for one side to fall completely. He walked to his desk, picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote on special secret letter paper. To His Highness the Prince of Qin, a change has occurred in Yuling. The ninth prince Yang Jingyuan arrived in Lingyuan today. At the welcome pavilion, he lifted 1,000 Jun garrison stone with one hand and walked 3 laps without changing his expression. His strength is suspected to be above the peak of the Marrow realm. He is accompanied by an inscrutably profound old servant. This prince is by no means the waste he is rumored to be. The forces behind him are unknown. Zhao Guangping will surely act at tomorrow's grand competition, possibly resorting to extreme measures like gunpowder. Your subordinate deduces that the ninth prince has already obtained some evidence of Zhao Guangping's crimes. Conflict between them is imminent. Your subordinate seeks instruction should I continue to lurk and observe or secretly assist the ninth prince in eliminating Zhao Guangping using his hand to purge the second prince's influence in Yuling. Such a move could forge an irreconcilable enmity between the ninth prince and the second prince, benefiting your highness' grand cause. Furthermore, the Xiongnu left worthy prince's tribe has amassed 5,000 cavalry and may march south in 10 days. Zhao Guangping has ties to the Xiongnu. The codename Grey Wolf is suspected to be him. If the ninth prince can eliminate this villain and reorganize the prefecture army, he may be able to stop the Xiongnu beyond the pass. However, if the ninth prince proves weak, should your subordinate make advanced preparations to preserve Yuling. At the signature he drew a simple cloud pattern, the secret mark for contacting the Prince of Qin's residence. He rolled up the secret letter, stuffed it into a thin bamboo tube, sealed it with wax, and summoned his trusted confidant. Send it immediately through the old channel. Understood. After the confidant withdrew, Zhou Yongyan sat back down, gazing at the flickering candle. He lifted his teacup. The tea had long gone cold, but he didn't notice. At the training grounds tomorrow, how much blood would be spilled? He didn't know. But he knew that no matter how much blood was spilled, the sky over Yuling was about to change. And he, Zhou Yongyan, the covert agent the great Prince Yang Jinglong had buried in Yuling for 10 years, was finally about to make his move. Should he continue to lurk or seize the moment to emerge? Everything depended on instructions from the capital. But regardless, he had to be prepared for both scenarios. If the Prince of Qin ordered him to assist the ninth prince in eliminating Zhao, he would secretly arrange things to ensure Zhao Guangping could never recover. If the prince ordered him to continue lurking, he would have to protect himself in this storm and even fan the flames when necessary, making the conflict between the ninth prince and the second prince even more intense. Ninth Highness, oh Ninth Highness! Zhou Yongyan looked towards the prince's residence, his gaze complex. Are you a true dragon in a shallow pool, or a blade in another's hand? Outside the window, the night watchman struck the clapper. Dong, 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 dong! It was the 4th watch. At the 3rd quarter of the Qin hour, on the parade ground of Lingyuan City's northern camp, morning light pierced the thin mist and fell upon the compacted yellow earth. 3,000 provincial soldiers stood arrayed like a black tide. Though their armor was worn, their ranks were much straighter than 3 days before. Everyone knew today's grand contest would alter many fates. A platform 3 zhang high had been erected on the north side, the banner bearing the character U fluttering in the morning breeze. Yang Jingyuan sat at the main seat, the 4-clawed coiling dragon embroidered in gold on his dark robe flashed in the sun. At his left and right, Chen Piju and Zhang Ming and other commanders sat according to rank, each with a straight back and fiery gaze. Zhao Guangping sat third in the line of military officers. His face seemed calm, yet his right hand unconsciously rubbed the hilt at his waist. There was a concealed mechanism there that with inner force could emit a signal to his confidants posted around the parade ground. The master of ceremonies lengthened his voice as a bronze gong was struck. The grand military contest begins, he announced. First event, archery. A line of 100-step targets stood arrayed on the east side of the ground. 300 registered soldiers stepped forward and knocked arrows. The bowstrings thrummed like a hive as arrows tore the air, most striking the bullseye. Survival on the northern frontier had not left them wanting in marksmanship. But the true display came at the end. A tall, lean soldier stepped from the ranks and took up a heavy bow weighing 3 jin, drawing in a long breath. His arms bulged, the string was drawn full as a silver moon. 3 arrows flew in rapid succession, each finding the bullseye at 100 paces. More astonishingly, the second arrow cleaved the fletching of the first, and the third cleave the second until all three left but a single hole. Cheers erupted across the field. Yang Jingyuan inclined his head slightly from the platform. "Who is this man?" he asked. Qin Pejuan rose and clasped his fists. "My lord, this man is called Wang Shita, formerly a scout sergeant of the northern camp, in the early stage of the Jing, skilled in bow and horse. 3 years ago, he rode alone 200 li into Yinshan, and sketched the disposition of a Xiongnu outpost." "Noted," Yang Jingyuan said. "Regardless of today's ranking, transfer him into the personal guard and grant him the Baihu rank." "I obey," Qin replied. A shadow passed Zhao Guangping's eyes. He remembered Wang Shita 3 years prior. Zhao had demoted him to ordinary soldier after a clash with a superior, yet Qin Pejuan had quietly taken him into his fold. The contests continued. The second event tested raw strength. 10 wooden posts as thick as a bowl stood at the center. Contestants were to strike them with fists, elbows, shoulders, backs, and so forth. Victory judged by the degree of the post as fracture. A squat hulking man like an iron tower stepped forward, exhaled, and slammed his shoulder and back into a post. Crack! The post split and splinters flew. Not content, he spun and hammered the second post with his elbow like a sledge at 2 split. 10 consecutive blows shattered 10 posts in scarcely 30 breaths. "He is called Niu Dazhuang," Zhang Ming reported in a low voice. "At the peak of the Tiegu Jing, born with prodigious strength. During last year's Xiongnu raid, he once overturned a charging warhorse with a single arm." Yang Jingyuan nodded. "He will be of great use." Event after event proceeded, and the parade ground grew more fervent. The veterans who had been listless found a spark rekindled in their eyes. Every brilliant feat drew thunderous acclaim. Those whom Qin Pejuan and Zhang Ming and the others had quietly positioned took the stage one after another and performed admirably. By the sun's rise, over the yard 7 of the top 10 had been decided. Yang Jingyuan's gaze swept the sidelines. Yuan Tiangang huddled in the corner of the high platform, appearing to doze, his right hand hidden in his sleeve, as he transmitted orders with the clandestine finger signals of the Buliangren. Outside the ground, 30 Buliangren disguised as ordinary soldiers had seized control of every entrance, and nearby Tiansu Star Duan Chengtian led men to monitor every move of Zhao Guangping's confidants. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly. But Yang Jingyuan's Longxiang Jing perception caught a trace of the unusual. The haystack at the southeast corner, where 3 men were ostensibly moving supplies, their breaths were long, and their steps measured, plainly practitioners of Jing. While they pretended to carry things, one of them feigned a stumble, and knocked over a wooden tub. What spilled from the tub was not hay, but a black powder. Gunpowder. They had indeed brought it. Yang Jingyuan lifted his teacup, and veiled his face with his sleeve, his lips moving. A voice condensed into a precise beam, and entered Yuan Tiangang's ear 3 feet away. Southeast haystack, 3 men, about 30 gene of black powder. Do not act yet, wait until they finish their setup. Yuan Tiangang gave a barely perceptible nod. At that moment, the final 3 events, horsemanship, blade technique, and comprehensive hand-to-hand combat, began simultaneously. On the west side, 20 warhorses neighing and galloping were unleashed. Competitors were required to mount from the stirrup, shoot from horseback, and slash at straw targets while at full speed. One young soldier drew particular notice. He rode as if on level ground, and as the horse cleared obstacles could flip backward, hanging by the saddle, and still loosed an arrow to strike the target behind him. That is Li Ci's nephew, Li Shao. Qin Pejuan offered in time. 18 years old, latest age Tiegu Jing, his horsemanship learned from truths gleaned, while the family held Xiongnu captives. Yang Jingyuan took note of the name. In the center, blades flashed, and wooden swords clashed as 30 soldiers fought in pairs, the noise of combat relentless. These border veterans lacked flourish, but every move was ruthless, aimed at throat-hard joints, the killing techniques honed on the battlefield. Yang Jingyuan watched with care. Their cultivation might not be high, but their practical combat experience was rich. With modest training, they could become elite. The sun gradually slanted westward. The top 10 winners were all decided. Wang Shita, Niu Dazhuang, Li Shao, and 4 others were the men. Qin Pejuan and Zhang Ming had arranged. The remaining 3 were true dark horses, who had advanced by genuine ability, 2 born of peasant families, and 1 newly recruited from the refugee ranks. The master of ceremonies was about to proclaim the contest over when Yang Jingyuan raised a hand to halt him. He rose slowly and walked to the edge of the platform. The eyes of 3,000 soldiers snapped to him. Today at the contest, he declared, I have witnessed the blood and courage of Yuling's sons.
He used inner force to project his voice across the field, but battlefield fighting judges not only individual valor, but coordinated cooperation. He paused, then called out loudly, "Top 10 winners step forward." 10 men strode up and dropped to one knee. "From this day forward, you 10 shall be the first cadre of the Yuan's personal guard. Each of you will be promoted 1 rank, rewarded 100 taels of silver, and granted a suit of black iron armor." Cheers shook the sky. Yang Jingyuan continued, "But I will add one more test." He pointed to the center where the bout had just finished. "You 10 will face 50 ordinary soldiers," he said. "Within the time it takes 1 incense stick to burn. If 3 or more of you remain standing, the silver reward will be doubled, and you may enter the Wangfu Armory to select any single martial method." Battle lust flared in all 10 pairs of eyes at once. Outside the ground, Zhao Guangping's mouth curved into a cold smile. The opportunity had arrived. He tapped the hilt with his right hand. The concealed mechanism ticked, and sent out a barely perceptible high-pitched hum. At the southeast haystack, the 3 Jing warriors disguised as soldiers received the signal. They exchanged glances, and quietly melted into the shadows. Each concealed in his breast a specially made fire tinder. Activated by inner force, it would ignite instantly, and once thrown detonate after 3 breaths. The plan called for them to set off the powder simultaneously, when the 10 fought the 50, and the scene became most chaotic. The explosions would not yield great casualties, but would provoke panic and trampling. A flawless calculation. On the ground, the 10 vs 50 melee began. The 10 victors formed a back-to-back circular formation and faced 5 times their number, without a flicker of fear. Niu Dazhuang charged like a brute bull, knocking 7 men over in a single surge. Wang Shitu shot the knees of those who sought to break the line. Li Xiao moved like lightning along the perimeter, his wooden sword focused on joints. Though outnumbered, the 50 ordinary soldiers could not pierce that iron bucket defense. The incense had burned past half. Zhao Guangping's palms were slick with sweat as his gaze kept darting to the southeast corner. Why had those 3 not acted? He tapped the hilt again. Still no response. Something was amiss. Zhao Guangping sprang up to speak when urgent hoofbeats thudded from the northern skyline. "Report," the scout rasped as he rode in like a bolt. The rider was drenched in blood, toppled from his saddle, and shouted hoarsely, "Smoke beacons." 3 smoke beacons 50 li to the north, he cried. 2,000 Xiongnu cavalry have broken through the Great Wall outposts, overrun 3 forts, and are pillaging toward Lingyuan. Silence fell across the field. A moment later an uproar rose. "The Xiongnu are coming. 3 forts. That is where old Lu and his men are posted. 2,000 riders. We have fewer than 3,000 able to fight in camp." Panic spread like a pestilence. Among the spreading fear, Zhao Guangping's eyes flashed with exultation. He whispered to himself, "Heaven favors me." He strode forward and dropped to one knee, his voice ringing with fervor. "My lord, the Xiongnu have invaded and Lingyuan stands at the brink. I request permission to lead our troops to strike. I will cut down the Xiongnu to repay you and defend our homeland." His words infected many officers and soldiers, who cried out in agreement. "Zhao Dudu speaks rightly. Let us fight the Xiongnu. Charge out. We cannot let them reach Lingyuan." The parade ground swelled with uneasy energy, a tangle of martial fervor and fear. On the high platform, Yang Jingyuan watched Zhao Guangping's performance in silence. When the clamor subsided, he spoke slowly. "General Zhao, your loyalty and bravery are commendable." Zhao Guangping's heart leapt at the praise. But Yang's next words chilled him. "The enemy's situation is unclear, their strength, route, and intent have not been scouted. A rash sortie is the cardinal error of generals." Yang Jingyuan rose, his dark robe whipped in the wind, his sovereign aura overwhelming. "Chen Pejuan," he called. At once Chen stepped out, clasped his fists, and bowed. "I order you to lead 1,000 elite from your command together with 50 of the Wangfu guards, and depart the city immediately. Do not meet the enemy heat and harry, and delay them, probe their strength, and give the city time to organize its defenses." "I obey," Chen replied. Zhang Ming, Yang continued. Zhang Ming dropped to one knee. "I obey. I order you to tidy the city defenses, every soldier to the walls, bows and crossbows, rolling logs and stones prepared, 4 gates, under strict guard, entry allowed but no exit. Able-bodied townsfolk may volunteer to assist in the defense, and will be paid daily." "I obey," Zhang answered. Only then did Yang Jingyuan turn to Zhao Guangping, his voice calm, and even General Zhao.
Zhao ground his teeth. He began. You will remain in the camp, and ready the remaining troops and mounts he was told to be deployed at my command. Remember, ready the forces and stand by. Without my orders not a single soldier may move, Yang added with a blade-like gaze. Though it sounded like a grave responsibility, in truth it pinned Zhao to the rear, stripping him of frontline command and the right to dispatch troops. Stay in the camp, ready the mounts. By the time they truly needed to move, the battle might already be decided. Zhao Guangping's face went iron gray. He dug his fingernails into his palm until blood welled. He dared not defy the order, for to refuse a commander's directive in full view of all was a capital crime. I obey, he uttered the 3 words trailing into the air. A strained voice forced its way through clenched teeth. Yang Jingyuan turned away from him and addressed the entire assembly of soldiers, his voice suddenly rising with commanding authority.
The Xiongnu believe our Yuling commandery is weak and easy to trample, and that the sons of great Xia tremble at the thought of war. Today this prince shall teach them.
He drew the sword at his waist and pointed its gleaming blade northward.
Whosoever dares invade our sacred soil shall be hunted down and slain, even if they flee beyond the horizon. Kill! Kill! Kill!
3,000 warriors roared in unison. The thunderous cry shattered the lingering fear, igniting fierce burning resolve in the eyes of even those who had moments before been restless and uncertain. Chen Pejuan and Zhang Ming swiftly obeyed the order. On the training ground, soldiers withdrew in disciplined formation under their officers' command, hastening to their assigned posts. Zhao Guangping remained rooted where he stood, watching Yang Jingyuan's calm, unhurried command from the elevated platform, his gaze seething with venom so palpable it seemed almost corporeal. As he turned to leave, a figure stepped into his path. Yuan Tiangang, a stooped aged man with clouded eyes, had appeared beside him without a sound. His hoarse voice rasped.
General Zhao, His Highness commands, the camp's full readiness is of utmost importance. This old servant shall lead a detachment to assist you, lest any petty schemer stir unrest. Assist.
Surveillance. Zhao Guangping nearly ground his teeth to dust, but forced a brittle smile.
Your guidance is deeply appreciated, Elder Yuan.
He stared at the 10 impassive royal guards standing behind Yuan Tiangang, each with bulging temples and piercing gazes, all undoubtedly at least at the Golden Tendon realm. This was no assistance. It was an escort under armed guard. The crowd on the training ground gradually dispersed. Yang Jingyuan descended the platform. Zhao Quan led forward his warhorse.
Your Highness, shall we return to the city? First to the city wall.
Yang Jingyuan vaulted onto his mount, his gaze sweeping across the southeast corner, where the hay stacks had once stood. The spot was now empty. The 3 Golden Tendon realm martial artists had vanished, taken secretly by Imperial secret agents long before the smoke signal rose, along with the gunpowder bound and concealed. Hooves thundered as the horse galloped through the encampment toward Lingyuan City. En route, Yang Jingyuan's lips barely moved, yet his voice condensed and focus pierced directly into Yuan Tiangang's ear.
Watch Zhao Guangping's camp without blinking. If he makes even the slightest move, kill him on sight. Also send word to General Huo Qubing the Xiongnu have advanced south ahead of schedule. He is to enact Plan 2 immediately.
Yuan Tiangang's hunched frame stiffened almost imperceptibly atop his horse's right hand, flicked a subtle signal at his side. Far off atop a civilian rooftop, a black silhouette flickered and vanished. Lingyuan City's North Gate Tower. When Yang Jingyuan ascended the ramparts, Zhang Ming had already completed defensive preparations, logs and boulders stacked like walls, crossbows cocked, and ready cauldrons of boiling oil set ablaze, torches blazing like a forest of fire. Outside the city walls, civilians streamed inward under military supervision. In distant fields, others raced to harvest the last remaining crops, their very sustenance, which they dared not leave for the Xiongnu.
Your Highness.
Zhang Ming saluted with a clenched fist.
The city's defenses are fully secured. Commander Chen's 1,000 elite troops have sallied forth through the North Gate, as ordered, and are now divided into 10 detachments conducting Itandran raids along the approach routes.
Yang Jingyuan nodded, then gazed northward. On the horizon, 3 straight columns of black smoke pierced the azure sky, striking ominous and unmistakable. Farther still, faint glimmers of flame flickered, the smoldering ruins of burned villages.
What is the status of Sanjia Fortress's garrison?
He asked. Zhang Ming's expression darkened.
Scouts report. All 120 defenders fell. None survived. As for the villagers, most never escaped.
Nearby officers clenched their fists, eyes blazing with fury. Yang Jingyuan fell silent for a long moment, then spoke slowly.
Their blood will not flow in vain.
He turned to Zhao Quan.
Select 100 royal guards, under your command, escort physicians, and relieve supplies beyond the walls to meet fleeing civilians. Any Xiongnu patrol that draws near, slaughter without mercy. This subordinate accepts the order.
Zhao Quan bowed deeply and strode down the ramparts. The sun hung low in the west, already the hour of Shen. At last dust rose on the northern horizon, not the Xiongnu host but refugees' elders supported by used carts and baskets laden with meager possessions, cries and wails carried on the wind, heart-wrenching and raw.
Open the side gate. Lower the drawbridge,
Zhang Ming commanded. The refugees surged inward like a flood tide. Soldiers stood watch upon the walls in solemn silence, some recognizing Qian among the throng, tears welling in their eyes. Then, dust rose again on the northern horizon. This time it heralded cavalry. A vast dark mass, no fewer than 500 riders, swept forward like a storm cloud. The muffled thunder of hooves echoed from afar, vibrating faintly through the very stones of the ramparts. The Xiongnu cavalry. Having spotted the fleeing civilians, they accelerated, charging in relentless pursuit. The vanguard Xiongnu archers raised their bows, arrows rained down like hail upon the stragglers at the rear of the column.
Crossbows, fire!
Zhang Ming bellowed. 30 crossbows atop the wall loosed simultaneously. Thick child-arm-sized bolts shrieked through the air and tore into the Xiongnu ranks. 7 or 8 riders were impaled, horses toppling, men flung headlong. Yet more Xiongnu scattered their formation and pressed onward. Panic erupted among the refugees, screaming surging desperately toward the gate. The drawbridge became a choke bottleneck, some were crushed into the moat below. Yang Jingyuan's eyes turned ice cold. In a single fluid motion, he leapt from the rampart.
Your Highness!
Zhang Ming cried out in shock. But Yang Jingyuan soared like a great rock, gliding effortlessly across the 10-tang-wide moat, and landed squarely on the far bank. The instant his feet touched earth, he pushed off, launching himself forward like an arrow straight toward the nearest Xiongnu cavalry unit. 20 riders strong, they froze in stunned disbelief at the lone figure charging headlong, then broke into cruel grins, drawing curved sabers to meet him. Their centurion laughed wildly.
Dog of Han, seeking death!
Spurring his mount into a furious charge, he raised his saber high, the blade gleaming crimson in the dying light of the sun. 10 zhang. 5 zhang. 3 zhang. At the very instant the saber began its fatal descent, Yang Jingyuan moved. His body slid sideways like a phantom, evading the blade, then his right hand shot forth, fingers locking around the centurion's wrist like iron manacles. A sharp twist, and a violent yank.
Crack!
Bone snapped. The saber clattered from lifeless fingers. Before the centurion's scream could escape his throat, Yang Jingyuan seized the weapon, and reversed his grip in one seamless motion. A crescent of silver light arced through the air. A head flew skyward, blood fontaining like a crimson spring. The horse reared in terror, but Yang Jingyuan used the momentum to launch himself upward, planting a foot upon the saddle and launching toward the second rider. Another flash of steel. Another head severed. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Like a tiger unleashed among lambs, every stroke of his blade brought carnage, blood and flesh flying in chaotic ruin. No flourishes. Only battlefield slaughter techniques. Cleaves, slashes, sweeps, thrusts, each strike precise, economical, lethal. 20 breaths. Only 20 breaths. 23 Xiongnu cavalrymen, all dead. Yang Jingyuan stood amid the carnage, his obsidian-black robes unstained by a single drop of blood. His captured saber's edge was now ragged. He cast it aside and picked up another. Farther back, the remaining Xiongnu cavalry reined in their mounts in stunned horror. They had never witnessed such terrifying slaughter. That man was no mortal. He was an Asura. Yang Jingyuan lifted his gaze toward the hundreds of riders, and spoke, his voice amplified by inner force detonating like thunder across the field. Leave! One word, yet it struck every Xiongnu heart like a physical blow, sending their mounts into panicked whinnies. After a breathless silence, a horn sounded, not for attack but for retreat. They wheeled their horses and fled, like a receding tide. Upon the walls, the garrison stared dumbfounded. Then, roars of jubilation exploded, shaking the heavens.
His Highness's divine might! Long live His Highness!
The roar swelled like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire city. The last of the refugees poured safely inside. The drawbridge slowly rose behind them. Yang Jingyuan turned, and walked calmly back toward the gate. The setting sun stretched his shadow long across the blood-soaked earth, godlike, demonic. When he reached the tower, Zhang Ming and the other generals knelt on one knee, eyes alight with fervent awe.
"Rise, all of you,"
Yang Jingyuan said, calm and steady.
"The Xiongnu have withdrawn, but only for now. Issue the order citywide tonight, full alert, rotating watches, no rest." "Yes, Your Highness."
Yang Jingyuan approached the crenellation and looked north toward the deepening twilight. The smoke signal still rose. The true battle had yet to begin. And Zhao Guangping within his camp would surely have received the news by now. What would he do? A faint knowing curve touched Yang Jingyuan's lips. He was eager to find out. Nightfall slowly enshrouded Lingyuan. Yiling Commandery's northern camp, central command tent. Zhao Guangping listened to his trusted aides report, his face livid with rage.
"His Highness fought alone and slaughtered 23 riders. Drove off 500 Xiongnu cavalry."
He could scarcely believe his ears.
"Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain."
The aide stammered, voice trembling.
"Our brothers saw it all from the ramparts. That wasn't human, it was a monster."
Zhao Guangping slumped into his chair. He had assumed Yang Jingyuan's peak was the Jade Marrow realm, and that was already beyond reckoning. Yet what he just witnessed, that power defied the very laws of the Jade Marrow realm. Was it the Thunderclap realm, or even the Dragon Phoenix realm? The thought sent a chill crawling up his spine. If it truly was the Dragon Phoenix realm, then every scheme he devised was meaningless folly. Before absolute strength, all intrigue crumbled to dust.
"Commander, shall we proceed with the original plan?"
The aide ventured cautiously. Zhao Guangping remained silent for a long while. Then his eyes flashed with manic resolve.
"Proceed as planned, but with one change. Not assassination amid chaos, but—"
He withdrew a blood-red token from his robe, a wolf's head carved on its front, Xiongnu script etched on its reverse. It was the Left-Wise King's personal seal, given to him for use in moments of ultimate necessity.
"Send a messenger to Wild Wolf Valley, to Haru,"
Zhao Guangping said, handing over the token.
"Tell him at midnight tomorrow I shall light a beacon at the north gate. Then open the gate."
The aide's hand shook violently. The token nearly slipped from his grasp.
"Commander, this is treason." "Treason?"
Zhao Guangping sneered.
"If Yang Jingyuan lives, we die. Better to gamble everything than wait passively for the axe to fall. Once the Xiongnu breach the city and slay Yang Jingyuan, we'll lay all blame on failed defense. Whose eyes will ever trace it back to me? Moreover," he added, voice dropping colder still, "the Left-Wise King has sworn upon success the post of Yiling Commander remains mine, along with 10,000 taels of gold and 10 step maidens."
The aide swallowed hard, and finally accepted the token.
"This subordinate understands. Go, and be careful."
After the aide departed, Zhao Guangping sat alone in the tent, staring into the flickering candlelight. He recalled the past 5 years in Yiling, embezzling military funds, smuggling arms, colluding with bandits, conspiring with the Xiongnu. Each crime alone warranted extermination of his entire clan. For years, he'd rested easy beneath the protection of the second prince. Then Yang Jingyuan arrived. This 16-year-old prince had in just 3 days reduced 5 years of meticulous scheming to crumbling ash.
"If you deny me life,"
venom coalesced in Zhao Guangping's eyes, thick and tangible,
"then I shall grant you death."
He drew his saber and carved a single character into the table.
"Kill!"
The blade bit deep into the wood grain, mirroring the depth of his resolve. Outside the tent, night reigned absolute. Distant ramparts blazed with light, while within the camp dark currents had already begun to churn. Zhao Guangping did not know that even as his aiding figure, and murmured to the imperial agent beside him,
"Follow him. Wait until Wild Wolf Valley."
On a rooftop, Duan Chengtian watched the retreating figure and murmured to the imperial agent beside him,
"Follow him. Wait until Wild Wolf Valley before acting. Remember, take him alive, and secure the token." "Understood."
The shadows dissolved into the night. Duan Chengtian turned his gaze toward the central command tent, and his eyes gleamed with cold, predatory certainty. The bait had been taken, and the true hunter had long since laid his net. At midnight, the north wind cut like a knife. 30 li north of Lingyuan City lay the Wild Wolf Gully. Batel, the vanguard general under the Xiongnu Left-Wise King, was gnawing on a lamb leg inside his leather tent. Outside the tent, bonfires blazed brightly. 2,000 Xiongnu cavalry were scattered along both sides of the gully, their warhorses tied in sheltered spots. The sounds of snoring mingled with the howling wind.
General, the scout has returned.
A personal guard lifted the tent flap and knelt on one knee.
The 4 gates of Lingyuan City are tightly shut. About 3,000 defenders man the walls, but their armor is worn and their morale is low.
Batel tore off a piece of mutton and grinned.
These Xia people are nothing but sheep cowering in their stone cages. We slaughtered those useless wretches at Sanjia Fort in just 1 hour. At dawn tomorrow we'll butcher 2 more villages and see if they dare to come out.
He paused then asked,
Any word from Huo Qubing? Not yet. But as agreed, he will light a beacon at the north gate tomorrow night.
Before he could finish, a commotion erupted outside the tent.
Fire! The grain depot is on fire.
Batel sprang to his feet and rushed out. Flames shot into the sky from the western side of the camp, billowing thick smoke, the very spot where 5 days' worth of provisions were stored.
Put out the fire! Hurry!
He roared. But the fire spread with terrifying speed, fueled by the night wind. In an instant 3 entire grain stacks were engulfed. More eerily crackling explosions rang out from the flames, and a pungent odor filled the air. Someone had mixed sulfur and oil into the grain.
Enemy attack!
The warning horn finally sounded, but it was too late. Hundreds of torches suddenly flared to life on the slopes of the gully. In the firelight, black-armored cavalry charged down, like phantoms, their horses' hooves muffled with cloth. They were silent until they were within 30 zhan of the camp before the Xiongnu realized the danger.
Loose arrows!
A Xia general's sharp command echoed from the hillside. A rain of arrows descended like locusts, targeting the Xiongnu soldiers scrambling to fight the fire and the panicked warhorses. The camp descended into chaos. Men screamed, horses reared, and blades flashed in the firelight. Qin Pijun sat astride his horse on the slope, coldly observing the turmoil below. Behind him, 1,000 elite border troops were divided into 3 units. One continued to rain arrows, one held the key paths on the slope with long spears, and the last, 200 riders, had already plunged like a dagger into the heart of the camp.
General, we've burned 3 grain stacks, enough to feed their 2,000 men for about 2 days.
The deputy commander reported in a low voice.
As per the prince's orders, we left the eastern stack untouched. That's their hope.
Qin Pijun nodded.
Our raiding objective is achieved. Pass the order, retreat all forces in 1 instant, sticks time. Remember, leave behind a few tattered banners, and accidentally drop some Lingyuan Prefecture soldiers' waste tokens. Understood.
The night raid lasted less than half an hour. By the time Batel organized an effective counterattack, the black-armored cavalry had receded, like a tide vanishing into the darkness beyond the slopes. They left behind a scene of devastation: charred grain, nearly 100 corpses, dozens of wounded horses, and a few trampled banners bearing the character U, and several blood-stained waste tokens. Batel picked up one token, squinting at the inscription in the firelight: Lingyuan Prefecture Soldier, North Camp Unit C number 7.
Lingyuan Prefecture soldiers,
he growled, crushing the token in his hand.
Huo Qubing, you worthless fool. Your own men dare to ambush me. General, we only have 1 grain stack left, enough for 2 days.
A Chiliarch said grimly.
If we can't take Lingyuan quickly and seize supplies, we'll have to withdraw.
Batel's eyes glinted with murderous intent.
Withdraw? In 10 years of roaming the grasslands, have I ever been driven back by Xia men?
He turned his gaze south toward Lingyuan City, speaking each word deliberately.
At dawn tomorrow we advance with full force. I will personally cut off the Yu King's head and drag it back to the grasslands behind my horse.
At the end of the hour of the tiger, atop the north gate tower of Lingyuan City, Yang Jingyuan stood wrapped in a dark cloak, gazing north from behind the battlements. The night was deep, but his dragon elephant realm eyesight pierced the darkness, allowing him to see the still smoldering flames 30 li away.
Qin Pijun succeeded.
Yuan Tiangong, hunched beside him, spoke hoarsely.
The Bu Liangren report 3 Xiongnu grain stacks burned, nearly 100 enemies killed. Our losses: 17 men. 17 brave souls.
Yang Jingyuan was silent for a moment.
Double their compensation and record their names in the Hall of Martyrs. Yes.
Yuan Tiangong paused, then continued.
Duan Chung Tian has also sent word Huo Qubing's trusted man has reached Wild Wolf Valley and made contact with the Xiongnu merchant Haru, presenting the token. The Bu Liangren have secured the scene. Both the token and the man are detained. We forged a receipt for him to bring back. Has Huo Qubing received the receipt? He has. He believes the Xiongnu have agreed to assist him tomorrow night. He is now secretly rallying his confidants in the camp, preparing to act.
A cold smile curled on Yang Jingyuan's lips.
Then let him prepare. Tomorrow night, I will present him with a grand gift.
As he spoke, the sky began to lighten on the horizon. Dawn crept in, revealing the outlines of the desolate wilderness beyond the city walls. A night of wind had left a thin layer of frost on the ground, and the withered grass glistened with white frost in the morning light. At the beginning of the hour of the dragon, dust rose once more on the horizon. This time, it was no scattered cavalry, but a dense oppressive formation. 2,000 Xiongnu cavalry spread across a front 3 li wide, advancing slowly. At the forefront, a wolf-head banner snapped in the morning breeze. Beneath it stood Vanguard General Bat. He was bare-chested, displaying his muscular frame and a body covered in scars. In his hand, he carried a 60-gene wolf-tooth mace, and beneath him was a pitch-black steed from the grasslands. Riding to within a li of the city, he reined in his horse and pointed his mace at the battlements, his voice thundering.
You Xia dogs on the wall. Listen. I am Batel Vanguard under the Xiongnu left wise king. Which bastard raided my camp last night? Come out and die.
His voice, amplified by inner energy, echoed across the entire wall. The defenders stirred uneasily, many soldiers turning pale. Batel's fearsome reputation preceded him. During last autumn's raids, he had single-handedly breached 3 beacon towers, killing over 100 defenders. Xiao Guangping, now also on the tower, watched with a conflicted heart. He both hoped the Xiongnu would eliminate Yang Jingyuan, his great thorn, and feared the true power Yang Jingyuan might be hiding. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and knelt on one knee.
Your Highness, the Xiongnu are insolent. Your subordinate requests permission to ride out and engage. I will surely slay this brute to boost our army's morale.
This was both a test and a gamble. If Yang Jingyuan allowed him to fight, he could manipulate the battle. If not, at least it would confirm Yang Jingyuan's suspicions of him.
General Zhao's loyalty is commendable, and I appreciate your intent.
Yang Jingyuan replied calmly.
But why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? I will deal with such barbarians myself.
Xiao Guangping's heart trembled. The tone was terrifyingly calm, as if facing not a notorious Xiongnu vanguard, but a lamb to the slaughter. He recalled the scene from yesterday, when Yang Jingyuan alone had repelled 500 riders. Cold sweat beaded on his back.
Your Highness, your person is too precious to.
Before he could finish, Yang Jingyuan had already removed his cloak, revealing a dark black martial outfit beneath. He wore no heavy armor, only a set of light leather, with an ordinary combat saber at his waist.
Open the city gates,
he said calmly.
Your Highness, please reconsider.
Zhang Ming urged anxiously.
That Batel is at the peak of the Golden Sinew realm, immensely strong and exceptionally fierce. Open the gates.
2 words brooking no dissent. The heavy city gates slowly creaked open, and the drawbridge lowered. Yang Jingyuan rode out alone. His horse's hooves clattered across the drawbridge, stepping onto the frozen ground outside the city, leaving clear prints in the morning light. On the walls, thousands of defenders held their breath. Xiao Guangping stared fixedly at that figure, a foreboding feeling rising in his heart. Yang Jingyuan was too composed, too calm for a 16-year-old youth. He seemed more like a battle-hardened veteran. Outside the city, Batel, seeing only a single rider emerge, was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter.
Has Xia no men left? Sending a boy to die.
The Xiongnu cavalry behind him roared with laughter, the sound surging like a wave. Yang Jingyuan reined in his horse, stopping 100 paces from Batel. He looked up at the wolf-head banner, his voice clear and reaching every ear.
So you are Batel. The one who burned your grain last night was my man.
Batel's smile froze as he sized up Yang Jingyuan.
You're that you king. A 16-year-old boy. Yes.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
So I'll give you a chance. Dismount and surrender now, and I will spare your life. Ha ha ha.
Batel threw his head back and laughed until tears came to his eyes.
Boy, have you not woken up yet? I was already killing men when you were still sucking at your mother's teat.
He swung his wolf-tooth mace and grinned savagely.
But since you dare to come out, I'll grant your wish. I hear the heads of your Xia princes are valuable. Chopping off yours will surely earn me a great reward from the left-wise king.
Yang Jingyuan said no more and slowly drew his saber. The saber was a standard military issue, 3 feet and 2 inches long, with decent steel, but far from a divine weapon. Sunlight glinted coldly off its blade. Batel hesitated no longer. He spurred his horse forward. The black steed shot like an arrow, covering the 100 paces in an instant. The wolf-toothed mace swung whistling through the air and came crashing down. This strike channeled the full power of a Golden Cindy Realm Peak expert, 1,000 gene of force enough to crush even iron armor. On the city wall, Zhang Ming and the others held their breath. Zhao Quan gripped his sword hilt, almost rushing down. Xiao Guangping held his breath. If Yang Jingyuan was indeed at the Thunder Sound or even Dragon Elephant Realm, as he suspected, this blow would pose no threat, but if Yang Jingyuan was merely bluffing, then today would be his death. Yet in the next instant everyone's eyes went wide. Yang Jingyuan neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he met the descending mace with his saber slashing upward at an angle. The motion seemed effortless, yet it struck with pinpoint precision at the weakest midpoint of the mace's trajectory. Clang! The clash of metal rang out. Batel felt a strange force transmitted through the saber, not brute strength, but something fluid that coiled along his mace, deflecting his full-powered strike by a fraction. The wolf-tooth mace grazed past. Yang Jingyuan's shoulder strike missed, crashing heavily onto the ground and gouging out a foot-deep pit in the earth. After a single clash, the two men wheeled their horses around. Bader's expression grew somber.
That last slash. Something was off. This youth's control over his strength was terrifyingly exquisite.
He licked his lips.
Interesting. Again.
This time he no longer underestimated his opponent. The wolf-tooth club unleashed his life's ultimate technique.
18 strikes to shatter mountains.
Cloud shadows loomed like mountains layering upon each other, sealing off all of Yang Jingyuan's escape routes. Each strike carried immense force, the air bursting with thunderous cracks. Yet Yang Jingyuan moved, like a willow catkin in a gale, weaving through the shadows of the club. His warblade either tapped or deflected each time, nearly grazing the wolf-tooth club, neutralizing the onslaught with minimal effort. He appeared perilously close to disaster, but keen observers could see. His breathing was steady, his gaze calm. He was far from using his full strength. 3 moves. 5 moves. 7 moves. Bader grew increasingly alarmed. The youth's blade technique seemed simple, yet it always shattered his assault at the most critical moment. Moreover, it was as if his opponent could predict every one of his moves. Xiao Guangping watched from the city wall, his hands and feet turning icy cold. Though he was only at the peak of the gold-tended realm, his eyesight was sharp enough. Yang Jingyuan's strength was far beyond what could be explained as a breakthrough under duress. That effortless footwork, the blade's precision, to a hair's breadth, the absolute control over the battlefield's rhythm. This was at least the mid to late stage of the Thunder Sound realm. A 16-year-old at the Thunder Sound realm. No. Perhaps even higher. Xiao Guangping recalled the scene yesterday when Yang Jingyuan had sent a Xiongnu cavalryman flying with a single hand, and a deeper chill gripped his heart. That effortless display of immense power might be the Dragon Elephant Realm. This thought nearly made him collapse. What did the Dragon Elephant Realm signify? Across the entire Great Xia dynasty, there were no more than 10 openly known Dragon Elephant Realm powerhouses. They were beings who commanded a region and could stand against an army of 10,000. If Yang Jingyuan truly belonged to the Dragon Elephant Realm, the deeds he had committed in Yiling over the past 5 years would be enough to warrant death 100 times over. On the 10th move, Yang Jingyuan finally struck back. He parried a sweeping blow, his war blade cutting in smoothly, the tip darting like a viper's tongue straight for Bader's throat. Bader hurriedly leaned back, the blade tip grazing his neck, leaving a trail of blood.
First move,
Yang Jingyuan said calmly. Enraged Bader launched a frenzied assault with his wolf-tooth club. But Yang Jingyuan's blade style had shifted, no longer defensive but offensive. Every strike precisely targeted the flaws in Bader's technique, forcing him into a constant retreat. On the 11th move, the blade's light sheared off a lock of Bader's hair.
Second move.
On the 12th move, the blade sliced across Bader's left arm, splitting the skin open.
Third move.
On the 13th move, the flat of the blade slammed into Bader's chest, sending his chi and blood churning.
Fourth move.
Fear finally flickered in Bader's eyes. This youth was toying with him. If his opponent truly wanted him dead, he could have finished it by the 5th move.
Who the hell are you?
He roared hoarsely. Yang Jingyuan reined in his horse, his warblade pointing diagonally at the ground.
The prince of Yang Jingyuan.
As the words fell, he moved. This time he held nothing back. The warblade rose, its body carving a grim arc in the morning light. There was no flourish, no variation, only pure speed and power. Yet this single strike seemed to lock down every possible dodge Bader might take. Bader let out a wild roar, raising his wolf-tooth club to block with all his might.
Clang, crack.
The wolf-tooth club snapped in two. The warblade continued its course, cleaving through Bader's neck. Time seemed to freeze. Bader's eyes bulged. He opened his mouth, but no sound came. The next instant his head separated from his body, shooting upward as blood sprayed like a waterfall. The headless corpse swayed twice on the horse before crashing to the ground with a thud.
Fifth move!
Yang Jingyuan sheathed his blade, urged his horse forward, reached out with his left hand, and seized the pole of the wolf-head banner. With a hard yank, he uprooted the entire flag, raising it high above his head. In the morning light, the youth in the black robe, untouched by a single drop of blood, stood before the myriad troops, holding the blood-stained banner of the fallen enemy general. Silence. A deathly silence. Whether it was the defenders on the wall, or the Xiongnu cavalry outside the city, all were stunned. 5 moves. Merely 5 moves. Bader, the Xiongnu vanguard at the peak of the Gold Tendon realm, and a man of notorious ferocity, was slain beneath his horse. After an unknown interval, a thunderous cheer erupted from the city walls.
His Highness Divine Might! Long live the Prince of Yu!
The sound waves surged like a tsunami, sweeping across heaven and earth. The defenders screamed madly, many old soldiers shedding tears of joy. After so many years, Yuling finally had a prince who dared to ride out and meet the enemy, slaying a general in battle. The Xiongnu ranks fell into a dead silence. With their commander dead and their battle standard seized, morale instantly crumbled. Someone shouted, "Retreat!" First, and the 2,000 cavalry turned their horses like a tide, fleeing north en route.
"Open the gates! Pursue!"
Chen Pejuan, already unable to contain himself, led 1,000 elite border troops charging out. The fleeing Xiongnu cavalry had no will to fight, only to escape, and were cut down from behind, leaving hundreds of corpses behind. Yang Jingyuan did not give chase. He rode back to the city and tossed the wolf-head banner before the gates. The blood-stained flag unfurled in the morning breeze, its wolf's head ferocious, yet now merely a relic of the dead. Zhao Quan led his men to greet him, his voice trembling with excitement.
"Your Highness! Your Highness is truly divine!"
Yang Jingyuan dismounted, patted his shoulder, and turned to look at the city tower. Zhao Guangping stood behind the crenellations, his face ashen white, his entire body trembling. When Yang Jingyuan's gaze swept over him, he instinctively stepped back and nearly fell. Those eyes were calm and unruffled, yet they plunged Zhao Guangping into an icy abyss, a calm that saw through everything, as if all his schemes and all his fears were laid completely bare.
"General Zhao,"
Yang Jingyuan's voice carried over,
"I have slain the enemy general. Are you satisfied?"
Zhao Guangping forced a smile, his voice dry.
"Your Highness' divine might is unparalleled. This humble general is in utter awe."
He spoke the truth. At that moment his fear of Yang Jingyuan had penetrated to his very marrow. Killing a peak Gold Tendon realm expert in 5 moves was no feat achievable by the Jade Marrow realm. Even the Thunder Sound realm might not manage it so effortlessly.
"Good,"
Yang Jingyuan said, giving him a meaningful glance before turning to enter the city. The city gates slowly closed. On the city tower, Zhang Ming watched Yang Jingyuan's retreating figure, a complex light flickering in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, in a low voice to his deputy,
"Go! Search Bader's body thoroughly.
Especially anything on his person. Don't miss a single thing." "Yes, sir."
The deputy took his leave. Zhang Ming looked northward, where the fleeing Xiongnu cavalry had already become dust on the horizon.
He murmured to himself,
"Yuling is about to change."
Half an hour later, in the prince's study, Yuan Tiangang placed a jade pendant on the desk. The pendant was the size of a palm, made of mutton-fat white jade carved with coiled dragons and cloud patterns, but only half of it remained. It had been found in a secret pocket inside Bader's inner armor.
"Master, this is the item,"
Yuan Tiangang said in a low voice.
"The other half has been found in a hidden compartment in Zhao Guangping's study. The Black Guards confirmed last night that they fit together perfectly."
Yang Jingyuan picked up the half pendant, examining it closely by candlelight. The jade was warm and smooth, the carving exquisite, far from an ordinary piece. More crucially, there were faint traces of gold inlay at the broken edge, a unique craft of the Great Xia Imperial Court's jade pendants used for anti-counterfeiting.
"How could a border general like Zhao Guangping possess an Imperial Court jade pendant?"
Yang Jingyuan sneered.
"And he deliberately broke it in two, keeping one half and sending the other to the Xiongnu vanguard general. This item alone will leave him unable to defend himself,"
Yuan Tiangang said.
"But this old servant believes the pendant alone is not enough. We must wait until tonight. when he truly acts to catch him red-handed.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
Is the victory banquet ready? It has been arranged according to your orders.
Yuan Tiangang's eyes flashed with a sharp light.
All the generals in the army will be present. Then, before everyone, we will expose his treasonous dealings.
Outside the window the sun blazed bright. In Lingyuan City, the common folk rushed about spreading the news of the Prince of Yu's feat of slaying the enemy general, the entire city in an uproar. Meanwhile, in the northern army camp, Zhao Guangping had locked himself in his command tent staring at the Xiongnu response token, his face shifting between colors.
Tomorrow night at the hour of the rat. Open the city gates,
he murmured, his voice trembling. If it had been yesterday, he would have been excited for this plan. But now, the image of Yang Jingyuan's five-blade beheading of the general haunted his mind.
The Dragon Elephant Realm. He must be in the Dragon Elephant Realm.
Zhao Guangping clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palms.
How could someone like that be willing to lie low in a place like Yuling? What does he really want?
Fear gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He knew that all his schemes were a joke in the face of absolute power. If Yang Jingyuan truly was in the Dragon Elephant Realm, even opening the city gates to invite the Xiongnu in, or mobilizing the entire Yiling Prefecture army to rebel, would not harm him in the slightest.
No, I can't follow the original plan.
Zhao Guangping shot to his feet, madness flickering in his eyes.
It has to be tonight, while he's off guard at the victory banquet.
He rushed to the desk, grabbing a brush to write a secret order. But the brush tip hovered in midair, refusing to descend. Because a question suddenly struck him. Was that meaningful glance Yang Jingyuan had cast from the city tower today truly just a casual look? Or had the other party known everything all along, and was simply waiting for him to walk into the trap? This thought sent a chill through Zhao Guangping's entire body.
General,
a trusted aide's voice came from outside the tent.
The prince has sent word tonight at the hour of the rooster 5:15 a victory banquet will be held in the main army tent. All generals are required to attend.
Zhao Guangping's hand trembled, the brush falling onto the desk, splattering ink across his clothes. He slowly sat down, his face ashen. A victory banquet. All generals required to attend. This was no victory banquet. It was clearly a Hongyan banquet. Outside the tent, that stooped figure silently retreated into the shadows, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The fish had already sensed the scent of the net. Night would eventually fall, and a reckoning was already brewing. At the third quarter of the hour, inside the central command tent of the northern garrison, outside the city, 20 tallow lamps bathed the interior in daylight bright illumination. A long wooden table overflowed with roasted lamb, roasted chickens, and steaming meat broth. Wine jars stood uncorked, their pungent aroma mingling with the smoky scent of charcoal fires. More than 30 officers sat in 2 rows, each wearing full armor and a saber at the waist, a deliberate order from Yang Jingyuan.
This victory banquet is also a military council. All must be fully armed.
The seat of honor remained empty. Yang Jingyuan had yet to arrive. Zhao Guangping sat third from the left, his wine cup filled but untouched. His gaze was lowered, seemingly composed, yet his left hand, hidden beneath the table, trembled faintly. All 3 messengers he had dispatched that entire afternoon had vanished without trace. One sent to Wolf Valley with urgent news, another to Lays with the Black Wind bandit camp, and even a third dispatched to the provincial capital seeking aid from Zhou Yongnian. Not a single one had returned. This was profoundly abnormal.
His Highness the Prince has arrived.
A herald's cry echoed from outside the tent. Instantly every officer rose, as one, fists clenched and heads bowed low. Yang Jingyuan entered, slowly clad in robes of deep unbroken black. Behind him walked the stooped figure of Yuan Tiangang, and 2 personal guards carrying a wooden chest. Though modest in size, the chest bore immense weight, striking the ground with a heavy hollow thud.
Be seated,
Yang Jingyuan said, taking his place at the head of the table and sweeping his gaze across the assembly. Only then did the officers sit, but not a single chopstick stirred. Lifting his wine cup, Yang Jingyuan declared in a clear, resonant voice,
"Today we beheaded the Xiongnu vanguard commander Bader and routed 2,000 cavalry, all thanks to your unwavering valor and sacrifice. This first cup honors the fallen heroes who gave their lives on the field."
With solemn grace, he poured the wine onto the earth. All followed suit. The air grew hushed, reverent.
"The second cup honors you, those seated here this night."
He refilled his cup.
"The safety of Yuling rests upon your shoulders."
All raised their cups and drank deeply. After 3 rounds the atmosphere softened, just slightly.
Chinpiju and Zhang Ming and others began murmuring among themselves, recounting the day's pursuit and victories over the Xiongnu. Laughter flickered through the tent, yet Zhao Guangping grew only more unsettled. Yang Jingyuan was far too composed. Having slain an enemy general and cowed the entire army, he now sat at the head of the table calm and conversational, as though every thread of fate lay perfectly within his grasp. That very composure suffocated Zhao Guangping. "General Zhao!" Yang Jingyuan's voice cut through the air. Zhao Guangping jerked, half his wine spilled. He hastily lifted his head, forcing a brittle smile. "What command does your highness have? There is one matter I do not understand, and I seek your counsel." Yang Jingyuan replied, idly turning his wine cup between his fingers, his tone deceptively mild. "Your highness, please speak." From within his robe, Yang Jingyuan withdrew an object and placed it upon the table, a jade pendant, half a pendant. Carved from pure mutton fat, jade, its surface bore intricate coiling dragon motifs amid cloud patterns glowing with a soft lustrous sheen under the lamplight. Its fractured edge shimmered faintly with gold inlay. Any discerning eye would recognize it instantly, an imperial artifact. Silence crashed down like a stone. Every gaze locked on to that half pendant. Zhao Guangping's face drained of color, cold sweat beaded on his brow. He knew it well. The very same token exchanged in secret 3 years earlier, during clandestine negotiations, with the Xiongnu left-wise king's envoy. He had hidden one half in a concealed compartment in his study, the other half. "This was retrieved from the inner armor of the Xiongnu vanguard commander Bader," Yang Jingyuan said calmly. "Coincidentally, my men discovered the matching half last night, in General Zhao's own hidden compartment." He paused, eyes fixed on Zhao Guangping. "The two halves fit together flawlessly. General Zhao, might you explain why both you and the Xiongnu vanguard commander each possess half of an imperial jade pendant?" A silence so absolute that a falling needle would ring out. Every officer stared at Zhao Guangping, disbelief twisting their features. Treason. This was a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. Slander. Utter slander. Zhao Guangping shot to his feet, voice trembling. "This is a frame-up. Someone has planted evidence. I have served the great Xia with absolute loyalty. How could I ever collude with the Xiongnu?" "Oh!" Yang Jingyuan arched a brow. "Then was the half pendant in your study's hidden compartment also planted? It must be. Some thief broke in. I knew nothing of it." "Very well." Yang Jingyuan nodded. "Let us discuss something else." He clapped his hands once. The tent flap parted. A middle-aged man in the formal robes of a civil official entered, Sun Wen, chief clerk of Yuling Prefecture. His expression remained placid as he bowed respectfully to Yang Jingyuan, then turned toward Zhao Guangping. "General Zhao," Sun Wen announced, voice crisp and clear. "I am Sun Wen, currently serving as chief clerk of Yuling Prefecture, responsible for auditing military equipment and supply accounts. From the 28th year of the Yongchan reign to present, my audit reveals that your northern garrison has officially reported the loss or destruction of 720 sets of black iron armor, 350 armor-piercing crossbows, and 2,000 battle sabers." He opened the ledger before him, turning pages deliberately. "According to the military code of the Great Xia, all damaged equipment must be surrendered in fragments before being written off. Yet among these destroyed items, 500 sets of black iron armor and 1,300 sabers were never delivered to the armory. I issued formal inquiries 3 times. Each time you responded with vague claims of battlefield losses." "Sun Clerk." Zhao Guangping's face darkened. "You are a civil bureaucrat. What do you know of battlefield realities? Those arms were indeed lost or shattered in combat against the Xiongnu." "Indeed." Sun Wen drew forth a document from his sleeve. "Then might you explain why the serial numbers of these lost weapons appear on the confiscated goods list recovered from the Black Wind bandit camp?" He turned to Yang Jingyuan and bowed again. "Your Highness, 3 days ago the Imperial Secret Police raided the Black Wind bandit camp and seized a vast cache of military equipment. Per your orders, I conducted verification and found that 43 sets of black iron armor and 127 sabers bore serial numbers matching those you reported as destroyed over recent years. The bandit chieftain Lu Sandao has already confessed all such arms were sold to the steppe through him, at your instruction." A collective gasp erupted. Arms trafficking. To the Xiongnu. This is all false!" Zhao Guangping shrieked. "The Black Wind bandits are mere highwaymen. Their words hold no truth." "Then what of his testimony?" Yuan Tiangang spoke suddenly. The tent flap parted once more. 2 Imperial secret police agents dragged in a bound man, broad-faced, thick-necked, wearing a copper hoop in his left ear, a savage scar slashing across his cheek. Wu Wei, the Xiongnu centurion captured alive at Broken Soul Pass just days prior. Wu Wei's eyes flickered with complex emotion upon seeing Zhao Guangping. Then he lowered his head.
Wu Wei, centurion under the Xiongnu left wise king,
Yang Jingyuan stated coldly.
Captured at Broken Soul Pass several days ago, you confessed to leading raids on our great Xia villages, to looting grain and livestock. You also admitted arranging trade in raw iron and medicinal herbs through the Black Wind bandit camp, with a certain Lord Zhao. Now tell everyone present, what does this Lord Zhao look like?
Wu Wei raised his head and spoke haltingly in Xia.
He is over 40 square face with a black mole above his right eyebrow. He often touches a jade thumb ring on his left little finger. He calls himself Lord Zhao, a high-ranking officer of Yuling's garrison. We traded thrice, first 500 gene of raw iron, second 20 carts of herbs, third arms.
With each word, Zhao Guangping's complexion faded further. Right eyebrow mole. Jade thumb ring on the left little finger, that was unmistakably him.
You lie.
Zhao Guangping lunged wildly at Wu Wei, only to be seized and pinned by Chen Pejuan.
General, compose yourself,
Chen Pejuan said, voice icy. Yang Jingyuan rose slowly and stepped into the center of the tent. Lamplight stretched his shadow across the canvas, towering godlike, demonic.
Zhao Guangping, what else have you to say? I.
Zhao Guangping trembled violently, despair flashing in his eyes. Then he screamed.
This is all your plot. Yang Jingyuan, you've wanted me dead from the start. Because I served the second prince, am I right?
A stunned silence fell. The second prince, the succession struggle laid bare before the entire command. Yang Jingyuan smiled, a chilling glacial smile. Blaming a prince. He shook his head slowly.
Today I judge you for 3 crimes alone. First, treason, colluding with the Xiongnu, plotting to open Yuling's gates from within. The jade pendant stands as proof. Witnesses stand ready.
He stepped forward.
Second, embezzlement. Over 5 years you trafficked in military supplies and withheld rations on a massive scale. Ledgers bear witness. Stolen goods lie before you.
Another step forward.
Third, attempted assassination.
Smile. Blaming a prince. Yang Jingyuan's voice hardened like tempered steel.
Yesterday, during the martial contest on the training grounds, you ordered 30 gene of gunpowder buried in the hayloft to ignite chaos, incite panic, and strike at me. Evidence is irrefutable. What more do you have to say?
Zhao Guangping collapsed inward, sinking to the floor, whispering hoarsely.
You knew. You knew all along.
Suddenly madness flared in his eyes. He wrenched a poisoned dagger from his robe and hurled himself at Yang Jingyuan with a guttural roar.
The second prince will not spare you.
This final lunge unleashed the peak of his golden Cindy realm cultivation. The blade gleamed with eerie blue venom, aimed straight at Yang Jingyuan's heart. Gasps exploded across the tent. Chen Pejuan and others moved, but too late. Yang Jingyuan stood motionless. He merely raised his right hand and pointed his index finger, empty air between them.
Break!
A single effortless word. An invisible force surged forth, striking Zhao Guangping's dantian point with surgical precision. Zhao Guangping was hurled backward like a sack of grain, slamming hard into a tent pole, spewing a torrent of blood. His blood carried shreds of internal organs. His dantian was utterly shattered, his lifetime's cultivation dissipated in an instant, leaving him a broken shell. Worse still, the force did not dissipate. It rampaged through his meridians, rupturing vital acupoints one by one. Zhao Guangping writhed on the floor, screaming, blood seeping from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, his agony beyond description. Absolute silence. Remote point striking, penetrating force. Was this the Dragon Elephant realm? Or at least the peak of the Thundersound realm? Every officer looked upon Yang Jingyuan with awe and terror. This 16-year-old prince did not merely slay enemy generals on the battlefield. He wielded power so terrifying it defied comprehension. Yang Jingyuan lowered his hand, as if brushing dust from his sleeve. He approached the dying Zhao Guangping and gazed down upon the man who had once been Yuling's second-in-command.
Zhao Guangping, do you confess your guilt?
Blood smeared Zhao Guangping's face, his eyes glazed, voice a ragged whisper.
I served the second prince. You dare kill me. The second prince.
His voice faded,
then ceased entirely. Yang Jingyuan did not glance back. Turning to the assembled officers, he asked,
"You have all heard. This man committed treason, trafficked in military assets, and attempted to assassinate his commander. 3 capital offenses. What judgment follows?"
Chen Pijun stepped forward, first fist raised.
Per the military code of the Great Xia, treason warrants death by lingqi and the extermination of 9 generations.
Zhang Ming followed immediately.
"I concur. I concur. Concur."
All officers echoed in unison. Not a single voice dared speak for Zhao Guangping. Yang Jingyuan's gaze lingered on him, but he said nothing. Instead he nodded.
"Yes. Yet with war imminent, the lingqi sentence would unsettle the troops. Instead, beheading with the head displayed publicly to all ranks as a warning."
Yang Jingyuan's gaze lingered on him, but he said nothing. Instead he nodded.
"Yes. Yet with war imminent, the lingqi sentence would unsettle the troops. Instead, beheading with the head displayed publicly to all ranks as a warning. His estate shall be confiscated, his associates arrested and interrogated thoroughly."
He turned to Yuan Tiangong.
"Yuan Marshal, carry out the sentence." "This humble servant obeys."
2 Imperial Secret Police agents dragged Zhao Guangping, limp as wet cloth, out of the tent. Outside, a guillotine stood ready, blazing torches illuminating thousands of soldiers standing in rigid silence. Moments later, Yuan Tiangang returned bearing a wooden box, the severed head of Zhao Guangping, eyes wide open, frozen in eternal disbelief. Yang Jingyuan glanced once, then said coolly,
"Issue orders. Zhao Guangping's head shall hang at the north gate for 3 days, so every soldier and citizen may see the fate of traitors." "Yes, Your Highness." "Also,"
Yang Jingyuan addressed the officers,
"all duties formerly held by Zhao Guangping shall temporarily pass to Chen Pijun and Zhang Ming. His associates shall be investigated jointly by the Imperial Secret Police and the Prefectural Office. Guilty parties punished severely, the innocent cleared without delay. Your Highness's wisdom is unmatched."
Yang Jingyuan waved dismissively.
"Dismissed. Tonight's events are not to be spoken of, not until I submit my report to the Imperial Court."
The officers bowed and departed swiftly, faces grave and tense. As Chen Pijun passed Zhang Tieshan, he hesitated, seeming on the verge of speech. Yet seeing Zhang Tieshan's continued silence, he pressed on without a word. As Chen Pijun passed Zhang Tieshan, he hesitated, seeming on the verge of speech. Yet seeing Zhang Tieshan's continued silence, he pressed on without a word. Mission accomplished. Soon only Yang Jingyuan and Yuan Tiangang remained within the tent.
"My lord,"
Yuan Tiangang murmured.
Zhang Taizan spoke not a word the entire time. Yet, when you disabled Zhao Guangping's cultivation from afar, his eyes widened in shock, and his grip on his sword hilt relaxed, as though he had made a decision.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
He observed, and weighed his options. With the second prince's pawn fallen, he must choose a new allegiance. Which side will he choose? We shall know soon enough,
Yang Jingyuan said, gazing outward into the stardust night.
A man who has held the post of Yiling Grand Commandant for 3 years understands the winds of power better than most.
Past midnight, Lingyuan City lay wrapped in profound silence. The victory banquet had dispersed an hour ago. Bloodstains outside the military camp's main tent were long buried beneath yellow earth. Only the severed head hanging from the north gate tower swayed faintly in the night wind, a grim warning to all who beheld it. In the rear hall of the governor's mansion, candlelight flickered. Zhang Taizan sat alone, before his desk, a pot of cold tea placed before him. He had sat thus in stillness for half an hour, his right hand unconsciously stroking the hilt of his saber, the Jinhua saber bestowed upon him by Right Chancellor Su Jin in the 20th year of Yongchang, when he was appointed governor of Yiling. Its blade bore the inscription, "Guard the borders, secure the realm," a vow he had honored without fail for 3 years. Yet tonight he faced a choice. Zhao Guangping is dead, he murmured softly, his voice echoed hollowly through the vast empty hall. Dead cleanly. Dead without doubt. That 16-year-old prince who before the very eyes of all had exposed 3 grave crimes with thunderous authority. First severing Zhao Guangping's martial cultivation with a single distant finger, then ordering his immediate decapitation and public display. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that Zhang Taizan had not even been granted a moment to interject. No, not for lack of opportunity, but because he dared not. The instant Yang Jingyuan's fingertip pierced Zhao Guangping's dantian, Zhang Tieshan's heart had nearly ceased its beat. That gesture appeared effortless, yet concealed terrifying precision and internal energy control.
Thunder Resonance Realm Peak. That was Zhang Tieshan's judgment drawn from his own cultivation level. Yet beneath that serene surface, he sensed something deeper, something more profound, more inscrutable. And then, he recalled the battlefield at noon 5 moves, and the Xiongnu Vanguard commander Bartle slain. At least Thunder Resonance Realm Peak, perhaps even beyond. Zhang Taizhan whispered, his voice parched. A 16-year-old at Thunder Resonance Realm Peak. Such a notion exceeded his understanding entirely. In 3 centuries, since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty, those who reached the Thunder Resonance Realm before age 20 were already as rare as phoenix feathers. Even General Huo Qubing, who guarded Shuofeng Prefecture, was said to be at Thunder Resonance Realm Peak, yet he was already 23. Right Chancellor Su Zhen's parting words, spoken 3 years earlier, as Zhang Taizhan departed the capital, now rang with crystalline clarity in his mind. Tieshan Yuling is the northern gate of the realm, warding off the Xiongnu to the north, shielding the imperial capital to the south. It must never descend into chaos. His Majesty's sons grow ever older, undercurrents churn fiercely within the court. The northern frontier may soon become a crucible of power. When you go there, remember this: whomever rules Yuling in the future, if he proves worthy, support him; if unworthy, preserve stability on the frontier until the capital reaches its decision. For 3 years Zhang Taizhan had adhered strictly to this instruction. Outwardly neutral, he aligned neither with the Empress's faction nor drew too close to the second prince, devoting himself solely to border defense, ensuring the military affairs of Yuling remained unshaken. Prefect Zhou Yongnian had attempted to recruit him. Zhao Guangping had probed his loyalties. Each time Zhang Taizhan declined with the same reply: I concern myself only with frontier defense, not internal politics. For he had been waiting for a sign, waiting for the one man worthy of his allegiance. Now that man had appeared. Yang Jingyuan. Zhang Taizhan rose slowly, and walked to the window, gazing westward toward the mansion still aglow with lamplight, the Prince Yu mansion. At tonight's victory banquet, the final glance Yang Jingyuan cast his way had been laden with meaning, not scrutiny, not warning, but an invitation. He is waiting for me. Zhang Taizhan drew a deep breath and made his decision. Turning, he retrieved a bronze token from a hidden compartment in his bookshelf. Its front bore the character Su, its reverse displayed the distinctive cloud motif of the Right Chancellor's residence, a token entrusted to him 3 years ago upon departure from the capital, intended for urgent communication. But tonight, he would not need it. Donning plain attire, and extinguishing the candles, Zhang Taizhan slipped silently from the rear gate of the governor's mansion, vanishing into the night. He brought no personal guards, not even a horse, relying solely on his Thunder Resonance Realm initial stage lightness, art to traverse rooftops and alleyways. For the first time in 3 years, he moved with such deliberate concealment, because what he would discuss tonight could never see the light of day. In the Prince Yu mansion's western courtyard, a place seemingly reserved for storage, lay 3 subterranean chambers, one of the secret strongholds of the Imperial Secret Service in Lingyuan City. After Yang Jingyuan's arrival, the deepest chamber had been converted into his private study. At this moment, he sat before his desk reviewing fresh intelligence just delivered by Yuan Tiangang. Your Highness, Zhang Taizhan has left the governor's mansion, and is heading for the prince's mansion. Yuan Tiangang stood hunched in shadow. Earlier than anticipated. Yang Jingyuan set aside the dossier, a subtle smile playing at his lips. Zhao Guangping's death appears to have sealed his resolve. Shall this old servant escort him? No need. If he dares come, he knows how to find his way here. Yang Jingyuan paused. Prepare 2 things. First, make a copy of the key correspondence between Prefect Zhou Yongnian and the Empress over the past decade. Second, retrieve 1 Xiaohuan Dan from the storeroom. Xiaohuan Dan. Yuan Tiangang blinked in surprise. Does your Highness intend to heal his hidden injury? To rule men, one must wield both grace and authority. Yang Jingyuan spoke calmly. 3 years ago, Zhang Taizhan sustained a concealed injury from the cold soul palm during the Yinshan Great Wall campaign. Ever since, he suffers sharp chest pain on rainy days, and his cultivation has stagnated at Thunder Resonance Realm initial stage. This pill will fully restore his health, and may even enable him to break through to the midstage. A flash of keen insight lit Yuan Tiangong's eyes. Your Highness's wisdom is peerless. 1 pill in exchange for a governor's unwavering loyalty. It is well worth it. Go. Yuan Tiangang bowed deeply, and withdrew, leaving the secret chamber once more in silence. Yang Jingyuan rose, and approached the large-scale map of the northern frontier mounted upon the wall. Marked with meticulous precision
were Yiling Prefecture, Shuofeng Prefecture, the Yinshan Great Wall, and the territorial domains of the various Xiongnu tribes. An ultra-secret topographic chart personally surveyed and compiled over 7 years by General Huo Qubing, even more detailed than those archived in the Ministry of War. His finger traced from Lingyuan City, moving steadily northward, past Sanjia Fortress and Yelong Gully, until it settled upon the left-wise King's encampment at the northern foothills of the Yinshan Mountains. 5,000 cavalry lost, 2,000 vanguard riders, their grain stores burned, their commanders slain. Left-wise King, how much longer can you endure? Yang Jingyuan murmured softly. He knew the true trial had yet to begin. The Xiongnu would not yield quietly, nor would his enemies at court sit idle while he consolidated power. Zhao Guangping's death was merely the opening move. More overt strikes and covert machinations would surely follow. Thus he needed to unify Yiling's forces without delay, and Zhang Taizhan was the linchpin. A soft rhythmic knock sounded at the secret entrance. 3 light taps followed by 2 heavier ones. The Imperial Secret Service's coded signal indicating a guest has arrived, identity confirmed. Yang Jingyuan turned. Enter. The stone door slid open soundlessly, and a figure slipped inside, Zhang Taizhan. He wore the same plain clothes, yet his posture was erect, his gaze piercing, utterly transformed from the silent, reserved figure seen at the banquet. Your humble servant Zhang Tieshan pays homage to His Highness the Prince. He knelt on one knee and clasped his fists before his chest, clean, precise, unwavering. Yang Jingyuan did not immediately bid him rise, but studied him for 3 full breaths before speaking slowly. Governor Zhang, what brings you to this secret chamber in the dead of night? I come to declare my true allegiance, and to request your command. Oh! What allegiance do you declare? What command do you seek? The allegiance I declare is my true stance. Zhang Tieshan's voice remained steady. I, Zhang Tieshan, was crowned martial arts champion in the 28th year of Yongchang and appointed captain of the Feathered Forest Guards. That autumn I was recommended by Right Chancellor Su Jin and appointed governor of Yiling. Before departing the capital, Chancellor Su instructed me, Yiling is the northern gateway of the realm. Never let it fall into disorder. Whomever governs Yiling in the future, if he proves worthy, aid him; if unworthy, safeguard frontier stability until the capital decides. He paused, then continued, for 3 years, I have upheld this charge, refusing involvement in prefectural factionalism or princely succession struggles, focusing solely on frontier defense. Yiling's 4 garrisons nominally field 12,000 provincial troops, but in truth 8,000 remain. Lingyuan garrison numbers 3,000, directly commanded by garrison commander Chen Pijuan. My border army totals 10,000 deployed across strategic passes and fortresses throughout Yiling. Zhao Guangping embezzled military supplies, Zhou Yongnian formed cliques and abused power, Lu Qingtian monopolized commerce. I knew all this, yet intervened not. For I waited for a sovereign worthy of my fealty. Yang Jingyuan's eyes flickered slightly. So now you have found him. I have. Zhang Taizhan affirmed without hesitation. Your Highness's battlefield execution of a general banquet purge of traitors, your displayed strength, methods, and audacity far surpass all rumors. Though I am dull-witted, I perceive clearly. Under your Highness, Yiling shall not descend into chaos, but grow stronger. Under your Highness's command, the northern frontier shall not be lost, but secured. So you come to pledge service? Yes. Zhang Taizhan clasped his fists again. I swear fealty to your Highness, to aid in purging Yiling's corruption and reinforcing our defenses. But I ask for 3 conditions. Yang Jingyuan seated himself behind the desk and gestured with his hand. Speak. First, 7 of my most trusted subordinate generals have served beside me these 3 years. Loyal, battle-tested brothers, untainted by Zhao Guangping or Zhou Yongnian. I beg your Highness to promise not to punish them for failing to expose Zhao Guangping earlier, and to retain them in their posts, allowing them to continue serving the realm. Granted. Yang Jingyuan nodded. I seek generals who fight, not informers who whisper. So long as they are loyal and capable, their past transgressions are forgiven. Gratitude flashed in Zhang Tieshan's eyes. Thank you, your Highness. Second, though I pledge loyalty to your Highness, I remain a disciple of Right Chancellor Su Jin, who gave me my chance. I cannot betray him. Should Chancellor Su ever require assistance, and should your Highness possess the means, I hope you might extend some measure of military support along the northern frontier. This was a delicate condition, nearly demanding Yang Jingyuan align with the Right Chancellor's faction in future court struggles. Yet Yang Jingyuan smiled.
Governor Zhang, do you know why Right Chancellor Su Jin recommended you for Yuling? Zhang Taizong paused, startled. Because Chancellor Su and my maternal grandfather, the Marquis of Zhenbei, were sworn brothers bound by life and death. 11 years ago, when the Marquis of Zhenbei was falsely accused, not a single official dared speak in his defense, except Chancellor Su, who submitted 3 memorials pleading his case, even risking imperial wrath, and suffering a year's salary forfeiture plus 3 months' house arrest. That debt of gratitude I have not forgotten. He paused, his voice turning colder. As for the Empress, the second prince, and their ilk, Chancellor Su has never walked the same path as they. Zhang Taizong trembled inwardly. These court secrets were unknown to him. Hearing them now from Yang Jingyuan, he finally grasped the deeper intent behind Su Jin's dispatch. He had not been sent merely to observe but to entrust. I understand, he breathed deeply. Third, and this concerns your highness yourself. Speak. Your highness's revealed cultivation has already shaken the imperial court. But a tree that towers above the forest invites the storm. Zhang Taizong spoke gravely. I advise that henceforth in public your highness restrain your cultivation to Thunder Resonance Realm Peak. Reserve your true strength for decisive moments, where it shall deliver maximum effect. Appreciation gleamed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes. This Zhang Taizong was not only loyal, he was perceptive. His 3 conditions revealed virtue: pleading for his men's pardon, honoring his former patron, and strategizing for his sovereign's safety. Such a man deserved to be won over. All 3 conditions are accepted. Yang Jingyuan stepped out from behind the desk and personally raised Zhang Taizong. Now it is time for me to present your welcome gift. From within his robe, he produced a jade vial, uncorked it, and poured forth a pill the size of a longan, luminous white, its surface etched with natural cloud patterns exuding a delicate herbal fragrance. Zhang Tieshan's pupils contracted sharply. This is Xiaohuan Dan. Yang Jingyuan offered the pill. It heals internal injuries, replenishes vital essence, and unblocks meridians. The concealed cold soul palm injury you sustained 3 years ago, causing chest pain on rainy days, and stalling your cultivation at Thunder Resonance Realm initial stage, will heal within 3 days of ingestion. Within 6 months breakthrough to the midstage is assured. Zhang Tieshan's hands trembled. The cold soul palm wound was his deepest, most private agony. During the Yinshan Great Wall battle 3 years prior, he had intercepted a shaman's strike to save his men, surviving yet sustaining fatal damage to his heart meridian. For 3 years, he had sought renowned physicians, and tested countless pills, none able to cure, only suppress. And now this 16-year-old prince casually produced a spirit pill capable of eradicating his affliction. Your highness, this pill is too precious. Zhang Tieshan's voice choked. Precious as it may be, it remains inert matter. Yang Jingyuan pressed the pill into his palm. Whereas you, Governor Zhang, are flesh and blood, the very core of Yuling's 10th strong border army. Your health secures the frontier, your strength deters the Xiongnu from crossing south. This pill is not a gift, it is an investment. Zhang Taizong clenched the pill tightly, feeling its gentle warmth against his skin. His eyes grew unexpectedly moist. He offered no further resistance, dropping to one knee, and raising his clasped fists high above his head. I, Zhang Tieshan, swear eternal fealty to your highness. In this life, and the next my loyalty shall never waver. If I break this oath, may heaven strike me down, may I die a wretched accursed death. This was the gravest vow a warrior could utter. Yang Jingyuan raised him once more. Rise. From this day forward, we stand as comrades in arms aboard the same vessel. Zhang Taizong rose, and withdrew a small object from his robe, a half-tiger tally forged in bronze. Your highness, this is 1/2 of Yuling Prefecture's military commission token. He presented it reverently. Per Great Xia military law, troop deployment requires the complete tally. The other half in theory requires imperial approval, but since my appointment in the 28th year of Yongchang, the Ministry of War has delayed issuing it indefinitely, citing instability along the northern frontier. In practice, this half-token grants full authority to mobilize all provincial troops within Yuling, though nominally 12,000, in reality 8,000 strong. Yang Jingyuan accepted the tally. Its weight felt cool and heavy in his palm. On its face were engraved the characters Yuling, on its reverse the serial number Jia Xu. With this, I truly command Yuling's provincial troops. He ran his fingers over its engraved lines. Governor Zhang, several tasks now require your cooperation. Your highness, command me. First, beginning tomorrow, use military discipline reforms as pretext to reassign officers formerly under Huo Qubing,
removing them from critical posts. Chen Pijun and Zhang Meng will assist you in installing loyal replacements. I accept the order. Second, maintain outward neutrality toward Prefect Zhou Yongnian, but secretly gather evidence of his malfeasance, especially his secret correspondence with the Empress, embezzlement of disaster relief funds, and collusion with merchants to monopolize grain prices. A glint of steel flashed in Zhang Tieshan's eyes. Zhou Yongnian, outwardly scholarly and refined, inwardly treacherous and cunning. Though I avoided contact with him these 3 years, I sensed he harbored many dark secrets. Especially, certain hidden truths concerning the Jinbei Marquis case 11 years ago. Yang Jingyuan's gaze sharpened. Are you certain? Not absolutely, but I possess leads. Zhang Taizan lowered his voice. In the spring of the 29th year of Yongcheng, Zhou Yongnian secretly received an elderly visitor from the capital. The elder remained in the prefectural government's inner quarters for 7 days, during which Zhou Yongnian refused all visitors. My agents overheard fragments of their conversation, words like Lin Pijun Mobei blood case, and classified archives. Lin Pijun was the given name of Yang Jingyuan's maternal grandfather, the Marquis of Jinbei. The Mobei blood case was the miscarriage of justice 11 years ago that led to the annihilation of the Marquis's entire household. 11 years. On her deathbed, his mother clutched his hand and whispered, "Only you honor live on," before passing away in bitter anguish. He remembered the defiance in her eyes, the indelible crimson stain before his grandfather's mansion gate. Over the years, he had investigated countless times, yet every trail dissolved at the crucial juncture. All who knew remained silent, as though that blood-soaked tragedy had never occurred. Now, at last, the trail had resurfaced. Zhou Yongnian. A frigid light gleamed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes. It seems this prefect conceals far more than I imagined. Shall I dispatch men for deeper investigation, Your Highness? Zhang Taizan asked. No, do not stir the waters yet. Yang Jingyuan forced calm upon himself. Zhou Yongnian serves the Empress. To move against him is to declare war upon her directly. Now is not the time. Merely monitor him discreetly and collect evidence. When the moment arrives, I shall strike with lethal precision. I understand. Yang Jingyuan approached his desk, dipped his brush in ink, and wrote several lines on specially prepared cipher paper, then rolled it and sealed it within a slender bamboo tube. Deliver this letter to Right Chancellor Su Jin via your secure channel. He handed the tube to Zhang Taizan. Tell him Yuling has stabilized, the northern frontier is secure. The debt owed to the Jinbei Marquis household 11 years ago, Yang Jingyuan remembers. Should Chancellor Su ever require aid, Yuling's border forces stand ready as his shield. Zhang Taizan accepted the tube solemnly. I shall deliver it with my own hands. Go. Remember, from tonight onward you remain outwardly the same Governor Zhang, concerned only with frontier defense, indifferent to internal politics. In secret, however, you are my sharpest blade within Yuling's military apparatus. I shall never betray Your Highness's trust. Zhang Taizan bowed deeply and withdrew. The stone door closed slowly behind him. Alone before his desk, Yang Jingyuan gazed at the half-tiger tally in his hand, and then at the map on the wall where Yinshan Great Wall was marked. 8,000 provincial troops, 3,000 Lingyuan garrison soldiers, 10,000 border troops, 21,000 soldiers now wholly within his grasp. He walked to the window, a specially constructed false pane, in truth a ventilation shaft, and looked northward into the abyssal darkness of the night sky. There the left-wise king's 3,000 cavalry remained, low on provisions, morale shaken yet far from defeated. And in the imperial court the Empress seethed with fury. The second prince miscalculated, the third prince schemed. His enemies would grant him no respite. Come then, Yang Jingyuan murmured softly, golden light flashing once in his eyes. Let me see what other stratagems you possess. The candle flame in the secret chamber flickered, casting his shadow long and stark upon the wall. The 31st year of Yongcheng, the 27th day of the 9th month, at the hour of C. Autumn settled over Lingyuan city once, the morning mist lifted, the sky lay clear and washed. From the northern barracks, the clamor of drills rose on time, yet today the formations were straighter than usual. 3 days had passed since Zhao Guangping's execution, and a strict sobriety had gripped the camp. In the prince's study, Yang Jingyuan listened to Li Su's report. My lord, we have searched and seized 7 properties belonging to Zhao Guangping, including the main residence and annexes. Li Su held the ledgers with a steady voice. There is 86,000 taels of silver, 3,200 taels of gold and jewels,
and jade appraising roughly at 50,000 taels of silver. Over 300 deeds and contracts for fields, houses, and shops have been catalogued. In addition, 17 letters were found hidden in a secret compartment of his study. 8 concern dealings with the Xiongnu's Huo faction, 5 bear the private seal of the second prince's Jin Wangfu, the remainder are communications with bandit groups such as the Haifeng bandits.
Yang Jingyuan sat upright in the principal seat, his fingertips tapping the table.
Gold and silver go to the treasury for military use. Land and house deeds will be held in trust by the prince's household. Shops shall be assessed by the household steward Lu Wintao, and either sold or leased at the chosen moment. Those letters, the original shall be sealed, 3 copies made, 1 kept in reserve, 1 sent through a reliable agent to Mr. Jia in the capital, and the last.
He paused.
Extract the most damaging passages and append them to the memorial.
A keen light crossed Li Su's eyes.
My lord, will your highness submit a memorial to the court? Better to strike first than to respond passively,
Yang Jingyuan said, looking toward the window.
3 days have passed since Zhao Guangping's death. The news must have reached the capital by now. Given the Empress' temperament, she is likely already lamenting at court about the unauthorized killing of a general.
No sooner had he spoken than 3 short bird calls sounded from outside the study, the secret signal of a trusted courier. Yuan Tiangang hunched as he pushed the door open, cradling a gray feathered pigeon in his hands. Bound to the pigeon's ankle was no common bamboo tube, but a hair-thin copper rod, its mouth sealed with sealing wax stamped with a faint cloud pattern, the unmistakable mark of Jia's circle.
My lord, a confidential letter from Mr. Jia.
Yuan Tiangang presented the copper rod with both hands. Yang Jingyuan took it, pressed once with his fingertips, and the rod split with a soft crack to reveal a sheet of paper as thin as a cicada's wing. When unrolled, the sheet was covered in minute, tightly written characters, the strokes thin and fierce. Jia's own hand. It began,
To my lord, for careful perusal, news from the capital regarding Yuling has arrived.
Over the past 3 days, the court has been secretly stirred, and the responses are as follows. First, the Empress is furious. The Shadow Pavilion has been purged and Zhao Guangping slain. Though Zhao was affiliated with the second prince, the Empress regards the northern border as her exclusive domain and will not tolerate outside interference. Thingy Palace has ordered third Prince Yang Jingrui through his maternal clan's influence to impose an economic blockade on Yuling. Prices for salt, iron, and tea will rise within half a month. Second, the second Prince Yang Jingyan has lost an important pawn and is covertly contacting his remaining forces in the north. The Wolf Pass Prefect Sun Hu and the Garrison Prefect Wu Kaishan, both once recommended by Zhao Guangping and both holding grips bestowed by him. They may manufacture border incidents to accuse my lord of failing to control his subordinates. Third Prince Yang Jingrui has already begun economic pressure. His maternal clan, the Zhongs, control 30% of the empire's salt and iron trade routes, and have quietly ordered surrounding prefectures to raise salt prices by 50% within half a month, halt the transport of pig iron, and restrict tea supplies. Their aim is to foment popular resentment, and thus undermine my lord's governance. Fourth, the eldest Prince Yang Jinglong appears to be making moves. His subordinate Minister of Officials Wang Huan has been frequently seen coming and going at the Ministry of War, seemingly reviewing files on northern commanders. Moreover, covert intelligence from within the palace suggests the eldest prince is curious about reports that my lord possesses Lei-Yin realm cultivation. He has said the ninth brother hides it well. Fifth, the emperor's attitude remains ambiguous. His Majesty appears to be planning new deployments in the north. The Ministry of War has quietly opened files on 3 newly appointed inspector commanders, men from humble origins unconnected to the princes, charged solely with supervising border garrisons. My lord must watch for newly dispatched supervisors or inspector commanders. In light of this situation, I offer 3 stratagems for your consideration. Top stratagem: proactively beg forgiveness. Retreat to advance, submit an urgent memorial over 800 li confessing before an imperial edict arrives. The memorial must state that in order to reorganize the military and resist the Xiongnu, you were forced to purge an internal traitor, appending evidence of Zhao Guangping's collusion with the enemy. Be careful to avoid implicating any prince and only allege that he was seduced by the Xiongnu. This shifts the controversy from unauthorized killing of a general to a righteous distinction between loyal and traitorous, seizing the moral high ground. The emperor, seeking to stabilize the north, is likely to temper punishment and perhaps commend rather than condemn. Middle stratagem: divert the source of trouble eastward. Leak accidentally sensitive items found among Zhao Guangping's possessions that tie to the second prince. Blank recommendation letters bearing the second prince's private seal gold ingots marked with the Jin Wangfu cipher to supporters of the eldest prince. The eldest prince and the second prince have long been at odds. Presenting him with such leverage will surely prompt an attack of accusations. The second prince will be kept busy defending himself and unable to marshal northward forces. Second part of the middle stratagem: divide local power. Yuling magnate Lu Qitian controls 30% of the mines and 50% of the grain trade, allied by marriage to many local barons. His third son Lu Wintao is already an officer in the prince's household, a ready opportunity. Have Lu Wintao quietly convey that the prince's household wishes to cooperate with the Lu family to oppose third prince's economic blockade. If the Lu family cooperates, mine taxes can be negotiated and grain trade preserved if they stand aside. Once the prince weathers this storm, the first to be reckoned with will be those who hoard for profit. Low stratagem: thunderous deterrence. If the court's measures are too severe, or if commanders under the second prince genuinely risk instigating border clashes, invoke Xiongnu unrest as pretext. General Huo Qubing at Shifengzhou can feign troop movements to manufacture border tension and force the court to delay prosecution. This is an extreme contingency that risks the emperor's trust used sparingly. Furthermore, the hearts of Yuling's people are the foundation. My lord can order veterans such as Li Taitu to tell tales among the common folk of the late Jinbei house deeds, stirring martial and civic sentiment in the north. When the people's sympathies lie with you, they will be the hardest shield. Among the three stratagems, the top and middle measures may be executed in parallel. The low measure is reserved and unused unless necessary. The northern winds will shift. Proceed with caution and deliberate plans. Jia Xu respectfully submitted. Written on the night of the 26th day of the 9th month in the capital. Yang Jingyuan read the sheet 3 times, his expression shifting with each pass. This letter from Jia Xu dissected the capital's likely reactions, countermeasures, and potential risks with crystalline clarity. In particular, the prediction of an economic blockade by the third prince matched precisely what Yang Jingyuan had feared.
A fine tactician, Jia Wenhe, indeed.
Yang Jingyuan lit the sheet at the candle and watched it curl into ash.
From 1,000 li away, he reads men's hearts.
He looked up at Li Su.
Chief historian Li, draft the memorial yourself. Follow Mr. Jia's top stratagem: cite the purge of an internal traitor to reorganize the army and prepare for war, attaching 3 pieces of evidence of Zhao Guangping's treachery. Select those letters concerning trade with the Xiongnu and remove any traces implicating the princes. The tone must be earnest and humble, the logic unassailable. Understood.
Li Su bowed.
When shall it be dispatched? It must be completed before noon today and sent by a thunderedly dispatch to the Directorate of Communications.
Yang Jingyuan paused.
Remember, make a copy and through a secret channel of trusted agents have it delivered first to Right Chancellor Suzhen. It must arrive before the formal memorial.
This was double insurance. If Suzhen could set the tone in court first, the memorial's effect would be magnified.
Yes.
Li Su took his orders and hurried toward the sealed chamber. Only Yang Jingyuan and Yuan Tiangang remained in the study.
My lord, how shall the middle stratagem be executed?
Yuan Tiangang asked softly.
Among the seized items there are indeed 2 blank recommendation letters bearing the second prince's private seal, and 30 gold ingots, subtly marked with a Jin Wangfu cipher.
Yang Jingyuan pondered for a moment.
Transcribe the recommendation letters, and take rubbings of the gold's markings. Seal the 2 originals, the copies and rubbings. Send them to the eldest prince's planted men in Yuling.
A cold smile curved his lips.
The eldest prince and the second prince have long vied for succession. Presenting such a lever will be as if handing him treasure. As for Lu Qitian,
Yang Jingyuan recalled the supplies that had been logged into the system warehouse.
The third prince will raise salt prices and embargo pig iron. Then I shall set about removing his fuel. What does your highness propose? First, open the prince's private granaries and sell salt at fair prices. Second, station Ling Yu on guard to protect the state iron mines. All output will be transported directly to the prince's workshops to produce farming implements and weapons, bypassing merchant houses entirely. Third,
Yang Jingyuan's eyes flashed.
Announce an unlimited purchase of newly harvested grain at 10% above market price. Funds shall come from the 86,000 taels of seized silver. Second, station Ling Yu on guard to protect the state iron mines. All output will be transported directly to the prince's workshops to produce farming implements and weapons bypassing merchant houses entirely. Precisely.
Yang Jingyuan rose and went to the northern border map pointing to Wolf Pass and the garrison prefecture.
As for Sun Hu and Wu Kaishan, 2 remaining pawns of the second prince, have Zhang Taizhan issue an order in the name of the military governor summoning them to Lingyuan to report.
If they come, detain them. If they refuse, treat it as insubordination. He added,
Issue that order a few days later. Wait until our memorial reaches the capital, until the eldest prince begins his accusations against the second prince, and until the new salt and grain policies take effect. Then move.
At that moment, urgent footsteps sounded outside the study.
Report.
A courier-in-chief of the trusted agents knelt at the door.
My lord, an urgent dispatch from General Huo Qubing at Shufengzhou.
He continued.
There is movement among the Xiongnu's Huo forces. 3,000 cavalry of his remaining corps are gathering in servitor tribes north of the desert show signs of mobilization. General Huo judges that the Zhuo Xianwang, stung by past defeats, may attempt another southern incursion within a month.
Yang Jingyuan's gaze hardened.
What does General Huo advise? He says the border troops at Shufengzhou have heightened their vigilance. If the Xiongnu truly invade, he can move to cut their flanks, but he requests your highness prepare now and fortify defenses and stock provisions.
1 month. The timing was delicate, precisely when the third prince's economic squeeze would bite, when the court might issue a reprimand, and when the second prince's remaining forces could seize the moment.
The Xiongnu.
Yang Jingyuan looked toward the boundless grasslands north of Yinshan on the map.
They certainly picked their moments.
Yet inwardly he felt certain. With an external enemy at the gates, many internal contradictions tend to dissolve. If the court were to strip his command now, and the north were truly lost, who would bear that responsibility?
Dispatch word to General Huo Shufengzhou's border forces should maintain alert, but need not take the initiative. I wish to see whether the Xiongnu truly dare to come. Yes.
The courier departed with the order. Yuan Tiangang lowered his voice.
My lord, shall the Xiongnu movements be recorded in the memorial? Yes.
Yang Jingyuan answered without hesitation.
Not only record it, but make it grave. State that the Xiongnu's Huo Xianwang personally leads his forces to avenge past defeats, and that Yiling stands at the brink.
Then add this line: I, Yang Jingyuan, pledge to serve my maternal grandfather the Zhenbei Ho in defending Yiling with my life, not retreating a single step. He turned, drawing from his breast the used token, the Yiling Zhao Minxin Fu. The jade talisman warmed faintly, as if answering the vow he had just spoken. He thought of the people's hearts. Yang Jingyuan in his mind invoked the system interface, and indeed saw a line of feedback stating that the Yiling Zhao Minxin Fu was taking effect. The populace's natural goodwill toward the host steadily rises. Current progress 27%.
Not enough yet,
he murmured.
My lord,
Yuan Tiangang asked.
Yuan commander, attend to 3 matters at once.
Yang Jingyuan ordered swiftly.
First, have veterans like Li Tai-tu from tomorrow onward tell the tale at the 4 city gates, at porridge shops, tea houses, and taverns. Recount how the late Zhenbei Ho held Yinshan fast and saved the people. Let the stories ring true, and the details move the heart. Say that His Highness Yu Wang is the Zhenbei House only maternal grandson, now returned to inherit his legacy and safeguard the realm. Second, organize displaced people to work on repairs in lieu of relief, mending the northern wall. Pay daily wages and provide 2 meals a day. Third,
Yang Jingyuan's gaze deepened.
Let our trusted agents chance upon something interesting while repairing the wall, for example, an ancient stele from a prior dynasty.
Yuan Tiangang's eyes gleamed.
I understand, old servant. The inscription should read, in the north a dragon sleeps, waiting in the deep, guarding the country and blessing the people.
Yang Jingyuan breathed the 12 characters slowly.
Make the script feel ancient, but not too legible. Leave room for imagination. Brilliant,
Yuan Tiangang exclaimed.
Once that stele appears, the people's hearts will surely turn. Go now.
Yang Jingyuan waved him off.
Remember, everything must appear natural, as if ordained by heaven rather than contrived by men. Old servant obeys.
Yuan Tiangang bowed and withdrew. Alone in the study, Yang Jingyuan stood before the map, his finger tracing a line from Lingyuan city northward across Yinshan to the Xiongnu court. The court's open hostility, the third prince's secret economic arrow, the second prince's lingering agents, the Zionists' latent threat, local magnates' watchfulness, pressure from every quarter. Yet he smiled.
Now this is interesting,
he murmured.
If everything sailed smoothly, it would be dull.
Outside the window, the autumn wind rose stirring fallen leaves in the court. And the young Yuan spread out paper and brush beginning to draft the memorial that would soon shake the court. On the 3rd day of the 10th month in the 31st year of Yongchang, the dawn tranquility of Baibai Street in the western market of Lingyuan City was shattered by the frantic clatter of hooves. 3 carriages bearing the banner of the Jean Merchant Guild sped past, halting before Yufeng Bank, the largest salt exchange. Manager Qian Yotsai, already waiting at the entrance, greeted them with a beaming smile. The carriage curtain parted, and a middle-aged man in silk brocade stepped down slowly. He was Zhang Maocai, the agent of the Zhang clan, maternal kin of the 3rd prince stationed in Yuling.
Manager Qian, from today onward the price of sea salt rises from 80 to 120 won per caddy, and well salt from 60 to 101.
Zhang Maocai's voice was low, yet it commanded the attention of every merchant on the street.
This is the guild's new decree. All salt exchanges across the 6 prefectures and 1 city of Yuling shall comply.
A flicker of dismay crossed Qian Yukai's face.
Manager Zhang, this. A 50% hike at once. The people are bound to riot. Riot?
Zhang Maocai sneered.
Let them try. Salt is a state monopoly. Can they conjure it from thin air?
With that he turned and strode toward the next salt exchange. Within half an hour the same proclamation had spread to all 12 salt exchanges in Lingyuan City. News spread like wildfire. Before the hour of the snake, the western market was thronged with commoners rushing to buy salt. Yet as if by prior agreement, every salt exchange either hung out a sign reading,
"Sold out for today,"
or raised prices to staggering heights. An elderly woman clutching 80 when in her hand stood weeping at the entrance of Yufeng Bank.
Yesterday it was still this price. How can I not even buy a single caddy of salt today?
A voice from the crowd cursed under its breath.
They're trying to starve us common folk.
All of this was observed by Lu Wintao, the 3rd young master of the Lu family, as he crouched in a tea-house on the 2nd floor across the street. He swirled the teacup in his hand and murmured to his trusted confidant.
The 3rd prince has made his move. Tell my father as planned, all Lu family grain stores will cease sales from today, buying only. 3rd master, will we truly sell no grain? If the price rises, rise.
A sharp glint flashed in Lu Wintao's eyes.
Let it rise. The prince in the manor wants to buy grain, doesn't he? Well, hoard it, and see how much he can acquire.
He paused, lowering his voice further.
Also go secretly to the prince's manor and find Secretary Li. Tell him, Lu Wintao is willing to serve his highness like a loyal dog. Tonight at midnight beneath the old locust tree east of the city, I have important matters to report.
The confidant was startled.
3rd master, if the master finds out. That's why it must be secret.
Lu Wintao set down his teacup with a heavy thud.
The Lu family ship needs to change course.
At the hour of the snake in the main hall of the Lu residence, Lu Qingqian, after hearing the steward's report, paused with his teacup midair.
Salt prices have all risen by 50%. The Jean Merchant Guild is determined to force the prince into submission this time,
said Lu Wenyuan, the eldest son, frowning.
Father, the 3rd prince's move is ruthless. Salt is a daily necessity. If supply is cut or prices soar, civil unrest will erupt within 3 days. When the people's anger turns toward the prince's manor, the young prince might not withstand the pressure. It's good if he can't withstand it.
Lu Qitian slowly set down his teacup, a cunning gleam in his eyes.
If he falters, he'll have to beg us local powers. The Lu family controls half the grain stores in the Northern Territory, holding 50,000 sure of grain. That's our leverage. Father's meaning. Prepare 30,000 taels of silver and deliver a visiting card to the prince's manor.
Lu Qingshan's voice was heavy.
You go and test the depths of this prince of you. Say the Lu family is willing to cooperate with him to weather the storm, but there are 3 conditions. The Lu family wants a 30% share of the salt business, priority purchase rights for iron mine output, and grain prices must follow the market rate. No more high-price acquisitions to disrupt the market.
Lu Wenyuan hesitated.
Father, these conditions. Will the prince agree? If he doesn't, the Lu family will continue to wait and see.
Lu Qitian sneered.
When the people revolt, he'll understand that on this Yuling land, without the Lu family's nod, he can't move an inch. But what if the prince has a countermeasure? A 16-year-old prince new to the scene. What countermeasure could he have?
Lu Qitian waved his hand dismissively.
Go. Remember, don't show weakness. The Lu family has been entrenched in the Northern Territory for 3 generations. We're not some puppet prince he can easily manipulate.
At the same hour in the prince's study, Yang Jingyuan listened to Li Su's report with a composed expression.
Salt prices have risen by 50%, iron prices by 30%, and all major grain stores have halted sales,
Li Su said gravely.
The third prince's method is direct, using the people's livelihood to force your highness into submission. And the Lu family. Lu Qitian has ordered all 50% of the grain stores under his control to stop sales. The smaller merchants are also watching. According to intelligence from the Bureau of Shadows, the Lu family's warehouses hold about 30,000 shur of old grain, and 20,000 shur of this year's autumn harvest are being stored. 50,000 shur.
Yang Jingyuan tapped his fingers lightly on the desk.
Enough to feed the people of Lingyuan City for 3 months.
He rose and walked to the window, gazing toward the western market.
How are the people now? Panic has begun. If salt and grain prices continue to rise for 3 more days, civil unrest is inevitable.
Yang Jingyuan turned and walked toward a seemingly ordinary wall on the inner side of the study. He pressed 3 times on the third blue brick, and the wall slid open silently, revealing a hidden chamber behind. The chamber was small but packed with sacks. Li Su followed him inside, and saw sacks piled high like a mountain, numbering in the hundreds. He opened one, and fine white salt cascaded out, like flowing water, glinting faintly in the dim light of the chamber.
This.
Li Su grabbed a handful of salt, rubbing it between his fingers. The grains were fine, and of even better quality than the finest sea salt on the market.
Your Highness, where did this salt come from? And when? It was prepared 3 years ago,
Yang Jingyuan said calmly.
Each year, through various channels, I secretly purchased salt from coastal salt fields and had it shipped to Yuling in batches. It was originally intended to guard against a situation like this.
This was, of course, a pretext. The salt actually came from the system's daily check-ins. Over 11 years, through daily and monthly sign-ins, he had accumulated 120,000 caddies of fine salt stored in the system's warehouse. Last night, he had ordered the Bureau of Shadows to secretly transfer the first batch of 20,000 caddies from the system warehouse to this chamber. Although Li Su still harbored doubts, he wisely refrained from asking further.
Immediately open a Prince's Fair Price salt shop at the East Gate,
Yang Jingyuan ordered.
Sea salt at 60 when per caddy, well salt at 40 when, with a limit of 1 caddy per person per day. Also have Chen Pejuan lead the Lingyuan Guard to take over the iron mine west of the city. All output is to be transported directly to the Prince's workshop. Continue grain purchases as usual and raise the price by another 10%.
Yes. At the beginning of the hour of the noon, before the Prince's Fair Price salt shop at the East Gate, the queue stretched 3 streets long. Li Tai, to a veteran who had lost an arm, stood by the salt pile and shouted hoarsely,
No crowding. Buy salt with your household registry. Sea salt at 60 when per caddy, well salt at 40 when. 1 caddy per person per day.
A man thrust his registry card forward.
I want 3 caddies. I said 1 caddy per person.
Li Tai glared.
The Prince's salt is for the people to live on, not for you to hoard and resell.
The man retreated sheepishly, bought his allotted 1 caddy of sea salt, and muttered, as he walked away,
Such cheap salt. I could resell it for 90 won and still find buyers.
An old man nearby overheard and snapped angrily.
The Prince is selling salt fairly out of kindness, and you want to profiteer. Have you no conscience?
The surrounding crowd echoed their agreement, and the man slunk away in disgrace. The Prince's accountant, Zhou, a gaunt-faced old man in his 50s, looked up at the sky and whispered to his assistant.
We've sold 800 caddies today. There are still 19,200 caddies in the warehouse. As per the Prince's instructions, the limit will be raised to 2 caddies per person starting tomorrow.
The assistant asked quietly,
Mr. Zhou, where exactly does our salt come from? The quality is better than the finest sea salt on the market, yet the price is so low.
Accountant Zhou paused his brush.
Do your duty and ask no more questions.
At the hour of the afternoon, outside the iron mine west of the city, 300 Lingyuan guards clad in black armor and bearing halberds had surrounded the mine tightly. Chen Pejuan, the guard commander, sat on his horse observing the bustling activity within the mine. Wang Shitu, the mine foreman, a reconnaissance expert who had been selected for the personal guard 3 days ago during the competition, was leading a head count of the miners.
Reporting to the commander.
Wang Shitu ran over.
The mine originally had 273 workers. Today 269 are present, 4 are on sick leave. As per the Prince's orders, everyone's wages have been doubled, and we've added a meat dish at lunch.
Chen Pejuan nodded.
The prince said iron is the lifeline of the Northern Territory. From today, all iron mine output is to be transported directly to the prince's workshop. Not a single caddy is to leak outside. Take a squad and patrol day and night. Detain any suspicious individuals first. Yes.
At the same hour at the grain purchase point, by the side gate of the prince's manor, wagons and horses stretched for half a mile. Farmers pushed wheelbarrows and carried shoulder poles their sacks and baskets filled with freshly harvested grain. The prince's accountants were clicking their abacuses furiously, opening chest after chest of silver.
Zhang San of Zhang family village 2 sure, and 8 dough of new wheat. Market price 280 won. With a 10% premium, the total is 308 won.
Zhang San's rough hands took the copper coins, counting them 3 times. His eyes suddenly reddened.
The prince is truly a living Buddha. In past years, the grain merchants would suppress prices. I'd be lucky to get 200 won for 2 sure of wheat.
A middle-aged man nearby chimed in.
Exactly. My family has 5 mu of dry land. In previous years, the Liu family's grain store would crush the price of millet to 80 won a sure. This year, the prince gives 110 won. That extra 30 won is enough to buy a new set of clothes for my child.
A wave of emotion rippled through the crowd waiting in line. At the beginning of the hour of the monkey, the Liu family's carriage arrived at the prince's manor gates. Liu Wenyuan lifted the curtain and stepped down, frowning at the endless stream of farmers selling grain before the manor, and the long queue forming at the east gate. Behind him, servants carried 3 heavy wooden chests, drawing the stares of passers-by. The prince's personal guards inspected the visiting card, and then led Liu Wenyuan and his entourage inside. In the main hall of the prince's manor, Liu Wenyuan entered with 2 accountants and 4 guards. The chest lids were open, revealing neatly stacked silver ingots, 30,000 taels.
Your Highness.
Liu Wenyuan bowed, but his tone carried the characteristic arrogance of a powerful local clan.
My father has sent me to present 30,000 taels of silver as a token of goodwill. The Liu family is willing to cooperate with Your Highness to weather this crisis. If Your Highness agrees to 3 conditions: first, a 30% share of the salt business; second, priority purchase rights for iron mine output; and third, grain prices must follow the market rate, no more high-price acquisitions.
He paused, then added,
If Your Highness agrees, the Liu family will sell half of our existing 50,000 sure of grain to the prince's manor at market price.
The hall fell silent. Yang Jingyuan sat in the main seat, idly toying with a newly forged farm tool without looking up.
Young Master Liu, let me ask you a question. Please speak, Your Highness. Can the 50,000 sure of grain you hoard stop the iron hooves of the Xiongnu?
Liu Wenyuan was taken aback.
This grain is meant for people to eat. How could it stop cavalry? Then if the Xiongnu breach the city and their iron hooves descend, will your Liu family's granaries be plundered by the Xiongnu to feed their horses, or will I use them to feed my soldiers and defend the city?
Sweat beaded on Liu Wenyuan's forehead.
Your Highness, what do you mean? I am buying grain at high prices to store provisions for the army and the people to resist foreign aggression.
Yang Jingyuan set down the farm tool and looked up at Liu Wenyuan, his gaze sharp as a blade.
North of Yiling, 3,000 main troops of the Xiongnu left virtuous king are gathering. The northern tribes are stirring. If war breaks out and the city faces a grain shortage, morale will collapse and the city will fall. Who will your Liu family's hoarded grain save?
He stood and slowly descended from the main seat.
Young Master Liu will make this clear. I will continue to buy grain, and at this price. If your Liu family is willing to sell, you are welcome. If not, suit yourselves.
He walked up to Liu Wenyuan, his voice suddenly turning cold.
But if a grain shortage in the city leads to civil unrest, people starve, and the Xiongnu breach the walls, your Liu family will be the culprits. When that happens, don't blame me for being heartless. The people of Yiling will tear your family apart. Boom!
Liu Wenyuan staggered back 2 steps, his face pale as death.
Why, Your Highness?
His voice trembled.
I cannot make this decision. I must return and report to my father. As you wish.
Yang Jingyuan turned away.
But let me remind you, young Master Liu, my grain purchase is only open for 3 days. After that, if the prince's granaries are full, I will stop buying.
Liu Wenyuan fled in panic, forgetting even to take the 30,000 taels of silver. At the hour of the rooster in the Liu family's secret chamber, Liu Qingtian listened to his eldest son's report in silence for a long time.
Father, this prince of you is no ordinary man.
Liu Wenyuan spoke with lingering fear.
Every word he said revolved around the Xiongnu, and the greater cause of defending the city. If we continue to hoard grain and refuse to sell, we'll truly become villains in the people's eyes. And the Prince's Manor has already opened a salt shop at the East Gate selling sea salt for only 61, lower than before the price hike. The queue is 3 streets long.
Lu Qingshan's head snapped up.
61. Where is he getting so much salt? I saw it with my own eyes, father. The salt shop is thriving, and the people are all praising the prince's benevolence.
Lu Wenyuan said in a low voice.
Father, this prince seems to have been prepared. If we continue to hold out, I fear.
Lu Qingtian paced the chamber, his expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty. After a long while he stopped.
Sell, but not all.
He walked to the desk and wrote quickly.
Sell 20,000 shur of new grain to the Prince's Manor. Keep the 30,000 shur of old grain in storage. Also, have Wentao go to the Prince's Manor tonight and tell that Prince, the Lu family is willing to pledge loyalty, but on one condition. The Lu family wants a 30% share of the monopoly on official salt in Yuling and priority purchase rights for 30% of the output from the Prince's workshop.
Lu Wenyuan was startled.
Father, will the Prince agree to such conditions? If he doesn't, the Lu family will continue to wait and see.
A shrewd glint flashed in Lu Qingshan's eyes.
But Wentao should tell him that the Lu family can not only sell grain, but also help the Prince's Manor deal with other powerful clans. In the 6 prefectures of Yuling, the Lu family's word carries more weight than the prefectural government.
At the hour of the dog beneath the old locust tree east of the city, Lu Wentao appeared like a ghost dressed all in black. Li Su, who had been waiting, emerged from the shadows, and the two exchanged a few low words.
Secretary Li,
Lu Wentao cut to the chase.
The Lu family is willing to sell 20,000 shur of new grain, but my father demands a 30% share of the salt monopoly and priority purchase rights for workshop output.
Li Su replied calmly.
The Prince's conditions are at most a 20% share of the salt monopoly. Priority purchase rights for workshop output can be granted, but at 90% of the market price. Also, the Prince's Manor is in need of a market commissioner to oversee commercial management, a rank 8 official position. He asks if the third master is interested.
Lu Wentao's eyes lit up.
Market commissioner, responsible for managing commerce in Lingyuan City, regulating prices of salt, iron, grain, and tea, and collecting merchant taxes.
Li Su paused.
The prince said this is a position of real power, one that can only be entrusted to a trustworthy person.
Lu Wentao took a deep breath.
The prince wants me to cut ties with the Lu family. The third master is a wise man.
Li Su lowered his voice.
The Lu family ship is too large to turn. But the third master is young, you should have your own vessel.
After a moment of silence, Lu Wentao nodded firmly.
Very well. Please tell the prince that Lu Wentao is willing to serve him like a loyal dog. I will handle the grain matter. I guarantee the 20,000 shur of new grain will be delivered to the Prince's Manor within 3 days. And the salt monopoly and purchase rights. I will persuade my father to accept the prince's conditions.
Determination flashed in Lu Wentao's eyes.
Even if I can't persuade him, I have ways to get the grain out of the warehouse.
They exchanged tokens of trust and vanished into the night. At the hour of the boar in the prince's study, Yang Jingyuan listened to Li Su's report, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Lu Wentao is indeed a clever one. Your Highness, if we secure the 20,000 shur of new grain from the Lu family plus the 1,300 shur collected today, that will total 21,300 shur. At a ration of 1 caddy per person per day, it would feed the 30,000 soldiers and civilians of Lingyuan City for 70 days.
Yang Jingyuan nodded and walked to his desk to open the ledger. Today's salt sales brought in 52 taels, grain expenditures totaled 14 taels and 3 chien. The book surplus was 37 taels and 7 chien. The 86,000 taels of silver confiscated from Zhao Guangping remained untouched.
Continue the salt shop tomorrow. Raise the per-person purchase limit to 2 caddies.
Yang Jingyuan ordered.
As for the workshop, the first batch of affordable farm tools must be ready within 3 days. Yes.
Li Su paused.
Your Highness, son, when the registrar from the prefectural government secretly sent word today that Zhou Yongnian dispatched a confidential letter from the back gate of the government office this afternoon headed for the capital. The messenger used the secret channel of the first Princess faction.
A cold gleam flashed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes.
It seems our esteemed prefect is planning to make trouble over administrative matters. Should we prepare in advance? No rush.
Yang Jingyuan waved his hand.
Let him jump. The higher he jumps, the harder he'll fall.
Outside the window the autumn wind howled. The lamps of the East Gate salt shop had not yet been extinguished and people were already gathering to queue for tomorrow's salt. On the 31st year of Yungchang, the 5th day of the 10th month, the morning mist like gossamer veiled the gray-blue city walls of Lingyuan City.
Master Li, could I have an extra half ladle today?
A gaunt sallow-faced woman clutching a chipped earthen bowl looked beseechingly at Li Taitu, who was in charge of ladling the porridge. In the northern part of the city, the large cauldrons at the porridge kitchen were already set up. The aroma of millet mixed with wild herbs drifted with the steam. The queue of commoners was nearly double that of 3 days prior. Not just refugees and the poor, but even some modest townsfolk carrying bowls had joined the line. His Highness the Prince decreed that families of those who participate in the wall repairs may receive an extra half ladle daily.
The woman's eyes reddened, and she bowed repeatedly.
Thank you for the Prince's grace. Thank you, Master Li. My man said the Prince pays wages and provides meals, and that repairing the wall is for our survival. He said head work is hardest. A chorus of agreement rose from the queue.
That's right, my father went too. 15 coppers a day, and 2 steamed buns at noon. It's much better than working for the Liu family. They only pay 10 coppers a day, and don't even fill your stomach.
In a corner of the porridge shed a few old soldiers dressed in coarse cloth, but with sharp fierce eyes crouched together drinking their porridge. They were all around 50 years old, their faces crisscrossed with scars, yet their posture, as they drank, still held the crisp efficiency of military men. One of them, missing his left ear, suddenly spoke.
Li Kazi, doesn't that ladle wielder look a bit familiar?
The veteran called Li Kazi squinted for a long moment. The earthen bowl in his hand fell to the ground, with a clatter, spilling porridge everywhere. He was oblivious, trembling as he stood up. On his single leg, he hobbled forward a few steps.
Taitu-gu. Is that you, Taitu-gu?
Li Taitu turned his head at the sound. His gaze fell on Li Kazi's face, first in confusion, then his pupils contracted sharply.
Li Sangu. You're still alive.
The 2 old soldiers locked eyes, and both their faces reddened. Li Sangu lurched forward on his lame leg, but his single leg was unsteady, and Li Taitu caught him. They stood in silence, simply thumping each other's backs vigorously, the most humble ritual of reunion among old frontier army veterans.
15 years.
Li Sangu's voice choked.
In that battle at Heishui River, I lost this leg. When I woke up, I was lying in a pile of corpses. I thought I was lucky. The Marquis' personal guard pulled me out of the heap of bodies.
Li Taitu wiped his face, his single arm gripping his old comrade's shoulder tightly.
Then I followed the Marquis for another 3 years until the Marquis was wronged.
At the mention of
the Marquis,
they both fell silent. The commoners queuing for porridge also quieted down. In the northern lands, who didn't know of Jinbei Ho, Lin Pijuan? 15 years ago, it was that old Marquis who with 30,000 frontier troops held back the 50,000 cavalry of the Xiongnu left virtuous king beyond the Yin Mountains, securing a decade of peace for Yuling. But 11 years ago, an imperial decree accusing him of treason arrived. The entire household of the Jinbei Ho mansion was executed, and the Marquis' old subordinates were scattered or killed. The northern border defenses plummeted thereafter. The Xiongnu raided every year, and the people suffered immensely.
Taitu-gu, what are you doing now?
Li Sangu looked towards the porridge shed.
Am working in the prince's mansion.
Li Taitu straightened his back.
Serving His Highness the Yu Prince. Do you know who the Yu Prince is?
Li Sangu shook his head blankly. Li Taitu took a deep breath, his voice suddenly rising not just for Li Sangu, but for all the queuing commoners to hear.
His Highness the Yu Prince is the biological grandson of the old Marquis Jinbei Ho Lin, the 9th prince born of the noble consort.
A roar went through the crowd. The grandson of Jinbei Ho, that 9th prince rumored for 16 years in the palace, and considered a waste by everyone, was actually the bloodline of the old Marquis Lin. Li Sangu trembled violently, his single leg nearly giving way.
Tr. Truly. Absolutely true.
Li Taitu's eyes were bloodshot.
The Marquis saved my life. When he was wronged, I couldn't speak for him. Every time I think of those years, my heart feels as if it's being cut. But heaven has eyes. The Marquis bloodline has returned. He has returned.
He turned to face all the commoners, raising his single arm high.
Good people. His Highness the Prince hasn't come to Yiling to enjoy himself. He has come to inherit the Marquis' will to protect the land and pacify the people. A few days ago, it was he who beheaded the Xiongnu vanguard before the battle line. It was he who sold salt at fair prices. It was he who bought grain at high prices. It was he who repaired the city wall, paid wages, and provided meals.
Li Taida's voice echoed in the morning mist, every word striking the hearts of the people.
What did the Marquis do for us back then? When the Xiongnu came, he was the first to stand firm. In years of famine, he opened the granaries. When corrupt officials oppressed the people, he took his blade and went to deal with them. Now the Marquis' grandson has come doing the very same things. Should the sons of the northern lands follow such a prince? Yes.
Someone shouted first, and then the response came like a mountain roar and a tidal wave.
Follow the prince. We trust the Marquis' bloodline. Long live the prince.
The wave of sound swept through the porridge kitchen and spread throughout the city with the commoners who had received their porridge. Li Taita, Li Sangdu, and the other veterans were surrounded in the middle, speaking in turns, recounting the Battle of Heishui River 15 years ago, the breakout from the Mabe Snow Plains 12 years ago, and the Marquis' final tragic defense of the city 11 years ago. Those dusty past events, those almost forgotten heroes, were revived in this moment. All of this was silently recorded by the bad people agents mingled in the crowd, and compiled at the prince's mansion through special channels. At noon at the northern city wall repair site, 3,000 refugees and recruited laborers were busy at work. The city wall had been severely damaged in the Great Battle 11 years prior. Although patched up, many sections had cracks and the battlements were incomplete. Following Yang Jinjiwan's orders, the most critical northern section was to be repaired first. Overseeing the work was Zhang Cheng, the newly appointed 100 household commander of the prince's personal guard, who was just making his rounds. Though young, he was fair in his dealings, paying wages without a single coin short, and being strict when necessary. He quickly earned the respect and awe of the laborers.
Commander Zhang, this section of the wall base doesn't seem right.
An old stonemason pointed to the base of the third section.
Look, the soil in the cracks of these stones is a different color from the rest.
Zhang Cheng crouched down and used his hand to part the weeds at the base of the wall. Indeed, the soil here was a dark red, distinctly different from the surrounding yellowish-brown earth. He drew the short blade at his waist and probed the soil. The tip of the blade hit a hard object about a foot deep.
There's something here.
Zhang Cheng's eyes narrowed. He waved over a few guards.
Dig it up and see. Be careful.
A dozen laborers gathered around, carefully clearing away the loose soil with spades. As they dug deeper, a bluish-black stone slab gradually revealed itself. The slab was about 5 feet long, 3 feet wide, and half a foot thick, its surface etched with faint patterns.
It's a stele,
the old stonemason exclaimed.
How could there be a stele at the base of the city wall?
Zhang Cheng had the laborers continue clearing the area around the slab. After digging another 2 feet, the entire stele was fully exposed. The body of the stele was intact, but its surface was covered in thick moss and grime, making the inscriptions difficult to read. News quickly reached the prince's mansion. At the hour of Wei the Third, around 3:45 p.m., Yang Jingyuan arrived at the scene in person, accompanied by Yuan Tiangong, Li Su, and others. Several hundred people had already gathered around the wall. Soldiers had set up a cordon and commoners were standing on tiptoe to see.
Your Highness, this is the stele.
Zhang Cheng knelt on one knee to report. Yang Jingyuan walked up to the stele and bent down to examine it closely. The stone was
Qinggang rock,
unique to the northern lands, as hard as iron and resistant to weathering. He reached out and wiped away a patch of moss, revealing deep carvings beneath.
Bring clear water and a soft brush,
he ordered. A guard quickly brought over a bucket of water. Yang Jingyuan did it himself, dipping the soft brush in water and carefully cleaning the steel surface bit by bit. Yuan Tiangdong hunched over, helped on the side, a barely perceptible glint of amusement flickering in his clouded old eyes. The cleaning continued for about 30 minutes. When most of the steel surface was clean, the gathered crowd gasped. The inscription was in ancient seal script, the carving style simple yet powerful. Despite the erosion of time, the main strokes were still clear. At the very top were 4 large characters.
Nation protecting divine steel.
Below were 12 columns of smaller characters, each column with 4 characters.
In the northern lands lies a dragon lurking in the abyss awaiting its time. Heaven sends calamity's beacon fires link the cities. The dragon soars across the wilds, cleansing the demonic miasma, protecting the nation and its people, bringing peace to the four seas.
The inscription at the end was even more blurred, with only faint traces of words like Dian and Tianyu discernible.
Dian,
Li Su mused.
That was the dynastic title of the previous dynasty at least 300 years ago.
The entire scene fell silent. All eyes were fixed on those 48 characters, especially the opening 8.
In the northern lands lies a dragon lurking in the abyss awaiting its time.
Lurking in the abyss. Yang Jingyuan style Jingyuan.
In the northern lands lies a dragon lurking in the abyss awaiting its time.
These 8 words exploded like thunder in everyone's mind.
An auspicious sign. This is a heavenly auspicious sign.
An elderly scholar with white hair suddenly knelt down, tremblingly kowtowing repeatedly before the stele.
The divine stele of the previous dynasty prophesied that a true dragon lies hidden in the northern lands, waiting for the appointed time to emerge to protect the nation and its people. This must be referring to His Highness the Prince.
A single stone stirred 1,000 waves.
Exactly. The prince's name is Jingyuan, which perfectly matches lurking in the abyss. Since the prince arrived, the Xiongnu vanguard was beheaded, and the prices of salt and grain have been stabilized. Isn't that cleansing the demonic miasma? It's heaven's will. This is heaven's will.
Laborer soldiers and the gathered commoners knelt down in a vast dark mass. Many had tears in their eyes. The northern lands had suffered so much over the years: Xiongnu raids, corrupt officials running rampant, and continuous natural disasters. They desperately needed a hope that could lead them out of their suffering. And now this 300-year-old stele seemed to confirm that hope. Yang Jingyuan stood before the stele, his black robe fluttering slightly in the autumn wind. His face was calm, his gaze deep. He showed neither ecstasy nor panic, as if he had anticipated all of this. Only Yuan Tiangong, standing at his side, could see the fleeting subtle curve at the corner of his master's mouth.
Your Highness.
Li Su stepped forward, his voice trembling with excitement.
This stele is a heavenly auspicious sign proclaiming that Your Highness is destined by heaven. I suggest we move the stele into the prince's mansion and choose an auspicious day to hold a grand ceremony for it to reassure the people and establish the truth.
Yang Jingyuan was silent for 3 breaths, then slowly shook his head.
No.
Everyone was stunned.
This stele was unearthed at the base of the city wall. It guards Lingyuan City and the people of Yuling.
Yang Jingyuan turned to face the kneeling crowd, his voice clear as a bell.
I have decided to build a nation-protecting steel pavilion right here to enshrine the stele in its original place. Let every person who repairs the wall, every guard, every passerby see it and remember it.
He paused, then spoke each word deliberately.
Remember, there is a dragon in the northern lands, but the dragon has not come to rule as a tyrant. It has come to protect the nation and its people. I swear here and now, as long as I, Yang Jingyuan, am in Yuling, the Xiongnu shall not dare to advance a single step south. The people shall have food to eat and clothes to wear. The heroic spirits shall find peace, and the wrong shall be vindicated. Long live the prince, heaven's chosen one.
The cheers rose like a collapsing mountain and a roaring sea shooting straight into the clouds. Many old soldiers wept bitterly, thinking of Zhenbei Ho and their fallen brothers. The Marquis bloodline had not disgraced his name. The heavens over the northern lands were truly about to change. The news spread through the entire city at an astonishing speed. By evening, nearly every household was discussing the
nation-protecting divine stele.
In tea houses and taverns, storytellers had already begun composing tales of
the Yu Prince as the reincarnation of the true dragon.
In the streets and alleys, children were singing a newly composed nursery rhyme.
Northern dragon in deep lair soars on high to protect home.
In a secret chamber at the rear of the prefectural office, Zhou Yongnian finished listening to the report from his trusted confidant Wang Qian, his face dark enough to drip water.
A stele. An inscription from the previous dynasty 300 years ago. And it appears just at this moment.
He ground his teeth.
Yang Jingyuan. What a fine trick you played,
Wang Qian said in a low voice.
Your Excellency, the people of the entire city are practically worshipping the Yu Prince as a deity now. Should we what? Suppress them?
Zhou Yongnian sneered.
Suppressing them now means making enemies of the entire city. Do you think if I dared to say it's fake, there wouldn't be rumors of the prefect envying heaven's favor spreading through every street and alley by tomorrow?
He paced restlessly in the secret chamber.
This is no coincidence. The timing, the location, the content of the steel's discovery. It's all too perfect. Too perfect to be heaven's work. It looks more like human design.
Wang Qian was startled.
Your Excellency means the steel was buried beforehand by the Yu Prince. Who else has such a scheming mind?
Zhou Yongnian walked to his desk, took up a brush, and began writing hastily.
This matter must be reported to Her Highness immediately. Yang Jingyuan is not only astonishingly skilled in martial arts, but he is also adept at manipulating public sentiment and manufacturing public opinion. If we let him continue, Yiling will become a monolithic block impossible to shake.
He finished the secret letter, sealed it with wax, and began writing hastily.
This matter must be reported to Her Highness immediately.
A cruel glint flashed in Zhou Yongnian's eyes.
Contact our agents in the city. Spread another version of the rumor, say the steel was forged by the bad people, and that Yang Jingyuan intends to use the guise of heavenly mandate to commit treason. Will the people believe that? Some always will.
Zhou Yongnian sneered.
Planting a seed of doubt is enough. Besides, isn't our esteemed prince planning to build a steel pavilion? Find a few learned men to manipulate the interpretation of the inscription. For instance, lurking in the abyss awaiting its time could also be read as lying low, biding one's time, hinting at rebellious intentions.
Wang Qian understood.
I will see to it. There is one more matter. In 3 days, there is the routine administrative meeting at the prefectural office. According to protocol, the Yu Prince should be invited. Will Your Excellency invite him? Of course, invite him.
Zhou Yongnian sat back down, regaining his usual scholarly composure.
I am eager to see how much talent this heaven-ordained Yu Prince has when it comes to the practical matters of finance and taxation.
Outside the window, the sun was setting. Lingyuan City was bathed in golden twilight. At the northern construction site, the steel was now covered in red silk, with simple barriers erected around it. The laborers worked with extra vigor, as if every brick and stone they laid was adding to the foundation of
heaven's will.
In the prince's mansion study, Yang Jingyuan listened to Yuan Tiangang's report and gave a faint smile.
Zhou Yongnian can't sit still, just as I expected. Master, should we stop him from spreading these rumors?
Yuan Tiangang asked.
No need.
Yang Jingyuan waved his hand.
Let him spread them. Rumors stop at the wise, and even more so at concrete actions. The people see me beheading Xiongnu, stabilizing prices, repairing walls, and paying wages. A few baseless rumors won't shake the foundation.
He walked to the window, looking towards the prefectural office.
As for the administrative meeting in 3 days, Zhou Yongnian has been preparing for so long. It's time he showed his killing move. Does Master already have a plan?
Yang Jingyuan didn't answer. He simply took out the
Yiling Prefecture People's Heart Talisman
from his bosom. The jade talisman was warm, slightly hot to the touch, and the luster flowing on its surface was much brighter than it had been 3 days ago. On the system interface, a line of numbers was clearly visible. Yiling Prefecture People's Heart Talisman. In effect, Yiling commoners' natural favorability towards the host is continuously increasing. Current progress 41. In just 3 days, it had risen from 27 to 41. The people's hearts were like flowing water, capable of carrying a boat or capsizing it. And what Yang Jingyuan needed to do was to make this flowing water converge into rivers, into seas, and ultimately into an unstoppable towering wave.
Marshal Yuan,
he suddenly spoke.
This old servant is here. Leave the matter of the steel to Li Su from now on. The pavilion should be built with dignity and grandeur, but not extravagance. The key is that every laborer who participates in its construction receives double wages. Also, starting tomorrow, add an evening meal at the porridge kitchens at all 4 gates. The money comes from the silver confiscated from Zhao Guanping. Issue another order to Qin Pejuan and Zhang Ming. All soldiers in the army are to receive their month's pay in advance this month, plus an extra 100 coppers as a loyalty and valor award.
Yuan Tiangang noted everything down, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Each of these measures was burning money, but each one also firmly gripped the people's hearts.
Master, there is one thing this old servant doesn't understand,
he said in a low voice.
While the steel affair can boost our momentum, it will also invite suspicion from the imperial court. Why doesn't Master delay? Because the time is right.
Yang Jingyuan turned around, candlelight dancing in his eyes.
Those people in the court won't let me off just because I keep a low profile. Since we are bound to clash sooner or later, it's better to seize the moral high ground first. The steel is heaven's will, and the people's hearts are the foundation. With these two, no matter how Zhou Yongyan and his ilk jump about, they are nothing but clowns.
He paused, his voice turning cold.
Besides, I also need an excuse, a legitimate reason to purge the officialdom of Yuling. Zhou Yongyan will deliver himself to my doorstep.
Outside the window, night had fallen. Thousands of lights were lit in Lingyuan City. Many families were still talking about the day's auspicious sign over their evening meals. At the northern steel site, commoners had come of their own accord to pay homage, the air thick with incense smoke. But in the unseen shadows, several carrier pigeons flew off into the night towards different directions. Zhou Yongyan's secret letter bound for the capital, the bad people's surveillance reports on the entire city, and messages sent back by spies from various local powers. The wind in the northern lands was blowing stronger and stronger. And at the eye of the storm, the 16-year-old Yu prince was quietly awaiting the confrontation 3 days hence. He knew that would be the pivotal battle for him to gain complete control over Yuling. Win, and Yuling would fall entirely into his grasp. Lose. He would not lose. For heaven's will was with him, and the people's hearts were with him. In the 31st year of Yongchang, on the 8th day of the 10th month, at the hour of Chen 3/4 past, within the main hall of the prefectural office, 20 rosewood chairs were arranged in 2 rows. The seat of honor stood vacant, reserved by protocol for the prince. Zhou Yongyan, clad in the crimson official robe of a third-rank minister, sat in the foremost seat on the left. He held a teacup in his hand, his face adorned with a refined smile, honed through 10 years of bureaucratic life. Yet deep in his eyes lurked a chill. 10 years of careful management had made Yuling his private domain, and he would never tolerate an outsider's intrusion. Behind him stood his trusted officials, including the deputy governor Wang Qian and the military advisor Zhao Wenyuan, their hands respectfully at their sides. On the right sat officials of Jia Xu's faction, such as the chief clerk Li Su, the registrar Sun Wen, and the revenue officer Lu Ming, each with an impassive expression revealing no hint of their thoughts. From outside the hall came the sound of 3 ceremonial whip cracks.
His Highness the Prince of Yu arrives.
All present rose and bowed. Yang Jingyuan, dressed in the black formal robe of a prince, strode slowly into the main hall. Behind him followed the stooped Yuan Tian gang and 2 personal guards carrying thick scrolls of documents. Without a sidelong glance, he walked directly to the seat of honor, and sat down, raising his hand in a gesture.
Be seated.
A shadow of gloom flickered in Zhou Yongyan's eyes. This prince's aura today was even more composed than at their previous meetings. That unfathomable calm stirred an inexplicable unease in his heart. But he quickly suppressed his emotions, rose, and clasped his hands in salute.
Your Highness, today I have convened the colleagues of the prefectural office to discuss 2 pressing matters. First, the spring plowing for the coming year requires advanced procurement of seeds and oxen. Second, the autumn tax collection is imminent, yet the Xiongnu incursions and grain price fluctuations threaten a shortfall. These affairs concern the people's livelihood, hence, we humbly request your Highness' presence to deliberate on countermeasures.
His words were impeccably diplomatic, his posture exceedingly deferential. Yang Jingyuan accepted the teacup handed by his guard, gently blew on the floating leaves, and said,
Prefect Zhou has been most attentive. In that case, let us begin with the spring plowing.
Zhou Yongyan shot a glance at Wang Qian. The deputy governor Wang Qian rose, unrolled the dossier in his hands, and announced in a resonant voice,
Your Highness, esteemed colleagues, I shall first report the actual situation of the spring plowing. Yuling Prefecture comprises 6 commanderies and 1 city with 120,000 mu of official farmland and 87,000 mu of private land. By past custom, the spring plowing requires 30,000 dan of fine seeds and 6,000 oxen. However, due to last year's insect plague and this year's Xiongnu raids, the treasury now holds only 120,000 dan of fine seeds and fewer than 3,000 oxen.
He paused, lifting his gaze to Yang Jingyuan, his tone laced with concern.
The deficit is immense. If not replenished in time, next year's harvest will surely suffer and famine may ensue.
Murmurs rippled through the hall. Military advisor Zhao Wenyuan added at the opportune moment,
That is not all. Your Highness, recent grain purchases at high prices, though alleviating an immediate crisis, have driven up market prices for seed grain. Common folk cannot afford to buy seeds, and can only sow with old stale grain. Next year's yield will likely be half.
These words were veiled with a hidden barb, subtly directing blame towards Yang Jingyuan's grain procurement policy. Yang Jingyuan's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Chief Clerk Li Su.
Chief Clerk Li, you handled the seed grain accounts. Explain.
Li Su rose and calmly unrolled a ledger.
What Deputy Governor Wang says is indeed true. But upon checking the accounts over the 10 years of Prefect Zhou's tenure, I have discovered an interesting phenomenon.
He flipped to a specific page and read aloud.
In the 22nd year of Yongchang Prefect Zhou's first year in office, the prefecture purchased 300,000 dan of fine seeds, but only 22,000 dan were actually distributed to the commanderies, leaving 8,000 dan as spoilage. In the 25th year, 32,000 dan were purchased, 23,000 dan distributed, with 9,000 dan spoiled. In the 28th year, 35,000 dan were purchased, 24,000 dan distributed, with 11,000 dan spoiled.
The hall gradually fell silent. Li Su raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Wang Qian.
Over 10 years for seed grain alone, the cumulative spoilage amounts to 9,3000 dan. Calculating that each dan of seeds can plant 20 mu of land, these spoiled seeds would be enough to sow 1.86 million mu, nearly 9,000 mu more than the total arable land in Yiling.
Wang Qian's face shifted color slightly.
What does Chief Clerkly imply? Spoilage during transport and storage is inevitable, a common occurrence. Is that so?
Li Su produced a small booklet from his sleeve.
Then let Deputy Governor Wang explain why the serial numbers of these spoiled seeds appear on the shipment ledgers of the Lu family granary sold to the northern desert over the years.
He turned to Yang Jingyuan and bowed.
Your Highness, 3 days ago, I was ordered to audit the Lu family accounts and discovered 7 shipment orders from the 24th to the 30th year of Yongchang. These orders cumulatively record 58,000 dan of stale seeds sold to caravans bound for the northern desert. And the seed serial numbers on these orders overlap with those of the prefecture's spoiled seeds by over 80%.
A wave of shock swept through the hall. Zhou Yongnian's teacup trembled in his hand, spilling tea. He forced himself to remain calm.
Chief Clerkly, is there solid proof of this? The original shipment orders are here.
Li Su placed a stack of yellowed papers on the table.
They bear the signatures and seals of successive Lu family managers, as well as the stamp of the receiving party Northern Desert Caravan. If your Highness has doubts, the Lu family manager can be summoned for confrontation at any time.
Yang Jingyuan raised his teacup, took a light sip, and said nothing. Zhou Yongnian took a deep breath, knowing his first move had been thwarted. He signaled Zhao Wenyuan with his eyes. Military advisor Zhao Wenyuan took the cue, rose, and said,
"The matter of the seed grain may be suspicious and warrants further investigation. Allow me to first report on the taxes. The summer tax for this year has been collected, and the autumn tax should be concluded by the 15th of the 10th month. However, due to the Xiongnu incursions, this year 3 northern counties have suffered disasters. By law, a 30% tax reduction may be granted. Calculated thus, this year's tax revenue may fall short of 70% of previous years."
He paused, looking at Yang Jingyuan.
"Meanwhile, your Highness is reorganizing the army and preparing for war, incurring enormous military expenditures. The monthly salary alone requires 2,000 taels of silver. The treasury currently holds less than 8,000 taels, enough to sustain only 3 months. Without increasing revenue and reducing expenses, Yuling's finances may collapse within the year."
These words were even more severe, directly linking the fiscal crisis to Yang Jingyuan's military policies. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. Many neutral officials showed signs of worry. What Zhao Wenyuan said was indeed the truth. Yiling was already impoverished, and increasing military spending would only hasten fiscal collapse. Yang Jingyuan set down his teacup and looked at Revenue Officer Lu Ming.
"Revenue Officer Lu, you are in charge of finances. Tell us the true state of the treasury."
Lu Ming rose, opened a thick ledger, and spoke in a clear, steady voice.
"What military advisor Zhao said about revenue is accurate. But regarding expenditures, there may be some misunderstandings."
He turned to a specific page.
"In the 22nd year of Yongchang, the year Prefect Zhou took office, Yuling's military expenditure was 16,000 taels of silver. By the 25th year it rose to 24,000 taels. By the 28th year, 30,000 taels. And by the 30th year it reached 35,000 taels. This year, even under your Highness' new policies with full pay for the entire army, the total is only 28,000 taels, 7,000 taels less than last year."
Zhao Wenyuan interjected hastily.
"That is because Zhao Guangping embezzled. Military advisor Zhao, please wait."
Lu Ming interrupted him, opening another ledger.
"I have not finished. Beyond military expenses, the prefecture's daily operating costs in the 22nd year of Yongchang salaries, transportation, and entertainment for prefectural officials totaled 28000 taels, by the 25th year 50000 taels, by the 28th year 80000 taels, and by the 30th year a staggering 12000 taels. This year Your Highness ordered the reduction of superfluous expenses, and this item has been compressed to 30000 taels.
He raised his head, his gaze sharp.
On the other hand, another expense has increased tenfold over the decade: prefectural office renovations. In the 22nd year of Yongchang, the cost was 3000 taels, by the 25th year 15000 taels, by the 28th year 3000 taels, by the 30th year 5000 taels, and this year's budget has soared to 6000 taels.
Lu Ming produced a roll of blueprints from his robe and unfurled it before the assembly.
I have specifically investigated the detailed engineering records of the past 10 years. Of this 60,000 taels, nearly 20,000 were used for successive expansions and renovations of Prefect Zhou's private residence, 15,000 taels for constructing pavilions and towers in the rear garden, and 8,000 taels for purchasing rare curios and ornaments from various regions. Are these also necessary expenses?
Zhou Yongnian's face finally changed color, but Lu Ming gave him no respite, continuing.
Additionally, there is the River Channel Repair Fund. From the 24th to the 30th year of Yongchang, Yuling allocated a total of 420,000 taels for river works, but only 18,000 taels were actually used for the projects. The remaining 24,000 taels were centrally allocated. This year's budget is 8,000 taels. I wish to ask, where exactly were those 24,000 taels of centrally allocated silver sent?
He turned to face Yang Jingyuan and knelt on one knee.
Your Highness, I have ascertained that over the past decade 280,000 taels of the so-called river repair funds were funneled through multiple layers of transfers into 12 secret accounts at the Yongtong Money House. And the account holders, as discovered through covert investigation by the bad people, are all connected to Prefect Zhou's family members, relatives, and old associates. You are slandering me.
Zhou Yongnian slammed the table and stood up, the official prestige cultivated over 10 years now transformed into fury.
Lu Ming! How dare a mere revenue officer defame a superior official? Whether it is slander or not, a single investigation will reveal the truth.
Yang Jingyuan finally spoke, his voice calm, but carrying a chill.
Marshal Yuan.
Yuan Tiangong, his back stooped, stepped forward and produced from his robe a stack of bank draft stubs and over a dozen account opening vouchers.
Your Highness, these are the vouchers seized from the secret accounting office of the Yongtong Money House. The account holders are Zhou Wenchang, Zhou Wenqing, and Zhou Wenyuan, all nephews of Prefect Zhou, in addition 5 cousins including Zhou Yongchang and Zhou Yandong. Over the past decade, they have handled 310,000 taels of silver, of which 22,000 taels were transferred to the Baochang firm in the capital, and the remaining 9,000 taels were used to purchase 43 properties, including land and shops across the commanderies of Yuling.
He spread the vouchers on the official's desk, black characters on white paper seals, clear, spanning a full decade. The hall fell into utter silence. All officials stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they saw. 10 years. A full decade. This seemingly refined prefect had been quietly devouring the people's hard-earned wealth of Yuling right under their noses.
This must be forged.
Zhou Yongnian's voice was hoarse, but his tone had lost its conviction.
Your Highness, this is a frame-up. Someone is trying to entrap me. Is that so?
Yang Jingyuan rose slowly and walked to the center of the hall.
Then let us discuss another matter.
He clapped his hands. From outside the hall came the sound of dragging chains. For bad people, escorts pushed 3 men into the main hall. The leader was a gaunt elderly man over 60, dressed in silk, but now disheveled and ashen-faced. He was Zhou Fu, the steward, who had served Zhou Yongnian for 20 years. The other 2 were Wu Yu, the old accountant of the prefectural office, who had kept the books for 15 years, and Zhang Quan, Zhou Yongnian's brother-in-law, who had managed the granaries for 12 years. As soon as the 3 entered the hall, they collapsed to their knees, trembling all over.
Zhou Fu.
Yang Jingyuan's voice was as cold as ice.
Before all these,
speak now, and confess what you have done for your master these past 10 years. Zhou Fu trembled, raised his head to glance at Zhou Yongnian, then quickly lowered it again. His voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum.
My master ordered me to launder money through Yongsheng Bank, the river repair funds, the disaster relief funds, and the extra levies over the years, the defense against autumn tax, and the horse fodder silver. All transferred to Baochang firm in the capital. Then transferred back through Baochang firm to buy land and shops. Wu Yud.
Yang Jingyuan turned to the old accountant. Wu Yud cowed out frantically.
Mercy, your highness. I only kept the books. Lord Zhou ordered the deficits to be recorded as losses. The grain, seeds, military equipment, and the items Zhao Guangping embezzled. All were written into the accounts. The ledgers for 10 years. 10 years of ledgers are all fraudulent. I have a secret ledger. 10 years of secret accounts.
He pulled a blood-stained blue-covered book from his bosom. The cover was worn, clearly handled often, and he presented it with both hands. Yuan Tiangang took it, flipped through a few pages, and read aloud.
In the 4th month of the 23rd year of Yongchang received 2,000 taels of silver, as Zhao Guangping's profit share recorded as repair surplus. In the 6th month of the 25th year received 8,000 taels of silver from Lu Qitian, as mining tax tribute recorded as miscellaneous income. In the 9th month of the 28th year privately added a frontier defense levy of 30 won per mu, collecting an extra 36,000 taels across the prefecture recorded as temporary military expenses. In the 11th month of the 30th year intercepted 50,000 taels of imperial disaster relief silver, transferring 30,000 taels to Baochang firm.
With each item read, Zhou Yongnian's face grew paler. By the 10th item Zhou Yongnian finally broke down, shrieking. Enough! His eyes bloodshot, he pointed at Yang Jingyuan. At this moment, he had to make a choice. Should he continue pretending to be the Empress man or take a gamble? In an instant, a decade of experience in the shadows made his decision. He would still use the Empress name to launch his attack, but secretly, he would work for the Crown Prince's benefit.
Yang Jingyuan, you set this trap for me today only because I am the Empress man, isn't that right?
Zhou Yongnian's voice was shrill, as if he were a loyal minister being framed.
Aren't you afraid I will expose your true face?
The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Zhou Yongnian, feigning madness, shrieked.
Did you think you were flawless? You have been in Yiling for barely half a month, and already the military commanders have defected to you, and over half the prefecture officials have pledged their allegiance. You, a prince who spent 16 years in the Deep Palace and never set foot in the northern borderlands, how could you seize control so quickly? He stepped forward, his words dripping with venom. Is it just because you are the grandson of the Jinbei Marquis? Is it just because Lin Pojin's blood flows in your veins?
This accusation was vicious in the extreme. The identity of grandson of the Jinbei Marquis alone was enough to spark endless speculation. The old subordinates, the prestige, the remnants of the Jinbei Marquis' power in the north. All of this could be interpreted as Yang Jingyuan having long planned this, and deliberately cultivating his influence.
When the Jinbei Marquis rebelled back, then his old followers were scattered or killed.
Zhou Yongnian stared at Yang Jingyuan, lowering his voice, yet making sure every person could hear.
But for these 11 years, there have always been people in the north who remember the old Marquis' kindness. Your Highness, do you dare to say that before you came to Yiling you never secretly contacted those nostalgic people? Do you dare to claim that the loyalty of commanders like Zhang Meng and Shen Pejuan is only due to your actions over these past 10 days?
The hall was dead silent. Every official held their breath. This was the most insidious accusation. No evidence, only insinuation. But precisely because there was no evidence, it was even harder to refute. Yang Jingyuan, however, smiled. His smile was icy cold, sending a shiver through Zhou Yongnian.
Zhou Yongnian.
Yang Jingyuan slowly walked back to his seat, his voice, not loud, but piercing through the heavy silence.
You claim that I rely on my grandfather's lingering influence and have secretly built my power.
He picked up Wu Yu's ledger documenting 10 years of secret accounts, flipping to a certain page.
Then please explain from the 26th to the 30th year of Yongchang the 5 transfers totaling 150,000 taels of silver you sent to the capital through Baochang firm, with the recipient being Zhang Bihai's steward of the Phoenix Ceremony Palace. What was that for?
Zhou Yongnian's pupils contracted, but he still forced himself to maintain his composure.
That was a tribute to Her Majesty the Empress to secure imperial funding for Yiling. Oh!
Yang Jingyuan then took a letter from Yuan Tiangang's hand.
Then what about this secret letter seized from your study's hidden chamber in the spring of the 29th year of Yongchang? It is signed by the head palace maid attending the Empress, and its contents.
He unfolded the letter and read aloud.
Minister Zhou, the affairs in the north are weighty. The 9th prince grows older. It is fitting to make early preparations. If he takes up his fief, you must suppress him. You may ally with Huo Qubing and his ilk to create incidents and force his failure. A decade of effort should bear fruit. On the day of success, a place in the Grand Secretariat will be yours.
Having finished, Yang Jingyuan displayed the letter to all present, his gaze sweeping meaningfully over Zhou Yongnian.
Do I need to invite an old hand from the palace to identify the handwriting? Or, perhaps Lord Zhou himself can tell us, was this letter written to you as the Empress man or to someone else?
This last sentence, spoken lightly, made Zhou Yongnian's entire body stiffen. Did Yang Jingyuan know? Did he know he was a double agent? No. Impossible. He had been in the shadows in Yiling for 10 years, and even the Empress didn't know his true loyalty was to the Crown Prince. But Yang Jingyuan's meaningful gaze, the insinuation of someone else. Zhou Yongnian suddenly remembered that the secret message he had sent to the Crown Prince 3 days ago through a covert channel had yet to receive a reply. And last night, when his trusted man Wang Qian tried to contact another secret rendezvous point in the capital, he found that point had been silent for 3 days. A chill rose from the soles of his feet. Yang Jingyuan no longer looked at him. He put down the letter, his gaze sweeping over all the officials in the hall.
You have all witnessed today's events. Zhou Yongnian's 10 years of embezzlement, illegal taxation, and framing a prince. Every charge is backed by ironclad evidence.
He paused, his voice suddenly sharp.
According to the Great Xia Code, what is the penalty?
Chief Administrator Li Su was the first to rise, bowing.
Embezzling over 100,000 taels from the state treasury is punishable by death, by slow slicing, confiscation of property, and execution of 3 generations of the family. Framing a prince incurs a heavier penalty. 10 years of illegal taxation tormenting the people warrants multiple punishments combined. I second the motion.
Registrar Sun Wen stood up.
Seconded. Seconded.
All the officials aligned with Jia Xu rose, bowed, and clasped their hands. The neutral officials exchanged glances, then gradually rose as well. The decade's worth of evidence was an unshakable case. Zhou Yongnian had no hope of recovery. Zhou Yongnian collapsed into his chair, his face ashen. 10 years of deep cover, a double identity. He had thought he could handle it all with ease, yet it was all destroyed in a single morning. Even more terrifying was Yang Jingyuan's final remark. How much did he actually know? Yang Jingyuan looked at him, silent for 3 breaths, then suddenly said,
However, Zhou Yongnian is after all an imperial official and the prefect of one prefecture. Though I have the authority of autonomy, I must still report to the imperial court and await its decree.
He paused, then slowly announced,
Effective immediately, Zhou Yongnian is stripped of his post as prefect of Yiling. He is to be temporarily held in the rear chambers of the prefectural office and is forbidden to leave the premises. All his property is to be sealed and inventoried by the princely estate in conjunction with the prefectural office. The final judgment will be rendered upon receipt of the imperial decree.
This decision took everyone by surprise. He was not arrested and thrown into prison on the spot, merely placed under house arrest in the rear chambers of the prefectural office. His property was not immediately confiscated, only sealed and inventoried. It seemed lenient, but in truth, Zhou Yongnian suddenly raised his head, a final glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. There was still a chance. As long as he could still move, he could send word to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince would never abandon him. He had spent 10 years in Yiling gathering so many northern secrets for His Highness, the Prince of Qin. His Highness would surely save him.
Your Highness, you are merciful.
He struggled to his feet, intending to kneel and thank, but Yang Jingyuan had already turned and was walking out of the hall. As he passed Zhou Yongnian, he said in a voice meant only for the two of them,
Lord Zhou, that purple sandalwood plaque engraved with the character Qin in the hidden compartment of your study is quite distinctive.
Zhou Yongnian's entire body trembled violently as if struck by lightning. He knew. He truly knew. Yang Jingyuan did not linger. Surrounded by Yuan Tiangang and his personal guards, he strode out of the main hall of the prefectural office. The sunlight fell upon his dark robes, the golden coiled dragon embroidery blazing brightly. Inside the hall, Zhou Yongnian collapsed to the floor, watching Yang Jingyuan's receding figure, feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. That whispered remark had shattered every last shred of his hope. Yang Jingyuan not only knew he was a double agent, but also that he was the crown prince's man. The decision not to arrest him immediately was not mercy. It was fishing. It was waiting for him, this covert agent the crown prince had cultivated for 10 years. And the Prince of Qin sighed to make their next move.
10 years. 10 years in the shadows.
Zhou Yongnian muttered to himself, cold sweat soaking the back of his official robe.
All for nothing.
Outside the hall, as Yang Jingyuan mounted his carriage, he said quietly to Yuan Tinggong,
"Watch him like a hawk. Monitor every person and every letter that goes in or out of the rear chambers of the prefectural office. He will surely seek help from the crown prince. We want that line. This old servant understands."
Yuan Tiangong's eyes gleamed with cunning.
My lord deliberately revealed the Qin plaque to him to force him into a desperate gamble and actively contact the crown prince's remaining network in Yiling. When the time comes, we will catch them all in one net. Not only can we sever the crown prince's tendrils in the north, but we can also obtain ironclad proof of his interference in border affairs and his secretly maintained agents.
Yang Jingyuan nodded and lifted the curtain to board the carriage.
This pawn Zhou Yongnian has been used for 10 years. It's time he played his final role.
The carriage slowly departed from the prefectural office. Inside the carriage, Yang Jingyuan closed his eyes to rest. The confrontation in the court today, and Zhou Yongnian's final venomous accusation regarding the grandson of the Jinbei Marquis, though malicious, had also reminded him of one thing. His grandfather's old subordinates in the north were indeed a force he could draw upon. The loyalty of commanders, like Zhang Meng and Chen Pijuan, was certainly due in part to Huo Qubing's covert machinations, but the lingering influence of the Jinbei Marquis had likely played an invisible role as well. The hearts of the people were thus, and so was the spirit of the army.
Grandfather,
Yang Jingyuan whispered to himself,
the seeds you left behind are truly still sprouting.
The carriage passed through the streets of Lingyuan City. Seeing the Prince of Yu's procession, the people along the way stopped to bow, their eyes filled with reverence. From the construction site of the Guardian Steel Pavilion north of the city came the rhythmic clanging of hammers. The hearts of the people were gathering. The hidden agents were being exposed. And in the skies of the north the winds of change were beginning to stir. Yang Jingyuan opened his eyes and gazed out the carriage window at the sky. A cold sharp curve curled at the corner of his mouth.
Elder brother, I have pulled out the nail you buried in the north for 10 years,
he murmured to himself.
Now it's your turn to make a move.
The hour of Yu drew to a close. In the study behind the prefectural yamen, candlelight flickered. Zhou Yongnian sat alone at his desk, his face ashen, clutching a purple sandalwood token engraved with the character Qin, his knuckles whitened by the force of his grip. Beyond the window night had fallen completely, but the lanterns of patrolling guards burned far more numerous than usual. Open sentries deployed by the prince's personal guard ringed the compound, while unseen eyes lurked in the shadows.
He knows. He actually knows this too.
Zhou Yongnian murmured, cold sweat beating steadily upon his brow. 10 years of deep cover. Dual allegiances. He had believed his masquerade flawless. Publicly, he was the Queen Dowager's mole embedded in the northern frontier. Secretly, he was Prince Qin's deepest, most carefully concealed chess piece. This wooden token, the prince himself had bestowed it upon him a decade ago, upon his departure from the capital. For 10 years Zhou Yongnian had kept it hidden within the innermost compartment of his study's secret drawer. Not even his trusted steward Zhou Fu knew of its existence. Yet Yang Jingyuan knew. That whispered sentence slithered into his ear like a venomous serpent.
Your Excellency, that exquisitely carved purple sandalwood token inscribed with Qin, hidden deep within your study's secret drawer, how singular it is.
In that instant Zhou Yongnian understood utterly. Yang Jingyuan did not merely know he was a double agent. He held every trump card in his hand. The clemency shown in court that day was no act of mercy. It was bait intended to lure forth every thread connected to him.
I must flee. I must flee now.
Zhou Yongnian shot upright and paced frantically across the study floor. But how? The rear compound was under surveillance. The prince's elite guard stood just beyond the courtyard walls. He could scarcely step outside this very yard. Unless... A wild light flashed in Zhou Yongnian's eyes. He strode swiftly to the bookshelf and pressed a concealed mechanism. With silent grace the shelf slid aside, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside stood a dozen wooden chests, 3 brimmed with gold and silver ingots, others held ledgers and sealed missives. At the chamber's farthest recess stood a specially forged iron cabinet. He opened it. Neatly arranged within lay 3 items: a stack of blank travel permits, and identity documents bearing official seals, a ledger listing all clandestine liaison points across Yuling and neighboring commanderies, and 7 tokens, each uniquely colored, the command sigils of the death squad he had secretly cultivated over a decade. Zhou Yongnian snatched up the ledger of safe houses and flipped rapidly to a marked page which detailed 3 covert locations within Lingyuan City, and 2 rendezvous points outside its walls. Beside one entry read,
Lu family's secondary residence rear alley, 3 courtyard compound, capacity for 20 equipped with crossbows. Lu Qitian.
A flash of ruthless calculation lit Zhou Yongnian's gaze. That wily old fox pretended neutrality, while secretly sailing the same treacherous vessel. Which of the Lu family's shadow enterprises, from illicit mines to monopolized trade routes, had not thrived beneath Zhou Yongnian's protective patronage? Now that he was falling, Lu Qitian would not escape unscathed. He seized a brush and penned 2 letters without hesitation. The first was addressed to the Queen Dowager. Its tone was heart-wrenchingly desperate. He claimed he had been framed by Yang Jingyuan, that all evidence was fabricated, and implored Her Majesty to intervene. It concluded with a calculated barb. His Highness, the 9th Prince, has long cultivated loyalty among northern garrisons. Many officers have already sworn fealty. There is grave risk he seeks to carve out an autonomous domain. The second letter bore no salutation. It was written in cipher decipherable only by Prince Qin's chief strategists. Its message was terse, lethal. A decade's labor lies in ruins. The Yuling secret archives stand prepared. Should your Highness wish to preserve my entire clan, they may be surrendered to you. At midnight tonight, beneath the ancient locust tree east of the city, buried 3 feet deep. If none appear, the archives will be reduced to ash. Having finished both letters, he produced 2 specially crafted wax pellets, rolled the scrolls tightly, inserted them, and sealed each with crimson sealing wax. Then from within his robe, he withdrew 2 distinct seals, one bearing the subtle insignia of the Phoenix Chamber's external intelligence network, the other a cloud pattern motif denoting Prince Qin's faction, pressing each onto its respective pellet. When this was done, Zhou Yongnian drew a slow, steadying breath and moved to a nondescript chest tucked into the chamber's corner. Within lay 20 sets of black nightcloaks along with poisoned short blades, throwing darts, and smoke pellets, tools of assassination. He selected a crimson token, the command sigil of the blood slaughter unit. This death squad was his ultimate reserve, financed through embezzlement and trained in secret for 8 years. 20 men strong, all masters of the Golden City realm, unmatched in stealth killing, sudden assault, and chaos incitement.
Yang Jingyuan. You wish to fish.
Zhou Yongnian clenched the token until his nails bit flesh, hatred blazing in his eyes, like molten obsidian.
Then I shall deliver you a whale.
He approached the window, prying it open just a crack. Night had deepened. Torches moved with rhythmic precision beyond the courtyard wall. Following a precise cadence, 3 long taps, 2 short, he tapped the windowsill, repeating the sequence thrice. Moments later, an owl's cry pierced the stillness. 2 sharp hoots, then 1 prolonged call. The signal had been acknowledged. Zhou Yongnian lowered his voice to a whisper directed into the darkness.
Summon the blood slaughter unit at midnight. Storm the prince's mansion. Create maximum chaos. Target, Prince Yu of Yuling, Yang Jingyuan. Also contact the Lu family. Command their private troops to incite unrest east of the city. Upon success, I await you at our customary place.
A pause followed. Then barely audible.
Understood.
Footsteps receded into silence. Zhou Yongnian closed the window and returned to his desk. He placed each wax pellet into separate bamboo tubes, then retrieved 2 carrier pigeons, one gray-feathered affiliated with the Queen Dowager, the other a mottled dove loyal to Prince Qin. After releasing the birds, he swiftly donned coarse homespun garments, smeared yellow clay across his face, and disheveled his hair. Finally, from the iron cabinet, he withdrew the stack of blank identity documents and selected one bearing the name Zhou, one accountant at the grain house, tucking it into his robe. When all was prepared, Zhou Yongnian collapsed into his chair, staring into the trembling candle flame as he awaited midnight. Simultaneously, in the subterranean chamber beneath the prince's mansion, Yang Jingyuan sat motionless before a lacquered desk. Yuan Tiangang stood hunched beside him. Spread across the table lay an exquisitely detailed map of Lingyuan City, its surface studded with over a dozen crimson dots marked in vermilion ink.
My lord, Zhou Yongnian has dispatched 2 carrier pigeons,
Yuan Tiangang murmured.
One flies toward the capital, surely bound for the Queen Dowager. The other heads southeast. That direction leads not to the capital but to Prince Qin's fiefdom. Indeed,
Yang Jingyuan's lips curved faintly.
His true patron has always been the prince's mansion. The pigeons were intercepted by the Imperial Censors Bureau. The wax pellets remain intact.
Yuan Tiangang withdrew the 2 pellets from his sleeve.
Shall we break them open? No.
Yang Jingyuan waved dismissively.
Release them exactly as they are.
Especially the one destined for Prince Qin. Let it arrive at its destination unimpeded.
My lord intends to inform Prince Qin that Zhou Yongnian has been exposed, and further.
Yuan Tiangong's eyes gleamed with sharp intelligence.
And further that he possesses something Prince Qin desperately desires.
Yang Jingyuan continued smoothly.
The Yuling secret archives. 10 years of meticulous cultivation on Prince Qin's behalf. Compromising dossiers on Northern Powers' frontier defense layouts, intimate secrets of commanders. These are assets Prince Qin cannot afford to relinquish.
He paused, gaze fixed upon the map.
What will Zhou Yongnian do next? By standard protocol, he will attempt 3 things.
Yuan Tiangang replied. His bony finger traced several locations on the map.
First, deploy his clandestine death squad to sow chaos and facilitate his escape. Our agents have confirmed his unit, the Bloodslaughter unit, numbers roughly 20 hidden within the western civilian district. Second, rally local magnates entangled with him, leveraging their private militias. Most likely the Lu family. Lu Qitian has secured mineral rights and trade monopolies through Zhou Yongnian for years. Their interests are inextricably fused. Third,
Yuan Tiangong's fingertip shifted eastward.
He will prepare at least 2 escape routes, one overt, one covert. The former may involve disguise and infiltration, the latter, likely a secret passage. Then proceed according to plan.
Yang Jingyuan commanded.
Dispatch Duan Chengtian to neutralize the Bloodslaughter unit, take several leaders alive. Assign Shinpajuan's Lingyuan guards to suppress the Lu family's militia under the pretext of bandit suppression. As for Zhou Yongnian himself,
a glint of ice sharpened his eyes.
Let him run.
Yuan Tiangang stiffened.
My lord, let him believe he has escaped.
Yang Jingyuan spoke slowly.
Let him taste triumph, then snatch it away at the very moment hope seems assured. That transition from elation to utter desolation, he must savor it. This servant understands. Additionally,
Yang Jingyuan added,
the secret archive stored within Zhou Yongnian's hidden chamber must be secured intact. They represent a decade's accumulation, and our lever to reshape the entire northern power structure. The Star of Swift Heaven has already infiltrated. He will secure them before midnight.
Midnight approached. Lingyuan City slept, deep, heavy, and unaware. In the western residential quarter, within an unremarkable 3-courtyard residence, 20 black-clad figures stood in rigid silence. Their leader wore an ancient bronze demon mask, his voice rasped like dry reeds.
The master commands storm the prince's mansion tonight. Create chaos. First team, 10 men, scale the western wall and strike directly for the main courtyard. Second team, 6 men, set fire on the eastern side to provoke confusion. Third team, 4 men, will accompany me to extract the master. Remember,
the masked figure swept his gaze across them.
Our objective is not slaughter, but overwhelming undeniable chaos. Fire must blaze fiercely. Noise must thunder. Upon completion, converge at the ancient locust tree east of the city. The master awaits us there. Affirmative.
Like phantoms dissolving into mist, the 20 assassins melted into the velvet night. Unbeknownst to them, 30 Imperial Censors Bureau agents had lain in wait atop surrounding rooftops for hours. Duan Chengtian crouched in the deepest shadow of the highest ridge, watching the black figures scatter, and smiled cold and certain.
Star of Swift Heaven, which team shall you follow?
A fellow agent whispered beside him.
The first.
Duan Chengtian replied evenly.
The master requires living witnesses, and their commander holds the most vital knowledge. And the fire setters. Let them burn.
Duan Chengtian said flatly.
But only within our designated zone, the derelict timber shed on the western perimeter. We move after their flames ignite. Understood.
Almost simultaneously, the Lu family's side gate swung silently inward. Over 50 private soldier swords and spears drawn streamed forth, led by Lu Qingqian's eldest son Lu Wenyuan, his face as pale as parchment.
Father's orders are absolute. Create commotion near the eastern granaries tonight. Toss a few torches, shout fire. And nothing more.
Lu Wenyuan ground out, teeth clenched.
Remember, no bloodshed. No looting. Return immediately upon completion.
The soldiers nodded, preparing to depart.
SHHHSHHHSHOSH.
A volley of arrows shrieked from rooftops on both sides, striking precisely before the soldiers' feet, arrow shafts vibrating violently in the earth. Torchlight flared, bathing the street in blinding gold. Qin Pejuan sat astride his warhorse at the intersection, flanked by 300 black-armored Lingyuan guards, halberds gleaming.
Young Master Lu, what purpose brings so many armed men into the streets at this late hour?
Qin Pejuan's voice cut like tempered steel. Lu Wenyuan's sword clattered from nerveless fingers. At the stroke of midnight, the western wall of the prince's mansion. 10 shadows scaled the stone like agile lizards. Their masked leader raised his hand to signal entry, when suddenly dozens of torches ignited within the courtyard. Amid the blaze stood Yuan Tiangong, stooped and still flanked by 10 elite sensorial bureau officers, each with bulging temples and profound unshakable qi.
We have waited for you a long time,
Yuan Tiangong croaked. The masked man's pupils contracted, trapped.
Fall back,
he roared, spinning to flee. But behind him Duan Chuntian and 20 censors blocked all retreat. Trapped between hammer and anvil, the 10 assassins stood doomed. Combat erupted, and ended, in less than a heartbeat. The censors moved with seamless coordination, triads targeting joints and vital acupoints. Within 10 breaths, all 10 black-clad figures lay subdued. The demon mask was wrenched off, revealing a face in its 30s, scarred diagonally across the right cheek.
Han Chi, the Bloodslaughter Unit's commander.
Duan Chuntian pressed his boot onto the man's spine, voice icy.
Zhou Yongyan nurtured you for 8 years. Tonight you repay your debt.
Almost simultaneously at the derelict timber shed east of the mansion, 6 black-clad figures ignited their torches, only for buckets of water to cascade from surrounding roofs, extinguishing the flames instantly. Arrows followed. All 6 fell, mortally wounded or dead. The 4 assassins awaiting at the western rendezvous point were silenced from behind, slit throats, no sound escaping their lips. 20 members of the Bloodslaughter unit, annihilated to the last man. At 1:00 a.m. Behind the prefectural yamen, Zhou Yongyan heard distant cries of battle, the unmistakable sounds of the Lu family's militia being crushed. A surge of relief warmed his chest. Chaos had begun. He pushed open the study's rear window. Beyond lay a narrow alley, where per plan the Bloodslaughter unit should already be waiting. But the alley stood empty.
What in heaven's name?
A chill sank into Zhou Yongyan's marrow. Yet time brooked no delay. Gritting his teeth, he vaulted through the window, landed silently, and sprinted toward the alley's mouth. Just beyond lay the southern district, a civilian residence concealing a secret tunnel leading straight beyond the city walls. He reached the alley's mouth. As he prepared to dash forward, a hand shot from the darkness, locking onto his shoulder.
Your Excellency, so late in the night, where might you be heading?
Zhou Yongyan froze, then turned slowly. Zhang Meng's broad, brutal face loomed in the torchlight, grotesque, merciless. 50 elite guards filled the alley behind him, sealing every exit.
You.
Zhou Yongyan's voice trembled.
His Highness bids you return to the mansion for rest.
Zhang Meng grinned, revealing yellow teeth.
Oh, and His Highness instructed me to convey one more thing: the secret archives from your hidden chamber. We've already removed them. They now reside in the mansion, awaiting your personal commentary.
Zhou Yongyan's vision darkened. He crumpled to his knees. He knew it was all of it, utterly irrevocably over. At 3:00 a.m. in the prince's mansion torture chamber, Yang Jingyuan sat impassively upon the central dais, observing Zhou Yongyan, bound in iron chains. Yuan Tiangong stood nearby. Before them rested over a dozen wooden chests, the secret archives, ledgers, and sealed missives seized from Zhou Yongyan's hidden chamber.
Zhou Yongyan.
Yang Jingyuan's voice was calm, devoid of malice or fury.
I offer you 2 choices.
First, speak fully, reveal everything you know. What tasks the Queen Dowager assigned you? What intelligence Prince Qin demanded? Which northern officials serve as your mutual pawns? Speak truthfully, and I grant you a swift, painless death, and spare your entire clan from reprisal. Zhou Yongyan lifted his head, bloodshot eyes burning.
And the second choice?
Second. Yang Jingyuan's gaze hardened.
I release publicly the portions of these archives concerning your family, your son's seizure of peasant lands in the capital, resulting in murder, your nephew's smuggling of military arms, your brother-in-law's usurious loans, driving 7 families to suicide. Per the Great Xia Code, your entire household faces execution, Male heirs, beheaded female relatives consigned to state brothels, all property confiscated.
Zhou Yongyan shuddered violently.
Choose.
Yang Jingyuan lifted his teacup. Silence stretched, measured in the duration of one full cup of tea. Finally Zhou Yongyan's voice emerged raw and broken.
I will speak.
He closed his eyes, and began to confess. The Queen Dowager's agenda centered on suppressing any northern force threatening her son the third prince, monitoring frontier generals collecting compromising evidence. Prince Qin's directives ran deeper, gathering intimate secrets of northern commanders, mapping border defenses, locating grain depots and clandestine passages, even seeking traces of the 11-year-old case against the Northern Pacification Marquis.
Why does Prince Qin seek evidence from the Northern Pacification Marquis case?
Yang Jingyuan's eyes sharpened.
Because Prince Qin suspects the Marquis was falsely accused, not solely by the Queen Dowager, but with collusion from other senior military figures.
Zhou Yongyan whispered.
He wishes to identify those men, to hold them as leverage against the Queen Dowager, or perhaps to bargain for the military's allegiance in the future. What have you uncovered? Only fragmented leads.
Zhou Yongyan shook his head.
3 generals involved in the Marquis' downfall died mysteriously within 3 years. 2 were transferred from the north. The sole survivor is Feng Sheng, current governor of Taijizu. He served as the Marquis' deputy commander, and was the first to submit impeachment memorials after the Marquis' arrest.
Feng Sheng. Yang Jingyuan committed the name to memory.
Continue.
Zhou Yongyan revealed further Mo's son, Hu prefect of Langai Commandery, and Wu Kaishan deputy commander of Jinshu Commandery, both ostensibly loyal to the second prince, yet several of their subordinate officers accepted silver from Prince Qin. Moreover, one of the 3 prefects governing Yuling's surrounding commanderies had been planted by Prince Qin years earlier.
All names are documented in the archives.
Zhou Yongyan concluded.
My lord, I have told you everything. I beg you, spare my family.
Yang Jingyuan remained silent for a long moment, then rose slowly.
Your life will be adjudicated strictly by law. But those among your kin who bear no direct culpability.
He paused.
Exile, 3,000 li never to return. This is the utmost mercy I may extend.
Zhou Yongyan collapsed, tears streaming down his face. Yang Jingyuan did not glance back as he departed the chamber. Outside, Yuan Tiangang murmured softly.
My lord, within the archives we discovered one additional item.
He presented a sealed letter. Its paper had yellowed with age, dated the winter of the 20th year of the Yongchang reign, precisely 3 months before the Northern Pacification Marquis' downfall. The sender signed only one character.
Bone.
The recipient was a censor stationed in the capital at the time. The message was brief.
Lin Pijuan has recently met repeatedly with Xiongnu merchant caravans, suspected of treasonous collusion. Li Gong, left camp adjutant under his command, can testify to this.
Yang Jingyuan clenched the letter, his knuckles turning bone white. Feng Sheng, governor of Taijizu.
General Yuan.
His voice dropped to a glacial whisper.
Prepare accordingly. Once Yuling stabilizes, I shall pay Governor Feng a personal visit.
Beyond the window the night lay thick and unbroken. In the 31st year of Yongchang, on the 9th day of the 10th month, in the 3rd quarter of the Mao hour. At the first blush of dawn, the notice boards along the 4 main streets of Lingyuan City were already ringed with townsfolk. Palace guards from the prince's mansion beat a bronze gong as they plastered fresh notices, the ink not yet dry, across the city. The proclamation listed Zhou Yongyan's crimes over the past decade in dense, shocking detail.
1. Embezzlement of the national coffers from Yongchang year 22 to year 31, a total of 420,000 taels, misappropriated for river works, disaster relief, and military funds. 2. Illicit levies, arbitrary imposition of 12 miscellaneous taxes such as the frontier levy, horse fodder fee, and garrison contribution, extorting 230,000 taels from the people over 10 years. 3. Collusion with bandits, 7 years of dealings with Lu Sandow of the Black Wind stronghold, accepting bribes and abetting raids. 4. Theft and sale of military supplies, conspired with Zhao Guangping to steal and sell over 3,000 pieces of armament, profiting 8,000 taels. 5. Framing a prince at the Empress secret command, deliberately manufactured incidents to force the Yu prince into dereliction. 6. Attempted assassination at midnight last night. 20 hired assassins were sent to strike the His Highness the Yu Prince Yang Jingyuan will personally preside. All townsfolk may attend. Good heavens! 420,000 taels.
An old man cried, his trembling finger pointing at the first charge.
How many people's sweat and blood is that? My family was forced to sell 2 acres because of that garrison contribution.
A middle-aged man said, eyes reddening.
My mother fell ill that year, and we had no money for medicine. We were forced to sell our land cheaply to the Lu family and the Black Wind stronghold.
A limping man beside him pounded his crutch in agitation.
3 years ago, I was robbed while on business by the Black Wind bandits. They broke my leg. I went to file a complaint at the prefecture. The clerk took 2 taels and said there was no record. So Zhou Yongnian was in league with them.
Outrage swelled. The news spread like wildfire. Within the hour, the entire city was abuzz with talk of Zhou Yongnian's crimes. Those ruined by added taxes, those pillaged by bandits, with no recourse, those long oppressed by corrupt officials. A decade of resentment ignited in that instant. At the Qin hour, the prince's mansion issued a second notice. Anyone persecuted by Zhou Yongnian or his cronies could register at the mansion and present their testimony at the public trial that day. The registration office was set at the side gate of the prince's mansion. Within half an hour, the queue of petitioners snaked across 2 streets. At the C hour, the prefectural prison. Zhou Yongnian was dragged from his cell by 2 jailers. Overnight, he seemed aged by 20 years. Hair streaked with white eyes clouded his rough cloth garments, from the day before soiled and filthy. His shackles scraped the stone floor with a grating sound. Outside the cell, Li Su stood waiting in a crimson official robe, his face grave. Behind him stood Registrar's son, Wen household official Lu Ming, and other mandarins with 8 palace guards in attendance.
Zhou Yongnian,
Li Su said in an even voice.
For today's public trial, the prince orders that you be presented cleanly and with dignity.
2 guards stepped forward, unfastened his leg irons, and replaced his filthy clothes with a clean prison robe, coarse white cloth bearing a large vermilion character meaning prisoner on the back. They brought water for him to wash his face. Zhou Yongnian submitted without resistance, saying nothing. When he was finished, Li Su approached and murmured,
Lord Zhou, after 10 years in office, your fate is decided today.
The prince has given me a message. If you honestly confess at the public trial, make no evasions, and do not implicate others, then the innocent women and children of your clan, who were not involved, may be spared exile, reduced to commoner status, and allowed to live at their ancestral homes. Zhou Yongnian shuddered and slowly lifted his head.
Is it true?
He whispered.
The prince's word is weighty.
After a long silence, the man gave a bitter, resigned smile.
Very well. I confess.
At the beginning of the noon hour, the city's central square, the open space large enough to hold 10,000 people, and usually used as a market, had been fitted with a platform 3 zhang high. 10 judges' tables were arrayed across the stage. The central seat remained conspicuously empty, with seats for the presiding, supervising, and accompanying judges and clerks to either side. Below, a black sea of people swelled from the square into the surrounding streets. Commoners supported the old and carried the young, looking up expectantly. Lingyuan guards maintained order around the edges, but no one made a sound. All waited, breath held. At the square's rim, in the second-story parlors of several tea-houses, the city's powerful and merchants took seats. Lu Qingtian sat by the window of the Juxian pavilion, his face dark, as he watched the throng below. At his side, his eldest son Lu Wenyuan whispered,
Bother this move by the prince. He intends to make an example of them and set his authority. Not merely to set authority,
Lu Qingtian replied, his voice rough.
He means to uproot the old order entirely. With Zhou Yongnian fallen, next will be those of us who hold sway locally.
At the second quarter of the noon hour, the drum sounded.
Dong, dong, dong.
After 3 beats, the horns blared.
His Highness the Yu Prince has arrived.
At the second quarter of the noon hour, the drum sounded.
Dong, dong, dong.
After 3 beats, the horns blared.
His Highness the Yu Prince has arrived.
The crowd fell utterly silent. Yang Jingyuan strode onto the platform in a dark, formal, princely robe. Sunlight caught the embroidered dragon and gold thread, making it shine. He took the central seat, his gaze sweeping over the multitude below with a calm as deep as a pool. Li Su's son Wen Lu Ming and the other officials then took their places. Finally, 4 guards escorted Zhou Yongnian onto the platform. When the figure in the white prison robe with the vermilion prisoner character appeared, a low, repressed murmur rose from the crowd.
Silence!
The herald cried. The square fell still again. Li Su rose and approached the front, unfurling the bundle of files in his hand. His voice rang like a bell.
On the 9th day of the 10th month Yongchang year 31, the case of Yiling prefect Zhou Yongyan for embezzlement and treason is hereby publicly tried. I, Li Su, by order of His Highness the Yu Prince, shall preside. According to the Great Xia Code, a public trial requires a supervising judge, a presiding judge accompanying judges, clerks, and witnesses present. He paused and surveyed the assembly. The supervising judge today is His Highness the Yu Prince. The accompanying judges are 8 prefectural officials, 2 clerks, witnesses, all the people of Yiling present. He stopped and looked around. Now read the charges. One by one the charges were read aloud. With each count Li Su produced corroborating evidence, ledgers showing embezzlement, private decrees imposing extra taxes, letters of correspondence with the horse bandits, and last night's assassins' confessions. The proof was incontrovertible. When Li Su read, illicit levies extorting 2,300,000 taels from the people over 10 years, someone in the crowd finally lost control. O righteous magistrates! An elderly woman stumbled from the throng and fell prostrate before the stage weeping. I have suffered. In Yongchang year 25 Zhou Yongyan imposed the horse fodder fee, 20 won per mu. That year the drought ruined my 5 acres we could not pay, and the clerk seized my son to work to pay the debt. He labored in the mine for 3 months until he coughed blood and died 3 days after he was brought home. She produced a yellowed paper and held it up. This is the receipt the clerk issued for taxing my son in lieu of payment. It bears Zhou Yongyan's official seal. A guard took the paper and presented it on the stage. Yang Jingyuan glanced at it and handed it to Li Su. Li Su examined it and displayed it to all. The document clearly read, Zhang family village Mrs. Zhang owes 100 won of horse fodder fee, son Zhang Tinya conscripted for 3 months' labor. It bore the Yiling prefectural seal and dated 9th month of Yongchang year 25. The crowd erupted. I have a grievance too, a middle-aged man cried, rushing forward. In Yongchang year 28 the Black Wind bandits looted my goods worth 50 taels. I reported it to the prefecture, and the clerk demanded 10 taels as a fee to file the case. I had no money and was turned away. Later I learned the Liu family's grain shop bought that cargo and resold it for 80 taels. Me too. Me as well. One by one townsfolk surged forward to tell of the decades of wrongs they had borne. There were those who had been driven to sell sons and daughters by extra levies, those assaulted by bandits, with no redress, those shaken down by extortionate clerks. Each accusation pointed back to Zhou Yongyan. On the stage Zhou Yongyan collapsed to his knees, head bowed, so low it nearly touched the planks, his body trembling. After the people's testimony ended, Li Su turned to him. Zhou Yongyan, do you admit these charges and these accusations? Silence engulfed the square. Everyone awaited an answer. After a long while Zhou Yongyan raised his head, and his voice hoarse as an old gong rasped. I, the accused, confess. Those 3 words seemed to exhaust him. Do you admit all the charges? All of them, he croaked. Charges. Li Su faced Yang Jingyuan and bowed. My prince, the accused Zhou Yongyan has confessed to the charges, and the evidence is overwhelming. According to the Great Xia Code, embezzlement exceeding 100,000 taels carries punishment by lingqi, unlawful extra taxation, and the affliction of the people raise the severity of the crime. Collusion with bandits, framing a prince, and attempted assassination are compounded. The law prescribes lingqi, extermination of 3 clans, and confiscation of property. He paused and raised his voice. However, the accused has confessed honestly in open court, and did not attempt to evade responsibility. Under the law, this may be considered for mitigation. I leave the sentence to your highness. All eyes turned to Yang Jingyuan. He rose slowly and walked to the edge of the platform. He surveyed the multitude, the tear-streaked faces of the people, the hopeful eyes of the soldiers, the city he had only entered half a month before. Then he spoke. His voice was not loud, yet he spoke with an inner force that reached every ear. Zhou Yongyan, 10 years of embezzlement have poisoned Yiling. 420,000 taels taken from the national coffers were meant for soldiers' pay, wages, to repair river embankments, and grain to relieve the starving. 230,000 taels of miscellaneous levies are the blood and tears of the people, the cause of broken homes and ruined lives. With each sentence the crowd breathed more quickly. In league with horse bandits, allowing raids that choke trade and ruin livelihoods. Framing a prince and a failed assassination, these are crimes beyond measure. Yang Jingyuan paused and his tone hardened. If such corrupt officials are not punished severely, how can the law stand? How can the people's hearts be pacified? How can those wrong find peace?
Someone in the crowd shouted.
Kill him!
Instantly the populace roared in reply.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
The sound rolled like an avalanche. Yang Jingyuan lifted a hand, and the square fell silent in an instant. He looked down at the men knelt before him, and pronounced sentence, each word deliberate.
Zhou Yongyan stripped of all offices and honors, forever barred from public employment.
All your property is confiscated, and to be used for disaster relief, reorganizing the garrison and compensating the victims. You are sentenced to immediate execution by beheading. Execute at once. The 4 words struck the square like thunder.
Long live the prince's wisdom!
The people cried. Zhou Yongyan sagged and collapsed utterly. A faint, terrible smile touched his lips, a hint of relief, for now the innocent and his family might live. 2 executioners stepped onto the platform. One carried the executioner's blade adorned at the top, the other held a bowl of wine.
Zhou Yongyan, drink this farewell wine, and go on your way,
the executioner said, tipping the bowl to his lips. He drank with trembling hands, the wine mingling with tears. They dragged him to the block. He knelt before the guillotine. The populace watched in breathless silence. At the 3rd quarter of the noon hour the moment came.
Execute!
The plated blade rose glinting in the noon sun. The blade fell. Blood spattered. A head tumbled from the platform. For a heartbeat the square was dead quiet. Then the roar of jubilation broke forth.
Long live the prince! Long live the prince!
The cries swept the city. Many fell to their knees in thanksgiving, tears streaming. A decade of grievances had been redressed in a single day. Yang Jingyuan stood on the platform watching the people's fervor and feeling the surging will of the crowd. The yielding people's hard talisman he carried warmed slightly in his palm, and the numbers on the system interface blinked and leapt, climbing from 41% until they steadied at 67%. With the people's heart secured above half, his foundations were set. He raised his hand, and the cheers gradually subsided.
Zhou Yongyan has paid the price, yet Yuling's corruption did not arise overnight.
Yang Jingyuan's voice carried to every corner of the square.
From this day forward, the prefectural affairs shall be temporarily handled by Chief Clerk Li Su, acting as prefect, overseeing all governance.
Li Su stepped forward, bowed, and accepted.
I, Li Su, shall spare no effort to reform the administration to soothe the people's grievances, and to live up to the prince's trust and the people's hopes.
Yang Jingyuan continued.
Moreover, the prince's mansion will establish a drum of redress. Any grievance may be beaten upon the drum. Any report of official corruption will be investigated. Once verified, offenders will be severely punished. Long live the prince's sagacity! Furthermore,
Yang Jingyuan swept his gaze across the crowd.
All miscellaneous levies imposed by Zhou Yongyan and his cohorts are hereby abolished. Collected sums will be returned according to the rolls. Those unable to repay shall be compensated in grain.
At this proclamation the crowds erupted into unrestrained jubilation. Refunds. This had never before occurred.
Heavenly Judge! The prince is a living saint! Long live the prince! Long live!
The shouts did not abate. Yang Jingyuan cast one last look over the multitude and descended the platform, followed by Li Su and his officers. On the platform Zhou Yongyan's body had already been dragged away, and the blood washed clean, but the execution block remained in the square. A warning and a proclamation. The old era had ended, a new one had begun. At dusk in the prefectural hall, Yang Jingyuan sat in the main seat. Before him stood Li Su's son Wen Lu Ming and other officials, together with commanders Chen Pejuan and Zhang Ming.
Li Su,
Yang Jingyuan said,
as acting prefect there are 3 priorities. Please instruct your highness. First, dismiss and investigate all of Zhou Yongyan's cronies.
Yuan Shuai will provide the list within 3 days. They are all to be removed from office and investigated. Vacancies will be filled from prefectural clerks, retired military clerks, and respected local scholars.
Second, reset the tax system. Abolish all miscellaneous levies. Land taxes shall follow the Great Xia Code, and no additional charges are permitted. Commercial taxes will be redefined to replenish the coffers without exploiting merchants. Detailed regulations to be reported within 7 days. Third, compensate the afflicted. The prince's mansion will allocate 50,000 taels specifically for refunds and relief. You will personally supervise this. Every copper must reach the people.
Li Su bowed.
I accept the charge.
Yang Jingyuan turned to Chen Pejuan and Zhang Ming.
How stands the army reorganization?
Chen Pejuan replied with a salute.
Your Highness, Zhao Guangping's remnants have been purged. The 4 garrison officers have been replaced with men we can trust. Morale is high and training resumes. Good.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
From this day all army pay shall be issued in full according to the new standard. Compensation for fallen soldiers will be dispersed within 3 days. We will carry out the order.
Yang Jingyuan then addressed Yuan Tiangdong.
Yuan, how are Zhou Yongnian's secret files organized? They are sorted.
Yuan Tiangang replied softly.
Items touching the northern border commander's privacy and frontier deployments have been copied and archived.
The parts involving Qin Wang's clandestine operations have been sealed exactly as you instructed, my lord.
A deep light flickered in Yang Jingyuan's eyes. Zhou Yongnian had fallen, but the larger game was only beginning.
The Empress, the Qin prince, the second prince, the third prince, those lurking in the shadows would not give up so easily. His task was to harden Yiling into an unassailable stronghold before their next move.
Go and attend to your duties.
Yang Jingyuan waved them away.
Remember, today is only the beginning. Yiling's future rests in your hands.
The officials bowed and withdrew. The hall emptied until Yang Jingyuan remained alone. He walked to the window and looked toward the square. The crowd had begun to disperse, but the execution block still stood casting a long shadow in the setting sun. The people's hearts were won and his foundation secured. Next came military reform and martial preparations. He touched the Sanqin Xuanjia military summoning token in his bosom and allowed a faint smile. It was time to unleash the power hidden within the system and bring it into the world. The 12th day of the 10th lunar month at the hour of Mao. On the drill ground of the western garrison camp, morning mist hung like gossamer. 8,000 provincial soldiers stood in solemn formation. Though some had donned new armor, their ranks remained uneven, for this was the first day of reorganization. Upon the elevated dais stood Governor Zhang Tieshan, clad in obsidian black armor, his expression stern as he swept his gaze across the assembly. At his side stood Deputy Governor Chen Piju and Regional Military Commander Zhang Ming, and over 20 newly appointed mid-ranking officers.
All listen well.
Zhang Tieshan's voice boomed like a bronze bell amplified by inner force to reach every corner of the drill ground.
The Yiling Provincial Army formerly comprised 4 legions, nominally at full strength of 12,000, yet in truth numbering only 8,000.
Effective today, the 4-legion structure is abolished. In its place rise 4 new formations: the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise legions, each precisely 3,000 strong, totaling 12,000. Every phantom slot shall now be filled with flesh and blood soldiers. A hushed murmur rippled through the ranks. To fill 4,000 vacancies. This was no minor reform. Chen Pijun stepped forward and added,
3 standards govern this reorganization. First, every soldier presently serving must undergo reevaluation.
Those aged 40 or above, with no exceptional martial skill, shall be reassigned as militia instructors or local constables, receiving a severance of 20 taels of silver. Second, those bearing combat wounds that impair battlefield efficacy shall join the logistical corps. Their full pay remains intact, supplemented by disability stipends. Third, those failing the training assessment shall enter a 3-month probationary period. If still unfit thereafter, they shall be discharged from military service. He paused, then raised his voice sharply.
Yet those who remain shall enjoy exceptional privileges. Monthly pay rises from 1 tael 5 mace to 2 taels 5 mace, and triples in wartime.
Compensation for the fallen increases from 50 to 150 taels. Their families shall be supported by the prince's estate until their children reach adulthood, exempt from taxation for 20 years. The wounded shall receive lifelong support from the estate, and their children shall be granted priority admission to the prince's academy.
Whoa!
The ranks erupted. Such terms surpassed even frontier garrisons.
Silence!
Zhang Taizong thundered. Once the din subsided, he continued.
Greater privilege demands greater rigor.
Henceforth all troops shall follow a new regimen, rising at the end of the hour of Yin, retiring at the beginning of the hour of Hai. Mornings are devoted to physical conditioning, afternoons to battlefield tactics, evenings to military law and literacy. A minor examination occurs every 10 days, a major review once per month. Those ranking last 3 times consecutively, dismissed without mercy. His gaze sharp as a drawn blade swept the assembly.
Most crucially, henceforth you eat the Prince of Yiling's grain, draw his wages, and swear fealty solely to him. We pledge our lives to His Highness.
8,000 voices roared in unison, the sound shaking heaven and earth. Zhang Taizong nodded in satisfaction and murmured to Chen Pijuan.
You oversee. We pledge our lives to His Highness.
8,000 voices roared in unison, the sound shaking heaven and earth. Zhang Taizan nodded in satisfaction and murmured to Chen Pijuan,
"You oversee the reorganization. Complete it within 7 days.
Discharged soldiers must be settled with dignity. Recruitment for the 4,000 vacancies must proceed without delay, drawn selectively from refugees and commoners. Better none than unworthy ones."
Your Excellency's command is received.
At the same hour, within the newly designated
Imperial Guard camp,
east of the prince's mansion, Zhang Cheng stood upon the muster platform, his bearing calm and resolute. Formerly 100 commander of the palace guards, he had attained the midstage golden city realm. His excellence in repairing city walls and uncovering ancient steels earned him Yang Jingyuan's extraordinary promotion to commander of the expanded Imperial Guard. Before him stood over 600 elite warriors. They were divided into 4 groups, on the far left 120 existing palace guards, each with prominent temples, all at least at the Iron Bone realm. In the center 35 wolf court warriors, leading 25 colossal wolves. To the right 450 battle-hardened veterans selected through martial contests, and at the rear nearly 100 seasoned fighters, recently recruited from the provincial army.
By order of His Highness,
Zhang Cheng declared, voice resonant,
the Imperial Guard is hereby expanded to 3,000 men. Use 600 form its very skeleton.
The remaining 2,400 posts.
He turned toward the western edge of the drill ground, where a dense serpentine line of thousands already waited.
Shall be filled from among them. Remember, the Imperial Guard admits only the elite among elites.
Zhang Cheng began assigning commands, one name at a time, each accompanied by precise duty and unit allocation.
Wang Shi, 2. You are appointed commander of the Scout Legion, 500 strong. Your charge reconnaissance, infiltration, and sabotage behind enemy lines. Within 3 days select the finest archers, horsemen, stalkers, and trackers, from both current troops and new recruits.
Niu Dazhuang, you command the Assault Legion, 800 men. Recruit only the strongest, most fearless warriors. Equipment: double-layered black iron heavy armor, reinforced tower shields, and armor-piercing halberds. First priority at the Prince's Armory. Li Xiao, you lead the Swift Cavalry Legion, 700 horsemen. Mount shall be drawn from captured Xiongnu stock if insufficient. His Highness has authorized 80,000 taels. Envoys have already departed for the steppe to purchase mounts.
15 commanders were appointed in swift succession, covering cavalry, infantry, archery, scouting, engineering, and medical units. Xiao Quan, former commander of the Palace Guard and a master of the Iron Bone realm, renowned for loyalty and reliability, was promoted to commander of the Palace Guard Legion, leading 500 elite warriors entrusted exclusively with safeguarding the mansion's core. Zhang Cheng finally surveyed the assembly, enunciating each word with deliberate weight.
The remaining 500 shall constitute the direct Imperial Guard, under my personal command. Remember, these 3,000 are the sharpest blade in His Highness's hand.
Pay. For taels monthly. Rations. Meat and eggs at every meal. Equipment. The finest in all Yuling.
He paused, voice hardening like tempered steel.
But standards are highest of all. Training is grueling. Discipline absolute. In battle, advance first, retreat last. Fight wounded, never yield, die fighting, never surrender. Cowards and weaklings, step forward now and depart. Not a single man step back. Instead, fierce burning resolve blazed in their eyes.
Excellent.
Zhang Cheng nodded.
From this day forth, the Imperial Guard camp is sealed for intensive training. No one may leave without authorization. In 1 month, I expect to see 3,000 tigers and wolves.
On the 13th day of the 10th lunar month, 15 li west of the city, a new encampment spanning 200 mu had taken shape. Designated by Yang Jingyuan himself 7 days prior as the
new recruitment camp,
it was nominally established to settle veteran border guards and retired soldiers fleeing the northern frontier, but in truth, it would serve as the garrison for the Dark Armor Army. The camp lay nestled against mountains on 3 sides, accessible only via a single southern road, its terrain naturally defensible and strategically formidable. Within 500 artisans were completing final touches. Barracks stood fully erected, uniform gray brick structures with tiled roofs, each housing 10 men, furnished with beds, wardrobes, and desks. The drill ground exceeded even the provincial armies in scale, twice as vast, and bristled with targets, wooden stakes, obstacle courses, trenches, and low walls. Most striking were the 20 massive storehouses, stone foundation, iron gate, copper locked, guarded by watchful figures dressed in plain clothes, but radiating keen discipline vigilance.
Yuan Tiangang shuffled slowly through the camp, stooped and frail, flanked by 8 constabulary captains, including Duan Qingqian, the Star of Swift Justice, and the Star of Fierce Might. All arrangements complete, Yuan Tiangang rasped. Duan Chuntian nodded. For His Highness's instructions, construction employed 3 rotating teams of artisans, each privy to only part of the project, never the whole. The final team withdrew at noon today. Last night provisions and arms were secretly delivered: 10,000 shur of grain, 20,000 bundles of fodder, 5,000 jin of dried meat, 800 jin of salt, and 30 carts of medicinal herbs, enough to sustain 3,000 for half a year. And the arms, armor, weapons, crossbows, and shields, all safely stored. Duan Chuntian paused. Forged in fragments across the prince's armory per His Highness's blueprints, components shipped separately and assembled here. Their design is wholly unprecedented, unlike any military equipment known in the realm. A flicker of something unusual gleamed in Yuan Tiangong's clouded eyes. During forging, did any artisan grow suspicious? 5 whispered privately about the strange design, now detained. Duan Chuntian replied softly. Per His Highness's orders, they signed oaths of secrecy, received 100 taels each, and have been relocated to a suburban farmstead, under the protection of our constabulary. Yuan Tiangang nodded. Clear the site before midnight. Constabulary assumes full security control at the stroke of midnight, when His Highness arrives in person. Yes, sir. On the 14th day of the 10th lunar month at midnight, the new recruitment camp. The camp stood utterly empty, only the north wind howling through silent barracks. Yang Jingyuan stood alone at the center of the drill ground, his black robe shimmering faintly under the moonlight. He drew forth the decree of summoning for 3,000 dark armor warriors. Smooth and warm to the touch, the token was neither metal nor jade, jet black etched with intricate cloud motifs. Under moonlight, the cloud pattern seemed alive, gently undulating, emitting a soft dark golden luminescence. Yang Jingyuan raised the token high above his head and silently intoned, "Descend." The token trembled faintly. A deep resonant hum emanated from its core, not loud yet piercing directly into the soul. Dark gold light burst forth, at first a mere point, then rapidly expanding into a gentle vertical column soaring skyward. At 100 zhang altitude, the column quietly fanned outward, forming a dark gold dome that enveloped the entire camp, sealing it completely from the outside world. Within the dome, distant echoes of clashing steel and galloping hooves rose, growing steadily nearer, shifting from spectral whisper to visceral reality. Yang Jingyuan stood motionless, token held aloft, awaiting their arrival. The dome began to ripple. One by one, silhouettes coalesced within its luminous field, taking shape with quiet certainty. No thunderous cataclysm, no blinding celestial spectacle, only a serene inevitability, as though these warriors had always belonged here, merely stepping across time and space into their destined place. After 30 breaths, the dome dissolved. Upon the drill ground stood 3,000 warriors clad in black armor, motionless, silent, absolute. Their armor, forged of dark iron, bore no resemblance to any contemporary military standard. Chest plates curved with flawless aerodynamic grace, conforming seamlessly to the human form, overlaid with fine overlapping fish scale plates. Lightweight yet impervious shoulder guards eschew traditional beast head motifs, for clean arched surfaces delicately inscribed with glowing runic filigree vambraces, and greaves fitted with precision-engineered joints, granting full mobility without compromise. Helmets concealed the face entirely, revealing only the eyes, each set behind pale blue crystal lenses that caught the moonlight with a subtle ethereal gleam. Each warrior bore a black iron great shield in the left hand, its surface mirror-smooth edged with dark gold tracery, and a 3-chi war blade in the right, slender with a blood groove along the spine, and an edge gleaming with cold cobalt blue sharpness. At the waist hung a compact repeating crossbow, across the back rested a powerful longbow and quiver. The arrows were perfectly aligned. 3,000 men stood in silence, as still as mountains. Their aura was deep and restrained. All were at the Iron Bone realm, merely the initial stage, yet the coalesced presence of 3,000 men formed a unified momentum that even Yang Jingyuan found astonishing. More crucially, Yang Jingyuan could clearly sense an indescribable connection between himself and these 3,000 men, like an arm directing the hand, minds intertwined. This was the system's so-called absolute loyalty. The 3,000 soldiers knelt on one knee in unison, their movements flawlessly synchronized, the clash of armor echoing, like a muffled thunderclap, as the ground trembled slightly. "Hail to the Lord!" The voices were low, uniform,
and utterly devoid of emotion, yet radiated absolute submission. Rise. The 3,000 rose simultaneously, their movements equally precise. Yang Jingyuan approached the soldier at the center of the front row. Name, origin, specialty. The soldier's eyes, visible through the light blue crystal visor of his helmet, stared straight ahead. His voice was steady and uninflected. Captain of the 1st Squad, 1st Battalion, Xuanjia Army, designation Aone. No name, no origin. Specialty, formation, assault, combined shield and blade tactics, absolute obedience. Yang Jingyuan questioned several others at random, receiving similar answers. These Xuanjia soldiers possessed no personal identities, only designations. They had no past memories, only combat instincts and unwavering loyalty. They were war machines created by the system, their sole purpose to serve and fight for him. Good, Yang Jingyuan nodded. From today, you shall be the Xuanjia Battalion of Yuling. To the outside world, you are elites I have meticulously selected from the refugee border troops and retired veterans of the northern frontier. Internally, you are the sharpest blade in my hand. He paused, his voice rising sharply. Remember your mission: to serve your lord, to protect Yuling, and to vanquish all foes. We swear to serve the lord to the death. The 3,000 responded in unison, their voices echoing through the mountains. Now enter the barracks to rest. Assemble on the training ground at the Mao hour tomorrow for review. As you command. The 3,000 divided into 300 squads and filed into the barracks with an eerie silence, efficiency, and discipline. Standing on the training ground, Yang Jingyuan watched the now empty camp, and a slight smile touched his lips. Thus his military power was fully formed: 12,000 Yuling prefectural troops, 3,000 Lingyuan Guard, 10,000 border troops, 3,000 princes' personal guards, and 3,000 Xuanjia troops. With 28,000 combat-ready troops openly, and the shadowy intelligence and assassination force, the badges in secret, this was his true foundation for establishing dominance in the northern frontier and the entire Great Xiao. On the 15th day of the 10th month, at the Qin hour, at the training ground of the new recruits, Zhang Tieshan, Chen Piju, and Zhang Mengli Su and other civil and military officials gathered on the reviewing stand, their expression solemn. They had received an urgent summons from the prince that morning to review the newly recruited elite. But when the 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers entered their field of vision, everyone gasped, their scalps tingling. 3,000 black-armored soldiers, like an ocean of ink. The morning sun struck their dark iron-heavy armor, reflecting a somber, cold metallic luster. The armor's design, streamlined breastplate, simple shoulder guards, ingenious joint articulation, was a style none present had ever seen. Shields smooth as mirrors, longswords slender, and sharp crossbows compact and exquisite. Every piece of equipment exuded a sophistication that surpassed the age. The 3,000 stood in absolute silence, yet emanated a tangible, biting, killing intent that left some civil officials on the reviewing stand short of breath and pale-faced. These are the new soldiers the prince has recruited. Zhang Taizan's voice was hoarse, his right hand unconsciously gripping his saber hilt. As a Thunder Sound realm commander with over a decade of service and countless battles, he had seen many armies, but never one like this. Not in individual martial prowess, but in its absolute discipline, its terrifyingly precise formations, its unprecedented equipment, and the 3,000 pairs of eyes utterly calm behind the light blue crystal visors. Qin Pojin's face was pale as he murmured this armor design. I've never seen it. And those shields smooth as mirrors, the craftsmanship. Zhang Meng's eyes bulged. Damn. These swords. These crossbows. They look even better than our Lingyuan guards. Where did the prince get these? On the reviewing stand the generals exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. This army, from its equipment to its aura, defied their understanding. Yang Jingyuan stood in the center of the reviewing stand and spoke calmly. Xuanjia Battalion commenced the drill. Below, Captain Aone stepped forward, raising his saber. Xuanjia Battalion, unfurl the banners. Whoosh. 3,000 men moved as one. Shields raised, sabers drawn, crossbows loaded. 3 actions executed by 3,000 as a single entity, their precision hair-raising, the clatter of armor merging into a single thunderous roar. Shield formation. The front 1,000 stepped forward, their great shields striking the ground with a heavy thud. Boom. The earth shook violently and dust flew. The shields locked together seamlessly, their smooth surfaces forming a cold, unbroken wall of light under the sun. Blade formation. The middle 1,000 angled their sabers, the long blades glinting with a faint blue chill in the morning light. Crossbow formation.
The rear 1,000 leveled their crossbows, the compact weapons radiating a dangerous aura. Charge formation. Owen pointed his saber forward. The 3,000 began to move. The shield formation led advancing, like a steel wall. The blade formation followed in the middle of forest of sabers moving in sync. The crossbow formation brought up the rear, arrows aimed ahead. The entire formation was a mobile iron fortress, their steps perfectly synchronized, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. On the reviewing stand, cold sweat beaded on Shinpogen's forehead. This formation shifting. This coordination. It's impossible without years of brutal training. Zhang Ming murmured, superior equipment is one thing, but this level of training. How long has the prince been in Yuling? How could he have trained soldiers like this? Zhang Taizhan's eyes flickered with doubt and uncertainty, which then transformed into deep reverence. This prince's methods far exceeded his imagination. The origins of this Xuanjia army were likely one of the prince's closely guarded trump cards. The drill lasted half an hour. Formation transitions were fluid and seamless, like flowing water. Finally came the crossbow volley demonstration. 3,000 bolts were loosed simultaneously, their piercing shrieks splitting the air as they tore through and shattered the iron-wrapped wooden targets 200 paces away. The drill ended. The 3,000 returned to their position, standing in silent stillness. A deathly silence fell over the training ground. After a long moment, Zhang Taizhan took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, and said with a voice full of awe, "My prince, with such a mighty army, Yuling is as secure as a fortress." Qinpiju and Zhang Ming and the others knelt as well. Their hearts were filled with shock and questions. Where did this Xuanjia army come from? Who forged those unprecedented weapons and armor? How could such an elite force be trained in so short a time? But no one dared to ask. Yang Jingyuan raised his hand for them to rise and spoke slowly. The Xuanjia battalion is my first trump card in the northern frontier. A strong army requires strict discipline. He clapped his hands. For personal guards carried in a green stone stele about 1 zhang high and 6 chi wide, inscribed with dense text. This is the Yuling new military code, Yang Jingyuan declared. From today it applies to the entire army, with the Xuanjia battalion setting the example. The code has 7 chapters and 84 articles clearly defining rewards, punishments, promotions, compensation, training, and discipline. Those who achieve merit shall be richly rewarded, those who commit offenses shall be severely punished, those who die in battle shall be generously compensated. He paused, his voice turning harsh. But 7 iron laws are punishable by death: 1 betraying the Lord and defecting to the enemy, 2 deserting the battlefield, 3 disobeying orders, 4 colluding with the enemy, 5 leaking military secrets, 6 oppressing the people, and 7 engaging in graft and corruption. The 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers below responded in unison, "We obey the law." The sound was like thunder echoing through the mountains. Yang Jingyuan turned to face his generals. The Xuanjia battalion will be under my direct command for now. Zhang Tieshan focus on reorganizing the prefectural troops and fill the 4,000 vacancies within a month. Chen Pijun assist Zhang Taizhan and strictly oversee training. Zhang Ming intensify the Lingyuan Guards training. Zhang Cheng do not slacken in expanding and training the personal guard. In 2 months I will review all 3 armies. We await your command. The generals bowed, their voices filled with unprecedented confidence. After the review the crowd dispersed with mixed feelings. In a corner of the reviewing stand, old soldier Li Taitu furrowed his brow. Pulling his severed arm, he whispered to Li Sanggu beside him, "Sanggu, did you see anything unusual? These Xuanjia soldiers. Their style is too strange. I've lived 60 years, and never seen armor like this." Li Sanggu, standing on his one leg, squinted, and watched for a long time, before slowly shaking his head. Never seen it. The curve of that breastplate, the smoothness of the shields, and that light blue piece on the helmet. Unheard of. He paused, lowering his voice. The prince says they were elite selected from refugee border troops, but with such equipment and training, how could refugee border troops have that? I reckon the prince has been preparing for a long time, secretly cultivating this strong army. Li Taitu pondered this, then nodded emphatically. Whatever the prince says is what it is. No matter where they came from, as long as they can kill the Xiongnu, they're good soldiers. The two helped each other and left. At the edge of the training ground, Yuan Tiangang's hunched figure slowly materialized. He watched the 2 old veterans walk away, then looked at the 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers standing in silent formation on the training ground, a profound glimmer flashing in his murky old eyes. The origins of this army would become one of Yuling's greatest mysteries. And that was precisely the effect the Lord desired. On the training ground, the 3,000 Xuanjia soldiers still stood in silence, like 3,000 iron-cast statues. Yang Jingyuan walked before the ranks, running his hand over the cold armor, feeling the immense power contained within a sharp light blazing in his eyes, like a drawn sword. The Xuanjia army had appeared, the foundation was set. This army, surpassing its era, would be his strongest reliance for sweeping the northern frontier and contending for the empire. Now it was time to show the world what true asymmetrical warfare looked like. On October 18th, at the end of the third hour, the sun shone brightly over the northern gate of Lingyuan City. Just as the city guards were changing shifts, a cloud of dust rose from the northern official road, and a troop of cavalry rushed forth. About 30 riders, all clad in black armor with dark helmets, had formal longbows hanging by their saddles, and quivers on their backs. Despite their light equipment, they radiated a murderous aura forged through countless battles. The leading knight raised a black flag with golden edges embroidered with the character Huo in a striking design. Troops from the Shuofeng continent. The watchman's pupils constricted sharply as he quickly commanded. Open the city gates. Lower the drawbridge. Inform the prince at once, General Huo's envoy has arrived. News spread through the city like the wind. In less than a quarter of an hour, the main gate of the royal residence swung wide open, and Yang Jingyuan, dressed in dark royal attire, personally welcomed the envoy at the entrance. Flanked by Generals Chen Peju and Zhang Ming, and others standing at attention, civil officials such as Li Su and Sun one lined up to receive the envoy. The envoy's troop reined in their horses before the royal residence. The middle-aged general at the front dismounted smoothly. He appeared to be around 40, with a face like a chiseled blade, a scar about an inch long on his left cheek, and eyes sharp as an eagle's. Dressed in dark iron-light armor, with a wolf's head sculpted on his shoulder, and a 3-foot-long battle sword hanging at his waist, he exuded a steady and restrained aura. Remarkably, he was at the early stage of the Thunder Sound realm. I am Han Lai, the commander of the personal guards of the Shuofeng continent, here on the orders of General Huo to pay my respects to Prince Yu. The middle-aged general knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in salute, his voice loud and powerful. The 30 personal guards behind him dismounted in unison, kneeling down, the sound of armor clashing synchronized. Yang Jingyuan stepped forward, helping Han Lai to his feet. Commander Han, you've traveled a long way. It must have been arduous. Please rise, everyone, please rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Han Lai stood, retrieving a bronze tiger talisman from his bosom. On the front it bore the words, Shuofeng, and on the back was General Huo Qubing's personal seal, Champion, which he presented with both hands. This is a token from General Huo. The general stated, to see this token is to see the man himself. Yang Jingyuan took the tiger talisman, feeling its weight, its edges smooth from handling. He nodded slightly. General Huo is thoughtful. Commander Han, please enter the residence to speak. The main hall was already prepared with tea and snacks. After taking a cup of tea, Han Lai stood again and clasped his fists. Your Highness, I come representing General Huo and the 30,000 soldiers of the Shuofeng continent to congratulate you on defeating the Xiongnu vanguard and slaying the enemy General Bader, and to congratulate you on cleansing internal traitors, rectifying governance, and restoring clarity to Yuling. His voice suddenly rose, enhanced by internal energy, clearly carrying outside the hall, so that guards in the courtyard and even commoners on the street could hear. Although General Huo and Your Highness have never met, there has been a deep mutual understanding for a long time. The general often says the northern border has long suffered under the Xiongnu and the greedy officials. Upon Your Highness' arrival in Yuling, you have slain generals and removed traitors, stabilized prices, and won the hearts of the people. This truly is a blessing for the northern border, for the border troops, and for the common folk. The general has entrusted me to convey this message. Shuofeng continent and Yuling prefecture share the northern border, akin to lips and teeth. From now on, the 30,000 border troops of Shuofeng continent wish to join forces with the soldiers under Your Highness' command to stand together against foreign threats. Should the Xiongnu dare to invade Yuling, they will be trespassing upon Shuofeng continent. General Huo will surely lead troops to support and jointly eliminate the barbarian invaders. As his words fell, a deep silence enveloped both inside and outside the hall. Suddenly Chen Pejuan sprang to his feet, tears in his tiger eyes, and shouted, while clasping his fists, General Huo is noble. The border troops of Shuofeng continent are noble. Generals Zhang Ming, Zhang Tieshan, and others also rose, bowing and clasping their fists. The guards outside the hall, and the common folk support for Prince Yu. What did this signify?
It meant that Yuling was no longer a solitary city. This was the general, who had achieved the rank of a third-grade border general at the age of 23, stationed on the frontier for 7 years, repeatedly defeating the Xiongnu, and was privately referred to as the
new god of the Northern Army
by the military and civilians of the northern border, Huo Qubing. Now this
god of war
had publicly declared his support for Prince Yu. What did this signify? It meant that Yuling was no longer a solitary city. The two strongest military forces in the northern border, the Yuling troops and the Shuafeng border troops, were officially joining forces. Yang Jingyuan slowly rose and walked in front of Han Lai, solemnly clasping his fists in return.
Please convey to General Huo that on behalf of the military and civilians of Yuling, I thank him for his profound friendship.
Yuling and Shuafeng continent shall henceforth be sworn brothers in life and death. Should the Xiongnu come, we shall advance and retreat together. If foreign enemies invade, we shall eliminate them together.
Good. The words of your highness shall be conveyed without a single word omitted.
The public meeting continued for half an hour. Han Lai also represented Huo Qubing, presenting 300 pounds of
cold iron,
50 quality warhorses, and 3 sets of maps of the grasslands, all special products from the Shuafeng continent. Yang Jingyuan in return gifted 30 captured excellent Xiongnu horses, the special products of Lingyuan City, and 100 sets of finely crafted dark iron armor. At noon, the royal residence hosted a banquet to honor the envoy's party. After the banquet dispersed, Yang Jingyuan invited Han Lai to a secret chamber. Once the door to the secret chamber was closed, the solemnity on Han Lai's face instantly transformed into respect as he knelt on one knee.
I am Han Lai, paying my respects to the Lord. Rise.
Yang Jingyuan took a seat at the main position.
Is everything well with Qubing and Shuafeng continent?
Han Lai stood and quietly replied.
General Huo is doing well.
The 30,000 border troops of Shuafeng continent are now fully under control, with 80% of the commanders personally promoted by the general, and 20% being old generals from the former border troops. After 3 years of acclimatization, they have all pledged their loyalty.
He retrieved a sealed letter with fire wax from his inner pocket and presented it with both hands.
This is a confidential letter from the general. Please take a look, my lord.
Yang Jingyuan opened the letter to read.
The handwriting was flowing and powerful, precisely in Huo Qubing's own hand.
To my lord, your judgment, the Shuafeng continent is stable, and the 30,000 border troops can be mobilized at any time, awaiting your command.
Recently, I have learned of 3 matters that require your attention. First, the left Xianwang of the Xiongnu has suffered consecutive defeats, losing troops and supplies, leading to internal instability. His brother, the right Xianwang Wumuer, is seizing the opportunity to rally various clan leaders, seemingly with intentions of seizing power. The left Xianwang may hastily seek to engage in battle to secure victories and stabilize his position. Second, the first prince's people are making frequent moves. The governor of Tiji Prefecture, Feng Sheng, has recently mobilized his border troops toward Yuling under the pretext of autumn defense. Although he has not crossed the border, 5,000 of his cavalry have moved to the northern border of Tiji Prefecture, merely 100 miles from Yuling's southern boundary. Feng Sheng, who was involved in the plot against the Lord of the Northern Defense back then, is now an important pawn of the first prince in the northern military, and should not be underestimated. Third, there are whispers within the court. A friend in the Ministry of War has reported that His Majesty seems inclined to reorganize the Northern Great Governor's office within the year to oversee the defenses of Yuling, Shuafeng, and Tiji prefectures. The selection of the Great Governor has yet to be determined, but there is already a call in the court. A prince or a high-ranking minister may be parachuted in to take charge. If this person is not aligned with my lord, he may become a hindrance. Shuafeng continent is 400 miles from Yuling, and a fast horse could reach there in a day and night. If anything happens in Yuling, I can lead 10,000 elite cavalry to provide support and arrive within 2 days. In addition, I have followed your previous instructions to secretly stockpile supplies and create weapons in Shuafeng continent. Currently, we have 100,000 stones of grain sufficient to support a large army for half a year, 200 new-style crossbows, and 100,000 armor-piercing arrows ready for use at any time. I wish for my lord's well-being. The storm in the northern border is about to rise, and I hope to fight alongside my lord. Huo Qubing respectfully submits this on the 15th of October in the 31st year of Yongchang.
Yang Jingyuan ignited the letter over the candle flame, watching the ashes float down, remaining silent for a moment. Feng Sheng.
He murmured the name.
The governor of Tiji Prefecture, my grandfather's former deputy, the first to submit a memorial to impeach the traitor. Han Lai whispered. General Huo has instructed me to convey although Feng Sheng commands 50,000 border troops, he is greedy and corrupt, withholding military pay, leading to widespread discontent within the army. When the time for war comes, his troops may not be formidable. We must guard against him secretly creating obstacles or colluding with the Xiongnu. Yang Jingyuan nodded. Replied to Qubing, the Shuofeng continent shall remain inactive for now, continuing to build strength and keeping the court's eyes off us. As for Feng Sheng, please have him keep an eye on movements. If necessary, we can carry out tactical feints, such as creating a few instances of border friction at the junction between Shuofeng continent and Tiji prefecture to tie down his forces. He paused before adding, additionally allocate 100 Xiongnu warhorses from the royal treasury for Commander Han to take back. Inform Qubing that more warhorses are favorable, they will be of great use in the future. I am at your command. Han Lai clasped his fists. There is one more matter. General Huo inquires whether a more discreet and rapid communication channel should be established between Shuofeng continent and Yuling. While we currently have carrier pigeons and fast horses available, if faced with bad weather or enemy interception, it could lead to delays. Yang Jingyuan pondered for a moment. This matter will be considered by me. Perhaps we can design a simple fire signal system, setting up signal beacons and mountain tops to convey simple messages using specific light combinations. The specific plan will await the right personnel to promote it. Han Lai nodded. My lord has considered this thoroughly. Indeed, such intricate mechanisms require specialized talents to design. The two continued to discuss for another half-hour, detailing the cooperation mechanism, information sharing cycles, emergency contact codes, wartime contingency plans, and logistics transfer routes. Finally, Han Lai took out a small bronze token from his bosom with the character Shu engraved on the front and a complex cloud pattern on the back. My lord, this is the highest level of troop mobilization token in Shuofeng continent, the Shuofengling. The bearer of this token can summon no more than 3,000 border troops within Shuofeng continent or request assistance from any border military post. General Huo has instructed me to deliver this token to my lord for unforeseen circumstances. Yang Jingyuan took the token, feeling its chill. Tell Qubing, he said slowly, that his intentions have been noted by me. Yes. Han Lai bowed and withdrew that night, quietly leaving the city under the escort of royal guards, returning to Shuofeng continent. Meanwhile, the news that General Huo of Shuofeng continent has publicly supported Prince Yu had spread like wildfire throughout the city. In tea houses and taverns, storytellers passionately declared, do you all know what kind of person General Huo is? 7 years ago, at the age of 16, he joined the army. In his first battle, he led 500 riders to ambush the Xiongnu royal court, beheading 800. 3 years ago, in the Battle of Yin Mountain, he commanded 10,000 border troops, defeating 30,000 iron cavalry of the left Xianwang of the Xiongnu, pursuing the retreating enemy for 300 miles. The military and civilians of the northern border privately call him the little god of war, claiming he is the reincarnation of the Lord of the Northern Defense from back then. Now this little god of war has declared His Highness Prince Yu is the hope of the northern border, and the border troops of Shuofeng continent swear to advance and retreat together with Yuling. What is this? This is the will of the military, the mandate of heaven. The common folk listened, their blood boiling. Those who had originally harbored doubts about the future of Yuling, including powerful clans and merchants, now extinguished their hesitation. Since even Huo Qubing had publicly stood with them, the fate of the northern border had completely changed. On October 19th, in the main hall of the prefectural government, Yang Jingyuan convened civil and military officials to formally announce the alliance with Shuofeng continent and issued a series of new orders. First, from today onward, the border between Yuling and Shuofeng continent will open for mutual trade. The salt, iron, tea, and grains needed by Shuofeng continent will be prioritized for supply from Yuling. The warhorses and furs needed by Yuling will be provided at favorable rates by Shuofeng continent. Specific details will be drafted by Li Su in conjunction with the chief historian of Shuofeng continent within 10 days. Second, the establishment of the Shuofeng camp within the military. Elite troops will be selected from the state army, personal guards, and dark armor troops to be incorporated into this camp, dedicated to coordinating training and tactical integration with the Shuofeng border troops. The camp will be temporarily led by Zhang Tieshan, with the deputy camp leader appointed from Shuofeng continent. Third, intelligence sharing regarding border conditions. All movements of the Xiongnu north of Yuling
and west of Shuofeng continent must be mutually communicated by scouts in real time. On the 15th of each month, the leaders of both sides will hold a military council at Haishi Fortress on the border to discuss defense matters.
One order after another was issued, rapidly establishing the framework for northern border collaboration.
Meanwhile, in the secret chamber, Yang Jingyuan gazed at the northern border map, his eyes resting on the words
TG Prefecture,
Fengsheng, a pawn in the northern military of the first prince. This person when still is inconspicuous, but once he moves it will surely be thunderous.
Yuan Shui,
Yang Jingyuan softly called out. Yuan Tiangang's hunched figure emerged from the shadows.
Old servant is here. Send a team of disreputable individuals to TG Prefecture. Do not engage with Fengsheng, only investigate 3 matters with which factions in the capital he has been in contact recently among his commanders, who is showing unusual movements, and the locations of grain depots and armories in TG Prefecture. The old servant understands.
Yuan Tiangang paused.
My lord, the confidential files from Zhou Yongyan have been sorted, particularly those regarding Fengsheng.
While the amount of his embezzlement is less than that of Zhou Yongyan, his methods are more subtle. Through 3 trading firms controlled by his brother-in-law, he has embezzled approximately 200,000 taels of military funds over 10 years under the guise of purchasing military supplies. Moreover, he has 3 mistresses, each located in 3 prefectural cities, with each residence valued at no less than 5,000 taels.
Yang Jingyuan sneered.
Greedy and lustful, yet he has still managed to hold the governor's position for 5 years. It seems the first prince has often covered for him.
Exactly,
Yuan Tiangang replied quietly.
The confidential files also mention that Fengsheng secretly enters the capital twice a year, ostensibly for reporting on duties, but in reality, he is offering tribute to the first prince.
Last year he presented a 3-foot-tall blood jade qilin worth no less than 10,000 taels. Make a note of this.
Yang Jingyuan's eyes gleamed coldly.
These debts will be settled sooner or later.
He walked to the window, gazing southward. TG Prefecture to the south, Yuling to the north, separated by 300 miles of mountains and rivers. But the sharp blades of political struggle never heed geographical distances. The northern great governor's office,
Yang Jingyuan muttered.
A parachuted prince or high minister.
A cold smile crept onto his lips. Whoever arrives, there can only be one voice in the northern border. His voice. October 22nd, the hour of Z. In the prince's underground chamber, candles burned bright. Yang Jingyuan sat cross-legged upon a cold jade bed, eyes half-closed, his aura deep and unfathomable like an abyssal sea. Since the public trial of Zhou Yongyan, the arrival of the Xuanjia army, and the alliance with Shuofeng continent were settled in the span of only a few days, the military and governance of Yuling had already fallen thoroughly under his control. The provincial troops were steadily reorganized, his personal forces expanded with feverish momentum, popular support held above 60%, and the pattern of the northern frontier began to take shape. The provincial troops were steadily reorganized, his personal forces expanded with feverish momentum, popular support held above 60%, and the pattern of the northern frontier began to take shape. A chime sounded. The hidden task, Northern Hegemony Stage 1, had been completed. Judgment criteria: control of Yuling Prefecture, elimination of internal hostile forces, command of at least 20,000 battle-ready troops, and popular support exceeding 60%. All conditions satisfied. Rewards dispersing. Yang Jingyuan's spirit jolted as his consciousness sank into the system interface. In the void, golden script flowed like a cascade. Reward 1, Lungxiang Jinyugong 8th layer manual, Nifa realm. Description: above the burning blood realm, the 5 viscera shine. The 6 bowels become furnaces, and refining efficiency multiplies. Reward 3, 500 gene of premium potato seeds, 500 gene of corn seeds, and a complete cultivation manual. Description: cold-resistant, drought-tolerant, high yield. Per mu output can reach 3 to 5 times the current staple grain. In mechanisms, fortification, and device manufacture. Retains memories and techniques of his past life. The system instills absolute loyalty. He will appear in the guise of a wandering artisan seeking shelter. Reward 3, 500 gene of premium potato seeds, 500 gene of corn seeds, and a complete cultivation manual. Description: cold-resistant, drought-tolerant, high yield. Per mu output can reach 3 to 5 times the current staple grain. Short growing cycles and broad adaptability. Accompanied by detailed instructions on seedling cultivation, crop rotation, and storage. Reward for 60 years worth of refined internal force, non-attributive. description can be absorbed directly, without side effects to strengthen one's foundational cultivation. The script dissolved into 4 streams of light that entered Yang Jingyuan's body. The first flood poured into his dantian, transforming into a vast surging torrent of internal force, like great rivers cascading without end, scouring through every limb and bone. Yang Jingyuan emitted a muffled groan as his meridians swelled, and his Kizia churned. The late stage of his dragon elephant realm, once stable, began to loosen. He did not dare be negligent. Immediately he ran the 7th layer manual of Longxiang Jinyu Gong. That layer corresponded to the burning blood realm. Though he had previously obtained the manual, his cultivation had not yet reached the threshold, and he could only scratch the surface. Now, with 60 years of internal force poured into his body, the opportunity to break through had arrived. He murmured the formula.
Let qi and blood become the furnace that ignites the fire of life.
And the internal force coursed through specific meridians. A thunderous rupture seemed to occur within him. The qi and blood began to boil, not metaphorically but truly physically tumultuous. His exposed skin instantaneously flushed crimson. As steam rose, the chamber's temperature spiked. Blood rushed through his vessels, with the sound of rivers breaking banks. Strangely fine beads of blood oozed from every pore, not dripping but suspended 3 inches above the skin, then vaporizing into a pale red mist under an invisible heat. Bloodkey smoke. Previously a dragon elephant realm, he could only emit a thin blood mist covering 3 feet. Now the sanguine vapor coagulated like gauze, rotating slowly and expanding to a radius of 5 zhang. Where the mist passed, candle flames flickered wildly, and the moss-enshadowed corners withered before the eye, the most young, most rigid sanguine qi naturally suppressing evil things.
Early stage of the burning blood realm.
Yang Jingyuan opened his eyes, a flash of golden red light vanishing as quickly as it came. He raised his hand, fingers curled in a loose grip, and the air hissed, the sound of bloodkey rubbing against the atmosphere. His power surged. Not merely greater force, but an elevation of life itself. He felt his 5 viscera and 6 bowels filled with roaring vitality. His heartbeat was a drumbeat, and the volume of breath he inhaled and exhaled had tripled. More importantly, his control over the body reached a new pinnacle. Every muscle, every thread of qi and blood obeyed like an extension of his will.
This is the true way of martial might,
he murmured. Summer Dynasty texts recorded that the highest martial attainment was the peak of the dragon elephant realm, capable of lifting dragons and splitting stone. But now he knew there were tiers above dragon elephant burning blood, and above that the inner viscera realm. Perhaps there were even greater heights. The world was deeper than he had imagined. He reined in his breath as the sanguine smoke slowly receded. He produced the system-transmitted Longxiang Jinyu Gong 8th layer manual and began to study carefully.
Need for realm, the 5 viscera shine, the 6 bowels become furnaces.
The manual's descriptions were abstruse. The 5 viscera, heart, liver, spleen, lung, kidney, are treated as 5 furnaces to temper essence, qi, spirit, blood, and marrow. The 6 bowels, gall, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder, sanju, act as transformation hubs that efficiently decompose and absorb ingested matter, whether food, herbs, even metal or poison, and convert it into pure primordial qi.
Consuming metal and stone to replenish qi, even taking in strong poison and breaking it down.
Yang Jingyuan's eyes glittered.
This approaches the legendary immortal practices of grainless cultivation and immunity to all toxins.
Of course, he was still far from truly reaching that realm. He had only just entered the early burning blood stage. First, he must stabilize the realm and refine his qi and blood into a mercurial molten state before attempting to assault the inner viscera.
Yet with the complete manual, the path ahead is clear.
He rose and flexed his limbs as rumbling detonations rolled through his body. He threw a casual punch without using internal force. The resulting wind unsettled the candles 3 zhang away.
My strength has increased at least 10-fold.
Even facing a dragon elephant realm peak opponent, 3 strikes, and I would prevail.
Just then the stone door of the chamber was gently tapped.
My lord, a guest requests an audience. Yuan Tiangang's hoarse voice came.
Who is it? He claims to be a wandering craftsman surnamed Gongshu, given name Ban. He says he possesses wondrous techniques to present, and has waited outside the residence for 2 hours.
A smile flickered across Yang Jingyuan's eyes. He had arrived.
Bring him to the side hall, I will be there shortly.
At the first Mao hour in the prince's side hall. A middle-aged literatus stood in the hall, with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the northern map hanging on the wall. He appeared about 40, gaunt-featured, with 3 strands of long beard, wearing a faded blue cloth robe and straw sandals, carrying a bulging coarse cloth bundle, indistinguishable from a fallen scholar. Yet the moment Yang Jingyuan stepped into the hall, he sensed that the man was no ordinary person. Not in cultivation. There was no trace of internal force, he was indeed a commoner. It was his bearing calm focus with an almost obsessive light of inquiry hidden in his eyes, like a craftsman before an unfinished piece or a scholar before an unsolved riddle.
I am the commoner Gong Shuban, pays respect to the prince.
The middle-aged man turned bowed with composed dignity. Yang Jingyuan sat in the main seat, studied him a moment, and asked slowly,
Mr. Gongshu, you come so late, what brings you here?
Gong Shuban straightened and withdrew an object from his bundle, offering it with both hands.
I have wandered my whole life visiting famous mountains and rivers, studying the art of mechanisms and devices.
Recently I passed through Yiling and heard of your grace's slaying of Xiongnu, removal of corrupt officials, and winning of the people's hearts. You display the bearing of a wise ruler. I present this token as a tribute upon meeting. A guard took the item and placed it before Yang Jingyuan. It was a wooden model about a foot long, 6 inches wide, and 4 inches high, superbly crafted. The model depicted a miniature fortified city complete with walls, crenellations, gate, and drawbridge. But inside the wall were several layers of lifting poles and rolling spiked logs. The surrounding moat had submerged rotating blades. Behind the gate sat a complex gear linkage that appeared capable of controlling multiple portcullises.
This is a linked city defense mechanism model,
Gong Shuban explained.
If scaled and built according to this plan, during a siege, if an enemy battering ram strikes the gate, the inner gears can automatically lock the portals and trigger counter-hitting poles. If ladders are raised, the inner mechanism can unleash burning oil and rolling spiked logs. If trenches are filled to cross the moat, the underwater rotating blades can sever their pontoon bridges and maim men and horses. Yang Jingyuan examined it closely and grew ever more astonished. The mechanisms in the model exceeded the prevailing concepts of fortification for this era. Many linked designs and applications of mechanics were so clever that even he, a man from another age, marveled. Mr. Gongshu, whose school taught you this art?
He asked casually.
Ancestral,
Gong Shuban replied calmly.
My forebears once served as chief artisans in the previous dynasty's workshops, later scattered by war.
I learned mechanisms from my father since childhood, then traveled borrowing from Maoist, Taoist, and even Western frontier techniques, integrating them into a unique tradition. Yang Jingyuan nodded and shifted the topic.
Do you understand military ordnance improvements?
Gong Shuban's eyes flashed with sharp light.
Please speak, your grace. How to increase the range of wheeled crossbows? How to enhance armor-piercing ability? Can you design a heavy crossbow that disassembles quickly for transport suited to field engagements?
Gong Shuban paused, only briefly drew charcoal and scrap paper from his bundle and began to sketch. With a few strokes, a structural diagram sprang to life.
Current wheeled crossbows use single-arm torsion springs and reach about 200 paces. Replaced with a double-arm crossed composite limb and a sliding rack cocking mechanism storing power in a capstan, and range can exceed 350 paces. Armor penetration depends on the bolt. The current triangular armor-breaking bolt is sharp but falters against double-layer iron armor. If the head becomes a slender cone filled with a lead core and aimed at the seams of plates, penetration can increase by 30%. As for a portable heavy crossbow,
he drew 3 different structures in succession.
Each design breaks into 6 parts, carried by 2 men, assembled within half an hour. The lightest weighs 80 gene, reaches 200 paces, and can pierce common iron armor.
Yang Jingyuan felt shaken, not because the ideas were superbly advanced, some he himself, as a time-crossed man, could have conceived, but because Gong Shuban and mere breaths produced complete feasible plans with clear detail. That casual genius of craftsmanship verged on art.
You are a man of great talent.
Yang Jingyuan rose and cupped his hands solemnly.
Yiling now needs capable people. I intend to appoint you as chief artisan of the prince's workshop, overseeing all device research, ordnance improvement, and fortification work.
Your salary will be 5th rank with special funds and supplies allocated. You may choose your assistants. What say you? Gong Shuban bowed in return.
I am grateful for your grace's favor, and will serve faith.
But one request. Speak. I experiment, often failures and unusual procedures occur. I ask for full authority within the workshop, all materials, manpower, and procedures to be at my discretion.
Granted.
Yang Jingyuan did not hesitate.
Additionally, I will assign a squad of personal guards to protect the workshop and place covert watchers nearby to ensure your techniques do not leak.
Satisfaction showed in Gong Shuban's eyes.
Thank you, your grace. Then I will begin tomorrow. First item, refine the wall-mounted crossbow within 10 days, so that the existing 30 carriages gain an extra 100 paces of range.
Gong Shuban took his leave. Yang Jingyuan remained alone in the side hall, lost in thought. The summoned person from the system was indeed extraordinary. Gong Shuban's mastery of mechanisms would be the key to a leap in Yuling's military capability. But what had to be done next was a foundational matter of a different nature.
Where is Li Su? At hand.
Li Su strode in briskly. He had been awaiting orders. Yang Jingyuan produced 2 cloth sacks and a stack of papers from his bosom, in truth drawn from the system storehouse.
These 2 items, one contains Malingshu seeds, and the other Yumi seeds.
He pushed the sacks and papers toward Li Su.
The manual contains detailed cultivation methods.
Read carefully. Li Su scanned the text and his eyes widened. He opened the sacks, picked up several potato tubers and corn kernels for inspection, and his hands trembled.
My lord, are these yields truly as described?
The notes read,
Perma yield 15 to 20 sure. Cold and drought resistant, can grow on barren hills. Short growing period, can harvest twice a year.
Each line assaulted the long clerk's understanding. Yuling staple was millet. In good years a moo produced only 3 to 4 sure and required careful fields. If these 2 crops performed as recorded,
this is an auspicious sign.
Heaven's blessing. Li Su babbled incoherently with excitement.
If these can be cultivated, Yuling will never hunger again. Refugees will flock here, and the northern foundation will be as steady as Mount Tai.
Yang Jingyuan raised a hand to calm him.
Therefore, this must be done in secret.
Find a hidden valley outside the city to designate as the princely manor's official fields. Recruit trustworthy farmers among those persecuted by Zhou Yongnian, who now feel gratitude toward the manor, and have you personally oversee the trial plantings. All participants sign non-disclosure agreements, receive double pay, and are forbidden contact with outsiders. He grew sterner.
This is Yuling's greatest trump card for the coming 3 years. It must not leak. Especially guard against the capital and the other princes. If they learn of our high-yield crops, they will stop at nothing to seize them.
Li Su drew a deep breath and bowed solemnly.
I understand. I will personally supervise, and there will be no lapse. Go. By spring I want to see the first seedlings. Yes.
Li Su cradled the seeds and manual like treasure, and withdrew. Yang Jingyuan walked to the window as dawn paled the sky. In one night, he had gained a breakthrough in strength, a master craftsman, and an agricultural boon. His burning blood cultivation elevated his personal martial power to the apex of the age. At least publicly no one in the summer court could yet crush him. Gong Shuban's mechanism art would propel Yuling ordnance into a new dimension. Fortifications, crossbows, and future siege engines could all be revolutionized. Potatoes and corn were the true foundation. In chaotic times, grain is the measure of hearts of armies, and the fuel for every ambition. If the trial succeeded, Yuling would become the wealthiest, most attractive stronghold in the northern frontier, and perhaps all Great Xia.
This stage 1 reward from the system is truly timely assistance,
Yang Jingyuan murmured. Yet despite his joy he did not relax. While in the side hall, Gong Shuban had mentioned another matter.
Before entering the city, I found several battered Xiongnu weapons near Wolf Hollow.
He had said, producing a broken curved blade and several arrowheads.
Their forging is crude, but some quenching and composite steel techniques echo the secret methods of the palace's imperial workshops, the Jianzuojian.
Especially the tempering marks on the arrowheads. In all my travels I've only seen similar traces among the waste piles of the western royal estate in the capital hills, he added. His words were veiled but unmistakable. The Zionist weapon manufacturer may have benefited from internal support in the Central Plains, perhaps from palace or royal workshops.
Someone inside the palace is colluding with the barbarians.
Yang Jingyuan's gaze turned icy. It would not be surprising. Throughout history, rulers used foreign hands to eliminate rivals. If true, the scale and ruthlessness of the hand behind this went far beyond ordinary princely scheming.
Yuan, commander,
he spoke softly. Yuan Tiangang's bent figure appeared like a wraith.
My lord, 2 matters. First, increase protection for Gong Shuban and his workshop. All of his research is to be classed top secret.
Second, have our covert agents quietly investigate personnel shifts and technology leaks from the Jianzuojian over the past decade, especially any threads tied to the steppes.
I obey.
Yuan Tiangang paused.
Also, before departing, Han Lai left a sealed message for General Huo's private trust.
He produced a wax pellet. Yang Jingyuan crushed the pellet and unfurled the paper. One line was written.
Bong Sheng's command recently received a batch of new-style iron armor finely made, and not a border fort manufacture. Suspected ties to the capital.
Feng Sheng, governor of Taijizu, a pawn of the elder prince, new-style armor, fine workmanship. Yang Jingyuan tossed the scrap of paper into the candle flame.
It seems someone can no longer sit idle.
Outside, morning light ripped away the night. A new day had begun, and the wind stirring at the northern frontier had only just begun to rise. The true contest lay ahead. Yang Jingyuan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power of his burning blood realm within, and a cold curve touched his lips.
Come then. Let me see how you will move the pieces.
In the morning light, the young prince in dark robes stood with hands behind his back, as the city of Lingyuan slowly woke. Upon the ramparts, the U character on his prince's banner snapped in the autumn wind. Beyond the walls, the wasteland stretched farther still, the grasslands north of Yinshan southward to the capital and Taijizu. Undercurrents had already begun to flow. Longai County. The late autumn morning wind carried a biting chill, as it swept over the Tampeder city walls, setting the banners bearing the character sun to snapping on the training ground. At the center of the drill yard, a piled mountain of firewood had been ignited. Flames leapt 3 zhang high, and black smoke stabbed into an otherwise dim sky. The county governor's son, who stood before the pyre, bare-chested, his muscular torso crisscrossed with scars. He gripped a stack of official edicts, each stamped with the seal of Yuanfu. He was about 40, square-faced, with a curled beard. A long broken scar sliced his right brow down toward the temple, a mark left from battle with the Xiongnu 10 years prior. Now his eyes were bloodshot, and his chest heaved. The papers in his hand were crushed into a wad. Around the parade ground, 1,500 county soldiers stood at rigid attention, every face clouded with unease. Farther back, hundreds of villagers cowered together, necks hunched and silent.
Brothers! People!
Sun, who roared hoarsely, projecting his voice by inner force, so it carried 100 fathoms.
I, Sun, who have garrisoned Longai for 10 years.
In 10 years the Xiongnu have come 7 times, I led you to repel them 7 times. Which brick of Lang's wall has not been stained by the blood of our brothers? He thrust the papers high above his head.
And yet now there comes a mere 16-year-old prince. He murdered General Huo Qubing in Lingyuan City, removed Lord Zhou Yongyan from his post, and now expects Longai County to obey his orders. On what grounds?
With a sharp motion, he hurled the edicts into the blaze. The parchments curled and blackened in the flames, characters such as Yuanfu's edict to be executed immediately, and offenders to be severely punished flared and vanished into ash.
General Huo Qubing once showed me great favor. Lord Zhou Yongyan kept Longai fed for 10 years. They are dead, I, Sun, who cannot but demand justice for them.
Sun, who turned, accepted a jar of strong wine from a personal guard, drained half at a gulp, and smashed the remainder on the stone steps of the command platform. Wine splattered, mingling with hot tears that streamed from his eyes.
Today, I, Sun, who swear here Longai County will no longer obey Yuanfu's orders. I have garrisoned this place 10 years, meritorious, and without fault. From this day forth, we stand independent. Independent.
100 loyal guards echoed in unison, though many of the county soldiers went ashen and bowed their heads. Sun, who saw this, and his anger flared. He barked,
Have you heard Yuanfu's so-called new policies? Tax cuts. Rebates.
They are a bribe for the heart. Once he lulls you with gifts, he will then raise levies and conscription, send your sons and husbands to the battlefield to fill Yang Jingyuan's bloody struggle for power. He paused, lowering his voice until it grew sinister.
And besides, do you really think Yang Jingyuan can hold the northern border? The 2 Lang tribe of the Xiongnu 30,000 strong wait north of Yinshan.
Huo Qubing is far away at Shifengzhou. If actual war breaks out, will he ride to save Longai? When the walls fall, the first to die will be you fools who believe the lies. His words were part truth, part falsehood, a blend of menace and incitement. Many county soldiers wavered. Among the townsfolk, suppressed sobs rose. The memory of the Xiongnu sack a decade past haunted many elders still. Judging the moment ripe, Sun, who waved his hand and commanded,
Issue my orders from this day. Close the 4 gates. All able-bodied men are to be drafted into the garrison. Anyone who privately praises Yuanfu, beheaded.
Those who hide Yuanfu documents at home, beheaded. Those who secretly lays with Lingyuan, beheaded.
3 proclamations of beheaded rang out, murderous and chilling.
He beckoned a trusted captain and lowered his voice.
You take 20 men masquerade as a merchant caravan, slip out the north gate tonight, and go to the Tu-Lang tribe to find their chieftain Halu.
Tell him I son who offer the salt iron and tea taxes of Longdai County for 3 years. As payment, ask him to dispatch 500 cavalry to assist. Should the matter succeed, there will be generous further reward. The captain's face blanched.
General colluding with the Xiongnu. That is the crime of extermination. Extermination?
Sun Hu sneered.
When Yang Jingyuan attacks, we will all die anyway. There is no time for such scruples. Go. Yes, sir.
That same day, at the first hour of noon in the main hall of the prefectural seat in Lingyuan City, Chief Clerk Li Su, clad in a crimson official robe, sat in the seat that had belonged to Zhou Yongnian. Files and documents lay piled before him. He had been acting as prefect for over half a month, charged with purging Zhou Yongnian's remnants while implementing new policies. He slept no more than 2 hours a night, and his eyes were rimmed with red. Yet at this moment, his back was straight and his brush moved like a dragon across paper, as he signed one document after another. Below the dais, Clerk Sunwen and Lu Ming and other officials stood waiting in silence.
The Yongchan 29th year spring sowing subsidy roster has been verified. It may be issued.
Li Su set down his brush and handed a thick 30-page register to Sunwen.
You, Clerk Sun, personally oversee the distribution. Each household silver compensation must be counted in person and signed and sealed. If any official embezzles, no matter the sum, immediately dismiss and investigate. Understood,
Sunwen replied solemnly.
Lu, I have reviewed 3 days of accounts for the salt shop.
Sold 6,000 jin of salt, income 360 taels, expenditures 280 taels, surplus 80 taels. Good. But too many people queued at the east gate. Open 2 more windows tomorrow, and send 20 more attendants to keep order. Yes.
Also the trial planting in the north greenhouse.
Li Su was about to continue when urgent footsteps thundered outside the hall.
Dispatch.
A windblown courier burst into the main hall, went down on one knee, and held aloft a bamboo tube set with 3 red feathers, and a thunderedly expedited military dispatch. Li Su sprang to his feet.
Where is the military news? Longdai. Longdai County.
The courier panted.
Sun Hu has rebelled. He burned the Wang's edicts, closed the 4 gates, and declared himself independent. Scouts from the county risked their lives to send word. Sun Hu has secretly contacted the Tu-Lang tribe of the Xiongnu.
The hall fell into a deathly silence. Every official's face changed color. Longdai County sat to the northwest of Yuling and formed one of the forward bulwarks against the Xiongnu. Sun Hu commanded 1,500 county troops, not a huge force, but well positioned on defensible ground, easy to hold and hard to storm. More frightening still, if the Xiongnu were truly let through, the entire northern line of Yuling would be wide open. Li Su drew a long breath and forced himself to remain calm. He broke the wax on the bamboo tube, drew out the letter, and skimmed it. His expression grew ever grimmer. The missive had been sent by a planted informant within Longdai, and contained more detail than the courier's breathless account. Sun, who had dispatched confidants north to contact the Tu-Lang tribe, the county's grain could sustain them for roughly half a month. The soldiers' morale was shaky, but kept down by Sun Hu's personal guards.
Wang Qian.
Li Su suddenly spoke. The former deputy commander Wang Qian, who after Zhou Yongnian's fall had handed over all evidence and been retained under punishment, hurried forward.
At your command,
he said.
You are to go at once to the Wang's mansion and present this military dispatch to the prince verbatim. Tell him the prefecture has already activated emergency grain allocations and can support a punitive army at any moment. Yes, sir. Sunwen Lu Ming.
Li Su quickened his speech.
The 2 of you must steady the people's hearts within the city. Salt shops and grain markets remain open and prices must not fluctuate. Anyone spreading rumors, arrest them. We will carry out the order.
Li Su returned to his desk and wrote 3 urgent orders in rapid succession.
First, dispatch 3,000 shur from the prefectural granary immediately. Load them onto wagons under escort of 300 prefectural soldiers and send them toward Longdai. Do not enter the city. Establish a temporary grain depot 30 li out. Second, issue orders to all beacon towers and courier stations along the routes. Rigorously inspect all messengers and merchant caravans. Detain any suspicious individuals at once. Third, by prefectural decree, place the 3 counties surrounding Longdai under martial law with immediate effect. Organize all local militias into patrol defense. Enemy scouts and rebel scouts are to be slain on sight.
The orders were dispatched, and the hall emptied, as officials hurried to carry them out. Li Su remained alone at the desk, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. He recalled the words Yang Jingyuan had spoken when handing him the prefectural seal a fortnight earlier.
Li Su, I trust you with affairs of state. But one thing, when great matters arise, be decisive.
Now a great matter had arrived. In the early afternoon at the Wang's mansion, Yang Jingyuan listened to Wang Qian's report with calm composure. He toyed with a bronze arrowhead between his fingers, the very Xiongnu arrowhead brought by Gong Shuban the day before the tempering rings shone clear in the candlelight.
Sun Hu, the defender Zhao Guangping once promoted him. He is at the peak of the Jingjing realm and skilled at holding a city,
Yang Jingyuan said slowly.
10 years ago, during the defense of Longai, he led 300 shattered men to hold the north gate for 3 days, until Zhang Taihan's reinforcements arrived. He deserves credit.
He set down the arrowhead and turned to Zhang Ming standing nearby. Zhang Ming clasped his fists and answered like iron.
My lord, I will lead the Lingyuan Guard to quell the rebellion. 3,000 against 1,500. Within 2 days, I will bring Sun Hu's head to your tent. 2 days.
Yang Jingyuan arched a brow.
Sun Hu has contacted the Tu Lang tribe. If 500 Tu Lang cavalry ride south to strike in concert with your assault, how will you respond?
Zhang Ming hesitated, then said gravely,
Then we divide our forces to block the aid. I will take 2,000 to storm the city and dispatch 1,000 horsemen to lie in ambush at the northern mountain pass. Should the Xiongnu come, we will annihilate them together. Courageous.
Yang Jingyuan nodded, but his tone shifted.
Yet those 1,500 county soldiers in Longai are mostly innocent conscripts swept up by circumstance. Sun Hu should die, but if a few fewer soldiers must fall, let a few fewer die. He looked toward the shadowed corner.
Yuan Shui.
Yuan Tiangang's stooped figure glided forward without sound.
Your old servant,
he rasped.
How many planted informants do we have inside Longai?
3 known agents in the open, 12 secret moles.
Yuan Tiangang answered hoarsely.
2 of them already serve within Sun Hu's personal guard. 1 is deputy of the South Gate garrison.
Yang Jingyuan's eyes flashed cold.
Order the South Gate deputy to prepare to open the gate. Instruct the other moles to work on subverting the county officers and Sao division within Sun Hu's force. Yes. Additionally,
Yang Jingyuan continued,
Sun Hu commands 3 trusted captains, each with 300 men. Our agents are to contact them and convey this. Those who defect on the field will be pardoned and allowed to keep their posts. Those who remain obstinate, on the day the city falls, their entire households will be executed. Your old servant understands.
Yang Jingyuan finally faced Zhang Ming.
I grant you 3,000 Lingyuan Guard troopers, and I will detach 500 crossbowmen from the Xuanjia camp to march with you. Depart tonight, and be at Langai's outskirts before dawn. Remember, attacking walls is the last resort. First attack hearts. I want Sun Hu executed before all the garrison so that their morale breaks.
Zhang Ming sank to one knee, his armor clanking.
I will not fail your command.
On the 25th day of the 10th month, at the Z hour, Longai County, in a side chamber of the county governor's rear courtyard. The hall was brightly lit. Sun Hu sat around a table with 3 trusted adjutants, a crude city defense map spread before them. All 4 wore grim expressions.
General, the Bald Wolf tribe has replied,
one adjutant said in a low voice.
Chief Haru agrees to send 500 riders, but demands half the payment up front. 500 caddies of salt, 200 caddies of tea, and 3,000 caddies of iron ingots. They will arrive at the northern Wild Fox Pass by tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. Give it to them.
Sun Hu gritted his teeth.
As long as the Xiongnu are here, that brat Yang Jingyuan won't dare to attack with full force. If we hold out a few more days, there might be a change in the court.
He still harbored a sliver of hope. The second prince would not abandon this chess piece in the northern frontier, and the capital would surely exert pressure to force Yang Jingyuan to retreat. Another adjutant said worriedly,
But General, our grain supplies only last 12 days. Rationing 20 days at most. What if? There is no what if.
Sun Hu slammed the table and stood up, his eyes bloodshot.
Tell the brothers that reinforcements are on the way. Hold the line and everyone will be rewarded. Fail and we all die.
Just then a commotion erupted outside.
Who goes there? Assassins!
Cries of alarm, and the clash of blades suddenly rang out. Sun Hu's face changed. He grabbed his battle blade and rushed out the door.
In the courtyard 7 or 8 personal guards had already fallen and 3 black-clad figures were locked in combat with the remaining guards. The 3 moved with uncanny agility and ruthless precision, striking at vital points, felling 3 more in an instant. The Bu Liangren. Sun Hu's pupils contracted. He knew Yang Jingyuan commanded this mysterious force, but he never imagined they could infiltrate the heavily guarded prefectural governor's mansion so swiftly. "Stop them!" Sun Hu roared, charging into the fray with his blade. He unleashed the full power of his peak golden tendon realm, his blade light arcing like a silken ribbon toward one of the black-clad figures. The figure did not meet the attack head-on, but dodged like a phantom, countering by hurling 3 poison darts. Sun Hu parried with his blade, and with 3 sharp clinks the darts were deflected. But the other 2 assassins had used the moment to break free, leaping onto the roof and vanishing into the night. After them! Sun Hu was about to give the order when a blood-curdling scream came from the front courtyard. It was the voice of his trusted steward assigned to the granary. A chill ran through Sun Hu. He understood instantly the assassination was a feint. The real target was the granary. By the time he led his men there, the steward lay in a pool of blood, a short blade embedded in his chest. The granary doors were wide open. Dozens of grain sacks inside had been slashed, spilling millet across the floor. More infuriatingly, a line of large characters was written on the wall in blood. "Traitor, when the grain runs out, so shall you!" Damnation! Sun Hu roared in fury, cleaving a wooden pillar of the granary door with a single stroke. That night undercurrent surged in Longai Commandery. The Bu Liangren, like vipers in the shadows, successively assassinated 7 of Sun Hu's trusted officers. They posted proclamations at all 4 gates listing Sun Hu's 10 major crimes, ending with, "The Prince of Yu commands only the chief culprit shall be executed. Accessories will not be pursued. Lay down your arms and be spared." Panic spread like a plague. Many garrison soldiers secretly hid their weapons and cowered in their barracks, afraid to go out. Of the 3 adjutants, 2 had already met in secret, their eyes shifting. Meanwhile, Wang Laowu, the deputy commander of the South Gate Guard, and the Bu Liangren's hidden agent Earth Fu Star had quietly gathered over 30 trusted garrison soldiers near the gate, awaiting the signal. At the end of the hour, 3,000 Lingyuan guards and 500 Xuanjia armored crossbowmen reached a point 5 li south of Longai Commandery in the darkness. Zhang Ming reined in his horse, gazing at the city silhouette in the gloom, a cold glint in his eyes. "Xuanjia armor, advance and form ranks. Lingyuan Guard 1st Battalion, prepare siege equipment. The remaining 2 battalions encircle from the left and right flanks." Orders were swiftly issued. The army began to move like a precision machine. Just then a fast rider emerged from the city, a liaison scout of the Bu Liangren. "Report to Commander Zhang. Deputy Commander Wang Laowu of the South Gate has secured the gate and can open it at any time. 2 of Sun Hu's 3 adjutants have agreed to defect on the battlefield. 1 is still hesitating. Sun Hu himself is currently inspecting the North Gate and will return to the governor's mansion in half an hour." Zhang Ming nodded. "Inform Wang Laowu open the South Gate at the 3rd quarter of the Mao hour. Order those 2 adjutants to lead their men to secure the East and West gates. As for the hesitant one—" He paused, then said coldly, "The Bu Liangren will deal with him." "Yes." At the 3rd quarter of the Mao hour, at the South Gate of Longai Commandery, the first light of dawn appeared, and the city gate slowly creaked open with a mechanical groan. The Lingyuan guards, poised for action, surged into the city like a black torrent. Almost simultaneously, the sounds of battle erupted from the east and west gates. The 2 defecting adjutants had turned their coats and were clashing with Sun Hu's personal guards. Sun Hu had just returned from the North Gate to the governor's mansion when he heard the cries of battle from all sides, his face turning deathly pale. He rushed into the courtyard to find his personal guard captain covered in blood, stumbling in. "General, the South Gate is lost. The East and West gates have revolted. The Lingyuan guards have broken in." "Impossible. How could it be so fast?" Sun Hu staggered back, then suddenly grabbed the captain. "What about the North Gate?" "The North Gate is still in our hands, right? If we can hold it until the Xiongnu come." Before he could finish, a thunderous roar of battle came from the North Gate, followed by even fiercer clashes of weapons and screams. A blood-soaked guard crawled in. "General, the North Gate. The North Gate has been breached by the Xuanjia armored crossbowmen. Their bolts are too powerful. Our brothers can't hold them off." Sun Hu was utterly despairing. He charged out of the governor's mansion with his blade, only to see the streets in chaos. The black armor of the Lingyuan guards rolled like a tide,
and wherever they passed garrison soldiers threw down their weapons and surrendered. Zhang Ming rode out from the street corner, his 12-foot-long halberd gleaming with a cold light in the dawn. Behind him 300 Lingyuan Guard personal guards formed ranks, encircling Sun, Hu and his few dozen remaining men.
Zhang Ming.
Sun Hu's eyes were bloodshot, the veins on his sword hand bulging.
We are both generals of Great Xia. Why must you be so ruthless?
Zhang Ming coldly regarded the trapped rebel general, his voice like the clash of iron and stone.
Sun Hu, you burned the prince's decrees, colluded with the Xiongnu and rebelled. According to the Great Xia military code, your entire clan should be executed. Lay down your weapon now, and you may be granted a whole corpse. A whole corpse.
Sun Hu let out a bitter laugh.
I have guarded Longai for 10 years. Even without merit, I have endured hardship. That brat Yang Jingyuan unjustly executed General Zhao Guangping and dismissed Governor Zhou Yongyan. He is clearly purging dissidents to dominate the northern frontier. Today, even if I die, I will show the world that there are still loyal and righteous men in this great Xia dynasty.
Yet even as he spoke, his personal guards dropped their weapons one by one, kneeling in surrender. In the end, only he stood alone in the middle of the street. Zhang Ming said no more. He spurred his horse forward. Sun Hu roared and charged to meet him, his blade arcing like a silken ribbon. At the peak of the Golden Tendon realm, his desperate frenzy poured all his lifelong power into that single strike. But Zhang Ming merely flicked his halberd.
Clang!
Blade and halberd clashed, sending sparks flying. Sun Hu's tiger mouth split open, and his blade flew from his hand. He staggered backward. Before he could regain his footing, Zhang Ming's second strike was upon him. This blow was devoid of any flourish, only pure power and speed. The halberd tip pierced his breastplate and emerged from his back. Sun Hu looked down at the blade embedded in his chest. He opened his mouth, and blood gushed out. The madness in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a lifeless gray. Zhang Ming, with a single arm motion, lifted Sun Hu's corpse on his halberd, holding it high above his head. A deathly silence fell over the scene. All the garrison soldiers, who had been resisting, stopped, staring blankly at the body impaled on the halberd.
Sun Hu is dead.
Zhang Ming's voice resonated through the city.
Lay down your weapons, and you shall not be killed. Clatter, clatter.
The sound of weapons hitting the ground came from all directions. At noon, at the Longai Commandery drill ground, Sun Hu's head was hung high atop a flagpole, his eyes wide open, his face twisted in a grimace. Below, over 1,300 garrison soldiers stood with hands at their sides, their faces ashen. Zhang Ming, hand on his blade, stood on the platform and said coldly,
Sun Hu rebelled, colluded with the Xiongnu. The evidence is conclusive. He has been executed. By law, you should all be punished for complicity. And
with hands at their sides, their faces ashen, Zhang Ming, hand on his blade, stood on the platform and said coldly,
Sun Hu rebelled, colluded with the Xiongnu. The evidence is conclusive. All who laid down their arms are spared death. From today, the Longai Commandery garrison will be reorganized. The old and weak will be dismissed, the elite will be retained. Their pay and treatment will be equal to that of the Yuling Prefecture troops.
After a moment of dead silence, someone began to sob quietly, and more fell to their knees, kowtowing.
Thank you, Prince, for your mercy. Thank you, General, for your grace.
Just then a group of civil officials entered the drill ground, escorted by prefectural troops. Leading them was Zhou Wenqian, the acting governor of Longai Commandery, personally selected by Li Su, a middle-aged scholar in his early 40s, with a kind face. Zhou Wenqian ascended the platform, unfurled an official document bearing the seal of the Prince of Yu's mansion, and read aloud.
The rebellion of Longai Commandery has been pacified. From this day forth, the prince's new policies shall be implemented. First, all miscellaneous taxes imposed by Sun Hu are abolished. Second, open the granaries to relieve the poor. Third, re-establish land taxes according to the Great Xia Code. Fourth, set up salt and iron shops at fair prices. Fifth, after the garrison is reorganized, the families of soldiers shall be treated as military dependents and exempt from taxes for 3 years.
One by one, the new policies, like a spring breeze, dispelled the fear from the hearts of the soldiers and the people. Many had red-rimmed eyes. Over the years, though Sun Hu could defend the city, he had been extremely oppressive, internally piling on taxes. Now at last a turning point had come. At the Prince of Yu's mansion in Lingyuan City, Yang Jingyuan stood before a map of the northern frontier, his fingers slowly tracing from Longai Commandery across the remaining 5 Jinsu, Lindong, Kia, Heishan, and Baisher. On his desk lay Zhang Meng's urgent victory report sent by a thunderingly rapid relay from the start of the campaign to its suppression. It had taken less than a day and a night. The rebel general's son, who was beheaded, over 1,300 garrison soldiers were subdued, and a quantity of grain fodder and weapons was captured. The Bald Wolf tribe's envoy had fled upon hearing the news.
Long Die is settled.
Yang Jingyuan's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority.
Issue the order, preserve Sun Ha's head with lime, and send it by fast horse to the other 5 commanderies. Every garrison commander and governor must view it in person.
Yuan Tiangang bowed.
Yes. Shall I attach a written message? Attach one.
Yang Jingyuan turned, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes.
Write just 12 characters.
He spoke each word deliberately, his voice as cold as iron.
In the lands of the 6 commanderies, those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish.
At the Qin hour, 5 fast horses charged out of Lingyuan city, galloping toward different directions. On the 3rd day of November, in the coldest and most desolate region of Yuling, which is the northernmost of the 6 counties of Lindong, the north wind cuts like a knife, swirling the goose-feather snow and carving layers of ice on the gray-blue city walls. At noon the sky was dark as dusk. In front of the porridge shop to the west of the city, over 100 people formed a long queue, mostly emaciated refugees and elderly women and children, with their hands frozen red as they clutched broken bowls. Inside the porridge shed, a large pot was set over the fire, emitting thin steam. Half a pot of water, with a handful of millet sprinkled and floating a few pieces of frozen cabbage leaves. The officer in charge of serving porridge intentionally shook the ladle, while scooping, letting half a ladle of clear broth fall into a bowl, the splashes of water instantly turning into ice shards.
This is all you get. Take it or leave it.
The officer glared. An old woman trembled as she took the bowl, looking at the watery broth that barely reflected her shadow, her lips quivering.
Sir, this isn't even enough to fill half a belly. Didn't they say the palace ordered that the disaster relief porridge must be thick, 1 pound of grain per person each day? The palace?
The officer scoffed.
That's the palace of Lingyuan City. In our Lindong, where it's cold and frozen, the grain can't get through. The governor said having any thin soup is already good enough. Don't want to drink. Get lost.
The old woman retreated with tears in her eyes, sipping the icy broth. Nearby, in a private room on the 2nd floor of a tea house, a window was opened a crack. The governor of Lindong, Qin Wenyuan, held a warming stove, peering through the gap to observe the scene in front of the porridge, shed a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He was around 50 years old, with a round, slightly plump face wrapped in a thick mink fur coat, while the charcoal fire inside burned brightly.
So what if it does?
Qin Wenyuan closed the window and sat back in the tiger-skin-covered armchair.
Lingyuan City is over 500 miles away. Ordinary marching takes 4 to 5 days. Now with this heavy snow blocking the road, Yang Jingyuan will need at least 7 to 8 days.
He took a sip of warm wine, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes.
The granary will accidentally catch fire, and all the stored grain will be destroyed. Natural disasters and man-made calamities, what can he do to me?
The advisor hesitated.
But the prince has already executed Zhao Guangping, Zhou Yongyan, and son, whose methods are ruthless. Ruthless?
Qin Wenyuan sneered.
My Qin family is a distant relative of the Zhang family, which is the maternal clan of the 3rd prince. If he touches me, it would be slapping the 3rd prince's face. Moreover, this Lindong county has 6 months of winter each year. The ground is frozen hard as iron, and no grain can be grown.
In previous years, they relied on the state's allocation and trade from merchant groups. This year, the 3rd prince ordered an economic blockade, and the trade routes have been cut off. Even if Yang Jingyuan has great capabilities, can he make grain grow from frozen soil?
Without grain, the common people will starve to death. When they die of hunger, it will be a civil uprising. At that time, I will report to the court saying the prince of Yu's new policies are unrealistic, and his forced relief caused the famine. Who do you think the court will believe? I see. My lord is brilliant. This is using the timing and geography to force him to retreat.
The advisor exclaimed.
We must put on a complete show. Tomorrow we will open the granary and release 300 stones of aged moldy rice. It must be done publicly, so the common people can see that there is indeed no grain in the granary.
He squinted.
I want to see how much grain this heavenly ordained prince of Yu can conjure to fill this bottomless pit.
On the same day, in the secret chamber of the prince's mansion in Lingyuan City. A map of the northern border was spread out on the table, with the positions of the 6 counties circled in red. Yang Jingyuan's finger stopped at Linnong County, his brows slightly furrowed.
Chen Wenyuan, a successful candidate of the 25th year of Yongcheng, was rated as below average by the Ministry of Personnel. Due to his sister marrying into the distant branch of the Zhang family, the maternal clan of the third prince, he was appointed as the governor of Linnong County for 6 years now. This person is mediocre and incompetent, yet extremely skilled at scheming. During his 6 years in Linnong County, the taxes have never been fully collected, yet he has been rated not at fault every year. Because he knows how to play poor.
Yang Jingyuan snorted.
Linnong is bitterly cold, and the court knows it. As long as he doesn't cause a major disturbance, no one will investigate deeply. My lord, 3 days ago, Chen Wenyuan submitted an official document stating that due to the heavy snow blocking the mountains, grain transportation is difficult, requesting to postpone the new policy and asking for 3,000 stones of grain for disaster relief. 3,000 stones.
Yang Jingyuan raised an eyebrow.
Linnong County has a registered population of only 20,000, calculating half a pound of grain per person per day. Only 300 stones are needed for a month.
He wants 3,000 stones. Is he planning to eat until next spring?
Just an excuse. Li Su shook his head.
I've checked the historical accounts of the state. In the winter of the 28th year of Yongcheng, Linnong County reported a snow disaster requesting 2,000 stones of grain, but only 1,000 stones actually arrived, with 500 stones sold by Chen Wenyuan to the nomadic tribes. In the winter of the 30th year, they requested another 1,500 stones, but only 800 stones arrived and 300 stones went missing.
Yang Jingyuan's eyes flashed with cold light. He is embezzling while daring to gamble with the lives of the common people. He got up and walked to the window. Outside, the snow fell silently, and compared to the blizzard in Linnong County, the snow in Lingyuan City was much gentler. My lord, should we send troops?
Li Su asked.
No.
Yang Jingyuan turned around.
I will go personally.
Li Su was startled.
Linnong County is over 500 miles away, and with the heavy snow blocking the road, it normally takes 4 to 5 days. If Chen Wenyuan dares to deceive openly, he may have an ambush. Because he has something to rely on, I want to go.
Yang Jingyuan's lips curled slightly.
And who said that being blocked by heavy snow means we cannot travel quickly? He clapped his hands. Please, Master Gong Shu.
A moment later, Gong Shu, been dressed in a blue,
have an ambush. Because he has something to rely on, I want to go.
Yang Jingyuan's lips curled slightly.
Master, it's just right that you're afraid of the cold.
Yang Jingyuan smiled.
I wish to go to Linnong County. Do you have a way to get the army to arrive on the snowfield within 2 to 3 days? 500 elite soldiers, 3 days' worth of rations, and simple equipment.
Gong Shuban pondered for a moment, then quickly sketched on the paper with a charcoal pen. With just a few strokes, a vehicle without wheels, with a long flat bottom, narrow in front, and wide in the back, and covered with a canopy, leaped onto the paper.
This is what I call a snow sled war chariot. It's made of hardwood for the frame, externally wrapped in iron, and the bottom sliding board is covered with fine steel polish to be as smooth as a mirror. It can be pulled by war horses gliding over the snow with minimal resistance. Each vehicle can carry 10 people or equivalent supplies. If the road is flat, traveling 200 miles a day is not a problem. How long will it take to reach 500 miles? If we travel day and night, it will take 2.5 days.
Gong Shuban added.
But we must first build the vehicles. With the power of the palace workshop, if we work at full capacity, we can produce 50 vehicles in a day. Good.
Yang Jingyuan slapped the table.
Start working immediately. By this time tomorrow, 50 snow sled war chariots must be ready. I will obey your command.
Gong Shuban hurriedly left. Li Su still had a worried expression.
My lord, even if we arrive within 3 days, what about the grain issue?
Yang Jingyuan took out a small cloth pouch from his bosom, opened it, revealing dozens of sprouted potato tubers.
I have grain.
A deep light flashed in his eyes.
Moreover, I want the common people of Linnong County to see with their own eyes that life-saving grain can also grow from the frozen ground.
On the 6th day of November, at the hour of Chen, 30 miles south of Linnong County on the snowfield, the scout sent by Chen Wenyuan crouched in a snow pit, trembling with cold. They had been stationed here for 3 days, feeling it was a futile effort. In such weather, how could a large force possibly arrive?
Boss, let's go back.
The young scout chattered his teeth.
Even birds can't fly over, let alone people.
Just as he finished speaking, the snow beneath their feet trembled slightly.
What sound is that?
The tremor became more pronounced, accompanied by a low rumbling sound coming from the north. It was not the dull sound of hooves on snow, but heavy objects sliding on the ice. The scout captain suddenly looked up. At the end of the snowfield, a black line broke through the wind, and snow racing toward them. The wheelless vehicles glided over the snow at great speed with 4 horses harnessed in front, the horses covered in warm blankets. The vehicles were pitch black with a black and gold flag bearing the character U on top of each.
You Wang!
The captain exclaimed. The convoy had already reached a mile away. On the leading war chariot a general stood with his hand on his sword, his gaze sharp. It was Zhang Cheng, the commander of the guards.
Who goes there? State your name.
Zhang Cheng's voice boomed. The scouts scrambled to their feet, holding up a sign.
We, the scouts of Lindong County, are patrolling on the orders of the governor.
Zhang Cheng glanced at them.
Go back and tell Chen Wenyu and His Highness the Prince of Yu has arrived personally, and he orders him to open the city to receive him.
If the city gate is not wide open in an hour, I will use a battering ram to open the door for him.
Yes, yes.
The scouts hurriedly scrambled back toward the county city. Zhang Cheng turned around and bowed to the war chariots behind him.
My lord, we are still 30 miles away.
The curtain of the vehicle was lifted, and Yang Jingyuan, clad in a dark black cloak lined with silver armor, calmly gazed at the outline of the city at the end of the snowfield. 3 li away, a newly erected military camp sprawled across the snowfield. Black tents mushroomed across the white expanse, while the royal banner flapped fiercely at its center. Before the camp's main gate, Yang Jingyuan stood, with hands clasped behind his back, flanked only by Zhang Cheng and 10 elite armored guards. Chen Wenyuan quickened his pace and knelt in the snow. 10 Zhang away, Your Highness, Chen Wenyuan, prefect of Lingdong Commandery, along with my fellow officials, humbly greet your Royal Highness. Unaware of Your Highness's arrival, we failed to offer proper welcome. Please forgive our grave oversight. His retinue of officials dropped to their knees in unison. Yang Jingyuan did not bid him rise. Amidst howling wind and blinding snow, time itself seemed suspended. Kneeling on the frozen ground, Chen Wenyuan felt sharp pain pierce his knees, and with each passing moment dread coiled tighter in his chest. After a long silence, Yang Jingyuan spoke slowly. Prefect Chen, my new administrative edicts were dispatched to all commanderies on the 20th day of the 10th lunar month. Yet Lingdong remains idle. Why? Chen Wenyuan raised his head, face etched with feigned anguish. Your Highness, please see reason. It is not negligence. I am truly thwarted by heaven itself. Since early October, heavy snow has sealed our mountain passes. No grain convoys can reach us. Our granaries hold barely enough to sustain the city. To enforce the new policies now, opening the stores, distributing grain, would surely incite chaos within half a month. For the sake of stability, I had no choice but to delay implementation, and have urgently petitioned the princely mansion for emergency grain shipments. His words were flawless, his tone heartrendingly sincere. Yang Jingyuan listened in silence, then said calmly, so Lingdong Commandery stands now, without grain. Yes, the granaries are nearly empty, Chen Wenyuan replied, steeling himself. I have ordered daily rice porridge distribution, but it is but a drop in the ocean. Your Highness, please dispatch relief grain without delay, to save 10,000 lives from famine. He forced tears to well in his eyes. Yang Jingyuan nodded, then lead me to the granaries. A jolt of tension shot through Chen Wenyuan, yet he swiftly steadied himself. The granaries had long been prepared, only 300 dan of moldy aged rice remained, convincing proof of utter depletion should anyone inspect. This way, Your Highness. They entered the city and marched straight to the eastern granary. The massive doors creaked open, releasing a pungent odor of decay. Inside, dim light revealed scattered torn burlap sacks in shadowed corners, exposing black and rotting grains. The vast chamber stood cavernously empty. With theatrical sorrow, Chen Wenyuan gestured broadly. Your Highness, behold, the entirety of Lingdong's reserve. This rice is spoiled, yet it is still better than starvation. Yang Jingyuan stepped forward, scooped a handful of rice, rubbed it between his fingers, then let it fall. Indeed, there is little left, he remarked coolly. A flicker of triumph lit Chen Wenyuan's heart. He believed. In the next breath, Yang Jingyuan's tone shifted sharply, yet this grain crisis has already been resolved. He raised a hand. Zhang Cheng. At your command. Mark out land south of the city and erect heated greenhouses, following Master Gongshu's blueprints, by sunset today. Yes, sir. Chen Wenyuan froze heated. Greenhouses. Yang Jingyuan glanced at him, his gaze heavy with implication. Prefect Chen claims Lingdong's winter is too harsh for cultivation. Then allow me to show you what man conquers heaven truly means. That very afternoon, on barren land south of the city, 500 armored guards transformed into skilled laborers, erecting greenhouses under Master Gong Shu Ban's ingenious design, bamboo and wood frames draped in 3-layered coverings. Inner fine linen, middle reed matting, outer oiled felt. Within each greenhouse, trenches 3 inches deep were dug and lined with fermenting horse manure and straw to generate natural heat. An integrated earth-fire dragon system. Clay pipes connected to charcoal furnaces distributed warmth evenly throughout. 500 men worked with astonishing efficiency. Construction began at the Wu hour and concluded by the Yu hour. 10 colossal greenhouses rose up, each 20 zhang long and 5 zhang wide. Inside, the air was spring-like, utterly divorced from the frozen wasteland beyond the walls. Chen Wenyuan, summoned to the sight, felt a creeping premonition of doom. Before the crowd, Yang Jingyuan opened a sack and withdrew sprouting potato tubers and maize seeds. He demonstrated personally, cutting potatoes into pieces, preserving the eyes, dusting them with wood ash, and planting them carefully into the loosened soil. This is the potato, a hardy crop, frost and drought resistant, yielding 15 to 20 dan per mu, Yang Jingyuan declared, his voice carrying across the assembly. It matures in 4 months. Under greenhouse cultivation, new shoots emerge in 2 months, and the first harvest arrives in 3. He held up maize. This is maize. Its stalks feed livestock, its kernels nourish people. Its yield exceeds that of millet threefold. More and more townsfolk gathered, shivering in the cold yet refusing to leave, eyes wide with wonder at these strange, unfamiliar seeds. Your Highness, will this truly grow? Asked an elderly farmer, voice trembling. It will, Yang Jingyuan affirmed, unwavering. I swear before all present, should any trial crop fail, I shall compensate every participating farmer, double the market price drawn from my own purse. A roar surged through the crowd. Chen Wenyuan paled, blurting, Your Highness, such marvels are unheard of. If they fail, precious farming time will be lost. What will the people eat next year? Hence, I shall supervise personally, Yang Jingyuan replied, his gaze cutting like a blade. If Prefect Chen doubts the process, you may observe daily. And incidentally, I have another matter to discuss with you. He paused deliberately. From where exactly does the grain for your daily porridge distribution come? Chen Wenyuan's heart lurched naturally. From the granaries. That meager stock of moldy rice. How many days' rations could it possibly supply? Yang Jingyuan stepped closer. I have verified since October Lingdong has received no grain shipments from the provincial administration. Yet the city's grain merchants collectively hold no less than 2,000 dan. Why have you not requisitioned? But merchant grain cannot be seized by force. The Daxia Code explicitly states in times of disaster a prefect holds full authority to requisition civilian grain at fair market price, with full compensation afterward. Yang Jingyuan's voice turned icy. Prefect Chen, you have served 6 years. Tell me, have you never read this law? I feared inciting unrest. Feared unrest? Or is it, Yang Jingyuan enunciated each word with chilling precision, that those grain merchants are your own men? Your Highness, I am innocent. Chen Wenyuan collapsed onto his knees. Yang Jingyuan did not glance back, instead turning to address the crowd. Effective immediately, Lingdong Commandery opens its granaries. All households registered as food insecure shall receive 1 jin of grain per day, until the new harvest arrives. Where will this grain come from? From the hoarded reserves of profiteering merchants. I pledge here and now every requisition grain measure will be recorded at market value, and fully reimbursed by the princely mansion upon the new harvest. Long live His Highness, the Prince of Yu. Cheers shook the heavens. Chen Wenyuan slumped onto the snow, face ashen. He knew his ruin was absolute. Yet he retained one final gambit. Midnight at the greenhouse district. 10 greenhouses stood silent upon the snowfield, their interiors aglow with lamplight. 5 armored guards rotated watch in each. Commander Zhang Chung patrolled in person, vigilant and unrelenting. At the 3rd watch the blizzard eased. Suddenly dozens of pale figures emerged from the snow, cloaked in white, moving with spectral silence toward the greenhouses. Their leader signaled they dispersed, each clutching a clay jar sloshing with lamp oil. To burn the greenhouses would reduce Yang Jingyuan's miracle to ashes. Then, disillusionment would spread among the people, resentment would reignite, and Chen Wenyuan could counterattack, branding the project wasteful folly and detached from reality. As the white figures reached the 3rd greenhouse, poised to pour their oil,
Shush! 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 Crossbow bolts tore through the air. Dozens fell screaming, their cries rending the night. The survivors whirled in panic, only to find hundreds of armored guards rising from the snow around them, cloaked in white indistinguishable from the landscape until that instant. Seize them all! Zhang Chum barked. The skirmish ended in an instant. 33 black-robed conspirators were captured. Zhang Chum lifted the leader's mask, revealing the prefect's trusted private secretary. The secretary turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably. Take him away, Zhang Chum commanded coldly. His Highness will conduct the interrogation himself. Dawn of the 7th day of the 11th lunar month. At Lingdong's drill grounds, tens of thousands gathered. On the elevated platform, Yang Jingyuan sat enthroned. Below, over 30 bound prisoners knelt, Chen Wenyuan and his secretary foremost among them. Chen Wenyuan. Yang Jingyuan's voice cut through wind and snow. Last night at midnight, arsonists attempted to burn the greenhouses. 33 were apprehended. All confessed to acting under your orders. What say you? Chen Wenyuan lifted his head, bloodshot eyes blazing. Your Highness. This is a frame-up. Someone seeks to destroy me. I am loyal to the throne and reverent toward your Highness. How could I commit such treason? Is that so? Yang Jingyuan gestured. Bring forth the witnesses. Several armored guards escorted 3 grain merchants onto the platform. At the sight of Chen Wenyuan, they wailed, Prefect. It was you who ordered us to hoard grain and withhold sales, waiting for prices to soar tenfold. You promised us 30% of the profits. Chen Wenyuan convulsed violently. Next came an elderly bookkeeper clutching an account ledger. Your Highness, this is Prefect Chen's secret. Over 6 years, he embezzled 4,200 dan of state-allocated grain, reselling it to the steppe for 18,000 taels of silver, imposed 12 illicit levies, including cold-weather tax and snow-clearing silver, extorting 6,000 taels from the populace, colluded with grain merchants to manipulate prices, earning 30,000 taels over 3 years. The ledger was read aloud, each entry a stark damning indictment. The crowd listened in hushed silence, then grew angrier until one voice erupted, corrupt official. Execute him. Kill him. Kill him. The cry swelled like a tidal wave. Chen Wenyuan's face drained of color, he crumpled to the ground. Yang Jingyuan raised a hand, the roar subsided. Chen Wenyuan, have you anything further to say? Victor writes history. I admit defeat. But your Highness, dare you move against me? You strike at the third prince, and at the Zhang family. Do you truly believe you can rule the northern frontier unchallenged? The capital will not tolerate this, neither the Empress nor the third prince. And what of it? Yang Jingyuan interrupted, rising and stepping to the platform's edge to survey the multitude. My actions answer only to right and wrong, not to advantage or peril. The corrupt must die. The people's oppressors must die. Those who conspire with foreign powers must die, regardless of whose shadow shelters them. He turned voice like tempered steel. Chen Wenyuan, stripped of all titles, offices, and honors. His estate shall be confiscated in its entirety. He himself, executed by decapitation. Immediately. Carry it out now. The executioner's broadsword flashed upward, then fell. Blood spattered the snow. A stunned silence gripped the field, then erupted into thunderous jubilation. Yang Jingyuan turned to the crowd. Effective immediately, son, when chief secretary of the princely mansion shall serve as acting prefect of Lingdong. All new policies commence at once. Abolish all arbitrary taxes. Open the granaries. Establish state-supervised salt and iron shops. The first harvest from the greenhouses shall be distributed exclusively to Lingdong's residents. I vow before you all that no soul in Lingdong shall starve this winter. Long live His Highness, the Prince of You. Long live the Prince of You. Amidst the cheers, Yang Jingyuan descended the platform. Within his robe, the Yiling Province popular support talisman warmed faintly. The system interface glowed, its figure leaping from 67 to 71. On the 15th day of November, at the hour of the rat, the iron mine north of Black Prison Commandery blazed with lanterns, as over 300 miners toiled through the night shift. The Black Prison iron mine here was of exceptional quality. Since the princely mansion ordered its nationalization, the miners' treatment had improved and everyone worked with vigor. Old miner Zhang San worked with his son in the third layer of the main shaft. At 52, he had labored in this mine for 30 years, yet tonight an inexplicable unease gripped his heart. Father, listen. His son Zhang Taiju suddenly halted his pickaxe.
A faint crack echoed from deep within the cave walls. Zhang San's face turned ashen run. The rock layer is about to boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted from the depths of the mine. The mountain quaked violently, rock walls split, and crimson flames burst from the fissures, instantly engulfing the nearest dozen miners. Earth fire. Earth fire is erupting. Help! Amidst the screams, the support beams of the main shaft snapped one after another, and massive boulders crashed down, sealing the exit. Thick smoke mingled with the stench of sulfur spread, and miners fled blindly in the darkness. Zhang San pulled his son desperately toward the ventilation shaft. Glancing back, his heart nearly stopped. The main shaft had completely collapsed, trapping at least 100 people within. At the hour of the dragon on the 16th day of November in the Lingyuan City princely mansion, Yang Jingyuan finished reading an urgent military dispatch from 800 Li, his face as stern as iron. The Black Prison Commandery iron mine suffered a sudden explosion last night. The main shaft collapsed, and the fire is spreading. Li Su's voice was heavy. Preliminary tally: 37 miners dead, 69 injured, over 100 trapped. The Commandery Governor's urgent report claims it was a dragon turning over, causing earth fire, a natural disaster. Natural disaster. Yang Jingyuan sneered. The Black Prison iron mine has been worked for 60 years without a massive earth fire eruption. Yet it happens precisely at the critical moment of nationalization. A fine natural disaster indeed. He rose and walked to the northern frontier map, pointing at Black Prison Commandery. Liu Baishan, a local strongman of Black Prison, controls 3/10 of the veins and half the iron trade. My order to nationalize the mine cut off his wealth. What is this man's background? Yuan Tiangang emerged hunched from the shadows. Liu Baishan, 52 years old, early Golden Sinew realm. His sister married Deputy General Feng Yong of Iron Spine Prefecture, the cousin of Feng Sheng, the Iron Spine Prefecture governor. According to secret reports from the Injustice Bureau 10 days ago, Liu Batian secretly met with Feng Sheng's envoy, conversing for 2 hours. Feng Sheng. A cold glint flashed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes. He turned and commanded Zhang Cheng. Your subordinate is here. The guard commander Zhang Cheng, clad in clanging armor, knelt on one knee. Led 500 black armored cavalry to Black Prison Commandery immediately. First priority: rescue people and extinguish the fire. Second, control the mine and seal off information. Third, Yang Jingyuan enunciated each word, investigate the truth of the explosion. Your subordinate receives the order. Master Gong Shu. Yang Jingyuan looked to the side. Gong Shuban cupped his hands. Your Highness. Mine fires are unlike others. Ordinary water is hard to extinguish. Do you have a good strategy? Gong Shuban pondered briefly. If the fire source is buried deep underground, we need to pour in large amounts of cold water, while opening ventilation to draw out the poisonous smoke. I can design water dragon carts and wind-drawing tubes, but I must survey the site. Then accompany the army. Yang Jingyuan nodded. Remember, the miners' lives come first. I understand. At noon on the 17th day of November at the Black Prison Commandery iron mine. When the 500 black armored cavalry arrived, the mining area was already a scene of devastation. The main shaft entrance had completely collapsed, with thick smoke continuously seeping from the rock crevices. Commandery soldiers and miners' families were digging rocks with bare hands, their cries and wails unceasing. Commandery Governor Li Mao, his face covered in black soot, came forward to greet them. Commander Zhang. The fire has spread to the second layer. The poisonous smoke is too thick to enter. Inside there's likely no one alive. Zhang Cheng dismounted, walked to the mine entrance, and bent down to inspect. Waves of heat struck his face, and the smoke stung his nose. He grabbed a handful of gravel, rubbed it, then brought it close to smell, his brow deeply furrowed. There's a smell of sulfur and saltpeter. He turned to Gong Shuban. Master, look. Gong Shuban had already taken people on a tour of the mining area, and now spread out a sketch. The fire source should be deep in the third layer. We need to dig a new passage from the side first for ventilation, then to pour water. But time is pressing. Ordinary digging is too slow. He pointed to a rock wall on the north side of the mine. This rock layer is relatively thin, only 5 zong from the main shaft. If we use gunpowder for a directional blast, we can quickly open a passage. But the risk is immense if it triggers a secondary collapse. Blast it, Zhang Cheng said decisively. If we wait, those inside will surely die. Black Armored Battalion, prepare the gunpowder. Governor, evacuate all non-essential personnel. Half an hour later, preparations were complete. The water dragon cart designed by Gong Shuban had been set up. A giant improved water wheel driven by animal power using leather hoses to continuously pump cold mountain stream water into the mining area. Additionally, 10 wind-drawing tubes made of cowhide were in place, using cranks to generate airflow to extract the poisonous smoke. Ignite. The fuse hissed as it burned. Boom. The north rock wall blasted open, revealing a cave entrance over a zhang wide. Before the dust had settled, Zhang Chung charged in first. The black armored cavalry followed closely in pairs, one holding a shield to block falling rocks, the other carrying a water pouch, rope, and medical kit. Inside the mine, the temperature was extremely high, with heat waves distorting vision. The accumulated water underfoot was scalding, and the rock walls glowed red. The deeper they went, the more horrifying the scene. Many miners' bodies were crushed under massive rocks already charred black. "Is anyone here?" Zhang Chung shouted. "Help! Help!" A faint voice came from behind a pile of rubble. The black armored cavalry quickly moved the stones, revealing 7 or 8 people beneath, covered in blood, but still breathing. Among them were Zhang San and his son Zhang Taizhu. The old miner had shielded the young man, with his body, his own back scalded to the point of flesh splitting open. "Quick! Carry them out." The rescue lasted 2 hours. In the end, 42 survivors were rescued through the newly opened passage along with 56 bodies. When the last miner was carried out, a crowd of family members knelt outside the entrance, their cries shaking the heavens. Gong Shu Ban directed the water dragon carts to pour in water at full force. The cold water met the underground fire, producing a loud hissing sound, as steam filled the entire mining area. By evening, the fire was finally under control. On the night of the 17th day of November, in a temporary camp at the mining area, Gong Shu Ban placed several pieces of gravel under a lamp. His face grave. "Commander Zhang, look." The surface of the gravel had remnants of blackened powder glowing a dark yellow under the light. "This is a mixed residue of saltpeter and sulfur. It's certainly not native to the mineral vein," Gong Shu Ban said in a deep voice. The explosion points were concentrated at the positions of the 12 low-bearing pillars in the main shaft. "This is a directional blast, not an earth fire eruption." Zhang Chung clenched his fist, meaning someone deliberately blew up the mine. Not only that, Gong Shu Ban took out a twisted piece of metal. This was found at the explosion center. It's the casing of a thunderfire bomb. A military item. The tent curtain was lifted, and a school official of the Injustice Bureau slipped in, kneeling on one knee. "Commander, it's been investigated. 3 days ago, Lu Batian purchased 300 caddies of gunpowder and 50 thunderfire bombs from an Iron Spine Prefecture merchant caravan, transporting them into his manor, under the pretext of mountain excavation for quarrying. Last night, at the hour of the rat, his confidant Lu San led 20 men to infiltrate the mining area, planting gunpowder beneath the load-bearing pillars. He presented a confession. A captured household servant of the Lu family, injured and unable to escape, has confessed. Lu Batian and Iron Spine Prefecture Governor Feng Sheng agreed blow up the mine, create a false appearance of a natural disaster, and force the princely mansion to abandon nationalization. After success, Feng Sheng would petition the court to recommend Lu Batian as the commandery governor of Black Prison, with the mine still under his private ownership. What a fine Feng Sheng! Zhang Cheng's eyes blazed with killing intent. For personal gain, he dared to sacrifice the lives of over 100 miners. He rose. Where is Lu Batian now? At his manor, Batian Fort, 20 li from here. The fort has 300 private soldiers, all martial arts experts, including several at the Bronze Skin and Iron Bone realms. Lu Batian himself has gotten wind of it, and is packing his valuables, seemingly preparing to flee. Want to run? Zhang Chung sneered. Black Armored Battalion, hear my command. Here, came the unified response from outside the tent. First company of 100 men remain at the mining area to assist Master Gong Shu in continuing firefighting and rescue. The remaining 400 follow me on a swift raid on Batian Fort. Yes. At the hour of the rat at Batian Fort. The manor was built halfway up a mountain with cliffs on 3 sides, and only one stone path for access. Tonight the fort was brightly lit with numerous figures and tight security. Zhang Chung led 400 black armored cavalry lurking in the shadows of the forest. He observed for a moment, then pointed to the western cliff. First company of 50 men follow me in a climbing assault. Second company of 150 men launch a frontal feint to draw attention. Third company of 200 men block all paths down the mountain. Move out. The black armored cavalry dispersed like ghosts. Zhang Chung led 50 elite troops around to the base of the western cliff.
Grappling hooks were thrown precisely catching the rock crevices at the cliff top. 50 men climbed in sequence, moving swiftly and silently, all reaching the summit within half an hour. 2 guards at the cliff top were dozing off and had their throats slit before they could react. Zhang Cheng waved his hand, and the men charged straight for the main building. Inside the fort, chaos had already erupted. The frontal feint had begun with shouts of battle shaking the heavens, and all of the Liu family's private soldiers were drawn to the front courtyard. In the study of the main building, Liu Batian was stuffing a stack of silver notes into his bosom. Over 50, with a burly build and a face full of brutish flesh, his expression was now panicked. "Master, there's a fight at the front gate. It's the state troops." The steward stumbled in. "How many?" "At least 200. The attack is fierce." Liu Batian gritted his teeth. "Well, go through the secret passage to Iron Spine Prefecture." He pushed aside the bookshelf, revealing a hidden tunnel behind, and was about to enter. Bang! The door was kicked open. Zhang Cheng stood at the entrance, blade in hand, with the black armored cavalry filing in behind him, instantly securing the room. "Liu Batian." Zhang Cheng's voice was icy. "Where do you think you're going?" Liu Batian's face turned deathly pale, but he forced calm. "Commander Zhang, this is a private residence. What grounds do you have for leading troops to break in?" "Private residence?" Zhang Cheng sneered. "And the over 100 lives in that mine, are they also your private affair?" He waved his hand. "Seize him." 4 black armored cavalrymen stepped forward. Liu Batian let out a furious roar, unleashing his early golden Cindy realm cultivation. He threw a punch, its force fierce enough to knock 2 cavalrymen back 2 steps. But Zhang Cheng had already moved. A flash of the blade. Liu Batian's right arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood sprayed. "Ah!" Amidst the screams, Liu Batian was pinned to the ground and bound with iron chains. Zhang Cheng walked to the secret passage entrance and glanced inside. "So you prepared an escape route. Pity you won't be needing it." He turned. "Search the manor. Seal all account books, secret letters, and valuables." At the hour of the dragon on the 18th day of November, in the central square of Black Prison Commandery's city, thousands of people had gathered. On the high platform, Zhang Cheng presided over the trial on behalf of Yang Jingyuan. Kneeling below were Liu Batian and his 17 core cronies, all bound tightly. Gong Shuban publicly displayed the gunpowder residue and thunderfire bomb casings, and called upon the surviving miner Zhang San to testify. "That night, I heard footsteps before the explosion and smelled gunpowder." Zhang San, tears streaming down his aged face, pointed at Liu Batian. "It was his men. I recognize Liu San. They planted the gunpowder and ran with no regard for our hundreds of lives." The crowd below seethed with anger. "Kill him! Avenge our dead brothers!" Zhang Cheng unfolded a secret letter seized from Batian Fort and read it aloud to Governor Feng Sheng's esteemed eyes. "The matter of the mine has proceeded as planned. Once the false natural disaster is realized, the princely mansion will surely abandon nationalization. Then the mine will still belong to this Liu, who will annually offer 50% of the profits to your excellency. Postscript: if things go awry, this Liu is willing to bring all family wealth to seek refuge in Iron Spine Prefecture, only begging for your excellency's protection." After reading, Zhang Cheng looked at Liu Batian, whose face was ashen. "Do you have anything to say?" Liu Batian rasped. "The victor is king, the loser a bandit." "I accept. But Commander Zhang, do you truly dare to kill me? My brother-in-law is Feng Yong, the cousin of Governor Feng Sheng. If you touch me, you make an enemy of the 50,000 frontier troops of Iron Spine Prefecture. The Iron Spine frontier troops are the frontier troops of Great Xia, not Feng Sheng's private army." Zhang Cheng's voice was like iron. "As for you," he rose, facing the thousands, "Liu Batian, for blowing up the mine, killing people, and colluding with an external general, the evidence is conclusive. According to the Great Xia Code and the new decree of the princely mansion, sentence to immediate execution, property confiscated, and family of 3 generations exiled 3,000 li. Carry out the sentence now." The executioner's blade fell, blood splattering the execution platform. 17 cronies were executed one by one. Zhang Cheng finally declared in a loud voice, "From today, the Black Prison iron mine is nationalized. All miners' wages will be increased by another 30%, and compensation for the dead and injured will be doubled. The princely mansion will send special officials to oversee reconstruction, and production will resume within 2 months. Long live the prince." The cheers rose like a mountain avalanche. On the 20th day of November, at the Iron Spine Prefecture Governor's Mansion,
Feng Sheng finished reading a secret report and smashed a red sandalwood table with one palm strike. He was about 50 with a face like cast iron and a scar on his left cheek running from brow to mouth. A souvenir from following the Northern Pacifying Marquis in battle years ago. Now the scar twisted like a centipede with his ferocious expression. Useless. That libation useless. The assembled generals below were silent as cicadas in winter. A strategist said cautiously, "Governor, calm your anger. Though the mind matter failed, Yang Jingyuan has thereby become completely opposed to the local strongmen of Black Prison Commandery. We can secretly contact the rest who are dissatisfied." Contact? Feng Sheng sneered. His killing of Liu Batian is a slap in my face. It's telling the entire northern frontier that Feng Sheng can't protect his own people. He walked to the northern frontier map, jabbing his finger hard at Black Prison Commander Yang Jingyuan, Lin Pojan's grandson. That old bastard refused to bow his head back then, and now his grandson is even more ruthless than him. After a long silence, a venomous glint flashed in Feng Sheng's eyes. "Send word to Wangda of Dark River Commandery to proceed with the plan. Also send someone to the grasslands to contact the left-wise king." The strategist was startled. "Governor, colluding with the Xiongnu is a crime punishable by clan extermination." Clan extermination. Feng Sheng turned his gaze icy. "Once Yang Jingyuan secures the northern frontier, do you think he'll spare me? That case from the Northern Pacifying Marquis years ago. If he investigates it thoroughly, well, I'll die." He paused, enunciating each word. "Since we're playing, let's play big. It'll make Yang Jingyuan understand. This northern frontier is not yet his to command." Outside the window the north wind howled. The smoke of Black Prison Commandery had dispersed, but a more turbulent undercurrent was quietly surging beneath the northern frontier's earth. And at this moment in Lingyuan City, Yang Jingyuan looked at the report of victory sent back by Zhang Cheng, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. "Feng Sheng," he murmured to himself, "you can no longer sit still." The third day of the 12th month. In the main hall of Lingyuan City Prefecture the brazier burned full, yet Li Su felt not an ounce of warmth. 3 documents lay before him on the table, each in a different voice. Between their lines the affairs of Anha Prefecture sank like a fathomless mire. On the left was the canal transport loss report submitted by Anha Prefecture's prefect Wangda. Some 5,000 characters detailing shallow winter waters, silted channels, men frozen to death, and other natural and human calamities, requesting a 30% reduction of this year's transport quota. The handwriting was meticulous, and the seals proper. There was not a fault to be found on its face. On the right were the canal transport accounts of Anha Prefecture compiled by Household Bureau official Lu Ming. Yongchang year 29 showed a loss rate of 12%, year 30 rose to 18%, and by October of year 31, the rate had soared to 25%. Based on Yuling's annual transfer of 80,000 shur of grain through Anha, nearly 20,000 shur had simply vanished this year. In the center was an urgent oral record from the Wang residence's caravan steward Yang Fu, filed the previous night, on the 7th day of the 11th month. The merchant vessel Xuanfeng, carrying 300 packs of salt and 50 boxes of iron, had been set upon in Anha Prefecture's Guizhou Bay. The river bandits wore black and masked their faces, rode with frightening speed. Their bows, crossbows, and grappling lines were standardized, clearly not ordinary brigands. 9 of the convoy's guards were killed, and 70% of the cargo was lost. According to the captured bandits' dying confession, on the 1st and the 15th of each month someone comes to pick up goods at the 3rd warehouse of the Anha dock. Li Su closed the 3 papers and rubbed his throbbing temples. The wind howled at the window, but his thoughts had already flown 500 li south to Anha Prefecture, the only waterborne hub among Yuling's 6 prefectures. Through its domain the Anha River ran north to south, linking Yuling with Shuofeng and Taijizi by water. In past years the canal transports and merchant fleets all passed this way. It was the lifeblood of the northern border. Since Zhou Yongnian's fall the other 5 prefectures had been successively brought to heel, some by thunderous suppression, some by a blend of favor and force. Only Anha Prefecture remained unique. Prefect Wangda, outwardly submissive as correspondence, humble yet in practice paying lip service while subverting orders. 2 months into the new regime, there was not a sign of reform in Anha. Worse, Anha's geography was singular. Water on 3 sides, mountains on the 4th, land routes difficult. Power there was entrenched and entangled. The Wang family had managed the region for 3 generations, woven into countless ties with merchant guild, shipping houses, and dock laborers. If force were used it might spark a popular uprising. If neglected the canal lifeline would remain clutched by others. "The prince has arrived," announced a herald, interrupting Li Su's reverie. Yang Jingyuan strode into the hall, in a plain black-robed snowflakes still clinging to his shoulder. He took the 3 documents Li Su handed him, skimmed them, and his gaze grew cold.
Wang De.
Yang Jingyuan set the papers down.
If I recall, he earned an excellent rating in the Ministry of Personnel's assessment in Yongchang Year 27, and was recommended by Zhou Yongnian to be appointed prefect of Anha. Indeed,
Li Su answered softly.
I have checked. Wang De's wife is a distant cousin of Feng Sheng of Taijizu. Last year for Feng Sheng's 50th birthday, Wang De sent a pair of 3-foot East Sea corals worth no less than 5,000 taels as a gift.
Yang Jingyuan snorted coldly.
The hand of Taijizu reaches far. Feng Sheng controls Taijizu's land routes, Wang De controls Anha's waterways. Together they could choke all of Yuling's supplies at will.
He moved to the northern border map and traced Anha Prefecture's winding watercourse with his finger.
An attack on a caravan is not accidental. 300 packs of salt and 50 boxes of iron change hands into tens of thousands of taels in an instant.
These river raiders are well equipped and operate with uniform discipline. Without official backing, such coordination would be impossible. Your insight is clear.
Li Su bowed.
I believe Anha's matter requires both civil and military measures. On the military side, we could order General Zhang Meng to organize a river fleet to root out the bandits. On the civil side, we must dispatch a capable man to serve as acting prefect and dismantle Wang De's power from within. Yang Jingyuan turned.
Do you have a suitable candidate?
Li Su produced a dossier from his sleeve.
Liu Tianren, former deputy household commissioner of this prefecture, 42 years old, Jin Shi of Yongchang Year 24.
He is skilled in arithmetic and account examination, once took part in the investigation of Zhou Yongnian's embezzlement, and performed admirably. More importantly, his maternal kin hail from the Jiangning Canal Guilds, and are intimately familiar with waterborne affairs. Yang Jingyuan considered for a moment.
Bring him before me.
Half an hour later, a middle-aged scholar, in a blue cotton robe, lean of face, and steady of step, entered the hall. His walk was measured, and his eyes clear though slight of build. His back was straight.
Liu Tianren reporting to the prince, he said.
Yang Jingyuan appraised him a moment, and spoke plainly.
Prefect Wang De of Anha is suspected of collusion with the river bandits, monopolizing canal transport and extorting merchants and commoners. I intend to appoint you acting prefect to go and rectify the situation.
This will be perilous. Wang De will obstruct you by any means, and may even attempt assassination. Do you dare to go? Liu Tianren was silent for 3 breaths, then lifted his head slowly.
Your Highness, I have one question. Speak. If I take the post, will I have the authority to command the prefectural troops?
Will I have the authority to thoroughly audit the canal accounts? And may I act first and report later if circumstances demand?
The 3 questions struck at the heart of the matter.
Yang Jingyuan's eyes flashed with approval.
I grant you 3 warrants. First, the prefectural troops of Anha will be temporarily under your command. Should the commandant refuse orders, he may be dismissed and investigated. Second, the prince's household will dispatch 20 personal guards to accompany and protect you, and there will be an additional covert team protecting you in secret. Third, I bestow upon you the one golden command. When urgent matters arise, you may act first and report afterward.
He paused and his voice hardened.
But one condition, the evidence must be conclusive. Wang De is a 5th-rank official of the court. Without ironclad proof, I cannot move against him.
Liu Tianren inhaled and dropped to one knee.
I accept the order and will not fail the prince's trust. Go.
Yang Jingyuan helped him up.
Depart in 3 days. Li Chief Clerk will prepare your men and documents.
After Liu Tianren withdrew, Yang Jingyuan looked to Li Su.
How long until Zhang Meng can form a river fleet?
Li Su was ready with an answer.
Anha currently possesses over 30 official boats, but they are all old and near ruin. Refitting them would take 2 months to build new ones. The engineer Gong Shu submitted plans for a new warship design 2 days ago, and claims 20 could be constructed in 3 months. Too slow.
Yang Jingyuan shook his head.
The river bandits will not wait. Order Zhang Meng from the Lingyuan garrison select 500 men adept with water to form a temporary water corps. Refit 10 official boats immediately for urgent use, and begin constructing new ships at once. Also have the engineer design several waterborne war devices, such as a bolt launcher capable of piercing a ship's planking at 100 paces. Understood. Also,
Yang Jingyuan added,
have the covert operatives gather every shred of evidence against Wang De. Focus on 2 locations: the 3rd warehouse at the Anna Dock and Wangda's countryside villa, Tingtao Mountain Villa.
On the morning of the 7th day of the 12th month, Lu Tianren and more than 50 companions departed Lingyuan City in 5 carriages traveling south along the official road. 20 of the prince's personal guards rode escort led by battalion orderly Zhao, who a man of iron bone cultivation, who had once taken part in quelling the Langyai unrest. Inside the carriage, Lu Tianren pored over the dossiers of Anha Prefecture, his brow tightening. 3 years of canal losses amounted to nearly 50,000 sure, the silver equivalent close to 100,000 taels. Dock laborers' wages had been docked by 30%. Merchant vessels were being levied safety fees, each item more shocking than the last.
Sir, ahead is Lao Ridge,
Zhao Hu called from outside.
The mountain path narrows here, and wild beasts often appear. Be cautious.
Lu Tianren lifted the carriage curtain. Steep cliffs flanked the road. Skeletal trees reached like ghostly claws into a gray sky. Winter had not yet softened the snow. The path was slick and treacherous.
Hasten and pass through quickly,
he ordered. The carriages picked up speed. The wheels creaked over the packed snow. At the narrowest point, the road erupted with an earth-shattering blast. Rocks and debris flew. 2 carriages could not evade, and were toppled to the roadside. Almost at once, dozens of boulders tumbled from the cliffs, sealing the route ahead and behind.
Ambush! Protect Lord Lu!
Zhao Hu bellowed and drew his blade. 20 guards formed a shielded ring around Lu Tianren's carriage. Shadows moved in the dead trees along the road, and the staccato whine of projectiles filled the air. More than a dozen bolts launched from different directions. The guards raised their shields to block them, the bolts embedded with blackened heads, poisoned.
At least 30 men, uniformed crossbows, the military type.
Zhao Hu's face went stern.
Sir, remain in the carriage and do not come out.
No sooner had he spoken than over 30 black-clad masked attackers burst from the trees. They moved with lethal precision in threes, attacking gaps in the formation. More terrifying, their martial skill was considerable. Their leader's single strike sent 2 guards staggering back several paces.
They are death soldiers.
Zhao Hu's heart plunged. The battle turned dire. Though brave, the guards were outnumbered and caught off guard in moments. 5 or 6 lay wounded. The black-clad death soldiers fought like seasoned troops. 10 of them engaged Zhao Hu and others, while the remaining 20 surged toward Lu Tianren's carriage.
Protect, sir,
the guard shouted. Zhao Hu strained to return to the carriage, but was pinned down by 3 assailants. As the black-clad men pressed to break the line, the carriage curtain was suddenly thrown aside. Lu Tianren held aloft a copper token. In the thin winter light, its dull gold gleamed, the front carved with the character U, the back engraved with a coiled dragon cloud pattern.
The Yuan Golden Command.
Lu Tianren's voice rang out clear and calm, utterly without panic.
To behold this token is to behold the prince himself. You attack an imperial official, an act tantamount to treason.
Lay down your weapons now, and you may yet die with honor. Persist, and you shall be executed along with your 9 clans.
The black-clad attackers faltered.
Their leader hesitated, then snarled.
Kill! Take their money, and be rid of our own disasters.
And the 20 surged forward once more. At that instant, a whistling barrage came from above. Dozens of short crossbow bolts rained down from the cliff mouth, striking the black-clad men in the napes and joints with uncanny accuracy. The force tore through leather and mail. Those struck were either dead or grievously wounded. Then a ghostly dozen figures in gray slid down the cliff and landed without a sound. Wearing wooden-patterned masks, they wielded short blades and grappling cords, striking ruthlessly at vital points. In a blink, they felled 7 or 8 of the attackers.
The covert operatives,
the death soldiers' leader cried. The covert captain Duan Chuntian dropped before Lu Tianren's carriage like a hawk blade poised. Coldly he said to the remaining black-clad men,
drop your arms and name your mastermind, and you may spare your lives. Dream on.
The leader spat and lunged. Duan Chuntian blurred, an afterimage left in his wake, and the next moment he stood behind the leader, his short blade across the man's throat. Blood spurted like a fountain. The remaining death soldiers, seeing their leader fall, bit open poison sacs in their mouths and collapsed dead in an instant. Zhao Hu and the others stared dumbstruck. Duan Chuntian searched the leader's body and found an iron badge engraved with the character 1. He turned to Lu Tianren and cupped his hand.
Lord Lu, excuse the fright. By the prince's order, we have been guarding in secret. These death soldiers bear the mark of Wangda.
Lu Tianren. Putting away the golden token, he replied with a calm expression.
Thank you, Captain Duan, for saving me. It seems Wang De is determined to prevent me from reaching Anha Commandery. Your Excellency, do you still intend to proceed?
Jia Xu said with concern.
Having failed this time, Wang De will surely set another deadly trap. I will go,
Lu Tianren declared firmly.
If even I am afraid, who will speak for the people of Anha Commandery?
He turned to Duan Qingtian.
Captain Duan, could the badges first infiltrate Anha Commandery to investigate 2 locations? Please speak, Your Excellency. First, Dock 3, who receives shipments on the 1st and 15th of each month. Second, Wang De's private estate, Tingtao Manor, if there have been any recent anomalies.
A sharp glint flashed in Duan Qingtian's eyes.
Rest assured, Your Excellency. Within 3 days there will be news.
On the 11th day of the 12th month at Anha Commandery City. When Lu Tianren and his party arrived, Commandery Governor Wang De led civil and military officials to welcome him at the city gate. Wang De, around 50 years old, had a round, slightly plump face and a genial smile. His crimson official robe was impeccably pressed, leaving no fault to be found.
Your Excellency, Lu has had a grueling journey.
Wang De stepped forward warmly.
I heard that Your Excellency was ambushed on the way and was deeply worried. I have ordered the Commandery troops to strengthen patrols and apprehend the culprits.
Lu Tianren dismounted and returned the courtesy.
Thank you for your trouble, Governor Wang. I have been ordered by His Highness to temporarily assume the post of Grand Administrator to rectify water transport and implement new policies. I hope for the full cooperation of Governor Wang and all colleagues. Naturally.
Wang De's smile remained unchanged.
Please, Your Excellency, Lu, a welcoming banquet has been prepared at the residence.
The welcoming banquet was held in the main hall of the Commandery Governor's residence, with abundant wine and food and entertainment of song and dance. During the feast, Wang De frequently proposed toasts, his words deferential, never once mentioning the malpractices in water transport. The Commandery officials mostly echoed his sentiments, creating a scene of perfect harmony. Lu Tianren accepted every toast, draining his cup each time until a drunken stupor showed on his face. Midway through the banquet, he suddenly spoke up.
Governor Wang, while reviewing the files on my journey, I noticed that the loss rate for water transport in Anha Commandery has been quite high in recent years. May I ask the reason?
The hall fell silent. Wang De set down his wine cup and sighed.
Your Excellency, Lu may not be aware. The waterways in Anha Commandery are unique, shallow in autumn and winter, prone to flooding in spring and summer. Coupled with years of neglect, the river channels are heavily silted. Every shipment requires a large number of boat trackers, and in the bitter winter cold some freeze to death. The loss is truly unavoidable. I see.
Lu Tianren nodded.
Then what about the frequent plundering of merchant ships? What is the reason for that?
Wang De put on a look of
deep concern. This matter also troubles me greatly. The river bandit group Flood Dragon, led by their chief, has gathered several hundred men, appearing and disappearing without a trace. The Commandery troops have launched several campaigns against them, but due to the complex waterways, they have returned without success. I have already reported to the prefecture requesting the dispatch of naval forces to eradicate them.
His words were watertight, deflecting all responsibility cleanly. Lu Tianren asked no more questions and continued drinking. After the banquet, he was escorted to a room in the rear office to rest. The moment the door closed, the drunkenness vanished from Lu Tianren's eyes. He walked to the window, pushed it open a crack, and saw 4 yeoman runners in the courtyard acting as guards, in reality surveillance.
Wang De, oh Wang De, you're taking me for a fool,
Lu Tianren murmured to himself. At midnight, a gray shadow slipped silently through the window. It was Duan Qingtian.
It's been investigated,
Duan Qingtian said in a low voice.
At Dock 3 on the 1st and 15th of each month, the goods are received by Wang Biao, Wang De's cousin, who uses the alias Flood Dragon, and is actually the leader of the river bandits. 70% of the plunder goes to Wang De, with the remaining 30% distributed among the bandits. Evidence.
Duan Qingtian produced a ledger from his bosom.
This is the secret account seized from the hidden chamber at Tingtao Manor. From the 29th year of Yongcha to the present, Wang De has handled 280,000 taels of illicit silver, of which 180,000 was transferred to Fengsheng in Taishe Prefecture. The remainder was used to purchase land and shops, and to bribe superior officials.
He then produced a stack of letters.
These are the secret correspondence between Wang De and Fengsheng. Fengsheng ordered Wang De to choke off the Yuling water transport, forcing His Highness to concede. If successful, Wang De was promised promotion to chief clerk of Taisha Prefecture.
Lu Tianren took them, flipping through quickly, the cold light in his eyes growing more intense.
What a Wang De, what a Feng Sheng.
He gave a cold laugh.
Captain Duan, can you capture Wang Biao? In 3 days, it will be the 15th of the 12th month. Wang Biao will surely come to Dock 3 to receive the goods. The badges have already laid an inescapable net. Excellent.
Lu Tianren slammed the table.
When we catch him with the goods, let's see how Wang De can still deny it.
On the night of the 15th day of the 12th month, at Dock 3 on the Anha River, the lantern light was dim. Over a dozen cargo ships were moored at the shore with laborers moving goods. Deep inside the warehouse, a burly man, with a scar on his left cheek, sat in a large armchair. It was Wang Biao.
Chief Long, this is this month's tribute,
the steward said, presenting a wooden box. He opened it to reveal neatly stacked gold ingots, a full 500 taels. Wang Biao weighed them in his hand and grinned.
Has my cousin been taken care of? The Grand Administrator has said that tonight, the patrolling commandery troops will coincidentally be at the southern city to raid an illegal gambling den. For 2 hours the dock will be undisturbed. How sensible.
Wang Biao waved his hand.
Move the goods.
Dozens of river bandits began unloading cargo from the ships. Salt bags, tea chests, ironware, silk. In no time half the warehouse was filled. Just then, the warehouse's main doors burst open with a thunderous crash. Zhang Ming, clad in black armor, stood at the entrance, holding a halberd, behind him 300 naval soldiers. Further out, dozens of modified warships had completely surrounded the dock, the crossbow cannons on their bows glinting coldly in the moonlight.
Wang Biao, your crimes are exposed.
Zhang Ming's voice boomed like thunder. Wang Biao's face turned ashen. He drew his blade and roared.
Brothers, fight.
The river bandits drew their weapons, but the next moment they froze. From the shadows around the warehouse, over 100 badges rose, their crossbows and bows all aimed. More figures emerged from the rooftops and behind the piles of goods. Duan Chuntian floated down from a beam, pressing a short blade against the back of Wang Biao's neck.
Don't move.
The battle was over before it had even begun. 300 river bandits were captured, not one escaped. Zhang Ming ordered an inventory of the loot. The value of just a night's haul was no less than 30,000 taels. Wang Biao was brought before Zhang Ming, his face ashen.
Wang Biao, you are Wang De's cousin, using the alias Flood Dragon, plundering merchant ships for 3 years, murdering over 100 innocent people,
Zhang Ming said coldly.
Do you confess?
Wang Biao clenched his teeth.
The victor is king, the loser a bandit. Do as you please, you have some spine.
Zhang Ming sneered.
Pity your cousin Wang De won't be joining you in death.
He waved his hand.
Take him away. Interrogate him through the night.
At the Chen hour on the 16th day of the 12th month, in the main hall of the Anha Commandery Governor's residence, Lu Tianren sat in the seat of honor, flanked by Zhang Ming, Duan Qingqian, and a host of officials. Kneeling in the hall was Wang Biao, covered in wounds, but still conscious. Wang De hurried in. The moment he saw the scene in the hall, his heart sank, but he forced calm onto his face.
Your Excellency Lu, what is this? Governor Wang, you have arrived just in time,
Lu Tianren said calmly.
Last night we captured the river bandit chief Flood Dragon. Investigation reveals his true name is Wang Biao, your cousin. Over 3 years, he has plundered over 100 merchant ships, murdered 137 innocent people, and the value of the stolen goods exceeds 400,000 taels.
Wang De's face turned white.
This is outrageous. I knew nothing of it. Although Wang Biao is of the same clan, we have long since separated our households and have had no contact for years. Is that so?
Lu Tianren picked up the secret ledger from the table.
Then this account book seized from Tingdao Manor records that from the 29th year of Yongcha to the present, Governor Wang has received 280,000 taels as tribute from Wang Biao. Is that also false?
Wang De staggered back as if struck by lightning. Lu Tianren then raised the secret letters.
And these letters exchanged with Commander Feng Sheng of Taisha Prefecture, ordering you to choke off the Yuling water transport to force His Highness to concede. Are these forgeries as well? This is a frame-up.
Wang De shrieked.
Lu Tianren, you have just arrived and are already fabricating evidence to entrap a superior. I will submit a memorial to the court impeaching you for false accusation. There is no need for that.
A clear voice came from outside the hall. Yang Jingyuan, clad in a black robe, walked slowly into the main hall. Yuan Tiangang followed, hunched over, holding a bright yellow scroll. Everyone in the hall knelt.
Greetings, Your Highness.
Yang Jingyuan took the seat of honor, his gaze sweeping over Wang De, who had collapsed to the ground.
Wang De, do you have anything else to say?
Wang De's face was drained of all color as he knelt prostrate.
Why, Your Highness? I am wronged. This is all a fabrication by Lu Tianren. A fabrication.
Yang Jingyuan took the scroll from Yuan Tiangang and unrolled it.
Then let me ask you, in the winter of the 30th year of Yongcheng, you embezzled 8,000 dan of grain from transport losses and sold it to the steppe tribes, profiting 16,000 taels. Where is that money now?
December 18th. At dawn, the tranquil silence of Bingwan Prefecture City was shattered by a piercing wail. Inside the most dilapidated adobe house in the city's western slum, 13-year-old Zhang Xiaoqiao clutched his mother's lifeless, icy body, sobbing uncontrollably. She was the 7th person to die on this street in 3 days. All shared identical symptoms: first violent chills, shivering uncontrollably even beneath 3 layers of quilts, then raging fever, cracked lips, and delirium, finally convulsions foaming at the mouth, and death within 3 to 5 days. Neighbors gathered outside the door, their faces pale with dread.
Another case of cold heat syndrome. How many is that now? Master Wang says it's highly contagious. Quick, pull the child away before he catches it. And if he does, the plague cleansing powder sold at city apothecaries now costs 3 taels of silver per packet, far beyond the reach of us poor folk.
Amidst the murmurs rose muffled sobs. Bingwan Prefecture lay in a frigid northern realm where winter deaths were common, but such concentrated virulent outbreaks of cold heat syndrome had never occurred in 20 years. Within the prefectural yamen, Prefect Zhao Wenqian paced anxiously. A 45-year-old civil official, he had submitted his letter of allegiance to Prince Yu only 2 months prior, hoping for a quiet tenure under the prince's rule, only to be struck by calamity from the heavens.
Your Excellency, the proprietors of Renji Tang, Huichun Tang, and Baohe Tang, the 3 major apothecaries, have arrived,
reported the magistrate in a low voice. Zhao Wenqian's spirits lifted instantly.
Bring them in at once.
3 elderly men robed in sumptuous brocade and radiating prosperity entered in solemn procession. Sun Wanyan, proprietor of Renji Tang, bowed deeply.
Your Excellency, hearing of the epidemic ravaging our city, we have come to offer counsel. Please, Master Sun, speak. The cold heat syndrome arises from cold invading the body and malevolent toxins assaulting the heart,
said Sun Wanyan, stroking his beard.
After consulting ancient medical texts, I have uncovered an efficacious formula, with century-old snow lotus as its sovereign ingredient, supplemented by 12 rare herbs including ginseng and deer antler velvet. However what?
Li Baran, proprietor of Huichun Tang, interjected.
However, century-old snow lotuses grow only on sheer cliffs of snow-capped mountains. Harvesting them is perilous beyond measure.
Though Bingwan Snow Mountain bears snow lotuses, no one has successfully harvested one over a century old in the past decade. Even if obtained, compounding a single dose of snow lotus plague cleansing powder would cost no less than 50 taels of silver. Zhou Fuqian of Baohe Tang added.
Moreover, the disease spreads with terrifying speed. Preventive dosing must be administered citywide. With Bingwan Prefecture's population of 20,000, at least 5,000 doses are required, totaling a staggering 250,000 taels of silver.
Zhao Wenqian swayed, vision dimming.
250,000 taels. The prefectural treasury collects only 80,000 taels annually. Where shall we find such a sum? Thus we 3 proprietors have deliberated.
Sun Wanyan's eyes gleamed faintly.
And resolved to jointly compound the medicine, charging only the cost price of 50 taels per dose. As for whether the common people can afford it, that lies in fate's hands.
Though phrased delicately, the implication was ruthless pay for your life, or await death. Zhao Wenqian turned ashen and collapsed into his chair. He knew full well these 3 apothecaries were colluding, profiteering from catastrophe. Yet what choice did he have? Bingwan Prefecture lay at the far northern frontier where medicinal herbs were inherently scarce, and fully 80% of the city's apothecaries were controlled by these 3 houses.
Your Excellency! Your Excellency!
Footsteps pounded urgently. An officer tumbled into the hall.
Urgent dispatch from the prince's mansion. Prince Yu has reached the outskirts, 30 li away, and will arrive within half an hour. What?
Zhao Wenqian shot upright.
The prince himself is coming.
The 3 proprietors exchanged glances. Sun Wanyan murmured softly.
Your Excellency, His Highness's arrival presents the perfect opportunity to disclose the truth. Though 250,000 taels is immense, it concerns the lives of every citizen. Surely His Highness will not stand idly by.
Zhao Wenqian clenched his teeth.
I understand.
At the hour of Wu 11 a.m., south of Bingguan Prefecture City, when Yang Jingyuan arrived with 500 Xuanjia soldiers, officials, and townsfolk knelt en masse before the city gate. Prefect Zhao Wenqian led the delegation forward to greet him. Yet before he could bow, Yang Jingyuan raised a hand in gentle but firm refusal.
Where are the afflicted?
Zhao Wenqian hesitated.
Your Highness, might you wish to rest first? Lead the way.
Yang Jingyuan's voice remained calm, yet carried unassailable authority. The entourage proceeded directly to the western plague zone. The deeper they advanced, the more harrowing the scene became. Deserted streets, shuttered windows, and the rare passerby hurried along with fearful masked faces. White funeral banners hung before several homes, their interiors echoing with stifled grief. Before Zhang Xiaocao's adobe house, constables wrapped a corpse in straw matting, preparing to carry it to the unmarked graves outside the city. The boy clung fiercely to his mother's body, screaming in protest. Yang Jingyuan stepped forward and knelt beside him.
Child, let me see her.
Zhang Xiaocao looked up, seeing before him a young man of extraordinary bearing, flanked by black armored soldiers, whose presence commanded all. Instinctively he loosened his grip. Yang Jingyuan lifted a corner of the straw mat. The deceased's face was tinged with ashen blackness, her lips, cyanotic fingernails, darkened. He pressed 2 fingers to her wrist, pulseless, yet beneath her skin faint black veins snaked outward.
Poisoned! Poisoned!
Zhao Wenqian gasped.
But all physicians diagnose cold heat syndrome.
Yang Jingyuan rose and turned to Yuan Tiangong.
Bring the silver needles.
Yuan Tiangong handed over a set of specially forged silver needles. Yang Jingyuan selected 3 of the finest, inserting them precisely into the corpse's brow center, throat, and heart region. Moments later he withdrew them, all 3 needle tips stained pitch black.
Duanchang grass.
Yang Jingyuan's gaze turned glacial.
Combined with the mountain's unique ice scorpion venom. Victims first shiver violently, then burn with fever, symptoms nearly indistinguishable from common colds. Only the ignorant physician would fail to discern the truth.
Silence fell like a shroud. Zhao Wenqian stammered.
Your Highness, you mean someone deliberately poisoned them? Not just someone.
Yang Jingyuan rose, his gaze sweeping toward the 3 apothecary proprietors, who had hurried over upon hearing the news.
But those who wished the entire city poisoned.
Sun Wanyan and the others paled visibly. Yang Jingyuan did not spare them another glance.
General Yuan, immediately seal all city wells, especially these 3 public ones in the west. Collect water samples for analysis. Yes, sir. Zhang Cheng, take troops to secure all warehouses and account books of the 3 apothecaries. No one may remove or tamper with anything. My lord, I obey. Prefect Zhao.
Yang Jingyuan turned to the stricken official.
Summon every physician in the city. I will conduct the examination myself. This I shall do immediately.
At the hour of Wei 3:45 p.m., the main hall of the prefectural yamen, over 20 physicians stood trembling before the dais. Yang Jingyuan sat upon the central seat. Before him rested 3 bowls of well-water samples, into which silver needles had been immersed, now slowly darkening to black.
These 3 wells supply drinking water to 70% of the Western District residents.
Yuan Tiangong murmured quietly.
This old servant has inspected the well walls. They bear fresh chisel marks. The poison was introduced no more than 3 days ago.
Yang Jingyuan surveyed the physicians.
Who among you can identify the toxin's composition?
The physicians exchanged uneasy glances. An elder stepped forward, examining the needles closely, then sniffing the water samples. His face blanched.
This is Duanchang grass mixed with ice scorpion venom.
Duanchang grass originates in southern lands. Ice scorpion venom is native exclusively to high-altitude snow mountains. When combined, their toxic synergy induces alternating chills and fever, mimicking wind-cold illness, yet simultaneously ravages the internal organs, rendering it fatal without remedy.
Without remedy?
Yang Jingyuan arched a brow.
Unless...
The elder hesitated.
Unless compounded into snow lotus plague cleansing powder with century-old snow lotus as sovereign herb, supported by 12 rare ingredients.
Yet century-old snow lotuses are nigh impossible to harvest. The Bingguan Snow Mountain has yielded none in 10 years.
A commotion erupted outside. Zhang Cheng marched in 3 bound men, the trusted henchman dispatched by the 3 apothecaries to poison the wells.
The imperial censorate had interrogated them through the night and extracted full confessions.
Your Highness,
Yuan Chuntian presented the testimony.
They confess under instruction from Sun Wanyanli Baoran and Zhou Fuqian to have poisoned the 3 western public wells 3 nights ago. The poison was secretly formulated by Hui Chun Tang, Duanchang grass imported from the south, ice scorpion venom harvested from mountain-dwelling ice scorpions.
Yang Jingyuan accepted the confession scroll and fixed the 3 proprietors, now ashen-faced, with a chilling stare.
Have you anything further to say? Your Highness, this is slander. Someone has framed us. Framed?
Yang Jingyuan sneered, withdrawing a ledger from his sleeve.
This was seized from Renji Tang's hidden chamber.
From the 29th year of Yongchang reign to present, your 3 houses have colluded to monopolize drug prices across Bingguan Prefecture. Ephedra inflated 5-fold, ginseng 8-fold, cordyceps 10-fold. Now you escalate. First poisoning to incite panic, then inflating prices exorbitantly. 50 taels per dose of plague cleansing powder, 5,000 doses totaling 250,000 taels. A masterful calculation. The ledger was passed among the assembly, each entry a damning testament. Li Baoran crumpled to the floor. Zhou Fuqian trembled, sweat pouring down his face. Yang Jingyuan rose, his voice reverberating through the hall.
Sun Wanyanli Baoran and Zhou Fuqian, proprietors of the 3 apothecaries, having poisoned the populace for obscene profit, stand convicted beyond doubt.
Per the Great Xia Penal Code and the Prince's new decree, they shall suffer lingqi execution. Their estates shall be confiscated, and their 3 closest kin clans exiled 3,000 li. They shall be detained immediately. Execution postponed until the antidote is prepared and distributed publicly.
Yang Jingyuan, kill us and the entire city dies with us. Without century-old snow lotus, this poison has no cure.
The Bingguan Snow Mountain is treacherous beyond reckoning, and now during peak snow season, who dares ascend? Who could possibly harvest it?
A tomb-like silence descended. Every eye turned to Yang Jingyuan. Indeed, the poison was identified, the culprits apprehended, but the antidote? Where was it?
Without century-old snow lotus, how could the city's poison be undone? Yang Jingyuan paused, then spoke calmly.
I shall go and harvest it.
What? Xiao Wenqian cried out.
Your Highness, this is unthinkable. The Bingguan Snow Mountain rises over 1,000 zhang, eternally snowbound, and now avalanche-prone.
For a century, 9 of every 10 who ascended seeking snow lotus never returned. Your Highness possesses the body of a sovereign prince.
Precisely why I must go.
Yang Jingyuan removed his sable-lined robe, revealing beneath it a dark, austere black tunic.
Issue orders. All medicines held by the 3 apothecaries are hereby requisitioned, distributed by royal physicians prioritizing critical cases. Furthermore, open the granaries. Families of the poison shall receive 1 gene of rice daily.
He turned to Yuan Tiangdong.
General Yuan, the city is entrusted to you and Zhang Cheng, my lord.
Yuan Tiangdong pleaded.
This old servant begs to ascend in your Highness's stead. This toxin advances relentlessly. 1 day's delay means 100 more dead.
Yang Jingyuan waved him off.
My blood-kindling realm cultivation allows me to withstand the cold and evade avalanches. Guard the city. Calm the people. Await my return with the snow lotus.
With that, he strode from the prefectural yamen. Outside, crowds had gathered. Upon hearing the prince would scale the mountain himself, many fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces. Zhang Xiaochao pushed to the front, kneeling in the snow.
Your Highness, please save us all.
Yang Jingyuan lifted him gently.
I swear, I will return with the medicine.
Mounting his horse, he departed northward with only 10 elite Xuanjia guards, bound for the snow-capped peaks. Bingguan Snow Mountain, 1,000 zong precipice. Gales hurled shards of ice like blades against exposed skin. Below, the snowline horses could still traverse, but above it only foot travel remained possible. Though all 10 guards cultivated the iron bone realm, even they turned blue-lipped in the merciless cold. Yang Jingyuan felt no chill. His blood-kindling realm cultivation surged, vital energy coursing like molten mercury through meridians, forming a miniature circulatory cycle. Each breath expelled searing vapor, instantly vaporizing snowflakes hurtling toward his face. He walked atop the snow, striding several zhang at once, leaving only faint shallow impressions behind.
My lord, the ghost-dreading cliff lies ahead.
The guard captain pointed to a near vertical ice wall.
Old herbalists say century-old snow lotuses bloom only in fissures along this cliff, but it is also the most avalanche-prone zone.
Yang Jingyuan gazed upward. The ice wall soared some 300 zhang, its surface thickly glazed, shimmering with eerie azure light beneath the overcast sky. Within several crevices white blossoms glimmered, snow lotuses indeed, but judging by size none exceeded 30 or 40 years.
Remain here.
Yang Jingyuan removed his cloak.
If I have not descended within 2 hours, return to the city and report. My lord, this is a military order.
The 10 guards knelt on one knee watching silently, as Yang Jingyuan launched himself onto the ice wall. His blood-kindling realm power manifested in full, fingers hooked like talons piercing deep into solid ice to propel himself upward. Each leap carried him over 10 zhang, shards of ice scattering like sparks, as his figure swiftly ascended 50 zhang, 100, 200. The higher he climbed, the fiercer the wind, the colder the air. An ordinary man would freeze into a statue within moments, but Yang Jingyuan was enveloped in a faint crimson aura, repelling the biting cold entirely. At 280 zhang he found them. 3 crevices, each cradling a snow lotus, petals crystalline as jade, golden stamens, radiant stems exceeding 3 cun in diameter, undoubtedly century old. Then, a thunderous rumble echoed from above.
Avalanche!
Yang Jingyuan's pupils contracted sharply. From the summit a white tidal wave of snow surged downward, reaching him in the blink of an eye. This was nature's wrath, capable of obliterating an entire army. Below, his guards screamed in despair, powerless to intervene. In that split second Yang Jingyuan drew a deep breath, and his inner vital energy erupted. Blood-kindling realm unleashed at full force. The crimson aura coalesced into a tangible shield blazing scarlet around his form.
Boom!
The avalanche crashed down, billions of pounds of snow hammering the blood aura shield with deafening force. The shield quivered violently, yet held steadfast, protecting a 3-foot radius around Yang Jingyuan. His feet sank deep into the ice wall, his arms bulged with corded muscle veins pulsing like serpents, holding firm against the cataclysmic onslaught. He endured, for exactly 30 heartbeats. When the avalanche subsided, his protective aura had dimmed severely, and a trickle of blood stained his lips. Yet he had prevailed. A blood-kindling realm cultivator, defying an avalanche and surviving. Wiping the blood, he continued climbing, finally reaching the fissures, carefully harvesting the 3-century-old snow lotuses and placing them in a jade casket. By the time he descended, dusk had fallen. Seeing their lord unharmed, and sensing the delicate fragrant aroma emanating from the jade casket, the 10 guards prostrated themselves, shouting,
His Highness's divine might is unparalleled.
Yang Jingyuan remounted.
Return to the city.
December 20th, the hour of Z11 p.m. Bingwan Prefecture blazed with lantern light. 10 massive cauldrons simmered in the square before the prefectural yamen. Royal physicians brewed snow lotus plague cleansing powder, using century-old snow lotus as sovereign herb harmonized with supporting herbs. The fragrance of medicine permeated the entire city. Critical patients received priority dosing, and within an hour fevers receded and consciousness returned. Mild cases queued for medicine, and within half a day chills and fever vanished entirely. Zhang Xiaocao's mother had already been buried, but he collected medicine and distributed it among sick children in his neighborhood. Watching them gradually recover, he knelt in the snow and bowed 3 times deeply toward the prefectural yamen. 3 days later, every patient in the city had recovered. December 24th at noon, the central square. Sun Wanyan, Li Boran, and Zhou Fuchuan, the 3 apothecary proprietors, were dragged onto the execution platform. Thousands thronged below, seething with righteous fury. Yang Jingyuan presided, personally reading aloud their crimes, poisoning the populace, inflating medicine prices, profiting from human suffering. With each charge proclaimed, the crowd roared,
Kill them!
Final verdict: Lingqi execution, confiscation of all assets, exile of their 3 closest kin clans to a distance of 3,000 li. Their confiscated assets, totaling 280,000 taels, would fund the establishment of the Royal Medical Hall. All Bingwan citizens, rich or poor, would pay only production costs for treatment and medicine, with free care for the destitute. Cheers erupted like thunder across mountains and seas. Upon conclusion of the execution, Yang Jingyuan declared publicly,
Effective immediately, all apothecaries in Bingwan Prefecture shall be placed under state management, with standardized pricing.
Royal physicians shall reside permanently in the city, widely teaching medical arts. Moreover, the royal mansion shall organize official snow mountain foraging teams. Those who harvest rare herbs shall receive generous rewards. He paused, surveying the multitude.
I swear this oath here, and now so long as I govern the northern marches no citizen shall fall into poverty, or perish, because of illness. Long live His Highness, Divine Envoy of the Snow Mountains. He is the Divine Envoy of the Snow Mountains. Countless citizens fell to their knees, tears flowing freely. Prefect Zhao Wenqian led the officials in prostration, declaring solemnly, "All of Bingwan Prefecture pledges eternal unwavering loyalty to His Highness." Within Yang Jingyuan's robe, the Yiling province people's loyalty talisman warmed faintly. On the system interface, the number leapt from 71 to 76. 6 prefectures, now wholly united under his banner. That very night, in the secret chamber of the prefectural yamen, Yuan Tiangang presented a sealed report. "My lord, the urgent dispatch from Jinshu Prefecture. Deputy General Wu Kaishan reports that the left Xinhuang Xiongnu forces have assembled 5,000 cavalry, appearing poised to invade southward. The commanding general lies gravely ill and has petitioned retirement. With no commander-in-chief, Wu Kaishan requests your highness's personal campaign to stabilize Jinshu and assume command of border defense." Yang Jingyuan read the report, then a cold knowing smile curved his lips. Wu Kaishan, the last chess piece planted in the northern marches by the second prince. Finally he has emerged. My lord, this journey may well be a trap. Precisely why I must go in person. Yang Jingyuan's eyes flashed gold. Issue orders to Huo Qubing lead 10,000 elite cavalry from Shuofeng Prefecture, moving secretly southward to lie in ambush at the northern pass of Yelong Valley. I shall personally extract this final nail. Outside the window the northern wind howled. The snow over Bingwan Prefecture had ceased, but along the frontier the blood of Jinshu Prefecture was about to stain the borderlands red. On the 7th day of the first month, in the 32nd year of Yangchang's reign, Deputy General Wu Kaishan stood on the ramparts of Jinshu Commandery, gripping his blade, his gaze fixed on the somber northern sky. The cold wind rustled his iron armor with a faint clatter, yet it could not dispel the shadow of gloom that furrowed his brow. General, the scout has returned. The prince is 50 li away and will arrive by noon. A close aide reported in a low voice. Wu Kaishan nodded without a word. At 41, he had served in the military for 23 years, enlisting at 17 in Jinshu Commandery, and climbing from a common soldier to deputy general. When the old general fell gravely ill and retired last year, convention dictated that he should succeed as the commanding officer, yet the imperial appointment never arrived. He waited and waited only to receive news of Prince Yang Jingyuan taking up his fief. Resentment festered within him. Why? He had fought bloody battles at the frontier for 23 years, bearing 7 arrow wounds and 3 saber scars, only to earn a lowly 6th-rank deputy post. Yet that 16-year-old brat, merely because he was born into royalty, seized command and usurped power upon arriving in the northern territories, bringing all 6 commanderies to heel. What terrified him more was Yang Jingyuan's ruthless methods in rectifying governance. Sun Hu of Longdai Commandery was executed, Chen Wenyuan of Linjiang Commandery was put to death, Liu Baqian of Heiyu Commandery was beheaded, and 3 major medicine merchants of Bingguan Commandery were subjected to Lingqi. Was he next? He recalled the words of a secret envoy sent by the second prince 3 months ago, who had infiltrated Jinshu Commandery. General, you have toiled at the frontier for 23 years. Has the court ever deigned to look upon you? The old general retired, and the position of commanding officer was rightfully yours. Why was it never approved? Because someone doesn't want you to rise. Who? Who else? None other than the 9th prince, who has just taken up his fief. The envoy sneered. He needs to establish his authority in the northern territories, so he must make an example of someone. An old general like you with years of influence at the frontier is the most obstructive. Mark my words, soon he will find a pretext to strip you of your military power, or even take your life. Wu Kaishan did not believe it then. But over these 3 months, watching Yang Jingyuan manipulate events in Yiling, he came to believe. So he accepted the second prince's terms, falsify military intelligence, lure Yang Jingyuan into a personal campaign, and join forces with the Xiongnu to ambush and kill him at Wild Wolf Valley. Afterward, the second prince would recommend him as the commanding officer of Jinshu Commandery, a 4th-rank post, and grant him the title Dingbei Earl. Tempting terms, but the price was the stigma of treason. General, everything is ready. Another trusted colonel stepped forward, lowering his voice. 3,000 elite cavalry from the left virtuous king's tribe entered the northern entrance of Wild Wolf Valley last night and are now in ambush. We have buried 300 barrels of oil in the valley. Once the Prince of Yu enters, we seal both ends, set the valley ablaze, and even immortals would find no escape. Wu Kaishan took a deep breath. Can the Xiongnu be trusted? The left virtuous king harbors a deep hatred for the Prince of Yu. Batuer, his beloved general, was slain by the prince on the battlefield. His grain was plundered and burned twice, costing him many men. He would tear the prince limb from limb. Good. A resolute glint flashed in Wu Kaishan's eyes. Issue the order. The entire army is to be on alert, prepared to welcome the prince. He turned his gaze to the official road in the south, murmuring to himself, Yang Jingyuan, don't blame me. Blame this unjust world, blame yourself for standing in too many people's way. At the hour of Y's third quarter, outside the southern gate of Jinshu Commandery, 500 Xuanjia soldiers escorted the Prince of Yu's procession. Yang Jingyuan, clad in dark iron armor and a sable cloak, rode a jet-black warhorse. His expression was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. Wu Kaishan, leading the commandery's civil and military officials, knelt in welcome. Your subordinate Deputy General of Jinshu Commandery, Wu Kaishan, humbly greets the prince. Unaware of your highness' arrival, I failed to greet you from afar. I beg your forgiveness. Yang Jingyuan dismounted and made a gesture of support. General Wu, rise. Military matters are urgent. There is no need for formalities. Your highness, please enter the city to rest, and allow me to report the military situation in detail. No need. Yang Jingyuan waved his hand. Let us speak here. What is the Zionist movement? Wu Kaishan's heart tightened, but his face grew even more respectful. In reply to your highness, 3 days ago, scouts reported that 5,000 cavalry from the left virtuous king's tribe have assembled north of Yinshan Mountain, seemingly intent on a southern incursion. Your subordinate has ordered the frontier troops to heighten their vigilance, but Jinshu Commandery has only 3,000 soldiers dispersed across various passes, and may be difficult to hold. 5,000 cavalry. Yang Jingyuan mused. The left virtuous king's main force is barely over 10,000. Deploying half of them suggests a genuine intent to fight. Exactly. Wu Kaishan seized the opportunity. Your subordinate believes the Zionist aggressive advance requires your highness' personal command. I have selected Wild Wolf Valley as the planned battlefield. The terrain is perilous, with steep cliffs on both sides and a narrow entrance, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. If we can lure the Xiongnu into the valley and seal both ends, we can annihilate them completely. He spoke with fervor, as if truly devoted to the nation. Yang Jingyuan listened quietly, then asked, when will the Xiongnu arrive? According to the scouts, no later than tomorrow morning. How are the ambush preparations in the valley? We end battlefield. The terrain is perilous, with steep cliffs on both sides and a narrow entrance, making it easy to defend and hard. Yang Jingyuan nodded. General, will you have thought this through thoroughly? In that case, I will personally lead the Xuanjia soldiers to set up an ambush at Wild Wolf Valley. You will guard the city with the commandery troops to prevent any Xiongnu diversionary attacks. Wu Kaishan was taken aback. This was not according to his plan. He had intended for Yang Jingyuan to enter the valley with only a small retinue, while he led the commandery troops in a coordinated effort, actually conspiring with the Xiongnu from within. But now, Your Highness, I beg to accompany you, he urged. The terrain of Wild Wolf Valley is complex, and I am familiar with it. Guarding the city is equally important. Yang Jingyuan cut him off. If Jinshu Commandery falls, even a victory at Wild Wolf Valley would be meaningless. General Wu, I entrust the city's defense to you. With that, he mounted his horse. Xuanjia soldiers advance. 500 black-armored cavalry surged, like a dark torrent, bursting through the city gates and heading north. Wu Kaishan stood rooted, his expression shifting. The colonel of his personal guard approached. General, what now? Proceed with the original plan. Wu Kaishan gritted his teeth. Take 200 of our trusted men and follow discreetly. Once the Prince of Yu enters, the valley immediately signal the Xiongnu. I will timely lead reinforcements. He stared at Yang Jingyuan's retreating figure, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant your wish. At the end of the Yu hour, Wild Wolf Valley. True to its name, the valley resembled the gaping maw of a starving wolf, with sheer cliffs on both sides so narrow at its tightest point that only 5 horses could ride abreast. Snow still lay unmelted, and the cold wind howled, whipping up fine snowflakes that clinked against the armor. Yang Jingyuan led his troops into the valley and set up camp at its midpoint. He ordered campfires lit to create the illusion of a large encampment, but in truth only 100 men remained at the camp,
while the remaining 400 Xuanjia soldiers split into two groups to ambush from the cliffs on either side of the valley entrance. Yuan Tiangong, hunched over, emerged from the shadows.
Master Wu Kaishan's trusted men have followed and are hiding 3 li outside the valley entrance.
The 3,000 Xiongnu cavalry arrived at the northern entrance half an hour ago and are waiting in concealment. And Huo Qubing. General Huo has secretly arrived with 10,000 elite cavalry from Shifengzhou 20 li west of Wild Wolf Valley. Once the fire starts in the valley, they can strike within half an hour.
Yang Jingyuan nodded, looking north.
Left virtuous king. It's time to settle this once and for all. He dared to turn the tables not only because he trusted Huo Qubing but also because he had long seen through Wu Kaishan, a general who had toiled at the frontier for 23 years, craving power yet hesitant and timid. A man like that, once he chose betrayal, would ensure absolute certainty. So he would definitely come to reinforce in person to witness his death with his own eyes. Let him come. At midnight, urgent hoofbeats sounded from outside the valley. Wu Kaishan led 1,000 commandery troops in a hasty arrival. Seeing the campfires in the valley, his face paled.
Your Highness,
I have just received urgent news. The Xiongnu are already outside the valley. I beg you to retreat immediately.
Yang Jingyuan emerged from his tent, his expression one of feigned alarm.
The Xiongnu are already here. Why did the scouts not report this? The Xiongnu must have eliminated our scouts.
Wu Kaishan's acting was impeccable.
Your Highness, flee quickly. I will hold them off. No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous war cry erupted from the valley entrance. Torches blazed like a long dragon, and Xiongnu cavalry surged into the valley like a tidal wave. Leading them was the left virtuous king's renowned General Bald Eagle Wulihan, brandishing a curved saber and howling with a sinister grin.
Yang Jingyuan, today is your death day. Protect the prince.
Wu Kaishan loyally drew his blade and stepped in front of Yang Jingyuan while secretly signaling his trusted men, prepared to strike. But at that moment a sudden change occurred. Hundreds of torches blazed to life on the cliffs on both sides of the valley entrance. The 400 Xuanjia soldiers in ambush revealed themselves, unleashing a volley of crossbow bolts. A rain of arrows descended upon the Xiongnu cavalry, sending men and horses tumbling. Wulihan was horrified.
An ambush. Retreat. Thinking of leaving now.
Too late.
Yang Jingyuan slowly drew his sword, unleashing the full force of his blood-burning realm cultivation. His blood energy blazed like flames, casting a crimson glow through the snowy night.
He leaped, covering over 10 zhang in a single bound, charging straight at Wulihan.
Die!
Wulihan swung his saber to meet him. Sword and saber clashed, erupting with a piercing roar. Wulihan, a pinnacle golden Cindy realm expert and a top-tier Xiongnu warrior, was horrified to find that his full-powered strike was effortlessly blocked with one hand. Worse, a scorching domineering force surged from the opponent's sword, coursing through his own weapon and into his meridians. Wulihan spat blood and flew backward, crashing heavily into the snow. Yang Jingyuan stood with his sword, his voice echoing through the valley.
Wu Kaishan, what are you waiting for?
Wu Kaishan's face turned ashen. He realized Yang Jingyuan had known all along. This was all a trap.
Strike!
He barked, swinging his blade at the personal guard protecting Yang Jingyuan, in truth to silence him. But the guard reacted faster, sidestepping and countering with a slash. The two clashed in combat. Chaos erupted throughout the valley. The Xiongnu cavalry, pinned down by the Xuanjia soldiers' crossbows, could neither advance nor retreat. Of the commandery troops Wu Kaishan had brought, only 200 were truly loyal. The remaining 800 were ignorant of the plot and stood bewildered as their general fought his own guard.
Brothers of Jinshu Commandery,
Yang Jingyuan's voice thundered.
Wu Kaishan has colluded with the Xiongnu, betraying the country. Today only the ringleaders will be executed. Accomplices will not be pursued.
Lay down your arms, and you shall be spared.
The 800 commandery troops exchanged glances, and gradually some began to drop their weapons. Seeing this, Wu Kaishan knew the game was lost. He launched a flurry of strikes to drive back the guard and turned to flee. Where do you think you're going?
Yang Jingyuan moved like lightning, appearing before him in a few bounds. Wu Kaishan gritted his teeth and swung his saber, the blade flashing like snow. His broken army saber technique, honed over 23 years, had once slain 7 Xiongnu centurions in battle. But against the blood-burning realm, all this was futile. Yang Jingyuan struck with a single sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, piercing through the saber's defense, shattering the iron armor and penetrating the right shoulder. Wu Kaishan grunted, his battle saber slipping from his grasp as he collapsed to his knees. Just then a thunderous roar of hooves came from outside the valley, denser and more uniform than the Xiongnu cavalry, like rolling thunder drawing nearer. A large black flag with a gold border burst through the valley entrance, the iron rock character was gleaming under the torchlight.
The Shufengzhou frontier army is here.
Surrender and you shall live.
Huo Qubing charged at the forefront, silver-armored on a white horse, his spear like a dragon mowing down Xiongnu cavalry like reaping wheat.
Behind him 10,000 elite Shufengzhou cavalry surged, like a steel torrent, instantly shattering the Xiongnu formation. Wulihan had just scrambled to his feet when a spear flew through the air.
Thud!
The spear tip pierced his throat, pinning him to the ground. With their commander dead, the remaining Xiongnu cavalry collapsed, completely throwing down their weapons in surrender. The battle ended within half an hour. Of the 3,000 Xiongnu cavalry, 900 were killed, over 1,000 wounded, and 1,100 surrendered. Wu Kaishan and his 300 loyalists were all eliminated, while the 700 commandery troops suffered no casualties. Yang Jingyuan walked up to Huo Qubing's horse. Huo Qubing dismounted and knelt on one knee, his armor clanking.
Your subordinate, Huo Qubing, pays homage to the prince.
I apologize for my tardiness in coming to your rescue. Please forgive me.
Yang Jingyuan helped him up, gazing at this face that was both familiar and strange. A general summoned by the system, yet also the young warrior who had once sealed Mount Langjutsu in history.
Now standing before him, alive, armor stained with blood, eyes sharp as an eagle's, radiating the fierce aura of a battle-hardened commander.
Not late at all. Perfect timing.
Yang Jingyuan patted his shoulder.
After this battle, the northern territory should be completely at peace.
The two stood side by side, watching as the prisoners were herded out of the valley. The Xuanjia soldiers and the Shufengzhou frontier troops were clearing the battlefield, their torches forming a long dragon that illuminated the valley as bright as day.
Master, what should be done with Wu Kaishan?
Huo Qubing asked.
Take him back for a public trial.
A cold glint flashed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes.
It's time to expose those behind him.
On the 12th day of the first month, in the central square of Jinshu Commandery, a multitude gathered. On a high platform, Yang Jingyuan sat in the seat of honor. Below knelt Wu Kaishan and 17 of his accomplices, along with captured Xiongnu centurions. Huo Qubing read out the charges publicly, each accompanied by irrefutable evidence, secret letters between Wu Kaishan and the second prince found in his study, Xiongnu command arrows, procurement records for fire wool. Most damning was the plan in Wu Kaishan's own handwriting. On the 7th day of the first month, lure the Prince of Yu into Wild Wolf Valley, join forces with the Xiongnu to ambush and kill him. Upon success, the second prince promised me the position of commanding officer and the title of Dingbei Earl. At these words, the crowd erupted.
Traitor! He deserves to die!
The common people roared, and many frontier soldiers were filled with rage. They had guarded this desolate frontier for years, watching their comrades die year after year, only to find their commanding officer secretly colluding with the enemy. Wu Kaishan's face was ashen, but he still rasped.
Fabrications! These are all fabrications! I have guarded the frontier for 23 years, bearing 7 arrow wounds and 3 saber scars. How could I betray my country? And this arrow wound?
Yang Jingyuan said slowly.
From the winter of the 28th year of Yongcheng, when the Xiongnu attacked Jinshu Pass at night. You led 300 men to cover the retreat, took 3 arrows, and fought to the death without retreating. Is that true or false?
Wu Kaishan faltered.
Of course. It's true. And this saber scar from the spring of the 30th year of Yongcheng, when you led a rescue of a besieged merchant convoy, clashed with the Xiongnu and took a deep gash on your left arm down to the bone. Is that true or false? It's true. You have guarded the frontier for 23 years, bearing 7 arrow wounds and 3 saber scars, all earned in battle for your country.
Yang Jingyuan stood and walked to the front of the platform, his voice suddenly turning sharp.
But what you have done today, do you deserve the brothers who died in battle?
Do you deserve the people of this city? Do you deserve every scar on your body?
These 3 questions struck Wu Kaishan's heart like hammers.
He trembled all over, tears streaming down his face as he collapsed to his knees. Yang Jingyuan surveyed the crowd and declared word by word.
Wu Kaishan for colluding with the Xiongnu, plotting to assassinate a prince and betraying the country. The evidence is conclusive. According to the law, his entire clan should be executed. However, in consideration of his 23 years of frontier service, his 7 arrow wounds and 3 saber scars, and the blood he has shed for the nation, his clan is spared the death penalty. The sentence is commuted to Wu Kaishan himself shall be executed by Lingqi, his property confiscated, and his clan exiled 3,000 li.
The 17 accomplices shall be beheaded immediately. All Xiongnu prisoners are sentenced to hard labor repairing walls and building roads to atone for their crimes.
The judgment was both severe and just upholding the majesty of the law while displaying the prince's benevolence.
The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in thunderous cheers. After the executions, Yang Jingyuan announced,
effective immediately, the Jinshu Frontier Army will be reorganized.
All soldiers' pay is to be increased by 30% and death benefits doubled. Zhang Cheng, former commander of the personal guard, will temporarily serve as the commanding officer of Jinshu Commandery overseeing border defense.
Additionally, a shrine for fallen frontier heroes will be established. All soldiers who have died in battle over the years will have their names inscribed and enshrined with their families supported by the prince's household. Long live the prince!
The roar was like a tidal wave. Zhang Cheng knelt on one knee clasping his fists in acceptance, his eyes filled with resolve. This young general, promoted step by step from a centurion in the personal guard, had finally come into his own. That night in the secret chamber of the commandery governor's residence, Yang Jingyuan and Huo Qubing sat opposite each other drinking. The charcoal fire blazed brightly, casting flickering shadows across their faces.
Master, after this battle, the second prince's pawns in the northern territories have been completely uprooted.
Huo Qubing raised his cup.
But the capital will not take this lying down. Of course they want.
Yang Jingyuan took a sip of wine.
But I want them to show themselves.
He produced a stack of secret letters from his robe, all the correspondence between Wu Kaishan and the second prince.
These letters need to be seen by certain people in the court.
A profound light gleamed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes.
The second prince colluding with a frontier general and secretly communicating with the Xiongnu. The evidence is solid.
What do you think the first prince will do?
Huo Qubing understood.
He will surely launch a full-scale impeachment, using this to bring down the second prince.
Exactly.
Yang Jingyuan set down his cup.
Let them fight. The more fiercely they clash, the more time we have to develop the northern territories. By the time they have worn each other out, the north will be as solid as iron.
By then, it won't be a question of whether they want to move against me, but whether I want to march south.
Huo Qubing rose solemnly.
Your subordinate is willing to lead the vanguard. Yang Jingyuan stood and walked to the window, gazing southward. The night sky was brilliant with stars. The 6 commanderies of the northern territories were now firmly in his grasp, but a much larger chessboard was just unfolding.
Qubing returned to Shifengzhou immediately and prepared the troops for battle. Feng Sheng of Taijizu won't remain quiet for long. Your subordinate obeys.
They clinked their cups and drank deeply. Outside the window, the cold wind howled, inside warmth prevailed. And 1,000 li away, in the capital, an undercurrent of struggle over the northern territories, and the prince's rivalry for succession had already begun to stir. On the 20th day of the first month in Lingyuan City, as the first rays of dawn touched the sky, 6 official carriages entered the city gates one after another. The acting prefect of Longdai Commandery Zhou Wenqian, the prefect of Lindong Commandery Sun Wan, and the acting prefect of Anha Commandery Lu Tianren arrived together in the same carriage. These were all humble-born officials elevated through Yang Jingyuan's new policies. They exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with gratitude for having found true patrons.
Lord Lu, how goes the water transport rectification in Anha Commandery?
Asked Sun Wan, who had previously served as a registrar in the prince's manor, and had worked alongside Lu Tianren in the prefectural office. A smile appeared on Lu Tianren's gaunt face.
The river bandits have been pacified and water transport has been brought under official control. Spring commercial taxes are expected to triple. All thanks to the prince dispatching General Zhang Meng to form a naval force and master Gongsha's design of the warships.
Zhou Wenqian nodded.
The same in Longdai Commandery. Sun Ha's former troops have been fully reorganized, and the border walls are being reinforced. If the Xiongnu dare return this year, they will find no path of retreat.
As they spoke, the last 3 carriages arrived. The prefect of Heiyu Commandery Li Mao, the prefect of Bingguan Commandery Zhao Wenqian, and the prefect of Jinshu Commandery Luo, who stepped down. These 3 were originally commandery prefects appointed by the imperial court. After surviving the purges of corruption and the suppression of rebellions, they had submitted their oaths of loyalty, their expressions steady yet tinged with reverence. The 6 gathered before the prince's manor. The chief administrator Li Su, dressed in a crimson official robe, came out to greet them.
My lords, the prince awaits you in the main hall.
Inside the main hall, the military officers stood in a row on the right side. The governor of Yiling Prefecture, Zhang Tieshan, sat in the foremost seat. This veteran general of the Thunder Sound realm still wore his armor, having just returned from inspecting the camps. Next to him was the vice-governor Chen Pijuan, who was quietly conversing with the commander of the Lingyuan Guard, Zhang Ming. The commander of the prince's personal guard, Zhang Cheng, stood ramrod straight, a newly issued horizontal saber at his waist. The commander of the mysterious armor corps, Jia Xu, wore a face mask, but his specially forged mysterious iron-heavy armor already spoke volumes of his extraordinary status. At the hour of Chinshur Senku around 7:45 a.m., the music of drums and bells changed.
His Highness the Prince of Yu arrives.
Yang Jingyuan, clad in his black princely court robes, strode into the main hall. Though not wearing armor, the natural pressure of his blood-burning realm cultivation caused everyone in the hall to rise and bow simultaneously.
We pay our respects to the prince. Rise!
Yang Jingyuan took a seat at the head, his gaze sweeping over the 6 prefects.
You have all traveled far, and it has been a hardship.
Attendants served tea and refreshments. Unusually, today's refreshments were uniformly golden, crispy, thin pancakes, steaming hot rice cakes, and fragrant baked flatbreads. Sun Wen of Lindong Commandery took just one bite and stood up excitedly.
Prince is the ingredient for this potato pancake from the warm sheds of my commandery. Indeed it is.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
Prefect Sun, what were the results of the trial planting in Lindong Commandery?
Sun Wen took a booklet from his bosom and presented it with both hands.
Reporting to the prince. The 3,000 mu of warm shed potatoes in Lindong Commandery have been harvested, with the highest yield reaching 19 shur per mu. Now 8,000 mu of warm sheds have been built across the commandery, and after spring this will expand to 50,000 mu, enough to supply the entire commandery's population with a year's grain.
He then pointed to another pastry on the plate.
The ingredient for this corn cake yields 12 shur per mu. The stalks have been distributed to the farmers for livestock feed as per your orders. Last winter deaths from freezing in Lindong Commandery were 70% fewer than in previous years. The people all remember your Highness' grace.
The booklet was passed among the 6 prefects, and with each page turned, a wave of astonishment rippled through them. Lu Tianren of Anha Commandery's eyes lit up.
If these 2 crops can be promoted in Anha Commandery, the people in our flood-prone areas will have hope for their livelihoods.
Luo Hu of Jinshu Commandery was even more agitated.
If the border army's provisions can be supplemented with these, the garrison troops will never again fear a shortage of rations.
Yang Jingyuan raised his hand to quiet the assembly.
I have invited you all today, first to discuss the promotion of high-yield crops, and second to deliberate on the grand strategy for governing you. But before we discuss matters,
he clapped his hands. The main hall's doors swung open, revealing the scene of the drilling ground. 3,000 soldiers of the mysterious armor corps were arrayed on the left, their black armor like ink, their shields like mountains. 3,000 prince's personal guards were positioned in the center, their silver armor and white tassels gleaming, their blades like snow. On the right were 3,000 men of the Yiling Prefectural Army's Azure Dragon Camp, the elite of the 4 prefectural camps to complete reorganization. Though their equipment was inferior to the first 2, their morale was soaring.
10,000 border troops are currently garrisoning the various passes. The White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise camps are also deployed at their stations.
Yang Jingyuan explained.
Today I have only summoned 3 elite guard units for review. But observing one part reveals the whole. Zhang Taizhan, your subordinate is here.
Zhang Taizhan rose and cupped his fists.
Report on Yiling's military strength. As you command.
Zhang Taizhan's voice boomed like a bell.
Yiling currently has 5 standing armies, 12,000 in the Yiling Prefectural Army divided into the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise camps, 3,000 in the Lingyuan Guard, 10,000 border troops, 3,000 in the Prince's Personal Guard, and 3,000 in the Mysterious Armor Corps, a total of 28,000 battle-ready soldiers. Grain supplies are sufficient for 1 year, all military equipment is newly issued, and we have General Huo Qubing's 30,000 border troops in Shuofeng Prefecture as a pincer force.
With each number reported, the light in the 6 prefects' eyes grew brighter. Yang Jingyuan rose and walked towards the hall's entrance.
Now I invite you all to observe the military drill. Armies of Yiling commenced the drill.
On the drilling ground, the 3 forces moved as one. The mysterious armor corps practiced iron wall encirclement. Their shield wall advanced like a moving fortress, the sword formation followed like a dense forest, and the crossbow volleys rained down like a swift storm. Even more breathtaking were their equipment. Streamlined breastplates glowed with a cold deep blue light in the morning sun. Shield surfaces were so smooth they reflected one's image, and the 3-shot crossbows had a reloading speed more than double that of ordinary hand crossbows. The prince's personal guard demonstrated sharp blade piercing the heart. At Zhang Cheng's command, the 3,000 guards transformed into over a dozen sharp arrows, weaving and cutting through the simulated enemy formation. Their tactical shifts, so rapid, they dazzled the eye. The lowest cultivation among these personal guards was the bronze skin realm, and all centurions, and above were of the iron bone realm. The azure dragon camp then drilled heavy hammer breaks the formation. Though their equipment was slightly inferior, the 3,000 men moved as a single entity. When their assault formation unfolded, its momentum was majestic, showcasing their capability for large-scale frontal confrontation. The drill lasted for 2/4 of an hour. The finale was 10 new type ballistae, Gongshu bands improved city-breaking crossbows with a range of 350 paces, whose armor-piercing bolts penetrated 5 layers of iron armor.
With such a formidable army, the northern frontier is as secure as a bronze wall,
exclaimed Li Mao of Huo Commandery. Having personally experienced the Mine Rebellion, he deeply understood the significance of a powerful army for local stability. Luo Hu of Jinshu Commandery was even moved to tears.
Your subordinate has garrisoned the border for 20 years, and has never seen such elite troops and sharp weapons. Prince, from now on the border folk can sleep in peace.
Yang Jingyuan smiled faintly.
A strong army requires good governance. My lords, let us move to Lingyun Pavilion. At today's banquet we will jointly discuss the grand strategy for governing you.
Inside the Lingyun Pavilion the banquet was prepared. The 6 commandery prefects, prefectural officials, and military commanders were seated at 10 tables. Lu Qingtian, accompanied by his eldest son Lu Wenyuan and third son Lu Wentao, sat at the second table on the right. His face was calm as he sipped his tea, but his fingertips were slightly white. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Jingyuan raised his cup and stood.
The 6 northern commanderies are gradually returning to stability. The primary focus of my new governance is to survey and register the fields and equalize taxes and corvée. If the fields are not clearly registered, the powerful will conceal their land and evade taxes. If taxes are unequal, the common people will suffer from heavy burdens on their small plots. If this evil is not eradicated, the northern region will never find peace.
The 6 prefects rose in unison, raising their cups.
We are willing to serve His Highness with all our might.
The voices of the newly promoted Zhou Wenqian of Longgai's son, one of Lindong, and Lu Tianren of Anhou were particularly resounding. They were all from humble backgrounds with no land or influence in their clans, and they wholeheartedly supported the land survey policy. At that moment Lu Qingtian slowly rose to his feet. The patriarch of the most powerful family in the northern region wore a dark purple brocade robe, that day his beard and hair meticulously groomed. Holding his wine cup, he walked to the main table and bowed.
Your Highness is a man of great talent and bold vision. I am full of admiration. However,
he paused, raising his voice to ensure everyone could hear.
Surveying the fields involves thousands of households. The land in the north is barren, and the people struggle to make a living. If a forced survey is carried out, I fear it will harm the farming season, and even more. It might provoke civil unrest.
The hall fell into absolute silence. All eyes turned to the main table. Everyone could hear that Lu Qingtian was using the threat of civil unrest to openly challenge the foundation of the prince's new policies. Yang Jingyuan set down his cup, his expression calm.
Patriarch Lu, what is your wise counsel? I dare not offer counsel.
Lu Qingtian replied, his tone humble, but his words sharp.
It is just that the Lu family has managed the northern region for generations and knows the people's hardships well. The people fear nothing more than the government's upheaval. Today a survey, tomorrow a tax increase, the day after a conscription. Your Highness loves the people as your own children, so you should sympathize with their conditions and proceed gradually.
He had placed Yang Jingyuan in a dilemma. If he pushed forward forcefully, he would be unsympathetic to the people. If he slowed down, the authority of the new policies would be utterly destroyed. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a crisp system notification sounded in Yang Jingyuan's mind.
Ding! Hidden Quest dominance of the northern frontier phase 2 completed. Judgment conditions complete control of the military and political power of the 6 commanderies of Yuling peoples, approval rating exceeding 75, establishment of a stable governance system, command of 5 standing armies totaling 28,000 troops. All conditions met. Rewards are being distributed.
Reward 1 Summon character Xiao, he Prime Minister of the early Han Dynasty, a great talent for governance. Reward 2 1,000 gene of high-yield wheat seeds, and planting method yield of 10 shur per mu drought, and cold-resistant. Reward 3 A set of blueprints for an intermediate workshop can increase workshop efficiency by 300. Almost simultaneously, a clear voice came from outside the pavilion.
Patriarch Lu, your words are mistaken.
Everyone turned to look. A scholar in a blue robe walked slowly into the Lingyun pavilion. He appeared to be in his 40s, with a gaunt face, and a long three-stranded beard, carrying a faded bookcase on his back, looking like a down-and-out scholar from a humble family. The guards moved to stop him, but Yang Jingyuan raised his hand.
Let him in!
The blue-robed scholar walked to the main table and bowed respectfully, but without servility.
I am a commoner Xiao He, traveling and studying through the northern region. Hearing of your highness' banquet to discuss state affairs, I have come especially to offer my humble opinions.
A flicker of amusement imperceptible to others passed through Yang Jingyuan's eyes. The character summoned by the system always appeared in the most fitting manner. This Xiao He was precisely the reward for his complete control of Yuling.
Please speak, Master Xiao.
Xiao He turned to face Lu Qingqian, his voice clear and steady, each word falling like a pearl on a jade plate.
Patriarch Lu says that surveying the fields will harm the people. This is a great fallacy. When fields are not clearly registered, taxes are unequal. This is the root of the accumulated evils in the northern region. Powerful families conceal their land and evade taxes, while the common people suffer heavy burdens on their small plots. Not conducting the survey is what truly harms the people.
Lu Qingqian's face darkened.
Who are you to recklessly discuss the governance of the northern region? I am merely a humble scholar, yet I know that the people are the foundation of the state. When the foundation is firm, the state is at peace.
Xiao He met Lu Qingqian's gaze directly.
May I ask, Patriarch Lu, how much land does the Lu family own across the 6 commanderies of the north?
Lu Qitian sneered.
The Lu family's land is all registered according to the law, and we pay taxes every year. Why should an outsider inquire about this? Is that so?
Xiao He took a thick ledger from his bookcase.
Then please explain, Patriarch Lu, why are 800 mu of fertile land in Upper River village of Anha Commandery registered under the Lu family's land deeds yet absent from the tax registers? And the 1,200 mu of mountain land at Cold Stone Slope in Lindong Commandery, which the Lu family purchased under the guise of wasteland, but has actually cultivated into farmland, paying not a single coin in tax for 10 years. And in Longai Commandery, Heiyu Commandery, Binghuan Commandery.
With each location he flipped open a page. The ledger clearly recorded the land's location, area, the amount of tax evasion, and even included copies of the land deeds and testimonies from tenant farmers.
The total concealed land of the Lu family amounts to 5,367 mu, with over 80,000 taels of taxes evaded over 10 years. Patriarch Lu, how do you explain this?
The hall erupted in an uproar. The 6 prefects stood up in shock. The faces of the wealthy gentry turned pale, and the prefectural officials exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Qingqian's face became ashen and his fingers trembled.
This is a forgery. It must be someone framing the Lu family. Forgery.
Xiao He produced another stack of documents.
These are the original tax registers found in the old archives of the Anha Commandery office, bearing the signatures and seals of successive Lu family stewards. This is the testimony of the old accountant from Lindong Commandery, stating that the Lu family paid him 100 taels of silver annually to smooth over the land accounts. And this is a record of the drunken confession of the Lu family's second steward from 3 years ago.
Each piece of evidence landed like a hammer in a relentless chain, sending Lu Qitian staggering backward. He was only stopped from falling by his eldest son Lu Wenyuan, who supported him. He looked at Yang Jingyuan only to see the prince's expression had turned cold, a sword-like chill in his eyes.
Lu Qitian.
Yang Jingyuan rose slowly. His voice was not loud, but it suppressed the entire hall.
I am promoting new policies and surveying the fields. You were the first to jump up and oppose them. It turns out you were trying to protect these concealed lands and evaded taxes. Prince, I am wronged.
Lu Qitian fell to his knees, tears streaming down his aged face.
Someone must be framing me. The Lu family has been utterly loyal to His Highness. Just the other day, we contributed 20,000 shur of grain. Those 20,000 shur of new grain were secretly managed by your third son Lu Wentao. What does that have to do with you?
Yang Jingyuan said coldly.
If not for Wentao's understanding of the bigger picture, your Lu family would have become the next Zhou Yongnian.
Lu Qitian trembled violently and collapsed limply to the floor. Yang Jingyuan swept his gaze across the hall, his words measured and resolute, his voice like iron and stone.
Lu Qitian concealed land, evaded taxes, and openly challenged the new policies. According to the Great Xia Code, his property should be confiscated and he should be imprisoned.
He paused.
However, considering his advanced age and the Lu family's past merit in contributing grain, the punishment will be lenient. A fine of 300,000 taels of silver to be paid in full within 10 days. The 5,367 mu of concealed land will all be confiscated and turned over to the state. Of the Lu family's remaining land, 90% will be taken into official possession, leaving 10% for their livelihood. Lu Qitian will be confined to his home for reflection and is forbidden from interfering in clan affairs.
With each pronouncement, Lu Qingshan's face grew a shade paler. 300,000 taels was nearly all the liquid cash the Lu family possessed. With 90% of their land confiscated, a century of the Lu family's foundation was destroyed in an instant.
Mercy, Prince. Mercy, I beg you.
He kowtowed frantically, blood soon appearing on his forehead. At that moment, the hitherto silent Lu Wintao suddenly stepped forward and knelt on one knee, his voice firm.
Prince, the Lu family is willing to fully cooperate with the Prince's land survey, pay all back taxes, and surrender the concealed lands. My father is old and confused. Wintao is willing to suffer punishment on his behalf and assist the Prince's administration in rectifying the northern region's taxes.
These words were skillfully spoken, demonstrating loyalty while seizing the opportunity to take his father's power. Yang Jingyuan gave Lu Wintao a long, penetrating look. He had long been aware of this third son's ambition and shrewdness.
Approved,
Yang Jingyuan said solemnly.
From this day forward, the Lu family's clan affairs will be temporarily managed by Lu Wintao. The 300,000 tael fine and the 90% of the land shall be transferred within 10 days. Thank you for your grace, Prince.
Lu Wintao kowtowed heavily, his eyes flashing with a long-suppressed excitement. On the great ship of the Lu family, his branch had always been suppressed. Now he had finally grasped the opportunity to take power. Lu Qitian sat slumped on the floor, his face deathly pale. He knew he was finished, and the Lu family was about to change. After dealing with the Lu family, Yang Jingyuan looked at Xiaohe. The prime minister of the early Han dynasty stood with his hands clasped, his expression calm, as if the thunderous storm he had just unleashed had nothing to do with him.
Master Xiao is a man of great talent,
Yang Jingyuan announced loudly.
To have uncovered such secrets merely through your travels and studies. I wonder if you would be willing to stay in the northern region and assist me in governing Yuling.
Xiaohe bowed.
I am willing to serve with all my might. Before my journey, I drafted 10 strategies for governing you. Please, Your Highness, review them.
He took a roll of silk from his bookcase and presented it with both hands. Yang Jingyuan unrolled it. On the silk, 10 strategies were written in neat small script. First, survey the fields and equalize taxes. Second, rectify the bureaucracy and severely punish corruption. Third, build water conservancy and encourage agriculture and sericulture. Fourth, promote industry and commerce to invigorate the markets. Fifth, establish schools widely to educate the people. Sixth, train new armies to consolidate border defenses. Seventh, open trade routes to connect north and south. Eighth, provide relief for the orphaned and widowed, destabilize people's livelihoods. Ninth, revise laws to ensure clear justice. 10th, store grain and fodder to prepare for famine. Each strategy included detailed implementation plans, even calculating the required silver manpower and time. The section on surveying the fields had already listed the estimated acreage for the 6 commanderies, the projected increase in tax revenue, potential resistance, and countermeasures. After the 6 prefects circulated and read it, they all showed expressions of shock. Lu Tianren of Anha Commandery murmured,
If these strategies are implemented within 3 years, the northern region could become a paradise.
Someone of Linong Commandery was even more excited.
Master Xiao's talent could pacify the entire realm.
Yang Jingyuan rolled up the silk and swept his gaze across the hall. At that moment, he clearly felt the Yuling Prefecture people's heart talisman in his bosom grow slightly warm, a sign of the people's allegiance.
It has been over 4 months since I took up my fief.
Yang Jingyuan's voice echoed through the Lingyun pavilion.
In these 4 months, we have slain Xiongnu, removed corrupt officials, suppressed rebellions, promoted agriculture, and reorganized the military. Now the 6 northern commanderies are unified in military and political power, and the people's hearts are with us.
He paused, his voice rising sharply.
Shall he hear my command? I am here. From this day forward I appoint you as acting provincial governor, with overall authority over the governance of the 6 commanderies and 1 city of Yuling. I will submit a memorial to the imperial court requesting your formal appointment.
Xiao He knelt on one knee. Though without armor his bearing was extraordinary.
I, your minister Xiao He, accept the command. I will exhaust all my efforts to govern Yuling, and will not fail your highness' great trust. Boom!
All the officials, generals, and prefects in the hall rose simultaneously, bowing with clasped hands.
Congratulations to his highness for acquiring such a great talent. Congratulations to Lord Xiao.
The wave of sound echoed within the Lingyun pavilion. After the banquet dispersed, Yang Jingyuan kept Xiao He alone in the study.
My lord.
Xiao He addressed him differently, his expression respectful, the absolute loyalty bestowed by the system now naturally revealed.
Sit.
Yang Jingyuan personally poured him a cup of tea.
Regarding today's events, what do you think the Lu family will do? Lu Qitian will surely not accept it willingly.
Xiao He said calmly.
He will secretly contact other powerful families, spread rumors, and resist the new policies. But Lu Wentao has gained power, and will fully cooperate with the prince's administration. The internal division of the Lu family makes them no threat. And the other powerful families. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey.
Xiao He said, a sharp glint in his eyes.
The Lu family was the most powerful in the north. If even they have fallen, who else would dare to act recklessly? If anyone truly fails to read the times, I have ways to make them compliant.
Yang Jingyuan nodded, extremely satisfied with this reward from the system. Xiao He's talent for governance was precisely what the northern region needed most at this moment.
I am entrusting all governmental affairs to you completely.
Yang Jingyuan took out the Yuling Prefecture People's Heart Talisman from his bosom. The jade talisman surface shimmered with light much brighter than before.
I have only one requirement. Within 3 months, the northern region's taxes must be sorted out, the bureaucracy rectified, and the people must see tangible results. I will not fail your trust.
After Xiao He withdrew, Yang Jingyuan walked alone to the window. The full moon of the 20th day of the first month hung high, and within Lingyuan City 10,000 households were lit. With a subtle thought, the system interface appeared before him. Yuling Prefecture People's Heart Talisman, in effect natural favorability of Yuling people towards host, continuously increasing current progress 7681 hidden quest dominance of the Northern Frontier Phase 2 completed rewards, distributed summon characters Xiao, he already arrived 1000 gene of high-yield wheat seeds stored in system warehouse set of blueprints for an intermediate workshop stored in system warehouse. The winter wind still howled outside the window, but Yang Jingyuan knew that the winter in the northern region was about to pass. The 6 commanderies had pledged their allegiance, a renowned prime minister had come to serve, 5 armies were fully prepared, and the people's hearts were united. On the 22nd day of the first lunar month, at the prefectural hall of Lingyuan City. At the opening of the Mao hour, while darkness still clung to the sky, the main hall of the prefectural government already glowed with lamplight. Xiao He, clad in a simple blue official robe, sat composedly behind the main dais that had formerly belonged to Li Su. Li Su had formally relinquished the acting prefecture post yesterday and been reassigned as chief secretary to assist in governance. Beneath the dais stood the 6 commandery prefects, the heads of the prefectural departments, and more than 30 newly appointed land assessment officers. Gentlemen, Xiao He's voice was low, yet every syllable rang clear. From this day forth, the 6 commanderies of Yuling shall implement in full the 10 measures for governance of you. The first priorities are threefold: survey the fields, rectify official conduct, and equalize taxation. He lifted 3 documents from the desk and passed them right and left. The one on the left is the detailed regulations for field survey implementation. Each commandery shall organize survey teams at the county level, 3 teams per county, 10 men to a team. 1 leader appointed by the prefecture, 2 clerks, 3 archers, and 4 peasant strongmen. Measuring tools, account ledgers, and map boards needed for the surveys will be produced centrally by the prince's workshop and delivered within 3 days. The middle document is the new tax code. From the 32nd year of Yongcheng, Yuling's land tax will be levied according to actual holdings, divided into 3 grades: premium fields tax 2 do, medium 1 do, and 5 sheng inferior 1 do. Commercial tax is 1/11 of gross turnover. Artisanal trades are taxed at 1/15 of profits. All miscellaneous levies are abolished. The document on the right is the new regulations for official appraisal. Officials in each commandery and county will be examined each season and evaluated annually. Rewards for the excellent, punishments for the poor, those who place last 2 consecutive years dismissed. The 3 papers circulated beneath the hall. Some faces brightened, others furrowed brows, and some went ashen. Liu Tianren of Anha Commandery was first to respond. I accept the orders. Anha will form survey teams within 3 days, and complete the county-wide field surveys within a month. Sun Wen of Lindong Commandery followed quickly. Though winter chills us, our greenhouses have yielded sufficient new grain. The people support the reforms. I will implement them wholeheartedly. The prefects of the remaining 4 commanderies bowed and accepted their orders. Xiao He inclined his head and turned his gaze to the prefectural clerks, whose faces betrayed unease. Household Registrar Lu. Lu Ming, the household registrar, stepped forward with steady steps and bid half a bow. Present. Were you the one who verified the yielding land tax ledgers in the 31st year of Yongchang? Your Excellency, I was. Lu Ming answered calmly. The ledger recorded a total of 830000 mu of fields and an actual collected grain of 166000 sure. But those figures were inflated in the Zhou Yongnian era. The real acreage far exceeds that. A flicker of approval crossed Xiao He's eyes. Oh! On what grounds do you claim that? Lu Ming drew from his sleeve a thick volume and presented it with both hands. By Prince's instruction, I secretly compiled the actual field data over the years. In the 31st year of Yongchang, the 6 commanderies of Yuling should have exceeded 1.2 million mu of arable land. The 3,700,000 mu recorded as missing were concealed by Zhou Yongnian in collusion with the 4 great houses, Lu Zhaochun and Sun, under pretexts of wasteland and disaster land to evade taxes. In 10 years the evaded taxes surpassed 200,000 taels. A thunderous uproar filled the hall. Lu Ming's words had torn open the 4 great houses' secret ledger. Xiao He took the volume and flipped it open. The records were meticulous, field locations, concealment methods, sums evaded, and the officials who handled them, each entry lucid, the evidence incontrovertible. He looked to Lu Ming and nodded. Good. Xiao He snapped the book shut and swept his gaze across the assembly. Since the evidence is conclusive, proceed according to the law. He then turned to the doors. Bring them in. 4 stalwart guards escorted 4 middle-aged men into the main hall. They wore brocaded finery, but their faces were ashen, and their wrists and ankles clanked with shackles. Zhao de Chengchen Baiwan Sun Fugui Qian Mon Song. Xiao He pronounced each name with measured cadence. Householders, how do you fare? The 4 collapsed to their knees, trembling and unable to meet his eyes. Xiao He rose and strode to the front of the hall, hurling the ledger down before them. The Zhao household concealed 2,300 mu of fields and evaded 46,000 taels in taxes over 10 years. In the 28th year of Yongchang, they forcibly purchased 500 mu of good fields in Shanghe village and caused 3 tenant families, 11 souls, to perish. The Qin household concealed 1,800 mu, evaded 32,000 taels in 8 years. They colluded with river bandits from Heiyu Commandery, plundered merchant junk 7 times, and slaughtered 23 boatmen. The Sun household concealed 2,100 mu, evaded 38,000 taels in 9 years. They ran private gambling dens and brothels, forced the virtuous into prostitution, driving 17 women to suicide. The Qian household concealed 1,500 mu, evaded 29,000 taels in 7 years. They cast usurious tokens, escalating interest until 36 debtors were driven to death, and they usurped 42 properties. With each accusation the hall grew colder. When the 4 indictments were finished, the hall fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of the 4 men pounding the ground with their foreheads. Lord Xiao, have mercy. Prince, have mercy. They begged. We will make restitution. We will surrender our fields. Spare our lives. Xiao He watched them icily. Do you beg now? Did you ever spare the people you drove to death a way to live? He then turned to the outer hall. Bring the injured and the aggrieved forward. Dozens of peasants surged into the main hall, old farmers, widows, maimed men, fatherless children. They knelt before the dais weeping as they recounted years of injustice. An elderly farmer trembled as he raised a complaint sheet. Great Magistrate Zhao Dekang seized 5 mu of my ancestral land. My son went to petition and was beaten to death by the family's guards. I reported it to the commandery office. The clerk took 2 taels and said the people cannot contend with officials. A young woman cradling an infant sobbed. Chen Baiwan's gambling house lured my husband into a debt of 100 taels. When he could not repay, they dragged me into the brothel as collateral. My husband, enraged, went to argue, and they beat him, broke both his legs, and left him to freeze to death in the snow.
One by one the stories poured forth stained with blood and tears. The officials in the hall watched solemn and heavy with conscience. Many could not bear to look further, and turned their heads aside. At that moment, the former deputy commander Wang Qian stepped forward on trembling knees. Lord Xiao, I will testify. During Zhou Yongnian's tenure these 4 households delivered monthly gifts to the prefecture never less than 1,000 taels each time. I possess copies of their secret correspondences. He produced a stack of letters that clearly recorded division of spoils agreements on concealed fields, and even strategies for evading imperial inspections. He read several letters aloud. With every line spoken the 4 housemasters' faces drained of color. The chain of evidence was complete. After the peasants finished their testimonies, he spoke slowly. Zhao de Chongchen Baiwan Sun Fugui Qian Mansong. The charges against you are incontrovertible. According to the De Xia Code and the prince's new decree. He paused, his voice, like tempered steel, all property confiscated. Execution by beheading. 3 clans exiled 3,000 li. Carry out the sentence immediately. The 4 housemasters collapsed in a helpless heap. They soiled themselves as the guards dragged them from the hall. Outside the hall the execution platform had already been erected. At the 3rd quarter of the noon hour 4 heads rolled, and blood stained the snow. The assembled populace stunned into silence at first, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Great Magistrate! Lord Xiao stands for the people. The roar swept through the city. At the same hour in the Lu residence's rear courtyard chamber. Lu Qingqian's teacup clattered from his hand, and shattered porcelain and tea splashed across the floor. Pale as a sheet, he pointed with trembling fingers at his kneeling steward. You, what did you say? Zhao Chen Sun Qian, all executed. Absolutely, the steward stammered. He read the charges in court. Lu Ming the registrar produced ironclad evidence. Wang Qian testified on the spot. The victims confronted them. At the 3rd quarter of noon, the sentence was carried out outside the prefectural gate. And their heads are still hanging from the flagpoles. Lu Qingtian lurched backward and sank into his carved chair, his chest heaving wildly. For great northern houses wiped from the map in a single day, all but his Lu family. Such thunderous measures. Yet, what terrified him more was Lu Ming. That unassuming household registrar was a man planted by the prince. And Wang Qian, once Zhou Yongnian's retainer, had turned. What did this mean? It meant the prince had long positioned covert pieces throughout, yielding the great houses. Every move had been watched. Master, what shall we do? The steward whimpered. He must have evidence against our household as well. Today 4 houses fell, tomorrow it may be our turn. Lu Qingtian closed his eyes. The image of He's calm yet piercing gaze from the previous banquet, the unfathomable look of Yang Jingyuan, and his son Lu Wentao kneeling to pledge fealty all flashed through his mind. He understood he had lost. Lost utterly. Go, fetch the 3rd young master. Lu Qingqian's voice was hoarse, as if he aged overnight by 20 years. After a moment Lu Wentao, dressed in a simple brocaded robe, entered the inner chamber. He wore a composed expression betraying neither joy nor anger, and bowed. Father. Lu Qingtian looked upon the son he had never favored and forced a bitter smile. Wentao, your father, has erred. Lu Wentao was silent. The Lu family's century-old legacy must not perish by my father's hand. Lu Qingtian produced a ring of keys, and the household seal, placing them on the table. From this day, you are head of the Lu family. All land, shops, and money are under your authority. Lu Wentao did not immediately take them. What would you have me do? He asked. Go to the prefectural hall, and see Lord Xiao. Lu Qingtian rasped. Tell him the Lu family will fully cooperate with the field surveys, repay all owed taxes, and surrender all concealed land. Moreover, the Lu family will offer 200,000 taels to assist the prince in carrying out the new reforms. He paused, tears streaming down his face. We beg only that you spare the Lu family a way to live, and grant me, as the elder, a whole corpse to bury. Lu Wentao regarded his father quietly, the once commanding patriarch now a flickering candle in the wind. He gathered the keys, and seal, tucked them away, and knelt slowly to offer 3 solemn bows. Father, rest assured I will preserve the Lu bloodline. On the 23rd day of the 1st month, at the Chen hour in the prefectural main hall, Lu Wentao appeared in plain cloth, and without escort, kneeling alone before the dais. He held in both hands a thick sheaf of ledgers, land deeds, and silver notes. I, the commoner Lu Wentao, present myself to plead for my house. His voice was clear, neither abject nor arrogant. The Lu family concealed 5,300
and 67 mu of land, and evaded 83,000 taels of taxes over 10 years. There are 23 additional crimes: forced purchases of peasant land, oppression of the populace, collusion with officials, all recorded in these ledgers for Lord Zhao's review. He raised the ledgers above his head. Shall he signal the guards to take them, and turn the pages swiftly? The records were more detailed than any of the existing evidence. Lu Wintao had laid bare his family's hidden past. The Lu family will repay all arrears and surrender every concealed field. We also offer 200,000 taels to aid the prince's reforms. Lu Wintao continued. My father Lu Qingtian is aged and confused. He has abdicated the household headship and will retire to reflect upon his errors. From now on, the Lu family will obey the prince's orders and live as law-abiding subjects of the northern border. We beg your excellency for mercy. Silence filled the hall. All eyes turned to Shao He, awaiting his judgment. Shao He closed the ledgers and remained silent for a long while before speaking slowly. Lu Wintao, are you aware that by surrendering these assets, you are sacrificing 9 parts of the Lu family's century-old foundation? I know, Lu Wintao replied, lifting his head with resolute eyes. But as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. The Lu family is willing to forfeit 9 parts in order to keep one, to seize the chance to begin anew under the new order. A trace of admiration flickered across Shao He's face. This young man understood the hour, and could make the hard choice. Very well. Shao He rose. I accept the Lu family's surrendered lands and silver. The crime shall be punished according to law. He paused, then added, but because you have actively confessed and sought to atone, and because the Lu family once contributed grain in times of hardship, I petition the prince to be lenient. Lu Qingtian will retire, and shall not meddle in family affairs. 70% of the Lu family's remaining holdings shall be confiscated by the state, and 30% retained for subsistence. After repaying the arrears, Lu family scions may sit the prince's examinations, join the military, take up commerce, and enjoy the same rights as other citizens. Lu Wintao bowed his head repeatedly. I thank your excellency for your grace. I thank the prince for his clemency. He paused and added, I have one more request. Speak. The Lu family offers all its shops, fleets, and craftsmen to assist the prince in forming the Yiling trading house dedicated to trade between the northern border, the central plains, and the steppes. We will serve the trading house without pay, seeking only to make amends. At that proposal, many in the hall showed surprise. The Lu family's shops spanned the north, their fleets controlled on his river transport, and they commanded hundreds of artisans. The family was offering its last remaining capital. Shao He regarded Lu Wintao intently. I must report this proposal to the prince for a decision. I shall await the reply, Lu Wintao answered, and then withdrew. Shao He returned to his administrative duties. One by one, long-pending cases were unearthed, and addressed instances of official malfeasance were rectified, and the minutiae of the new policies were drafted. Under Shao He's direction, the prefecture operated with the precision of a finely tuned mechanism. By the end of the hour, Shao He had resolved 73 official matters, summoned 28 officials for council, and signed 150 decrees. In that span, he drank only 2 cups of tea and skipped his midday meal. Li Su assisted at his side, stunned beyond words. Lord Shao was not only fearsome in action, but possessed a governance ability Li had never seen in his life. Many problems that had long vexed the prefecture dissolved under Shao He's few decisive words. What startled Li Su most was how intimately Shao He knew the prefectural personnel. He could name every deputy head, recite their strengths and weaknesses, and even cite recent cases they had handled. This was no man who had only been in Yiling for 3 days. He acted like an old administrator who had managed the region for a decade. Chief Secretary Li Shao, he set down his brush and rubbed his temple. Tomorrow, you will personally go to Anha Commandery to oversee the establishment of the Yiling Trading House's main office. Lu Tianmen will cooperate with you. Remember 3 points. First, the trading house must be state-controlled. The Lu family may hold shares, but no more than 30%. Second, all goods must be transparently priced, no extortion or monopolistic coercion. Third, 50% of profits go to the prince, 30% for expansion, and 20% as employee rewards. I accept the orders. Li Su bowed, and could not help asking Lord Shao, can Lu Wintao be trusted? Shao He smiled faintly. Whether he can be trusted is not the point. What matters is that he now has only the prince to rely upon. With the other great houses eliminated, and the Lius fallen, if he does not cling tightly to the prince's protection, he will become another man, spoiled by morning. He rose and walked to the window, watching the darkening sky. Governing is like controlling water. Blocking it breeds pressure, while diversion eases the current. If we give the defeated a path to survive and rebuild under the new order, they will become the staunchest supporters of the reforms. Li Su suddenly understood and bowed deeply. Your servant has learned much. On the 25th day of the first month at night in the prince's study, Yang Jingyuan listened to Xiao He's 3 days' reports with evident approval. In 3 days 4 great houses were destroyed, the Liu family brought to heel, field surveys launched, and the new tax code enacted. He tapped the table lightly. Xiao He, you have shown me what true administrative talent looks like. Xiao He bowed. You flatter me, my lord. The course of events favored us, I merely availed myself of that momentum. Lu Ming's evidence was solid, and Wang Qian's testimony decisive. Both were pieces you planted, I only employed them wisely. Yang Jingyuan smiled. One who uses his pieces well is a great talent. He produced the yielding public trust token from his robe. Its jade face gleamed and seemed brighter than 3 days prior. The measure of popular support had risen from 81 to 84%. Popular will is the true foundation. He set the token on the desk. Xiao He, I entrust Yuling's governance wholly to you. You shall have gold when you ask for gold, men when you request men, and authority. I grant you the power to strike first and report after. He fixed his gaze and spoke each word. In 3 months, I expect to see a new Yuling. Xiao He knelt solemnly. I shall not fail your grace's trust. Yang Jingyuan helped him up and moved to the northern border map, tracing the 6 commanderies with his finger. Internal affairs are set next. We must reform the army. Huo is on Suofeng, Al Fengsheng, and Taijizu, the Xiongnu north of Yishan. This northern chessboard is far from its concluding move. Xiao He bowed his head. My lord, I have one proposal. Speak. Governing is like nurturing troops, it requires both strain and relief. With the great houses cowed, and the people returning to us, now is the time to issue wide benevolence and amnesty for minor offenders, tax relief, public commendations for virtue. Let the people tangibly feel that following you brings better days. Yang Jingyuan turned and his eyes glittered. Approved. Draft the specific measures. I accept the commission. After Xiao He left, Yang Jingyuan sat alone in the study and stared at the moon outside the window. A system interface silently manifested Yuling Public Trust Token active, current progress 84. Detected administrative talent Xiao He has raised governance efficiency by 300. Yuling 6 commanderies tax revenue projected increase 200. Grain reserves projected increase 150. Army expansion cap unlocked ability to recruit an additional 20,000 soldiers. The numbers were cold, but behind them lay the warm yearning of a people and the foundation of northern resurgence. A faint smile touched Yang Jingyuan's lips. Xiao He's governance had terrorized the great houses. Lu Ming, the covert piece, had been played to perfection. Wang Qian's defection ensured the 4 great houses could never recover. But this was only the beginning. Next, it would be time to make the court in the capital feel the same thunder. Outside the window, the wind still bit cold, yet Lingyuan City's lamps burned brighter than in any year past. For the people here knew they had finally found a prince who would act for them and ensure they had enough to eat. That recognition formed Yang Jingyuan's most solid foundation in the northern border. On the 4th day of the 2nd month in the capital city, heavy snow had fallen for 7 consecutive days, covering the imperial city in a shroud of pure white. On the white marble steps in front of the Golden One Hall Palace, servants were sweeping the snow with long bamboo brooms, their movements slow and cautious, afraid to make too much noise. His Majesty was gravely ill and had not attended court for half a month. Inside the Yongxin Hall, the mixed scent of medicinal herbs and charcoal filled the air. Emperor Xia Yongchurin lay on the dragon couch, his complexion waxy and pale, breathing heavily as his chest heaved like a bellows, emitting faint wheezes. At the age of 50, he should have been in the prime of his martial vigor, yet the hidden injuries sustained on the battlefield in his youth had entangled him like a bone festering for 20 years. This winter a cold wind had unexpectedly ignited all these old wounds. Your Majesty, it is time for your medicine, Chief Eunuch Chao Jin said, kneeling before the couch with a bowl of thick dark medicinal liquid. This high-ranking eunuch, approximately 50 years old, had a fair complexion and no beard, with a slightly plump figure resembling a genial wealthy man. However, upon closer inspection one could see the thick joints of his fingers and the slight bulge of his temples, characteristics of a dragon elephant realm warrior. Few in the palace knew that this seemingly docile grand eunuch was in fact the Emperor Xia's most deeply hidden bodyguard, never leaving his side for 20 years. Chao Jin was loyal only to Emperor Xia. This was the blood oath he made after the emperor had carried him back from a pile of corpses on the battlefield. Yang Shirin struggled to open his eyes taking the medicine bowl, but his hand trembled violently, splattering some of the liquid onto the bright yellow brocade blanket, leaving dark stains. He frowned, tilted his head back, and gulped it down, in one go, his throat bobbing, as veins stood out on his forehead. At the peak of the Thundersound realm, he should have been impervious to all ailments. But these injuries were left over from the northern expedition against the Xiongnu. In that battle he led 30,000 imperial troops deep into the grasslands, encountering the main forces of the Zionist left virtuous king, battling fiercely for 3 days. Although he killed over 10,000 enemies, he was also struck by 7 arrows, 3 of which were cursed with the cold shadow spell by a shaman from the grasslands. For 20 years every winter his meridians felt as if they were being cut by blades.
"How long has it been since the court meeting?" he asked hoarsely. "Reporting to your majesty, it has been 12 days.
Chao Jin replied softly, his voice steady and calm.
"Several ministers and officials are waiting outside, saying there are important matters to report." "What matters?" "The appointment of the governor of Yuling Prefecture,"
Chao Jin said cautiously.
"Since Zhou Yongnian was dismissed, the position has been vacant for over 4 months.
Now that Prince Yu has quelled the 6th prefecture Shao, he has taken charge of the state affairs for half a month, showing initial results. We need a formal governor."
Yang Shirin fell silent for a moment, a complex expression flashing in his eyes.
That 9th son, Yang Jingyuan. He remembered that 11 years ago, when the imperial concubine passed away, the child was only 5 years old, kneeling before her spirit without crying or making a fuss, only tightly clutching the tassel left by his mother. At that time he thought the child was naturally aloof, but later rumors spread in the palace that he was incompetent in martial arts, dull and timid, unable to even draw qi into his body. However, the reports from the past 6 months told an entirely different story. He had slain Zhao Guangping, dismissed Zhou Yongnian, quelled the rebel forces in Wolf Pass, subdued the 4 major powerful clans, and won the hearts of the 6 prefectures. Each of these achievements seemed beyond what a useless prince could accomplish.
"Convey my decree,"
Yang Shirin said slowly.
"Today we will hold a small court meeting to discuss the appointment of the governor of Yuling Prefecture." "Understood."
Chao Jin bowed and withdrew. As he turned to leave, a flash of sharpness appeared in his eyes. There was a young eunuch peeking from the shadow of the outer corridor, who hurriedly shrank back upon seeing him. A spy from the Empress. Chao Jin sneered inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged as he walked away. At the 3rd watch in the eastern warm pavilion of the Yongxin Hall, 7 or 8 high-ranking officials stood on either side. The left Chancellor Chen Wenyuan and the right Chancellor Duke Shenguo Suzhen were at the front, followed by the ministers of the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, and the left Grand Inspector Chen Tingjun of the Censorate. 3 princes stood at the front of the civil officials, each with their heads bowed, their expressions inscrutable. Emperor Xia, wrapped in thick fur, sat on the throne, his complexion still pale, yet his gaze regained its former sharpness.
"The position of governor of Yuling Prefecture has been vacant for a long time. What candidates do you have?"
he asked directly. After a brief silence, Minister of Rights Zhou Wenzheng stepped forward first.
"Your Majesty, I believe we should select capable officials from the capital."
"Yuling is a bulwark of the northern frontier. The governor must be familiar with border affairs and adept at military and civil administration. Minister of War Sun Yid, who previously served as the chief historian of Shuofeng Prefecture, is well acquainted with the northern frontier and can take on this role."
Sun Yid, a supporter of the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Yang Jinglong's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of satisfaction flashed in his eyes.
Although Minister Sun is familiar with border affairs, his experience is still lacking.
Minister of Revenue Zhang Qian immediately countered.
"The 6 prefectures of Yuling have just stabilized, and many matters are pending. We need someone experienced and steady. I recommend Deputy Minister of Rights Jing Yuanli, who previously served as the governor of Hanjing Prefecture, governed effectively, and won the hearts of the people."
Zhang Yuanli is a distant cousin of the Empress Zhang. As the 2 factions began to argue, Crown Prince Yang Jinglong suddenly spoke up.
"Father, I have another candidate, Deputy General Feng Yong of Tiji Prefecture. This man has been stationed at the northern frontier for 15 years, familiar with border matters and military situations. He has also served as a county magistrate, understanding civil administration.
Since Yuling borders Tiji, if Feng Yong is appointed as governor, the two prefectures can defend each other, solidifying the northern frontier. Feng Yong, a cousin of Feng Sheng, is an important pawn for the crown prince in the northern frontier. Second Prince Yang Jingyan scoffed. The Qin Wang is quite calculating. Feng Yong is Feng Sheng's cousin, and Feng Sheng is the governor of Tiji Prefecture. Are you trying to control both Yuling and Tiji with your suggestion? This blunt statement instantly stiffened the atmosphere in the hall. Yang Jinglong's expression remained unchanged. The Qin Wang is overly concerned. Selecting the worthy does not avoid kinship. Feng Yong is indeed talented. Moreover, the current acting governor of Yuling Shao, he has an unclear background, and was appointed by the ninth brother. There's no guarantee he won't form factions for personal gain. Form factions for personal gain. Yang Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Shao he has been governing Yuling for half a month, surveying fields, rectifying taxes, and correcting wrongful convictions. These achievements are clearly documented in the urgent reports from the Ministry of War. What has Feng Yong done? Other than being Feng Sheng's cousin, what significant accomplishments can he present? You enough. Emperor Xia interrupted coldly. He looked at the Right Chancellor Su Jin, who had been silent. What do you think, Minister Su? Su Jin, over 60 years old with white hair, stood straight as a pine tree. This Duke Shen Guo was an experienced general in the army, having fought alongside the Duke of the Northern Defense Lin Pejun. He was highly respected in the military. He stepped forward slowly, his voice steady. Your Majesty, I believe all the opinions expressed carry merit. However, I recently received news from old friends in the northern frontier stating that the 6 prefectures of Yuling have gradually stabilized, and the people are returning to their roots. Although acting Governor Shao he has only held office for half a month, he has already cleared up most of the backlog of administrative affairs, smoothly implementing a new tax system. The people have come to call him Shao Qitian. He paused and looked at everyone. If we parachute a new governor at this time, how will Shao he be settled? How will the officials in Yuling be persuaded? The northern frontier has just stabilized. It is not advisable to stir up further turmoil. Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent. Left Chancellor Chen Wenyuan frowned. Minister Su, do you mean to formally appoint Shao he as governor? But he has an unclear background, and was privately appointed by Prince Yu, which could be problematic. The Left Chancellor is overly concerned. Su Jin replied lightly. It is true that Shao he was recommended by Prince Yu, but he has governed Yuling for half a month and his results are evident. When it comes to employing people, talent should be the benchmark rather than their origins. The Duke of the Northern Defense also came from a humble background yet became a pillar of the nation, did he not? Mentioning the Duke of the Northern Defense, Emperor Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of pain. He remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, Ministers, us words of merit. However, Shao he is still inexperienced. Suddenly appointing him as governor may be hard to convince the crowd. Just then hurried footsteps sounded from outside the hall. An eunuch bowed as he entered holding a stack of memorials. Your Majesty, 9 censors from the censorate have jointly submitted a memorial stating that the governance of Yuling has shown initial results, and Shao he deserves credit, and he should be formally appointed to stabilize the hearts of the northern frontier people. Emperor Xia took the memorial and quickly flipped through it. It listed Shao he's achievements over the past half-month, clearing up 73 backlog cases, recovering 120,000 tales of tax debts from powerful clans, dismissing 19 redundant officials, and correcting 11 wrongful convictions. Each entry was detailed with clear data. More critically, at the end of the memorial were copies of several petitions from the merchants and citizens of Yuling, densely covered in signatures and fingerprints shocking to behold. Where did this petition come from? Emperor Xia asked in a deep voice. The eunuch replied quietly. It is said that it was brought to the capital by a merchant convoy from Yuling and handed to several censors. Spontaneous. Emperor Xia sneered inwardly. Could the merchant convoy accurately deliver the petition to 9 censors? If there was no one orchestrating behind the scenes, he would not believe it. He looked at the 3 princes. The crown prince's expression was normal, but his fingers curled slightly. The second prince's eyes flickered. The third prince, Yang Jingrui, lowered his head to tidy his sleeves, his expression unclear. Who was it? Or rather, was that 9th son in Yuling already starting to extend his influence into the capital? Your Majesty, Left Grand Inspector Chen Tingjun stepped forward. He was known for his integrity. I believe that since Shao he is talented and has the people's support, he should be formally appointed. As for his qualifications, it can be marked as acting to serve a trial term of 1 year
if he performs exceptionally, he can be confirmed in position.
This was indeed a compromise.
Just as Emperor Xia was about to speak, a voice shouted from outside.
Report, urgent news from Yuling 800 Li.
A travel-worn courier rushed into the hall, kneeling on one knee holding up a bamboo tube.
Prince Yu reports the silver mine in the Black Prison County was attacked. Feng Sheng's remaining loyalists colluded with bandits to sabotage the mine.
Fortunately, the Xuanjia army arrived in time, annihilating over 300 bandits and seizing numerous weapons and secret letters. Evidence indicates that this matter is related to Feng Sheng, the governor of Tiji Prefecture. The hall erupted in chaos. Crown Prince Yang Jinglong's face changed dramatically. Emperor Xia took the memorial, and the more he read, the darker his expression became. The memorial included several copies of secret letters clearly stating,
Governor Feng's order destroy the silver mine and cut off Prince Yu's financial resources.
And,
upon success, the Qin Wang will surely reward you.
Signed with Feng Sheng's private seal.
Yang Jinglong.
Emperor Xia suddenly slammed the memorial to the ground.
Explain yourself.
Crown Prince Yang Jinglong dropped to his knees.
Father! This must be a frame-up. Although I have dealings with Feng Sheng, there is absolutely no reason for me to instruct him to sabotage the silver mine. This private seal. It must be forged. Forged?
Emperor Xia sneered.
Then what about these 300 bandits? Are they forged too? The military crossbows and gunpowder they used all came from the Tiji Prefecture's armory. Should I have the Ministry of War's ledgers compared?
Yang Jinglong's face turned ashen, but he still insisted.
Even if the weapons came from the Tiji Prefecture, it could have been the doing of Feng Sheng's subordinates without my involvement. I am willing to confront Feng Sheng face to face.
This statement sounded resolute. Emperor Xia stared at him. For a long time, his expression complicated. He knew that his eldest son had been operating in the court for many years, and had deep-rooted power. Feng Sheng held significant military power. If forced too tightly, it could indeed lead to trouble. Furthermore, Feng Yong had not yet been captured, leaving room for maneuver in this case.
Convey my decree.
Emperor Xia took a deep breath, suppressing his anger.
Feng Sheng, the governor of Tiji Prefecture, failed to maintain discipline among his subordinates, leading to the loss of military equipment. He shall be stripped of his title as deputy governor, demoted to a deputy official, yet remain in charge of military affairs in Tiji Prefecture, with the opportunity to redeem himself through merit.
The case of the silver mine in Yuling shall be jointly reviewed by the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of War, and the censorate, and thoroughly investigated.
This decree was raised high and gently lowered.
Feng Sheng was demoted but still retained military power, which was clearly a concession. Yang Jinglong breathed a sigh of relief and kowtowed.
Thank you, father. As for the governor of Yuling,
Emperor Xia looked at the ministers.
We will follow the words of Inspector Chen and appoint Xiao He as acting governor for a trial period of 1 year.
Additionally, we will send supervising eunuch Gao Rang to Yuling to assist in governance and oversee military affairs.
Gao Rang is the godson of Li Dequan, the Grand Eunuch, beside the Empress.
The second prince frowned slightly but said nothing. The crown prince had just escaped a disaster and dared not speak further. The third prince, Yang Jingrui, flashed a hint of coldness in his eyes. Now that the Empress people were going to Yuling, a good show was about to unfold.
Court dismissed.
That night at the residence of the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Jia Xu sat under the lamp in his study, toying with a smooth piece of Tianwang stone seal. The seal's knob was carved with a piccio, with the words "when" he engraved on the base. This was the only personal seal he had kept after 10 years in the capital. 10 years. Since he was summoned here at the age of 6 by his lord, he had been lurking in the murky waters of the capital for a full decade. From a 7th-rank editor to a 3rd-rank minister, every step felt like walking on thin ice. He did not form factions or take sides, working meticulously, without a flaw. Even Emperor Xia had called him steady and mature. There was a 3-long 2-short knock on the door.
Come in.
A gray-clad servant slipped in, bowing and whispering,
My lord, there is news from the palace.
Gao Rang will leave the capital in 3 days, accompanied by 8 young eunuchs and 12 guards. The Empress has given him 3 tasks. First, to gather evidence of Prince Yu's disloyalty. Second, to lure and divide the Yuling officials. Third, to take necessary actions if needed.
Necessary actions.
Jia's lips curled slightly.
The Empress is planning to play for keeps. Furthermore, although the Crown Prince has suffered setbacks, his strength remains intact.
He has secretly contacted 3 censors from the censorate, preparing to impeach Xiao He for usurping authority, and acting arbitrarily, and forming factions for personal gain. Though Feng Sheng has been demoted, Feng Yong has secretly left TG Prefecture according to unreliable reports. He is heading north, with unclear intentions.
Jia Xu nodded, taking out a secret letter from his drawer.
This list should be given to Steward Liu at the Right Chancellor's residence. He knows what to do.
The servant took a glance at it, and was shocked. The list detailed the misdeeds of Sun Yud, who was proposed by the Crown Prince, and Zheng Yuanli, who was proposed by the Third Prince, embezzlement, wrongful acts, collusion with powerful clans. Each entry was accompanied by a timestamp, location, and witnesses.
Moreover, there were several old cases involving the military's grain and salary which, if brought to light, could shake the court.
My lord, if these are released, the Crown Prince and the Third Prince will surely... That is exactly what we want, to create chaos,
Jia Xu said indifferently.
Without chaos, how can Xiao He's integrity and capability be showcased? Without chaos, how can His Majesty see what kind of people his two sons are proposing?
Moreover,
he paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes.
This time Feng Sheng was only demoted, indicating that His Majesty still has reservations. We need to let him know that his eldest son has already extended his reach too far.
The servant bowed and retreated. Jia Xu walked to the window and opened a small gap.
The night sky was starless, only the heavy clouds pressed down on the imperial city. The cold wind blew in, stirring a few strands of his white hair.
My lord,
he gazed northward, murmuring to himself,
I have paved the way for the court.
With Xiao he appointed as governor, although marked as acting, it is already a done deal for him to be confirmed after a year. Gao Rang, this venomous snake you must deal with carefully. The Crown Prince's power remains intact, and will surely retaliate. The Third Prince is watching closely. Feng Yong's move north could be detrimental to Yuling. A storm is brewing in the northern frontier, and I hope my lord prepares early.
He took out a specially made wax seal from his bosom, crushed it, revealing a thin paper, as delicate as a cicada's wing.
Dipping his pen in ink, he wrote in a secret script.
My lord, please take note. Once Xiao he becomes governor, supervising unit Gao Rang is the Empress venomous Fang, and his cunning will surely cause trouble.
The Crown Prince's power has been weakened, but not harmed, and will retaliate soon. The Third Prince is waiting for an opportunity. Feng Yong's secret move north is unclear in intent. Dark chess pieces have already moved within the court. Within 3 days, there will be censors impeaching Sun Yud, Zheng Yuanli, and others for their misdeeds. When His Majesty is enraged, it will be the day Xiao he secures his position as governor. I have laid out 13 dark chess pieces in the capital, ready for use at any time. A storm is approaching in the northern frontier. I hope my lord takes care of himself. Jia Xu bowed deeply. On the night of the 4th day of the 2nd month.
After writing, he rolled the paper into a thin strip, inserting it into a hollow copper coin, handing it to an unsavory lookout in the shadows outside the window.
Urgent delivery 800 Li to the Yuling Prince's residence.
Understood.
The lookout vanished like a ghost. Jia Xu closed the window again and returned to his desk. The documents on the table were those the Ministry of Personnel was to handle the next day. He picked up his pen to review them, his expression unchanged, as if the conspiracies discussed earlier had never occurred. Outside, the sound of drums could be heard. It was the second watch of the night. The imperial city slept in the night, but the undercurrents had already begun to spread from this palace, surging toward the northern frontier miles away. On the 7th day of the 2nd month, in the morning, a convoy of horses and carriages departed from the western gate of the capital. The leading carriage bore the apricot yellow flag of the imperial envoy for military supervision, and inside sat the pale-faced, sinister-eyed eunuch Gao Rang. He appeared to be around 30, with fair skin and long fingers currently toying with a string of purple sandalwood prayer beads, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth.
Yang Jingyuan. Jade Essence Realm.
Thundersound Realm.
He murmured to himself.
The Empress said the northern frontier is frigid and fraught with unexpected dangers. I want to see how long you, this hidden cultivation prince, can keep it up. Outside the carriage, the cold wind howled. At the same time, a swift horse quietly entered the Yuling territory from the direction of TG Prefecture. Feng Yong disguised himself as a leather goods merchant, wearing a false beard, but his eyes glinted with a wolf-like ferocity.
Yang Jingyuan, you have ruined the future of the Feng family. This grudge must be repaid. I will wait to uncover your secrets.
The undercurrents of the court and the private vendettas of the border generals converged at this moment into a dark tide, targeting the once dismissed, now feared Prince Yu. Meanwhile, within Lingyuan City, Yang Jingyuan stood atop the city tower, gazing at the southern official road as if he could penetrate the 1,000 miles of wind and snow to see the approaching convoy. In his hand Jia Xu's secret letter had been shattered into powder by his internal force scattering in the wind. And 1,000 miles away in the capital in the Yongxin Hall, Emperor Xia Shirin leaned against the couch toying with a broken bronze arrowhead, the very one he had extracted from his chest during the Xiongnu battle.
Chao Jin, this old servant is here. Tell me, is that ninth child really just of the Jade Essence realm?
Chao Jin paused for a moment, then said quietly,
Your Majesty, the news from the northern frontier is quite chaotic.
Some say Prince Hu displayed power on the battlefield suspected to be of the Thunder Sound realm. Others say he is merely of the Jade Essence realm relying on Huo Qubing and the Xuanjia army. Yet others say he is still that useless child who cannot practice martial arts and everything is just an act.
Emperor Xia tightened his grip on the arrowhead, the sharp edges digging deep into his palm.
Act? To maintain an act for half a year, slaying several generals and pacifying 6 prefectures. He gazed out at the swirling snow outside the window, murmuring,
This ninth child of mine is hiding deeper than I imagined. Just like his maternal grandfather Lin Pejun. He always eludes understanding.
In the northern reaches of Shuofeng Prefecture at the foot of the Yin Mountains, snow had blanketed the grasslands for an entire month. The pasture grass that once could submerge a horse's hooves was now buried under 3 feet of snow. As far as the eye could see, only a vast expanse of white remained between heaven and earth. A frigid wind swept through, whipping snow particles like knives that stung the face. Inside the wise king of the left's tent, a tallow lamp flickered dimly. The great Khan's decree has arrived. The wise king of the left, Hu Yanzhuo, was around 50 years old, his face covered in rugged flesh. A scar ran from his left brow to the corner of his mouth, a memento from a battle 20 years ago against Marquis Jinbei Lin Pejun. Now a scroll of sheepskin clutched in his hand, his voice was hoarse, like grinding sand. The grasslands have suffered a white disaster unseen in a century. Over half the livestock of every tribe have frozen to death. The great Khan orders us to march south and seize grain for the winter. Within the tent, over a dozen tribal leaders exchanged uneasy glances. A young leader couldn't help but speak. My king, last autumn, we were just repelled by Huo Qubing, losing General Batter and 3,000 warriors. This year, in the first month, General Wulihan fell again at Jinshu Commandery. If we go south again now, I fear. Fear what? Hu Yanzhuo's eyes snapped up, a fierce glint in his single eye. Fear Huo Qubing. He has only 30,000 border troops. I am gathering 100,000 iron cavalry this time. We will trample Shuofeng Prefecture, plunder enough grain for the winter, and then burn the border pass to the ground. Let's see what he has left to defend. But what about Yuling? Yuling? Hu Yanzhuo sneered. That useless Prince Yang Jingyuan. He can kill a few corrupt officials in Yuling, but can he lead an army into battle? Moreover, I have intelligence that the court has sent a military supervisor to Yuling, and they are in a massive uproar. If Yang Jingyuan dares to come to the rescue, Yuling will surely fall into chaos. This is a golden opportunity. He rose and walked to the sand table at the center of the tent, his finger jabbing heavily at the position marked Eagle Sorrow Gorge. Issue the order to all tribes. Break camp at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow. The vanguard of 10,000 light cavalry will charge straight for the Shuofeng Prefecture granaries. The main force of 60,000 will follow me south. The rear guard of 30,000 will escort the supplies. Remember, do not get bogged down attacking cities. Focus on looting granaries, merchant caravans, and villages. Plunder enough and withdraw immediately. Do not give Huo Qubing a chance to encircle us. Yes. The leaders replied in unison, but worry lingered in their eyes. The name Huo Qubing had become a nightmare on the grasslands. When he first arrived at Shuofeng Prefecture 7 years ago, he was merely a 17-year-old young general. Everyone assumed he was just a noble son seeking fame. But in his very first battle, he led 800 cavalry in a night raid on the Xiongnu camp, beheading 2,000 and burning countless supplies. In the 7 years since, he had fought 27 battles, large and small, without a single defeat. And just this January, even his fierce general Bald Eagle Wulihan had fallen at Jinshu Commandery, reportedly at the hands of Prince Hu Yang Jingyuan and Huo Qubing working together. Could they truly win this time? At the Shuofeng Prefecture border army camp, Huo Qubing stood atop the watchtower, gazing at the snow dust rising on the northern horizon. He was 24 years old, clad in silver armor, that he had not removed his scarlet cape snapping in the bitter wind. His face was still young, but his eyes had been tempered by too much battle smoke, sharp as an eagle's.
General, the scouts have returned. Han Lai, the commander of his personal guard, quickly ascended the watchtower, handing him a military report. The Xiongnu are advancing south in 3 columns with 100,000 troops. The vanguard is already 100 li away. The main force of the wise king of the left can reach Wild Horse Plains by noon tomorrow. Huo Qubing took the report, scanned it quickly, and a cold, sharp smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 100,000. Huyanzhua is really betting everything this time. We have only 30,000 men. The disparity in strength is immense, Han Lai said in a low voice. Should we request reinforcements from Yuling? The prince's letter the day before said we could mobilize troops at any time if needed. No need. Huo Qubing shook his head. The prince has to deal with the military supervisor and Fengyong. He can't afford to split his forces. Besides, he turned to look at the soldiers drilling in the camp, a flash of confidence in his eyes. 30,000 against 100,000. That's enough. Han Lai wanted to argue further, but Huo Qubing had already descended the watchtower, calling out in a loud voice, "Issue the order to the entire army. Eat your fill tonight. Break camp at dawn tomorrow. The vanguard of 5,000 will leave the city with me to engage the enemy. The main force of 25,000 will proceed according to plan to Eagle Sorrow Gorge to set up the ambush." General. Several veteran generals were shocked upon hearing this. You're going to lead the vanguard personally to engage the enemy? That's too dangerous. If it's not dangerous, how can we make Huyanzhua believe we are truly retreating in defeat? Huo Qubing mounted his horse in one fluid motion, his silver spear in hand. Remember, the key to this battle is one word: lure. We need to make the Xiongnu believe that we are genuinely defeated, fleeing in panic, retreating towards Eagle Sorrow Gorge. He paused, looking at Han Lai. How are the preparations at Eagle Sorrow Gorge? As per your orders, General, 300 barrels of gunpowder, 5,000 cubic meters of rolling logs and boulders, and 200 crossbow carts have been set up on the cliffs on both sides of the gorge. The specially made armor-piercing crossbow bolts from Master Gongshu have also arrived, capable of penetrating 3 layers of iron armor. Han Lai replied in a deep, steady voice. Good. A cold light flashed in Huo Qubing's eyes. Tell the men after this battle the Xiongnu won't dare to come south for a decade. 30% of the spoils from this victory will be awarded to the entire army. Yes. The order was passed down and morale in the camp soared. At noon on Wild Horse Plains, the 5,000-strong vanguard of Shuofeng Prefecture met the 10,000 Xiongnu light cavalry. Huo Qubing charged at the forefront, his silver spear like a dragon. Wherever he passed, Xiongnu cavalrymen and their horses tumbled. He deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the Thunderclap realm, the level the outside world generally believed he had achieved. A 24-year-old at the peak of the Thunderclap realm was enough to shake the entire Great Xia court. After all, the eldest Prince Yang Jinglong was only at the midstage of the Golden Sinew realm at 29, and the third Prince Yang Jingrui was only at the early stage of the Golden Sinew realm at 25. Huo Qubing. The Xiongnu vanguard General Blood Wolf Taimij roared loudly and charged his horse forward. He was about 35 with a bear-like robust physique. The blood energy around him faintly rumbled like thunder, a sign of his early Thunderclap realm cultivation. Among the Xiongnu tribes, he was a top-tier expert, second only to the wise king of the left Huyanzhua, renowned for his ferocity and bloodlust. The horses of the 2 men crossed, their spear and saber clashing with a deafening ring of metal. Huo Qubing precisely controlled his strength to the peak Thunderclap realm level. The wind and thunder on his silver spear roared mightily, each thrust carrying the force of a thunderbolt. But he deliberately made his spear technique seem unsteady, as if his realm was unstable, and would wane after a prolonged fight. Taimij gritted his teeth and took the blows, pushing his early Thunderclap realm cultivation to its limit, a blood-red saber light flickering unsteadily on his curved blade. After 10 exchanges, blood was seeping from Taimij's tiger's mouth, but his heart rejoiced. Huo Qubing's spear was fierce, but its momentum seemed lacking. It was exactly as the rumor said, unstable realm, and harboring internal injuries. After 20 exchanges, Huo Qubing used his spear to knock Taimij back. Suddenly he let out a muffled groan, his face turning pale. The wind and thunder on his silver spear abruptly weakened, and he turned his horse and fled. Huo Qubing's old wound has recurred. Chase him. Taimij was overjoyed. He could sense the disorder in the other's blood energy. This was definitely not a disguise. The 5,000 Shuofeng Prefecture border troops fought, while retreating, heading south all the way. The Xiongnu light cavalry clung to them relentlessly. After pursuing for 30 li,
they converged with the main force of 60,000 under the wise king of the left. Huo saw Huo Qubing's retreating figure from the front lines, a sharp light flickering in his single eye. He really is only at the peak of the thunderclap realm, and his old injury hasn't healed. Your wisdom is brilliant, my king, Timur said excitedly. I fought 20 exchanges with him. Initially his spear was like thunder, but after 20 exchanges his aura suddenly became chaotic. It must be his old injury flaring up. If I could have pinned him down for another 30 exchanges, I am confident I could have severely wounded him. The last shred of doubt in Huo's heart vanished. He was 50 years old, having painstakingly cultivated for 30 years to reach the late thunderclap realm. He knew well the difficulty of the martial path. For Huo Qubing to reach the peak of the thunderclap realm at 24 was an unprecedented genius. But geniuses often have flaws, cultivating too quickly leading to an unstable foundation, old battlefield wounds that are hard to heal. These were all common occurrences. If Huo Qubing were truly in the Dragon Elephant realm, Timur wouldn't have lasted 10 exchanges. Pursue. Pursue with the entire army. Huo waved his horsewhip. Today we must kill Huo Qubing and avenge 7 years of shame. The 100,000 Xiongnu iron cavalry surged south like a black torrent. Huo Qubing led his troops in a panicked retreat, discarding banners, armor, and supply carts along the way to create the appearance of a rout. Every 10 li they retreated, they would turn back to barely hold off the enemy for a while. Each skirmish showed his chi in blood and chaos, as if he might fall from his horse from his injuries at any moment. All of this was observed by Huo. Huo Qubing is at the end of his rope, he shouted harshly. Speed up the entire army. We must annihilate this Shuofeng prefecture army before sunset. By the time they reached the hour of the monkey, a narrow gorge appeared ahead. The entrance to the gorge was only 20 zhang wide, with cliffs on both sides as steep as if carved over 100 zhang high. The snow in the gorge was deep, and the fleeing figures of the defeated Shuofeng prefecture troops could be vaguely seen entering it. My king, ahead is Eagle Sorrow Gorge. A veteran general familiar with the terrain warned. This place is perilous, there might be an ambush. Huo reined in his horse, his single eye scanning the cliffs on both sides. The cliff faces were eerily silent, with only the howling wind, no sign of anyone. An ambush, he sneered. Huo Qubing has less than 3,000 broken soldiers left, and he is heavily injured and weakened. What could he use for an ambush? Besides, if there were really an ambush, why wouldn't they block us at the mouth of the gorge instead of letting us in? His confidence had swelled to its peak. Huo Qubing was gravely wounded, and retreating 5,000 of his 30,000 strong Shuofeng prefecture army were already routed, and the morale of the rest was low. This battle was a sure victory. Charge in. Today I will have Huo Qubing's head. The 100,000 troops surged into Eagle Sorrow Gorge like a tidal wave. The gorge was about 5 li long, and at its narrowest point, it could only accommodate 10 horsemen riding abreast. After the Xiongnu cavalry entered the gorge, their formation was stretched into a long snake, making it difficult for the front and rear to support each other. Just as the last Xiongnu cavalryman entered the gorge, a deafening explosion erupted from the entrance. Boom! The cliff face exploded, and massive boulders tumbled down, instantly sealing the retreat route. Not good. It's a trap. Huo's face changed drastically. Almost simultaneously, countless figures stood up on the cliffs on both sides of the gorge. The 25,000 troops of the Shuofeng Prefecture Border Army had been lying in ambush here for a long time. Han Lai stood on the cliff top waving the command flag. His early thunderclap realm cultivation allowed his voice to carry throughout the gorge. Release. Boom. 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 300 barrels of gunpowder detonated simultaneously. Mountains crumbled, and the earth split with boulders raining down like a storm. The Xiongnu cavalry, with no place to dodge in the narrow gorge, were thrown from their horses, suffering countless casualties. Crossbow carts, fire. 200 crossbow carts fired in unison. The specially made armor-piercing bolts pierced through iron armor, pinning Xiongnu cavalrymen and their horses to the ground. Rolling logs and boulders, release. 5,000 cubic meters of logs and boulders cascaded down the screams within the gorge, shaking the heavens. In just a quarter of an hour, Xiongnu casualties had already exceeded 10,000. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Huo's eyes bulged with rage as he led his personal guards in a desperate charge towards the gorge's mouth. At that moment, a clear, resonant cry came from the direction of the gorge entrance. Huo, where do you think you're going?
With Qubing alone on his horse, at the front led 3,000 elite troops to block the gorge's mouth. His silver armor was bathed in blood, but his complexion was ruddy, his gaze clear and sharp as lightning, his aura vast and majestic, like a mountain. Where was the slightest sign of being gravely wounded and weakened? Huo Qubing. You faked your injury. Hu Yanjue roared, an immense chill surging in his heart. All is fair in war. Huo Qubing smiled faintly, then his aura suddenly exploded. No more concealment. The oppressive pressure of the early Dragon Elephant realm was released in full. His blood energy boiled like a furnace, and within 3 feet of him every snowflake instantly turned to steam. With a flick of his silver spear, the sound of a dragon's roar and an elephant's trumpet intertwined and echoed through the valley. This was the realm he deliberately revealed. His true cultivation, the peak of the Dragon Elephant realm, was only displayed at 30% disguised as someone who had just entered the Dragon Elephant realm. But even this was enough to make Hu Yanjue's heart and liver shatter. The Dragon Elephant realm. You've been hiding your cultivation all along. Hu Yanjue was single. I was filled with horror and despair. A 24-year-old in the Dragon Elephant realm. And this pressure was as steady as a mountain, clearly indicating he had been stable in the Dragon Elephant realm for a long time. Everything about Peak Thunderclap realm and harboring internal injuries was a complete deception. Realizing it now is too late. Huo Qubing spurred his horse forward, his silver spear like a rainbow. This spear was faster than lightning, heavier than a mountain. Wherever the spear tip passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Hu Yanjue gritted his teeth and swung his saber, pushing his late Thunderclap realm cultivation to its extreme. Thunder exploded on his curved blade. This was his most powerful technique from his Heavenly Thunder saber art, cultivated for 30 years. 10,000 thunderbolts. Clang! The thunderous clash of saber and spear sent snow within 10 zhang billowing backwards. Hu Yanjue's body shook violently, his tiger's mouth split open, and blood stained the saber's hilt. He was horrified to discover that his full-powered strike had been casually caught with one hand by his opponent. More terrifyingly, a vast oceanic force transmitted from the spear, surging along the saber's body straight into his meridians. Hu Yanjue spat out a mouthful of blood, sliding backward for 5 zhang horse, and all plowing a deep furrow in the snow. Huo Qubing's eyes turned cold, and his second spear was already upon him. This spear had no flourish, only pure extreme power and speed. The spear tip pierced through the protective thunder light through 3 layers of iron armor, and emerged from his back. Ugh! Hu Yanjue looked down at the spear blade embedded in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had cultivated painstakingly for 30 years, reaching the late Thunderclap realm a top expert on the grasslands. Yet before this 24-year-old youth, he couldn't even withstand 2 spear thrusts. The Dragon Elephant realm and the Thunderclap realm are truly worlds apart. He murmured, his life force rapidly fading. Huo Qubing used the strength of one arm to lift, even withstand 2 spear thrusts. The Dragon Elephant realm and the Thunderclap realm are truly worlds apart. He murmured, his life. With their general dead, the Xiongnu army completely collapsed. The remaining soldiers frantically fled towards the gorge's mouth, only to be cut down by another wave of crossbow bolts and rolling logs. Han Lai led his personal guard battalion down from the cliff top. His early Thunderclap realm cultivation made him unstoppable among the fleeing troops. Wherever his long saber passed, Xiongnu cavalrymen fell from their horses. Taimuj tried to organize a resistance, but Han Lai sent his saber flying with 3 strikes and cut him down with the 4th. The battle lasted until deep into the night. Of the 100,000 Xiongnu troops, over 40,000 were killed or wounded, 20,000 were captured, and the rest scattered and fled back to the grasslands. They captured 30,000 horses, 50,000 head of cattle and sheep, and countless supplies and equipment. The Shuofeng Prefecture border army suffered only 3,000 casualties. It was a great victory that would be recorded in the annals of history. The cleanup of the Eagle Sorrow Gorge battlefield was nearing its end. Han Lai quickly entered the temporarily set up command tent, holding several weapons in his hands. General, we found something unusual while clearing the battlefield. The forging techniques on these Xiongnu curved sabers and arrowheads. They don't seem to be of the grassland style. Huo Qubing took a curved saber, his fingers tracing the tempering patterns on the blade, his gaze turning cold. He then picked up a bronze arrowhead, carefully examining the quenching marks. This is the workmanship of the Imperial Workshop, he said in a deep voice. 3 months ago, Master Gongshu reported to the prince in Yiling that an arrowhead he picked up near Wild Wolf Gully showed traces of the Imperial Workshop's secret techniques.
Han Lai gasped. General, you mean? Someone at court is supplying weapons to the Xiongnu. It's more than just supplying weapons. Huo Qubing put down the arrowhead. Look at these quenching patterns, this steel layering technique. This is no longer simple supplying, it's the outright leaking of the royal workshop's secret techniques. There are fewer than 5 people at court capable of doing this. The tent fell into a long silence. Finally, Huo Qubing said slowly, seal all the unusual weapons separately. Send a squad of personal guards to escort them back to the Shuofeng Prefecture main camp under tight guard. As for this matter, for now do not report it to the court. General, this is the crime of colluding with the enemy. Precisely because of that we cannot startle the snake. A cold light flickered in Huo Qubing's eyes. To have a hand in the Imperial workshop and to transport so many weapons out of the border pass and into Xiongnu hands. The force behind this person must be terrifyingly large. If we report it now, we will only give him time to destroy evidence and cut off leads. He walked out of the tent looking south. This matter must first be reported to the prince for a decision. On the 25th of the second month, the report of victory and the secret report both arrived at Lingyuan City. In the mansion's secret chamber, Yang Jingyuan read the 2 documents and was silent for a long time. Xiao He stood by his side speaking in a low voice. Your Highness, General, whose great victory is a cause for great joy. But this matter of the Imperial workshop's weapons. Yang Jingyuan took a bronze arrowhead from his bosom, the very one Gong Shuban had brought 3 months ago. He compared the arrowhead with the rubbing of the arrowhead included in the secret report. The patterns were almost identical. Master Gong Shu said at the time that he had only seen these quenching patterns in the waste heaps of the Western Mountain Imperial Estate in the capital. Yang Jingyuan's voice was calm, but it carried a biting coldness. Now it seemed someone not only picked things out of the waste heaps, but also gave the entire set of techniques to the Xiongnu. Xiao He pondered to have a hand in the Imperial workshop and organize caravans to transport so many weapons out of the border pass. There are only 3 to 5 people at court with such capability. And among those with both the motive and the ability to do this, the eldest prince. Yang Jingyuan slowly uttered 3 words. Fengsheng is his man. Fengsheng is an iron spine prefecture which borders the Xiongnu. The eldest prince needs military merit to secure his position, and he also needs to weaken my influence in the northern frontier. What better way is there than to support the Zionist southward incursion, which would both deplete the Shuofeng Prefecture border army and keep me busy dealing with the fallout? He paused, then added, of course the Empress and the third prince are also possibilities. But the Empress is deep in the inner palace. Mobilizing the Imperial workshop would be too difficult. The third prince, though he relies on civil official families and has influence in the Ministry of Works, has little power in the military, making it difficult to get things through the border pass. Your Highness is perceptive. Xiao He bowed. How should we handle this matter then? Let Qubing continue his investigation in secret and gather evidence. But do not act rashly. Yang Jingyuan held the arrowhead in his palm. What we need now is time to develop Yuling. Once our foundation is secure, we will settle these accounts one by one. As he spoke, Yuan Tiangang's hunched figure materialized silently. Your Highness, the procession of the military supervisor Gao Rang is 30 li away. He will arrive by the hour of the monkey. Additionally, Feng Yong had another secret meeting with those 3 mysterious individuals in Heijuan Commandery last night. One of them left alone this morning, heading southeast. Southeast. Yang Jingyuan walked to the map of the northern frontier, his finger landing on the location of Iron Spine Prefecture. That's Fengsheng's territory. It seems Feng Yong is going to rendezvous with his cousin. He turned, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. Let them come then. Gao Rang, Feng Yong, Fengsheng. And those at court who have stretched their hands into the northern frontier. I want to see just how big a storm they can stir up. Outside the window, the February sky was thick with clouds. News of Huo Qubing's great victory had spread throughout the northern frontier, and the people were jubilant. But beneath this jubilation, the undercurrents of treasonous collusion with the enemy, the shadows of courtly strife, and the sharp edge of the arriving military supervisor were converging from all directions. And 1,000 li away in the capital, within the Yongxin Hall, the Xia Emperor looked at Huo Qubing's victory report and was silent for a long time. 24 years old, the Dragon Elephant Realm, he murmured. Chao Jin, tell me, did Huo Qubing really break through on the battlefield in the heat of the moment? Chao Jin said in a low voice, Your Majesty, a breakthrough is indeed possible in the life and death struggle of a battlefield. But a 24-year-old in the Dragon Elephant Realm.
This old servant has lived for 50 years, and has never seen the like. The Xia Emperor looked out the window at the heavy falling snow, and said softly, the winds in the northern frontier are becoming harder and harder to understand. The 9th prince with Huo Qubing, and those hidden in the shadows. Outside the hall the winter wind howled as if it would swallow the entire imperial city. At the end of the 2nd month of the 32nd year of Yongchang, the 100,000-strong Xiongnu army was routed, and the wise king of the left was killed. But the great victory unveiled was a far more massive and dangerous chess game. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, outside Lingyuan city, morning mist still clung to the low hills, as a caravan of roughly 30 vehicles crept toward the south gate. Horses and carriages were bedecked in brocade. The central carriage was especially spacious, from which hung an apricot yellow banner embroidered with the 4 black characters Qi Chai Jianjun. A corner of the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a pale, clean-shaven face, whose eyes swept the gate with a cold, sinister glare. It was the eunuch Gao Rang. He had been ordered north. Ostensibly his charge was to assist in civil affairs and supervise military matters, but in truth he was a poisoned thorn the Empress had planted in the northern border. Before he left the capital, Empress Zhang summoned him into the bedchamber, dismissed all attendants, and left him with a single sentence: the northern border is bitter, and treacherous accidents abound. Gao Rang, you are clever. Do what must be done. Gao Rang understood perfectly. His life and future were bestowed by the Empress, and bound to her and the 3rd prince. Over the past half-year, Yang Jingyuan had flourished in the north, and become a dangerous favorite of the Empress faction. He had to be removed. When the caravan reached the gate, there was no ceremonial escort as expected. Only a young commandant in dark armor, a sword at his waist, stood, with 20 personal guards at the entrance. Who approaches? The commandant asked his officials. Why is no one here to receive us? Gao Rang displeased signaled the driver to halt. Officials. Why is no one here to receive us? The commandant, indeed the leader of the personal guard Zhao, who merely clasped his fist and replied, this soldier. Where is His Highness Prince Yu? Where are the prefectural officials? Why is no one here to receive us? The commandant, indeed the leader of the personal guard Zhao, who merely clasped his fist and replied, this soldier Zhao, who is here by the prince's order to receive you. The prince has commanded that the inspector, having traveled far, first go to the way station to rest. The prefect is occupied. The prefect of Shao cannot spare the time. It will not be untimely to see you tomorrow. Gao Rang's face darkened. He had expected Yang Jingyuan might show some discourtesy, but not this level of slight. A single commandant and 20 soldiers, and they presumed to brush off a trusted agent of the Empress, the imperial commissioner. How dare you? Gao Rang barked. I bear the imperial edict and represent His Majesty. Prince Yu is still a prince, and should receive the court's envoy with proper ceremony. Do you intend to defy the edict? Zhao He's expression did not change. He answered coolly, the prince has decreed that in Yuling all military and civil affairs are decided by the prince's mansion. If the commissioner wishes to proclaim the edict, he may go to the mansion. If he wishes to rest, the way station awaits. If he does not, there is the gate. The commissioner may depart on his own. He stepped aside, as if even one more word would be a bother. Gao Rang trembled with fury, his nails biting deep into his palm. He forced himself to suppress his rage, knowing full well that here he could not afford an outburst. This was not the capital, this was Yang Jingyuan's domain. Gritting his teeth, he spat out through clenched lips. Very well, Prince Yu. He forced the words out. We will first go to the way station. Tomorrow we shall see how Prince Yu receives the edict. The caravan slunk into the city. Along the way townspeople pointed and whispered, many with undisguised contempt in their eyes. A eunuch. An imperial inspector. The prince has put food on their table these past months, while the court did nothing, and now the court sends a eunuch to boss them about. At the same time in Huo County's silver mine. This place no longer resembled the desolation of 3 months prior. After the silver mine was reclaimed by official control, the prince's mansion poured in manpower and resources, not only repairing the main shaft that had been blown open, but carving 3 new tunnels into the mountain. Daily silver output now reached 300 jin. Miners received generous treatment, death benefits were doubled, and every man worked with renewed vigor. Around the mine 800 elite soldiers of the Xianjin camp patrolled day and night. The iron host that led them was the fierce General Niu Dazhuang, who a year before had risen to fame during the defense against the Xiongnu, when in the heat of battle he overturned a charging warhorse with a single arm. At that moment,
The 8-foot-tall, broad-shouldered man stood atop a boulder at the tunnel mouth, squinting toward the southeastern woodlands. He wore custom-thickened black armor, 2 heavy iron short halberds, each weighing some 80 jin, hung at his waist. Mere bystandership exuded an oppressive force that set the heart on edge. "General, the 3rd Patrol reports," a scout ran up, his voice low. "10 li to the southeast we found suspicious tracks. About 50 men clad in black and masked, nimble in body. They are moving toward the mine. From their gait and technique, they are at least bronze skin realm. The leader seems to be iron bone realm." Niu Dazhuang split his lips in a grin, flashing white teeth. His voice came like a bell. "That old dog Feng Sheng truly will not rest. The silver mine brings near 10,000 taels a month. If they sever this, they cut off 30% of the prince's income. Of course, he wants to act." He leapt down from the boulder. The ground seemed to tremble beneath his descent. Though the Xianjin camp commander only stood at the peak of the iron bone realm, his divine strength and monstrous physique made his true combat power enough to contend with early golden tendon practitioners. The scene of him cleaving a horse's skull and overturning a charger with one arm remained a legend among the northern armies. "Sound the orders." Niu Dazhuang's voice rolled like a drum. "Execute Plan A. First squad, 200 men ambush the mountain walls on either side of the tunnel entrance. Second squad, 200 men lie in reserve. Third squad, 400 men come with me to meet them head-on. Remember, let them into your encirclement, shut the gate, and beat the dog, leave none alive." "Yes." 800 Xianjin camp soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the valley. These men were all burly, well-equipped, carrying heavy shields and long halberds. Yang Jingyuan had forged them as heavy infantry, elite for assaults and defenses alike. Their eyes now glittered with a bloodthirsty light. Half a year without battle had left them itching for a fight. Around the second watch near noon, 50 black-clad figures slipped into the southeastern woods like specters. Their leader was a burly man brandishing a thick-backed cleaver. He was Qin Hung, nicknamed Ghost Blade, the fanatic corps chief under Feng Sheng, an Iron Bone realm peak fighter who had carried out countless of Feng's dark deeds. "Boss, the silver mine is just ahead," a scout whispered. "About 800 defenders from their gear. They are Xianjin camp elites. There are sentries in the watchtowers and fixed guards at the tunnel mouth." Qin Hung narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly. 800 guarding such a vast mine, and their forces are dispersed. "We will concentrate and break through the tunnel entrance below the supporting pillars, trigger a collapse. Once the tunnel is ruined, production won't resume within 3 months. He took from his bosom a crudely drawn map. Du Feng supplied the mine layout. "There are 3 key load-bearing pillars in the main tunnel. Destroy them, and half the mountain will crumble. Each man carries 10 jin of gunpowder. On my signal, detonate simultaneously." The 50 checked their gear in silence. Powder pouches, incendiary bombs, poison-tipped crossbow bolts, all standard issue, the same equipment used 3 months earlier when the iron mine had been blown. Qin Hung gestured once, "Move." 50 black shadows streaked from the woods and hurtled for the tunnel entrance. Their movements were swift and coordinated, clearly the product of rigorous training. Sentries along the way noticed anomalies, but before they could raise the alarm were struck down by hidden bolts. In less than half an hour, the party had crept to within 100 zhang of the tunnel mouth. At the entrance, only 30 Xianjin soldiers patrolled in a negligent manner, oblivious to the approaching danger. A predatory smile crossed Qin Hung's face. "Relaxed indeed? Brothers, break in. Blow the tunnel, 500 taels of silver for each man. Attack." 50 men rose as one, loosing a volley of crossbow bolts that felled a dozen guards at the gate in an instant. The remaining guards panicked, fell back, and, shockingly, opened the channel. Qin Hung without hesitation led his men into the tunnel. The tunnel's light was dim, and its depth swallowed sight, an ideal place for an ambush. But Qin Hung was blinded by the illusion of an easy breach and only sought the supporting pillars as quickly as possible. After pressing roughly 50 zhang, and suddenly a blaze flared ahead. Niu Dazhuang's tower-like figure blocked the passage, dual halberds in hand, his mouth stretched in a grin. "Qin Hung, is it? I've been waiting for you." Qin Hung's face drained. He realized the trap and shouted, "Retreat." But it was already too late. Behind them, a thunderous blast rolled out as 3 heavy iron gates slammed down in succession, sealing off their retreat. Dozens of hidden windows yawned open in the side walls, and heavy crossbows rained bolts like a storm. Worse still, nets studded with barbed blades dropped from the ceiling. Ambush. Break out. Qin Hung hacked aside 2 bolts, but Niu Dazhuang was already advancing with leaden footfalls that beat like war drums. "So Feng Sheng sent you scraps.
Niu Dazhuang swung his twin halberds and whipped up a howling gale. It seems TG Prefecture truly has no men left. Presumptuous. Qin Hung ground his teeth and launched a furious assault, his blade a silver torrent aimed at Niu Dazhuang's vital points. He was the fanatic chief of Feng Sheng's corps, battle-hardened, with a vicious cunning blade meant to strike true. But Niu Dazhuang cared nothing for refined technique. A single horizontal sweep of his halberd, pure force, pure violence. Qin Hung met the blow with his cleaver, and felt an overwhelming mountain-crushing power surge through his arms. His right hand split open, his blade was jarred from his grip and flew free. He stumbled back 7 paces, smashing into the stone wall, his chest heaving blood and shock across his face. This barbarian's strength was inhuman. Is that all you got? Niu Dazhuang avanked and brought another halberd crashing down. Qin Hung rolled awkwardly to evade where he had stood. The bluestone floor now bore a foot-deep dent, and shards of rock scattered. At that moment, the Xianjin camp's coordination revealed its true terror. Crossbow bolts never ceased from the side windows, aimed at the black-clad men's lower bodies and joints. Soldiers hurled heavy iron caltrops and entangling cables in perfect synchrony. The narrow tunnel prevented the attackers from forming ranks. One by one, they were isolated and encircled. Xianjin squads moved in threes, one with a heavy shield to hold ground, two with long halberds to thrust. Their offense and defense were one a moving iron wall. In moments, half of the 50 black-clad men lay fallen, the rest were driven into a corner and fought to the last. Qin Hung's heart filled with dread. These Xianjin soldiers might lack the single-minded cultivation of the fanatic corps, but their array, equipment, and indomitable will, coupled with an innate ferociousness, were wholly unlike the death squads he knew. He feigned a move and tried to flee, but Niu Dazhuang's halberd swept his back. Armor shattered, a crisp snap sounded from his spine. Ugh! Blood gushed from Qin Hung's mouth as he staggered to the ground. Niu Dazhuang planted a boot on his chest with such force that 3 of his ribs cracked. Speak, how many did Feng Sheng send? What is the plan? Qin Hung offered a grim, bleeding smile. Kill us if you must. Duda Feng will avenge us. Avenge. Niu Dazhuang retrieved a token from his bosom, the very military deployment order from the TG Prefecture Armory that he had seized from Qin Hung. The evidence is conclusive. Feng Sheng illicitly transferred military equipment and dispatched assassins to sabotage the prince's estates. Tell me, who do you think the imperial court will deal with first? Qin Hung's face turned ashen. Niu Dazhuang said no more. With a firm stomp of his right foot, he ended the man's life. Turning to survey the battlefield, he saw all 50 black-clad assailants lay slain. Not a single survivor remained. The trap camp had suffered 21 wounded and 5 dead. Clean the battlefield. Seal all corpses and equipment. Niu Dazhuang's command boomed like muffled thunder. Send a carrier pigeon to the prince's manor. The silver mine was ambushed. All enemies annihilated. Seize 1 TG Prefecture Armory deployment order and 1 personal seal of Feng Sheng. The trap camp has not disgraced the prince. He gazed southeastward, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Feng Sheng. Next time send more men. I haven't had my fill of killing yet. The next day, at the hour of 10:79 a.m. in the main hall of the prince's manor in Lingyuan City, Gao Rang, clad in a brand new python robe and clutching an imperial edict of bright yellow silk, strode proudly into the hall. Behind him followed 8 young eunuchs and 12 guards, a grand procession. Inside the hall, Yang Jingyuan sat serenely in the seat of honor without rising. Xiao He, Su Zhongmeng, and other civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, their expressions calm. At Yang Jingyuan's side stood a hunched gray-robed elder, who seemed on the verge of dozing off at any moment, Yuan Tiangong, the chief of the Bureau of Ill Repute. His eyes were half-closed, as still as a clay statue. Prince Yu! Gao Rang raised his voice and unfurled the edict. His Majesty has issued a decree. Please, Your Highness, receive the decree. He deliberately drew out the final syllable, waiting for Yang Jingyuan to kneel. Yang Jingyuan merely lifted his eyes and said to Yuan Tiangong beside him, Chief Yuan, take it. Yes. Yuan Tiangong's figure drifted like a specter before Gao Rang and reached out to take the edict. Gao Rang, both shocked and enraged, instinctively stepped back. How dare you? The imperial edict was personally issued by His Majesty. How could you, an old servant? Before he could finish, his hand was empty, and the edict was already in Yuan Tiangong's grasp. That seemingly slow movement was in truth so swift that it surpassed Gao Rang's perception. He hadn't even seen how the man had moved.
Even more terrifying to him was that in that fleeting instant he had sensed from this hunched elder a dreadfully profound and unfathomable aura, as deep as an abyss, as oppressive as a prison. That feeling was like facing a slumbering primordial behemoth. Yuan Tiangang respectfully presented the edict to Yang Jingyuan, not sparing Gao Reng a single glance throughout the entire process. His aura receded into tranquility, as if the fleeting terror of that moment had been merely an illusion of Gao Reng's. But Gao Reng's back was drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. This elder was anything but ordinary. Could it be? Could he be a legendary dragon elephant realm powerhouse? Otherwise, how could he exude such a terrifying sense of oppression? Yang Jingyuan unfurled the edict, scanned it quickly, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The decree was merely the formal appointment of Shao He as acting provincial governor for a 1-year trial, with Gao Reng appointed as military overseer. It bore the imperial jade seal at the end, but the words were laced with intent to check and balance. He handed the edict to Shao He, then finally turned his gaze to Gao Reng, his voice flat.
Supervisor Gao, this prince has read the decree. Shao He's appointment as provincial governor is well deserved. As for you...
He paused. Though he released no trace of cultivation aura, the intangible pressure born from long-held authority over life and death still made Gao Reng's breath catch.
The post of military overseer, according to the Great Xia Code, is only to supervise military affairs, not to interfere in governance. The military and political matters of Yuling are for this prince and Governor Shao to decide.
If Supervisor Gao wishes to collect his salary in peace, he may go to the courier station to eat and drink. Though the northern frontier is bitterly cold, fine wine and delicacies are not lacking. But if he wishes to meddle...
Yang Jingyuan's gaze suddenly turned icy, his voice like frost.
The northern frontier is harsh, full of accidents. If the supervisor were to freeze to death, fall to his death, or encounter bandits, it might be difficult to even transport his remains back to the capital.
This was a blatant threat.
Gao Reng's face turned deathly pale, intimidated not only by Yang Jingyuan's overbearing arrogance, but also deeply wary of the mysterious elder at his side. A young prince, who could command the obedience of a suspected dragon elephant realm powerhouse. The hidden forces and secrets behind him were too chilling to contemplate.
You? You dare threaten an imperial envoy?
Gao Reng rasped, mustering his last shred of bravado, but his voice trembled uncontrollably.
I am the Empress, man. If you dare touch me, Her Majesty will never let you off.
Yang Jingyuan smiled, but there was no warmth in it.
The Empress? Then go back and tell her, Yuling is mine. Whoever stretches their hand too far, this prince will chop it off. Supervisor Gao, take care of yourself.
He waved his hand.
See the guest out.
Zhao Hu stepped forward, making a pleased gesture. His posture was respectful, but his eyes were as sharp as blades. Knowing further words were useless, Gao Reng gritted his teeth, turned and fled with his entourage in disgrace. As he left the manor, he cast a backward glance at the imposing gate tower, his gaze lingering especially on Yuan Tiangang's hunched figure. A flicker of venomous hatred and deep suspicion passed through his eyes.
Yang Jingyuan. And that mysterious elder. I must report this to Her Majesty immediately.
That night at the hour of 11 p.m. 1 a.m. 30 Li outside Lingyuan City. Gao Reng's carriage was traveling through the night. He couldn't bear to stay a moment longer in the northern frontier. He had decided to return to the capital at once and report everything he had seen and heard, especially the existence of the mysterious suspected dragon elephant realm elder and Yang Jingyuan's overbearing insolence, in a detailed secret memorial to the Empress. Inside the carriage by the dim lamplight, he was furiously drafting a secret letter.
Prince Yu of Yu, Yang Jingyuan scorns the imperial edict and threatens the imperial envoy. At his side is a hunched elder with an unfathomably deep aura, suspected to be a peerless dragon elephant realm master. This elder obeys the Prince of Yu with utter deference, likely his greatest hidden asset. The northern frontier has become the Prince of Yu's private kingdom. His intentions are treacherous. I implore your Majesty to decide early.
The more he wrote, the more alarmed he became, and the more he realized how deep the waters of the northern frontier truly ran. A 16-year-old princeling commanding not only a strong army and fierce generals, but possibly even a dragon elephant realm powerhouse. A national-level asset. What did this imply? Just then a shrill sound of something tearing through the air came from outside the carriage.
Assassins!
The guard shouts had barely begun when they were abruptly cut short. Then came the clash of weapons, screams, and the panicked neighing of horses. Gao Reng, horrified, threw open the carriage curtain. Under the moonlight, dozens of black shadows flitted like specters among the convoy, felling the guards, like wheat before a scythe, wherever they passed. Those shadows struck with ruthless precision, utterly silent. They were clearly professional killers, far more terrifying than military experts.
The Bureau of Ill Repute. Yang Jinjuan's men. He's going to silence me.
Gao Reng realized in terror.
Quick! Protect me! Break out!
But it was too late. A gray figure drifted down to land before the carriage wearing a wooden mask. It was Duan Qingqian, the star of heavenly speed. With a flash of cold light from the short blade in his hand, the coachman's throat spurted blood, and he collapsed silently. Gao Reng scrambled out of the carriage in panic, only to see that the other eunuchs and guards were all dead. He stood alone on the official road, surrounded by over a dozen operatives of the Bureau of Ill Repute. These black-clad men had steady auras and cold eyes. Clearly every one of them was a master.
You? You dare kill an imperial envoy? This is a crime punishable by the extermination of your entire clan.
Gao Reng's voice quivered uncontrollably, but his hand stealthily moved toward the unfinished secret letter in his bosom, trying to tear it up. Duan Qingqian's gaze turned icy. His form moved like lightning, instantly seizing Gao Reng's wrist and twisting it lightly.
Crack!
The wrist bone shattered. The secret letter fell into Duan Qingqian's hands. He scanned its contents. Seeing the word "suspected dragon elephant realm," his eyes behind the mask remained utterly impassive. He simply brought the letter close to a fire striker. The flame rose, illuminating Gao Reng's despairing face.
No! That was for Her Majesty the Empress.
The short blade sliced across his throat, precise and merciless. Gao Reng clutched his neck as blood gushed between his fingers. His wide eyes, filled with resentment, slowly glazed over as he collapsed to the ground. In his final flicker of consciousness, he was certain at last that hunched elder was absolutely a dragon elephant realm powerhouse. Yang Jingyuan had hidden himself too deeply. Under the firelight, the operatives of the Bureau of Ill Repute cleaned the scene like phantoms, dragging all the corpses and the carriage deep into the forest and sprinkling them with corpse-dissolving powder. Within half an hour, the official road was spotless, the scent of blood swept away by the night breeze, as if no one had ever passed. Duan Qingqian watched the secret letter burn completely to ash, ensuring not a single word remained. At the prince's manor in Lingyuan City, Yang Jingyuan listened to Duan Qingqian's report and nodded. He was unconcerned about Gao Reng's death, a venomous snake sent by the Empress, well deserving of his fate.
My lord, an urgent report has arrived from the silver mine.
Yuan Tiangang said, his back still hunched, appearing silently to present a secret letter. His peaked dragon elephant realm cultivation was concealed as thoroughly as that of an ordinary old servant.
Yo Dazhuang led the trap camp to annihilate all 50 enemies. We seized the TG Prefecture Armory deployment order and Feng Sheng's personal seal. The trap camp suffered 5 dead and 21 wounded. Yo Dazhuang requests instructions should the evidence be sent to the capital.
Yang Jingyuan pondered for a moment.
Send it. Not only send it, but make a grand spectacle of it. Have Zhang Taizhan dispatch a contingent of prefectural troops to escort the evidence to the capital, spreading word along the way of Feng Sheng's sabotage of the silver mine and his collusion with bandits. Remember, mention only Feng Sheng, do not implicate the great prince for now.
Shao he added from the side.
Your Highness' plan is brilliant. Feng Sheng is a frontier general with solid evidence against him. His Majesty will have no choice but to act. But if we directly implicate the great prince, His Majesty might suppress the matter. Let us first topple Feng Sheng, sever one of the great prince's arms, and then proceed slowly. Exactly,
Yang Jingyuan said, putting away the secret letter.
Furthermore, order Huo Qubing to strengthen the defenses of Shuofeng Prefecture. If Feng Sheng is cornered, he might collude with the Xiongnu to raid the border again. Also have Master Gongxu accelerate the production of new military equipment, especially siege crossbows and repeating crossbows. I have a feeling a great battle is coming to the northern frontier.
The officials acknowledged the orders and withdrew. Yang Jingyuan walked alone to the window, gazing southward. The night was deep, the starlight dim. Gao Reng was dead. The evidence against Feng Sheng was soon to arrive in the capital. The imperial court was bound to stir. The great prince would not take this lying down, and the Empress would not let the matter rest. And then, there were the 50,000 frontier troops of TG Prefecture, which Feng Sheng had cultivated for years, deeply rooted and formidable. The blood and qi within his body circulated faintly, the power of the blood-burning realm, far surpassing the dragon elephant realm, surging relentlessly through his meridians.
Come!
He murmured to himself, his eyes deep as the ocean.
Come all of you. I have already set my pieces on the chessboard of the northern frontier. Whoever dares to make a move must be prepared to lose everything.
Outside the window the cold wind howled, swirling out the remnants of snow. Midnight. Beneath the prince's mansion of Lingyuan City, a secret chamber personally designed and overseen by Gong Shuban lay in absolute silence. The chamber measured roughly 30 feet across. Its four walls were cast 3 feet thick from oak stone mixed with iron slag, able to block sound, absorb shock, and isolate internal from external qi. At the center stood a zeton wood desk, atop which a bronze crane spout lamp burned steadily, with a candle the size of a bean casting light on the young figure seated upright. Yang Jingyuan sat with eyes closed in deep concentration, his dark robe merged with shadow under the dim light. He had taken his fief last September, exactly half a year ago. Those 6 months felt like a dream, and yet every step had been perilous. In the recesses of his mind the long-dormant system interface stirred, and with the faintest thought rose into view. Unlike its usual simplicity, the interface now flowed with iridescent light, rows of clear data, and lines of text illuminated in sequence.
Northern Border Foundation, half-year review,
and
territorial control. 6 counties and 1 city of Yulingzhou are fully under control.
The magistrates of the 6 counties were either newly appointed from humble origins or loyal former officials, who had submitted petitions. Governance ran smooth and unobstructed.
Popular support, current approval in Yulingzhou, 84. Stability of the populace, hearts united.
Beside the figures were small annotations. Winter shelters warmed countless people. Ice-crowned snow lotus healed the whole city. The dark river cleared bandits and restored trade routes. Frontier garrisons quelled rebellions and steadied local customs, each entry tied directly to the people's hearts. Military strength. Yulingzhou troops number 12,000 organized into the Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuqiu, and Xuanwu camps, all fully trained. The Lingyuan Guard numbered 3,000 under Zhang Ming, adept at amphibious warfare and well-equipped. Frontier garrison troops totaled 10,000 under acting commander Zhang Tieshan, guarding the northern gateway. The prince's personal guard numbered 3,000 under Zhang Cheng, safeguarding the core. The Xian armor army counted 3,000 under Jia Yi, heavy armored elites, and a secret trump card. In total, 28,000 battle-ready soldiers. Additionally, Huo Qubing's 30,000 border troops from Shufengzhou were a reliable external reinforcement. New weapons, siege crossbows, multi-shot ballistic sled war chariots, improved warships, were continuously produced by the artisan sage Gong Shuban. Grain reserves. The granaries were full, sufficient to support the army and the core populace for a year. Spring planting had finished with 800,000 mu of new crops, potatoes, corn, high-yield wheat, growing well, and an autumn harvest expected to be 3 times that of previous years. Talents under his banner, Shao, he acting governor, oversaw civil affairs with steady competence, steadily implementing the
10 policies for governing Yuling.
Yuan Tiangang Shadow Marshal controlled intelligence at home and abroad. His pinnacle Longxiang realm, cultivation unfathomably deep. Gong Shuban artisan sage presided over the workshops, innovating weapons and agricultural implements as the technological cornerstone. Huo Qubing, commander of Shufengzhou, was a cavalry genius with Longxiang level prowess, the northern bulwark. Zhang Tieshan, Zhang Ming, Zhang Cheng, Yo Dazhuang, and the other commanders performed their duties with loyalty and martial valor. Jia Xu lurking within the court as right vice minister of personnel, a hidden chess move already in motion. Economic base seized gold, silver lands, and shops from the powerful exceeded 1 million taels in value. Dark River grain transport, the Black Prison silver mine, and official shops across the counties were gradually returning to order and beginning to generate revenue. Hostile forces, the court, the Empress, the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, the Third Prince, and their backing factions, remnants of Feng Sheng's forces in Taijizu, a latent threat from the Xiongnu and the inscrutable emperor upon the dragon throne. The data read coldly, but behind it lay 6 months of bloodfire and steel, the people's suffering, and the slow rekindling of life. From cutting down Sun, who in Longdai County to establish his might, to breaking Chen Wenyuan's grain plot in the Winter County, suppressing the mine riot in the Black Prison County, and capturing Liu Beishan, reclaiming Wang Diking's waterway in Dark River County, harvesting snow lotus to save lives in Ice Crown County, and exterminating Wu Kaishan to secure the frontier. Every step had been perilous yet meticulously calculated, turning the bitter northern border into his foundation.
Half a year.
Yang Jingyuan murmured inwardly, feeling a weighty mingling of accomplishment and an even stronger sense of responsibility. Those 84% of the people support those 28,000 soldiers, the full granaries, and the roster of talents. These were the capital with which he could establish himself and scheme for the future. As his mind lingered on the reckoning, dong! 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 The midnight drumbeats pierced the deep layers of earth and stone and faintly reached into the chamber. At the instant the drum sounded, Yang Jingyuan did not hear a drum in his head so much as a single resounding Taoic tone like a great bell. The voice did not come from without but rose from the depths of his consciousness, distant, sonorous, as if it had traversed endless time and space bearing an ancient vast aura. The system announced, "Annual check-in activated. Detected host has taken thief in the northern border, fully controlling the 6 counties of Yuling over 6 months, achieving the hidden achievement Northern Border Foundation. Achievement rewards dispatching. Reward 100 years of pure internal force, no attributes, directly absorbable, perfectly compatible with any cultivation technique, no side effects. Accept." A string of system prompts sounded clear and swift in Yang Jingyuan's mind. Annual check-in. Half-year achievement. 100 years of internal force. Even Yang Jingyuan, steadfast of spirit, could not help but feel his heart stir at the notion. That reward, a century of pristine internal force perfectly compatible with any art, meant the 7th tier of Longxiang Banro Gong could at least be consolidated, perhaps even reach toward the threshold of the 8th tier. Accept. Without hesitation, Yang Jingyuan moved his mind. At the instant the command was issued, a drastic change occurred. Though there was no wind in the chamber, the candle atop the bronze lamp flared violently, the flame stretching and twisting, as if about to leave the wick. Then, centered on where Yang Jingyuan sat, an invisible yet immense suction violently erupted. It was as if an unseen portal had opened in the void. A vast, pure, gentle, yet overwhelmingly majestic tide of energy, as if a river finally finding its course, poured down from some unseen height, and funneled straight into the Baihui point atop his head. Yang Jingyuan groaned and his body tensed. This internal force was purer than anything imagined, devoid of any elemental leaning, only the most primordial energy. When it surged in, it did not rend him with pain, but flowed like a warm, nourishing current that quickly spread through his limbs and bones. Yet its volume was staggering. His pores involuntarily opened, and with a "Chusha," strands of crimson blood qi were driven out by the overwhelming internal force. Those blood qi did not disperse, but drawn by the invisible field above his head some 3 feet up began to circle and coalesce. Within a few breaths a rotating crimson vortex about a foot in diameter had taken shape. Tiny electric arcs flashed at the vortex's center, emitting a searing heat. The chamber's temperature rose sharply. Droplets that had condensed on the damp walls instantly vaporized into white mist, and then quickly dissipated. The air grew dry and burning. At the same time, within Yang Jingyuan, the Longxiang Banro Gong surged with unprecedented speed, operating on its own with ravenous intensity. This supreme body-focused art from the system aimed at sanctifying the flesh drank the century of inner force greedily, every acupoint and meridian converting and assimilating the inflow. The blood qi that had been honed into a heavy mercury-like flow at the early burning blood stage suddenly began to transform under the push of this new power. The blood qi circulation accelerated by several-fold, roaring through the meridians with a faint whoosh, as if a great river had swelled with tide. His heartbeats grew heavy and forceful. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike like a war drum sounding within the chest, vibrating through flesh and bone, so that even the Zetan desk beneath him trembled in sympathetic resonance. The barrier of the 7th tier, the burning blood stage, lay in igniting the essence of blood qi, tempering the Bodhist blood into a mercury-like viscous torrent that could unleash terrifying power and vitality. Yang Jingyuan had been mired at this stage for some time. Though his foundation was firm, to advance to mid-late or peak phases by conventional means would have required years of painstaking effort. Yet now, under the brutal influx of this century of internal force, that one solid barrier began to shudder violently, and then fissures appeared. Boom! It felt as if thunder exploded within his body, not a real sound, but the overwhelming sensation of blood qi breaking past its seals as his realm rose. Tendons and bones rang in concert, not a faint hum, but a deep roar like a dragon's cry from a submerged pool, like an elephant stamping the earth. A faint visible gust rippled outward from Yang Jingyuan, striking the chamber walls, and producing a heavy echo as dust sifted down. Mid-burning blood stage, broken. The blood qi condensed further, and rushed faster, strength suffusing every muscle. The century of internal force continued pouring in like an endless torrent. Late burning blood stage, broken. Blood key seeping from his pores grew richer, the vortex above his head spun faster, and deeper in color the chamber's heat now felt like an oven. Yang Jingyuan's skin flushed as if magma flowed beneath, yet his expression grew calmer and more serene. Signs of a perfect fusion of internal force and rising mastery. Finally, under the guidance of Longxiang Banruo Gong, all torrents of inner force surged toward the last barrier of the 7th tier, the burning blood pinnacle, and launched a final assault.
Crack!
A delicate sound like glass fracturing echoed within. The burning blood pinnacle was attained. His blood key wholly transmuted into a thick crimson-golden hue flowing through his vessels, and faintly sounding like wind and thunder. In every gesture and movement boundless force accompanied him, without deliberate manipulation. More wondrously, under inward observation, the surfaces of his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys shimmered with a faint, but real veil of pale gold light. This indicated his viscera were being nourished by abundant blood key, advanced energy beginning to metamorphose and strengthen. He had touched the threshold of the 8th tier of Longxiang Banruo Gong, the inner organ realm. Once formally entering the inner organ realm, one could temper the 5 viscera and 6 bowels from the outside in producing qualitative leaps in vitality, endurance, recovery, and resistance to internal injuries, stepping truly toward the inhuman mastery of a martial sage. The entire infusion lasted roughly the time it takes 1 stick of incense to burn. When the last thread of pure internal force merged into his dantian and blended seamlessly with the hard-earned reserves within the crimson vortex above his head, slowly dissipated, and the chamber's scorching heat began to subside. He opened his eyes slowly. In the dimness, 2 cold streaks of light seemed to flash across his pupils, glints of clarity that flared and then withdrew. His gaze had grown deeper and more composed, like an ancient well or a profound pool, yet from its depths it now contained a force capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. He rose, his joints clicked and popped like a drawn bowstring, returning filled with a sense of strength. Sensing the surging internal force and blood key far greater than before, he curled his fist lightly. A low rumble issued as the air in his palm was compressed by invisible might. He walked to one side of the chamber, where a specially forged Xian iron testing target stood 3 inches thick, Gongshu Ban's trial piece for armor-piercing tests. Yang Jingyuan made no formal stance or channeling. He casually raised his right hand and extended a finger like a blade toward the target, 3 zhang away, lightly touching the air. The motion was nonchalant, as if brushing away dust. A condensed, tangible red-gold fingertip force snapped from his finger. The finger force tore through the air, with a faint rending sound, leaving only a slight afterimage. In the next instant, puff! A perfect round hole, thumb-thick, and with impossibly smooth edges, had pierced the 3-inch-thick Xian iron target without resistance. As if the iron had been soft tofu. The force continued, and striking the ruined oak stone wall behind left a shallow pit half an inch deep, with a mirror-smooth interior. Yang Jingyuan nodded slightly. That one finger had not even used 10% of his force. It was a casual probe. If he unleashed the full power of his burning blood chi, augmented by the century of internal force, he could likely pierce plates a foot thick. The system updated in time.
Boast Yang Jingyuan. Cultivation Longxiang Banruo Gong 7th tier burning blood pinnacle blood key, like mercury faint golden sheen, threshold of 8th tier inner organ realm touched. Internal force 100 years of pure cultivation, perfectly integrated foundation, flawless. Combat assessment in normal state, blood key and internal force are vast and mighty, capable of overwhelming any burning blood cultivator at full eruption, able to clash with newly entered inner organ realm opponents and possibly triumph. Physical strength, speed, endurance, and recovery all received immense improvements. Note half your achievement reward claimed. Internal force infusion presents no risk, cultivation is stable.
Seeing the updated data, even Yang Jingyuan, steadfast of will, felt his heart surge. 6 months of painstaking work combined with the system reward had finally given him undeniable leverage in personal martial might. At the burning blood pinnacle, and touching the inner organ threshold, he might move freely among armies of 1,000,000. As he savored his transformation, the system chimed again, with an unusual cadence.
Detected special conditions met for achievement. Northern Border Foundation full control within 6 months. Popular support over 80 military, over 20,000 possession of core talents in governance, intelligence, and craftsmanship. Triggering extra hidden reward. Reward 1 opportunity to summon a special historical figure. The summoned individual will arrive within 3 days, by the most reasonable means, automatically assume a plausible identity in this world, and have memory implants inserted. Category of figure, emphasis on military commander, master, trainer, or strategic advisor. Do you wish to use this summon now? A special figure summon, focused on military commanders and training masters.
Yang Jingjuan's eyes flashed. This was timely aid indeed. Under his banner there were already cavalry genius, with Huo Qubing seasoned commanders such as Zhang Taizhan, and Zhang Ming the hidden powerhouse Yuan Tiangong, and Shao He managing affairs. What he lacked was someone who could systemically integrate, train, and elevate his growing army, and coordinate strategy at the highest level. Li Jing, Yu Fei, Su De, Wu Qi, Bai Qi, or a martial sage. Whoever arrived in that direction would be the fulcrum for a qualitative change in northern military power.
Use it,
Yang Jingyuan thought. The system stated the figure would arrive within 3 days in a reasonable manner.
When he arrives, northern military affairs will truly begin transformation.
He walked to the window and looked out into the heavy night. Most of Lingyuan City slept in darkness, only a few lights, and the torch-borne patrols moved through the streets. With internal force swelling in his body, a firmer base, beneath him court storms approaching and powerful foes circling the frontier. The road ahead remained perilous, yet his playable cards had multiplied.
My lord!
Outside the chamber door, Yuan Tiangang's low, hoarse voice reached through the thick stone.
There is a secret dispatch from the capital and follow-up intelligence on the attack at the Black Prison County Silver Mine.
Yang Jingyuan gathered his breath. The flushed skin and burning sensation subsided and returned to normal. He opened the stone door, and Yuan Tiangang's stooped figure slid in silently.
Report,
Yang Jingyuan said.
Gao Rang and his attendants' bodies have been disposed of, and the scene staged as encounter with roving horse bandits on the grasslands. Unfortunate deaths.
The secret letter he wrote before dying has been destroyed. No one knows its contents. Yuan Tiangang reported calmly, as if describing a trivial matter.
From the capital, the evidence against Feng Sheng has been escorted by Zhang Taizhan's trusted men, with 200 provincial troops proceeding to the capital with great fanfare. Expected arrival in half a month. News has been spread along the route.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
How has Feng Sheng reacted? Taijia shows no large-scale upheaval, but border patrols have been noticeably strengthened, and small units are being frequently redeployed.
Yuan Tiangang paused, then added.
Also, Palace Eunuch Chao Jin has been secretly relaying information. His Majesty is paying attention to General Huo Qubing's Longxiang cultivation, and has been asking more about your lordship.
Yang Jingyuan's mouth curved.
Attention is good. It means my father the Emperor has finally begun to take this useless son seriously. Go down and continue monitoring all sides, especially Taijizu and the capital. Your old servant obeys.
Yuan Tiangang bowed, and retreated, his silhouette melting into shadow. The stone door of the chamber closed again. Yang Jingyuan stood alone in the dark, feeling the torrent of the century of internal force, and the vast blood key of the burning blood pinnacle within him, his gaze seeming to pierce the stone toward the swirl of power in the south, and the desolate northern steppes.
Internal force sufficient, foundation formed, army awaits training. Now is the time to truly reveal our claws.
He murmured, his fingertip unconsciously scoring a shallow white mark across the hard Zetan disk. Morning light filtered through the carved lattice windows of the prince's mansion in Lingyuan City, casting dappled shadows on the bluestone floor of the main hall. Yang Jingyuan sat in the seat of honor, deliberating with Chief Steward Li Su, Yiling Prefecture Governor Zhang Tieshan, and Lingyuan Guard Commander Zhang Ming on the selection of a campsite for the newly recruited army. Zhao Hu stood by, hand on his saber, while the Xuanjia personal guard stood solemnly in the corridor outside. The morning breeze brushed the newly sprouted willow branches in the courtyard, carrying the distinct crisp chill of the northern border in early spring.
Your Highness, a scholarly man in blue robe seeks an audience outside the mansion.
A guard on duty reported, entering the hall swiftly, and kneeling on one knee.
He calls himself Li Jing, styled Yasher, and offers 3 volumes on the art of war, claiming they can remedy the deficiencies in border defense.
Yang Jingyuan paused slightly in the act of raising his teacup. A flicker of understanding passed through the depths of his eyes. The special character the system had spoken of had arrived so quickly, and so opportunely.
Show him in,
he said, setting down the celadon, teacup, his voice steady. The civil and military officials in the hall turned their gaze toward the entrance. Moments later, a figure in blue robes, accompanied by a guard, stepped into the main hall. The newcomer appeared around 40 years of age, with a lean and towering stature. Though his blue cloth robe was faded from many washings, it was clean and neat. 3 long strands of beard hung down to his chest. His face was refined and scholarly, his eyes bright as stars. But what was most striking were his eyes, clear and warm yet profound, as if they could see straight into the depths of one's heart. He carried a half-worn rattan book chest on his back, his stride calm, and composed, his footsteps nearly silent, as if each step followed some mysterious rhythm. Upon reaching the center of the hall, the scholar in blue made a deep bow from the waist toward the seat of honor.
"The Commoner Li Jing pays his respects to His Highness the Prince of Yu."
His voice was gentle and clear, neither humble nor arrogant.
"Master Li, please rise,"
Yang Jingyuan said, raising his hand in a gesture of greeting, his gaze settling on Li Jing's face.
"I hear you have a military treatise to present."
Li Jing removed the book chest carefully, taking out 3 volumes bound in blue silk cloth, and presented them with both hands.
"These are the 3 volumes on the art of war I have compiled over 20 years of traveling the realm, observing ancient and modern battles, the geography of mountains and rivers, and the inclinations of the people. The first volume governing the army, the second battle formations, and the third strategy and tactics. Hearing that your highness is determined to reorganize the northern border, I take the liberty of presenting this work, hoping it may be of some reference."
Zhao Hu stepped forward to receive the volumes, and placed them on the table. Yang Jingyuan opened the first volume, and gave it a cursory glance. The calligraphy was bold and vigorous, the reasoning exceptionally clear. The content covered everything from soldier selection, daily drills, military discipline and rewards, organizational reforms, to weapons maintenance and logistics, leaving nothing untouched. The insights were unique, with many points directly addressing current shortcomings. He closed the silk-bound book and looked up at the scholar in blue.
"Master, since you have written such an extraordinary work, you must have insights into the military affairs of the northern border. Would you speak frankly?"
Li Jing's expression was calm. His gaze in daily drills, military discipline and rewards, organizational reforms, to weapons maintenance and logistics, leaving nothing untouched. The insights were unique, with many points directly addressing current shortcomings.
System and discipline. Observing the northern border forces, the soldiers are brave and eager for battle. This is their strength. However,
he shifted his tone, his voice still steady.
The organizational structure follows old conventions, appearing somewhat rigid. Daily training relies heavily on the personal experience of individual commanders, lacking a unified drill manual. Soldiers possess individual valor, but lack coordinated tactics and formation. While rewards and punishments are clear, they have not formed a strict system, leaving room for injustice.
Governor Zhang Taizan of Yuling Prefecture frowned. This veteran general, over 40 years old, with 20 years of frontier service, was at the early Thunder Sound realm. His body bore 7 arrow wounds and 3 saber scars, testaments to his exploits. His temperament was as fiery and straightforward as steel. Hearing a common scholar publicly critique the northern border military stirred a surge of irritation within him. Li Jing, as if oblivious, continued.
"The second volume, Battle Formations, lists 10 basic formations and 100 variations, adapting to local conditions and changing according to the enemy. The northern forces have long engaged the Xiongnu, excelling in field battles with rich experience. However, their methods of formation warfare rely heavily on commanders' on-the-spot decisions, and the troops lack sufficient training in complex formation changes. In the event of large-scale multi-arm combined battles, or ambushes in complex terrain, they are prone to falling into disorder."
Lingyuan Guard Commander Zhang Meng appeared lost in thought. Younger and skilled in naval warfare, he had a flexible mind, and vaguely felt that what the scholar said might hold some truth.
"The third volume, Strategy and Tactics, discusses diplomacy, strategic deception, intelligence, logistics, and the morale of the people."
Li Jing's voice grew deeper.
"The northern border is a remote frontier far from the central authority. This is both a disadvantage and an advantage. The disadvantage lies in slow intelligence transmission and long supply lines, making it vulnerable to being strangled. The advantage lies in greater autonomy, allowing adaptation to local conditions."
Li Jing's voice grew deeper.
"The northern border is a remote frontier far from the central authority. This is both a disadvantage and an advantage. The disadvantage lies in slow intelligence transmission and long supply lines, making it vulnerable to being strangled. The advantage lies in greater autonomy, allowing adaptation to local."
A few words, clear and incisive, each hitting the mark. A silence fell over the hall. Li Su stroked his beard, lost in contemplation, a look of deep thought in his eyes. Zhang Taizan's expression shifted. The veins on the back of his hand gripping the chair bulged slightly. The other generals also wore varied expressions, some deep in thought, some indignant, some curious.
Slap!
Zhang Taizan suddenly rose, his iron armor clanking. He clasped his fists toward Yang Jingyuan, his voice booming.
Your Highness, this general has something to say.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
Governor Zhang, please speak.
Zhang Taizan turned to Li Jing, struggling to contain himself, his tone still carrying the bluntness of a military man.
Master Li, what you say sounds reasonable at first glance. But this general has guarded the frontier for 20 years, fought over 100 battles, and personally taken no fewer than 100 Xiongnu heads. Battlefield slaughter is not just talk on paper. Military strategy and tactics are important, of course, but what truly matters is when the blades draw blood, when you fight for your life in the formation. It's about whether the soldiers dare to follow you in a charge, whether they can still swing their swords after the edge is chipped.
He stared at Li Jing, his voice like thunder.
Master, I understand what you said about organization, formations, and logistics. But the northern border is bitter cold, the quality of soldiers varies, and the Xiongnu come and go like the wind. Where is the time to slowly drill formations? The battlefield changes in an instant. How can everything be done strictly according to military manuals? I mean, no disrespect, Master, but military affairs. In the end, it comes down to actual combat.
Vice Commander Chen Pejuan nodded slightly. This veteran general at the midstage of the Maro realm felt that Li Jing's words were logical, but as a military officer, he instinctively held some contempt for scholars who spoke idly of military tactics. Faced with a challenge, Li Jing's expression remained unchanged, and he even showed a faint smile. He turned to Yang Jingyuan and bowed.
Your Highness, what Governor Zhang says is the seasoned and prudent advice of an old hand. War is a matter of life and death. It should naturally be based on strength and tested by actual combat.
He paused, his voice still calm.
This commoner is not talented, but I would like to ask Governor Zhang for some pointers. If I can withstand a few moves from Governor Zhang, it might prove that what I say is not entirely baseless talk. At the very least, my ability to preserve my life is adequate.
The words were skillfully spoken, both offering Zhang Taizan a way out and issuing a challenge. The smile in Yang Jingyuan's eyes deepened as he looked at Zhang Tieshan.
Governor Zhang, what say you?
Zhang Taizan was taken aback. He carefully appraised Li Jing. The man was lean, his aura calm. He did not seem like a martial arts expert. But since he dared to issue a challenge, he must have something to rely on. Straightforward by nature, he immediately clasped his fists.
Your Highness, since Master Li has the inclination, this general is willing to spar with him, a few moves stopping at a touch. Good,
Yang Jingyuan said, rising.
Let us move to the training grounds.
The mansion's grand training ground spanned 100 zhang paved with bluestone. News spread like wildfire. Within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, several hundred people had gathered around the grounds. Off-duty personal guards, prefectural army commanders, mansion officials, and even some civil clerks who had heard the news. The morning wind kicked up dust, and the banners at the edge of the field flapped noisily. Zhang Taizan stood in the center of the field. He had changed into a standard-issue military iron armor. Though he wore no helmet, his full heavy armor gleamed with a cold hard light under the rising sun. He flexed his wrists, his joints cracking audibly. The aura of his early thunder sound realm slowly emanated faint sounds of wind and thunder reverberating around him, an anomaly caused by his true chi agitating the air. Li Jing, still in his faded blue robe, walked into the field empty-handed. He stopped 3 zhang from Zhang Taizan and made a pleased gesture. His blue robe fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, his slender frame seeming as if it might be blown over at any moment. Zhang Taizan clasped his fists.
Master Li, be careful.
He resolved to use only half his strength, both to make the other back down and to avoid actually injuring him. The moment the words left his mouth, Zhang Taizan let out a low shout, his form lunging forward like a tiger springing from its lair. With each step he took, the bluestone pavement trembled slightly. The 3 zhang distance was covered in an instant.
Who?
His right fist drove straight toward the center, the wind from his punch fierce and violent, carrying the roar of wind and thunder. Though this punch used only half his strength, its power was enough to split rocks and shatter stones. An ordinary Maro realm martial artist would be injured if they took it heeded. The fist tore through the air, aimed directly at Li Jing's face. The onlookers held their breath. Li Su's face showed worry, Zhang Meng's eyes were focused, and Chen Pejuan shook his head slightly, as if foreseeing the outcome. Some of the younger guards even closed their eyes. Just as the fist was 3 feet from Li Jing's face, Li Jing moved. No, it was better to say he simply raised his right hand gently. His 5 fingers spread, his palm pressing forward in an empty gesture. The movement was slow and unhurried, like brushing away dust or cupping flowing water without the slightest trace of aggression. Yet boom! An indescribable, almost tangible, terrifying pressure exploded outward from the center of Li Jing's palm. It was not a violent burst of energy, but a higher-level power, a pure and immense force of presence. Like a mountain collapsing, like the Milky Way pouring down, like an ancient giant beast awakening. Zhang Tai's thunderous punch, still 3 feet from Li Jing's palm, came to an abrupt halt. It was as if it had struck an invisible yet indestructible wall of bronze and iron. No, it was more terrifying than that. It was an absolute suppression stemming from a difference in life level and martial arts realm. Ah! Zhang Tai's face instantly flushed crimson, the veins on his forehead bulging sharp. He exerted all his strength, pushing his thunder sound realm cultivation to its limit. The sounds of wind and thunder around him grew loud, his iron armor clanging and vibrating, yet his fist could not advance even an inch. What horrified him even more was that the flow of qi and blood throughout his body became incredibly sluggish, as if he were trapped in thick mud. Breathing was difficult, his chest felt as heavy as if a 1,000-pound boulder were pressing down on it. His vision even began to darken, the sounds of wind and thunder in his ears fading away, leaving only the frantic pounding of his own heart like a drum. What? What level of cultivation is this? All around the training ground, every spectator, regardless of their cultivation level, felt a terrifying, heart-stopping pressure bearing down on them. Soldiers below the Iron Bone realm felt their legs go weak, their breathing rapid, nearly collapsing to their knees. Commanders like Zhang Ming and Chen Pejuan also paled, struggling to circulate their inner energy to resist the invisible pressure. Li Jing's expression remained calm, his blue robe fluttering slightly within the invisible pressure field. No dazzling energy erupted from his body, but to those with higher perception, it was as if they could vaguely see a towering golden dragon elephant phantom flickering behind Li Jing for an instant. That phantom stood with its feet on mountains and rivers, its trunk swirling clouds, and wind, its dragon head held high, its elephant body majestic, radiating an ancient, majestic, and all-suppressing, terrifying aura. Though it lasted only a moment, it was deeply etched into the minds of all present. Dragon! Dragon Elephant Realm! Zhang Tai's forced out the words through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. And, at the peak, as a Thunder Sound Realm cultivator, he knew well the differences between martial realms. The Dragon Elephant Realm was that of a martial grandmaster, where true chi could materialize, granting the power to lift a cauldron and repel 1,000 troops. This seemingly frail scholar in blue was actually such a legendary existence. Li Jing slowly withdrew his hand, his palm gently closing inward. Hum! The mountain-like terrifying pressure receded like a tide. Thud! Zhang Tai's staggered back 3 steps, his single knee slamming heavily onto the bluestone pavement, before he managed to steady himself. He gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking through the clothes under his heavy armor, his back icy cold. He looked up at Li Jing, the doubt and resentment in his eyes completely gone, replaced by deep reverence and lingering fear. In that instant, he had truly felt the breath of death. Had the other party harbored even a sliver of killing intent, he would already be a corpse. This general failed to recognize a mountain. I offended you, master, please forgive me. Zhang Tai's knelt on one knee, clasping his fists and bowing his head, his voice trembling slightly from the aftermath of fear. Chen Peju and Zhang Ming and the other generals now had no trace of contempt left. They all bowed deeply with clasped fists, their voices solemn. We were presumptuous, please forgive us, master. Around the training ground, hundreds of soldiers and officials stood in dead silence. The morning wind blew over the flagpoles, producing a soft whistle accentuating the stillness of the field. Everyone's gaze fixed on the figure in the blue robe, filled with indescribable shock and reverence. Yang Jingyuan chose this moment to step forward, clapping his hands and laughing heartily, his clear and unrestrained laughter echoing through the silent training ground. Heaven has bestowed masterly upon me. Master, your talent is far more than just military strategy. Your cultivation is nothing short of astonishing. He walked up to Li Jing, personally helped the still kneeling Zhang Tai's to his feet, then swept his gaze across the assembly and declared in a clear voice, All generals hear my command. His voice was like metal and stone, every word resounding, reaching every corner of the training ground. From this day forth, Master Li Jing shall be my mansion military advisor, commanding the entire northern border army, organizational reform, daily training, operational planning, border defense deployment. All military affairs shall be decided by the military advisor. His gaze swept across Zhang Tieshan, Chen Peju, and Zhang Ming, and the other generals, his tone turning stern. All northern border generals and soldiers shall regard the military advisor as they would me.
The military advisor's orders are my orders. Anyone who pays lip service is negligent or obstructive or dares to defy or show disrespect, regardless of who they are, regardless of their position, regardless of their past merits. They shall face severe military punishment with no leniency. As his words fell, the training ground fell into solemn silence. Only the banners flapped noisily in the wind. Li Jing straightened his robe, stepped forward 3 paces, faced Yang Jingyuan, and knelt on one knee. Though he wore no armor, he possessed an aura of profound stability and grandeur. His voice was as steady as a rock, clearly reaching every ear. Your servant Li Jing accepts the command. I shall exhaust all my abilities, pour out my heart and soul to assist my lord in reorganizing the military, reforming its shortcomings, and forging an invincible iron army of strict discipline, versatile tactics, unstoppable offense, and impenetrable defense. To repay my lord's grace of recognition and trust. Yang Jingyuan bent down and raised Li Jing to his feet with both hands. Their eyes met, and everything was understood without words. The absolute loyalty summoned by the system perfectly merged with the scene of mutual respect between lord and subject. Zhang Taizhan took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent emotions within him. He was the first to clasp his fists and bow his voice like a great bell. This General Zhang Tieshan pays respects to the military advisor. From now on I shall follow the military advisor's commands without a second word. This General Chen Pejuan pays respects to the military advisor. This General Zhang Ming pays respects to the military advisor. We the generals pay respects to the military advisor. On the training ground, from generals to soldiers, hundreds of voices rang out in unison to pay their respects. The sound waves rolled like a surging tide, rushing straight into the clouds, startling the roosting birds in the distance, with which fluttered up into the azure sky. Yang Jingyuan stood with his hands behind his back, his black robe fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. He looked at the bowing crowd before him, at the composed and imposing Li Jing by his side, and a blazing light shone in his eyes, like a spark setting the prairie ablaze. The morning light grew stronger, flooding the training ground, illuminating the solemn faces of the soldiers, and also illuminating the northern border's future, a path destined to be filled with iron and blood, yet leading to an era of peace and prosperity. From the distant city tower came the bell for the second coup of the Qin hour, deep and resonant, carried far, far away on the spring breeze. The 15th day of the 3rd lunar month, at the first hour of the snake. Inside the royal council hall of the Wang Mansion in Lingyuan City, the charcoal brazier still radiated lingering warmth, while spring's morning light streamed through carved wooden windows, casting a clear, serene glow upon the bluish-gray brick floor. Civil and military officials stood in strict formation on the left. Civil ministers, led by Chief Secretary Li Su, stood solemnly on the right. Generals, including Zhang Tieshan, military governor of Yuling Prefecture, and Zhang Ming, commander of the Lingyuan Guard, stood upright with hands resting on their swords. Strategist Li Jing stood slightly ahead of Yang Jingyuan, clad in a serene azure robe, his expression calm and composed. Xiao He held a stack of freshly compiled account books, stepped half a pace forward, and spoke in a voice both clear and steady. Your Highness, esteemed ministers. Last winter's experimental cultivation of potatoes and maize in Lindong Commandery, and the newly acquired high-yield wheat strain, has now been fully rolled out across all 6 commanderies this spring. According to official reports from each commandery, the total sown area this spring reaches 3,400 mu, of which 70% is devoted to these new staple crops, far exceeding the combined acreage previously allocated to millet and wheat. He opened the ledger, his fingertip tracing line after line of inked characters based on last year's greenhouse trials. Potato yields range from 15 to 20 shur per mu, maize yields 12 shur per mu, and the new wheat yields 10 shur per mu. Should this year's weather remain favorable, the autumn harvest is projected to reach approximately 8,200,000 shur, more than triple the previous annual yield. 127 granaries currently exist across prefectural and county jurisdictions, already storing 1,500,000 shur of grain and provisions. 30 additional granaries are under urgent construction and are expected to increase storage capacity by 1 million shur before summer's end. A soft collective intake of breath rippled through the hall. Even Zhang Taizhan, a veteran commander hardened by decades on the battlefield, could not conceal the profound astonishment flashing in his eyes. 8 million shur of grain. What did it signify? It meant the northern frontier would henceforth overflow with stored grain, famine banished forever. It meant sustaining an army of 100,000 men with ease. Xiao He paused briefly before continuing. Since last winter, over 317,000 refugees and displaced persons, fleeing floods in the Central Plains 3 provinces, and locust plagues in the southwest, have poured into the northern frontier. Pursuant to His Highness's new governance policies, public works relief programs have been implemented, province-wide wastelands distributed seeds and farming tools issued, resulting in 31,500 mu of newly reclaimed farmland, all sown this spring. Refugee resettlement has proceeded smoothly, popular sentiment remains stable, and the labor force, especially among able-bodied youth, is abundant. He closed the ledger and bowed respectfully before stepping back half a pace. Silence filled the hall, broken only by the distant murmur of city life beyond the courtyard walls. All civil and military officials turned their gaze toward the dais. Yang Jingyuan lightly tapped his fingers upon the rosewood desk, then shifted his gaze to Li Jing beside him. Strategist, our granaries brim with provisions, and the people's hearts are steadfast. In your estimation, what is the current state of our northern frontier forces? Li Jing gave a slight nod, his voice as unshakable as bedrock. My lord, the northern frontier maintains a standing force of 28,000, 12,000 troops from Yiling province, 3,000 from the Lingyuan Guard, 10,000 border garrison soldiers, 3,000 royal guards, and 3,000 Xuanjia elite warriors. Sufficient for defense, but inadequate for expansion. He strode to the large map of the northern frontier hanging in the hall, his finger tracing its winding borders. Though General Huo Qubing commands 30,000 elite Shuafeng border troops as a strategic flank, if we intend to pacify 3 provinces, repel the Xiongnu, and prepare for future campaigns. He turned his gaze sweeping across the assembled generals. Our strength must at least double to meet shifting threats across all directions. A flash of brilliance ignited in Yang Jingyuan's eyes. He rose abruptly. Excellent. The single word rang like a struck bronze bell. Then he turned to Li Su, chief secretary. Draft an edict immediately, sealed with the Prince of Yu's personal seal and the Grand Commandery Office's authority, and dispatch it to every county and township across the 6 commanderies. His voice resonated powerfully throughout the council chamber. Effective this very day, the northern frontier opens recruitment for 20,000 new soldiers. All male subjects aged 16 to 40 of clean lineage and robust constitution are eligible to enlist. Wages shall be generous, 1 tael and 2 mace per month for recruits, increased to 2 taels upon attaining the bronze skin realm, 5 taels upon reaching the iron bone realm, plus unlimited rewards for battlefield merit. Family privileges, tax levies for enlisted families reduced by 30%. Should a soldier fall in service, his dependents shall be fully supported by the Wang Mansion. His children admitted to the Royal Academy, his parents granted a monthly stipend of 1 tael until their final days. Land grants for valor 5 to 100 mu awarded, according to martial achievement, hereditary and perpetual. With each proclamation the intensity in the assembly's eyes deepened. Such terms were unprecedented, not only across the northern frontier but throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. Where lavish rewards beckoned courage, they were further anchored by a solemn weighty duty, the sacred charge of defending home and nation. Li Jing added judiciously, Your Highness's judgment is impeccable. Yet the crux of raising new troops lies in rigorous training. I have compiled 2 foundational manuals, the Primer of Bodily Cultivation and the Manual of Formation Drills. The Primer of Bodily Cultivation is designed specifically to forge physical resilience and awaken qi circulation in recruits, supplemented by medicinal baths. Through 3 months of disciplined effort, even those of average or above average aptitude may attain the bronze skin realm. The Manual of Formation Drills instills absolute discipline, synchronized movement, and battlefield coordination. A recruit's true strength does not lie in individual valor, but in unwavering order, cohesive formations, and seamless cooperation. This is the very foundation for overcoming superior odds and triumphing with fewer numbers. Yang Jingyuan nodded emphatically. The strategist's word shall serve as the guiding principle for troop training. Zhang ties on. The Manual of Formation Drills instills absolute discipline, synchronized movement, and battlefield coordination. A recruit's true strength does not lie in individual valor, but in unwavering order, cohesive formation. I accept the command. By the end of the Chen hour, the recruitment edict, bearing dual seals, was dispatched by swift couriers to all 6 commanderies. Before noon, the entire Yiling province had ignited with fervor. Before the Lingyuan prefectural office, 2 crimson-edged notices had barely been affixed to the bulletin board when crowds surged forward like a tidal wave. Make way. Let me see. Read it aloud. Someone who can read, please recite it. An elderly scholar was gently pushed forward, squinting at the notice. After finishing, the crowd fell silent, then erupted in thunderous clamor. 1 tael
and 2 mace per month. I haul cargo at the wharf, exhaust myself for a full month, and earn only 8 mace. 30% tax reduction. My family owns 30 mu. I'll save a full share of grain annually. My son 16, just the age to seek his fortune. Enlist. Follow His Highness. Count me in. Within half an hour the queue stretched from the office steps all the way down Nen Street, twisting like a dragon over 2 li long. A father and son stood together. The father clapped his son's shoulder, tears welling in his eyes. Go Dan, train hard there. Don't shame the Zhang family name. Follow His Highness with honor and advancement for our household. The youth, no more than 17 or 18, puffed out his slender chest and nodded firmly. Father, I understand. I will earn battlefield merit, so you and mother may live in comfort. In the western district of Linong Commandery, a recruitment station had been set up beside the former porridge kitchen. Snow had just begun to melt, leaving the ground muddy, but the line formed with perfect order. An elderly woman with silver-streaked hair clutched her son's hand. Her son, about 20, broad-shouldered, was among the refugees who had survived last winter's harsh season thanks to the heated greenhouses. My son? Her voice trembled with emotion. I still remember last winter, how we lay shivering in that ruined temple, covered only in straw, cold and starving, certain we'd freeze to death. It was His Highness who opened the granaries, sent men to build the warm greenhouses, gave us life and land and seed. His Highness is a living bodhisattva. Her calloused hand gripped his sleeve tightly. Go. Protect such a prince. Protect such a blessed life. I shall erect a longevity tablet for you at home, and pray day and night for your safety. The young man, tears glistening in his tiger-like eyes, dropped to his knees in the mud and struck his forehead against the earth 3 times, leaving streaks of mud on his brow. Mother, take care of yourself. I will make something of myself. With that he rose and strode resolutely toward the recruitment station, his back unbending. At the docks of Anha Commandery, noon marked the height of unloading activity. A young dockhand had just carried 2 heavy sacks of salt, sweat pouring down his face as he wiped it with his rag. Suddenly he noticed the dock foreman pasting a notice onto the warehouse wall. He pushed through the crowd, read it, and froze stunned. Then with a sharp cry, he hurled his sweat-soaked rag onto the deck. I quit. Several fellow laborers stared at him in bewilderment. The young dockhand pointed at the notice, eyes blazing. Hauling sacks and sailing ships. What future is there in that? How much do we earn in a month? Enlist. Learn martial arts from General Zhang Ming. Build glory under His Highness. Wages are high, taxes cut, and land granted for valor. I'm going. Lu Sen, have you lost your mind? Soldiers go to war, they die. Die. He grinned, revealing teeth yellowed by salt corrosion. My father was hacked to death by river pirates. My mother died, too poor to bury her. In this world poverty is worse than death. Following His Highness, even death carries meaning. Will you come, or must I go alone? The laborers exchanged glances, then clenched their jaws. We're coming too. Reports flooded into the Wang mansion like snowflakes. On the first day, enlistments totaled 8,327. On the second day, 14,500. By dusk on the third day, the quota of 20,000 was completely filled. Yet tens of thousands more remained lined up at recruitment stations, refusing to disperse. Prefectural magistrates were forced to deploy additional personnel to soothe the crowds, promising priority selection from the waiting list should further recruitment be announced. Popular support surged like wildfire, unstoppable and all-consuming. At the north drill ground of Lingyuan City, banners snapped in the wind atop the command platform. Below, Wang Shitanyo Dazhuang and Li Xiao knelt on one knee, clad in polished armor. Yang Jingyuan gazed upon these 3 trusted lieutenants, men who had followed him since his earliest days as a royal guard, and felt a quiet swell of reflection. Wang Shirtu was quick-witted and skilled in reconnaissance, currently at the early stage of the Golden Tendon realm. Niu Dazhuang was fierce and immensely strong, reaching the pinnacle of the Iron Bone realm, once having overturned a Xiongnu warhorse with a single arm. Li Xiao excelled equally in archery and horsemanship, advanced in the Iron Bone realm, and served as the first cavalry commander. Each was loyal, courageous, and decorated with distinguished battlefield records. Wang Shitanyo Dazhuang Li Xiao. We are here. You have served me loyally for years. Your valor and fidelity are beyond reproach. Now that our new army is being formed, experienced officers are urgently needed. Are you willing to assume this solemn responsibility? The 3 raised their heads, eyes burning with fervent fire, and answered in unison voices, like rolling thunder at your highness's command, "We obey. We will not shrink from death." Yang Jingyuan nodded, then glanced sideways at Li Jing. Li Jing stepped forward slowly, his azure robe stirring softly in the spring breeze, his gaze, as deep and still as an ancient well as it swept across the three men Wang Shi too. "I am here. You are appointed commander of the new Army's Scout Battalion, 500 strong. Your natural talent lies in infiltration and reconnaissance. Recruits must master night marches, terrain memorization, disguise, and stealth-coded communication and cartographic marking. Equipment includes lightweight leather armor, hand crossbows, grappling hooks, smoke signals, and compact field medical kits. You are the Army's eyes and ears. You must move unseen, perceive the imperceptible. Can you accomplish this?" Wang Shi too saluted sharply, his gaze as piercing as an eagle's, rest-assured strategist. "I shall forge a corps of scouts so elusive the Xiongnu won't even dream of their existence." "Niu Dazhuang." "Here." boomed Niu Dazhuang. "You are appointed commander of the new Army's Assault Battalion, 800 strong. Heavy infantry, blades that break enemy lines, shields that hold mountain passes. Selection prioritizes raw strength, courage, and endurance. Training emphasizes shield wall defense, halberd thrusts, weighted marches, and coordinated advances. Equipment includes full-plate armor, tower, shields, long halberds, and short axes. You must lead a torrent of iron, capable of shattering enemy formations with sheer momentum. Can you achieve this?" Niu Dazhuang grinned, revealing white teeth, and pounded his fist against his breastplate with a resonant clang. "General, rest easy. Every soldier I train will be forged like tempered steel. When Xiongnu cavalry charges, we'll meet them with unbreakable shield walls, and pierce them with halberds." "Li Shao." "I am here. You are appointed commander of the new Army's elite cavalry battalion, 700 horsemen. Given the vast expanse of the northern frontier, we require a rapid response mounted force. Recruits must be expert riders trained in mounted, slashing, galloping, archery, flanking maneuvers, and extended cavalry raids. Each rider receives 2 mounts to ensure maximum mobility. Equipment includes lightweight iron armor, cavalry sabers, lance spears, and composite bows. You must forge a razor-sharp cavalry, swift as wind, precise as lightning. Can you fulfill this mandate?" Li Shao bowed solemnly. "I accept the commission. I swear not to disgrace this trust. When we meet on the battlefield, my cavalry shall strike terror into the hearts of the Xiongnu." Li Jing gave a slight nod, then continued. "The remaining formations of the new army are as follows." His voice remained steady yet crystalline, carrying clearly to every officer present: the Sabran Shield Battalion, 3,000 men, basic infantry trained in defensive formations and close combat coordination. The Spear Battalion, 4,000 men, specialized in countering cavalry drilled in dense spear walls and anti-cavalry tactics. The Bow and Crossbow Battalion, 3,000 men, focused on range suppression, mastering volley fire and precision targeting. The Engineer Battalion, 2,000 men, responsible for bridge building, road repair, camp construction, trench digging, and operating siege engines. The Logistics Battalion, 3,000 men, charged with grain transport, medical evacuation, and arms maintenance. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Commanders for each battalion will be selected within 3 days by General Zhang Taizhan and myself, from among current officers and battle-tested veterans. Remember, no battalion stands alone. Regular joint drills are mandatory. True martial mastery lies in seamless unity, as though the entire host were a single limb directed by one will. Strength resides not in individual prowess, but in the synchronized might of 10,000 souls moving as one. The officers stood rigid with reverence and answered in unison, "Yes, sir." At the exact hour of Shen, the North Drill Ground hosted 20,000 new recruits. Their attire varied wildly: patched coarse cotton tunics, mud-splattered animal hide coats, faded old uniforms, even barefoot youths wearing only straw sandals. They differed in height, build, and complexion, some sun-dark and others sallow, but their eyes shared a common gleam beneath the afternoon sun: hope, anticipation, and the fierce, unquenchable hunger to seize control of their own destinies. A vast dark square of humanity filled the drill ground, utterly silent. Only the banners snapping in the wind and distant whinnies of horses broke the stillness. Wang Shi, Niu Dazhuang, Li Shao, and other newly appointed battalion commanders stood before their respective formations, armor gleaming, chests thrust proudly forward. Li Jing ascended the command platform. Clad in simple azure robes and cloth shoes, he stood in stark contrast to the sea of armored soldiers below, Yet his mere presence radiated an aura of profound stillness and towering dignity compelling instant respect. His voice, though neither loud nor forceful, carried effortlessly across the entire ground, projected with inner strength, clear, calm, and resonant as if speaking directly into each ear. From this day forth you are soldiers of the northern frontier. I care not whether you are farmers, hunters, artisans, porters, merchants, or refugees. Once you enter this camp, you are soldiers. You are the shield of the northern frontier, the sword of His Highness, the bulwark upon which your parents, wives, children, and ancestral fields depend. 3 military laws, engrave them upon your hearts. Violate anyone, and the penalty is death. He paused, enunciating each word with deliberate gravity. Beheaded. Absolute silence descended, so complete that even the wind seemed to hold its breath. First, absolute obedience. Orders are mountains. Advance means life, retreat means death. Those who refuse to advance at the drumbeat, or fail to withdraw at the cymbals, shall be beheaded. Second, brotherhood in arms. On the battlefield your back belongs only to your comrades. Those who abandon wounded brothers in arms, or flee in the face of danger, shall be beheaded. Third, stand firm unto death. Where the battle standard points, there is only advance, never retreat. Cowardice, hesitation, or undermining morale, shall be punished by beheading. 3 times the word beheaded crashed like thunderclaps upon every heart. 20,000 recruits held their breath, yet their eyes burned with fiercer resolve. Yang Jingyuan strode onto the platform, robed in black silk, his hair bound with a golden crown, his bearing as straight and unyielding as a pine. From Zhao Hu he accepted a newly forged banner, its field jet black as midnight, emblazoned with 4 bold golden characters, Northern Frontier New Army, its corners adorned with subtle gold dragon motifs, unfurling slowly in the spring breeze. He presented the staff to Li Jing with both hands. Li Jing, face solemn, knelt on one knee and received it. The weight of the staff was substantial, the banner billowed fiercely in the wind. Yang Jingyuan turned to face the 20,000 pairs of eyes below, and his voice rolled across the drill ground like pealing thunder. Soldiers, why have you enlisted today? Is it for the monthly wage of 1 tael and 2 mace? For the 30% tax reduction for your families? For the few mu of land promised upon merit? His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the ranks. Yes and no. What you truly protect is the full meal your family finally eats without hunger. Is the new padded coat on your father's back? Is the textbook from the Royal Academy held in your younger sibling's hands? Is the peaceful smile on your wife's face no longer shadowed by fear? It is this northern frontier land, the soil that gave you life, that kindled your hope. You defend your own homes. His voice echoed across the open plain. Countless recruits' eyes reddened, fists tightened. I, your highness, swear before heaven. Yang Jingyuan raised his right arm, pointing skyward, as witness, those who fight valiantly and earn distinction shall receive unstinting reward. Land, gold, rank, all shall be yours. Those who perish in service to the realm shall have their families fully sustained by me. Their children shall enter the Royal Academy, to study, to train, to secure their futures. Their parents shall enjoy lifelong care, receiving monthly silver and yearly grain. The peace of the northern frontier, and the welfare of its people, are now entrusted to you. He drew a deep breath, his voice shaking the very earth. Train diligently, forge yourselves into an army without delay, and join me in preserving this tranquil foundation, in building this great wall of the north. A moment of utter stillness, then, I swear eternal loyalty to His Highness. Wang Shirtu roared first, his voice raw, his eyes bloodshot. Protect the northern frontier. Niu Dazhuang pounded his chest and bellowed. Protect the northern frontier. Protect the northern frontier. Protect the northern frontier. 20,000 voices erupted as one, a tidal wave of sound, a volcanic eruption, a thunderclap of 10,000 bolts. It made the drill ground tremble, startled birds from distant woods, and whipped the banners atop the city walls into furious flapping. That roar carried infinite conviction, boiling blood, and unflinching, fearless resolve. Its echoes lingered long, circling above Lingyuan City, riding the spring winds toward distant mountains and grasslands, and striking deep into the ears of every watching enemy. Yang Jingyuan stood upon the platform, gazing upon the mountainous oceanic host surging with battlelust below, and beside him Li Jing holding the banner aloft in solemn stillness. Flames of determination burned fiercely in Yang Jingyuan's eyes. Grain stores were full. The people were at peace. The army's spirit was unshakable. With 48,000 troops under his command, and the peerless strategist Li Jing at his side, the spine of the northern frontier was hardening, visible, tangible, unbreakable. and certain others would soon find themselves unable to sit still. He lifted his gaze toward the southern horizon, where clouds gathered dark and heavy. Storms were brewing. The 22nd day of the 3rd month at noon. In the springtime north, the snow on the wasteland had melted more than half, revealing vast swaths of dark yellow dead grass and tender shoots of new green. Alongside the official road, occasional shepherds drove cattle and sheep on the gentle slopes. From afar, when they saw the 100-strong Xuanjia armored cavalry, they halted and saluted. The black banner edged in gold bearing the character Yu was now known throughout the northern frontier. Yang Jingyuan rode a jet-black steed, a descendant of the mount captured from Zhuo Xianwang last year, with astonishing vigor in its legs. He wore a dark black robe beneath an obscure teal cloak, a long sword hanging at his waist. Half a horse length behind him rode Li Jing in a plain blue robe and cloth boots atop an ordinary yellow-brown horse. His gaze was hawk-sharp, continuously sweeping the surrounding mountains, passes, villages, and river courses. From Lingyuan City north to Shuofeng, it was roughly 400 li. He had brought only 100 armored guards, traveling light, but with two clear objectives: first, to formally take possession of Shuofeng Isle, and thus secure this strategic gateway to the north; second, to bring together Li Jing and Huo Qubing, the former a master of grand strategy and system building, the latter a spearhead commander skilled in daring maneuvers. If their strengths could complement one another, the northern military apparatus might finally take shape.
Military advisor has been silent along the road. Have you gleaned anything?
Yang Jingyuan reined his horse and asked, turning his head. Li Jing withdrew his gaze from the distant ridgeline and replied steadily,
My lord, this terrain offers much to consider.
Although the road flanks have gentle slopes, the visibility is broad and ill-suited for ambushes, making it favorable for the march of a large army. Yet if one examines it closely,
he pointed toward a faint ridge to the northeast.
Behind the crest lies a steep decline and deep ravine. If a force of light cavalry concealed there were to strike the column's flank and belly as half of the host passed, and if elite troops then sealed the front and rear, it would become a killing ground. Yang Jingyuan followed his gesture and nodded slightly. Though his inner strength had surged a century's worth and his cultivation had deepened, he acknowledged that in matters of reconnaissance and terrain exploitation, he was no match for a military master like Li Jing. Such is the reason specialists are needed for specialized work.
50 li ahead lies the boundary marker of Shuofeng Isle.
Captain Zhao Hu of the guards reported as his horse spurred forward. Before his words finished, dust rose abruptly on the northeastern horizon. It was not wind-blown sand, but the uniform plume of a cavalry dust line, like a gray dragon skimming the ground toward them. Their speed was immense. At first the riders were only a speck on the horizon, but within 10 breaths their outlines came into view.
Prepare,
Zhao Hu barked. The 100 armored guards fanned out in an instant, hands on sword hilts. Yang Jingyuan raised a hand.
No need. It is Qubing coming.
Indeed, the approaching cavalry drew nearer, and their attire became clear, white horses and silver armor. 1,000 steeds rode as one, every mount pure white without a trace of blemish, each rider clad in lightweight silver-scaled armor, bearing longbows and wearing ring-hilted straight swords. Arrow quivers and shields hung at the horses' flanks. Sunlight glinted off the silver armor in a blinding cold flash. From a distance, they resembled a flowing tide of silver. Most astounding was how the 1,000 hooves thundered with such synchrony that it sounded like a single horse in full gallop. The hoofbeats rolled with a strange cadence, not hurried nor sluggish, measured, as if the entire force were one organism. The riders' faces were austere, eyes fixed ahead, none glanced aside, none shouted, only the contained bone-deep killing intent of seasoned veterans pressed forward like a tangible force as they closed the distance. The 100 armored guards instinctively tightened their grips on their hilts. Two elites, breeds forged through countless life-and-death combats, their ferocity steeped into bone with blood, met for the first time. 30 Zhang 2010.
Ha!
The 1,000 riders reigned as one. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. White horses reared and stood neighing, then their forehooves hit the ground together in a single muffled roar. Dust billowed, and the 1,000 horses froze like statues in the middle of the road. At the front stood a commander in silver armor and white robe, helmetless, revealing a young handsome face. He appeared barely 23 or 24, brow like a drawn sword, eyes like stars, a high nose, and a naturally upturned mouth bearing the keen vigor and confidence of youth. He dismounted with clean, decisive motions. The clink of armor was barely audible. Kneeling on one knee, he clasped his fist and bowed.
Your subordinate, Huo Qubing pays respects to the prince. His voice was clear and full, carrying across the open plain. Behind him, the 1,000 riders dismounted in perfect unison, armor resonant, each kneeling on one knee in silence. Yet the soaring murderous aura only thickened, as though this were not merely a greeting but the prelude to an imminent charge. Yang Jingyuan dismounted, stepped forward, and helped Huo Qubing up with a smile. Qubing, spare the formalities. With you in Shuofeng, all I can rest easy. Huo Qubing rose, and let his gaze linger on Yang Jingyuan's face for a moment, a flicker of barely concealed surprise passing through his eyes. The prince's presence seemed far more solid and resonant than at their last meeting. He quickly restrained his impression, and turned to Li Jing at Yang Jingyuan's side. Yang Jingyuan introduced in time. This is Mr. Li Jing, styled Jia Xu, my newly appointed military advisor, who will command northern military affairs. Huo Qubing's eyes shot toward Li Jing like lightning. Their gazes met in the air. In Huo Qubing's gaze there was sharpness and unhidden probe. Could this be the blue-robed scholar who had presented the 3 volumes of military strategy and been directly appointed by the prince as the supreme military advisor? Judging from his aura, calm and restrained, he resembled an ordinary man of letters. But the prince would never employ mediocrity. This man must possess uncommon merits. Li Jing's eyes were deep and tranquil like a still well. He regarded Huo Qubing quietly, the legendary young general who held the title Champion Marquis and the honor of Wolf Subduer, one who had achieved one of the highest honors for a martial commander. Huo Qubing pays respects, Mr. Li. Huo Qubing clasped his fist. His tone was courteous yet carried a subtle edge of rivalry. I have long admired the 3 volumes. My duties kept me from coming to Lingyuan in person to learn. It is an honor to meet you today. Li Jing inclined slightly in return. The Champion Marquis is a young hero who shakes the northern borders. I have long heard of you. Indeed, your reputation is well earned. Their polite exchanges were laced with hidden blades. Huo Qubing, a precocious victor, had prized Li Jing, a senior master, carried an unruffled dignity. They mounted again, Huo Qubing leading his 1,000 riders to open the way as Yang Jingyuan's party followed. An hour later they arrived at the border camp of Shuofeng Isle. The camp was built against the mountain with stern fortifications, towering gates, and banners fluttering from the watchtowers. Within the camp everything was exceptionally orderly, roads clearly marked, soldiers patrolling with even steps. At Huo Qubing's sight many stood at attention, and saluted with eyes full of reverence. Inside the central command tent a massive sandboard almost occupied half the tent. The model was sculpted in fine clay from the northern grasslands beyond Yin Mountain to the southern reaches of Yuling Al Mountains. Rivers, passes, cities, roads, and forests were rendered lifelike with different colors, denoting elevation, water sources, and vegetation. Many places held little flags marking garrisons, granaries, and beacon towers. This is... Li Jing's gaze dropped to the model for the first time. He showed evident astonishment. Huo Qubing replied lightly. When idle, I with several veteran scouts spent 3 years traversing the northern terrain and crafted this little by little. I would not claim it is flawless, but the general contours and key passes should be accurate. 3 years on foot across thousands of miles, personally surveying the land. Li Jing bowed respectfully. The Champion Marquis's diligence humbles me. His words were sincere. A commander who ignores astronomy, geography, and the hearts of the people is a mere mediocrity. Huo Qubing's achievements were no accident. A glint of pride passed through Huo Qubing's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He moved to the model's northern side and pointed to 2 passes. Mr. Li, see here Wild Wolf Valley and Eagle Melancholy Gorge. These are the 2 routes the Xiongnu most often take when invading south. Huo Qubing explained his past tactics: light cavalry raids to circle behind the enemy, and sever supply line strikes during river crossings or night assaults on camps to unsettle the foe. In short, strike the slow with the swift, use cavalry against cavalry, employ mobility against ponderous forces to force their supplies to fail and make them retreat. In a few words, he sketched his doctrine of mobile cavalry warfare. The other Shuofeng Al commanders in the tent displayed pride. This very doctrine had kept the Xiongnu from large-scale incursions for 7 years. Li Jing listened quietly and nodded. The Champion Marquis's tactics are nimble and unconventional, like a celestial steed running wild. I admire them. Yet he shifted his finger to other points on the model. However, such tactics demand exceptional decisiveness from the commander and place harsh requirements on troop quality, horse endurance, and logistics. If faced with a large-scale prolonged invasion or an enemy who has prepared ambushes to sever your rear, you risk being drawn into attritional entanglement you cannot afford.
Huo Qubing's brow knit, but he did not interrupt. Li Jing continued.
I think the northern defense should make Shuofeng, all the spear yielding all the belly, and Tiji the root.
Let Shuofeng's light cavalry prowl outside to seek and annihilate. This is the unorthodox hold yielding with heavy troops at the passes to wait and exhaust the enemy. This is the orthodox Tiji secures the supply lines and transports men. This is the foundation. Only when unorthodox and orthodox elements align and the base is solid can a lasting plan be forged.
He paused and looked to Huo Qubing.
What does the champion Marquis think? Huo Qubing's eyes burned. Rather than taking offense, he showed excitement. He pointed to details Li Jing had not mentioned.
I agree with your broad plan. But consider this slope here. If we station 3,000 crossbowmen there with fire arrows ready and unleash a volley as the enemy cavalry passes, would that not be more effective than mere defense of the pass?
Li Jing's eyes brightened.
Brilliant. The sight lines are open, and the enemy must pass their low groves on both sides can conceal troops. If a heavy cavalry ambush lies behind the slope to charge once the enemy is disrupted, the result could be decisive. And this river,
Huo Qubing pointed,
with spring floods coming if we dam the upstream and release the water when the enemy is crossing.
Li Jing shook his head.
Water attacks wreak havoc on the heavens and often harm innocent herders. Better to set underwater stakes and iron caltrops and fire powerful crossbows when the enemy is midstream. Underwater stakes risk being washed away. Better a transverse iron cable with floating charges. Floating charges are complex to make, perhaps not practical.
Their discussion dove deep into terrain use, reconnaissance, logistics, and combined arms coordination, sometimes arguing, sometimes agreeing. Ideas leapt like wild horses, yet were immediately tested on the model for feasibility. The other commanders in the tent listened raptly. Many previously vague tactical concepts suddenly became clear. They realized wars could be waged in such inventive ways. At last Huo Qubing gave a long sigh, stepped back half a pace, and respectfully clasped his fist to Li Jing.
Your counsel is lofty and far-seeing. I have been instructed. I once only considered direct battlefield engagement. I have overlooked grand coordination, logistics, and multi-branch cooperation.
Li Jing returned the smile and salute.
The champion Marquis' courage in leading charges, his adaptability in battle, and his intimate knowledge of the northern terrain surpass my own. Together our strengths complement one another. The northern frontier can be as solid as forged iron.
There is no greater mutual respect between heroes. That afternoon the Shuofeng governor Zhou Huaimin hosted a banquet at the prefecture hall. Zhou Huaimin was about 50 with 3 streaks of long beard and a lean face, the archetypal civil official. He raised cups with polite and attentive words, but never committed to a clear position. After several rounds of wine, Huo Qubing suddenly set down his cup and stood to face Zhou Huaimin. The hall fell silent.
Governor Zhou,
Huo Qubing spoke plainly yet with unyielding resolve.
Under the prince's governance, the northern border enjoys peace, and the people are well fed. I am unworthy, but I wish to remain to guard Shuofeng permanently, pledging my loyalty to the prince and to the protection of this land.
His words were an unmistakable declaration of allegiance. Zhou Huaimin's hand trembled slightly on his cup. His eyes swept the assembly. Huo Qubing's resolute face, and the bright gaze of officers, like Han Lai Yang Jingyuan's composed smile, and commanding presence, the deep, fathomless look of the blue-robed advisor Li Jing, as if he could peer into souls beyond the corridor, the silhouettes of armored troops standing at attention, their murderous aura perceptible even through the doors. He recalled the changes in the north over the past half-year. Corrupt officials punished tyrants, overthrown, new harvests swelling, and the people singing praises. He recalled the Xiongnu suffering repeated defeats under Huo Qubing, including last year's annihilation of 100,000-strong force. He recalled the volatile court, 3 princes vying for power, and the ailing emperor. The sky above the north had already shifted. The balance in his heart tilted completely. Zhou Huaimin drew a deep breath, left his seat, approached Yang Jingyuan, tore his robe, knelt, and offered the Shuofeng seal with both hands.
Your servant Zhou Huaimin is willing to submit Shuofeng all under the prince's command.
His voice was low, but every word was clear.
From this day forth, military, civil, and civic matters of Shuofeng I shall obey the prince's orders. I beseech the prince to accept this.
Yang Jingyuan rose, helped Zhou Huaimin to his feet, and spoke gently.
Governor Zhou, you understand righteousness. Rise. You shall remain governor. General Huo will oversee military affairs, and Li Jing, as military advisor, will regulate the troops of both isles. I hope all will work together to secure the north. I obey.
Zhou Huiming kowtowed heavily, feeling a great weight lift from his chest. That night Li Jing and Huo Qubing burned oil and worked through the lamplight inside the central tent to draft the Shuofeng-Yuling joint defense plan. The flickering candles cast light upon the model crowded with newly placed flags.
First, upgrade the beacon signal system, Li Jing wrote. There are 37 existing beacons. We must add 23 to cover every key pass and route. Signals must be encrypted, distinguishing enemy-level estimated force and approach direction by flag codes, numbers of fires, and smoke shapes. Ensure that within 100 li military information reaches both prefectures within a quarter hour.
Huo Qubing nodded.
I will handle this. Shuofeng has scouts who train messenger hawks. We can allocate them to Yuling. Second, expand the courier roads.
Li Jing pointed to several main roads on the model.
Plan 3 principal courier routes dedicated to military dispatches and urgent material. Every 30 li establish a relay with 2 horses rotating day and night. Ordinary official documents that now take 5 days should be shortened to 3. Urgent military dispatches must cover the distance within a day and night. Third, jointly protect the grain route.
Huo Qubing added.
From TG through Yuling to Shuofeng, the supply road runs 600 li and is most vulnerable. We must delineate joint patrol zones. Shuofeng's light cavalry will guard the northern 200 li, Yuling's troops the southern 400. At the junction, establish sentry posts and exchange messages daily. Fourth, military exchange training.
Li Jing set down his pen and looked to Huo Qubing.
Champion Marquis, select 3,000 riders from Shuofeng's border cavalry to be placed under my command for new drill and coordinated battle formation training. I will select capable officers from Yuling's new troops to study cavalry tactics and steppe warfare at Shuofeng. In this way, the two forces' methods will mesh and cooperation will become instinctive.
Huo Qubing's eyes shone.
Excellent. I will send Han Lai with 3,000 of the finest border light cavalry to Yuling. Also request your promising recruits. I will personally take them on a hunt to the steppe.
The two men exchanged a smile. Outside, the spring night was bitter, and the stars filled the sky. Inside, the tent candles burned bright. 2 military geniuses were joining forces, and the defensive iron wall of the northern frontier was being drawn from paper into reality. On the first day of the 4th lunar month, the night was deep. In the secret chamber of the Iron Spine Prefecture governor's residence, only a single oil lamp was lit, its dim yellow glow barely illuminating a space 5 feet square. Occasionally, the wick crackled, sending up a few sparks, their light flickering across Feng Sheng's iron-gray face, revealing his changing expressions. At 47, he had spent 28 years guarding the border, rising from a lowly soldier to a third-rank governor commanding 50,000 border troops in Iron Spine Prefecture, a regional lord in this bitter cold land. But at this moment, this border general, renowned for his ferocity, was holding a letter, his hand trembling slightly. The letter had been delivered from the capital by a thunderedly express courier, using the unique cipher of the great Prince Yang Jinglong. The handwriting was hasty, clearly written in a rush.
Minister Feng, though the silver mine matter has been temporarily suppressed, the emperor's heart is already suspicious. The evidence presented by the 9th prince is conclusive, causing much dissent in the court.
The emperor is gravely ill, and intends to use this affair to purge the border garrisons. An edict stripping you of your title, and ordering your trial, will arrive within half a month, at the earliest a month at the latest. You must make early preparations. The words, "make early preparations," were deeply gouged by Feng Sheng's fingernail.
Governor,
Deputy General Zhou was standing in the shadows, said hoarsely,
"Perhaps it would be better to voluntarily submit a confession of guilt.
Say that the theft of military equipment was due to my negligence, that you were merely lax in supervision. Confess guilt."
Feng Sheng looked up sharply, his eyes bloodshot.
Would Yang Jingyuan spare me then? Look at what he has been doing these past 6 months.
He swept aside the clutter on the table with a crash, revealing a sketch map of the 6 northern commanderies, intelligence he had secretly gathered.
Sun Hu of Wolf Pass Commandery, who colluded with the Xiongnu to raid merchant caravans, was beheaded by him in front of the troops, and his entire clan was exiled.
Wang De of Dark River Commandery, who controlled the waterways and bullied the market, was thrown into the Dark River to feed the fish, and his family property was confiscated. The 3 major herb merchants of Ice Crown Commandery, who hoarded Snow Lotus and drove up prices, were executed by slow slicing, and their shops were confiscated. Wu Kaishan of Garrison Commandery, a veteran who guarded the border for 23 years, was only on friendly terms with the 2nd prince, yet he was falsely accused of treason and publicly executed by slow slicing.
With each accusation, Feng Sheng's voice grew sharper, until he was nearly screaming.
He is settling scores. A thorough, complete settling of scores.
Averaging his maternal grandfather Marquis Jinbei Lin Pijuan.
The moment the words,
Marquis Jinbei,
were uttered, the temperature in the secret chamber seemed to plummet. Zhou Wu's face turned pale, his lips moved, but he dared not respond.
11 years ago, in the autumn of the 21st year of Yongcheng, the case of Marquis Jinbei's treason had shaken the court. Though he had not directly participated, Zhou Wu was one of those in the know. At that time, Lin Pijuan had led 30,000 Jinbei troops deep into the grasslands, breaking 7 Xiongnu tribes in succession, his army's spearhead pointed directly at their royal court. When the news of victory reached the capital, the entire nation rejoiced. But during the army's triumphant return, they were ambushed by the main force of the Xiongnu right virtuous king. After 3 days of bloody battle, Lin Pijuan was hit by 11 arrows and died on the battlefield. Later investigations revealed that someone in the army had leaked the march route. Subsequently, letters of correspondence with the Xiongnu were discovered in Lin Pijuan's tent, confirming the charge of colluding with the enemy and plotting rebellion. The Lin family was executed, and the 100,000-strong Jinbei army was disbanded and reorganized. The military power of the northern border thus fell into the hands of rising stars like Feng Sheng.
Back then,
Zhou Wu's voice was dry.
It was the Empress and the Left Chancellor's intention. We were just following orders. Following orders.
Feng Sheng laughed bitterly.
But it was I who delivered the false military intelligence to the Xiongnu. It was I who discovered the letters beside Lin Pijuan's corpse. Now that Yang Jingyuan is stirring up trouble in the north, do you think he won't find out?
He stood up, abruptly walked to the map of the northern border hanging on the wall, and jabbed his finger fiercely at the location marked Yinshan North Pass. Their 3 small characters were written Luoying Pass. It was the most formidable natural barrier on the northern border of Iron Spine Prefecture, with cliffs on both sides, as if carved by knives and axes, and a passage in the middle wide enough for only 5 horsemen to ride abreast. Since ancient times, it had been a fortress where one man could hold the pass against 10,000. 3,000 troops were stationed there, commanded by Feng Sheng's trusted men. It was one of the foundations he had built over the years.
Lin Pijuan back then was ambushed in Burial Eagle Valley, 120 li outside Luoying Pass.
Feng Sheng's voice was cold.
Tell me, do you think Yang Jingyuan wants me to die there too?
Zhou Wu shuddered. Feng Sheng stared at the map, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes gradually replaced by madness.
Rather than sit and wait for death, it's better to strike first.
Yang Jingyuan wants to purge the north, does he? Fine, I'll give him something big. Let him know that the sky over the north is not his to overturn as he pleases. On the 4th day of the 4th month at midnight, the wind in the north was as cold as a knife. Black Wind Valley lived up to its name. A strange whirlwind constantly swept through the valley, whipping up sand and stones against the rock faces, producing a mournful wail, like 100 ghosts crying at night. The place was utterly desolate. Even the hardiest sea buckthorn could not survive, and there was no sign of human habitation for 20 li in any direction. Feng Sheng brought only 2 trusted men, Zhou Wu and his personal guard commander Zhao Ying. All 3 were dressed in black night clothes with white cloaks over them. They had been lying behind a large rock at the valley entrance for half an hour.
Governor, will they come?
Zhao Ying asked in a low voice, his hand always on his sword hilt.
Yes,
Feng Sheng said, staring at the pitch-black grassland outside the valley.
The Xiongnu right virtuous king's commander Bald Eagle is as greedy as a wolf and as venomous as a scorpion.
He won't be able to refuse the terms I offered him.
As soon as he finished speaking, the faint sound of horse hooves came from outside the valley.
It was not the rumbling thunder of a large army on the move, but the muffled thuds of warhorses' hooves wrapped in thick cloth striking the frozen earth, a sound only a well-trained horse could make. Had it not been for Feng Sheng's cultivation at the Thunderclap realm granting him hearing far beyond ordinary men, he would hardly have noticed it. A dozen or so black figures slipped into the valley like phantoms. The leader was a huge man, half a head taller than an average person, even while mounted. He wore no helmet, revealing a gleaming bald head, and 3 bronze earrings hung from his left ear, glinting coldly in the moonlight. But what was most striking were his eyes, deep-set with an eerie grayish yellow color. When he looked at someone, it was like a hawk eyeing its prey, sending chills down the spine. This was the Xiongnu right virtuous king's commander Bald Eagle, a mid-stage marrow essence realm cultivator skilled in wielding a wolf-tooth club weighing 80 jin. He had once slain 7 great Xia generals in a row on the battlefield, earning a fearsome reputation.
Governor Feng, long time no see.
Bald Eagle said, his Mandarin stiff and heavily accented with a grassland drawl. He did not dismount, but looked down at Feng Sheng and his men, his eyes full of scrutiny and disdain. Feng Sheng suppressed his displeasure, stepped forward, and clasped his hands in salute.
Commander Bald Eagle honors me with his presence. I am honored. Spare me the pleasantries.
Bald Eagle waved his hand impatiently.
In your letter you said you wanted to borrow troops. How many? What's the price?
Feng Sheng took a deep breath, knowing that there was no use beating around the bush with these grassland barbarians. He pulled a rolled-up sheepskin map from his chest and spread it on the rock. It was a detailed map of the northern defenses of Iron Spine Prefecture. In vermilion ink it clearly marked the troop number shift changes and grain depot locations of each pass. Furthermore, a route was specially marked in black ink entering from Wolf Leap Ravine on the west side of Luoying Pass, passing through Ghost's Lament Gorge, and striking straight into the heart of Iron Spine Prefecture Blackstone Valley.
I need to borrow 30,000 troops, and they must be the most elite cavalry.
Feng Sheng said, his finger pointing at the map.
5 days from now at midnight on the 9th day of the 4th month, I will pull back the garrison at Wolf Leap Ravine for half a quarter of an hour.
You enter the pass from there, launch a full-speed raid, and must reach Blackstone Valley to join me before dawn.
Bald Eagle stared at the map, his grayish yellow eyes moving slowly.
After a long moment, he grinned, revealing teeth.
Must be the most elite cavalry.
Feng Sheng said, his finger pointing at the map.
5 days from now at midnight on the 9th day of the 4th.
Feng Sheng gritted his teeth.
Yang Jingyuan wants my life, so I have to take his first. When this is done,
he pointed his finger north, sweeping across a large area.
The 100 li of fertile land north of Yinshan will belong entirely to the right virtuous king's tribe. The border cities of Red Rock, Blackwater, and White Horse in Shuofeng Prefecture, after they are taken you may plunder them for 5 days. Whatever wealth, grain, or women you can carry away from the cities, it's all up to your ability.
The terms were suffocatingly generous. The 100 li north of Yinshan was the most lush summer pasture, which the Xiongnu tribes had fought over for decades. The 3 cities of Shuofeng Prefecture were key border trade hubs, their accumulated wealth enough to make a small tribe rich overnight. Greed blazed in Bald Eagle's eyes, but he still shook his head.
Empty words are no proof. You Xia people are the best at deception. Why should I believe you?
Feng Sheng was prepared. He drew a dagger from his waist, not a standard-issue military saber, but a crescent-shaped grassland short sword with a ruby-studded hilt, a trophy he had taken from the corpse of a Xiongnu chiliarch years ago.
Rip!
The blade sliced across his left palm, and blood gushed out instantly. Feng Sheng's expression did not change as he dripped the blood into a coarse pottery bowl prepared beforehand. The bowl contained strong horse milk wine. As the blood mixed with the wine, it swirled into dark red patterns.
I, Feng Sheng, hereby make a blood oath.
His voice was hoarse, but every word was resolute.
If I break this covenant by leading Commander Bald Eagle through the pass but not launching a joint attack, or by failing to fulfill my promises afterward, may heaven and earth destroy me, may I fall into the 18th level of hell after death, and never be reborn. May the Feng clan, men become slaves, women become prostitutes, and may we be left without descendants.
With that he raised the bowl of blood wine, and drank half of it in one gulp. The strong fumes of alcohol mixed with the smell of blood rushed into his throat, making his eyes redden. The last trace of doubt in Bald Eagle's eyes vanished. The grassland people believed in blood oaths more than in the gods, especially a curse as venomous as Feng Sheng's, which staked his entire clan's fate. In the grasslands, such an oath meant there was absolutely no turning back.
Good.
Bald Eagle dismounted, raising a cloud of dust as his feet hit the ground. He also drew his curved saber, cut his palm, and dripped his blood into the remaining wine in the bowl.
I, Bald Eagle, swear in the name of eternal heaven. If Governor Feng keeps his word, my 30,000 warriors will surely raise the northern border for him. If I break this oath, may I be pierced by 10,000 arrows, and my corpse be fed to the wolves.
The two exchanged bowls of blood wine, and drank them dry. The pottery bowl shattered on the rock, the sharp sound piercingly loud in the silent valley. Bald Eagle took the border defense map Feng Sheng handed him, his thick fingers tracing the ink marks on the sheepskin, a fierce light flickering in his eyes.
5 days from now at midnight, Wolf Leap Ravine. Be there or be square. Be there or be square.
At the same hour, 3 li southeast of Blackwind Valley, in a natural cave devoid of light, 3 figures stood silently. The one at the head, hunched and clad in faded gray robes, it was none other than the Grand Marshal Yuan Tiangang. He closed his eyes in concentration, his right hand's 5 fingers counting in his sleeve, his aura merging seamlessly with the darkness, as if he were a part of the cave itself. At his side stood 2 figures, both in black form-fitting attire and wooden masks, Duan Qingtian, the heavenly speed star, and Ding Yin, the heavenly ingenuity star.
Grand Marshal Feng Sheng and the Vulture have sworn their oath over blood wine.
Duan Qingtian's voice was extremely low, yet it reached Yuan Tiangang's ears with clarity.
They have agreed to let 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry enter through Wolf Leap Ravine at midnight 5 days hence, and to rendezvous at Blackstone Valley.
Yuan Tiangang slowly opened his eyes. In the darkness, a faint purple light swirled within his gaze.
Wolf Leap Ravine,
he repeated softly, his voice raspy like the grating of sand and stone.
The entrance is only wide enough for 5 horses to ride abreast, 3 li long, with cliffs on both sides soaring over 30 zhang high. The exit leads to Blackstone Valley, a perfect place to lure the enemy into a trap.
Ding Yin interjected.
Feng Sheng thinks he is the one waiting outside the trap, not realizing he is the turtle in the jar. Grand Marshal, shall we capture Feng Sheng now? He has only 2 men with him. I am confident I can finish it within 10 breaths. No need.
Yuan Tiangang shook his head.
Our Lord does not just want Feng Sheng's life. This is an opportunity to annihilate the right-wise king's 30,000 elite troops in one fell swoop, to completely shatter the Zionist fangs for invading the south. More importantly, we must make Feng Sheng personally confess the truth of how he framed the northern pacifying marquis years ago, to clear the Lin family's name and establish our Lord's authority.
He paused, then asked,
And that border defense map, have you made a copy? Yes.
Duan Qingtian took from his bosom a roll of silk as thin as a cicada's wing. On it all the markings from the sheepskin map had been traced with a special solution.
Feng Sheng made it extremely detailed to win the Vulture's trust, even noting the shift-change intervals at 3 secret outposts.
Yuan Tiangang took the silk, his fingertips brushing lightly over it. The solution's traces emitted a faint fluorescence in the darkness. He looked at it for a moment, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a barely perceptible curve.
Feng Sheng is so thoughtful, he has even marked out potential ambush points for our army. Send word to our Lord the fish has taken the bait. The net is ready to be cast.
On the 4th day of the 4th month, at the hour of the dragon candles blazed brightly, in the secret chamber of the prince's mansion in Lingyuan City. Yang Jingyuan sat in the seat of honor, with military advisor Li Jing on his left, and with Huo Qubing, who had just returned after a night's ride, on his right. The copied border defense map lay spread across the long table between them.
Feng Sheng has sold the entire northern defense line of Iron Spine Prefecture to the Xiongnu.
Huo Qubing pointed his finger at several key points on the map, his voice icy.
Wolf Leap Ravine, Ghost Grief, Blackstone Valley. This route is cunningly chosen. If we hadn't known in advance, our defenses would indeed have a gap.
Li Jing's gaze had been roving over the map. He looked up and said,
Precisely because of this place is an excellent killing field. General, look here.
His finger traced the entire length of Wolf Leap Ravine.
The entrance is narrow, easy to defend, but hard to attack. Feng Sheng will withdraw the garrison here, essentially letting the Xiongnu into the trap. The ravine is 3 li long with steep cliffs on both sides. If our army prepositions archers, crossbowmen, rolling logs, and boulders, we can create the first wave of casualties.
He then pointed to Ghost Grief Canyon.
This terrain is like a gourd, wide at the entrance, narrow in the middle, and wide again at the exit. After the Xiongnu vanguard enters the canyon, our army can seal the entrance and use fire attacks and crossbow volleys to cover the middle section, forcing them to flee toward the exit.
Finally, he pointed at Blackstone Valley.
This area is open, suitable for deploying cavalry. Feng Sheng plans to rendezvous with the Xiongnu here and attack our army from both sides. So we will prepare a grand gift for him right there.
Yang Jingyuan listened quietly until Li Jing finished.
Military advisor, do you have a complete plan?
Li Jing bowed.
My lord, this battle hinges on 3 keys. First, absolute secrecy of intelligence. Feng Sheng must not learn that we know his plot. Second, the ambush troops must enter their preset positions 2 days in advance and remain hidden until the battle. Third, we need an elite rapid response unit to seize Iron Spine Prefecture City before Feng Sheng's rebel army and the Xiongnu can rendezvous, cutting off their retreat.
A sharp glint flashed in Huo Qubing's eyes.
Leave Iron Spine Prefecture City to me. 10,000 elite cavalry from the Shuofeng border army can secretly reach the outskirts of the prefecture city within 3 days. When Feng Sheng's main force heads north for the rendezvous, I will strike while their guard is down, the city will be undermanned, then it can be taken in at most half an hour.
Yang Jingyuan pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head.
No, we must take the city, but not by storm. Of Fengsheng's 50,000 border troops, no more than 30% are truly loyal to his rebellion. The rest are either deceived or coerced. A direct assault on the city would cause too many casualties and dishearten the northern border troops.
He looked at Li Jing.
Military advisor, what is your assessment of Li Wenqian, the governor of Iron Spine Prefecture?
Li Jing thought for a moment.
Li Wenqian, a Jin-sure of the 24th year of Yongchang, has served as governor of Iron Spine Prefecture for 8 years. His official reputation is passable. He is cautious and conservative, does not form cliques, and does not take sides. He has managed to hold the governorship right under Fengsheng's nose by adhering to the principle of not hearing, not asking. According to intelligence from the Jinyue, he is probably unaware of Fengsheng's rebellion plot. But he may not be entirely innocent either. It's good that he doesn't know.
A slight smile touched Yang Jingyuan's lips.
Then let's make him know. Marshal Yuan.
A hunched figure materialized silently from the shadows.
Your servant is here. Go to Iron Spine Prefecture City yourself and see Li Wenqian. Present the evidence of Fengsheng's collusion with the Xiongnu to him one piece at a time. Tell him that I, the prince, offer him 2 choices: either open the city gates and surrender the seal, atone for his crimes by meritorious service, and continue to act as governor of Iron Spine Prefecture, or share Fengsheng's fate.
Yuan Tiangang bowed.
Your servant understands. But if he chooses the second path?
A cold glint flashed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes.
Then the governor of Iron Spine Prefecture will need to be replaced.
He rose and walked to the map of the northern territories, his gaze sweeping over the 3 prefectures. From Yiling to Shuofeng to Iron Spine, the 3 northern prefectures embraced the northern frontier of Great Xia like a crescent moon. And now this crescent was about to truly close.
General Li Qubing.
Yang Jingyuan turned his voice solemn.
This battle is under your full command. I want not just a victory, but a brilliant one. A battle that breaks the backbone of the Xiongnu right-wise king's forces, shatters Fengsheng's rebel army, and shows the soldiers and people of the 3 northern prefectures that following me is the only path to survival and a future.
Li Jing and Huo Qubing simultaneously clasped their fists in salute.
Your generals obey.
On the night of the 7th day of the 4th month, Fengsheng stood in the courtyard of the Iron Spine Prefecture military governor's mansion, gazing up at the sky. The night sky was moonless, with only a few scattered stars occasionally flickering through gaps in the thick clouds. Tomorrow is the 8th day of the 4th month. In just one more day, the Vulture's 30,000 iron cavalry would pour through Wolf Leap Ravine. And he himself would lead 20,000 elite troops north to suppress the rebellion, engaging in a bloody battle with the Xiongnu at Blackstone Valley. Of course, this bloody battle was a performance for the imperial court. The battle report would read Governor Feng led his troops in a 3-day bloody battle against the Xiongnu, slaying over 10,000, but outnumbered and outgunned, he unfortunately died for his country. Meanwhile, he himself, along with his trusted followers, and years of accumulated gold and silver, would follow the Vulture north to the grasslands. The right-wise king had already promised him a pasture, a tribe, and a life of carefree ease as King Feng on the steppes. A perfect plan. A cold sneer curled Fengsheng's lips. Yang Jingyuan, oh Yang Jingyuan, you think that by controlling Yiling and Shuofeng you can extend your reach into Iron Spine Prefecture. You think that with men like Huo Qubing, Xiaohe, and Li Jing you can rule the north with an iron fist. You are too young. The waters of the northern territories are far deeper than you imagine. 11 years ago, I was able to work with the Empress and the Left Chancellor to bring down the illustrious northern pacifying Marquis. 11 years later, I can just as easily send you this waste of a prince to your grave.
Governor.
Zhou Wu approached quietly, lowering his voice.
All battalions are ready. We break camp at dawn tomorrow, officially announcing a routine northern border patrol. The corps officers in the army have been briefed. They will put on an act of encountering a massive Xiongnu army and fighting a desperate battle.
Fengsheng nodded.
And the prefecture city. Everything is normal with Li Wenqian. He was handling official documents in the Yamen today, no signs of anything unusual.
Zhou Wu hesitated for a moment.
But, Governor, once we leave the border troops in the city will be leaderless. What if? There is no what if.
Fengsheng cut him off.
Li Wenqian is a smart man. He knows what to meddle in and what to ignore. When news of our death in battle arrives, he will naturally with profound grief submit a memorial begging forgiveness, and then continue on as the peaceful governor. As for the border troops, it's even better if they're leaderless. The court will have to send someone to take over, leading to another round of power struggles. Who will have the time or inclination to investigate our whereabouts?
He spoke with conviction, yet a faint unease stirred within him. He could not pinpoint its source. Perhaps it was the wind tonight too cold, perhaps the sky was too dark, perhaps it was the young prince far away in Lingyuan City, whose actions over the past half-year had been too astonishing. But the arrow had left the bow, there was no turning back. Feng Sheng took a deep breath, suppressing the last vestiges of unease back into the depths of his heart. He turned and walked toward his study, where a chest of gold ingots, a chest of jewels, and several forged identity documents awaited his foundation for survival on the grasslands. What he did not know was that at that very moment, in the rear study of the Iron Spine Prefecture Governor's mansion, Li Wenqian sat facing a pile of bloody evidence, his face as pale as paper. Yuan Tiangang's hunched form stood in the shadow of the candlelight, his voice flat and emotionless.
Governor Li, the choice of path is yours. Will you follow Feng Sheng down the dark road to the annihilation of your entire family, or will you abandon the darkness for the light, atone for your crimes with merit, and continue as governor?
Li Wenqian's hand trembled as he grasped the governor's seal. The seal was heavy, so heavy he could barely hold it. Outside the window the night was as dark as ink. The greatest storm in the northern territories was about to erupt within the narrow confines of Wolf Leap Ravine. And Feng Sheng, who believed he held all the cards, was at that moment smiling at his chests of gold and silver. He could almost see himself sitting in a golden tent on the grasslands, drinking kumis, watching slaves dance. Yet he was unaware that a heavenly net and an earthly snare were slowly tightening above his head. The mouth of the net was aimed directly at the narrow entrance of Wolf Leap Ravine, shaped like a wolf's gaping maw. A grand play of shutting the door to beat the dog was about to begin. The 6th day of the 4th lunar month, the hour of the ox, night lay thick and ink-black. Deep within the forest 30 li west of Longtiao Gorge, a silent army advanced. No torches flickered, no hooves struck the earth, even the clink of armor was deliberately muffled. Over 10,000 soldiers moved like nocturnal wolves along the mountain ridges. Only when moonlight pierced the cloud gaps could their silhouettes be faintly discerned. Crossbowmen in the vanguard bearing powerful arbalests and quivers slung across their backs, shield and sword infantry in the center gripping half-man-high bucklers and wearing broadswords at their waists, and sappers in the rear shouldering massive logs and boulders. Each soldier wore a white armband barely visible in the gloom, a nighttime identification mark decreed by Li Jing. At the head of the column, Li Jing walked barefoot in simple blue robes. His steps were featherlight, scarcely rustling the dry leaves beneath his feet. His eyes gleamed with piercing sharpness in the darkness, pausing frequently to survey the terrain and issuing quiet commands to the order-bearers beside him. "Wang Shita," he murmured softly. A shadow slid down from a tree. A black figure materialized. Wang Shita, commander of the reconnaissance battalion. His face was painted in streaks of black and green, blending seamlessly into the night. Only his eyes burned with startling brightness. "Master strategist, how is the outer perimeter secured? Within a 50 li radius, we have located and eliminated 17 patrols of Xiongnu scouts, 83 men in total. Not a single one escaped," Wang Shita replied in a low, gravelly voice. As instructed, all were staged to appear as victims of wild beasts or fatal falls from cliffs. 3 messenger detachments dispatched by Feng Sheng have also been intercepted and replaced with our own men. Li Jing nodded. "Have the eastern and western cliffs of Longtiao Gorge been surveyed?" "Yes." Wang Shita withdrew a hand-drawn sketch from his breast pocket, densely annotated with markings. "The eastern cliff bears 7 natural caves, capable of concealing 500 crossbowmen. The western cliff is steeper, yet 5 narrow trails, worn by gatherers, lead to its summit. The crest is level and ideal for deploying logs and boulders. I have ordered the sapper battalion to reinforce the staging points throughout the night." "Well done." Li Jing accepted the sketch and studied it intently under the faint moonlight. "Take your reconnaissance battalion back to the outer perimeter. Maintain vigilance. Report any suspicious movement immediately." "Understood." Wang Shita vanished into the darkness as swiftly as he had appeared. Li Jing resumed his advance, and half a watch later reached a high vantage point on the eastern flank of Longtiao Gorge. From here the entire gorge lay exposed beneath his gaze. True to its name, Longtiao Gorge lived up to its grim reputation, The opposing cliffs jutted like wolf fangs, narrowing at their tightest point to barely accommodate 5 horses abreast. The winding ravine stretched 3 li, its floor littered with jagged stones, rendering cavalry charges impossible. Its exit widened slightly, opening onto a relatively open valley, Haishi Valley, the prearranged rendezvous point where Feng Sheng and Tu Ying were to join forces. A perfect killing ground, Li Jing whispered to himself. Behind him, Zhang Cheng's 2,000 elite guards from the prince's mansion had arrived silently at their designated positions. Every guard had cultivated beyond the iron bone realm, clad in superior armor, now dispersed in small units and melting into the shadows of the cliffs. Farther still, 3,000 crossbowmen of the Vermilion Bird Battalion under Battalion Commander Zhao Wenlong were methodically entering the 7 natural caves along the eastern cliff. Each carried 3 quivers, 30 arrows per quiver, tipped with a specially formulated paralytic toxin. Master Gong Shu Ben had refined the original step poison. Those struck would not die instantly, but would suffer rapid limb paralysis, rendering them combat ineffective within half an hour. Meanwhile, 2,000 heavy infantry of the Black Tortoise Battalion held key choke points along the gorge's midsection. Clad in double-layered plate armor, they bore towering tower shields and 12-foot spears, forming an unbreakable phalanx once deployed. And the decisive door bolt, the 800-strong Vanguard Battalion under Niu Dazhuang, had already reached the gorge's exit. These hulking warriors each bore 50 gin of gunpowder and 200 iron caltrops, now laying the final defensive line with the sapper's assistance. Commander Niu panted, the sapper unit's platoon leader wiping sweat from his brow. Per your orders, the gunpowder has been layered in 3 strata, each fuse wrapped in oilcloth for moisture and fire resistance. Caltrops are scattered across the first 50 paces beyond the exit, guaranteed to pierce every horse's hoof. Niu Dazhuang grinned, flashing white teeth. Well done. When those Xiongnu brats ride in, I'll buy you all wine. Thank you, Commander. At that very moment, 20 li away in a dense forest, Huo Qubing stood atop a high slope, gazing toward the distant indistinct silhouette of the mountains. Behind him, 10,000 elite cavalry of the Shuofeng frontier army stood motionless in the night, horses' muzzled hooves wrapped in thick cloth, utterly silent despite their vast numbers. Only the wind sighing through the treetops stirred the stillness, a soft whispering rustle. On his flank, 1,000 light cavalry of the Jia Battalion, the elite black armor riders, awaited orders. Cloaked in obsidian plate, they were nearly invisible in the dark, only the occasional glint of polished steel betrayed their presence. 3,000 infantry of the Azure Dragon Battalion, led by Battalion Commander Zhou Yawu, had already established the first interception line 3 li ahead. Equipped with tripwires and anti-cavalry stakes, their mission was to deliver the initial blow against the Xiongnu's fleeing remnants as they burst from Haishi Valley. General Han Lai approached quietly. Master strategist Li reports all ambush units are in position. Feng Sheng's rebel force, 20,000 strong, departed TG Prefecture City 1 watch ago and is expected to reach the northern edge of Haishi Valley by the hour of Chen tomorrow. Huo Qubing's gaze turned icy. Feng Sheng keeps time, but alas, he awaits not an ally but the king of hell. He lifted his eyes to the sky. Clouds parted gradually, stars and moon emerged, casting a pale silvered light. Issue the order, all troops rest in place, concert strength. Tomorrow we shall wage a battle destined to be inscribed in history. The 8th day of the 4th lunar month, the hour of Z, on the western pass of Longtiao Gorge, 30 sentries coincidentally reached shift change time. Their officer, Lieutenant Lu San, a trusted confidant of Feng Sheng, yawned widely as he briefed the incoming platoon leader. Winds fierce tonight, keep your men sharp. Still, nothing much will happen. Not even wolves come to this accursed place. The platoon leader smiled knowingly. Rest easy, Lieutenant, we understand. Lu San nodded and led his 30 men down from the watchtower in apparent lethargy, vanishing swiftly into the night. They did not go far. Instead, they melted into a nearby gully and waited silent and still. A quarter of an hour passed. Then, a faint tremor rippled through the earth. At first it resembled distant thunder, but soon it intensified. Stones began trembling, then leaping lightly upon the ground. Lu San straightened, pulling from his chest a specially crafted firework, the signal Feng Sheng had entrusted to him. Upon the Xiongnu host's arrival, he would launch it, both a beacon inviting them through the pass and a coded report to Feng Sheng. He lit the fuse. Shoo pa! A green firework exploded overhead, subtle yet starkly vivid against the abyssal night.
Almost simultaneously 3 li west of Longqiu Gorge on the steppe grasslands, 30,000 Xiongnu heavy cavalry halted their advance. Tu Ying reined in his mount staring at the fading emerald spark in the sky. A flash of feverish excitement flared in his yellowish-gray eyes. Feng Sheng has kept his word. He moistened his cracked lips and raised his curved saber. My sons, may Tingri bless us. Ride through the pass, seize gold. Seize grain. Seize women. Roar. 30,000 riders unleashed a guttural suppressed roar, the sound of a beast awakening. No battle cries echoed, no thunderous gallop shook the earth. These steppe horsemen displayed astonishing disciplined muzzled mounts, hooves swaddled in cloth advancing in 10 columns spaced 100 paces apart, like a colossal black serpent gliding silently into the narrow throat of Longqiu Gorge. Tu Ying led the vanguard, heart pounding with triumph. Once past this thrilling gorge, the open expanse of Haishi Valley awaited. There Feng Sheng would greet him, and together their combined might would strike directly for Tiji Prefecture City. Then encircled assault from within and without, the city would surely fall. Even Yang Jingyuan's reinforcements, should they arrive, would need time to mobilize. Everything unfolded precisely as planned. The vanguard, 3,000 riders, had fully entered the gorge. The main body, 15,000, was now passing through the western pass. The rearguard, 12,000, still remained outside the valley entrance. At that instant, boom! A deafening detonation shattered the night silence. Then a second, third, fourth, chain explosions erupted like funeral bells from the underworld, echoing relentlessly through the narrow confines of the gorge. Firelight blazed skyward, illuminating the Xiongnu riders' faces contorted in terror. The sappers' pressure-triggered landmines had been activated. These specialized mines operated in 3 tiers, the first pressure-activated, exploding under 50 G of weight, the second delayed, detonating automatically 3 breaths after the initial blast, the third remotely triggered, manually detonated by sappers concealed along the cliffs. Crump! A maelstrom of shrapnel, stone, and flame tore through the ranks. Horses shrieked, men toppled. Within moments the narrow gorge became a slaughterhouse. Frontline riders were blown apart, those behind unable to halt crashed into fallen comrades. Chaos cascaded in waves. Ambush! Tu Ying's eyes bulged with fury as he roared, retreat. Now! But it was too late. Release arrows. From the eastern cliffs Xiao Wenlong gave the command. VRR. 3,000 crossbows fired as one. Arrows swarmed forth from the caves, like locusts raining death from above upon the entire length of the gorge. The toxin-tipped bolts pierced leather armor and sank deep into flesh. Within moments limbs went numb, riders tumbled from saddles helpless and paralyzed. Roll logs and boulders, release. From the western summit the Black Tortoise Battalion's heavy infantry shoved forward massive timbers and boulders, each weighing hundreds of Jin, down the steep cliff face. They thundered downward, gathering momentum, crashing into the packed mass below, crushing men and mounts alike, sending blood and screams soaring into the air. Seal the exit. Tu Ying, the steppe's fiercest warlord, summoned raw ferocity even in despair. My personal guard, follow me. Break through, or die trying. He charged forward with 300 elite guards, cutting through arrow storms and falling boulders, desperate to reach the exit. Corpses carpeted the gorge, rivers of blood flowed freely. The surviving Xiongnu riders panicked and crammed together, trampled one another. Casualties surged exponentially under the triple onslaught, explosions, arrows, and falling stone. That 3-li stretch of gorge had become a true road of death. When Tu Ying finally burst forth at the exit, fewer than 50 riders remained at his side. Every man was drenched in blood, their mounts heaved like bellows, exhausted beyond endurance. The exit loomed before them. A flicker of hope ignited in Tu Ying's eyes. Just beyond lay survival. Bursting out of the dammed ravine and entering the open black stone valley, he could regroup the forces and even counterattack. However, in the next moment, his hopes were utterly shattered. At the exit 800 robust men stood in formation. Clad in heavy iron armor, and wielding tower shields and long halberds, they formed an impenetrable steel wall, completely sealing off the escape route. Leading the men was a giant standing 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and stout, carrying 2 short halberds, grinning as he watched him. It was Niu Dazhuang. Niu Dazhuang's voice was deep and resonant, particularly clear in the night wind. Did Feng Sheng not tell you? This place is easy to enter, but hard to exit. He paused, and his smile suddenly turned cold, and the ground was actually stomped into a shallow pit. He shot out like a cannonball, his dual halberds cutting through the air, producing
The peak power of the Iron Bone realm erupted, and the ground was actually stomped into a shallow pit. He shot out like a cannonball, his dual halberds cutting through the air, producing a piercing scream. The bald eagle gritted his teeth and swung his blade to meet him. He was at the mid-level of the Jade Crystal Realm, 2 tiers above Niu Dazhuang. By common logic, this strike should have cleaved both man and halberd in half. But Niu Dazhuang was not something that could be measured by common logic. Clang! The clash of blade and halberd erupted a deafening roar. The bald eagle's whole body shook violently, his hands shattered, and the curved blade was actually knocked from his grip. He was horrified to discover that the other's strength was simply inhuman, that halberd's power was completely on par with the late stage of the Jade Crystal Realm. "Is that all you've got?" Niu Dazhuang grinned, and the second halberd swept towards him. The bald eagle barely rolled away to avoid it. His personal guards were not so lucky. 3 were caught in the halberd's wind, and both man and horse were sliced in half, blood splattering everywhere. "Form up. Charge out." The bald eagle howled fiercely. The remaining Xiongnu cavalry launched a desperate charge. But could these battered remnants break through the defenses of the ambushed troops? Shield formation, rise. 800 tower shields stood up simultaneously, tightly connected, forming a true steel wall. Long halberds thrust out from the gaps in the shields, as cold as a dense forest. The Xiongnu cavalry crashed into the shield wall, toppling over. Occasionally a lucky few broke through the first line of defense, only to be smashed into pulp by the soldiers of the ambushed troop with short axes and iron hammers. This was a one-sided slaughter. The bald eagle's eyes were blood-red, knowing there was no escape today. He suddenly drew a spare curved blade from under his saddle, roaring towards Niu Dazhuang for one last stand. But Niu Dazhuang gave him no chance. Ambushed troops, advance. The 800 heavily armored infantry marched forward in a neat rhythm. Shields moved like mountains, halberds advanced like forests. With every step the ground trembled. The remaining Xiongnu cavalry were crushed into meat paste by this iron torrent. The bald eagle was fiercely protected by his guards as they retreated towards the Black Stone Valley. When they finally burst out of the Wolf Jump ravine and entered the relatively open valley, only less than 20 of the 300 guards remained. The valley was deathly silent. The promised 2,000 troops from Fengsheng were nowhere to be seen. Only the night wind rustled through the wild grass, making a soft sound like the whispers of death. Not good. It's a trap. The bald eagle's face turned ashen, finally understanding. From the outset, this was a trap. Had Fengsheng betrayed them? Or was Fengsheng also caught in the trap? He did not know, nor did he have time to find out. Because at that moment, a desolate horn sounded from the dense forest outside the valley. Immediately after, the thunderous sound of hooves shook the earth. Boom! Boom! Like thunder rolling across the earth, like a flood breaking through a dam. 10,000 elite cavalry of the Suofeng border army, led by Huo Qubing, surged out of the dense forest. Silver-armored white horses like a silver torrent. Huo Qubing led the charge, silver spear in hand, crimson cloak fluttering in the night wind. His expression was stern, and a killing intent as tangible as substance spread from his eyes. "Xiongnu scum, prepare to die." His voice thundered, echoing across the land. No longer hiding his strength. The pressure of the peak dragon elephant realm erupted with a bang. His blood energy boiled like a furnace, distorting the air within 3 feet of him. With a shake of his silver spear, the sounds of dragon roars and elephant trumpets intertwined, resounding through the valley. The bald eagle's soul fled in terror. He finally understood why Fengsheng wanted to collaborate with them. Because what Fengsheng had to face was not some useless prince, but a true primordial beast. "Stop him." The bald eagle howled in despair, yet he himself turned his horse to flee. But it was already too late. Huo Qubing charged forward, his speed creating an afterimage in the air. The silver spear flashed like a rainbow, and wherever it passed, the Xiongnu cavalry fell like wheat being harvested. No one could withstand even a single thrust of his spear. 30 zhang, 20 zhang, 10 zhang. The bald eagle gritted his teeth and turned, pushing his mid-level Jade Crystal Realm cultivation to its limit, his curved blade flashing blood-red as he made one last desperate strike. Clang! The loud sound of blade and spear clashing rang out, shocking the eardrums of the surrounding soldiers. The bald eagle and his horse slid back 3 zhang, his arms aching painfully, blood streaming from his hands. He was horrified to discover that his full power strike had been effortlessly caught with one hand by the opponent. Even more terrifying was the overwhelming force coming from the spear, surging through the blade into his meridians. This spear was devoid of any flourish, only pure extreme power and speed. The spear tip pierced through the air with a shrill whistle, instantly penetrating the protective blood aura, breaking. This spear was devoid of any flourish, only pure extreme power and speed. The spear tip pierced through the air with a shrill whistle, instantly penetrating the protective blood aura, breaking through the leather armor, and emerging from the bald eagle's back. Ugh! The bald eagle looked down at the spear tip protruding from his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had cultivated for 30 years at the mid-level of the Jade Crystal Realm, and was already a renowned expert on the grasslands. Yet in front of this young man, he couldn't even withstand 2 strikes. The difference between the Dragon Elephant Realm and the Jade Crystal Realm was indeed like the difference between heaven and earth. Huo Qubing, using one arm's strength, lifted the bald eagle's corpse, raising it high above his head, his voice shaking the valley. The bald eagle is dead. Surrender, and you shall not be killed. The death of the commander caused the remaining Xiongnu cavalry to completely collapse, dropping their weapons and kneeling in surrender. The battle began at the hour of the rat and ended at the hour of the tiger. Out of 30,000 elite Xiongnu cavalry, 18,000 died, 6,000 were wounded, and 6,000 surrendered. 2,000 warhorses and countless weapons and armor were seized. The northern border army suffered fewer than 500 casualties. This was a perfect annihilation battle. At the same hour, 30 miles north of Blackstone Valley, Feng Sheng led the 2,000 rebels hurrying down the official road. According to plan, they were supposed to arrive at Blackstone Valley at the hour of the tiger, meet the bald eagle in victorious reunion, and then perform a grand drama of bloody battle against the Xiongnu unfortunate martyrdom. But there was always a hint of unease in Feng Sheng's heart. This unease peaked half an hour ago. His 3 batches of scouts sent towards the Wolf Jump Ravine had not returned. Governor, Blackstone Valley is just 10 miles ahead. Zhou Wuzi rode forward and whispered, should we send scouts to investigate first? Before he finished speaking, urgent hoofbeats suddenly echoed from ahead. A horse came galloping, the rider covered in blood, one of the scouts Feng Sheng had sent out. Governor. The cavalry rolled off his horse, his voice distorted by fear. The Xiongnu. The entire army has been wiped out. The Wolf Jump Ravine is full of ambushed troops. General Bald Eagle is dead. Huo Qubing and Li Jing's army has already surrounded us. What? Feng Sheng was struck by lightning, his face turning pale as paper. He grabbed the cavalry by the collar. What did you say? Say it again. It's true. It's true. The cavalry cried. I saw with my own eyes the Xiongnu fell like they were being harvested. Huo Qubing killed the bald eagle with one spear. We fell into a trap. Governor Feng, we've fallen into a trap. Feng Sheng staggered back, his mind blank. A trap. From the very beginning he had fallen into a trap. Yang Jingyuan had long known of his plan, but had deliberately allowed it to unfold, even fanning the flames just to catch him and the Xiongnu in one net. Such ruthless methods. Such deep schemes. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Back to Iron Spine City. Feng Sheng shouted hoarsely. But it was already too late. Boom! Suddenly flames blazed brightly from the mountain forests on both sides. Countless torches ignited like a dragon, illuminating the night as bright as day. Zhang Taizan led 8,000 border troops, while Zhang Meng led 2,000 Lingyuan guards springing out from both sides. Arrows rained down like locusts, covering the official road towards the rebels. Feng Sheng has betrayed the country and joined the enemy. The evidence is conclusive. Those who laid down their weapons shall be spared. Those who resist shall be killed without mercy. Zhang Taizan's cultivation at the early stage of the Thunder Sound realm erupted with full force, his voice booming like a bell echoing across the land. The rebel troops were instantly thrown into chaos. Even more despairing for Feng Sheng was that dozens of mid-level officers suddenly shouted in unison, brothers. Feng Sheng colluded with the Xiongnu to lead us to our deaths. Don't follow him to the grave. Lay down your weapons. The prince said that coerced soldiers would not be punished. Lay down your weapons. Lay down your weapons. These officers were all secret pieces placed in advance by Li Jing. They had already controlled the lower-level troops, and at this moment their call was met with a wave of response among the 2,000 rebels. A full 1,500 turned on the spot. The remaining 500 diehards were surrounded on all sides, unable to escape. Feng Sheng's face turned ashen as he looked around. Zhou Wu had quietly retreated to the side, lowering his head in fear. Zhao Ying held the knife handle, a flash of struggle in his eyes, but finally sighed and let go. It's over. It's all over. He took out the governor's seal from his bosom, trembling
as he raised it, his voice hoarse. I am willing to surrender. Zhang Taizan rode forward, looking at him coldly. Governor Feng, if you had known today, why act so foolishly? With a wave of his hand, his personal guards stepped forward and tightly bound Feng Sheng. From the uprising to the suppression, it took less than 6 hours. When the first rays of dawn pierced through the darkness, illuminating the battlefield of Wolf Jump Ravine, a black flag with golden edges bearing the character "You" had already been planted at the highest point of Blackstone Valley. Flapping in the wind, it sounded like a hunting cry. Meanwhile, far away in Lingyuan City, Yang Jingyuan stood atop the tall king's palace, gazing at the pale light in the northern sky. The hunchback figure of Yuan Tiangao silently appeared. My lord, good news. The bald eagle has been beheaded, and Feng Sheng has been captured. Our army has achieved a great victory. The central square of Tiji Prefecture's capital city. A sea of people. 3 main avenues, from the prefectural yamen to the square, were already packed shoulder to shoulder with citizens. Some had arrived before dawn to secure vantage points, others climbed rooftops and treetops, all desperate to witness the public execution of Feng Sheng, the once unrivaled military governor who had ruled Tiji for 8 years, now reduced to a shackled convict. At the square center stood a 3-hang-high execution platform upon which 5 punishment pillars were erected. Below it, 3,000 elite soldiers of the Northern Frontier Army stood in solemn formation, armor gleaming, spears and swords bristling like a forest, their aura suffused with chilling martial severity. On the platform's central dais sat Xiao He, clad in a crimson official robe, motionless as a bronze bell. To his left sat Li Jing, dressed in simple indigo robes and cloth shoes, his expression serene. To his right stood Huo Qubing, armored in silver plate and draped in a white cloak, his gaze icy and unyielding. Behind the trio stood Li Wenqian, prefect of Tiji, and other provincial officials, hands clasped, faces etched with complex emotion. Bring forth the condemned. At the herald's sharp cry, the square fell into absolute silence. 5 prisoner carts advanced slowly from the direction of the prefectural prison. In the lead cart sat Feng Sheng, disheveled, clad in coarse convict garb, wrists and ankles bound by heavy iron fetters. In just 7 days, this once mighty frontier marshal had withered into a hollow shell, sunken eyes, gaunt cheeks, expression numb and lifeless. Behind him, 4 additional carts held Zhou Wu Zhaoying and 3 other principal accomplices. The crowd seethed with fury. Traitor! Sellout! Feng Sheng, how dare you face the brothers who bled at the border? Execute him! Carve him alive! Rotten vegetables and foul eggs rained down upon the carts. Feng Sheng remained impassive, letting filth coat his body, as though sensation itself had long abandoned him. When the carts halted beneath the platform, imperial guards dragged the 5 men onto the stage and bound them tightly to the punishment pillars. Xiao He rose slowly and stepped forward to the edge of the dais. Silence blanketed the square, utter and profound, broken only by the wind snapping banners overhead. Feng Sheng, former military governor of Tiji Prefecture, holding the rank of 3rd-class martial official. Xiao He's voice rang clear, each word forged like tempered iron. He stands accused of 10 capital crimes. He lifted a scroll from the table before him and read aloud. First, in the winter of the 31st year of Yongchang, he secretly diverted 300 sets of military arms and 500 barrels of gunpowder to the steppes, directly arming the Xiongnu Right Prince's forces. Second, in the first month of the 32nd year of Yongchang, he ordered his confidants to blow up the state-run silver mine in Heiyu Commandery, aiming to cripple the princely estate's treasury. Evidence is irrefutable. Third, on the 4th night of the 4th month, he met in secret with Tu Ying, the Xiongnu Right Prince's chief commander, at Haifeng Valley, presenting detailed maps of Tiji's northern frontier defenses, and conspiring to open the gates for the Xiongnu invasion. Fourth, at midnight on the 8th day of the 4th month, per prior agreement, he withdrew garrisons from Lantiao Gorge, allowing 3,000 Xiongnu cavalry to breach the border, intending to rendezvous with enemy forces and encircle our northern frontier army. Fifth, with each charge recited, the crowd's fury swelled anew. By the time all 10 accusations were declared, the assembly roiled like oil set aflame. These 10 charges are substantiated by eyewitness testimony, physical evidence, confessions, and documentary proof. Xiao He set the scroll aside and fixed Feng Sheng with a gaze as sharp as a blade. Feng Sheng, do you plead guilty? Feng Sheng slowly raised his head, his eyes flickering with a storm of conflicting emotion. His lips parted, voice rasping like wine through broken reeds. I confess. But... His voice suddenly surged, tears, while Fruit's eyes reddened, fists tightened.
I, your highness, swear before heaven. Yang Jingyuan raised his right arm pointing skyward as witness those who fight valiantly. They ordered me to leak military intelligence to the Xiongnu, and to forge secret letters to frame Marshal Lin. I was merely an instrument. The true masterminds still roam freely in the capital. A collective gasp tore across the square. Xiao He's expression did not waver. His voice turned glacial. The Jinbei martial affair will be investigated thoroughly by His Highness, but your treason, your betrayal of the realm, your invitation to foreign wolves, all stand proven beyond doubt. He turned to face the tens of thousands below, his voice rising like thunder. According to the Xia penal code, those who betray the realm and conspire with foreign enemies shall suffer lynching, and their 3 clans shall be exterminated. His words struck like frozen iron, each syllable bearing the weight of mountains. Feng Shen shuddered violently, the last spark of light in his eyes guttered out. Yet, Xiao He shifted tone. His Highness in benevolence remembers Feng Shen's 28 years guarding the frontier, though grave his crimes he once shed blood for the nation. Moreover, mindful of the innocence of elders and children within his clan, His Highness has granted special clemency. He paused, then proclaimed with resonant clarity. Feng Sheng alone shall undergo lynching immediately. All assets of the Feng family shall be confiscated and deposited into the princely treasury. 32 direct relatives of Feng Sheng, including parents, siblings, and offspring, shall be spared death, but exiled 3,000 li to the northern frontier farms of Shuofeng Prefecture, forbidden forever from returning home. 47 remaining co-conspirators, including Zhou Wu and Zhao Ying, shall receive punishments commensurate with their guilt: immediate decapitation, lifelong forced labor, or flogging followed by exile. As the verdict echoed, the crowd fell silent, then erupted into deafening cheers. His Highness is benevolent. Long live His Highness! The roar swelled like a tidal wave sweeping across the entire city. On the execution platform, 4 veteran executioners stepped forward. Each bore a slender razor-sharp blade, narrow and lethal, forged exclusively for lynching. Feng Sheng was unbound from the pillar and secured to a specially constructed wooden cross. The lead executioner raised his knife, the blade flashing coldly in the sun. The first cut opened his left cheek. Feng Sheng grunted lowly, blood traced a crimson path down his face. The second cut carved his right cheek. The third his forehead. Blades flashed. Flesh and blood flew. His screams began piercing, then faded to ragged whimpers, finally dissolving into faint, broken gasps. Yet he never begged for mercy, only stared fixedly northward, eyes burning with remorse and bitter defiance. 3,600 cuts. This was the ultimate tally of lynching, the most excruciating torment imaginable. The ordeal lasted 2 full hours. When the final stroke fell, Feng Sheng had long since expired, leaving behind only a skeletal frame, shredded and unrecognizable. Among the onlookers, some turned away, unable to bear the sight, but many more clapped and cheered. This traitor, who had sold out the north and invited wolves into the fold, had finally met his just end. Once the execution concluded, Xiao He rose again and surveyed the crowd. Esteemed townsfolk, Feng Sheng's punishment was earned, but today marks the dawn of a new TG. He gestured toward one side of the dais, where 3 brocade boxes stood open, revealing 2 large bronze seals within the seal of the Yiling Prefect and the seal of the Shuofeng Prefect. All 3 seals now rested together, gleaming under the sun. From this day forth, the 3 northern prefectures, Yiling, Shuofeng, and Tiji, shall fall entirely under the sovereign authority of His Highness the Prince of Yu. Xiao He's voice boomed like thunder across the square. His Highness commands, the 50,000-strong Tiji frontier army shall be immediately reorganized and restructured. Every soldier who pledges loyalty to the realm shall be absolved of past transgressions. Merit shall be rewarded, crime punished, without exception. Tiji's taxation system shall adopt the new Yiling model effective this year, the 32nd year of Yongchang. Land tax reduced by 30%. Commercial tax cut by 20%. All arbitrary levies and oppressive surcharges abolished outright. Households with sons serving in the army shall enjoy an additional 10% reduction in tax. Families of the fallen shall be fully supported by the princely treasury. As these 3 decrees resounded, the square fell silent, then exploded into even louder, more fervent jubilation. Long live His Highness! The North is unified. His Highness unifies the North. The roar shook the heavens. On the dais, Li Wenqian drew a deep breath and stepped before Xiao He, bowing deeply. Li Wenqian, Prefect of Tiji, hereby pledges the allegiance of all civil and military officials of this prefecture to His Highness.
Henceforth we shall follow his highness without hesitation or doubt.
He raised the prefect's seal high above his head with both hands. Shao He accepted it, and placed it reverently into the brocade box designated for Tiji. The three seals now rested side by side, finally united. That same afternoon at the Tiji frontier camp drill ground, 50,000 soldiers stood arrayed, a vast black expanse stretching beyond the horizon. Their expressions varied, some fearful, others bewildered, while a few held quiet, hopeful light in their eyes. On the reviewing platform stood Li Jing and Huo Qubing side by side. Generals Zhang Taizhan and Zhang Meng stood flanking them. Li Jing's gaze swept the ranks, his voice amplified by inner force carried clearly to every ear.
Brothers of Tiji, Feng Sheng's treason has been punished, he is dead. But this sin belongs to him alone, not to you. Most of you were deceived, coerced, or knew nothing at all.
He paused, then continued.
His Highness commands any who lay down arms and submit to reorganization shall be welcomed as brothers of the Northern Frontier Army, receiving equal pay, privileges, and opportunities for merit as soldiers from Yuling and Shuofeng. Those who wish to remain, step forward.
After a brief hush, an old veteran clenched his jaw and stepped boldly ahead. Then another, and another, until over 40,000 surged forward as one tide. Only fewer than 5,000 remained rooted in place, exchanging uncertain glances. Li Jing nodded.
Well done. All who choose to stay shall register immediately and receive new military identification tokens. Those unwilling,
he turned to the 5,000,
lay down your weapons and receive 10 taels of silver to return home and farm. But should treachery stir again, military law will show no mercy.
The 5,000 exhaled in relief, casting aside their arms and lining up eagerly for their silver. Over the next fortnight, Tiji underwent sweeping transformation. The 50,000-strong frontier army was disbanded and reconstituted, integrated with 20,000 seasoned veterans dispatched from Yuling and Shuofeng, all under Li Jing's unified command and training. Civil administrators dispatched by Shao He swiftly assumed control of all prefectural bureaus, implementing Yuling's reforms to streamline governance, survey landholdings, and reduce taxation. To Tiji's astonishment, the princely treasury also delivered abundant new farming tools, high-yield grain seeds, and dozens of agronomists skilled in greenhouse cultivation, personally instructing locals how to grow bountiful crops even in this frigid, barren land. The people's hearts turned, swiftly, visibly, irrevocably. Late on the 30th day of the 4th month, just before midnight, the candlelit subterranean chamber beneath the Lingyuan city princely mansion glowed warmly. Yang Jingyuan sat alone before a rosewood desk. Upon it rested 3 brocade boxes, lids open, within which lay 3 large bronze prefectural seals glowing softly in the candlelight. Yuling, Shuofeng, Tiji. All 3 northern prefectures, now firmly within his grasp. Since his investiture as Prince of Yu last autumn, barely 7 months had passed. 7 months ago, he had been the useless prince mocked across the capital, scorned by brothers, dismissed as unfit, banished to this desolate frontier. Now he commanded 3 prefectures, commanded over 100,000 troops, led a constellation of brilliant talents, and enjoyed overwhelming popular support. The hardship, peril, and bloodshed that forged this reality could only be known to those who lived it. Yang Jingyuan slowly extended his hand and gently traced each seal, cool to the touch, yet heavy as a mountain. At that very moment,
ding!
A thunderous Tao resonance reverberated through his mind, vast, ancient, echoing across infinite eons. Its voice was majestic and primordial. Ultimate hidden quest, unification of the North, completion, verification in progress. Criterion 1, full control of military and civil authority across the 3 northern prefectures, fulfilled. Criterion 2, elimination of internal threats, including Zhou Yongnian, the 4 great clans, and Feng Sheng, fulfilled. Criterion 3, repulsion of external enemies, including decisive victories over the Xiongnu left and right prince's main forces, fulfilled. Criterion 4, winning of popular support, current average endorsement across the 3 northern prefectures 87, fulfilled. All criteria satisfied. Evaluation perfect. Reward distribution initiated. A rapid cascade of system notifications resonated crisply within Yang Jingyuan's consciousness. Then came rewards so profound they stirred his very spirit. Reward 1, legendary leadership talent, Wuan Lord by Qi, permanent summon, absolute loyalty. A portion of his power has already integrated into this world, and will manifest naturally in due course. Cultivation realm, blood-burning realm, Initial Stage. Possesses innate slaughter Dao affinity. Reward 2 legendary statecraft talent. Wuxiang Marquis Zhuge Liang permanent summon absolute loyalty. A portion of his knowledge has already integrated manifestation forthcoming. Reward 3 elite unit expansion. White Horse Righteous Cavalry at full strength 30,000 strong fully equipped with mounts armor and personnel. Immediately deployed. Reward 4 vast resources. 500,000 taels of gold deposited in the underground treasury of Lingyuan City Princely Mansion. 100,000 gene of refined steel stocked in prefectural armories. 30,000 superior warhorses distributed across Shuofeng and Yuling pastures. Reward 5 special architectural blueprints. Elementary Military Academy and Elementary Administrative Academy 1 copy each stored in system space. Once constructed they will sustainably train mid and junior level officers and civil servants. Reward 6 exclusive to host. Complete insight and accelerated path for level 8 of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Visceral Realm. With a centra-deep foundation of inner energy, the host may safely ascend to the Visceral Realm within 3 months. A torrent of rewards. So overwhelming that even Yang Jingyuan's ironclad resolve stirred with exhilaration. Bai Qi. Zhuge Liang. 2 legendary titans whose names echoed across Chinese history, soon to descend into this world. 30,000 White Horse Righteous Cavalry, meaning Huo Qubing would soon command an unstoppable Iron Legion. 500,000 taels of gold. 100,000 gene of refined steel. 30,000 warhorses. Resources sufficient to wage a full-scale national war. 2 specialized academies, signifying the North, would now possess a self-sustaining talent cultivation system. And visceral breakthrough. Level 8 of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Art, the Visceral Realm. Upon ascension his body would systematically refine the 5 vital organs, ushering in quantum leaps in vitality, endurance, and regenerative capacity. Thereafter his personal martial prowess would truly ascend to the pinnacle of the mortal world.
So, this is the reward for unifying the North.
Yang Jingyuan murmured, golden light shimmering in his eyes. He willed the system interface into view. Host Yang Jingyuan. Realm Northern Frontier Grand Commandery governing Yuling Shuofeng and Tiji prefectures. Forces 15,000 standing troops, including 30,000 White Horse Righteous Cavalry. Resources 530,000 taels of gold, including reward 100,000 gene of refined steel, 500,000 warhorses, including reward. Popular support average endorsement across the 3 northern prefectures, 87-89, steadily rising. Core subordinates Shao, He Administration, Li Jing Military, Huo Qubing Cavalry, Yuan Tian Gang Intelligence, Gong Shu Ban Engineering. Imminent arrivals Bai Qi Command, Zhuge Liang Strategy. Personal cultivation, Dragon Elephant Prajna Art. Level 7 Blood Burning Realm Peak 8th level breakthrough opportunity acquired. Cold data, yet behind each line lay 7 months of blood fire and relentless perseverance. From solitary investiture to unification of 3 prefectures. From universal dismissal to universal devotion. From useless prince to sovereign of the North. He walked this path with astonishing speed, yet with unwavering steadiness. Yang Jingyuan gently closed the 3 brocade boxes and rose to the window. Pushing it open, he beheld a sky ablaze with stars, and the countless lanterns of Lingyuan City below. Distant watchmen's drums echoed faintly. Midnight had come. A new day. A new beginning. And from this night onward, the map of the North would be irrevocably redrawn. On the 3rd day of the 5th month, with dawn's first light barely leaking over the horizon, 3/10 strong ranks stood arrayed on the great parade ground outside Lingyuan City. The Xuanjia army formed the center, the White Horse each Song to the left, and the trench-breaking camp to the right. 3 blades of elite soldiery, their armor and banners casting a cold gleam in the morning. On the high platform stood Yang Jingyuan in a dark princely robe, hands folded behind him. Shao Li Jing and Huo Qubing flanked him. Zhang Tieshan, Zhang Mingyou, Dazhuang, and other commanders stood rigidly behind. All eyes fixed toward the gate of the training ground. Today 2 figures of consequence would make their formal appearance. At the 3rd quarter of the morning watch, a lone rider came hurtling along the southern road. The rider appeared about 40, his face gaunt, 3 thin whiskers fell to his chest. He wore a silk cap and a crane-patterned cloak, and held a white feathered fan. The dun horse between his thighs seemed unremarkable, yet the man's carriage exuded an unhurried dignity, as if he were strolling through a garden rather than racing across a battlefield. Report. A dispatch rider dashed to the platform.
A wandering scholar Zhuge Kongming petitions to see your highness, claiming he brings strategies to govern and pacify the realm. Yang Jinjiwan's eyes curved with a hint of amusement. Show him in. Zhuge Liang vaulted down, ascended the platform with composed steps, halted 5 paces before Yang Jingyuan, and bowed deeply. I am Zhuge Liang styled Kongming, I pay homage to Prince Yu. Hearing that your highness seeks to pacify the northern borders and bring order, I present the essay known as the Longzhong Plan. He withdrew a roll of silk from his sleeve and offered it with both hands. Yang Jingyuan unfurled it. The silk was filled with neat small characters, thousands of words dissecting the world situation and northern governance, domestic policy, diplomacy, and military disposition, phased, incisive, and often anticipating the thoughts of Xiao He and Li Jing, even surpassing them in places. A fine Longzhong plan, Yang Jingyuan said, closing the roll, his gaze burning. Your talent is great. I have long wished for one such. Would you remain in the northern command to assist me in ruling the 3 provinces? Zhuge Liang bowed again. I long have drifted through life without a wise sovereign. Now that I behold your highness' bold vision and benevolence, I am willing to serve like a humble hound or steed. Very well. Yang Jingyuan proclaimed. From this day forth you are appointed Sima of the northern governorship, subordinate to Chief Secretary Xiao He, responsible for strategic planning, diplomatic affairs, law reform, and intelligence analysis. I Liang accept the order. As Zhuge Liang bowed to express his gratitude, an uncanny stir rose from the training ground entrance. It was not the sound of hooves nor marching feet, but a presence, an oppressive silent dread, as if 1,000 armies pressed upon the gate without a whisper. All the soldiers turned. A commander in black robes and iron armor strode slowly into the field. He looked about 35, his features as hard as forged steel, an ancient chill seeming to rest in his brows. He wore a suit of dark iron plate, without helmet, revealing long hair threaded with gray tied casually at the nape. Most striking were his eyes, deep as an old well, motionless and untroubled. Anyone who met that gaze felt a cold rise along the spine, as if death itself were staring back. He walked on foot, yet each step seemed to make the earth shiver. 30,000 warriors fell silent, holding their breath, as their attention followed the black silhouette. The black-clad commander halted 10 zhang before the platform, dropped to one knee, his voice low and hoarse yet clear to every ear. I am the subordinate Bai Qi. I pay homage to your highness. No extra words, no excessive ceremony. Just 7 simple characters carrying a stench of slaughter, causing the temperature of the entire ground to plummet. Yang Jingyuan stepped forward 2 paces, and personally helped Bai Qi to his feet. Their eyes met. Bai Qi's gaze remained composed, but beneath that calm seated a boundless killing intent, a battlefield memory of piled bones, and the iron will of a veteran of 100 fights. Yang Jingyuan inwardly approved. No wonder he was the martial lord Bai Qi. Even if a system had grafted this world's memories onto him, that aura of the killing god was innate, and could not be feigned. General Bai, I know your prowess in warfare. Yang Jingyuan turned to the assembled troops, his voice carrying across the field. Today, I appoint you deputy commander of the northern armies, with the title commander, who calms the army, responsible for battlefield command, martial discipline, and post-battle adjudication. From this day my soldiers shall view General Bai as they view me. At these words the men below stiffened with awe. Deputy commander. Commander who calms the army. This meant that aside from Huo Qubing, who commanded the cavalry, all infantry, the various camps, military discipline, and post-battle matters would fall under Bai Qi's jurisdiction. To establish authority, Yang Jingyuan ordered an immediate drill to be inspected personally by Bai Qi. The drum sounded, and the 3 armies moved as one. The White Horse, Yi Song, displayed mounted archery. The Xuanjia troops demonstrated shield formations. The trench-breaking camp practiced heavy armor assaults. Half an hour of maneuvers left the formations pristine and bristling with ferocity. When the drum ceased, and Bai Qi strode to the center, every man instinctively straightened. 7th rank, 3rd from the left, Bai Qi said, voice flat and unmoved. Step out. A young private froze for a beat, then rushed forward and dropped to one knee. General. During the shield advance your 3rd step faltered, your left leg lagged by half a beat, Bai Qi observed. Why was that? The soldier's face turned ashen. Respectfully, General. I stood guard last night, and felt drowsy this morning. Night watch's duty drill is an order, Bai Qi said, still matter-of-fact. Both must not be neglected. Per Article 37 of the Northern Army Code, laxity in drill, 20 strikes. Law squad, 2 members of the enforcement detail step forward at once. Execute. The dull thud of the birch against flesh echoed across the ground. After 20 blows the soldier's back was a ruin of shredded skin and blood, yet he bit his tongue and uttered no cry. Bai Qi inclined his head slightly. Still standing, then you are a man. Return and rest for 3 days when healed, at 1 hour of training each day. If within 10 days, there is further slackness, punishment will double. Thank you, General. The soldier whispered, swallowing the pain as he retreated. Bai Qi's gaze swept the assembly. I know some of you may deem me harsh. But understand this, on the battlefield a single carelessness is the difference between life and death. A faulty step may doom a comrade, a hesitation in formation may see an army routed. He paused, his tone abruptly colder. From today I will train you by the strictest standards. If you cannot endure, you may lay down your arms now, and take 10 taels of silver to go farm your land. His gaze cut like a blade. Those who stay, prepare yourselves to shed layers of skin and flow rivers of blood. 30,000 soldiers did not move. In the dead silent field only the flags whispered in the wind. Good. Bai Qi nodded slowly. Since you have chosen to remain, remember this vow. When we meet on the battlefield, I will see an army of iron that executes orders without fail and triumphs wherever it fights. From that moment, the name Killing God Bai Qi quietly began to spread through the ranks. On the 5th day of the 5th month, the northern governorship was formally established. The old prince's manor in Lingyuan City was expanded to occupy 300 mu arranged in front, middle, and rear courtyards. The front courtyard housed the council hall and administrative offices, the middle contained military archives and secret chambers, the rear held Yang Jingyuan's residence and the offices of his corps aides. In the great hall Yang Jingyuan sat in the principal seat. Below him civil and military officials were in place. Shao He led the civil ministers with Zhuge Liang, next Li Su, Lu Tianren, and Sun Wen followed among provincial officers. Li Jing took lead among the generals with Huo Qubing, and Bai Qi's second and third Zhang Tieshan, Zhang Ming, Zhang Cheng, Wang Shitan, Yo Da, Zhuang Li Shao, and others stood in order. From this day, the northern governorship begins its work, Yang Jingyuan said gravely. All of you perform your duties in concert, and together build peace for the northern lands. He rose and personally announced appointments. Shao He as chief secretary overseeing civil affairs, finance, and logistics for the 3 provinces. All administrative decisions rest with Chief Secretary Shao. Zhuge Liang as Sima assisting Chief Secretary Shao in strategic planning, diplomatic maneuvering, law reform, and intelligence analysis. Li Jing is military preceptor responsible for overall military strategy training and the review of campaign plans. Regard the military preceptor as one sees, Your Highness. Huo Qubing as cavalry general commanding all cavalry for external campaigns and mobile operations. Bai Qi as commander of the garrison overseeing all infantry and camps, fortress defense, frontal assaults, and internal purges. Zhang Taizhan is governor of Yuling province. Chen Pijuan is his deputy. One by one the commissions were read, and the administrative skeleton of northern military and civil governance took shape. After the assembly, Zhuge Liang lingered, drawing from his sleeve a thick memorandum. My lord, this is the 3-year outline for the revival of the North, drafted jointly with Chief Secretary Shao. Please examine it. Yang Jingyuan took and leafed through it. The plan was divided into 6 volumes: agriculture, commerce, and industry, military, education, livelihood, and diplomacy. Each volume contained detailed goals, measures, timetables, and required resources, even listing anticipated obstacles and countermeasures. What caught Yang Jingyuan's eye most was a line in the final diplomacy volume. Though the northern borders are pacified, upheaval will surely arise in the central plains. The crown prince and the second prince contest the throne fiercely. The emperor lies ill and factions royal at court. The north should seize this opportunity to take in refugees, amass strength, and reform our armaments. When turmoil comes in the central plains, we may advance or retreat, support the throne, or stand alone. Kongming sees clearly, Yang Jingyuan said, closing the document. The central plains will indeed fall into chaos. But before that, he looked at Zhuge Liang. We must first make the north an unassailable iron plate. Zhuge Liang fanned himself lightly. My lord need not worry. 500,000 taels of gold, 100,000 caddies of refined iron, and 30,000 warhorses are already in place. Blueprints for 2 academies have been handed to Master Gong Shu. Within 3 months the north will be transformed. In the 7 days that followed, an unprecedented frenzy of construction began across the 3 northern provinces. The 500,000 taels were spent like water, 200,000 for post-war relief and rewards for meritorious soldiers, 100,000 on road repairs. From Lingyuan to Shuofeng and from Shuofeng to Tg 3 main arteries breaking ground at once slated to open by late autumn 100,000 for waterworks, with 17 major canals and reservoirs begun, the remaining 100,000 for expanding Lingyuan's new city, the Dark River docks, and the Black Prison silver mines. All 100,000 caddies of refined iron were delivered to the workshops. Master Gong Shuban himself took charge of the forge working day and night to produce new weaponry, armor-piercing crossbows, multi-shot ballistas, improved cuirasses, and siege engines. Simultaneously, the agricultural workshops rushed out curb beam plows, iron hoes, and sickles to distribute free to resettled refugees. 30,000 warhorses reinforced the cavalry. Huo Qubing's white horse each song swelled to 30,000 mounts. Each rider issued 3 horses newly equipped with light armor, composite bows, and bespoke cavalry sabers, combat power soaring. Most eye-catching were 2 academies outside Lingyuan City. The Northern Martial Hall was sited to the east, occupying 100 mu, and personally designed by Li Jing. Its parade ground, sandpit chambers, military lecture halls, and barracks were complete. The first cohort of 500 young officers would study for 6 months, and then be commissioned as lieutenants or above. To the west, the Northern Administrative Academy likewise occupied 100 mu, co-designed by Xiao He and Zhuge Liang. Halls of law, arithmetic, agronomy, and engineering were laid out. The first intake of 300 clerks and underprivileged scholars would study for a year before placement in provincial offices. On the 10th day of the 5th month, the 2 academies broke ground simultaneously. Yang Jingyuan attended and personally set the foundation stones. Tens of thousands of onlookers wept when they heard that any youth of the North, regardless of birth, could apply to him. What did this mean? It meant that children of poor households could learn letters and arms and rise above their station. It meant that the future of the North would be in the hands of Northerners themselves. At that moment, the people's loyalty peaked. The small talisman Yang Jingyuan carried, the Yiling Province Hard Talisman, warmed continuously, and the system interface's figures flickered. 87, 88, 89, finally stabilizing at 89. Yang Jingyuan's cultivation, guided by the system's rewarded insight of the inner Fu realm, began a slow, steady breakthrough. The barrier at the pinnacle of the Burning Blood realm had begun to crack. Within 3 months, he would enter the inner Fu. On the night of the 7th day of the 5th month, Yang Jingyuan sat alone at his desk in the rear study of the governorship. A vast map of the North spread before him. On the map, the 3 provinces formed a contiguous expanse. All south of the Yin Mountains lay within their grip. Each county pass, camp, granary, road, and river was color-coded with crystal clarity. Beside the map lay 3 documents. The first was Zhuge Liang's plan for border trade, proposing a border market in Shuofeng Prefecture to trade with the Xiongnu and Xianbei, and use commerce to restrain war and exchange profit for peace. The second was Li Jing's proposal to reinforce the Yin Mountain line, recommending the construction of 12 forts along the range to form a layered defense. The third was a clandestine report from Yuan Tiangong containing only a single terse line: urgent dispatch from the capital. The emperor is gravely ill. The crown prince and second prince vie for the throne, and the third prince secretly courts the imperial guards. A great change approaches. Yang Jingyuan stared at that line long and hard before rising slowly. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The night sky glittered with stars. Lingyuan City shimmered with lights. From afar came the cadence of work crews, the murmur of scholars at the academies, and the steady drill of the barracks. Life teemed here. Yet 1,000 miles away, the capital seethed with undercurrents and the threat of storm. What must come will come. Yang Jingyuan murmured, golden light flickering in his eyes. On the 10th day of the 6th lunar month, in the southern reaches of Yiling Prefecture, the fallen sunset plain stretched out. Endless fields shimmered with golden waves under the afternoon sun. As the wind passed, the heavy ears of wheat rustled against each other, a whispering murmur from the earth itself. Amidst the fields, farmers toiled and sweat, their sickles flashing like silver streaks. Old Farmer Chen straightened his back, wiped his face with a cloth, and gazed at his 10 mu of wheat fields before him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears.
"Father, rest a while. I'll take over the rest," said his son Chen Dazhuang, taking the sickle. The young man, just over 20, brimmed with energy, each swing of his blade bringing down a bundle of wheat. "Dazhuang." Old Chen's voice choked with emotion, said his son Chen Dazhuang, taking the sickle. The young man, just over 20, brimmed with energy, each swing of his blade. "Look at these wheat ears, feel these kernels. Heavy and plump, every single one. It's all thanks to the seeds the prince provided, and the methods the agricultural officials taught us." Chen Dazhuang grinned. Father, after we pay the grain tax, we can exchange the rest for silver. This year our family can build 3 big tall-roofed houses. We can also get a few new outfits for Arya. She's been spoken for in marriage, and we can't let her appear too shabby. Build? Well, definitely build.
Old Chen nodded emphatically.
If not for the prince, our family would have starved last winter. Now life has a direction.
10 li away on the official road, a dozen large carts piled high with wheat bundles slowly made their way toward the prefectural granary.
The tax collector old Zhao sat on the lead cart, his abacus clicking busily, yet his face was wreathed in smiles.
Chief, this county's summer harvest has tripled compared to last year, he said to the registrar beside him.
Just this one township alone can deliver 80,000 sure. In previous years the entire county couldn't gather that much.
Registrar Wang stroked his beard, his eyes full of emotion.
More than tripled. Last year the entire county's grain tax was barely 50,000 sure. Looking at this momentum, this year won't stop at 300,000 sure. Secretary Xiao's new policy is Grand Commandant Zizhi's high-yield seeds. Truly divine methods.
As the carts approached the granary, the sight before them made everyone gasp.
30 massive new granaries stood like hills, each with long lines of carts queued before it. At the entrance of the granaries, dozens of clerks were busy registering, weighing, and storing the grain. The clatter of abacuses, the shouts of numbers, and the chants of laborers mingled into a symphony of harvest.
Next, 3rd convoy from Fallen Sunset Township, 800 share of wheat, into storage unit No. 7 Section A.
Deep within the granary, Zhuge Liang, holding a thick ledger, stood shoulder to shoulder with Xiao He. Behind them, dozens of clerks trained in mathematics were rapidly compiling the figures reported from various prefectures and counties.
Secretary Xiao, Grand Commandant Zhuge.
A young clerk trotted over, barely able to contain his excitement.
The tally from Shuofeng Prefecture is out. Total summer grain production 3,600,000 sure.
Another clerk ran up.
TG Prefecture's tally is complete. 2,800,000 sure. The final 3 counties of Yuling Prefecture have also reported 4,500,000 sure.
Zhuge Liang gently waved his feathered fan, a sharp glint in his eyes. He dipped his brush and wrote the final number in the ledger, then turned to Xiao He.
Secretary Xiao, the total summer grain production for the 3 prefectures is 10,900,000 sure.
The margin of error does not exceed 50,000 sure.
Xiao He took the ledger, gazing at the staggering figure. Seasoned as he was, he couldn't help but draw a deep breath. 11 million sure, he murmured. Last year the total production for the 3 prefectures was only 3 million sure. In just 1 year it has more than tripled. That's not all,
Zhuge Liang added.
This doesn't include new crops like potatoes and corn. If all were converted, the total output should be over 13 million sure.
After filling the existing granaries to capacity, the remaining grain could feed a 1 million-strong army for at least 2 years.
The 2 men looked at each other, seeing both shock and gratification in each other's eyes.
This was the fruit of their 3 months of painstaking effort, from promoting new farm tools to improving cultivation techniques, from building water conservancy projects to breeding superior seeds, from reducing taxes to incentivize production, to establishing a complete storage and transport system. Every step was the result of countless people's hard work.
"Let's go,"
said Xiao He, putting away the ledger.
"It's time to report to our lord."
On the 3rd day of the 7th lunar month at Lingyuan New City. If 3 months ago, this place was still a bustling construction site, now a brand new city had taken initial shape. The new city was built against the mountains, and beside the river, with city walls 5 zhang high, all constructed from blue stone, exceptionally sturdy. Inside, the city roads were wide and straight, with a central cross street as the axis dividing the entire city into 4 districts. The East District was a residential area with thousands of neatly arranged civilian houses standing in close order. The South District was a commercial area with shops lining the streets, and carriages and horses flowing endlessly. The West District was an industrial area with chimneys from blacksmithies, woodworking shops, and textile mills dotting the landscape. The North District was an academic area with 2 schools, each covering 100 mu already completed. At this moment, at the dock outside the south gate of the new city, more than 30 large ships were anchored. These ships had come from all directions, some carrying porcelain, silk, and tea from the Central Plain, some carrying rice and salt from Jiangnan, and some carrying furs, horses, and cattle from the grasslands. The dock workers moved like ants, unloading and loading cargo, drenched in sweat but full of vigor.
"Manager Lear's shipment of salt has arrived just in time,"
Sun, when the superintendent of the Maritime Trade Office stood on the pier with an account book in hand.
Salt prices in the northern border have been stable this year. With this shipment, you can earn this much.
He held up 3 fingers. The salt merchant from Jiangnan manager Lu brightened.
300 taels. 3,000 taels.
Sunwon laughed.
But according to the new regulations, you'll need to pay a 10% maritime trade tax and a 5% dock usage fee.
The rest is yours.
Manager Lu nodded repeatedly.
I should pay. I should pay. Thanks to the prince's wise governance, we merchants can enjoy good days.
By the way, Superintendent Sun, I heard a new official salt field has been established in the northern border.
Indeed. Sunwon pointed westward.
It's already producing salt by the sea in Huo Prefecture.
However, the prince has decreed that official salt is only for reserves and military supply. The civilian salt market remains open with prices regulated by the Maritime Trade Office to ensure affordability for the people and profitability for merchants.
Benevolent. Truly benevolent.
Manager Lu gave a thumbs up.
With a prince like this, we merchants are willing to follow.
Conversations like this were common throughout the dock. Over the past 3 months, Xiao He and Zhuge Liang had jointly implemented new commercial policies reducing tariffs, simplifying procedures, cracking down on market bullies, and establishing fair trade markets. At the same time, they vigorously developed official handicraft industries. Salt fields, ironworks, textile mills, and ceramic kilns sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. These not only met the northern border's own needs, but also became a vital source of fiscal revenue. At dusk in the rear hall of the Grand Governor's mansion, Zhuge Liang presented a thick financial ledger to Yang Jingyuan.
My lord, this is the fiscal summary for the 3 prefectures for the 6th month.
Yang Jingyuan opened the ledger, and a series of figures met his eyes. Revenue land tax 25,000 taels collected under the new system with actual tax reduction of 30 compared to last year, but due to a production explosion total revenue increased. Commercial tax 18,000 taels, a 5-fold increase year-on-year. Maritime trade tax 7,000 taels, a new tax. Category official workshop profit 15,000 taels, salt fields, ironworks, textiles, etc. Other 3,000 taels, total monthly income 68,000 taels. Expenditure military expenses 3,000 taels, pay equipment and training for a 3,000 strong army. Official salaries 8,000 taels, infrastructure investment 15,000 taels, roads, water conservancy, new city education investment 5,000 taels, operation of 2 academies and township school construction, welfare and livelihood 6,000 taels, total monthly expenditure 6,400 taels, monthly surplus 4,000 taels.
A monthly surplus.
Yang Jingyuan put down the ledger.
3M.
Now it can support itself.
Zhuge Liang smiled.
It's more than just self-sufficiency. If you factor in the value of stored grain and interest on gold reserves, the actual surplus should be over 1,000 taels.
More importantly, these figures are still growing rapidly. Commercial tax for the 7th month is expected to exceed 2,000 taels, and official workshop profits are also climbing.
Xiao He added.
Even more important is the people's hearts. My lord, do you still remember the look in the eyes of those refugees from the Central Plains who flocked to the resettlement office 3 months ago?
Yang Jingyuan was silent. Of course he remembered. It was despair, confusion, and fear of the future.
What about now?
He asked.
Now?
Xiao He walked to the window and pushed it open. The setting sun cast its glow as the new city's lights began to twinkle. People strolled along the streets, vendors hawked their wares, and children played. In the distance, the sound of reading drifted from the academy district, and further away the shouts of military drills came from the barracks. A scene of peace and prosperity.
Now they have land, houses, and a livelihood,
Xiao He said softly.
In their eyes there is hope.
The Yiling Prefecture people's heart talisman in Yang Jingyuan's bosom grew slightly warm. The system interface quietly appeared. Northern 3 prefectures, popular approval 8991 on the 10th day of the 8th lunar month at the Northern Border Military Lecture Hall. The lecture hall, which could accommodate 500 people, was packed to capacity. Below the stage were all young officers around 20 years of age. Some were outstanding individuals selected from various armies, some were commoners who had earned military merit, and there were even a dozen talented men who had emerged from the surrendered army of Tiji Prefecture. On the stage, Li Jing, dressed in a blue robe, was explaining sand table simulations.
Look at this terrain here.
He pointed at the large sand table model.
Mountains on both sides, a valley in the middle with a narrow entrance and a wide exit.
If you were leading an army to defend this valley, how would you deploy your defenses?
A young officer stood up.
Student believes we should place heavy troops at the valley entrance, block the path with rolling logs and boulders, and station archers on the cliffs on both sides.
Wrong.
Li Jing shook his head.
You only see defense, but you've forgotten the true essence of war, initiative.
He picked up a small flag representing cavalry and placed it at the valley entrance on the sand table.
If it were me, I would leave only 500 men at the valley entrance as a decoy.
The main force would circle around to the enemy's rear.
The small flag moved, tracing an arc, and appeared on the other side of the sand table.
Cut off their supply lines, burn their baggage, and raid their camps. When the enemy panics and turns back to rescue, set up an ambush along their route.
The officers below suddenly saw the light.
On the battlefield, the worst thing is to be passive and take a beating. Li Jing swept his gaze across the hall.
You must remember, the best defense is to make the enemy unable to attack. To achieve this, you must seize the initiative, and you must be faster, more ruthless, and more unpredictable than the enemy.
In another lecture hall, Bai Qi was teaching military discipline. He didn't use a sand table or discuss tactics. He just stood on the stage, his eyes scanning every young face below.
I know some of you think him too harsh,
Bai Qi said calmly.
Beatings, extra drills, even demotion for a small mistake. Isn't that too much?
The hall was dead silent.
Then let me tell you.
Bai Qi suddenly raised his voice.
On the battlefield, if you are one step slow, the one who dies might not be you, but your comrade beside you. If you make one wrong move, it might not be your squad that collapses, but the entire army.
He walked down from the stage and stopped before an officer in the first row.
You, what is your name? Student Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, I ask you, if your squad is ambushed on the battlefield and suffers more than 50% casualties.
At that moment, should you fight to the death, or should you retreat and call for reinforcements?
Zhang Yong straightened his back.
Student will fight to the death. Never retreat.
Wrong.
Bai Qi stared at him.
You should retreat, because your squad has lost its combat effectiveness. Fighting to the death will only result in total annihilation.
Retreating, on the other hand, can at least bring back intelligence about the enemy, allowing the rear to prepare.
He turned to face the entire audience.
Listen clearly. Fearlessness is courage, but senseless sacrifice is stupidity.
What I want is not a bunch of reckless fools who only know how to charge, but an army that knows when to advance, when to retreat, when to fight, and when to avoid. And to achieve this,
Bai Qi spoke each word with emphasis,
you need iron discipline. Orders must be obeyed, and the army must move as one, like an arm directing a finger. Each of you must become the most reliable component of this army.
Below the stage, all the officers straightened their spines, their eyes burning with fervent light. Meanwhile, in the Government Affairs Academy, Xiao, he was lecturing on grain and money management, while in the next room, Zhuge Liang was teaching legal case studies. The four great ministers, each in their own role, were pouring out their lifetime's knowledge. For they knew the future of the northern border did not lie in their generation, but on the shoulders of these young people. On the 30th day of the 8th lunar month, as dusk fell, in the northern reaches of Shuofeng Prefecture, the border market was about to close. On this open land, outside the Great Wall, over 100 tents were pitched. Herdsmen from grassland tribes such as the Xiongnu Xianbei and Wuwan were exchanging cattle, sheep furs, and medicinal herbs for tea, salt, iron pots, and cloth from the Central Plains. In the center of the market stood a large wooden sign inscribed with trading rules in both Han and grassland scripts.
Fair trade. Those who coerce will be expelled. Those who pass off inferior goods or sell fakes will be fined. Those who cause trouble or fight disturbing order will be detained.
A dozen bilingual officials patrolled the market, mediating disputes as they arose. At the edge of the market, a squadron of northern border cavalry stood quietly on guard, maintaining order and guarding against any unforeseen incidents. An old Xiongnu man exchanged 3 sheepskins for an iron pot, grinning from ear to ear.
Good pot. Good pot. Much better than the ones our tribe's blacksmiths make.
Beside him, a young Xianbei man exchanged 5 sheep for 10 caddies of salt and 2 bolts of cloth, carefully packing them up.
Brother,
a clerk approached, speaking in halting Xianbei.
Next time you come, you could bring some medicinal herbs. The prices for herbs are high here, especially snow lotus and lingji.
The young Xianbei man's eyes lit up.
Really? We have plenty of those in our mountains. Of course.
The clerk laughed.
The prince has decreed that the border market is for mutual exchange so everyone benefits.
When your lives improve, our border will also be peaceful.
The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the border market, painting the scene in a warm golden hue.
And 1,000 li away, in a village in Yiling Prefecture, incense was being lit before the hero's stele beside the ancestral hall. The stele bore 17 names, all sons of the village, who had died in battle over the years. The old village head led the entire village, old and young, standing solemnly before the stele.
My children,
the old village head's voice choked.
Our village has good days now. There's enough to eat, and the children have books to read.
Your spirits in heaven can rest in peace.
A boy of 7 or 8 looked up and asked,
Grandpa, is my father's name on this stele?
Yes, it is,
the old village head said, stroking his grandson's head.
Your father died fighting the Xiongnu. He is a hero. When you grow up, you must be like him, protecting our village and our northern border.
The boy nodded firmly.
When I grow up, I want to be a soldier too and follow the prince.
The night deepened. In the study of the Grand Governor's mansion, Yang Jingyuan closed the last memorial report. On the desk, a summary document lay open. Current status: under the northern border, Grand Governor's mansion, 32nd year of Yongchang, 8th-month territory, full control over Yiling, Shuofeng, and Tiji prefectures, and the region south of the Yin Mountains. Population 6537421, continuously growing with an average monthly influx of over 500,000 refugees. Military strength 300,000 standing troops, including 80,000 cavalry, 30,000 white horse volunteers, and 22,000 infantry and other units. A nascent navy with 120 warships. Grain reserves 112,000 sure still being stored, expected to reach 150,000 sure after the autumn harvest. Finance gold reserves of 55,000 taels. Monthly income from various taxes exceeds 68,000 taels, with a monthly surplus of over 4,000 taels. Popular support 92 at its zenith. Core team Xiao He government, Zhuge Liang strategy, Li Jing military strategy, Huo Qubing cavalry warfare, Bai Qi infantry discipline, Yuan Tian gang intelligence, Gong Shu Ban engineering manufacturing. Special buildings, northern border military lecture hall and government affairs academy operating well, primary military academy and government academy nearing completion. Yang Jingyuan slowly rose and walked to the map. 3 months. From the 5th month to the 8th month, a mere 90 days. Yet the northern border had undergone earth-shattering changes. Grain production tripled, the population surged by 1 million, the army expanded to 300,000, and finances shifted from reliance on confiscations to self-sufficiency. All of this originated from that night when the system's rewards descended. It all stemmed from the painstaking efforts of Xiao He, Zhuge Liang, Li Jing, Bai Qi, and the others. It all came from the hard labor of the 6 million people across the 3 prefectures.
My lord!
Yuan Tian gang's stooped figure appeared silently.
A secret report from the grasslands: the Xiongnu Chanyu Yizixi has assembled 200,000 cavalry, claiming to avenge the wise king of the left, and will invade southward soon.
A golden glint flashed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes.
Finally,
he looked out the window at the starry night sky.
Issue orders to Li Jing, Huo Qubing, and Bai Qi. It's time to show our friends on the grasslands what our troops have learned in these 3 months.
On the 3rd day of the 9th month, 400 li north of Yinshan, the royal court of the Xiongnu. Autumn winds swept across the withered grasslands, and a suffocating tension hung inside the grand golden tent. Shanyu Yizix's gaze swept over those within the tent, and finally settled on the broad-shouldered, sullen-faced man on the right Xian King Huyanzhua.
Huyanzhua,
the Shanyu said coldly.
It has been nearly 5 months since Tuyen fell in battle. Has your right Xian division restored its vigor?
Every eye in the tent turned to Huyanzhua. This prairie king, who had ruled the right Xian division for 12 years, clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened. He was about 45, his face, as if carved from steel, a scar running from brow to chin on his left cheek, an honor mark from the Great War with the Xianbei a decade past. His cultivation stood at the early stage of the Lane realm, enough to keep his place amid the scheming princes of the Xiongnu court. Yet now he felt a pressure he had never known before.
Great Shanyu,
Huyanzhua replied in a low voice.
Tuyen died in battle and my division indeed lost 30,000 elite riders.
But in these 5 months, I have reformed my ranks. We now field 58,000 cavalry ready for war. Though not at our height, we remain among the strongest packs on the steppe. Left Guli King laughed lightly.
The strongest pack. Huyenjua since spring 6 allied tribes have defected to others.
Tuyen was your foremost general. His death cost you not only 30,000 riders, but 30 years of the Right Xian Division's renown.
A cold light flashed in Huyenjua's eyes, but he forced down his anger.
Left Guli King speaks truly. That is why I petitioned to lead the vanguard. In this battle the Right Xian Division will wash away our shame.
Shan Yu Yazixi watched their dispute in silence.
9 months earlier the Left Xian King had fallen. Of his 100,000 troops 70,000 were lost, and the Left Xian Division fractured into internecine strife never to recover. 5 months ago Tuyen, the Right Xian Division's greatest general, led 30,000 elite troops south to probe the northern frontier for the Shanyu, and fell into an ambush. His entire force was annihilated at Longtujian. 2 royal commanders, and 130,000 elite cavalry. This was a slaughter the Xiongnu had not suffered in 30 years.
Enough.
Yazixi spoke. His voice was low, yet the tent fell silent.
Will infighting bring rain?
Will quarrels resurrect the fallen warriors?
He rose. His wolf-hide cloak rose, though there was no wind, as the pressure of the early Longxiang realm spread.
The Left Xian King fell, and the Right Xian Division was broken. That is fact. Because of this we must press south. We will show the Xia people that Xiongnu blades are still keen. We will let the tribes of the steppe know that Chansheng Tian still shields us. The high priest trembled as he spoke.
Great Shanyu, this year the herd suffered the white pest. 30% of cattle and sheep froze to death, and spring and summer brought drought. To launch a major southern campaign now may be unwise. Unwise?
Yazixi sneered.
Wait until winter, when stores run out and the tribes tear each other apart to seize pasture. Would that be the right time?
Wait until the Xia open markets at our gates and draw our small tribes away with grain, salt, and iron. Then would that be the right time? He stepped to the center of the tent, his voice like a blade.
Huyenjua spoke rightly. The Right Xian Division will be the vanguard. With Xia blood we will cleanse the shame of Tuyen's death.
With the grain of Shufengzhou we will fill the bellies of our warriors.
Huyenjua dropped to one knee, hand to his chest.
I accept the order. The Right Xian Division will be the vanguard. If we fail to break the pass, I will present my head. Yazixi looked at him and nodded slowly.
Very well. But remember, Tuyen failed through complacent rashness. In this southern campaign you must not repeat that error. I understand.
The war drum sounded. The long-dormant steppe stirred again. On the 5th of the 9th month, Shufengzhou main camp. Huo Qubing stood before a sand table, his eyes fixed on the banner marked Right Xian Division. Spread beside the sand table were the latest reports delivered by covert agents.
Huyenjua, 12 years as Right Xian King, early Lane realm, skilled with a long poleaxe.
Han Lai read the dossier aloud.
This man is not rash like Tuyen. He is cautious in command, adept at using numbers against fewer foes, and advancing step by step. Since Tuyen's death, he has contracted his defenses and reformed his ranks. It seems he has learned.
Wang Shitu added.
But our mole inside the Right Xian Division reports that Huyenjua has been nursing a fury these 5 months.
His champion General Tuyen died, 6 allied tribes defected, and elders have begun to question his competence. By volunteering to lead the vanguard, he seeks a brilliant victory to secure his position. A thoughtful flash crossed Huo Qubing's eyes.
A cautious man forced to gamble. That is interesting.
He turned to his officers.
The Shanyu leads 20,000 cavalry in person. The Right Xian Division will be vanguard.
Huyenjua urgently needs to win, and will be eager for victory. We can seize that eagerness and trap him. Zhao Wenlong's eyes brightened.
You mean?
Huo Qubing pointed at the Yema plain on the table.
Intelligence says the Shanya's main supply relay will be stationed there under the Right Xian Division's guard.
With Huyenjua at the vanguard, and the main force marching south, the garrison there must be thin. He paused. I will take 30,000 cavalry out of the frontier to raid Yema plain and burn their grain. If Huyenjua rushes to relieve them, he will fall into our trap. If he does not, the grain burns, and the Shanyu will punish him for dereliction.
The officers exchanged looks. This was an open stratagem.
Han Lai mused.
But Yema plain lies only 300 li from the Shanya's host. If we are engaged, then we must be swift.
Huo Qubing said.
1 man to 3 horses light armor strike and burn, never linger in battle.
That day 3 messenger hawks flew toward Lingyuan. On the 7th of the 9th month, the Lingyuan prefectural commander Yang Jingyuan read the secret dispatch and looked to Zhuge Liang.
What does Qubing think?
Zhuge Liang fanned himself and said,
Qubing's plan matches the classic stratagem of attack where he must relieve, and strike where he must succor. Hu Yinzhi was still stung by defeat, will not tolerate lost supplies.
Yet as vanguard, he cannot simply withdraw his troops. In this dilemma, whatever he chooses will profit us.
Li Jing added.
But beware Hu Yinzhi were resorting to desperate measures. He has held the right Xian seat for 12 years, he is no fool. Shall he proposed?
Let General Bai Qi lead 50,000 elite troops forward to Eagle Eye Pass as support, and to pin the Xiongnu main force. Also, the covert agents must intensify surveillance of the right Xian division's movements.
Yang Jingyuan pondered briefly, and wrote his reply.
Approved. Exercise utmost caution. If any anomaly occurs, withdraw at once. Safety is paramount.
On the 10th of the 9th month, the northern border of Shifengzhou, 30,000 white horse volunteers slipped out of the pass without a sound. The autumn grass on the steppe was dry and yellow. Each rider had 3 horses' hooves wrapped in cloth, moving by day and hiding and riding by night. Wang Shirtu led 300 scout elite ahead, like a pack of true steppe wolves. Huo Qubing rode a warhorse, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's. 5 months earlier he had annihilated Tuyan's 30,000 at Longtujian. Now he was going to meet Tuyan's lord.
General Yima Plain lies 50 li ahead.
Wang Shirtu slipped from the dusk.
The garrison is about 4,000 all-right Xian elites led by Hu Yinzhi's cousin Hu Yanlai. The camp's defenses are thorough sentries watched by day and night. It will not be easy.
Huo Qubing narrowed his eyes.
Hu Yinzhi left his cousin and elite troops to guard the grain. He clearly values those supplies highly. Shall we change targets?
Hanlai asked.
No.
Huo Qubing shook his head.
Precisely because he prizes it, we shall strike it.
He set orders throughout the army.
Act at the first watch, focus on burning the grain, do not assault the main camp.
In the night the 30,000 cavalry crept like a silver dragon toward Yima Plain. Night of the 12th of the 9th, Yima Plain granary. In the central tent Hu Yanlai was polishing his blade. He was Hu Yinzhi's cousin midst a realm in cultivation, had fought 15 years at his cousin's side, and was one of the right Xian division's corps commanders.
General,
a commander of 1,000 burst into the tent.
The patrol reports a herd of wild horses 20 li to the west behaving strangely, as if startled by something.
Hu Yanlai frowned.
At this hour, double the watchfulness at every post. Any rustle of grass give the alarm.
No sooner had he spoken than an explosion sounded outside the camp. Flames leapt into the sky.
Enemy attack.
Almost at once incendiary rockets rained toward the granaries, like falling meteors. 20 granaries were engulfed in flame. Hu Yanlai burst from the tent. The scene before him drove the blood to his face. In the firelight silver-armored cavalry surged, like a tide, their leader on a white horse, with a silver spear, a figure of war. He roared,
Huo Qubing.
Hu Yanlai sprang into the saddle, and led his guards in a desperate charge. He knew that if the grain was lost, his cousin Hu Yinzhi would have no standing before the Shanyu. Steel met spear with a ringing clash, and sparks flew. Hu Yanlai felt a monstrous force strike him, numbing his arms.
Longxiang realm.
He thought in dread, at last understanding how Tuyan had been defeated. Huo Qubing gave him no respite. The silver spear moved, like a dragon, each thrust quicker than the last. After 3 moves, Hu Yanlai was driven to the brink of disaster.
General, be careful.
2,000 commanders threw themselves in to save him. Huo Qubing shifted his spear, and swept them aside. Both men flew back, chests caved. Seizing the moment, Hu Yanlai fought a fierce withdrawal, and glanced at the granaries. Now a sea of fire, resolve hardening in his eyes. He blew the horn. The right Xian division's unique call for aid. Within 100 li, every right Xian warrior would come to their banner. Huo Qubing sneered and pointed his silver spear.
Withdraw.
30,000 cavalry fell back like the ebbing tide. Hu Yanlai wanted to pursue, but was held fast by his deputy.
General, the grain is most important. Save the stores.
Hu Yanlai watched the silver cavalry fade in the distance, then looked at the granaries in flames, and howled to the sky. That night 18 of the 20 granaries at Yima Plain burned. Of 100,000 sure of grain, fewer than 20,000 could be salvaged. On the 14th of the 9th, the vanguard camp of the Xiongnu southern march. Hu Yinzhi regarded his kneeling cousin, and the few dozen wagons of charred grain brought in his face was darker than fear itself. The right Xian division's commanders stood with bowed heads in the tent. No one dared speak.
8,000 defenders, 80,000 sure of grain burned.
Hu Yanjua's voice was calm yet chilled every spine.
Hu Yanlai, tell me how many came. About 30,000 cavalry.
Hu Yanlai answered, cold sweat beating his brow.
All in silver armor on white horses, 1 man 3 horses, they came quickly, and left quickly.
I sounded the alarm, but by the time the nearest reinforcements arrived, they had vanished.
Hu Yanjua closed his eyes.
5 months ago, Tuyan's 30,000 iron riders were annihilated at Lontujian. 5 months later, Huo Qubing had burned 80,000 sure of his grain. The Right Xian division, once a pack that sent fear across the steppe, had become the Zionist ridicule.
What of the Shanyu?
An elder asked softly.
I will personally go and beg pardon.
Hu Yanjua opened his eyes. They were filled with cold, murderous intent.
But before that, Hu Yanlai, take your remnants to the vanguard's front line.
If you are not the first to scale the wall in this battle, do not return. I accept the order.
Hu Yanlai struck his forehead to the ground. Hu Yanjua rose and looked south toward the dark stretch of Yinshan. Huo Qubing. Yang Jingyuan.
He muttered, his right hand tightening slowly on the haft of his axe at his waist.
I will not live as a man if I do not avenge this hatred.
That day Hu Yanjua went in person to the Shanya's tent to beg pardon. Yazixi looked at the Right Xian king kneeling, and at the dozen or so wagons of blackened grain, and fell silent for a long while. The tent was heavy with unease. At last the Shanyu spoke slowly.
80,000 sure of grain. Hu Yanjua, you have disappointed me greatly. I deserve death.
Hu Yanjua bowed his forehead to the ground.
But with the great battle at hand, a commander's execution would not benefit the army.
Yazixi changed tone.
You will still lead the vanguard in this campaign.
If you fail to be the first to breach Eagle Eye Pass, you may deal with the consequences yourself. I accept the order. We will break the pass and clear our shame.
On the 16th of the 9th, atop the walls of Eagle Eye Pass, Bai Qi stood with sword at his side, watching a vertical plume of smoke rising on the northern horizon.
Scouts had reported the Xiongnu vanguard was now less than 100 li from the pass.
The Right Xian division.
He murmured, then turned to the 50,000 northern troops arrayed behind him, and ordered.
Bows and crossbows cock rolling stones in place.
Let Hu Yanjua learn this. The force that annihilated Tuyan 5 months ago will see his Right Xian division return no more.
Below the wall, Huo Qubing's 30,000 cavalry had already reached their ambush positions hidden within the valley.
Autumn sun flashed coldly off their silver armor. 5 months of waiting had come to the reckoning. Hu Yanjua, who had ruled the Right Xian division for 12 years, would now test the northern frontier wall with his blood. It was the 28th day of the 9th month, the 3rd quarter of the SI hour. On the rampart of Yingyan Pass, Bai Qi stood, hand resting on his sword. Black heavy armor gleamed with a cold hardness beneath the autumn sun. Behind him a large dark banner snapped in the wind, embroidered with a single character by.
General, the Xiongnu vanguard is 20 li from the pass.
The scout's voice was urgent. Bai Qi's expression did not change, he merely lifted his right hand slowly. His personal guards instantly raised 2 red flags and crossed them in the air, the signal for full army alert. On the walls and below, 50,000 northern troops began to move like a precise machine. At the outermost line, 3,000 sappers made their final checks. Half squatting behind preset trap lines, they gripped the springs attached to the tripwall snares. Beneath what appeared to be ordinary turf lay 3,000 pressure plate mines, 5,000 iron caltrops, and 800 horse pits. Bai Qi had personally approved the location of every trap.
Yo Dazhuang.
Bai Qi's voice was calm.
At your command?
The commander of the heavy formation unit answered in a resonant tone.
Your 800 shock troopers hold the 3rd line.
Remember, without my order, even if an arrow whispers past your helmet, you do not move. By your command.
Bai Qi then looked toward the crossbow battery's lieutenant.
Zhao Wenlong, 300 siege crossbows check the powder pouches.
Replied General. Each crossbow carries 30 powder-tipped bolts and 20 jars of incendiary oil. All in place.
Bai Qi only then gave the slightest nod. He walked to the edge of the battlement and peered down into the winding valley. Autumn wind swept through the pass, carrying the grass scent of the steppe, the dusty breath of an approaching army.
They come!
Dust rose on the horizon. Hu Yanjua reined his horse atop a high ridge, gazing at the silhouette of Yingyan Pass. The pasture king, who had led the Yuxian Wang's host for 12 years, was about 45, his face carved as if by a blade. A scar ran from brow to jaw along his left cheek, glaring in the sunlight. He wore a wolf pelt cuirass inlaid with gold, a gilded crescent blade at his waist that signified the Yuxian Wang's authority.
My lord, scouts report the Xia forces are heavily fortified ahead.
Centurion Hu Yanlai rode forward to counsel him. He was Hu Yanzhua's cousin Midstage Yusui, a cultivator adept with twin blades. Hu Yanzhua narrowed his eyes.
5 months ago, Tu Yang fell into an ambush near here.
He would never forget the night the news came. Tu Yang, the Yuxian Wang's premier general, led 30,000 iron cavalry south, and was annihilated at Wolf Leap Ravine. It had been the bloodiest loss in 30 years for the Yuxian Wang's host, and Hu Yanzhua's prestige on the steppe had crumbled.
My lord, shall we wait for the Chanya's main force?
Another centurion asked cautiously.
Wait,
Hu Yanzhua sneered.
If we wait and the Chanyu arrives to find the Yuxian Wang's host cowering from a mere pass, what will the other chieftains think?
What will those turncoats spread?
He drew his gilded blade, the edge flashed harshly in the autumn sun.
Order the vanguard of 10,000 riders to make a probing assault. Let the Xia see the wolf teeth of the steppe are not dull. At the first watch, war drums rolled. 10,000 Xiongnu horsemen surged toward Yingyan Pass like a rising tide. These steppe warriors all rode with bow in hand, masters of horsemanship in their charge. They maintained a disciplined wedge. Years of training by the Yuxian Wang's host. On the walls, Bai Qi watched coldly.
300 paces. 200 paces. 150, crossbow battery fire.
A thunderous chorus answered. 300 improved siege crossbows discharged in unison. The Limphram gathered into a terrifying roar, bolts as thick as a child's arm screamed through the air, each fletching bound to a fist-sized powder charge.
What is that?
The Xiongnu centurion at the front barely had time to ask before the storm of bolts descended overhead.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The valley answered with a chain of explosions. Fire and smoke swallowed the vanguard instantly. Warhorses screamed, men and mounts were torn apart, shattered limbs, and weapons were hurled skyward by the blast. The first volley felled at least 800 riders into pools of blood. Still the Xiongnu charge did not break. The living pressed on, and soon rode into the trapline. Thud. The first horse plunged into a pit, rider and steed collapsing together. Then a second, a third. What had seemed even turf revealed a string of 5-foot-deep voids.
Traps! Mind the ground!
The warning came too late. Iron caltrops ripped through hooves, triplines yanked riders from saddles. Worse were the pressure plate mines. When the fifth mount triggered one, a deafening blast hurled riders within 3 zhang into the air.
Loose arrows!
From the walls came a torrent of shafts. The rain of arrows fell like locusts, enveloping the surviving Xiongnu cavalry. Hu Yanlai watched from the rear, his eyes strained with fury. This single probing wave had already cost them nearly 30% of their strength.
Sound the trumpet! Withdraw!
The remnants, over 6,000 riders, retreated in disorder, leaving the field strewn with corpses and wounded wailing. Bai Qi descended from the battlement and walked to the wounded treatment area. A young crossbowman had been struck in the shoulder by a stray bolt. A medic was dressing the wound. Seeing Bai Qi, the soldier struggled to sit.
Lie down!
Bai Qi crouched to inspect the wound.
The arrowhead did not penetrate deeply. Rest for half a month and you will recover. General, I failed. I fired only 3 bolts.
He stammered.
You completed your duty.
Bai Qi cut him off, then told the medic.
Use the best salve for his wound. Ensure no complications.
He then moved among the dead, examining each body. For every fallen soldier, he closed their eyes with his own hands and covered them with white cloth.
Record every name. Pay 3 times the usual funeral stipend. If there are elders or children at home, the Governor-General's household will provide lifetime support.
The soldiers around him reddened at the eyes on hearing this. Bai Qi rose and faced the army. His voice remained icy but rang with unyielding cadence.
Today some of you will die. Tomorrow more may die.
But remember, each moment you hold this line buys a moment of safety for your fathers, mothers, wives, and children behind you. Each enemy you fell grants the northern lands another measure of peace. He drew his long sword and pointed it northward.
This battle admits no retreat. A step back will be met with death. But if any of you should fall, I Bai Qi swear to heaven, I will make the killer pay tenfold. We swear to die following the general.
50,000 soldiers roared in unison, the shout shaking the valley. At that same moment, 10 li behind Yingyan Pass in Luoyan Valley. Li Jing stood on a hidden ridge holding a monocular crafted by Gong Shu Ben, able to survey movements 10 li away. Beside him, Huo Qubing, clad in silver armor and white robes, was sharpening the tip of his spear with a whetstone.
Bai Qi defends superbly.
Huo Qubing smiled up.
3 lines layer upon layer of attrition.
The Yuxian Wang's host may never reach the wall.
Li Jing put down the glass, but furrowed his brow slightly.
Hu Yanjue is no fool. Having the first probe repulsed, he will alter his tactics. What do you propose, strategist? Look at this terrain.
Li Jing pointed to a sandable of the valley.
Yingyan Pass front is forbidding. A frontal assault would cost too much. But the east side Yingzue cliff is gentler in places. Though steep, there are cracks one can climb. If I were Hu Yanjue,
Huo Qubing's eyes brightened.
He would divide his force. One detachment feigns attack at the front, while another climbs the cliff to strike the wall's flank.
Exactly. Li Jing nodded.
That is why I positioned you with the Beima Yitsong to stand ready here. Yingzue Cliff is 20 li from here. Cavalry can reach it in half an hour. If the Xiongnu detach to climb, you will sally forth and annihilate their flank. He paused and added,
Hu Yanjue himself may not lead the climbers. To decapitate their command, you must strike when his main force is fully committed, hit their center from the rear.
Huo Qubing clasped his fists.
I understand, General. But how can you be certain Hu Yanjue will divide his forces?
Li Jing withdrew a scroll of sheepskin from his breast and unrolled dense notes.
This was brought by undercover men, a record of Hu Yanjue's past campaigns.
This commander has 3 habits. First, he favors mobile cavalry and never fights to the last man. Second, he often uses diversion and deception. His victory over the Xinbei 5 years ago was such. Third,
he tapped a line on the notes.
He cares deeply for his face and reputation. Their recent defeat has wounded his honor. He desperately needs a victory to restore prestige. If the siege drags, he will take reckless risks. Huo Qubing straightened with respect.
Your stratagem is masterful. It is not my merit alone.
Li Jing shook his head.
It is the 300 brothers of our covert network who risked their lives deep in the steppe to bring this intelligence.
War is never the work of one man alone. He turned his gaze northward, deep and steady.
If we win this engagement, the Chanya's main force will surely come. The true test lies ahead.
At the second watch at Hu Yanjue's main camp, he studied the sandable with a face dark as storm clouds. 2 probing assaults had cost him more than 5,000 horsemen, while failing to touch the wall.
My lord, the Xia defenses are too thorough,
Hu Yanlai murmured.
Perhaps we should wait for the Chanyu. Silence.
Hu Yanjue slammed his palm on the wooden table. The plank cracked.
Wait for the Chanyu and watch the Yuxian Wang's host be mocked.
I will lead 30,000 of the main force around Yingzue Cliff to break the pass from the flank. My lord will personally risk it.
The generals cried in alarm.
Without risk there is no breach. A cruel light flashed in Hu Yanjue's eyes.
To Yang's blood, the shame of the Yuxian Wang's host. Today both will be washed away. Order the march, move at once.
Half an hour later, at the foot of Yingzue Cliff, 30,000 Xiongnu cavalry arrived silently. The cliff rose 3 zhang, its rock face split by natural fissures fit for climbing. Hu Yanjue looked up and saw only a scattering of sentries on the crest. He allowed himself a grim satisfaction. He knew an ambush was possible, but he was betting on speed. If they seized the heights quickly, they could threaten the wall's flank.
Vanguard ascend.
3,000 elite riders dismounted, teeth clenched on curved blades, and began to scale the cliff. At that moment, a mournful horn echoed from the rear. Hu Yanjue whirled to find dust exploding in the distance. A silver-armored cavalry charge flashed toward them like lightning. Leading the charge on a white horse, red cloak, snapping in the wind, was Huo Qubing himself.
They have walked into a trap.
Hu Yanjue's pupil shrank.
Form the ranks.
But the Beima Yitsong had moved too swiftly. From horn to plunge into the Xiongnu ranks took barely 10 breaths. Those 30,000 riders were uniformly clad in silver and mounted on white steeds. They surged, like a silver flood, in perfect wedge formation.
Wedge formation charge.
Huo Qubing roared. At the pinnacle of Dragon Elephant realm, he unleashed his might as blood, and she surged, like a furnace, and Dragon Elephant apparitions shimmered along his spear.
Kill!
The Beima Yitsong stabbed through the Xiongnu ranks, like a hot blade through softened grain. Where his spear drove, flesh was sundered. Huo Qubing rode foremost, his silver spear struck, like a dragon, each thrust taking lives in batches. No one could hold him within a single engagement.
Stop him!
Hu Yanjue roared and his guards threw themselves forward to block him. Huo Qubing ignored entanglement and drove straight for the center. His target was the Yuxian Wang himself. 30 zhang, 20 zhang, 10 zhang. Hu Yanjue finally saw Huo Qubing's face, young, handsome yet, with a cold killing intent beyond his years. His eyes fixed like a hawk's. Huo Qubing. Hu Yanjue drew his great battle-axe and unleashed the early resonance of Thundersound Realm. Wind and thunder whispered about him, the sound of true chi at its peak. So be it. Huo Qubing cried. His spear flashed like a rainbow. The first spear drove straight for Hu Yanjue's brow. Hu Yanjue met it with his axe, metal rang and sparks scattered. A colossal force struck his hand, numbing his grip. The second spear swept through the mass Hu Yanjue barely held, and was forced back 3 paces with horse and man. The third, Huo Qubing wheeled and thrust. The spear tip pierced the axe's guard toward the throat. Hu Yanjue reeled and staggered back. The spear grazed his neck and drew a bloody line.
Early Thundersound Realm, is that your only skill?
Huo Qubing's voice was cold.
Arrogant.
Hu Yanjue raged. He unleashed a flurry with his axe. The wind and thunder clamor intensified. This was the wind thunder axe technique he had honed for 30 years, famed for felling 7 Xia generals in one engagement. But Huo Qubing's spear was faster. 4th spear, 5th, 6th. The spear shadows came in a rolling tide, each faster than the last. Hu Yanjue found himself on the verge of disaster, a dawning fear in his heart. This youth was clearly of the dragon-elephant realm. And not a novice, but at its pinnacle. The 7th spear broke the axe net. The 8th sent the axe flying. The 9th pierced through his protective true chi. The 10th spear, PFFF, the tip emerged from Hu Yanjue's back. Blood ran down the spear shaft. Hu Yanjue bowed his head and stared at the spear protruding from his chest in utter disbelief. He had ruled the Yuxian Wang's host for 12 years, campaigning north and south, feared across the steppe. He never imagined he would die beneath the spear of a youth barely in his 20s. Huo Qubing hoisted the body high with one arm and bellowed in the Xiongnu tongue.
Hu Yanjue is dead. Those who surrender shall not be slain.
The shout rang across the fields. With their commander fallen, the Yuxian Wang's host collapsed utterly. At dusk on the walls of Yingyan Pass, Yang Jingyuan surveyed the field of corpses and kneeling Xiongnu captives with calm composure. Behind him stood Bai Qi, Li Jing, and Huo Qubing in solemn array.
What are our casualties?
Yang Jingyuan asked. Bai Qi clasped his fist in salute.
Our forces suffered 1372 killed and over 2,000 wounded. We eliminated 35,000 enemies and captured 23,000, among them about 5,000 are severely wounded. Give Hu Yanjue a solemn burial fitting the Yuxian Wang's rank,
Yang Jingyuan said slowly.
The severely wounded among the captives will have a separate prison medical tent for treatment with ordinary herbs. Do not use the army's superior medicines.
Minor wounds will be self-treated. Our medical officers will only instruct.
Li Jing inclined his head.
Your wisdom is clear, my lord. This displays benevolence, but will not equate the captives with our soldiers and so harm their morale. Yang Jingyuan looked at the valley filled with kneeling captives and spoke with clear resolve.
Guard the prisoners strictly in groups of 10 linked by a rope. Provide 2 meals a day of coarse grain and wild vegetables. They shall not share rations with our soldiers.
He paused, then continued.
Order that any disturbance or escape attempt in the prison camp will result in collective punishment. 10 men punished for 1 man's offense. But if someone reports unrest, reduce their labor term. I want the steppe tribes to know those who oppose us will be harshly punished, but those who surrender will live and may have a future if they behave.
Huo Qubing knelt on one knee.
Your plans are thorough. Such measures will not only preserve soldiers' morale, but will sow division among the prisoners and send a message to other tribes.
Yang Jingyuan helped Huo Qubing to his feet and turned to Bai Qi and Li Jing.
You 3 are the pillars of our northern defense. Bai Qi held the line like iron and stone. Li Jing's calculations were precise. Huo Qubing struck like thunder. None could be spared.
He fell silent for a moment, his voice dropping.
But this battle is only the beginning. With Hu Yanjue's death, the Chanyu will surely lead his armies in person. The true decisive struggle still awaits.
The 3 commanders clasped their fists in salute.
We are prepared to die for your cause.
Yang Jingyuan looked northward as the setting sun painted the steppe in blood-red hues. In the distance, the prisoner camp had been erected. Line by line, Xiongnu captives were roped and marched under the guard of the northern troops toward the pens. The severely wounded captives were carried into crude medical tents, where apprentices from the army's medical corps smeared ordinary wound powders on their injuries.
Order the entire army to rest for 3 days. In 3 days we prepare to face the Chinese.
His gaze swept beyond the steppe, as if seeing further futures.
Once this battle is concluded, the northern border will finally be steady. But our road remains long.
The dark banner flapped in the night wind. Workers beneath the walls began repairing the damaged defenses. In the army's medical tents, northern wounded lay on clean bedding with access to superior medicines. Nearby in the temporary prisoner ward, Xiongnu wounded lay on straw mats, with ordinary herb dressings. Cook crews raised smoke. The scent of meat drifted from the northern soldiers' kitchens. In the prisoners' area, large pots boiled mixed grain porridge, with only a pinch of salt. This was the message Yang Jingyuan wished to send: those who submit will have their lives spared and basic sustenance, those who oppose us will face annihilation. Rule by both mercy and severity is the way to govern. A messenger hawk lifted from the steppe sky and flew north, the battle report bound for the Chanyas court. A greater storm was about to break. On the second day of the 10th lunar month, 300 li north of the Yinshan Mountains, within the golden felt tent of the Xiongnu royal court, the oxtalo torches illuminated the tent as bright as day, yet could not dispel the deathly silence that hung within. Upon the throne, Chanyu Yazixi sat with a livid face, the sheepskin battle report clutched in his hand, soaked through with sweat.
The wise king of the right, slain in battle. 58,000 riders, annihilated.
His voice was hoarse, each word seeming forced through clenched teeth. Below the throne, the left and right Gili King's tribal chieftains, the high priest, and dozens of others stood with heads bowed, none daring to speak. The messenger kneeling in the center trembled violently, his forehead pressed against the icy felt carpet.
Reporting to the great Chanyu, Prince Huianzuo fell into an ambush at Eagle Eye Pass. The Xiao army was prepared. The prince personally led the troops on a detour around Eagle Beak Cliff when he was ambushed by Huo Qubing. 10 moves. Just 10 moves and 10 moves.
Yazixi shot to his feet, his wolf fur cloak billowing without a breeze.
Huianzuo, at the early stage of the Thundersound realm, who has roamed the grasslands for 20 years, was slain in 10 moves by a Xia general barely 20 years old.
He strode to the center of the tent, unleashing the oppressive aura of his early dragon elephant realm cultivation. The air seemed to solidify. Those present felt as though a boulder weighed on their chests, their breathing labored.
5 months ago, 30,000 vulture riders were buried at Wolf Leap Gully.
Yazixi's voice was as cold as a blade.
Now Huianzuo's 58,000 riders are utterly destroyed. 2 of our Zionist royal commanders, 88,000 warriors, lost just like that.
The left Gili King steeled himself and stepped forward.
Great Chanyu, the Xiao army is now strong and well supplied, bolstered by the Great Wall's defenses. Perhaps we should... Should what? Retreat.
Yazixi's eyes were bloodshot.
Retreat to where? To let the tribes of the grasslands mock us, Xiongnu. To let those fence-sitters, like the Xianbei and Wuhuan, grow strong in our absence.
He drew the golden saber at his waist, its blade gleaming coldly in the torchlight.
Issue my command to all tribes. Muster every warrior who can ride a horse and draw a bow. Your Chanyu shall personally lead 150,000 iron riders south to level the Yinshan Mountains and bathe Shuofeng Prefecture in blood. I will make a drinking vessel from Huo Qubing's skull and a war drum from Yang Jingyuan's hide. In this battle there is only advance, no retreat.
On the 3rd day of the 10th month, at the hour of the dragon, 79 a.m. at Wild Wolf Valley, Bai Qi stood atop a high slope, gazing at the dust cloud rising to blot out the sky on the northern horizon. It was the dust kicked up by the march of 150,000 cavalry, a moving sandstorm slowly pressing down upon the Yinshan Mountains.
They're here,
he said, his voice calm. Behind him, 80,000 northern infantry had already formed the
Hedgehog Grand Formation.
This was a defensive system Bai Qi had specifically designed based on Wild Wolf Valley's terrain. The outermost layer consisted of 3 shield walls, each spaced 5 paces apart. Behind the shield walls was a spear formation with 30-foot spears angled forward. Further back were crossbowmen, each equipped with 100 arrows, and at the very rear were the reserves and engineer corps ready to repair the lines at any moment.
General, the Xiongnu vanguard is 10 li away,
a scout reported, arriving at a gallop. Bai Qi nodded and turned to the messenger.
As per military advisor Li's deployment, the entire army is to be on alert. Remember, without my order no one is to retreat a single step. Understood.
At the same moment, on the ridges flanking Wild Wolf Valley, Zhang Taizan led 30,000 Yiling province troops, hidden in the dense forest on the eastern side, while Zhang Meng led 30,000 Lingyuan guard, concealed behind the cliffs on the western side. They had been lying in ambush here for 2 days, the soldiers chewing on dried rations, and drinking from mountain springs waiting silently for the command. Further away, at Flying Eagle Gully, Huo Qubing was hidden deep within the valley with 30,000 white horse righteous followers. Each man had 3 horses. The horses were muzzled, and their hooves wrapped in cloth, so the 30,000 cavalry made not a sound. Huo Qubing sat cross-legged on a blue stone, his silver spear laid horizontally across his knees, his eyes closed in meditation. At the highest point of Wild Wolf Valley, Li Jing stood on a hastily constructed command platform. Before him lay a massive sand table bristling with small flags of various colors. At his side 12 messengers stood ready with signal flags, and further away were 300 improved ballistae, the latest invention of Gong Shu Ban, dubbed the
Fire Dragon crossbow,
with a range of 800 paces, and equipped with special gunpowder arrows.
Report. The Xiongnu vanguard of 50,000 riders has entered the northern entrance of Wild Wolf Valley.
A sharp glint flashed in Li Jing's eyes.
Order General Bai Qi, engage the enemy.
At the hour of the snake 9:11 a.m. the battle began. 50,000 Xiongnu vanguard poured into Wild Wolf Valley like a black tide. These riders hailed from various allied tribes. Though their equipment wasn't as elite as the wise king of the right's troops, they made up for it with sheer numbers. Their charge a terrifying spectacle.
Loose arrows.
Bai Qi waved his command flag, and 10,000 arrows were loosed at once. But this time, the Xiongnu cavalry had learned. Instead of charging in dense formation, they dispersed into dozens of groups, assaulting the Xia army's defenses from different directions. Meanwhile, the cavalry in the rear kept up a constant barrage of arrows, trying to suppress the Xia crossbowmen.
Shield wall advance 3 steps. Spear formation prepare.
Bai Qi led from the front. Though he didn't fully unleash his early blood-burning realm cultivation, the faint blood-red aura emanating from his body already boosted the morale of his personal guards. The fighting raged from dawn until noon. The Xiongnu launched 7 charges, each time beaten back by Bai Qi's defensive maneuvers. The northern entrance of Wild Wolf Valley was piled high with corpses. At least 10,000 Xiongnu cavalry had fallen under the rain of arrows and forest of spears. But the Xiongnu had overwhelming numbers, and the Xia lines began to waver.
General, the 3rd shield wall on the eastern flank has been breached,
a deputy commander shouted. Bai Qi's face was expressionless.
Send in the trap camp. Tell Niu Dazhuang if he can't hold it, had better bring me his head. Understood.
On the command platform, Li Jing carefully observed the battle.
The Xiongnu vanguard has lost 20,000 men. Their morale is beginning to falter.
He pondered for a moment.
Order Bai Qi, feign weakness and gradually retreat, luring the enemy deeper. Military advisor, that's too risky,
one of the staff officers exclaimed.
What if? There is no what if.
Li Jing pointed at the sand table.
Look at Wild Wolf Valley's terrain. The entrance is narrow, the middle section is wide, and the deepest part is a basin. If the Xiongnu pour their entire army in, they'll be like turtles in a jar.
He paused, then added,
but we need to make them believe we truly can't hold out any longer. Issue the order. Crossbowmen, have your arrow usage conserve the rolling logs and boulders. We need to show the Chanyu a glimmer of hope.
As the orders were relayed, the battle situation subtly shifted. The Xia defenses visibly weakened. The arrow volleys became sparse, and the rolling logs and boulders were no longer as frequent. The Xiongnu vanguard's spirits soared, and their attacks grew fiercer. By the end of the hour of the sheep 13 p.m., the Xia army had been forced to retreat 300 paces. When the news reached the Xiongnu Central Army, Chanyu Yazixi threw his head back and laughed.
The Xia army can't hold on much longer. Order the entire army, advance. Today we will surely break Wild Wolf Valley.
On the 4th day of the 10th month, the 2nd day, the Xiongnu main force of 100,000 riders surged into Wild Wolf Valley. Yazixi came to the front lines himself, the golden wolf banner fluttering fiercely in the autumn wind. This time the Xiongnu changed their tactics. They no longer charged blindly. Instead, they used 1,000-man units to launch rotating assaults on a single point in the Xia defenses, a classic
slice of the dull knife
tactic designed to wear down the defenders through sheer numerical superiority. Fighting raged from sunrise to sunset. Wild Wolf Valley echoed with the roar of battle. Arrows flew like locusts, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The Xia lines were breached several times, but each time, Bai Qi led the reserves to retake them. Though Bai Qi didn't fully unleash his blood-burning realm cultivation, his peak dragon elephant realm strength alone was enough to terrify the Xiongnu cavalry. A single swing of his sword sent a dozen riders flying. At dusk the Xiao army was again forced to retreat 500 paces, falling back to the deepest part of Wild Wolf Valley, a basin surrounded on three sides by mountains. Yazixi stood on a high slope gazing at the battered Xiao positions in the basin, a triumphant gleam in his eyes.
The Xiao army is at the end of its tether. Issue the order, rest tonight. At dawn tomorrow the entire army will launch the final assault.
What he didn't know was that in the forests around the basin the ambushed forces of Zhang Taizhan and Zhang Ming had secretly encircled them. In Flying Eagle Gully, Huo Qubing slowly opened his eyes. On the command platform, Li Jing looked at the markers on the sand table indicating the completed encirclement, gently waving his feather fan.
The net has been cast. Now we just wait for the fish to swim in.
On the 5th day of the 10th month at dawn, morning mist shrouded Wild Wolf Valley. Yazixi led the last 50,000 reserve troops into the basin, bringing the total Xiongnu force to 130,000, nearly their entire strength.
Warriors!
The Chanya's voice echoed through the basin.
The Xiao army has no place left to retreat. Today let their blood avenge the wise king of the right and our fallen warriors. Kill!
130,000 Xiongnu cavalry launched their final assault. The thunder of hooves shook the earth, and the killing intent scattered the morning mist. In the center of the basin, Bai Qi watched the enemy surging in like a tidal wave, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile crossed his lips. He raised his longsword, his voice like thunder.
Change formation. WOM.
The 80,000 infantry instantly shifted formation. From the defensive, hedgehog formation, to the semi-encircling, crescent formation. The shield walls spread to the flanks, the spear formations thrust forward, and the crossbowmen climbed onto hastily erected platforms. Almost simultaneously, the roar of battle erupted from both sides of the basin. From the dense eastern forest, Zhang Taizhan led 30,000 Yuling province troops charging out. From behind the western cliffs, Zhang Ming led 30,000 Lingyuan guards surging down. 60,000 ambushing troops clamped down on the Xiongnu army's flanks like two iron pincers.
It's a trap.
Yuzixi's face turned ashen.
Retreat. Retreat immediately.
But it was too late. At the entrance to the basin, Li Jing waved his command flag.
Ballistic corps, fire!
300 fire dragon crossbows were loosed simultaneously. The specially made gunpowder arrows traced 300 arcs through the air, landing among the Xiongnu rear ranks.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A continuous series of explosions erupted. Flames shot into the sky, and smoke filled the air. The Xiongnu rear guard was thrown into chaos, instantly their escape route cut off. In the midst of this turmoil,
W.O.
a desolate horn call came from behind. Yazixi whirled around to see a troop of silver-armored cavalry charging out of the morning mist. At their head was a general with a silver spear and a white horse, his scarlet cape fluttering like a flame in the dawn wind. It was Huo Qubing.
Huo Qubing.
The Chanya's eyes blazed with fury. Huo Qubing didn't even reply. He led the 30,000 white horse righteous followers straight into the Xiongnu Central Army. The wedge-shaped assault formation was like a red-hot blade, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in its wake. His target was only one, the Xiongnu Chanyu Yazixi.
Protect the great Chanyu.
The personal guards rushed forward desperately. But Huo Qubing's peak dragon elephant realm cultivation was fully unleashed. His silver spear moved like a dragon, and wherever the spear shadows passed, men and horses were thrown into disarray. 30 zhang, 20 zhang, 10 zhang. There was no longer any obstacle between them.
Yazixi.
Huo Qubing let out a long cry, and a phantom image of a golden dragon and elephant appeared around him, the mark of having cultivated the dragon elephant realm to its utmost.
Arrogant whelp.
Yazixi drew his golden saber, unleashing the full force of his early dragon elephant realm cultivation. Though he was a minor realm lower with 30 years of battle experience, he was far more seasoned than Huizuo. The saber and spear clashed.
Clang!
The sound of metal striking metal rang across the battlefield. A shockwave radiated from the two combatants, sending soldiers within 10 zhang flying. The first move, a draw. Yazixi was inwardly shocked. This Huo Qubing, so young, had already cultivated the dragon elephant realm to its peak. But Huo Qubing gave him no time to think. The second thrust, the third thrust, the fourth thrust. The spear's momentum was like a mighty river flowing endlessly. Each thrust carried the immense power of a dragon and elephant, jarring Yazixi's tiger's mouth until it split. After 30 moves, Yazixi was on the defensive. After 50 moves, cracks appeared in his golden saber. After 70 moves, his protective chi was broken. After 90 moves, The spear tip pierced his shoulder, blood spurting. Yuzixi retreated, 10 zhang, his face pale. He knew he was no match. But he was the Xiongnu Chanyu, the eagle of the grasslands. He would rather die fighting than surrender.
One final strike, may the eternal heaven bless me.
The golden saber danced wildly, his chi burning. This was a desperate life or death blow, its power comparable to the mid-dragon elephant realm. A flicker of respect passed through Huo Qubing's eyes, but his silver spear moved even faster.
Dragon elephant sky-breaking spear, break.
The silver spear shot forth, like a meteor, piercing through the saber light, shattering the protective chi, and emerging from Yuzixi's chest. Time seemed to stand still. Yuzixi looked down at the spear tip protruding from his chest, then raised his eyes to Huo Qubing. A bitter smile touched his lips.
Good. Good spear technique. The grasslands. I entrust to you?
Huo Qubing with a single-arm effort hoisted the corpse high into the air, and shouted in the Xiongnu language.
Yuzixi is dead. Surrender, and you shall not be killed.
His voice shook the wilderness. With the Chanyu slain, the Xiongnu army completely collapsed. By dusk, the battlefield gradually fell silent. Wild Wolf Valley was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing. Of the 150,000 Xiongnu army, 80,000 were dead, 50,000 surrendered, and 20,000 scattered. The spoils included 100,000 warhorses, 300,000 share of grain, and a mountain of royal court treasures, like the Chanya's golden seal and golden wolf banner. Yang Jingyuan entered the battlefield surrounded by his personal guards. He gazed at the scene of devastation, silent for a long time.
Bury Yuzixi with full honors according to the rights for a Chanyu,
he said slowly.
This man was a lord of the grasslands. He deserves such a right.
Li Jing nodded.
My lord is benevolent. This will win the hearts of the grassland people.
Yang Jingyuan then looked at the 50,000 prisoners kneeling in the basin.
Release 5,000 of the old and weak, give them 3 days' rations, and send them back to the grasslands to spread the word. Those who submit will have their tribes protected, their pastures safeguarded, trade markets opened, and goods exchanged. Those who resist will find Yuzixi's fate a warning.
He paused, then turned to Zhuge Liang.
Combing draft a memorial. Report this great victory to the imperial court, detailing the merits of Bai Qi, Li Jing, and Huo Qubing. Petition His Majesty to reward the meritorious officers and men.
He spoke the last 4 words very slowly. Zhuge Liang understood and bowed.
Liang understands. I will ensure the memorial clearly records the 3 generals' achievements and requests the court's appropriate rewards.
Huo Qubing, Li Jing, and Bai Qi knelt on one knee.
We thank our lord.
Yang Jingyuan looked towards the boundless northern grasslands.
With this battle won, the northern border will be secure for 10 years. But the grasslands are vast. Though the Chanyu is dead, the tribes remain. Qubing, your subordinate, is here. I give you 50,000 elite cavalry. March north beyond the frontier. Sweep away the remaining enemy and advance to the royal court. I want every tribe on the grasslands to know, from this day forward, the lands south of the Yinshan Mountains are the territory of our great Xia, and the lands to the north shall also heed my command. Your subordinate receives the command.
The autumn wind swept through Wild Wolf Valley, carrying the scent of blood and gunpowder. The 6th day of the 10th lunar month, at the 3rd quarter of the hour of the tiger. At Jian Pass, on the northern great wall of Shuofeng Prefecture, autumn's dawn light had yet to pierce the lingering night. 50,000 armored cavalry stood assembled beneath the gate, fully prepared for departure. Huo Qubing wore silver armor and a white robe, his crimson cloak billowing fiercely in the biting wind. He sat astride his famed steed Taju, a blood-sweating horse from the western regions, whose restless pawing betrayed an uncanny resonance with its master's surging battle fervor.
General, the entire army stands ready.
Han Lai rode forward on horseback. A veteran deputy commander who had served with Huo Qubing for years, he too wore silver armor, though his cloak was deep green.
Each man rides 3 horses, carries 20 days' rations, 30 fire arrows, and 10 jars of incendiary oil.
Huo Qubing gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping across the formation below the pass. 50,000 cavalry, all mounted on white steeds and clad in gleaming silver armor, constituted the elite of the northern frontier. 30,000 white horse righteous riders, and 20,000 swift cavalry. They had already proven their valor in the bloody battle of Wild Wolf Valley. Now they were poised to advance deeper into the steppe, embarking upon a greater campaign.
Raise the gate.
At the garrison officer's command, the massive iron gate slowly lifted. Beyond lay the boundless steppe, morning mist draped like gauze over withered grasslands. Huo Qubing drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it northward.
Forward!
As one, the 50,000 armored riders surged forth, like a silver torrent vanishing into the vast mist-shrouded steppe. Each rider commanded 3 horses, their hooves muffled with thick cloth. The army advanced in 5 columns spaced 20 li apart, fanning northward in a broad arc, a hallmark tactic of Huo Qubing: divided advance and convergent assault, expanding reconnaissance range while ensuring mutual support. Wang Shi too led 3,000 elite scouts ahead of the main force. Dressed in steppe leather robes, and their faces painted with grease, they blended seamlessly with local herdsmen. These rigorously trained reconnaissance troops would serve as Huo Qubing's eyes and ears. The 8th day of the 10th lunar month, 300 li north of Yin Mountain. A river valley meadow dotted with thousands of tents stretched across the land. This was a gathering site of the remnants of the Left-Wise King's tribe. Ever since the Left-Wise King's death, his people had splintered into 3 factions. This was the largest, comprising some 20,000 tribesmen, of whom roughly 8,000 were able-bodied warriors. Morning smoke had just begun to rise as herdsmen drove cattle and sheep from their enclosures, and women fetched water from the river. Everything tranquil as usual, until a silvery line appeared on the horizon.
What is that?
An elderly herdsman squinted. The silvery line drew nearer, widening steadily, until at last someone recognized them.
Silver-armored cavalry.
Countless silver-armored cavalry.
The Xiao army. The Xiao army has come.
A piercing alarm shrieked across the valley, but it was already too late. Huo Qubing led the charge at the vanguard, driving 10,000 white horse righteous riders straight into the camp. He granted the enemy no time to assemble. The cavalry slashed through the tent clusters like a blade, scattering Xiongnu warriors in panicked flight.
Surrender and you shall live. Lay down your arms and face no retribution.
Heralds fluent in the Xiongnu tongue shouted in unison. This was Huo Qubing's strategy for leaderless remnants division, and absorption proved far more effective than slaughter. Indeed, as the Xiongnu witnessed the silver-armored cavalry killing only those who resisted, and treating kneeling surrenderers with absolute restraint, more and more cast aside their weapons. Half an hour later the battle ended. Of the 8,000 Xiongnu cavalry, over 1,000 lay dead, 7,000 surrendered. All 20,000 tribesmen were taken captive. Huo Qubing stood atop a high ridge overlooking the valley, gazing impassively upon the dense mass of captives below. Han Lai rode up beside him.
General, how shall we dispose of these captives? As His Highness commanded,
Huo Qubing replied.
The able-bodied will be conscripted into the prisoner corps and escorted back to Yin Mountain under guard of 1,000 cavalry. The elderly, the infirm women and children, issue them 3 days' rations and release them here. Release them.
Han Lai blinked in surprise.
Yes,
Huo Qubing said, gazing northward.
Let them carry word across the steppe. Huo Qubing has come but kills only those who resist. Those who surrender may keep their lives.
He paused, then added firmly.
Ensure the rations are generous. Let every tribe on the steppe know this. I, Huo Qubing, speak with unwavering authority.
That afternoon, over 10,000 elderly, infirm women and children, laden with rations, began migrating northward. They would encounter other tribes along the way and spread word of the Xiao army unlike any before. And news always travels faster than horses. On the 11th day of the 10th lunar month, 600 li north of Yin Mountain.
Report.
A scout galloped in at full speed, dismounted before Wang Shi and bowed.
Commander Xiongnu Royal Court Scouts, some 300 riders, are patrolling 100 li ahead, moving directly toward our position.
Wang Shi's eyes lit up.
At last.
He swiftly sketched a rough map and dispatched a courier to the central command. 2 hours later, Huo Qubing arrived with the main force.
Scouts of the royal court appearing here indicates the court itself cannot be far,
Huo Qubing observed, studying the map.
By Xiongnu custom, outer sentinels typically patrol within a radius of 200 li.
In other words, the royal court lies within 200 li to the north. Han Lai said.
General, our troops and mounts have pressed hard for days. They are weary. Shall we rest one day? No.
Huo Qubing shook his head.
Victory favors the swift. Issue orders to the entire army. Travel light, carry only 3 days' rations, and advance at full speed.
We must reach the gates of the royal court before its garrison even senses our approach.
Orders relayed. The 50,000 cavalry shed all non-essential baggage, retaining only weapons, rations, and incendiary equipment.
Riding 3 horses in rotation, they covered 300 li per day. Steppe tribesmen watched in awe as a silvery torrent flashed across the horizon, swift as lightning. Only realizing the army had passed, when it was already dozens of li away. The 14th day of the 10th lunar month at dusk. Huo Qubing stood atop a high slope gazing toward a sprawling cluster of tents in the distance. The setting sun bathed the golden-roofed imperial tent in radiant light. That was the Xiongnu royal court.
At last we have arrived,
Han Lai said, voice trembling with excitement. Huo Qubing remained calm.
Order the entire army to rest where they stand. At first light tomorrow, we march upon the royal court.
The 15th day of the 10th lunar month at the hour of Chen. The Xiongnu royal court, the golden-roofed imperial tent. Grand Priest Helian Taimu sat upon the throne once occupied by the Chanyu, his face ashen. This venerable elder, his beard and hair snow-white, was the senior-most clan elder of the court left behind to govern in the Chanyu's absence during his southern campaign. Inside the tent over a dozen elders and nobles stood solemnly with heads bowed, the atmosphere heavy as forged iron.
The great Chanyu is dead, the right wise king is dead,
Helian Taimu murmured hollowly.
150,000 troops, reduced to dust and ash. O eternal heaven, have you truly withdrawn your favor from the Xiongnu?
Grand Priest, urged a young noble, urgency sharpening his voice.
The Xia army is now only 30 li from the royal court. We must decide, fight or submit. Give us your command. Fight.
Helian Taimu gave a bitter laugh.
With what? Our garrison numbers barely 3,000, and most are old or frail. Huo Qubing commands 50,000 ironclad cavalry, even their collective spittle could drown us.
Another elder clenched his jaw.
Then still, we cannot yield without a fight. We are the Xiongnu royal court. The royal court.
Helian Taimu rose and walked to the tent flap, gazing out at the rising dust clouds on the horizon.
The great Chanyu is gone. The golden wolf banner has fallen. Is this still the royal court?
He turned his gaze sweeping over the assembly.
If you wish to die, I shall not stop you. But remember, within the royal court dwell 30,000 tribesmen, mostly women, children, and elders.
Do you intend for them to perish alongside you? Silence fell thick and suffocating. After a long pause, an elder whispered, trembling.
Then, shall we surrender? Not surrender.
Helian Taimu spoke slowly.
Submission. I have heard that Huo Qubing released captives along his march, and gave them rations. And Yang Jingyuan honored the Chanyu and right wise king with solemn burial. Perhaps they truly are different.
He walked to the side of the throne and retrieved a golden casket from a hidden compartment. Opening it revealed a white jade imperial seal, the stepp's counterpart to the imperial seal of mandate, and a scroll of golden registers chronicling generations of Chanyas.
Prepare a white flag,
Helian Taimu said, his voice ancient and wearied.
For these 30,000 souls, I, Helian Taimu, willingly bear this eternal shame.
At the hour of C outside the royal court, Huo Qubing led his forces into formation, silver armor glinting coldly beneath the autumn sun. 50,000 armored riders stood motionless and silent, broken only by the occasional snort of a warhorse. From the royal court the main gate slowly opened. Dozens of Xiongnu elders emerged barehanded, Helian Taimu leading them. He held the golden casket aloft with both hands. Behind him others carried sacred ritual objects, the golden wolf altar, the eternal heaven totem, and the armor and weapons of past Chanyas.
Criminal Helian Taimu, on behalf of the royal court and its people, submits to the celestial army.
The aged priest sank to his knees, raising the golden casket high above his head.
I present the imperial seal of mandate, the golden registers of Chanyas, and the sacred regalia of the royal court. I beg the general, spare the lives of these 30,000 innocents.
Huo Qubing dismounted and approached Helian Taimu. He did not take the casket, but instead extended his hand to lift the elder priest to his feet.
Please rise, Grand Priest,
Huo Qubing said, his voice unexpectedly gentle.
His Highness has decreed all who submit shall retain their tribes, preserve their pastures, open mutual markets, and engage in fair exchange. The royal court's people are included among them.
Helian Taimu wept openly.
Thank you, General.
That very day Huo Qubing entered the Xiongnu royal court, without shedding a single drop of blood. Before the central sacrificial altar, he ordered a massive bluestone stele erected. With his own sword, he carved bold, vigorous characters.
Huo Qubing, General of the Flying Cavalry of the Great Xia, defeated the Xiongnu Chanyu Yizixi here. Autumn of the 32nd year of Yongchang.
When the inscription was complete, Huo Qubing turned to Helian Taimu.
This stele shall stand forever, so that future generations of steppe descendants remember from this day forward the steppe belongs to the Great Xia, and its herdsmen are subjects of the Great Xia.
The news spread like wildfire across the steppe. The Chanyu slain. The royal court submitted. Together these two facts ignited a seismic irreversible transformation. Within 3 days every tribe on the steppe knew the age of the Xiongnu had ended. On the 18th day of the 10th lunar month envoys from the Xianbei tribe arrived at the royal court. On the 19th envoys from the Wuhuan tribe arrived. On the 20th leaders of over a dozen smaller tribes came in person. Following Yang Jingyuan's instructions, Huo Qubing received each delegation individually. He proclaimed Yang Jingyuan's edict.
All who submit shall retain their tribes, preserve their pastures, open mutual markets, and engage in fair exchange, yet they must abide by the laws of the Great Xia, pay tribute, and fulfill military service obligations.
A tribal chief cautiously asked,
And if one refuses to submit?
Huo Qubing merely smiled, and gestured toward the stone stele at the center of the royal court. No one dared utter another word. On the 22nd day of the 10th lunar month Yang Jingyuan arrived at the Xiongnu royal court with his civil and military officials. By then, the royal court had been utterly transformed. Silver-armored cavalry patrolled with disciplined precision the prisoner camps where tightly managed envoys from submitting tribes were lodged in dedicated guest compounds. Huo Qubing had not only seized the royal court, he had stabilized its order within just 7 days.
Qubing, you have labored greatly,
Yang Jingyuan said, gazing upon his weary but resolute general, heart filled with quiet admiration.
It is my duty, your highness,
Huo Qubing replied, bowing deeply. That afternoon inside the golden-roofed imperial tent, Yang Jingyuan received envoys from all tribes, Xianbei, Wuhuan, Changdi, and others, seated in full assembly. These steppe warlords, once masters of their domains, now sat humbly with bowed heads awaiting the young prince's decree.
Lords,
Yang Jingyuan spoke calmly yet with unassailable authority.
The Xiongnu Chanyu committed grievous transgressions, repeatedly violating our borders, thus inviting celestial retribution.
Now the Chanyu is destroyed, the royal court has submitted, the steppe demands a new order.
He paused, then continued,
I hereby decree the establishment of the Northern Frontier Steppe Protectorate to be provisionally administered by General Huo Qubing as Protector General. The steppe shall be divided into 10 prefectures, each subdivided into counties. Tribal chieftains may serve as prefectural governors or county magistrates, but they must conform to the administrative system of the Great Xia. A murmur rippled through the tent. Yang Jingyuan did not wait for them to absorb the implications.
Furthermore, I shall submit a memorial to the imperial court requesting the creation of the Northern Frontier Grand Commandery, overseeing the 3 northern provinces and the steppe territories.
This is a formal measure, but in truth, governance of the steppe rests solely with me.
His gaze swept across the assembly.
Any objections? Speak now. No one dared utter a word.
Excellent.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
So it shall be. Kong Ming, your servant attends.
Zhuge Liang stepped forward.
Draft 2 memorials, the first reporting the Great Northern Campaign victory and recommending rewards for meritorious officers and soldiers, the second petitioning for the establishment of the Northern Frontier Grand Commandery and the Steppe Protectorate.
Yang Jingyuan spoke slowly.
Dispatch them via urgent courier, 800 li per day, to the capital. Your servant obeys.
Outside the tent, autumn wind swept across the steppe, lifting dry grasses into swirling eddies. Yet all knew, the steppe's autumn had passed. A new era was dawning, the era of the Great Xia, the era of Yang Jingyuan. And 1,000 li away, in the capital, what upheaval would greet the arrival of these 2 memorials. On the 21st day of the 10th month, at the southern foot of the Yin Mountains, the prisoner camp sprawled. 150,000 Xiongnu captives were housed in a camp stretching over 20 li, a vast sea of humanity with no end in sight. Bound in groups of 10, by ropes, they sat on the ground under the watch of 5,000 Northern Border Army soldiers, their eyes a mixture of fear, despair, and a lingering trace of defiance. On the high platform at the center of the camp, Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan. His voice, infused with inner energy, reached every ear clearly.
Warriors of the Xiongnu, the Chanyu Yazixi has acted perversely and repeatedly violated our borders, thus incurring divine punishment. The right virtuous King Huianzhou, who followed his evil ways, has also received his retribution. But you, most of you, are merely soldiers following orders, and your crimes do not warrant death.
He paused, then continued.
My lord has decreed all who lay down their arms shall be spared. Today I hereby announce the prisoner-graded reformation decree granting you a path to survival.
At Zhuge Liang's signal, 20 officials fluent in the Xiongnu language proclaimed in unison.
First class, the severely wounded numbering 20,000. Starting today, they will be transferred to the military medical camp for treatment. Upon recovery, they will be released granted 50 mu of pasture land and 10 head of cattle, and become herders under the protection of northern border law. Second class, the lightly wounded numbering 30,000. They will participate in road construction for a term of 1 year. Daily labor of 6 hours with 2 meals provided and lodging. Those who perform exceptionally may be released early. Third class, the healthy numbering 100,000. They will be divided into 3 teams, for city building, mining, and land reclamation, with a term of 3 years. A merit-based sentence reduction system will be implemented: 1 point for each day of labor, 1 point for no violations, and extra points for exceeding quotas. Accumulate 1,000 points for a 3-month sentence reduction. Accumulate 3,000 points to apply for naturalized citizen status.
A stir rippled through the captive crowd. An elderly Xiongnu soldier with a severed left arm asked in a trembling voice,
"Great sir, can we truly receive pasture land?"
Zhuge Liang nodded.
"I swear by the name of the Grand Marshal's chief clerk, my word is my bond. However, the pasture land will be in designated areas of the northern border, and you must abide by the laws of the Great Xia and pay taxes on time. Any disturbance, do not blame the sword for its ruthlessness."
This blend of kindness and severity was the tone set by Yang Jingyuan. That afternoon the classification began. 20,000 severely wounded prisoners were carried into the military medical camp, a separate camp for captives using common herbs and staffed by apprentice physicians. But at least their wounds could be treated and their lives saved. 30,000 lightly wounded prisoners were organized into 600 teams of 50 each with an overseer. Their first task clearing the battlefield at Wild Wolf Valley. Meanwhile, the 100,000 healthy prisoners began their true path of reformation. On the 25th day of the 10th month, 30 li outside Lingyuan City, at the northern border highway construction site, 30,000 road-building captives gathered here. They were divided into 300 teams of 100 each, issued tools: 20 iron picks, 30 iron shovels, and 10 wheelbarrows. Overseers were retired veterans, each equipped with a whip, not for show.
"Listen up,"
barked the head overseer, a hoarse-voiced veteran missing 3 fingers.
"The main road from Lingyuan to Shuofeng must be widened to 10 zhang. The roadbed must be tamped in 3 layers, each 1 foot thick. Slackers will taste the whip, but those who work well—"
He pointed to a large wooden sign beside the worksite inscribed in both Han and Xiongnu script.
"Merit board. See that. Complete the daily quota, get 1 point. Exceeded by 30%, earn another point. 10 consecutive days without violations, gain 3 more points. Save up enough points, and you can go home early."
The captives exchanged glances. A young Xiongnu man gritted his teeth and asked,
"Sir, can we truly go home?" "Go home?"
The veteran sneered.
"Your homes on the steppe were already squandered by the Chinese, but the Lord has decreed. Accumulate 3,000 points, apply for naturalized citizen status, receive 50 mu of land, build 3 rooms, and even find a wife."
He paused, his tone softening.
"I was once a captive too, caught while fighting bandits. Now, I have land, a house, and my son studies at the academy. The choice is yours."
These words spread quietly among the captives. When the first 4-wheeled transport cart laden with earth and stone appeared at the sight, the prisoners' eyes widened in astonishment. This was a new vehicle designed by Gong Shuban. 2 wheels at the front, 2 at the back, with a spacious bed that 1 man could push, yet it carried the load of 3 porters.
"Effortless. Truly effortless,"
marveled the captive pushing the cart. Efficiency began to rise. On the 3rd day of the 11th month, at the northern foot of the Yin Mountains, the site of the new town Jinbei, 50,000 city-building captives camped here. The terrain was flat with a river nearby, a site personally chosen by Yang Jingyuan as the governance center for the grasslands. Gong Shuban stood on a hastily erected platform, a massive city defense blueprint spread before him. Pointing at the plan, he explained,
"The new city will have a circumference of 30 li, walls 5 zhang high, 3 zhang wide at the base, and 1.5 zhang at the top. Using the rammed earth with brick cladding method, the inner core will be rammed yellow earth, the outer layer clad in blue bricks."
He turned to the overseers.
"The key lies in the kilns. I have improved the kiln design. Each kiln can produce 30,000 bricks with firing time reduced from 15 to 10 days. The captives will work in 3 shifts, day and night, to complete the wall foundations before winter."
An overseer hesitated.
Master Gongshu, the captives don't know how to fire bricks. Then we demonstrate.
Gong Shuban clapped his hands, and 10 craftsmen stepped forward. The point system applied not only to captives, but also to managers and craftsmen. When the first kiln of blue bricks was fired and unloaded, the captives gathered around the glowing bricks, their eyes shining for the first time. This was something they had created with their own hands, sturdy square capable of forming city walls.
So, this is how bricks are made,
murmured a Xiongnu man. His overseer overheard and grinned.
Learned something, didn't you? Once the new city is built, those who perform well can stay on as craftsmen. 2 silver taels a month. Better than herding sheep, isn't it?
Hope began to kindle in the glow of the brick kilns. On the 10th day of the 11th month, at the Heiyu Prefecture silver mine, 20,000 mining captives labored here. It was the largest silver mine in the northern border, and a vital strategic resource. Unlike road building and city construction, mining was a skilled and dangerous trade. Zhuge Liang had specifically decreed mining teams would work 4 hours daily, receive 3 meals, and have 2 rest days per month. But the points were higher, 2 points per day of labor plus 1 for no accidents.
All wear your vine helmets,
shouted the overseer at the mine entrance.
Check the underground supports 3 times. Anyone who slacks off endangers not only themselves, but their entire team.
Gong Shuban's underground safety supports were widely used. These supports, made of hardwood and iron components, effectively prevented collapses. Even more astonishing to the captives was that each mine shaft was equipped with ventilation bamboo tubes, hollowed bamboo stalks inserted from the surface into the shaft with bellows to force air in.
The Xia people are meticulous,
remarked an elderly Xiongnu captive who had once been a miner. His overseer overheard and said flatly,
"It's not about being meticulous, it's the Lord's benevolence." He said, "Captives are still human, they can be reformed, not wasted."
That afternoon a small caveat occurred in the mine. The safety supports held most of the falling rocks, injuring only 3. The captives watched as their comrades were swiftly rescued, and the overseers organized immediate repairs. Something stirred within their hearts. On the 15th day of the 11th month at dusk, Lingyuan City, the Grand Marshal's residence, Yang Jingyuan listened to reports on the various projects. Zhuge Liang presented the ledger.
My lord, over the past 25 days, progress on the 3 major projects is as follows. Northern Border Highway, 400 li of roadbed tamping completed, half the total distance. Casualties among captives 7 Tidewell, mostly minor injuries, all properly treated. Jinbei New City, all wall foundations completed, 800,000 blue bricks fired. The first kiln is now fully operated by captives, with a product pass rate of 90%. In Mountains Defense Line, 12 additional military forts and 40 beacon towers constructed. The mining team produces 300 pickles of silver or daily, yielding 500 taels of refined silver.
He paused and added,
more critically, the hearts of the people. The first batch of 5,000 captives, due to exemplary performance, have accumulated 500 points. By regulation, they may apply for auxiliary worker status, half wages, but relax movement restrictions.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
Approved. Additionally, those with 300 points may, under overseer supervision, write 1 letter per month to their families, delivered by our military couriers to the grasslands. Let their families know they are alive and living with hope.
Li Jing praised.
My lord's strategy is brilliant. 1 letter is worth 1,000 troops.
Indeed, when the first batch of letters reached the grasslands through allied tribes, the impact rivaled that of a war. Xiongnu women and children on the steppe received letters from husbands and sons which read,
I am alive with 2 meals a day and a place to stay. The Xia people follow rules. Work hard, and you can reduce your sentence, even learn a trade.
The phrase "the Lord's benevolence" began to spread across the grasslands. On the 18th day of the 11th month at Jinbei New City, the walls had risen to 1 zhang in height. 50,000 captives labored in orderly fashion. At the top of the merit board was a captive named Agula, a former centurion under the right virtuous king, who had accumulated 980 points.
Agula,
called the head overseer.
Your points are nearly full. What have you decided to apply for?
Agula was silent for a moment.
Captain, can I continue firing bricks? Oh.
The overseer raised an eyebrow.
Don't want to go back to herding sheep on the steppe. Aye.
Aguila looked at his calloused hands no longer gripping a blade.
I've learned to fire bricks. One kiln yields 30,000 bricks with a 95% pass rate. Going back to herd sheep would be a waste.
The overseer laughed and clapped him on the shoulder.
Good. Once you reach 1,000 points, they'll write you a letter of recommendation. Master Jia Xu said skilled brick makers can earn up to 3 silver taels a month.
Nearby, several newly arrived captives witnessed this scene.
Brother Aguila, is he really staying? Stay. We are shown new warriors. Warriors?
Aguila turned his eyes complex.
80,000 warriors died at Wild Wolf Valley. We lived because someone gave us a path. What's left on the steppe? The white disaster is coming. The cattle will starve. Here there's food, a trade to learn, and even money to save for a wife.
He pointed to the nascent city walls.
This city has a brick from each of us. When it's built, our descendants will say, "Look, that brick was fired by my grandfather."
The captives fell silent. At the end of the day, the merit board was crowded. Everyone wanted to see how far they were from a new life. On the 25th day of the 11th month at Lingyuan City, Yang Jingyuan stood atop the city wall gazing north. Zhuge Liang stood beside him, gently waving his feather fan.
Qubing, do you think these 150,000 captives can truly be transformed into subjects of great Xia?
Zhuge Liang smiled.
My lord, the human heart is like water, it follows the current. They originally had only 2 paths, death, or fleeing to the steppe to starve. Now we have given them a third, to live, and to live with dignity. What choice will they make?
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
Let us hope so. It is not just the captives,
Zhuge Liang added.
Seeing their treatment, more tribes are coming to pledge allegiance. In the past half-month, 3 more small tribes numbering about 20,000 people have moved south and applied to settle in the northern border. They say they want to survive the winter. Survive the winter.
Yang Jingyuan looked at the gray sky.
Yes, winter is coming.
His gaze grew profound. The harsh steppe winter had once been the Zionist excuse for raiding south. If they didn't steal food, they would starve. But this year he intended to make that excuse vanish.
Qubing, how is Gongxu Ban's progress?
A flicker of excitement shone in Zhuge Liang's eyes.
I was just about to report, my lord. The honeycomb briquette experiment has succeeded.
A smile spread across Yang Jingyuan's lips. After the construction frenzy would come a warm revolution, and the foundation of the northern border would, in the depths of winter, become even more solid. On the 16th day of November in Lingyuan City, at the Grand Governor's mansion.
My lord, the experiment with the honeycomb briquette has succeeded.
Zhuge Liang's voice carried a rare tremor of excitement as he placed a thick experimental report and several finished briquettes before Yang Jingyuan. The briquettes were uniformly cylindrical grayish-black with a hint of earthy yellow, and 12 evenly spaced round holes dotted their surface, resembling the breathing pores of the earth. Yang Jingyuan picked one up. It was heavy and solid, carrying a faint scent of earth and coal. He glanced at the report: experimental summary, honeycomb briquette, and stove set raw material ratios 70 coal powder, 25 clay, 5 lime. Lime effectively neutralizes sulfur toxicity. Clay enhances formability. Burn time: a single briquette can sustain combustion for 1012 shurchen, a full day and night. Thermal efficiency 30, better than an equal weight of charcoal, capable of maintaining indoor temperatures above 15 degrees. Smoke and toxin control: with a 3-foot ceramic chimney, 95 of indoor smoke is expelled, no cases of poisoning. Cost: single briquette costs 0. 8 win. Iron stove including ceramic chimney and tongs, material and labor cost 75 when, can be reduced to 60 when with mass production. For a family of 5, winter coal consumption is about 250,300 briquettes. Total cost: stove briquettes not exceeding 300 win. In comparison, achieving the same heating effect in previous years required purchasing at least 3 taels of silver, 3,000 win worth of charcoal. Zhao He took the report, his fingers trembling slightly.
Only 1/10 the cost of charcoal. Qubing, have these figures been verified? After 10 repeated experiments, the data is accurate.
Zhuge Liang pointed his feather fan towards the window.
The northern border has abundant coal reserves. Even within Heyu Commandery alone, 3 open-pit coal mines have been discovered, easy to mine and extremely low in cost.
Clay is available everywhere, and limestone mines are also plentiful. If this can be promoted, the number of people freezing to death in the northern border this winter could be reduced to 0.
The study fell silent save for the crackling of the stove fire.
Yang Jingyuan set down the briquette, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officials.
What about production capacity? If we establish a central workshop in Lingyuan and recruit 1,000 artisans, daily output could reach 50,000 briquettes.
If branch workshops are set up simultaneously across the 3 prefectures, a monthly output of 10 million is foreseeable.
Zhuge Liang had long prepared an answer.
But the key lies in the speed of promotion. Winter has already arrived, we must race against time. Li Jing mused.
Among the 15,000 prisoners, no fewer than 3,000 have skills in kiln firing or blacksmithing. We can select the best and convert them into workshop artisans, treating them as auxiliary workers with a monthly wage of 1 tael, providing relief through work.
Bai Qi said coldly.
This matter concerns the lives of millions and must be enforced under military law. If any prefectural or commandery official is lax in implementation, they should be punished for delaying military affairs.
No. Yang Jingyuan shook his head.
Using military law for this would defeat the benevolent intent of the policy. Xiao He, your servant is here. You will take overall charge of this matter.
Within 3 days, I want to see 3 things accomplished. First, the Lingyuan Honeycomb Briquette Workshop is established and operational, prioritizing supply to poor households. Second, the Honeycomb Briquette Promotion Decree is promulgated, detailing a tiered subsidy policy. Third, a 500-person outreach team is formed to go deep into the villages and teach the people how to use it. Tiered subsidies?
Xiao He inquired.
3 tiers. Yang Jingyuan's thinking was clear.
For impoverished families, with a guarantee from their village head, they receive a free stove set and 30 briquettes monthly. For ordinary households, they purchase at half price.
For wealthy households and merchants, they purchase at full price, but with a limit, to prevent hoarding. All briquettes will be under official monopoly, sold at a uniform price of 1 when each, and private production or sale is strictly prohibited. Zhuge Liang praised.
My lord's consideration is thorough. It relieves the people's hardship, controls resources, and prevents profiteering. And the grasslands?
Yang Jingyuan looked at Huo Qubing.
Qubing set up a branch workshop in Jinmei City.
The various tribes on the grasslands can exchange cattle, sheep hides, and medicinal herbs for stoves and briquettes. The prices must be fair, but it must be clear. Exchange only, no gifts. We need the grassland people to understand this is trade, mutual commerce, not charity. Huo Qubing clasped his fists.
Your subordinate understands. Combining favor with authority is the way to lasting stability. If this succeeds,
Yang Jingyuan gazed at the darkening sky outside the window.
The hearts of the northern border people will be as firm as a rock.
And winter will become our most powerful ally.
On the 22nd day of November, at the Honeycomb Briquette main workshop south of Lingyuan City.
The workshop covered 100 mu, divided into areas for raw material storage, crushing and mixing, pressing and forming and drying and storage. Among the 1200 artisans, 400 were prisoners, who had accumulated over 1,000 points. They wore uniform gray work clothes with the words "Reformed Worker" embroidered on their chests, their eyes no longer vacant, but filled with focus. Aguila operated a foot-powered pressing machine designed by Gong Shu Ban. The iron mold could press 12 briquettes at once. He stepped on the pedal, the gears turned, the press arm descended, and with a soft click 12 perfectly formed honeycomb briquettes were pushed out of the mold.
Weight 1 Gene 1 Liang, clear holes, dense texture, qualified.
Foreman Old Zhao checked them and marked the work register.
Aguila, you've exceeded your quota by 30% today, plus 3 points.
At this rate you'll reach 2,000 points by the end of the month and can apply for naturalized citizen status.
Aguila wiped his sweat and grinned a simple, honest smile.
He looked at the wooden board at the workshop entrance, which bore writing in both Han and Xiongnu script. Leaderboard: first Aguila, right, Worthy Prince Tribe 1895 points. Second time you were left, Worthy Prince Tribe 1760 points. Third Badashian Bay Tribe 1680 points. The board was crowded with prisoner artisans whispering among themselves, their eyes shimmering with hope. Points meant not only sentence reduction and regularization, but also a path to a new life. Outside the workshop, 30 ox carts loaded with briquettes were ready to be delivered to the poor district in the southern part of the city. Before the carts, Zhuge Liang personally addressed a 50-member outreach team.
Remember 3 key points. First, stove installation. Place the iron stove in the center, run the chimney out the window, and seal the joints with mud.
Second, safe usage. Cover the fire, but leave the vent open before sleeping. Ensure ventilation, and strictly prevent poisoning. Third, the policy. Free for poor households, half price for ordinary households. Collect with household registration cards. Be patient in your manner, and make sure every single household understands.
Yes, the team chorused. On the first day of December, at the home of Wang Laoswan in the southern Poor district.
In previous years, the Wang family's mud hut was as cold as an ice cellar at this time. The 5 of them huddled under a tattered quilt, barely surviving, with a weak charcoal brazier. Last winter, Wang Laosuan's father hadn't made it coughing before he died.
Cold. So cold.
But today was different. 2 outreach team members carried an iron stove into the house and installed it with practiced ease. The ceramic chimney extended out the window, and the joints were sealed tightly with mud. One team member placed a honeycomb briquette inside and lit the kindling paper.
Whoosh!
Pale blue flames shot up from the 12 holes, and heat quickly filled the room. Wang Laosuan's 80-year-old son reached out towards the stove, his eyes wide.
Dad.
Warm? It's really warm.
On the thermometer hanging on the wall, the needle slowly rose from -5 degrees 05 812. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the room was as warm as spring.
Wang Laosuan's old mother touched the warm earthen wall, tears streaming down her face.
Warm. So warm. If only the old man could have held on until this year.
The outreach team member took out 5 more briquettes.
Uncle Wang, these are issued by the government.
1 briquette can burn all night. When this one is finished, use the tongs to put a new one in before bed. Seal the stove lid, leave this small vent open, and it will keep the room warm until dawn. Remember, clean the chimney often and leave a crack in the window.
Wang Laoswan fell to his knees with a thud.
Thank the prince. Thank you, sirs. This is a life-saving grace.
Get up quickly.
The team member helped him to his feet.
The prince has decreed that this winter not a single person in the northern border shall freeze to death. You live well, make a good life for yourselves. That is your repayment.
Similar scenes were playing out in thousands of households across Lingyuan City. On the 10th day of December, the data was compiled. When Zhuge Liang presented the report, his hands were trembling slightly.
My lord, after 10 days of promotion, the results far exceeded expectations.
Yang Jingyuan opened the report. Lingyuan City pilot data: honeycomb briquette, main workshop daily output exceeded 8,000 briquettes, with the workforce expanded to 2,000. Stove workshop daily output increased from 500 sets to 3,000 sets, yet supplies still couldn't meet demand. Coverage: out of 6,200 households citywide, 5,1000 had installed honeycomb briquette stoves, a coverage rate of 82. Deaths from freezing: 0. Comparative data: in the same period last year, 247 people froze to death in Lingyuan City. Public sentiment: residents of the southern Poor district spontaneously organized a group of 100 to go to the prince's mansion to kowtow in gratitude. A children's rhyme was sung in the streets. In the bitter cold of winter, snow flies, the prince brings honeycomb briquettes. The house is warm as spring. Children's faces all beam with smiles. Public approval rating soared from 92 to 96. Shall he added.
What's even more remarkable is that charcoal prices have plummeted in response. Charcoal merchants have dropped from 10 yuan per jean to 3 when, yet still no one is buying.
Many charcoal merchants have already switched to applying for honeycomb briquette distribution licenses.
Li Jing said.
The military has also been fully supplied. All barracks outposts and passes have been equipped, resulting in a sharp decrease in frostbite among the troops and high morale.
Good.
Yang Jingyuan closed the report.
Immediately expand this to the 3 prefectures. Allocate 2,000 taels of gold to establish 36 branch workshops in each prefecture and commandery.
Tell the prefectural governors, before the 12th lunar month, I want to see every household in the 3 prefectures owning a stove and everyone able to keep warm. Any official who fails to implement this effectively will be dismissed on the spot.
Yes.
On the 15th day of December, at Jinbei City on the grasslands, a cold wind whipped snow pellets that stung the face. Murongka, the Xianbei chieftain, stood before the newly built trade market in Jinbei City, gazing at the mountain of iron stoves and honeycomb briquettes piled before him, his expression complex. Huo Qubing received him personally.
Chieftain Murong, according to the prince's pricing, 1 stove set plus 20 briquettes for 1 adult sheep. If a tribe is impoverished, they can take on credit and repay in installments with wool and hides next year.
Murongka reached out and touched the stove. The iron still held the residual warmth from the workshop, a tangible comfort in the -30-degree cold.
General Huo.
His voice was hoarse.
Can this thing really be used in a tent? Won't it suffocate people? Please look.
Huo Qubing led him into a nearby demonstration tent.
In the center of the tent a stove was burning brightly. The ceramic chimney extended out through a specially made hole at the top of the tent. Inside it was as warm as spring, the air fresh and free of smoke. The chimney must extend outside the tent, and the joints must be sealed, Huo Qubing explained. One briquette can burn for a full day and night with very economical consumption. Although the dung of grassland cattle and sheep can be burned, it produces a lot of smoke, little heat, and its supply is limited. But these briquettes, the coal reserves in the northern border, can supply the grasslands for 100 years. Moronka was silent for a long time. Then suddenly he knelt on one knee. Please convey this to the prince. The 50000 members of the Xianbei tribe are now loyal from the heart. Not for strong bows and horses, not for gold and silver treasures, but for this life-saving fire in the bitter winter. I, Moronka, swear by the eternal blue sky the Xianbei will never betray. Behind him, the other tribal chieftains knelt one after another. This moment of submission was more solid than any battlefield victory. On the 30th day of December, New Year's Eve, in Lingyuan City, heavy snow fell, but the city was ablaze with lights, and filled with the curling smoke of cooking fires. In the backyard of the Grand Governor's mansion, Yang Jingyuan gathered with his civil and military officials around a stove to see out the old year. The honeycomb briquettes in the stove burned brightly, their blue and yellow flames dancing with a warm glow. Zhuge Liang presented the year-end summary. My lord, in the 32nd year of Yongcheng, the northern border is in great order. Territory 3 prefectures plus 10 commanderies on the grasslands, population 8. 3 million including newly arrived refugees and subjugated tribes. Economy annual revenue of 1.2 million taels of gold, grain reserves of 23 million sure and 250000 war horses. Military 400,000 standing troops, 500 naval warships. Public sentiment average approval rating of 97 across the 3 northern prefectures, 75 on the grasslands. He paused, his voice carrying an unprecedented solemnity. The most significant achievement this winter in the 3 northern prefectures, the number of people who froze to death is 0. Among the newly subjugated grassland tribes, fewer than 100 froze to death, mostly the elderly, orphaned, or sickly. All have been buried and their families compensated. The hall fell silent save for the crackling of the stove. Zhao He raised his cup, tears streaming down his aged face. In all my years as an official, I have never seen such a harsh winter with no one freezing to death. My lord, this is an unparalleled benevolent policy enough to move the heavens. Li Jing, Huo Qubing, Bai Qi, and the other generals rose as one, their armor clanking. Hail to the Lord! Hail to the northern border! Yang Jingyuan raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. The wine was warm, yet it felt like fire in his belly. He looked out the window. The myriad lights of the city reflected off the snow, no longer bearing the deathly stillness of winters past. From the streets came the sounds of children playing, firecrackers and laughter, the sounds of life. It's not enough. Yang Jingyuan set down his cup. The assembled officials were taken aback. The northern border is warm, but the Great Xia still has 13 prefectures with tens of millions of people struggling through the winter. He said slowly. Qubing compiled a complete technology for honeycomb briquettes, raw material formulas, process flow, stove blueprints, safety regulations, into a new strategy for surviving the cold. Draw detailed diagrams and compose rhymes so that even an old woman can understand and a child can pass it on. A glint of sharp light flashed in Zhuge Liang's eyes. My lord intends to present it to the imperial court. Exactly. Yang Jingyuan nodded. If this technology is promoted nationwide, it can save hundreds of thousands of lives each year. This is a great merit for the world, and the court has no reason to refuse. And the one who presents this technique, he paused, his words laden with meaning, will earn the gratitude of millions and a place in history. Zhuge Liang made a deep bow. My lord is wise. If this strategy succeeds, your reputation for benevolence will spread throughout the land, and when the people's hearts are with you, the grand trend will naturally take shape. But that's not all. Yang Jingyuan took a sketch from his bosom and spread it on the table. The officials gathered around to see a more complex stove structure equipped with a water tank and pipes. This is a new concept from Gongxu Ban and the artisans, Yang Jingyuan said. By adding a water tank to the stove, we use the waste heat to heat water for washing and drinking. If we connect copper pipes through multiple rooms, it becomes hydronic heating. This is still in the experimental stage, but if it succeeds, winter in the northern border will be more comfortable than spring.
He looked at Zhuge Liang.
Proceed with this in secret, and do not record it in the new strategy for surviving the cold for now. After the court promotes the basic honeycomb briquette, we will then introduce the hydronic heating honeycomb stove. By then, the northern border will take another step ahead.
The officials exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Their lord's thoughts and plans had already gone beyond the warmth of a single winter. They were aimed at a long-term strategy.
And one more thing.
Yang Jingyuan looked towards the south, his gaze seeming to pierce 1,000 li.
When the honeycomb briquette is presented to the court, there will certainly be those who obstruct it. Charcoal merchant interests, conservative court officials, even my imperial brothers.
But we need not argue. We simply need to make the people know that this technology came from the northern border, from Yang Jingyuan.
He looked at Yuan Tiangdong.
Have the Bu Liangren prepare. Once the memorial reaches the capital, I want all the people under heaven to know that the one who brings warmth in the bitter cold is Yang Jingyuan of the northern border.
Yuan Tiangdong bowed.
Your old servant understands. Public opinion is like water, it is better to guide it than to block it.
As midnight approached, the sound of firecrackers in the city grew thunderous. Yang Jingyuan pushed open the door and walked into the courtyard. Heavy snow swirled down, melting instantly in his palm.
This winter the northern border had no cold, and his journey had only just begun. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, in the 33rd year of Yangcheng's reign, the snow had just ceased after a clear dawn. The scent of medicinal herbs within the hall of mental cultivation was thicker than the previous year, so potent that even the aroma of burning charcoal could not mask it. Xiao Emperor Yang Shirin reclined on the couch, clutching a frontier urgent dispatch in his hand. His sallow face flickered with a myriad of expressions.
A grand victory in the northern expedition. Chanyu Yazixi beheaded at Wild Wolf Valley. The grassland tribes surrendered. Our army has reached the royal court.
With each phrase, he uttered, his chest heaved, as if the chilling curse left by the Xiongnu shaman over 20 years ago throbbed with a dull ache once more. Yet this time it was not pain, but an indescribable restlessness.
Chao Jin!
The emperor's voice was hoarse.
Your old servant is here.
Chao Jin, the eunuch director, emerged from the shadows. His figure remained somewhat plump, but his temples bulged more prominently. His dragon elephant realm cultivation had advanced by a level in these past 6 months.
Tell me.
The emperor tossed the dispatch beside the couch.
What has the 9th prince been up to these 6 months?
Chao Jin lowered his eyes.
To report, your majesty, from May to August the Prince of Yu implemented new policies tripling grain production in 3 prefectures. From September to October, he annihilated 58,000 cavalry of the right virtuous King Huianzuo. From October to November, he beheaded Chanyu Yazixi and accepted the surrender of 150,000 grassland people. From November to the 12th month, he promoted honeycomb briquettes, resulting in 0 deaths from freezing in the northern border this winter.
He paused and added,
the latest news: 10 grassland commanderies have been established. Jinbei's city is initially complete, and the number of surrendered tribes has increased to 23, with a total population of about 400,000. 400,000,
the emperor murmured.
Adding the original 6,500,000 in the 3 northern prefectures, that's nearly 7 million people. 300,000 troops, 20 million dan of grain reserves, and annual income of 1 million taels of gold.
He suddenly laughed a laugh that turned into a violent, heart-wrenching cough. Chao Jin hastily presented a bowl of medicine, but the emperor pushed it away.
No need.
He stopped coughing, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes.
This body of mine is beyond the help of medicine. As for the 9th prince, I once thought he would be at most a ruler capable of maintaining the status quo. But now it seems.
He did not finish, but Chao Jin understood. Footsteps sounded outside the hall of mental cultivation. A young eunuch reported at the door.
Your Majesty, the Left Chancellor Chen Wenyu and Right Chancellor Su Zhen, the Minister of Personnel, and 5 other ministers request an audience, stating they have important matters to report.
The emperor glanced at Chao Jin. Chao Jin understood and bowed out. Moments later, he returned with a joint memorial.
Your Majesty, 7 ministers have jointly submitted a memorial stating that the great victory in the northern border is an achievement unseen in the nation for 100 years. They petition for generous rewards for the meritorious officers and soldiers to secure the frontiers and inspire the army's morale.
Chao Jin paused.
The memorial specifically mentions that although the Prince of Yu is only 18, his civil and military accomplishments already show the bearing of a sage ruler, and he should. Should what?
The emperor asked coldly.
should be promoted in rank and in theft to honor his merits.
The emperor took the memorial and opened it. Among the signatories besides the 6 including Right Chancellor Su Zhen, left Censor-in-Chief of the Censorate Shen Tingyun, and Minister of Rights Zhou Wenjing. The last name was none other than Left Chancellor Chen Wenyuan. The emperor's gaze deepened. Chen Wenyuan, a protege of former Left Chancellor Zhang Yanting, father of the Empress, and one of the main instigators of the case against Marquis Zhenbei Lin Pejuan 13 years ago. This man had always been at daggers drawn with the northern border faction. And today, he had actually co-signed a petition to reward the grandson of Lin Pejuan.
Interesting.
The emperor put down the memorial.
Issue an edict on the 20th day of the first month, convene a grand court assembly to discuss the rewards for the northern border. As you command.
The 20th day of the first month in the Hall of Golden Chimes. This was the first time in 6 months that the emperor had held court. He sat on the dragon throne wrapped in a thick sable, for his face pale as paper, but his eyes as sharp as knives. Below the steps the civil and military officials stood in ranks. The 3 imperial princes stood at the forefront of the civil officials. The eldest prince Yang Jinglong wore a dark expression, the second prince Yang Jingyan had a flickering gaze, the third prince Yang Jingrui stood with downcast eyes, his expression unreadable.
You have all seen the victory dispatch from the northern border.
The emperor got straight to the point.
The Prince of Yu, Yang Jingyuan, led the army north, beheaded the Chanyu, and pacified the grasslands. His achievement will echo through the ages. Today's court session is to discuss how to reward him.
After a brief silence, the eldest prince Yang Jinglong was the first to step forward.
Father, the 9th brother has rendered an unparalleled service. Your son believes he should be generously rewarded. However, 3 prefectures have already been established in the northern border, and the 9th brother is already the Prince of Yu. If his rank is further elevated, I fear. Fear what?
The emperor said calmly.
Fear. There will be no higher rank to grant.
Yang Jinglong steeled himself.
According to our great Xia's ancestral laws, making a prince a feudal king is the ultimate honor. If promoted further, the only option would be to make him a prince of the same surname as the emperor, equal in honor to your majesty. Once this precedent is set, future generations will find it difficult to control.
At these words the hall erupted in murmurs. A prince of the same surname. That was a princely rank equal to the emperor himself, never granted in the 300 years since the founding of Great Xia.
The Prince of Qin's words are incorrect.
Right Chancellor Su Zhen stepped forward, his voice steady.
The Prince of Yu's merits have indeed surpassed the norm. But the ancestral laws also state if merits are too high to be rewarded, chaos will surely arise. Your old minister proposes the establishment of a Grand Governor General's office for the northern border to govern the 3 prefectures of Yuling, Shuofeng, and Tiejian, along with the newly attached grassland territories. Grant the Prince of Yu the title of Grand Governor General with the privilege of establishing his own bureaucracy and enjoying the same ceremonial honors as the 3 dukes, with military and political autonomy and the right to appoint his own officials. Would this not create a state within a state?
Minister of Rights Zhou Wenjing frowned.
No,
Su Zhen said.
The Grand Governor General's office would still be part of Great Xia, its annual tribute unchanged and its laws aligned. It merely grants the Prince of Yu the authority to act as he sees fit to cope with the complex situation in the northern border. This is an expedient measure. Once the northern border is completely stabilized, the arrangement can be reconsidered and adjusted.
At this point, the previously silent Left Chancellor Chen Wenyuan slowly stepped forward. This minister, over 50 years old, had graying hair and a gaunt, refined face, looking like a gentle and learned scholar. But old hands in the court knew that 13 years ago he had led the impeachment of Marquis Zhenbei Lin Pejuan for controlling the army to aggrandize himself and plotting rebellion, which ultimately led to Lin Pejuan being posthumously condemned even after dying in battle, and the northern border faction collapsing.
Chancellor's thus words seem reasonable, but are in fact greatly mistaken.
Chen Wenyuan's voice was calm, but every word was like a blade.
The Prince of Yu is only 18. Though he has military achievements, governing a state is different from commanding on the battlefield. If granted the position of Grand Governor General with both military and political power concentrated in his hands, how would that differ from being in theft with his own territory?
He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembly.
Moreover, the 300,000 northern border troops all obey the Prince of Yu's command. If he is also made Grand Governor General, it would be a legitimate justification for him to control the army to aggrandize himself. Do you all still remember the lesson from 13 years ago?
This last sentence pierced the hall like an icy awl. 13 years ago, Marquis Jinbei Lin Pijuan commanded 100,000 Jinbei troops in the northern border. His merits overshadowed the sovereign, and he was ultimately posthumously stripped of his title, and had his property confiscated under the charge of treason even after dying in battle. This was the most taboo topic in the Great Xia court, and also the most brilliant stroke in Chen Wenyuan's political career. Right Chancellor Su Zhen's face darkened.
Is the left chancellor implying that the Prince of Yu harbors rebellious intentions? Your old minister would not dare.
Chen Wenyuan bowed slightly.
I am merely reminding your majesty and the assembled lords that the lessons of the past must be heeded. The Prince of Yu is after all the grandson of Lin Pijuan. The bond of blood is strong. If granted great power, unforeseen troubles may arise.
These words were venomous. They ignored achievements and only mentioned bloodline. They disregarded the present and only raked up old grievances. The emperor looked at Chen Wenyuan, his gaze profound. He knew why Chen Wenyuan opposed this so vehemently. Once Yang Jingyuan came to power, he would surely investigate the case of Marquis Jinbei from years past. When that time came, Chen Wenyuan and the entire Empress faction would have no place to die.
The left chancellor worries too much.
Left censor-in-chief Chen Tingyun suddenly spoke. This minister, known for his uprightness, had a booming voice.
Merit is merit, fault is fault. How can we suspect a meritorious minister because of his bloodline? History records countless young heroes who achieved unparalleled feats. The Prince of Yu pacified the grasslands at 18. How many in the annals of history can match such an accomplishment?
Chen Wenyuan sneered.
Censor Chen is quite protective of the Prince of Yu. Could it be that you have received some benefit from the northern border? You?
Chen Tingyun glared back. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. The emperor turned to the second prince, who had remained silent.
Prince of Jin, what is your opinion?
Yang Jingyan stepped forward and said respectfully,
Your son believes Chancellor's strategy is feasible, but it requires restrictions. Appointments to official positions in the Grand Governor General's office above the third rank must be reported to the court for approval. Although the northern border is exempt from taxes for 3 years, taxes must be submitted according to regulations after that period, and a supervising eunuch should be dispatched to reside there permanently to maintain communication.
These words were skillfully spoken, outwardly supportive, but in reality, they planted 3 thorns: control over personnel, finances, and supervision. Only then did the third prince, Yang Jingrui, speak slowly.
Father, your son agrees with the left chancellor's words. Though the 9th brother has married, he is young and of shallow virtue, and I fear he is unworthy of such a great responsibility. It would be better to generously reward him with gold and silver and grant him an honorary title. As for the military power in the northern border, it should be returned to the Ministry of War.
He paused, then added,
This is also the Empress Mother's wish.
Invoking the Empress was a form of pressure. The court session lasted from the hour of the dragon to the hour of the horse, with endless debate. The Empress faction led by Chen Wenyuan was firmly opposed. The Qilu faction led by Su Zhen strongly advocated for rewards. The remaining officials either watched from the sidelines or chimed in. The emperor remained silent throughout, until the voices gradually subsided. Then he spoke slowly.
Minister Chen.
Chen Wenyuan bowed.
Your minister is here. You just said that the Prince of Yu is young and of shallow virtue, and I fear he is unworthy of a great responsibility.
The emperor's voice was calm.
Then let me ask you, since the Prince of Yu took up his post in Yiling in the 31st year of Yongcheng, it has been 2 years now. In these 2 years, he beheaded Zhao Wamping, dismissed Zhou Yongnian, pacified the rebellion in 6 commanderies, gathered 1 million refugees, annihilated the Xiongnu Chanyu, and established 10 grassland commanderies. Which minister in this court could accomplish these deeds? Which prince could accomplish them?
Chen Wenyuan's face changed slightly.
Your Majesty, times have changed. Let me ask you another question.
The emperor interrupted him.
13 years ago, you led the impeachment of Marquis Jinbei Lin Pijuan for treason. You said he controlled the army to aggrandize himself and plotted rebellion. Now the 9th prince also has 300,000 troops and illustrious military achievements. According to your logic, should he also be impeached for treason?
These words were too harsh. Chen Wenyuan fell to his knees with a thud.
Your minister dare not. Your minister absolutely has no such intention. Then what do you mean?
The emperor's voice suddenly turned icy.
Do you think I am old and senile, unable to distinguish loyalty from treachery? Or do you think that you, Chen Wenyuan, having maneuvered in the court for 13 years, can now make decisions on my behalf? Your minister deserves death 10,000 times.
Chen Wenyuan pressed his forehead to the ground drenched in cold sweat. The entire court of civil and military officials fell silent as cicadas in winter. Everyone could see that His Majesty was using this as a pretext to reprimand Chen Wenyuan and the Empress faction. The Emperor stared at Chen Wenyuan for a long time before slowly speaking.
Rise. I know you are concerned for the nation, but I have my own decision regarding the northern border.
He swept his gaze across the hall, his voice steady and powerful.
Issue my decree and theft the Prince of Yang Jingyuan as the Grand Governor General of the northern border governing the 3 prefectures and the grassland territories, with the privilege of establishing his own bureaucracy and enjoying the same ceremonial honors as the 3 dukes with military and political autonomy. Permit him to appoint his own officials. Appointments below the 3rd rank can be made independently with subsequent reporting for the record. Grant him 500,000 taels of gold, 100,000 bolts of silk, and the imperial sword Jingua guardian of the nation, allowing him to act with the authority of the emperor himself, executing first and reporting later. The northern border shall be exempt from taxes for 3 years. As for the meritorious officers and soldiers,
the emperor took a list from his bosom.
They shall be rewarded one by one according to the Prince of Yu's recommendation.
Chao Jin took the list and read it aloud.
General of Agile Cavalry Huo Qubing for beheading the Chanyu in battle, merit ranks first. And theft as Marquis of Guanjuan with a fief of 3,000 households. Granted a suit of golden armor and 10 Fergana horses. Army Advisor General Li Jing for masterful strategy and flawless planning and theft as Duke of Weigua with a fief of 5,000 households. Granted 100 volumes of military classics. Town Commanding General Bai Qi for holding the passes and defeating the enemy with strict military discipline, granted the title of Lord Wuan, a noble title, and bestowed the sword Shengsheng Life Taker with the authority to execute generals below the 3rd rank. Chief Clerk Shao Yi for governing the people and stabilizing the state with merit for the altars of state and theft as Marquis of Wenqin with a fief of 2,000 households. Army Advisor General of the Palace Zhuge Liang for proposing frontier pacifying policies and promoting honeycomb briquettes and theft as Marquis of Wuxian with a fief of 1,500 households. For the remaining generals, Han Lai in theft as Marquis within the passes, Wang Shirtu in theft as Baron of Shui Zhang Tai as Han, and Zhang Ming each in theft as Viscount. All who have rendered meritorious service shall be rewarded according to the Prince of Yu's recommendation.
When the list was finished, the hall fell into dead silence. Everyone understood. This imperial decree, though appearing to be a court reward, was in fact a nomination by Yang Jingyuan stamped by the court. The initiative was entirely in the hands of the northern border. The eldest prince's face was ashen, the second prince's expression was gloomy, and the 3rd prince lowered his head, but his fists were clenched within his sleeves. And Chen Wenyuan, this veteran and scheming left chancellor, now wore a calm expression, but deep in his eyes flashed a trace of icy murderous intent. He knew all too well what this meant. Yang Jingyuan had not only obtained the legitimate right to rule the northern border, but also the privilege of petitioning for rewards for his civil and military officials. From now on, the future and fate of all northern border civil and military officials were tied to Yang Jingyuan alone. This was a true state within a state.
The court is adjourned.
The emperor waved his hand wearily. As they exited the hall of golden chimes, Chen Wenyuan brushed past Right Chancellor Su Jin.
Left Chancellor today. It seems I miscalculated,
Su Jin remarked coolly. Chen Wenyuan paused mid-step, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear.
Premier Su need not gloat. The northern frontier has become a festering thorn in the court side. His Majesty may suppress it today, but what of tomorrow? Or the day after? Once the Emperor ascends to heaven, this position of Grand Governor will be naught but a death warrant.
Su Jin's pupils contracted. Chen Wenyuan had already swept away, leaving behind a stooped yet unbending silhouette. Outside the palace gates, Jia Xu was exchanging pleasantries with several officials. Seeing Chen Wenyuan emerge, he stepped forward and bowed.
Your subordinate pays respects to the left premier.
Chen Wenyuan fixed Jia Xu with a penetrating gaze.
Secretary Jia, you remained silent throughout today's court session, quite composed.
Jia Xu smiled.
Your subordinate holds a humble position and dares not rashly discuss state affairs. Is that so?
Chen Wenyuan suddenly lowered his voice.
I recall you passed the imperial examinations in the 21st year of Yongchang. That was just a year after the case of the northern pacifying Marquis, was it not?
The question was abrupt, but Jia Xu's expression remained unchanged.
The left premier has an excellent memory. Indeed, I was the 7th-ranked scholar of the 2nd tier in that year. At that time, the Northern Frontier faction was taboo. All new scholars avoided it like the plague.
Qin Wenyuan stared into Jia Xu's eyes.
Secretary Jia's palace examination essay that year, did it not argue that border garrisons must be strong and military preparations cannot be slackened? The left premier remembers even that.
Jia Xu bowed slightly.
Your subordinate was young and reckless, then pray forgive my impertinence.
Not recklessness, intention. Qin Wenyuan's voice turned colder.
In 12 years at court you've never taken sides, handling affairs with flawless discretion. Yet these past 6 months the public sentiment in the court petitioning for the Northern Frontier's recognition has had some subtle invisible hand behind it. The left premier jests.
Jia Xu's smile did not waver.
Your subordinate merely follows the law. What invisible hand could there be? If you have no further instructions, I must return to the Ministry of Personnel to process documents. I shall take my leave.
Watching Jia Xu's retreating figure, the suspicion in Qin Wenyuan's eyes deepened. This man was too clean. Abnormally clean.
Master!
Third Prince Yang Jingrui approached from behind, his face dark.
Today's matter cannot end like this.
Qin Wenyuan withdrew his gaze and said in a low voice,
Your Highness, be cautious in your words. We will speak at the residence.
The two boarded the carriage. Once the compartment was sealed, Qin Wenyuan spoke slowly.
His Majesty appeared to be admonishing me today, but in truth he was warning the Empress, warning the entire faction of the Imperial Consort clan. He is laying the groundwork for after his death. Laying groundwork.
Yang Jingrui was puzzled.
His Majesty knows his time is short. He fears the Empress, and I will seize power after his passing, so he props up the Northern Frontier as a counterbalance.
Qin Wenyuan sneered.
Unfortunately, he miscalculated on 2 points. Which 2? First, he overestimated Yang Jingyuan's loyalty. Yang Jingyuan could never forget Lin Pojin's death. Once he gains power, he will surely seek revenge.
A cold glint flickered in Qin Wenyuan's eyes.
Second, he underestimated our preparations. Does your Highness think I have only been maneuvering at court these 13 years?
Yang Jingrui's spirits lifted.
Master means the 80,000 troops of the capital garrison. Their commander is my disciple. Of the 3 Imperial Guard divisions, 2 are commanded by our men. The Southern Navy, the Eastern Border Army. And of the 6 ministers, 3 answer to the Empress.
Qin Wenyuan said slowly.
Once His Majesty passes, the Empress will assume regency as the Empress Dowager, and your Highness will ascend as the legitimate heir. When the edict is issued, the capital will be in our grasp. Who in the realm would dare defy us? And the Northern Frontier. The Northern Frontier.
Qin Wenyuan laughed, a cold laugh.
If Yang Jingyuan stays content and obeys, so be it. But if he dares march south, he will be branded a rebel. Then the court will have righteousness on its side. A single imperial decree denouncing his treason will unite the realm against him. No matter how formidable he is, can he fight the entire Xia Empire?
The carriage rolled slowly toward the Qin residence. At that moment, within the hall of mental cultivation, the Xia Emperor reclined on his couch, coughing violently. Chao Jin presented medicine, and the Emperor managed a few sips before suddenly asking,
What did Qin Wenyuan say when he left the palace?
Chao Jin said in a low voice,
The Premier and the third Prince returned to the residence together in the carriage. Nothing unusual. Nothing unusual. That is precisely the greatest anomaly.
The Emperor caught his breath.
That old fox will not let this rest. Chao Jin, you must go to the Northern Frontier personally.
Chao Jin was startled.
Your Majesty, if this old servant leaves the capital your side, I still have the shadow guards.
The Emperor retrieved a sealed letter from beneath his pillow.
Deliver this letter with your own hands to the 9th Prince. Tell him, the capital is about to descend into chaos. Prepare early.
Chao Jin accepted the letter with both hands, noticing the black wax seal, the highest level of confidentiality.
Also,
the Emperor produced a tiger-shaped tally from his bosom.
This is the tally to mobilize 30,000 Imperial Guards. Take it as well. Should the capital fall into turmoil, the 9th Prince may use this tally to lead his troops south.
Chao Jin's hand trembled.
Your Majesty, this. I know what you are thinking.
The Emperor closed his eyes.
My body will not last beyond this summer. The Xia Empire's legacy cannot be destroyed by those rebellious sons. The 9th Prince is young, but he has Lin Pojin's mettle, and the counsel of those old ministers left by his mother. Perhaps he can truly stabilize this realm.
He paused, his voice dropping further.
If he is truly destined for the throne, why not give it to him?
Qiao Jin knelt and kowed out heavily.
This old servant accepts the decree.
On the second day of the second month, the dragon raises its head festival. Outside the southern gate of Lingyuan City, the roads were paved with yellow earth and sprinkled with clear water. The entire city's populace gathered early along the streets, craning their necks in anticipation. At the third quarter of the hour of Qin, dust rose in the distance. A procession advanced slowly, 8 imperial guards, leading the way 16 officials from the Ministry of Rites carrying ceremonial staffs, and at the center a carriage drawn by 4 horses bearing the imperial commissioner, none other than Reich Premier Su Jin himself.
The imperial edict arrives. Grand Governor of the Northern Frontier Yang Jingyuan kneel to receive the decree.
The voice resounded throughout the city. In the main hall of the governor's mansion, Yang Jingyuan led his civil and military officials in kneeling to welcome the decree. He was clad in a black princely robe, a long sword at his waist. Though only 18, he already possessed an innate majesty. Su Jin unfurled the bright yellow imperial decree and read it aloud. With each sentence, the cheers of the people outside the hall grew louder. When the decree read, appoint Grand Governor of the Northern Frontier with the same privileges as the 3 dukes, the cheers shook heaven and earth. When it bestowed the titles of Champion Marquis on Huo Qubing and Duke of Wei on Li Jing, the military commanders wept with joy. When it declared tax exemption for 3 years, the common people knelt en masse, crying, "Long live His Majesty!" and "Long live His Highness!" The edict concluded, and Su Jin presented the imperial sword Jingguo with both hands. The sword measured 3 feet 3 inches, its scabbard inlaid with 7 jewels, its hilt carved with dragon motifs. When drawn, it gleamed with a cold light. Near the hilt were engraved 4 small characters, as if the emperor himself were present.
Grand Governor, His Majesty also has an oral decree,
Su Jin said in a low voice.
Premier Su, please speak. His Majesty says, 9th Prince, the Northern Frontier is entrusted to you. From this day forth, the northern gate of the Xia Empire shall be guarded by you.
Yang Jingyuan solemnly accepted the imperial sword and knelt on one knee.
Your servant accepts the decree and thanks His Majesty.
That night, Lingyuan City celebrated grandly. The military camps held banquets to reward the 3 armies, the government opened granaries to distribute grain to the people, the streets were lit with lanterns, and the night curfew was lifted. The honeycomb briquette workshop announced to celebrate the establishment of the Grand Governor's mansion coal briquettes would be half price for the month. In the rear hall of the mansion, however, Yang Jingyuan dismissed all attendants, keeping only Zhuge Liang and Xiaohe.
My lord,
Zhuge Liang said, gently waving his feather fan.
Though the imperial decree has been issued, danger lurks in the shadows. Chen Wenyuan vehemently opposed it at court today. He will not let this rest. The capital is likely to see great upheaval.
Xiaohe nodded.
Chen Wenyuan is the strategist of the Empress faction and the mastermind behind the framing of the Northern Pacifying Marquis 13 years ago. He fears that my lord will reopen that old case and will do everything in his power to obstruct your rise to power.
Yang Jingyuan caressed the imperial sword Jingguo, his gaze icy.
I have never forgotten my grandfather's blood debt. But the time is not yet ripe. Let them live a few more days.
He took out the black-sealed letter secretly delivered by Qiao Jin and opened it. The letter contained only a few short lines. Jingyuan, my son, my days are numbered. The capital will soon be in chaos. If after my death turmoil erupts at court, you may use the tiger tally to lead your troops south, purge the evils by the sovereign's side, and stabilize the realm. But remember, do not harm the people, do not destroy the ancestral temples. The Xia Empire is entrusted to you. Your father Shirin. Final words. At the end of the letter was attached a cold golden tiger tally. Yang Jingyuan was silent for a long time before handing the letter to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang read it and sighed deeply.
His Majesty is arranging his affairs. Entrusting the Imperial Guard tally to my lord is tantamount to placing the safety of the capital in your hands. But this makes my lord the target of all arrows. We have always been the target,
Yang Jingyuan said, putting away the tally.
From the moment we annihilated the Xiongnu and conquered the grasslands, we already were. Now we have merely moved from the shadows into the light.
He rose and walked to the window. Outside, the celebratory lanterns lit up half the sky, and laughter and joy drifted on the wind. This was the flourishing northern frontier he had forged with his own hands in 2 years.
Issue the order,
Yang Jingyuan said slowly.
Effective immediately, the northern frontier enters level 1 combat readiness. All troops rotate. Training grain reserves are to be doubled. The workshops are to produce military equipment at full capacity. The honeycomb briquette technology is temporarily not to be disseminated. Deploy all Buliangren agents to infiltrate the 13 central provinces, especially the capital. I must know every move of Chen Wenyu and the Empress and the 3 princes. Furthermore, he paused, tell Jia Xu to be cautious. Chen Wenyuan has already begun to suspect him. As you command. After the two withdrew, Yang Jingyuan stood alone by the window holding the imperial sword Zhengue. The blade reflected the lantern light, its cold gleam flowing. Father, he murmured to himself, you entrust this realm to me, but have you ever considered that if I truly sit upon the throne, my first act will be to exonerate my grandfather and settle accounts with all who participated, including Chen Wenyuan, including the Empress, and even including you? No one answered. Only the wind of the northern frontier, fierce and free, swept over the city walls. At the same hour, in the secret chamber of the Qin residence in the capital, Chen Wenyuan, third prince Yang Jingrui, and several trusted ministers sat in a circle. The tiger tally is missing, Chen Wenyuan said in a low voice. His Majesty gave the tally for mobilizing the imperial guards to Chao Jin, who has left the capital for the northern frontier. The assembled men changed color. His Majesty intends to. A vice minister of war stammered. To let Yang Jingyuan lead his troops into the capital. Chen Wenyuan said coldly. Therefore we must seize control of the capital and the imperial guards before His Majesty dies. He turned to the third prince. Your Highness, is the Empress prepared? Yang Jingrui nodded. Mother has already contacted the commander of the palace guards. We have men in the imperial guard. We only await the opportune moment. The opportune moment will be the 3rd day of next month. Chen Wenyuan produced a prescription from his sleeve. This is a formula from Imperial Physician Li of the Tai Hospital. If we add this ingredient Shui San San to His Majesty's medicine, he will pass peacefully in his sleep. An elderly minister hesitated. Premier Chen, this matter carries great risk. If discovered, it will not be discovered. Chen Wenyuan's gaze was icy. I hold Physician Li's only son in my hands. He dare not disobey. The candlelight in the secret chamber flickered, illuminating faces both old and young, each etched with ambition and resolve. One more matter. Chen Wenyuan looked at the assembled men. Now that Yang Jingyuan has obtained the position of Grand Governor, he will surely investigate the case of the Northern Pacifying Marquis. We must strike first, gather evidence of the Northern Frontier's treason, and prepare impeachment memorials. Once His Majesty dies, and the new emperor ascends, the first imperial decree will denounce Yang Jingyuan for commanding a large army and harboring treacherous intentions. But he commands 300,000 troops. Someone worried. What of 300,000 troops? Chen Wenyuan sneered. He is a subject of the Xia Empire. If he dares to resist, he confirms the charge of treason. Then the court will have righteousness on its side. The armies of all provinces will unite against him, and he will surely be defeated. The spring of the 33rd year of Yongchang unfolded slowly amidst these surface celebrations and hidden conspiracies. And 1,000 miles away, in the northern frontier, Yang Jingyuan ascended the highest point of Lingyuan city, gazing southward. In his bosom, the Yiling Prefecture people's heart talisman grew faintly warm. The system interface quietly materialized Northern Frontier People's Approval 9799 Hidden Quest Lord of the Northern Frontier completed rewards Legendary Talent Summon Chance 1 Special Building Blueprint Heavenly Workshop 1 Gold 500000 Liang Yang Jingyuan did not immediately claim the rewards. Instead, he looked toward the capital. Chen Wenyuan, he whispered the name, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. When you murdered my grandfather 13 years ago, did you ever imagine this day would come? In the night wind, the imperial sword Zhengue hummed faintly, as if in response or as a warning. The storm was brewing. At the 3rd quarter of the Z hour, within the underground chamber of the Grand Governor's mansion in Lingyuan City, candle flames flickered, elongating Yang Jingyuan's shadow across the stone walls. The imperial sword Zhengue lay horizontally across his knees, its scabbard bearing the 4 gilded characters, as the emperor himself, that shimmered faintly in the dim light. From beyond the window, echoes of the northern border festivities drifted in, the populace still reveling in the imperial edict and the enfeoffment of generals announced that day. Yet, within the chamber only a suffocating silence reigned. The imperial decree had been issued, the Grand Governor's mansion established,
and the authority of the northern border secured in his grasp. However, Yang Jingyuan knew this was not the end, but the beginning of a storm. The 4 words, "The capital will soon be in chaos," from his father's secret letter, were still vivid before his eyes. Chen Wenyu and the Empress, his 3 imperial brothers. Those hidden eyes must now be fixed firmly upon the north. The Yiling Prefecture people's heart talisman in his bosom grew slightly warm, and the system interface silently materialized. Hidden quest Lord of the Northern Border completed. Rewards legendary tier talent summon chance 1 special building blueprint Heavenly Works Institute 1 gold 500000 tails. Yang Jingyuan's gaze settled on the legendary tier talent summon chance, his eyes profound. The northern border now boasted by Qi the god of slaughter at the early blazing blood realm as its pillar Huo Qubing Yuan Tiangong, and Li Jing III at the peak of the dragon elephant realm, Shao He for governance, Zhuge Liang for strategy, Gong Shu Ban for craftsmanship, Jia Xu lurking within the court, and the 36 heavenly marshals of the Bu Liang were scattered across the land. But undercurrents had already stirred in the capital. Chen Wenyuan would not grant him much time.
What must come will come,
he murmured to himself, his consciousness touching those golden characters. Use legendary tier talent summon chance.
Yes.
A silent tremor emanated from beneath the chamber's floor. It was not a sound, but a shudder originating from the very fabric of space-time. The candle flames on the stone walls all leaned toward the center, their tips stretching like swords yet freezing eerily in midair. The map of the 13 prefectures of the northern border spread on the table rustled loudly, the parchment pages flipping without any wind. In the air 2 distinct auras began to collide and intertwine. One came from the eastern side of the chamber, the place where Bai Qi usually meditated. Even though Bai Qi was currently at the military camp outside the city, a wisp of lingering killing intent remained, the coldness of a slayer of millions, the harshness of iron military discipline, and the heavy pressure of a blazing blood realm cultivator's accumulated power. At this moment, that wisp of killing intent seemed like a startled beast beginning to seethe. The other aura erupted from the void before Yang Jingyuan. Golden light exploded with a roar. Blazing like the rising sun, yet not blinding, magnificent, like a celestial river pouring down, yet not domineering. It was the gilding that stained the pages of history, the afterglow of blood and fire that soaked ancient battlefields, the solemn grandeur of thousands of troops trampling mountains and rivers. Within this golden radiance 3 figures stepped forth from nothingness. With the first step, the light condensed into bronze war boots, their soles imprinted with tiger patterns. With the second step, dark iron heavy armor clad their bodies, the armor plates, as fine as fish scales, the shoulder guards adorned with ferocious beast heads. With the third step, the golden light fully converged, and the 3 knelt on one knee before Yang Jingyuan, the clash of their armor, as synchronized as a single person.
Your servant Wang Jian. Your servant Wang Ben. Your servant Wan Li. Summoned by your call, we pledge to die for our lord.
Their voices like clashing metal echoed without end in the chamber. Yang Jingyuan slowly rose, his gaze sweeping like lightning. At the forefront was Wang Jian. His physique was as mighty as a bear or a legendary beast. Even in a kneeling posture he stood like a towering mountain. His face appeared around 50, with a square visage, thick eyebrows like blades, and eyes as calm as an ancient well. Yet in the moment he lifted his gaze, a chilling sharpness flashed by. He wore no helmet, his grizzled short hair standing erect like halberds, his dark heavy armor covered in patterns forged through countless temperings. What drew even more attention was the aura surrounding him, dense as mercury, hot as flames. Though deliberately restrained, it still caused the chamber's temperature to rise sharply, making the candles crackle and pop. Early blazing blood realm. Of the same realm as Bai Qi, yet with a completely different temperament. Bai Qi was a blade of slaughter that drew blood upon unsheathing, while Wang Jian was a pillar of stability as firm as a mountain. Beside Wang Jian stood his son Wang Ben, around 30 years old, heroic and stalwart. His silver and black gleaming armor reflected the candlelight, the fierce beast heads on his shoulders looking savage. Though the long sword at his waist remained sheathed, the sharp aura of the late dragon elephant realm was like a hidden war blade poised to break through the air. On the other side stood his grandson Wan Li, just over 20, with a handsome face and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. Clad in light scale armor, carrying a heavy bow on his back and twin swords at his waist, his cultivation at the early dragon elephant realm was not as profound as his father's or grandfather's, yet his surging battle intent was like the rising sun, blazing and compelling. 3 generations of the family, all extraordinary military talents. Wang Jian presented a dark golden beast hide scroll with both hands, his voice steady as the earth.
My lord, this is the Iron Falcon Elite Training Manual recording my lifelong methods of drilling soldiers. Additionally, 30,000 Iron Falcon Elites have arrived at Eagle Sorrow Valley 30 li outside Lingyuan City awaiting your orders at any time.
Yang Jingyuan took the scroll. It felt heavy and solid in his hands, the beast hide rough and tough. When unrolled, the characters were not written with ink, but etched with some metallic solution, the strokes, like iron hooks and silver daggers, killing intent penetrating the parchment.
Iron Falcon Elites select from the army those strong enough to lift a cauldron and swift enough to outrun a horse. Equip them with heavy armor, long spears, powerful crossbows, and short swords. Drill for 6 hours daily, with rations double that of ordinary soldiers. After 3 years of formation, they can match 10 times their number in enemies.
Below were detailed thousands of rules, selection criteria, training subjects, formation tactics, equipment standards, ration ratios, injury management, mental tempering. A veritable encyclopedia for training ancient special forces. Yang Jingyuan closed the scroll, his heart surging. The northern border already possessed the speed of the White Horse righteous followers, the solidity of the Dark Armor army, the death-defying resolve of the trapped camp, and the loyalty of the Lingyuan guards. Now with the addition of these Iron Falcon Elites, an all-in-one heavy assault force, the army system would have no weaknesses.
General Wang, please rise.
He extended a hand in a gesture of assistance.
With the 3 of you here, the northern border gains wings like a tiger.
Wang Jian stood up, his movements as steady as a shifting mountain. His gaze swept across the map on the chamber wall, pausing briefly on the grasslands north of the Yin Mountains, before finally settling on the spot marked capital.
My lord, on my journey here, I saw that the northern border enjoys good governance and a well-ordered military. Your talent for ruling is rare in ancient or modern times. However,
he paused, his voice deepening.
The imperial decree has been issued, the Grand Governor's mansion established. You have become a target for all. The petty schemers in the capital will certainly not sit idly by. A great war is imminent. Your servant requests orders to immediately train the Iron Falcon Elites, forging for you a heavy hammer to break formations and shatter cities.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
Exactly as I intended. From this day forth, General Wang Jian is appointed Iron Falcon General, commanding the Iron Falcon Elite Camp, with the rank of a third-grade military officer, authorized to establish his own office and staff equal to all other army commanders. Wang Bin and Wang Li will serve as deputy generals, assisting in training. All required provisions, weapons, barracks, and warhorses are to be supplied with priority, with no upper limit on allocations. Your servant accepts the command,
the 3 replied in unison. Almost simultaneously, a system prompt appeared again. Legendary talents Wang Jian, Wang Bin, Wang Li have pledged allegiance. Rewards for Quest Lord of the Northern Border have been distributed. Gold 500000 tails stored in system warehouse, available for withdrawal at any time. Special building blueprint Heavenly Works Institute has been issued. With a flicker of thought, a blueprint glowing with faint silver light appeared in Yang Jingyuan's hand. The blueprint was neither paper nor silk, and felt warm and smooth like jade to the touch. On it, lines as fine as hair depicted the 3-dimensional structure of a grand dynasty, building 3 underground floors and 6 above ground, each with distinct functions: weapon research, armor forging, mechanism construction, gunpowder formulation, chariot design, ship improvement, and unprecedented departments such as Wonder Item Research Institute, Theoretical Deduction Hall, and Artisan Academy. A small annotation in the lower right corner read: Heavenly Works Institute, a convergence of the world's greatest craftsmanship, exploring the mysteries of all creation. Upon completion, the affiliated faction's technology research speed increases by 300, the probability of innovation breakthroughs rises by 50, and it can attract specialized technical talents to pledge service. A sharp glint flashed in Yang Jingyuan's eyes. This would be another trump card for the northern border to surpass the era. He handed the blueprint to Zhuge Liang, who stood in attendance.
Come and give this to Master Gong Shu. Start construction at a chosen site immediately. All required labor, materials, and funds are to be given top priority. Allocate the entire 500,000 taels of gold.
Zhuge Liang received it with both hands. With a single glance, his feather fan paused.
My lord, if this institute is completed, within 3 years, the northern border's weaponry will lead the world by 50 years. However, speak. The rare materials needed for construction, such as cold iron, dark copper, millennium ironwood, and geothermal fire crystals, are less than 30% of what is available in the northern border's reserves. To expedite completion, we would need to purchase them from the Central Plains.
Yang Jingyuan pondered briefly.
Send an order to Jia Xu use the Ministry of Personnel channels under the pretext of constructing palaces for the northern border Grand Governor's mansion to purchase building materials from various prefectures. Yuan Tian Gang.
From the shadows a hunched figure emerged silently.
This old one is here. Order the Buliang Ren's external trading houses to purchase the aforementioned materials in batches and bring them into the border discreetly. As for intelligence,
Yang Jingyuan's gaze turned cold.
Leak some appropriate information.
Yuan Tiangang understood, a grim smile spreading across his gaunt face.
Rest assured, my lord. This old one will let the capital know that the northern border has newly acquired a heavy infantry force of 20 to 30,000 commanded by a general surnamed Wang with a cultivation level vague suspected to be Dragon Elephant Realm. As for the words Blazing Blood Realm, no one in the capital knows of such a realm's existence, so they will naturally not make the connection. Excellent.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
General Wang, what is the current state of the Iron Falcon elites?
Wang Jian cupped his fists.
Reporting to my lord, the 30,000 elites are encamped in Eagle Sorrow Valley. All are above the Iron Bone Realm, including 3,000 at the Golden Sinew Realm, 500 at the Jade Marrow Realm, and 37 at the Thunder Sound Realm. They are equipped with heavy armor, 12-foot-long spears, 3-stone power crossbows, short swords, and round shields. Each soldier is provided with 2 horses, one for riding and one for pack.
Yang Jingyuan nodded slightly. Such a configuration was the pinnacle of contemporary heavy infantry. 30,000 Iron Falcon elites fighting in formation would likely possess a power no less than 100,000 ordinary elite troops.
Tomorrow at the Chen hour, I will personally go to Eagle Sorrow Valley for an inspection,
Yang Jingyuan said.
You may go and rest first and familiarize yourselves with the northern border's military system. Understood.
The three bowed and withdrew, their steps perfectly uniform, the rustling of their armor, like water, flowing over stones. The chamber door closed and silence returned. Yang Jingyuan walked to the window and pushed it open a crack. The night sky was moonless, the starlight dim, but the myriad lights of Lingyuan City shone, like a river of stars on the earth, warm and bright. He knew that the arrival of this heaven-sent mighty army would completely shatter the balance of power in the northern border, and even the entire Great Xia. Wang Jian and Bai Qi, 2 peerless experts of the Blazing Blood Realm serving in the same army, was a spectacle unprecedented in the 300 years since Great Xia's founding. And Qin Wenyuan's spies were likely already on their way.
Come then,
he murmured to himself, his fingers tracing the dragon pattern on the imperial sword scabbard.
Let me see what tricks you still have to play.
Outside the window, the wind of the northern border was as biting as a blade. The rumble of thunder.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
It was not the sound of drums, but rather the sound of 30,000 feet striking the ground simultaneously. Even from 30 miles away, it could still be faintly heard, like the heartbeat of the earth. The common people stopped in their tracks, gazing northward. From the direction of Eagle Cry Valley, smoke and dust began to rise. Initially a thin line, it grew thicker and higher, eventually transforming into towering columns of grayish-yellow smoke connecting heaven and earth. Within the smoke columns, metallic reflections flickered densely.
The army. It's the new army. This commotion. Even greater than when the White Horse Brigade left the city.
The guards atop the city wall were even more alarmed. They saw that amidst the smoke and dust a black-armored army advanced like a torrent of steel. Clad entirely in dark, heavy armor, they reflected a cold and hard luster under the morning light. The soldiers were sturdy, averaging over 8 feet tall, wielding long spears measuring 2 meters, their spear tips angled toward the sky, resembling a moving forest of steel. Their steps were uniform, each stride kicking up dust, and the formation of 30,000 men moved as if they were one. Even more unsettling was the aura of killing intent. Even from several miles away, the guards atop the city wall felt their skin tighten, and their breathing become slightly constricted. This was not a deliberate show of pressure, but rather the natural aura emitted by battle-hardened soldiers who had crossed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, silent, cold, and indestructible. At the front of the army, Wang Jian rode a massive horse entirely black with snow-white hooves. He wore no helmet, his gray-white hair billowing slightly in the wind as his calm gaze fixed upon Lingyuan City. By his side, Wang Bin held the black gold eagle flag, while Wang Li held the deep red flag bearing the character Wang. 3 miles from the city, Wang Jian raised his right hand.
Halt!
30,000 iron eagles halted simultaneously, their movements as precise as if cut by a knife. The dust settled slowly, revealing the full picture of this army. The silence was deafening. Only the occasional snort of warhorses broke the stillness, and the armor made faint rustling sounds in the wind. The guards atop the city wall instinctively held their breath. They had witnessed the speed of the White Horse Brigade, the heaviness of the Xian armor army, and the unyielding determination of the assault camp. But this army before them exuded a different sensation. It was a machine purely born for war. Each soldier was like a meticulously crafted component, calm, efficient, and lethal. At this moment, the city gates opened wide. Yang Jingyuan led the civil and military officials on horseback out. Dressed in a black royal robe with light armor over it, he wore the imperial sword Jinghua at his waist, his gaze sweeping over the Iron Eagle's formation, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Behind him, Huo Qubing, Bai Qi, Li Jing, and other generals turned their heads in unison. Huo Qubing's gaze was sharp as an eagle. His peak cultivation at the Dragon Elephant realm allowed him to clearly sense the unfathomable aura emanating from Wang Jian, which was faintly similar to that of Bai Qi. Li Jing waved his feather fan lightly. As a peak expert of the Dragon Elephant realm, he was extremely sensitive to the flow of energy. At this moment, his heart trembled as another unparalleled powerhouse emerged in the northern frontier. Bai Qi stood firm with his sword, his cold gaze sweeping over every detail of the army formation, from the soldiers' stances to the angles of the spear tips, silently assessing the combat capabilities of this army. The gazes of the two blood-burning realm experts collided invisibly in the air, a subtle balance of killing intent and heaviness. Yang Jingyuan rode to the front of the army, locking eyes with Wang Jian.
Iron Eagle sharp soldiers.
His voice was not loud, but carried by his internal strength, clearly reaching the ears of every soldier.
From this day forth you shall be the shield of the northern frontier, the heaviest hammer in my hand, Yang Jingyuan. Your mission is but one.
He paused, enunciating clearly.
To defend my territory and expand my borders, to crush all stubborn enemies. Roar!
30,000 Iron Eagle sharp soldiers roared in unison, the sound, like thunder, causing the flags atop the city to flutter wildly. Wang Jian dismounted and knelt on one knee, saying,
Iron Eagle sharp soldiers willing to die for my lord.
Behind him, 30,000 soldiers knelt on one knee simultaneously, the sound of armor clashing, like the ringing of gold and iron.
Willing to die for my lord.
The echo resounded across the land, lingering for a long time. Yang Jingyuan drew his sword and pointed to the sky.
Enter the city.
The Iron Eagle sharp soldiers rose, led by Wang Jian, marching in orderly steps, slowly entering Lingyuan city. Black armor surged like a tide, spears stood tall like a forest. As they passed, the common people spontaneously knelt, children opened their curious eyes wide, and old soldiers were moved to tears. They knew that with such an army, the northern frontier would be as solid as a rock. In a corner of the city wall, Yuan Tiangang's hunched figure lurked in the shadows, watching the entering Iron Eagle sharp soldiers. He spoke softly to a phantom beside him.
Heavenly Speed Star, you may release the news.
Remember, the northern frontier has newly acquired 30,000 heavy infantry. The commander's surname is Wang, and his cultivation suspected to be at the Dragon Elephant realm, specifics unknown. The northern frontier is currently purchasing materials in large quantities, seemingly to build a large workshop.
The phantom stirred slightly, and Duan Chengshen's voice was thin as a mosquito's buzz. General Yuan will Chen when Yuan believe it.
He does not need to fully believe it, Yuan Tiangang sneered. He only needs to know that the northern frontier is growing stronger, yet strong within limits. Let him guess, let him doubt, let him make a wrong judgment.
The phantom dissipated. Yuan Tiangang looked towards the southern direction, where several spies disguised as merchants were hastily leaving Lingyuan city. Go,
he murmured.
Take back the meticulously prepared news that this old man has for you.
That afternoon, in the main hall of the Grand Commander's residence, Yang Jingyuan gathered all the core civil and military officials to formally introduce Wang Jian and the third generation. When Wang Jian stepped into the hall, the aura he deliberately restrained still made everyone present feel apprehensive. Li Jing, Huo Qubing, and Yuan Tiangong, three peak experts of the Dragon Elephant realm, all felt an unfathomable pressure, one that certainly did not belong to the Dragon Elephant realm. Bai Qi stepped out from the military officials' ranks, locking eyes with Wang Jian. The gazes of the two blood-burning realm experts met as if invisible ripples spread through the air. Bai Qi's killing intent was cold and piercing, while Wang Jian's aura was heavy as a mountain. The two did not clash, but rather formed a subtle complementing balance.
General Wang.
Bai Qi cupped his fist and saluted, his voice still cold, but carrying a hint of recognition for a fellow peak expert.
General Bai.
Wang Jian returned the gesture, his expression steady. There was no need for further words. Experts of the same realm shared a tacit understanding. Yang Jingyuan's voice rang out.
This is General Wang Jian, who will henceforth lead the Iron Eagle Sharp Soldiers, ranking first among the generals of the northern frontier alongside General Bai Qi in equal respect. Huo Qubing, Li Jing, Zhang Tieshan, Zhang Meng, and other generals all cupped their fists. We have seen General Wang.
Wang Ben and Wang Li also bowed to the generals, their demeanor respectful yet unyielding. At this moment Gong Shibun held the blueprints of the Tiangong Institute, excitedly trembling his beard.
My lord, this blueprint. It's exquisite. I roughly estimate that if materials are sufficient, the Tiangong Institute's main structure can be completed within 6 months.
By then the pace of military equipment innovation in the northern frontier will exceed imagination.
Zhuge Liang added.
I have ordered Jia Xu to utilize court channels to procure materials. General Yuan has also ordered the dark merchants to secretly procure rare materials. However, various states in the Central Plains are increasingly strict on the outflow of resources to the northern frontier, particularly for military materials, like cold iron and Xian copper, making procurement significantly more difficult.
Yang Jingyuan sneered as expected. Issue orders. All mines within the northern frontier will be mined day and night. At the same time, send Wang Li to lead 3,000 Iron Eagle Sharp Soldiers to escort merchant convoys to procure in remote states like Xiliang and Nanzhao.
If there are highway robbers,
he looked at Wang Li.
Kill without mercy.
Wang Li's eyes flashed with sharpness.
This subordinate obeys.
The discussion continued until dusk.
As the crowd dispersed, Yang Jingyuan sat alone in the hall, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Wang Jian's arrival, the allegiance of the Iron Eagle Sharp Soldiers, the construction of the Tiangong Institute. The strength of the northern frontier had surged once more in a short time. However, with great fortune comes hidden calamity. Such commotion would be hard to conceal from the ears and eyes of the capital, although Yuan Tiangong had released the fog. Chen Wen Yuan was no fool. He gazed towards the south, his eyes growing colder. Feeling the heart symbol in his chest growing warm, the system interface quietly changed. Total military strength in the northern frontier 330000, originally 300000, Iron Eagle Sharp Soldiers 30000, top combat power 2 in the blood-burning realm, by Qi Wang Jian 3, at the peak of the Dragon Elephant realm, with Xubing Yuan Tiangong Li Jing multiple, at the Dragon Elephant realm Wang Ben Wang Li etc. Special Troops, Iron Eagle Sharp Soldiers 30000, all above Iron Bone Realm projects, under construction Tiangong Institute Technology Research Center. Financial reserves 500,000, Tales of Gold Special Funds, for Tiangong Institute Public Support 99. Yang Jingyuan murmured this figure. Just one step away, the hearts of the northern frontier's people would be entirely devoted. Yet this step, I fear, must be taken amidst blood and fire. Outside the window the sunset was blood-red. Atop Lingyuan City, the dark flag of the Grand Commander of the northern frontier fluttered in the evening wind. Outside the city the 30,000 Iron Eagle Sharp Soldiers were busy constructing permanent camps. Flickering flames dotted the dark earth like stars. This heavenly army would become the most solid shield of the northern frontier, and also the heaviest hammer. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the capital, in the Chen family's secret chamber, the candlelight was also. Chen Wen Yuan looked at the 3 intelligence reports delivered through different channels in his hand, his brows tightly knit. The first report came from the military department's spies infiltrated in the northern frontier.
About 30,000 newly arrived heavy infantry in Lingyuan City, well-equipped with a menacing aura.
The commander's surname is Wang, cultivation unknown, but judging by the aura, suspected to be at the Dragon Elephant realm.
The second report came from the Empress informant in the Ministry of Revenue.
The Grand Commander's residence in the northern frontier has been purchasing cold iron, Xian copper, ironwood, and other construction materials in large quantities, under the pretense of building palaces.
The third report came from a channel within the Jianghu.
A mysterious workshop is being constructed in the northern frontier, location and purpose unknown.
All 3 pieces of intelligence had value, yet were all rather vague. Dragon Elephant Realm. Another Dragon Elephant Realm.
Chen Wen Yuan threw the intelligence reports onto the table, sneering.
Yang Jingyuan is indeed lucky. Where did he find so many powerhouses?
But it matters not. No matter how strong the Dragon Elephant realm, it cannot withstand the greater trend.
He looked at the third prince, Yang Jingrui, who sat quietly opposite him.
Your Highness, has the medicine for His Majesty been prepared by Li Yuanzheng?
Yang Jingrui replied softly.
The Empress has personally met with Li Yuanzheng and his son. Is in our hands. He said that the Xuechan powder is colorless and tasteless, and will take effect 3 hours after being administered with symptoms resembling a sudden heart disease, making it impossible for the Imperial Hospital to detect it.
3 hours. That's enough.
Qin Wenyuan's eyes gleamed coldly.
On the 3rd day of next month His Majesty will summon the cabinet, as usual, for a meeting.
By then, the medicine will be mixed in His Majesty's afternoon soothing tea.
He paused and added,
On the northern frontier continue to exert pressure. Issue orders to every state strictly prohibiting the outflow of military materials to the north. Let us also have those in the border army. Create some troubles for the northern frontier. Does the teacher want to force Yang Jingyuan into action?
No. Qin Wenyuan shook his head.
It is to force him to make mistakes. On the 25th day of the 2nd month, at the 1st hour of the day, in Lingyuan City at the Grand Training Grounds, the morning light had yet to pierce the horizon, but 300 giant braziers had already ignited around the training ground. The dancing flames illuminated the vast training ground, making it appear as bright as day, and casting a radiant glow on the towering black flag at the central platform. On the flag the 5 gilded characters Northern Territory Grand Commander flowed in the firelight like a river of gold. Outside the training ground, an area of 30 miles had been sealed off by the royal guards. Yet tens of thousands of common folk had already climbed the city walls and rooftops gazing toward the training ground. Today marks the day of the Northern Territory's military reorganization and troop assembly, with 510,000 soldiers gathered, a grand spectacle never before seen since the establishment of the Northern Territory. Dong, 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 at the stroke of the hour 9 war drum sounded, reverberating throughout the city. At the command platform, Yang Jingyuan donned a suit of black and gold light armor draped in a dark black python robe, and stood before the platform adorned with the imperial sword Jinghua at his waist. Behind him stood the civil and military officials. On the left leading were Shao He and Zhuge Liang. On the right, Bai Qi and Wang Jian took the lead, followed in order by Huo Qubing, Li Jingyuan Tiangong, and Gong Shuban. Below the platform, the 510,000 troops were arrayed. The formation extended forward from the command platform, spreading out like a chessboard, reaching the limits of sight. At the forefront was the Iron Eagle Elite Regiment led by Wang Jian. A formation of 30,000 heavily armored infantry stood ready, their dark iron armor glinting with a cold hard sheen in the firelight, and their temperlong spears pointed skyward, resembling a forest of steel. The soldiers stood in silence, with only the battle flag snapping in the morning breeze. The aura of lethal intent forged through countless battles, and rivers of blood made even the civil officers on the platform feel their breath catch even from 100 paces away. To the left of the Iron Eagle Elite was the 4 Symbols Battalion led by Bai Qi. 200,000 troops were divided into 4 divisions, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuqiu, and Xuanwu, each with 50,000 men, their banners in different colors: green flags, like a forest; white flags, like snow; red flags, like fire; and black flags, like night. The 4 battalions were perfectly synchronized, with soldiers clad in standardized light armor, carrying battle knives and heavy crossbows. This was the largest and most versatile combined armed unit in the Northern Territory. To the right of the Iron Eagle Elite was the Jingbei Army led by Li Jing. 110,000 heavy infantry were organized into 3 formations. At the front were 30,000 Xuanjia troops, all in uniform dark iron armor, wielding giant shields taller than a person, and heavy swords at their waists. In the middle were 30,000 Lingyuan guards, with light armor and long spears, agile and mobile, and at the rear were 50,000 tiger and wolf guards, half-armored with sword and shield, exuding a fierce, killing intent. To the right of the Jingbei army was the Wind Cavalry led by Huo Qubing. 100,000 cavalry were arrayed in 2 wings, 30,000 white horse volunteers on the left, clad in silver armor and white robes, their steeds pure white, representing the fastest light cavalry in the Northern Territory. 70,000 light cavalry on the right, with armor primarily in brown, suited for prairie warfare. Behind the Wind Cavalry was the Royal Guard of 10,000 led by Zhang Cheng, all in uniform dark iron light armor, equipped with repeating crossbows and carrying battle knives. This was Yang Jingyuan's elite guard. In the southeast corner of the training ground was the Border Defense Army of 80,000 led by Zhang Tieshan, with many soldiers clad in standard border military leather armor, wielding long halberds. Though not the main battle force, they possessed the most experience in guarding passes. In the southwest corner was the Northern Territory Navy, represented by 50,000 soldiers led by Zhang Ming. Due to the ships being unable to land, only 3,000 elite troops were arrayed
but behind them stood a massive model of a warship and various ship designs demonstrating the strength of this newly formed navy. 510,000 troops with banners covering the sky and weapons like a forest. Yang Jingyuan's gaze swept across the entire scene as he slowly opened his mouth. His voice, carried by inner strength, clearly reached the ears of every soldier warriors of the Northern Territory. Since the 31st year of Yongcheng, when I became a vassal in Yuling, it has been 2 years. In these 2 years, we have quelled rebellions across 6 prefectures, gathered 1 million refugees, annihilated the Xiongnu chieftain, and stabilized 10 prefectures in the grasslands. You have used the swords in your hands, the scars on your bodies, and the blood and flesh of your comrades to lay down this foundation for the Northern Territory. He paused, his tone suddenly rising, but today I must tell you, this is not enough. Beyond the Northern Territory, in the 11 states, tens of millions of common people still struggle under tyrannical governance. In the imperial court, treachery reigns, and the loyal are wronged. The Great Xia's territory is being gnawed away by parasites. Therefore today's military reorganization is not for preservation, but for Yang Jingyuan drew the imperial sword Jinhua, pointing it south, to break the old and establish the new, to cleanse the world. Roar. 510,000 soldiers roared in unison, the sound sweeping across the field like a tsunami, causing the flames in the braziers to flicker violently. As the sound subsided, Zhuge Liang held a bright yellow imperial edict, stepping forward 3 paces, and read aloud, by the command of the Northern Territory Grand Commander, I hereby announce the Northern Territory Military Reform Edict. First, establish a system of 7 armies, each with its own duties, mutually supportive. Jingbei Army 110,000, commanded by Li Jing. Leading the Xuanjia Army of 30,000, Lingyuan Guards of 30,000, and Tiger and Wolf Guards of 50,000 serving as the heavy armored vanguard for the entire army. Li Jing stepped forward, kneeling on one knee to receive the order. This subordinate obeys. Wind Cavalry 100,000, commanded by Huo Qubing. Leading the White Horse Volunteers of 30,000 and Light Cavalry of 70,000, serving as the mobile sharp blades for the entire army. Huo Qubing, in shining silver armor, clasped his fists to receive the order. This subordinate obeys. For Symbols Battalion 200,000, commanded by Bai Qi. Divided into Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuqiu, and Xuanwu, each with 50,000, serving as the backbone of the entire army. Bai Qi stepped forward, hand on sword, his gaze cold as a blade. This subordinate obeys. Iron Eagle Elite 30,000, commanded by Wang Jian. Serving as the heavy hammer to break the enemy formations for the entire army. Wang Jian stepped forward, his heavy armor clanking. This subordinate obeys. Royal Guard of 10,000, led by Zhang Cheng. Serving as the personal guard of the Grand Commander and overseeing the military discipline of the entire army. Zhang Cheng stepped forward, his expression solemn. This subordinate obeys. Border Defense Army 80,000, commanded by Zhang Taizhan. Guarding the Yinshan Great Wall, the Northern Pass, and 17 other passes. Zhang Taizhan clasped his fist. This subordinate obeys. Northern Territory Navy 50,000, commanded by Zhang Ming. Commanding 10 large ships and 200 various warships, controlling the Song River, Blackwater River, and Northern Sea. Zhang Ming's voice boomed. This subordinate obeys. The 7 army commanders completed their orders, and Zhuge Liang continued to read. Second, the entire army will change uniforms. Starting today, each army's armor will be updated. The coverage of dark iron armor will increase from 30% to 60%. The monthly salary of ordinary soldiers will rise from 5 taels to 8 taels. The total number of warhorses will reach 180,000, with priority given to those riding 2 horses in the Wind Cavalry. The eyes of the soldiers below sparkled. With the military salary nearly doubling and armor upgrades, this was a tangible benefit. Third, implement a military merit point system. Zhuge Liang unfolded another document, his voice clear. From today onwards, the entire Northern Territory Army will implement military merit points. Killing enemies, training innovation, and providing strategies will all earn points. Points can be exchanged for cultivation methods, alchemy, resources, land and property, and promotions to nobility. He paused and spoke loudly. Killing an enemy at the copper skin level earns 1 point. At the iron bone level 3 points. At the golden muscle level 10 points. At the jade essence level 50 points. At the thunder sound level 300 points. At the dragon elephant level 5,000 points. A gasp resonated through the crowd. 5,000 points for the dragon elephant level. What does that mean? According to the published exchange table, 1,000 points could be exchanged for 50 acres of good farmland, and 3 tile-roofed houses. 3,000 points could be exchanged for low-level cultivation methods. 5,000 points, enough for an ordinary soldier to leap to the rank of an officer with nobility. Furthermore, Zhuge Liang raised his voice. Training diligently, innovating tactics, and improving equipment can also earn points upon evaluation. The Northern Territory does not only consider achievements in killing enemies. Anyone who contributes to strengthening the army will be rewarded. This clause made many soldiers, who were not skilled in combat, but excelled in craftsmanship, light up with hope. At this moment Yang Jingyuan stepped forward, taking over the speaking rights. The point system is a ladder to heaven for each of you. In the Northern Territory, we do not ask about your background, but only your ability. Whether you are an old soldier from the border army, or a newly joined refugee, or a naturalized nomad, if you have merit you will be rewarded. If you have capability, you will rise to prominence. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the entire assembly. Now let the world see the brilliance of the Northern Territory's new army. Li Jing. Present. Demonstrate the Xuanjia charge. Yes. Li Jing leaped down from the command platform, mounted his horse, and galloped toward the Jingbei army formation. Waving the command flag, the 30,000 Xuanjia heavy infantry began to change formation. Boom. 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 30,000 giant shields slammed down simultaneously, producing a resounding and synchronized thud. Then, the shield formation advanced, marching in perfect unison, raising clouds of dust with each step. When they were 100 paces from the command platform, Li Jing pressed down the command flag, charge. The 30,000 Xuanjia troops suddenly accelerated. The charge of heavy infantry should have been slow, but this Xuanjia army moved with the speed of light infantry. The heavy footsteps shook the earth, creating a mobile iron wall in front, with spears thrusting out from the gaps in the shields, glinting ominously. Approaching 50 paces from the command platform, Li Jing waved the command flag again. Halt. The 30,000 troops stopped in unison, shields lowered, spears retracted, and the formation returned to its original state. The entire process was fluid, without a hint of disorder. On the platform, Wang Jian nodded slightly. It's rare to see heavy infantry with such speed. Yang Jingyuan's eyes glimmered with satisfaction as he said, Huo Qubing. Present. White horse volunteers cover the rain of arrows. Yes. Huo Qubing pointed with his silver spear, and the 30,000 white horse volunteers surged forth like an avalanche from the army formation. The horses thundered like thunder itself, and as they reached the center of the training ground, Huo Qubing let out a long roar. Ready the crossbows. Swish. 30,000 cavalry simultaneously raised their crossbows, moving in perfect unison. Target the target at 300 paces. 3 consecutive shots, fire. Whoosh. 30,000 crossbow bolts flew through the air, rising like a black cloud, arcing gracefully to accurately blanket the target area 300 paces away. As the rain of arrows fell, the wooden target was instantly riddled with holes. Before the spectators could catch their breath, a second wave and a third wave of arrows followed. 3 volleys in total, with 90,000 arrows, took no more than 10 breaths. As the volley ceased, the target area 300 paces away was left in shambles, littered with arrows. Excellent. Yang Jingyuan praised General Wang Jian. Wang Jian clasped his fist. This subordinate requests permission to demonstrate the Iron Eagle Elite's breaking spear formation. Granted. Wang Jian rode to the front of the Iron Eagle Elite formation and commanded in a deep voice, Frontline 3,000 step forward. Target the 3-layer iron shield formation. On the eastern side of the training ground, a testing ground had already been set up. 30 iron shields, each 3 inches thick, arranged in 3 layers, 10 shields per layer, spaced 5 paces apart. This simulated the most solid shield wall defense of the enemy. Wang Jian waved the command flag. Pyramid formation advanced slowly. The 3,000 Iron Eagle Elites changed formation, with the front 1,000 grouped into teams of 100, forming 10 sharp pyramids. With heavy armor and long spears, they advanced steadily like 10 red-hot iron cones, gradually pressing toward the shield formation. When they were 30 paces from the shield formation, Wang Jian bellowed, break. Kill. The 3,000 elites suddenly accelerated. The might of the heavy infantry charge was even greater than that of the Xuanjia army. The 10 pyramids struck like 10 heavy hammers against the iron shield formation. Boom. The thunderous sound was deafening. The first layer of iron shields was pierced by the spears and shattered upon impact. The second layer of iron shields barely held for a breath before it collapsed. The third layer of iron shields under the impact of the 3,000 heavy infantry was torn apart like paper. All 30 iron shields were shattered. Wooden shards and iron pieces flew everywhere. Yet the 3,000 Iron Eagle elites maintained their formation, halting and collecting their spears, standing as they were. The entire field fell silent. Whether on the platform or among the other military officers and soldiers below, everyone was stunned by this scene. What does this signify? A 3-layer iron shield formation which even a dragon elephant level expert would need to expend effort to break through. But these 3,000 heavy infantry, relying solely on their formation charge, broke through in a single strike. Wang Jian returned to the formation, reporting to Yang Jingyuan, "My lord, the demonstration is complete." Yang Jingyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult in his heart. He knew the Iron Eagle elites were strong, but witnessing it firsthand exceeded his expectations. This heavy infantry would be an invincible assault weapon on the battlefield. He turned to face the entire army, his voice echoing across the training ground. "Today marks the restructuring, the formation of the 7 armies. But I want you to remember, the military reform is not the end, but the beginning. From now on you must train harder and fight fiercer. Because soon, we will face true enemies." He paused, enunciating each word. "The blade of the Northern Territory must not only be sharp in the Northern Territory. One day, we will direct this blade where it ought to go." Entire army salute. 7 royal guards raised 7 military flags, each with different designs, but all embroidered in the upper left corner, with the small characters "Northern Territory Grand Commander's Office." Li Jing took the blue flag with a black tiger. Huo Qubing took the silver flag with a white horse. Bai Qi took the 4-colored 4 symbols flag. Wang Jian took the black flag with a golden eagle. Zhang Cheng took the red flag with a golden sword. Zhang Taizhan took the yellow flag of the border defense, and Zhang Meng took the blue flag of the warship. The 7 generals held their flags facing the entire army. Yang Jingyuan raised his sword toward the heavens. "The Northern Territory new army is established today. We are willing to die for our lord. We are willing to die for the Northern Territory." The roar of 510,000 soldiers rolled like thunder across the land, echoing endlessly. The troop assembly continued until noon. As the army began to orderly withdraw from the training ground, Yang Jingyuan summoned Yuan Tiangang. "Marshal Yuan, how is it on the capital side?" Yuan Tiangang replied in a low voice, "I just received a secret report from the Heavenly Speed Star. Chen Wen Yuan has ordered each state to strictly control the outflow of resources from the Northern Territory. Additionally, his pawns in the border army have begun to move." "Oh!" Yang Jingyuan's eyes turned cold. "Which people?" Deputy Commander Zhao Debu of Kanglan Prefecture and Commander Luido of the Longshore Prefecture Navy. Both were early placements by the Empress faction close to the Northern Territory states. Reports indicate they have been frequently adjusting their defense zones lately, seemingly preparing for an unexpected conflict. Kanglan Prefecture lies south of the Northern Territory, bordering Yuling Prefecture. Longshore Prefecture lies southeast, facing Tiji Prefecture across the river. Though these 2 prefectures do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Northern Territory, their geographical positions are crucial. Once chaos erupts, they can easily impact the Northern Territory. Are they trying to force me to act first? Yang Jingyuan sneered. "Where is Wang Li's merchant convoy now?" "It has reached the southern border of Yuling Prefecture, and will exit the Northern Territory tomorrow to procure supplies in Xiliang. According to the schedule, it will pass through the Haifeng Gorge 5 days later, which is at the edge of Zhao Debio's defense zone bordering Kanglan Prefecture." Yang Jingyuan was silent for a moment, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Send a message to Wang Li, let the merchant convoy proceed as usual. Also order Huo Qubing to lead 10,000 white horse volunteers to secretly follow 30 miles behind. If anyone dares to act." He lightly touched the hilt of the imperial sword. "Kill without mercy." "Yes." After Yuan Tiangang withdrew, Zhuge Liang stepped forward, lightly fanning himself. "My lord, Chen Wenyuan's actions aim to create an excuse for Northern Territory merchant convoy provocation. If we retaliate too aggressively, we will fall right into his trap. But if we do nothing, the dignity of the Northern Territory will be undermined." "I know." Yang Jingyuan gazed toward the south. "That's why Huo Qubing must go. The speed of the White Horse volunteers is enough to resolve the battle before they can manufacture evidence. Afterward, we can just say we encountered mountain bandits, and that the merchant convoy acted in self-defense." Zhuge Liang smiled. "My lord is wise. However, after this matter, Chen Wenyuan will surely seize the opportunity." "Then let him seize it." Yang Jingyuan's gaze was deep. "Let's see how many people in the court still stand on his side."
Qubing, how is the preparation for the new policy on the grasslands going? The grand ceremony for the establishment of 10 prefectures is ready, and will be held in Jinbei City in 3 days. Leaders of 23 tribes have all agreed to attend, with Muronka Chiu Liju and other major tribes clearly expressing their allegiance. Additionally, the Xianbei tribe has offered the sacred artifact of the grasslands, the Songlong white deer flag, which symbolizes the common leader on the grasslands, and carries profound significance. Good. Yang Jingyuan nodded. Once the grasslands are stabilized, the northern territory will have no worries from the rear. At that time, it will be time to resolve the problems in the south. He dismounted from the command platform and mounted his horse. Behind him, the smoke and dust of 510,000 troops had yet to dissipate. In front of him lay the vast territory of the northern territory, and further beyond was the turbulent central plains. Return to the residence. Yang Jingyuan urged his horse. I should check on the progress of Gongshu Ban's Tiangong Institute. The sound of hooves echoed as his black and gold python robe billowed in the wind. On the walls of Lingyuan City, the common folk were still cheering. But they did not know that this grand military reorganization was not only the debut of the Northern Territory's strong army, but also the beginning of the countdown to war. At the same moment that Yang Jingyuan returned to the Grand Commander's residence at the southern border of Yiling Prefecture, a merchant convoy consisting of 300 large carts was slowly progressing along the official road. The carts were filled with Northern Territory specialties, such as furs, medicinal herbs, and gold and silver prepared for purchasing rare building materials. In front of the convoy, Wang Li rode on horseback, vigilantly scanning the surrounding mountains and forests. A scout galloped back to report, General, 10 miles ahead is Hafen Gorge. The gorge is 3 miles long with steep cliffs on both sides, making it an excellent ambush site. Should we take a detour? Wang Li shook his head. A detour would take 3 more days, and the Tiangong Institute can't wait. Pass the order down. The entire team must remain vigilant, bows and crossbows at the ready. Additionally, he looked northward, where a contingent of silver-armored cavalry was hidden behind the hills. General Huo should have already arrived. 30 miles away on a high slope, Huo Qubing held a monocular, observing the terrain of Hafen Gorge. Behind him, 10,000 white horse volunteers stood silently, their warhorses with bits in their mouths and hooves wrapped in thick cloth. Xiao W. Huo Qubing lowered the monocular, sneering a waste, who climbed up thanks to the Empress connections at the mid-level of the Jade Essence realm. Send the order to the whole army, act at the hour of the rat, 1 person per 2 horses, and travel light. I want to annihilate all bandits within Hafen Gorge. Yes. Vice Commander Han Lai hesitated. General, if the other side is truly wearing Kanglan Prefecture border army uniforms, then that's even better. Huo Qubing's eyes were cold. Bandits impersonating border troops deserve to be punished even more. Kill them all and throw their bodies into the depths of the gorge. Let the wolves clean up. Night slowly fell. On the 26th day of the 2nd month, at the hour of the rat, at the Black Wind Gorge, the boundary between Kanglan Prefecture and Yiling Prefecture, the cliffs on both sides were as sheer as if carved by knives and axes, the moonlight fragmented by the towering peaks, casting only dappled shadows on the valley floor. The night wind howled through the gorge with a mournful wail like a ghost's cry, hence the name Black Wind. In a hidden depression within the gorge, 800 men clad in black attire and black veils disguised as bandits lay silently in ambush. They wielded standard military sabers and carried regulation crossbows, their movements uniform and precise, clearly soldiers who had undergone rigorous training. Their leader was a robust man in his 40s, with a cultivation at the midstage of the marrow refining realm, allowing him to sense disturbances within 100 zhang in the dark. He was Xiao W, the deputy garrison commander of Kanglan Prefecture, now crouched behind a rock, his gaze coldly fixed on the gorge's entrance. Sir, a trusted subordinate reported in a low voice, the scouts say the northern merchant caravan has camped 10 li away and will pass through Black Wind Gorge at the hour of the dragon tomorrow morning. 300 carts, 500 escorts, led by a young general bearing a banner with the surname Wang. Xiao W sneered. Surname Wang? I've heard of no northern general named Wang. Probably some greenhorn. Pass the order. When the caravan enters the gorge tomorrow, the vanguard blocks the entrance, the rear seals the exit, and archers take the high ground on both sides. Remember, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Leave no survivors. Bring all goods and bodies back to Kanglan. Then well claim the northern caravan was smuggling weapons across the border and was accidentally killed during our bandit suppression. And the caravan guards.
Kill them all. Zhao W lowered his voice. Premier Chen's orders this must be clean leaving the north, with no defense. Afterward each of you gets 100 silver taels, and a promotion. Understood. Just as Zhao W finished his deployment, and prepared to rest, a faint whistling sound cut through the air. Zhao Debio's eyes snapped open. His marrow-refining cultivation let him sense danger instantly, but it was too late. A silver crossbow bolt as thin as a chopstick, but with a tip gleaming with a cold blue light pierced the night at an incredible speed, striking his trusted subordinate squarely in the throat. The subordinate didn't even have time to cry out, his eyes wide, as he clutched his spurting throat and collapsed. Ambush! Zhao W roared, leaping backward. But then, he witnessed a sight he would never forget. Under the moonlight, the high ground on both sides of the gorge was now filled with silver-armored cavalry. Each wore a white robe, their silver armor gleaming coldly in the moonlight, holding short crossbows of an unusual design, the very weapons that had dealt the fatal blow. More terrifyingly, these riders had appeared without warning like phantoms emerging from the night. White horse companions. Zhao Debio's pupils contracted. He knew of this northern cavalry, but intelligence said they were 300 li away at Lingyuan City. How could they be here? Release? An icy voice echoed from above the gorge. Whoosh! A hail of arrows descended like a swarm of locusts. These were no ordinary arrows, specially crafted three-edged armor-piercing shafts extremely light and fast, designed to break through internal chi. Thud, thud, thud. Screams instantly filled the gorge. Those Zhao Debio's 800 bandits were elite border troops from Kanglan, with cultivations at least at the Iron Bone realm. They couldn't organize an effective defense under this sudden arrow storm. The first volley felled at least 200 men. Form ranks. Raise shields. Zhao Debio shouted hoarsely, drawing his saber to deflect arrows aimed at him. His mid-stage marrow-refining chi formed a protective barrier around him, impervious to ordinary arrows, but the special armor-piercing bolts still put pressure on him. The remaining bandits frantically raised their round shields, but there were too few, and the narrow gorge offered little protection. The second volley arrived. This time, the arrows carried thumb-sized black spheres. What's that? One bandit wondered just before an arrow hit the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in succession. The black spheres detonated on impact, sending fire and shockwaves through the gorge. These weren't large-scale explosives, but Gongshu Band's specially crafted thunderclap bombs with limited power, but enough noise and flash to deafen and blind the enemy. My eyes. My ears. I can't hear. The screams grew even more harrowing. A thunderclap bomb exploded near Zhao Debio. Though his protective chi blocked the shrapnel, the blast ruptured his eardrums and darkened his vision. In the midst of the chaos, charge. Silver armor like snow-white robes like clouds. Huo Qubing led the way, leaping his horse down from the gorge. His silver spear traced a cold arc in the moonlight, aiming straight for Zhao Debio's throat. Zhao Debio's eyes bulged with fury. He recognized that face. The Northern Expedition General Peak of the Dragon Elephant Realm, the peerless warrior who had slain the Xiongnu Chanyu. How could he be here? The intelligence said. No time to think. Zhao Debio swung his saber with all his might to parry. Clang. Sparks flew as metal clashed. Zhao Debio felt a colossal force through his blade, splitting his tiger's mouth and nearly ripping the saber from his grip. The gap between mid-stage marrow refining and peak dragon elephant was an abyss. First strike, break your chi. Huo Qubing's voice was icy as his spear lunged like a dragon, unleashing 7 thrusts in an instant. The spear shadows were like a storm of pear blossoms, sealing all of Zhao Debio's escape routes. He fought desperately, but the third thrust shattered his protective chi, the fifth pierced his shoulder guard, and the seventh. The spear tip emerged from his back. Zhao Debio looked down at the spear, piercing his chest, his eyes filled with unwillingness and disbelief. He had been sent to create a conflict, yet he died in this desolate gorge without even seeing his opponent's face. Why? He gurgled with blood. Huo Qubing withdrew his spear, and the body fell. Because you're a fool, he said coldly, turning to survey the battlefield. The battle was nearly over. 10,000 white horse companions were like tigers among sheep. Wherever the silver spears passed, bandits fell. These elite Kanglan border troops were no match for true battle-hardened veterans. Half an hour later, silence returned to the gorge. All 800 bandits lay dead, not a single survivor. Huo Qubing rode to inspect the field. Hanlai reported General 803 enemies slain. We've seized 760 standard sabers, 300 crossbows, and 5,000 arrows. Also we found this on Jiao Debut. He handed over a bronze token engraved on the front with Deputy Garrison Commander of Kanglan Prefecture, and on the back with the character Chen. Huo Qubing took the token, and sneered, Chen Wenyuan's reach is long indeed. Have the bodies been disposed of? All thrown into the deep sinkhole in the gorge covered with disintegrating powder. In 3 days nothing will remain. All captured weapons and armor have been corroded with acid, making their origins untraceable. Good. Huo Qubing nodded. Order the troops to withdraw immediately. Return to the designated hideout before dawn. And General Wang Li's caravan. Let it pass as usual. Huo Qubing looked toward the gorge entrance. Well, escort them covertly from 30 li away. If any other fool shows up. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Kill them all. Understood. The silver-armored cavalry retreated like a tide, vanishing into the night. Only the thick smell of blood and the mournful wail of the night wind lingered in the gorge. As if nothing had happened. On the 29th day of the 2nd month, at the hour of the dragon. At Jinbei City, the Grassland Alliance altar. This was a newly built circular stone altar 100 zhang in diameter, and 9 feet high, symbolizing round heaven, and square earth, the supremacy of 9 and 5. The altar was constructed of bluestone, its surface engraved with the totems of the grassland tribes: gray wolves, white deer, eagles, horses. At the center stood a 3-hang-tall bronze flagpole flying the black banner of the Northern Territory, beneath which hung today's centerpiece, the gray wolf and white deer flag. Around the altar over 1,000 chieftains, elders, and nobles from 23 tribes sat in order. Beyond them tens of thousands of grassland herders watched eagerly, bringing their families. This was an event unseen on the grassland in a century. Since the fall of the Xiongnu court, the grassland had been in a power vacuum. Though the Northern Territory had subdued the tribes by force, true allegiance required today's ceremony. At the hour of the dragon, 3/4 in horn sounded long. Zhuge Liang, clad in a green scholar's robe and holding a feather fan, slowly ascended the alliance altar. He wore no official robes out of respect for grassland traditions. Brothers of the grassland, he began, his voice carrying through inner force to every ear, today we gather here not for conquest, not for enslavement, but for shared prosperity. He spoke these words first in Chinese, then fluently in Xiongnu and Xianbei. A stir ran through the crowd. The grassland tribes had complex languages, mastering 2 or 3 was rare. But this northern strategist could fluently use 3 languages with perfect pronunciation, earning the respect of many chieftains. Zhuge Liang continued. His Excellency Yang Jingyuan, Grand Governor of the Northern Territory, decrees from today, the grassland is divided into 10 prefectures, each with counties. Tribal chieftains may serve as prefectural governors or county magistrates, but must obey northern laws and adopt northern administrative systems. He unrolled a sheepskin edict and read aloud the 10 policies for grassland governance. First, like corvée and taxes. The 10 grassland prefectures are tax exempt for 3 years. After 3 years, taxes will be only 30% of the Central Plains. Second, establish grassland schools. Each prefecture shall have 1 official school, each county 1 village school teaching Chinese, arithmetic, farming, and animal husbandry for free. Outstanding students may study further at Lingyuan City. Third, establish trade supervision offices. Set up trade markets in each prefecture for fair exchange, prohibiting force buying or selling. The Northern Territory will supply salt, iron, tea, and cloth at fair prices, purchasing cattle, sheep hides, and medicinal herbs. Fourth, implement rotational grazing. The government will plan pastures, rotating grazing by season to protect water and grass and prevent desertification. Fifth, establish grassland medical clinics. Each prefecture shall have an official clinic providing free treatment. The Northern Territory will send medical officers to teach medicine. Sixth, the 10 policies were all practical, targeting the grassland's pain points. Tax exemptions allowed herders to recover schools, gave their children a future, trade markets solved daily needs, rotational grazing protected their livelihood, and medical clinics ensured health. With each policy read, the cheers grew louder. When all 10 were announced, many elderly herders were in tears. They had been oppressed by the Xiongnu for decades, handing over half their livestock yearly, their sons conscripted to die in war, their illnesses left to fate. Had they ever known such treatment? Zhuge Liang put away the edict and swept his gaze over the chieftains. The 10 policies are here. Anyone with objections speak now. Silence. After a long pause, Murong, the Xianbei chieftain, slowly rose. This grassland overlord,
who had ruled the Xianbei for 20 years, was about 50 with a resolute face, and a gold earring in his left ear symbolizing tribal authority. He walked to the altar, and knelt on one knee. Strategist Zhuge Murong on behalf of the 50,000 Xianbei swears here eternal allegiance to the Northern Territory, adherence to the 10 policies. If I betray, may heaven and earth destroy me. He bit his index finger, and drew a blood streak on his forehead, the heaviest blood oath on the grassland. Then Qiu Liju of the Wuhuan Tuo Bahong of the Chang the Di tribe's elder. 23 chieftains stepped forward one by one, shedding blood to swear. Over 1,000 tribal nobles knelt together, their voices shaking the grassland, eternal allegiance to the Northern Territory. If we betray, may heaven and earth destroy us. Zhuge Liang nodded slightly and stepped aside. Yang Jingyuan, in a black gold python robe with an imperial sword at his waist, slowly ascended the altar. Without speaking, he first walked to Murongke and helped the grassland overlord to his feet. Chief Murong, please rise. Yang Jingyuan's voice was steady. From today, you are the Marquis of Gi, governor of Xianbei Prefecture, with a fief of 3,000 households. He then helped up Qiu Liju. Chief Qiu Liju, you are appointed general of Huijiang, governor of Wuhuan Prefecture, with a fief of 2,000 households. Chief Toba, Elder D. The 23 chieftains were all rewarded. The lowest was a county marquis with a real prefectural governorship, and a fief of over 1,000 households. What shocked the grassland nobles even more was Yang Jingyuan's on-the-spot gifts. 1,000 bolts of silk, 100 dan of tea, and 50 carts each of salt and iron. These might be ordinary in the Central Plains, but on the grassland, they were scarce goods worth their weight in gold. After the rewards, Yang Jingyuan walked to the altar center and declared rewards are honors, but also responsibilities. From now on, the 10 grassland prefectures are part of the Northern Territory, and you are my people. I swear here, those who obey the law, work diligently, and guard the borders will be protected and enriched by the Northern Territory. But his tone turned sharp, his gaze like lightning. If anyone colludes with external enemies, incites rebellion, or harms their brethren, do not say I didn't warn you. With both grace and authority, the grassland was won over. Then Murongke stepped forward holding a neatly folded banner. Your Highness, the Xianbei tribe presents the grassland's sacred relic, the gray wolf and white deer flag. This flag was made 300 years ago by the grassland's common lord Temujin. To see the flag is to see the common lord. Today the Xianbei tribe offers it to your Highness, symbolizing the grasslands reunification. The crowd erupted. The gray wolf and white deer flag held a status on the grassland akin to the imperial jade seal in the Central Plains. Its appearance meant the birth of a grassland common lord. Yang Jingyuan solemnly took the banner and unfurled it. The flag was made of snow-white deerskin embroidered with a golden gray wolf chasing the sun, the wolf's eyes set with rubies that gleamed in the sunlight. After 300 years of weathering, the flag was still as New Testament to its careful preservation. He raised it high facing the grasslands. Thousands, I accept this flag. But I tell you, from now on the grassland has no common lord, only brothers. Han are brothers, Xianbei are brothers, Wuhuan are brothers. All who live on this land are brothers. What we will build is not someone's empire, but a home for all. Roar. A thunderous cheer swept across the grassland. The ceremony entered its final phase. Gong Shu Ban led dozens of craftsmen to set up tents on the open ground below the altar, demonstrating the use of honeycomb briquette stoves. When a honeycomb briquette was lit, blue flame shot out of 12 holes, rapidly raising the temperature inside the tent, and the grassland noble's eyes widened. Is this divine fire? One briquette burns all night, and no smoke. How do we exchange for this stove? Gong Shu Ban patiently explained, then announced, to celebrate the grassland's allegiance, the Northern Territory is giving away 5,000 honeycomb briquette stoves, and 100,000 briquettes for free. Priority goes to the orphaned, elderly, sick, and poor. The grassland people erupted in joy. What did they fear most? Winter. Every year tens of thousands froze to death on the grassland. This stove could save lives. Countless herders knelt and kowtowed, shouting in broken Chinese, "Long live the prince! Long live the Northern Territory!" Seizing the moment, Zhuge Liang announced the registration of the Grassland Cavalry Reserve. All able-bodied men aged 18 to 35 healthy and skilled in riding and archery may volunteer to join the reserve. You heard at home, train for 10 days each quarter with pay and weapons and horses provided by the Northern Territory. When called to war, rewards follow the Northern military merit system. This policy gave the grassland's martial spirit a legitimate outlet. In just 2 hours 80,000 able-bodied men enlisted. The ceremony lasted until dusk. As the setting sun gilded the grassland, Yang Jingyuan stood on the alliance altar looking at the celebrating crowd below, his heart filled with emotion. The grassland's allegiance secured the northern territory's rear. And ahead. He looked south, his gaze deep. My lord, Zhuge Liang said softly at his side, we just received an urgent report from Lingyuan. General Huo's mission succeeded. Zhao Debu and his 800 bandits were annihilated at Black Wind Gorge, not a single survivor. Wang Li's caravan has passed safely and continues westward. Yang Jingyuan nodded slightly. Any reaction from Chen Wenyuan? None yet. But according to Jia Xu's secret report, Chen Wenyuan has decided to act. In 3 days. 3 days later would be the 3rd day of the 3rd month. Yang Jingyuan was silent for a moment, then said softly, order the entire army to prepare for battle. Understood. The sunset was like blood, the grassland wind long. Above Zhenbei City, the gray wolf and white deer flag flew side by side, with the black banner of the Northern Territory. The era of the grassland had ended. The era of the Northern Territory had just begun, and the storm over the Central Plains was about to arrive. On the 1st day of the 3rd month, at the hour of Chen, a vast expanse of new land lay to the west of Lingyuan City, where an unprecedented architectural complex was displaying its grandeur in the morning light. This was the Tiannongyuan. Its walls 5 zhang high were built of bluestone topped with movable wooden walkways, and watchtowers stood every 30 paces. It resembled a military fortress more than a workshop. The main gate 2 zhang tall bore bronze door panels embossed with patterns of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and various crafts. In the center 3 gilded characters gleamed brilliantly under the rising sun, Tiannongyuan. Before the gate stood Yang Jingyuan, clad in a simple brocade robe with an imperial sword at his waist, followed by civil and military officials, including Zhuge Liang, Xiao, He Li Jing, and Huo Qubing. Everyone awaited the moment the gates would open.
My lord,
said Gong Shuban, standing by the gate. This old master craftsman, usually unkempt, was today wearing a brand new blue work uniform, his beard neatly trimmed, his eyes blazing with excitement.
The first phase of Tiannongyuan, spanning 45 days, was fully completed last night at midnight. Please, my lord, enter the courtyard.
With a creak, the heavy bronze doors swung slowly inward. The scene within left everyone breathless. First to catch the eye was a central avenue 10 zhang wide and 300 zhang long, paved with bluestone slabs. Flanking it were 36 bronze lamp posts, each topped with carvings of various tools. At the avenue's end stood a nine-story main building with flying eaves and interlocking brackets, grand and imposing. Copper bells hung from every eave, ringing crisply in the morning breeze. But this was only the surface.
My lord, please look,
Gong Shuban said, guiding the group inside, his voice filled with pride.
Tiannongyuan is divided into 9 zones. Today we will mainly tour 3: the armory, the civilian workshop, and the RD area.
The group proceeded along the central avenue, first arriving at the armory on the left. Covering 100 mu, it was divided into 12 independent work sheds. Each shed housed a complete assembly line. In the first shed, 50 artisans were operating water-powered forging hammers. A massive water wheel driven by a channel rotated and transmitted power via connecting rods to 12 hammers, each weighing 1,000 jin. With a dull thud, they struck red-hot iron billets into armor plate blanks.
This is the water-powered armor forging line,
Gong Shuban explained.
Previously, crafting a single suit of mysterious iron armor required 3 days by a skilled artisan. Now from billet to finished plate it takes only 2 hours. With 12 hammers running day and night, we produce 3,000 plates daily, enough to assemble 500 full suits.
The second shed housed the Poyu crossbow production line. Unlike traditional crossbow manufacturing here, each artisan specialized. Some made the arms, others processed gears, some assembled triggers, and others adjusted bowstrings. At the end of each line, a completed Poyu crossbow underwent inspection.
The Poyu crossbow has a range of 1,000 paces and can fire 3 bolts consecutively,
Gong Shuban said, picking up a finished piece to demonstrate its structure.
The key lies in this gear set and cocking mechanism. While a normal strong crossbow requires a strongman to cock it by foot, the Poyu uses a ratchet mechanism. An ordinary soldier can rotate the crank 30 times to cock it and fire 3 bolts in succession.
He paused and added,
more crucial are the matching explosive bolts. A special explosive packet mixed with iron shards is tied behind the arrowhead. Upon impact it detonates after a delay, killing all within 5 zhang.
Li Jing took a Puyu crossbow, examined it closely, and a glint flashed in his eyes.
If all our archers are equipped with these, our firepower in field battles will more than triple. More than that.
Dong Shuban pointed to the third shed.
We are producing cluster arrow boxes there. A single crossbow cart can hold 100 explosive bolts, and fire them all within 30 breaths, covering a range of 100 paces.
The group moved on to the civilian workshop. Unlike the armory's grim atmosphere, this place was busy yet orderly. The most striking feature was the honeycomb briquette molding area. 30-foot operated presses were arranged neatly, each operated by 2 artisans, one filling the material, the other stepping to press.
Daily production of honeycomb briquettes has reached 120,000 pieces,
Dong Shuban said.
But with Tiangong Yuan complete, this number can double. More importantly,
he led the group to a more complex machine. This machine stood about 1 zhang tall, composed of an iron frame, gears, transmission rods, and molds. Its most peculiar feature was its power source. Not human or water power, but a continuously spinning flywheel.
This is a flywheel-type automatic press,
Dong Shuban said, his voice trembling with excitement.
By storing kinetic energy in the flywheel, a single step can press 10 briquettes consecutively, increasing efficiency 5-fold. If paired with the Earthfire engine you mentioned, my lord, it would require no human labor at all.
Nearby, new spinning wheels, improved farming tools, water wheel mills, and other civilian implements were also in production. 20 apprentices selected from the Grassland Academy were learning to operate them under the guidance of master artisans. This was Yang Jingyuan's explicit request. Technology must spread, and talent must be cultivated. The final stop was the RD area. This was the most core and secretive zone of Tiangong Yuan. Before entering, everyone was required to don special cotton work uniforms and masks. Dong Shuban explained that some experiments here
easily produce toxic fumes.
In the center of the RD area, 3 test stations were arranged in a row. The first station, live firing of the Puyu crossbow. The shooting range was set 100 zhang away, with 10 armored wooden mannequins standing, their armor being standard iron armor captured from the Kanglan Prefecture border troops. A crossbowman operated the Puyu crossbow, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 explosive bolts flew in a triangular formation, arcing through the air to precisely hit 3 mannequins. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions rang out almost simultaneously. Amidst the flames and smoke, the iron armor was blasted to pieces, and the wooden mannequins were shattered into splinters. What was more terrifying was the shrapnel from the explosions, which riddled the 2 adjacent mannequins with holes. 1 bolt, 5 suits of armor destroyed. Huo Qubing drew a sharp breath.
If 3,000 of these crossbows fired in volley, that would be a massacre,
Bai Qi said coldly. The second test station, a demonstration of the Warm Dragon system. This was a specially constructed stone chamber simulating the harsh winter conditions of the grasslands. The outdoor temperature was -5 degrees. Inside the chamber, a peculiar device was installed in the center, a honeycomb briquette stove connected to a large water tank, which in turn connected to dozens of copper pipes spreading like a spider's web across the walls and ceiling. Dong Shuban lit the stove. After a quarter of an hour, the temperature inside the stone chamber began to rise. After 2 quarters, it reached 10 degrees. After 3 quarters, 20 degrees. Even more miraculous, the hot water in the copper pipes could be directed to different areas via valves. Dong Shuban demonstrated by diverting the water to a bathroom, a small adjacent compartment where a shower head sprayed warm water.
Is this hot water?
Xiao He reached out to test it, his face full of astonishment.
Indeed,
Dong Shuban laughed.
The Warm Dragon system serves 2 purposes: heating and supplying hot water. One system can serve 10 barracks rooms or 5 large tents. It has been trialed at the Military Academy and Government Academy with excellent feedback.
Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan.
If this is extended to all military barracks, government offices, and academies, the soldiers of the northern frontier will no longer suffer the bitter cold. The boost to morale from this device is no less than a great victory.
The third test station, the prototype of the Earthfire engine. This was the most eye-catching device of all. A steel monster about 6 feet high and 4 feet wide stood silently. It had a massive iron boiler connected to complex pistons connecting rods, and a flywheel with a thick chimney pointing skyward. The entire machine was covered in rivets and welds, looking crude yet formidable.
The Earthfire engine, also known as a steam engine,
Dong Shuban said, his voice trembling slightly with excitement.
The principle is to burn coal to heat the boiler, producing steam to push the piston, which drives the connecting rod, which rotates the flywheel, converting thermal energy into mechanical energy.
He looked at Yang Jingyuan.
Based on the concept you mentioned 3 months ago, my lord, this old man and 30 artisans have worked day and night to finally build this prototype. But it is not yet stable enough. Demonstrate,
Yang Jingyuan said succinctly.
Yes.
Gong Shuban operated it himself. For artisans added specially refined coal to the boiler and lit the fire. The blower started working, and the fire grew stronger. After a quarter of an hour, the boiler pressure gauge needle began to rise. After 2 quarters, the needle entered the red zone.
Pressure is sufficient,
Gong Shuban shouted.
Open the valve.
An artisan pulled the steam valve. With a hiss, scorching steam rushed into the cylinder. The piston began to move. The connecting rod pushed. The flywheel slowly started to turn. At first, it was very slow, then faster and faster, steadier and steadier. A dull rhythmic roar filled the air, and the entire test platform vibrated slightly. The wind from the spinning flywheel made everyone's robes flap. It was a success. Everyone's eyes were wide, staring at this machine that required no human or water power, moving solely by burning coal. It completely defied their understanding.
Current speed 30 revolutions per minute.
Gong Shuban announced loudly, his voice rising above the machine's roar.
It can output about 5 horsepower, equivalent to the continuous pulling force of 5 strong horses. If it can run stably, and the power is increased further.
He looked at Yang Jingyuan, his eyes blazing like torches.
It can drive a tower ship needing no sails going upstream. It can pull war chariots needing no horses traveling 300 li a day. It can power giant machine tools to forge more precise weapons.
The machine ran for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, when suddenly an unusual sound came from the boiler.
Trouble. Pressure release,
Gong Shuban explained urgently. The artisan scrambled to operate, but it was too late. With a dull bang, a connecting pipe burst and steam spewed out. The machine slowly ground to a halt. Gong Shuban's face turned pale, and he knelt to confess his fault.
My lord, this old man is incompetent. The prototype is not yet perfect.
But Yang Jingyuan stepped forward and helped him up, his eyes full of admiration.
Master Gongshu, what fault is there? For this device to run for a quarter of an hour is already a groundbreaking achievement. Tell me, what is the problem? What do you need? Mainly seals and materials,
Gong Shuban said.
When the boiler pressure is high, the joints tend to leak. We need more precise processing techniques and steel that can withstand higher temperatures and pressures. Also, the control mechanism is not sensitive enough. How long will it take? If we have enough high-quality iron ore and samples of fire-pattern steel from Longshore Prefecture for research, within 3 months, this old man can build a stable earth fire engine,
Gong Shuban said through gritted teeth. Yang Jingyuan turned.
Li Jing. Here. Classify Tiangong as the top-secret location in the northern frontier. Deploy an additional 1,000 personal guards for round-the-clock duty and shifts. Register all artisans and apprentices, allow no exit, triple their pay. Yes. Shao He. I am here. Allocate 300,000 taels of gold as special RD funds for Tiangong. Double the salaries of all artisans in the courtyard again. Master Gongshu shall enjoy the treatment of a marquis with a fief of 1,000 households.
Gong Shuban's eyes brimmed with tears.
My lord, this old man is unworthy. You deserve it,
Yang Jingyuan said, patting his shoulder. Then he looked at everyone.
Gentlemen, what you have just seen is the future of the northern frontier. The Poyu crossbow, the warm dragon system, the earth fire engine. Each one will change warfare, change people's livelihoods, change this world.
He paused, his voice turning somber.
But now, this is not enough. Master Gongshu, I want you to adjust the production ratio. For military equipment, store 30% and immediately equip the troops with 70%. Especially the Poyu crossbows and explosive bolts, prioritize equipping the 4 symbols Legion and the Jingbei army. Accelerate honeycomb briquette production to full capacity. Before winter arrives, I want every household in the 3 northern prefectures and 10 grassland commanderies to have coal and a warm winter. For the development of the earth fire engine, give whatever is needed, manpower, money, materials. Wang Li's merchant caravan is already on its way back, carrying 2 carloads of fire-pattern steel ore.
Gong Shuban nodded heavily.
This old man understands.
The tour concluded, and as the group walked out of Tiangong, it was already afternoon. Yang Jingyuan mounted his horse, and cast one last look at this workshop brimming with infinite possibilities, whispering,
"Return to the residence."
Halfway back to the Grand Governor's mansion, a fast horse came galloping. The rider was covered in dust with 3 red feathers stuck in his back, the mark of an thunderedly urgent dispatch.
"Report."
The rider dismounted in a roll, knelt on one knee, and presented a wax-sealed secret letter.
"Urgent report from Lord Jia in the capital."
Yang Jingyuan tore open the letter and scanned it. The letter contained only 9 characters.
3 days hence at Ean Hour, Yanshin Hall.
His gaze turned instantly icy. 3 days later, on the 4th day of the 3rd month at Ean Hour, Shen Wenyuan was finally making his move.
"Pass the order,"
Yang Jingyuan said, putting away the letter, his voice terrifyingly calm.
"Prepare the entire army for war. All generals report to the Grand Governor's mansion for a council immediately." "Yes."
The sound of urgent horse hooves sped towards Lingyuan City. The roar of Tiangong Yuan gradually faded into the distance behind them. And a greater storm was brewing in the south. The spring of the 33rd year of Yongchang was about to be stained red with blood. On the 1st day of the 3rd lunar month, at the hour of the boar, within the hall of nourishing, the mindy air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. Emperor Yang Shirin of Xia reclined on his dragon couch, covered by 3 layers of brocade quilts, yet still he could not stop shivering. His sallow face bore prominent cheekbones and sunken eye sockets. Those eyes, once sharp as lightning, were now turbid and lifeless. Only an occasional flicker of clarity proved that the sovereign, who had ruled Xia for 33 years, had not yet completely lost consciousness. A violent fit of coughing seized him, and the emperor arched his back. Chao Jin hastily brought forth a golden spittoon. A mouthful of dark red phlegm mingled with fine blood clots was spat into it.
"Your Majesty."
Chao Jin knelt before the couch, tears streaming down his aged face.
"This old servant will summon the imperial physician to prepare another dose." "No need."
The emperor barely suppressed his cough, his voice hoarse, like a broken bellows.
"I know my own body. For 23 years the shamanic curse of the Xiongnu has finally become unbearable."
He slowly raised his head, gazing at the coiling dragon caisson, sealing his eyes, seeming to pierce through time and space.
"Chao Jin, do you remember? In the 10th year of Yongchang, the great victory in the northern border, when Lin Pijun beheaded the Xiongnu left wise king and seized the shaman's altar, I personally went to Shufengzhou to reward the troops. It was then that I was ambushed."
Chao Jin bowed his head.
"This old servant remembers. After your Majesty returned to the capital, you suffered a high fever for 7 days. The Imperial Academy of Medicine was helpless. It was Marquis Lin who sought a shaman's secret medicine from the grasslands which saved your life. But that cold curse had already entered the marrow. Lin Pijun."
The emperor murmured the name, a complex expression flashing in his eyes.
"My Jinbei Marquis, my in-law."
He suddenly began to gasp heavily, and Chao Jin quickly stepped forward to soothe his back. After a long while, the emperor caught his breath and reached under his pillow to retrieve a warm white jade pendant, carved in the shape of a swallow with the character Lin elegantly engraved on the back.
"This was brought by the imperial consort when she entered the palace."
The emperor stroked the pendant, his fingers trembling.
"She said it was an heirloom of the Lin family left to her by her mother. I doted on her so much back then. But later—"
He did not finish. In the 12th year of Yongchang, Jinbei Marquis Lin Pijun died on the battlefield, the cause of his death shrouded in mystery. 3 months later, imperial consort Lin,
afflicted by melancholy,
passed away in the palace. Half a year after that, a wave of impeachment against Lin Pijun for
monopolizing military power and harboring treasonous intentions
swept the court. The deceased marquis was posthumously stripped of his title, and the entire Lin family was either demoted or exiled. The northern border faction collapsed. The driving force behind all this was the faction of Empress Dowager, led by Left Chancellor Chen Wenyuan. And the emperor had tacitly consented.
Retribution.
The emperor gave a bitter smile, blood again trickling from the corner of his mouth.
"This is retribution. I thought that by eliminating the Lin family I could suppress the consort clan and consolidate imperial power. But in the end I raised a tiger to bring disaster. Chen Wenyu and Empress Zhang. They are probably waiting for me to die now, aren't they?"
Chao Jin knelt prostrate, not daring to respond. The emperor struggled to sit up, and Chao Jin hastily supported him. He took a blank piece of bright yellow silk from a hidden compartment beside the couch and bit the index finger of his right hand. Blood dripped onto the silk.
Your Majesty, you must not.
Chao Jin exclaimed in alarm.
Your dragon body is paramount. Silence.
The Emperor's voice suddenly turned stern, carrying a hint of his former majesty. With trembling fingers, he wrote on the silk stroke by stroke.
Pass the throne to the ninth son Jing Yuan. Purge the sovereign's side, execute the Qin faction.
12 characters, each one crimson, read the force of the strokes penetrating the silk. After writing, the Emperor also retrieved a palm-sized tiger-shaped tally, made of pure gold with a fierce tiger form, and the words,
Imperial Guard Tally Deployed 30000,
engraved on its back. He handed the blood edict and the tiger tally to Chao Jin.
You? Go to the northern border in person. Deliver them to the ninth son. Tell him, your father has wronged his mother, wronged the Lin family. But this realm cannot be destroyed by the Qin faction.
Chao Jin received them with both hands. The weight in his hands felt like 1,000 jun.
Your Majesty, if this old servant leaves your side, I still have the shadow guards by my side.
The Emperor smiled bitterly.
Although, there are probably Qin Wenyuan's men among them as well. You will leave tonight disguised as a eunuch delivering medicine to leave the palace. I have already made arrangements.
He paused, and a final light suddenly burst forth in his eyes, the desperate resolve of a dying man.
Tell Jing Yuan if he can pacify the chaos and ascend to this position. The first thing he must do is to rehabilitate the Lin family, clear the name of the Zhenbei Marquis, and posthumously honor his mother as Empress. As his words fell, the Emperor coughed violently, gushing large mouthfuls of black blood. Your Majesty, go! Go quickly!
The Emperor pushed Chao Jin away.
Any later, and it will be too late.
Chao Jin cowed out heavily 3 times, tears streaming down his aged face.
This old servant accepts the decree.
He concealed the blood edict and tiger tally close to his body, cast one last look at the dying Emperor on the dragon couch, turned and vanished into the shadows of the Hall of Nourishing the Mind. Within the hall, only the Emperor's labored breathing remained. He stared at the ceiling, and in his daze, he seemed to see 2 figures. One was a valiant general clad in black armor, wielding a long halberd. That was Lin Pijuan. One was a gentle woman in plain clothes, with a faint, beautiful smile. That was Imperial Consort Lin.
Pijuan, my consort.
The Emperor reached out his hand, trying to grasp something, but only caught empty air.
I have come to atone to you.
His eyes slowly closed. At the same moment, in the secret chamber of the Qin mansion, candlelight cast flickering shadows on 3 faces. Empress Zhang, in plain clothes, though past 40, still bore the beauty of her youth on her well-preserved visage. But at this moment her phoenix eyes were filled with cold calculation. The third prince, Yang Jingrui, sat at the lower seat. This legitimate son of the Empress, at 27, had a handsome face and an elegant demeanor, but the slight trembling of his fingers, hidden in his sleeve, betrayed his inner tension. At this age, he should have been in his prime, contending for the throne, but years of being suppressed by his 2 elder brothers had made him anxious now that the opportunity had finally arrived. And Qin Wenyuan, seated in the place of honor, was as calm as still water. This left chancellor, who had controlled the court for 13 years, had graying hair and a gaunt face, looking like a gentle scholar. But only those who knew him well understood the venomous cunning hidden within this frail body.
The arrangements with the imperial physician have been made.
Qin Wenyuan's voice was calm.
The sole son of Director Li accidentally fell into the water 3 days ago. I had him rescued. He is sensible and knows what to do.
A sharp gleam flashed in the Empress' eyes.
When do we strike? 3 days from now, on the 4th day of the 3rd lunar month, at the hour of the tiger,
Qin Wenyuan said.
At that time His Majesty will take his usual calming decoction. We will add snow-toad powder to the medicine. This substance is colorless and odorless. It will take effect 3 hours after ingestion, with symptoms resembling a sudden heart attack. The Imperial Academy of Medicine will not be able to detect it.
Yang Jingrui hesitated.
Teacher, what about Chao Jin by father's side? Chao Jin will suddenly fall ill tonight and be sent out of the palace to recuperate.
Qin Wenyuan said lightly.
70% of the guards and maids in the Hall of Nourishing the Mind are our people. As for the rest, after His Majesty's passing, not one will be left alive.
The Empress took a deep breath.
Once His Majesty passes, immediately seal off the 9 gates allowing entry but no exit. At the same time, issue a forged edict proclaiming Ruer as Emperor. I have already prepared the edict using His Majesty's usual private seal. That seal was counterfeited 3 years ago.
Yang Jingrui still had concerns.
What about eldest brother and second brother? They won't sit idly by. Of course they won't.
Chen Wenyuan sneered, taking a roll of parchment from his sleeve and spreading it on the table. On the paper was a detailed map of their power distribution.
Of the 80000 troops in the capital garrison, Commander Zhou Wu is my disciple and controls 60000. Of the remaining 200001000 belong to the eldest prince, 5000 to the second prince, and 5000 are neutral.
Chen Wenyuan pointed at the map.
On the night of His Majesty's death, Zhou Wu will deploy troops into the capital under the pretext of martial law. The 15000 troops belonging to the eldest and second princes will be sent to assist in defending the outer city.
He paused before continuing.
The Imperial Guard has 3 divisions, each with 5000 men. The left division commander Lu Xiong and the right division commander Wang Bao have already pledged allegiance. The central division commander Zhao Gang is a loyalist of His Majesty, but within the central division, we have 300 death warriors. When we rise up, we will first kill Zhao Gang and take control of the central division. Of the 6 ministers, the Minister of Personnel, Revenue, and Works are all in our hands. The Minister of Rights, Zhou Wenjing, is an old stickler, but holds no real power. The Minister of War, Sun Tingyu, is a man of the second prince, but the Ministry of War requires the Tiger Tally to deploy troops, and the Tiger Tally is in His Majesty's hands. After His Majesty's death, the tally will go missing. The Minister of Justice is a man of the eldest prince, but the ministry only has constables and runners, nothing to fear. The left censor-in-chief of the censorate, Chen Tingyun. This man is troublesome, but I have already arranged charges against him. 3 days from now, he will be accused of embezzlement and imprisoned first. As for Right Chancellor Su Zhen,
a look of wariness flashed in Chen Wenyuan's eyes.
Although this Duke of Xinghua has semi-retired, his old subordinates in the military are spread across the provinces. But he is advanced in years and has no clear allegiance, so he is not a concern for now. Once the situation is settled, we will deal with him slowly.
Chen Wenyuan's finger finally pointed at positions like
Imperial Academy of Medicine, Imperial Household Department,
and
9 Gates Commander. The physicians, purchasing agents, and city gates are all under our control. 3 days from now, the capital will be an iron bucket. If the eldest and second princes are sensible, they can be made idle princes. If they dare to act,
a cold glint flashed in his eyes.
It will be treason, and they will be killed without mercy.
Yang Jingru's heart pounded with both fear and excitement. Though thrown that supreme position, he had waited 27 years for it, and now it was only a step away. But the Empress suddenly asked,
"What about the northern border? Yang Jingyuan is now the Grand Governor of the North, commanding 500,000 troops. If he leads his army south, he would not dare,"
Chen Wenyuan said with certainty.
"With His Majesty dead and a new emperor enthroned, if he dares to move his troops, it will be rebellion. The court will have righteousness on its side, and an imperial decree denouncing him as a rebel will cause the whole realm to rise against him. What does his 500,000 troops matter? The Central Plains have 11 provinces and 50 million people. We can wear him down. Moreover,"
he added,
"I have already ordered Kanglan and Longshire provinces to create friction. As long as the northern border makes the first move, we will have our excuse. It's a pity that Zhao Debiu, that useless fool, failed at Blackwind Gorge and didn't even leave a shred of evidence."
The Empress nodded slowly.
"In that case, in 3 days, the world will change."
The candle in the secret chamber crackled. At the hour of the boar in the study of the Jia mansion, Jia Xu sat behind his desk, brush in hand, reviewing documents from the Ministry of Personnel. The candlelight cast a warm jade-like glow on his gaunt face, making him appear as nothing more than an ordinary official diligent in his duties. Suddenly the window frame stirred slightly. A shadowy figure slipped into the room like a ghost and knelt silently on the ground. The visitor was clad in ink-black attire with the characters Tiansu embroidered in dark gold on the shoulder. This was Duan Qingtian, the Tiansu star, one of the 36 heavenly stalwart marshals of the Buliangren.
"Lord Jia,"
Duan Qingtian's voice was pitched extremely low.
"Secret report from the Hall of Nourishing. The Mind Chao Jin left the palace tonight, suspected of carrying important items northward. The secret meeting at the Qin Mansion has just concluded. The Empress and the third prince have departed. Chen Wenyuan has decided to strike 3 days from now at the hour of the tiger."
Jia Xu did not pause his brush, saying lightly,
Which imperial physician? Director Li. His sole son fell into the water 3 days ago and was rescued by the Qin Mansion guards. He is now under house arrest in the Qin Mansion's detached villa. What of the capital garrison and the Imperial Guard? Zhou Wu of the capital garrison has secretly ordered his confidants to assemble at the hour of the rat 3 days from now. Lu Xiong of the left division and Wang Bao of the right division of the Imperial Guard both secretly visited the Qin Mansion tonight. Zhao Gang of the central division is still kept in the dark.
Jia Xu finally set down his brush, took a piece of plain paper, and wrote,
To my lord on the 4th day of the 3rd lunar month at the hour of the tiger in the hall of nourishing the mind. The tiger tally has gone north. The blood edict is en route. The Qin faction is about to act. The capital garrison and Imperial Guard have all rebelled. Your servant has laid contingency plans awaiting the moment to strike. Jia Xu kowtows.
After writing, he folded the letter and handed it to Duan Qingtian.
800 Li urgent dispatch to the northern border. Remember, if intercepted, the letter can be destroyed, but the bearer must die. Understood.
Duan Qingtian took the secret letter and concealed it close to his body, but did not immediately leave.
Lord Jia Qin Yuan was probing again today about your palace examination essay from years ago.
Half a month ago, after the morning court, Qin Yuan had tested whether Jia Xu had old ties with the northern border. Jia Xu had brushed it off with
youthful indiscretions.
But clearly the suspicious left chancellor was not entirely convinced. Jia Xu smiled faintly.
He should be suspicious. The northern border has grown too quickly, and there are people in the court speaking for them. Naturally, he must investigate. But it's fine. He won't find anything.
In the 21st year of Yongchang, Jia's palace examination essay advocated
strengthening border garrisons and never relaxing military preparedness.
At that time, the case of Zhenbei Marquis had just occurred a year prior, making the northern border faction a taboo subject that all new Jinshu avoided. Only he had written such an essay. Qin Yuan would naturally be suspicious. But he would never imagine that Jia Xu was not a remnant of the northern border, but summoned by a system.
Lord Jia, the capital will surely descend into chaos in 3 days. Will you?
Duan Qingtian hesitated.
Take shelter first.
Jia Xu shook his head.
No, I will stay. Qin Yuan needs the Ministry of Personnel to control the court. I am the right Vice Minister of Personnel, a third-rank official. He won't touch me for now. Moreover,
he walked to the window, gazing toward the imperial palace.
This play I still need to watch them perform to the end.
Duan Qingtian said no more, bowed, and his figure vanished. Jia Xu returned to his desk, picked up the documents he had just reviewed, and lit them with a candle flame. The flames rose, the paper curling and blackening. In the firelight, his face was half in light, half in shadow. Those always gentle and calm eyes now held an abyssal depth, as if they could see through all conspiracies and conceal all secrets.
3 days from now,
he murmured to himself,
the skies of this great Xia are about to change.
Outside the window, the night was as dark as ink. The 9 gates of the capital were silent, but undercurrents were already surging in the abyssal depths. In the hall of nourishing the mind, the emperor's breath was faint. In the secret chamber of the Qin Mansion, the conspiracy was set. In the study of the Jia Mansion, intelligence had been dispatched. And in the northern border, in the city of Lingyuan, Yang Jingyuan had just concluded a military council. He walked out of the Grand Governor's mansion and looked up at the starry sky. The star of purple tenuity was dim, and a baleful star was charging into the palace.
A storm is brewing,
he murmured. On the 4th day of the 3rd month, at the initial stroke of the Yin hour. Within the hall of mental cultivation, the scent of aloes wood mingled with medicinal herbs, swirling under the dim palace lanterns into an eerie haze. Emperor Yang Shirin of Xiao lay on the dragon bed, his breath faint as a silken thread. 7 imperial physicians knelt before the couch, at their head Li Shorin, the director of the Imperial Medical Academy, sweat beading on his brow, trembling hands, holding a bowl of freshly brewed calming decoction.
Your Majesty, it is time to take your medicine.
Li Shorin's voice was parched. The emperor on the bed showed no reaction. The chief eunuch attending at the side whispered,
Directly, His Majesty has been in deep slumber for some time. This medicine, it must be taken.
Li Shorin gritted his teeth.
His Majesty's health concerns the very foundation of the state. Even if we must force-feed him, it shall be done.
He signaled 2 younger physicians to raise the emperor, then used a jade spoon to scoop up the medicine, slowly feeding it into the monarch's mouth. The decoction was amber-colored, shimmering with an eerie light under the palace lamps. a sign that snow-toad powder had been added. 1 spoonful to 3. After feeding most of the bowl, Li Shoren was about to sigh in relief when suddenly the Emperor's eyes snapped open, and a mouthful of black blood erupted, spraying directly onto Li Shoren's face. The blood was not crimson, but a purplish-black, carrying a pungent foul stench.
"Your Majesty!"
Cries of alarm filled the hall. Yet the Emperor seemed to experience a final resurgence of vitality. His murky eyes blazed with a terrifying sharp light. He stared fixedly at Li Shoren, black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse, like a ghost's wail.
"Li Shoren, you have quite the nerve."
Li Shoren's face turned ashen. The medicine bowl in his hand crashed to the floor, with a clatter, shattering into pieces.
"No, it was not your servant. It was Qin,"
he stammered incoherently. But the Emperor could no longer hear him. The violent poison took effect. Blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. From his eyes, nostrils, ears, the corners of his mouth. Lines of purplish-black blood flowed slowly. The Emperor's body convulsed violently, yet he struggled to raise his right hand, mustering the last of his strength to bite his index finger, and tremblingly trace 5 blood-red characters on the silk quilt.
"Jingyuan, purge the court sycophants."
As the final stroke fell, his finger drooped limply. Yet his eyes did not close. They stared fixedly at the ceiling, the candlelight reflected in his pupils, as if questioning the heavens, or as if he had seen something. Li Shoren tremblingly reached out to check the Emperor's breath. After 3 breaths, he collapsed limply, his voice choked with tears.
His Majesty has ascended. Bong, bong, bong.
The death knell tolled 9 times, its sound shaking the imperial palace. At the same moment, in the palace of earthly tranquility, Empress Zhang sat before her mirror, being attended to by a maidservant arranging her hair. When the first sound of the death knell reached her, the jade comb in her hand fell with a crack, breaking in 2.
"It has come,"
she murmured, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes, before being replaced by ruthlessness.
"Transmit my imperial decree."
The Empress rose abruptly.
"Immediately seal off the hall of mental cultivation. No one is permitted entry or exit. All 9 city gates are to be locked down. Allow entry but forbid exit. The 3 guards of the Imperial Forest Army and the 80,000 troops of the capital garrison are to be placed on full combat alert." "Your Highness,"
a trusted matron whispered,
"what of the first prince and the second prince? If they dare make a reckless move—"
The Empress' gaze turned icy.
"They shall be deemed rebels."
She walked swiftly to the inner chamber, retrieving a pre-prepared posthumous edict from a hidden compartment. She unrolled it. Upon it was neat, regular script.
"Since ascending the throne, we have been diligent in governance and concern for the people. Yet heaven's mandate has its limits, and our end draws near.
The 3rd Prince Jingrui is benevolent, filial, intelligent, and wise, and may inherit the great legacy. All princes shall assist him with one heart, and all civil and military officials shall perform their respective duties. Respect this."
At the end it bore the Emperor's private seal, a seal forged 3 years prior.
The Empress looked at this forged edict, her hands trembling slightly.
"Your Highness."
Qin Wenyuan's voice suddenly came from behind. The left chancellor had entered the palace unnoticed.
"One must act decisively when the time comes."
The Empress took a deep breath and put away the edict.
"The hall of mental cultivation. Li Shoren will handle it cleanly,"
Qin Wenyuan said calmly.
"All physicians, eunuchs, and maids present, not one shall be left alive. As for His Majesty's belongings, I have already sent men to search for them."
He paused, then added,
"Before Chao Jin left the palace, His Majesty entrusted him with an item.
If my guess is correct, it should be the blood edict of succession. Last night Chao Jin disguised himself as a eunuch delivering medicine and left the palace. He has now passed Tong Pass and is heading north."
The Empress' face changed.
"Then, rest assured." Qin Wenyuan's eyes flashed coldly.
"The garrison commander of Tong Pass is my man. Chao Jin will not travel 300 li."
At the 3rd quarter of the evening hour, in the hall of mental cultivation, torches illuminated the square before the hall as if it were daylight. 37 corpses lay strewn across the ground. 7 physicians, 8 eunuchs, 22 maidservants. All had their throats slit with a single stroke, unable even to cry out before death. Li Shoren knelt amidst the corpses, his face ashen. Before him stood Lu Xiong, commander of the left guard of the Imperial Forest Army, his sword tip still dripping blood.
"Director Li,"
Lu Xiong's voice was icy,
"His Majesty suffered a sudden heart attack and ascended. You and your colleagues failed in your treatment. What crime do you confess to?" Aye. Aye.
Li Shouren trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly he recalled his only son, who was under house arrest in the Chen family's separate residence, and despair flashed in his eyes. He jerked his head up and screamed hoarsely.
It was Chen Wenyuan. It was Chancellor Chen who forced me to administer poison. He has my son.
A flash of the blade. His head fell to the ground. Lu Xiong sheathed his long sword and said to the personal guards behind him,
Li Shouren, director of the Imperial Medical Academy, failed in his treatment, causing His Majesty's death, and further slandered a High Minister of State. He has now been executed. The rest shall all be buried with the Emperor. As you command.
The torches flickered, and the stench of blood filled the air. Meanwhile, inside the Hall of Mental Cultivation, 2 eunuchs were conducting a meticulous search. In a hidden compartment of the dragon bed, they found the jade swallow pendant under the pillow, an unfinished letter. A private missive the ailing emperor had been writing to Yang Jingyuan, which only began.
My son Jingyuan, seeing this, is as meeting me face to face.
I know my days are numbered, and have a few words to tell you.
The letter was respectfully presented to Chen Wenyuan. Chen Wenyuan took it, read it carefully by the candlelight, then slowly brought the paper close to the flame.
The paper curl blackened and turned to ash.
Did His Majesty leave any final words before his passing?
He asked the eunuch kneeling beside him. The eunuch stammered.
His Majesty bit his finger and wrote 5 blood characters. Oh!
Chen Wenyuan's gaze sharpened.
What did they say? Jingyuan, purge the court sycophants.
Chen Wenyuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed.
His Majesty was gravely ill and confused. He spoke deliriously.
Where is the blood writing now? It has been burned as per Her Highness' orders. Very good.
Chen Wenyuan nodded.
Go and inform Her Highness the Empress. She may prepare to read the imperial edict. The eunuch, relieved, hastily withdrew. Chen Wenyuan stood alone in the hall, gazing at the lifeless emperor on the dragon bed, and murmured softly.
Your Majesty, you thought by passing the throne to the Ninth Prince you could overthrow me.
A pity. This capital city, this great Xia, has long been firmly in my grasp.
Outside the hall, the echoes of the death knell still lingered. At the end of the evening hour, at the mansion of Prince Yang Jinglong of Qin.
The first prince, now armored and armed, paced anxiously in the hall. Outside, dozens of personal guards stood at attention, the atmosphere tense.
Your Highness.
A strategist hurried in.
There is a disturbance in the palace. The death knell tolled 9 times, the Hall of Mental Cultivation is sealed, all 9 gates are locked down. Her Highness the Empress has issued a decree stating that His Majesty suffered a sudden heart attack and ascended.
Yang Jinglong's face turned livid.
A sudden heart attack.
Though His Majesty was gravely ill, Chao Jin said yesterday, he could last through this month. This is clearly poisoning.
He spun around.
What of the capital garrison?
Zhou Wu has led 60,000 troops into the city, controlling the 9 gates of the palace. Our 10,000 men have been redeployed to assist in defending the outer city. A fine assist in defending the outer city.
Yang Jinglong laughed bitterly in rage.
This is to move our men out of the way. Issue orders, muster all private soldiers, mansion guards, and retainers. How many are fit for battle?
The strategist made a quick estimate.
Approximately 50,000. 50,000.
Yang Jinglong gripped his sword hilt.
Enough. Though Zhou Wu controls the capital garrison, there are still many of my former subordinates in the army.
Send secret letters to them. Tonight at the Z hour, under the banner of purge the court sycophants, and slay the traitors, we raise our troops. As you command.
At nearly the same time, at the Prince of Jin's mansion.
The second Prince, Yang Jingyan, reacted even more swiftly. After hearing the report, he immediately entered his study, picked up a brush, and swiftly wrote 3 letters. The first was sent by carrier pigeon to the Southern Frontier Navy, ordering them to urgently dispatch 30,000 elite troops northward. The second was secretly delivered to Minister of War Sun Tingyu. This minister was his man. The third was sent to Right Chancellor Suzhen.
Master,
Yang Jingyan said to the white-haired elder beside him,
Chen Wenyuan and the Empress intend to install the third prince.
If we sit idly by, it is a dead end.
The elder minister pondered.
Your Highness, a direct confrontation is not the best course now. The 80,000 capital garrison troops are in Zhou Wu's hands. 2 of the 3 Imperial Forest Army guards obey the Qin faction. We have only 5,000 mansion troops. Thus we must wait. Yang Jingyan's eyes were sharp.
Wait for the Southern Frontier Navy to come north. Wait for Minister Sun to maneuver in the Ministry of War. Wait for the Northern Frontier
He walked to the window looking north.
The 9th Prince is no fool.
If His Majesty was truly poisoned, he will not sit idly by. As soon as the northern frontier makes a move, Chen Wenyuan must divide his forces, and that will be our opportunity.
But if the northern frontier does not move, then we shall help him move.
Yang Jingyan sneered.
The Chen faction can seal the palace, but they cannot seal all news.
Let our planted agents in the court spread the word that His Majesty was poisoned by the Chen faction, left a blood edict saying Jingyuan purged the court sycophants, and the blood decree of succession was intercepted.
Such news will naturally reach the ears of those who need to hear it.
The elder minister drew a sharp breath.
Your Highness, this is inviting a wolf into the fold. It is still better than being devoured by the tiger Chen Wenyuan,
Yang Jingyan said flatly.
Besides, if the 9th Prince truly manages to breach the capital, this throne may not yet be decided.
Outside the window the night was deep. The 9 gates of the capital were sealed tight, the streets and alleys were under martial law. The common folk stayed indoors, merchants closed their shops, the air was thick with a suffocating murderous stillness. Yet beneath this deathly silence undercurrents raged. At the beginning of the Mao hour in the study of the Jia residence, Jia Xu sat at his desk holding a just-received secret letter. The letter was sent by Duan Chung Tian from over 300 li away using the highest level code of the Buliangren agency.
Chao Jin was ambushed at Tong Pass, gravely wounded, and broke through the encirclement. He is now hiding at Chi Feng Taoist Temple 30 li north of Tong Pass.
500 pursuers led by Chen Ping, Deputy General of Tong Pass, Chen Wenyuan's nephew.
Jia Xu put down the letter and closed his eyes in contemplation. After 3 breaths, he opened his eyes and wrote 2 letters.
The first was to Duan Chung Tian.
Order the Heavenly Execution Star, the Heavenly Ferocity Star, and the Heavenly Skill Star, leading 50 elite agents of the Buliangren to proceed immediately to Chi Feng Taoist Temple. At all costs protect Chao Jin on his journey north. If the task proves impossible, the Blood Edict and the Tiger Tally must reach the northern frontier. The second letter was to another person, and signed bearing only the tiny emblem of a tiger tally. The time has come. It is your turn to act.
Having written both letters, Jia Xu summoned 2 trusted confidants and gave them voiced instructions. The confidants accepted their orders and departed. Jia Xu walked to the window and pushed it open a crack. The eastern horizon was already showing the pale light of dawn. Yet the night over the capital seemed destined to linger long. He gazed toward the imperial palace, where the echoes of the death knell still hung in the air. Then he looked northward, where a storm was brewing.
My lord,
he whispered to himself,
all that your servant could do I have done.
Now, it is up to you.
The first rays of morning light illuminated his deep eyes. Within those eyes, there was worry, calculation, and more. A faint trace of anticipation.
In the 33rd year of the Yongchang era, on the 4th day of the 3rd month at the Yin hour, Emperor Yang Shirin of Xia perished in the hall of mental cultivation. The cause of death was shrouded in mystery, the authenticity of the edict was in doubt. And thus a bloody storm that would sweep across Great Xia was set in motion. On the 7th day of the 3rd month at the hour of Chen, south of Lingyuan City, at the reviewing stand. It was mid-spring, yet the northern wind still carried a biting chill. However, upon the drill ground 420,000 troops stood arrayed, like a forest, their murderous aura dispelling all remnants of spring's cold. The reviewing stand stood 9 zhang high, built of blue stone, its top covered with a black felt carpet. Before the stand 7 military banners snapped in the morning breeze. Green base with a black tiger, silver base with a white horse, 4-colored base with the 4 symbols, black base with a golden eagle, red base with a golden sword, yellow base with the frontier, and blue base with a warship. These were the emblems of the northern 7 armies. Below the stand the military formation stretched for 10 li. At the very front were the 150,000 elite troops of the 4 symbols legion, commanded by Bai Qi, arrayed in 4 squares of green, white, red, and black. On the left flank were 100,000 wind cavalry, under, with sweeping their silver armor, and white horses, like a snowy plain. On the right flank were 110,000 Jingbei army troops, under Li Jing, their heavy armor, like an iron forest. In the center were Yang Jinjiwan's personal guard of 10,000, a reserve of 50,000 from the 4 symbols legion, and 10,000 Iron Eagle elites, standing in silent, profound darkness, like an abyss. Further back were the 80,000 frontier defense troops, led by Zhang Tieshan, 50,000 naval representatives under Zhang Ming, and 80,000 reserve cavalry conscripted from the 10 grasslands prefectures, a total of 510,000 troops. Excluding the 90,000 left to guard the Northern Territory, 420,000 were gathered here today, the most formidable force since the Northern Territory's founding. But at this moment a deathly silence reigned over the drill ground. Everyone was waiting for a message that would decide the fate of Daxia. At the third quarter of the Qin hour, the urgent pounding of horse hooves came from the horizon. 1 rider, 2 riders, 3. Over a dozen knights galloped from the north, every one of them covered in blood and grimed, their armor shattered. At their head was Duan Qingqian, the Swift Star. He held in his arms an elderly man on the verge of death, Chao Jin.
"Make way! Clear the way!"
Duan Chuntian roared hoarsely, urging his horse straight towards the reviewing stand. The military formations along the way automatically parted to create a path. When his warhorse reached the front of the stand, Duan Chuntian dismounted, staggered, as he helped Chao Jin up the platform, and knelt on one knee.
"My lord, Eunuch Chao, has been delivered."
Before he could finish, this celestial guardian colonel of the Buliang ring collapsed unconscious. 3 arrows were embedded in his chest, his wounds already festering. Almost simultaneously, Chao Jin struggled to retrieve 2 items from his bosom. A blood-stained yellow silk scroll. A heavy solid gold tiger tally.
Ninth Highness."
Chao Jin's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, blood constantly seeping from the corners of his mouth.
"His Majesty, the Blood Edict, the Tiger Tally, this old servant, has not failed in his duty."
He raised the Blood Edict and Tiger Tally above his head, then fell into a dead faint. Yang Jingyuan stepped forward and received them with both hands. The Blood Edict was unrolled, revealing 12 blood-red, eye-piercing characters.
"Pass the throne to the 9th son Jingyuan. Purge the monarch's side of evil. Execute the Qin faction."
The strokes were distorted, the force penetrating the back of the silk. In every single stroke one could almost see the struggle and desperate resolve of the Xia Emperor on his deathbed. The Tiger Tally was cold and heavy in the hand, made of pure gold, its shape ferocious. The engraving on its back,
"Imperial Guard Tiger Tally mobilized 30,000.
gleamed brilliantly under the morning light. Holding these 2 items, Yang Jingyuan was silent for a full 10 breaths. Below the stand, 420,000 soldiers held their breath in anticipation. Finally, he slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire assembly. In that instant, an unprecedented pressure erupted from him. It was not killing intent nor battle spirit, but a vast surging aura that seemed to originate from the very source of life itself, capable of communicating with heaven and earth. The air itself congealed, the morning breeze ceased. Soldiers within 100 zhang felt a weight upon their hearts, as if an invisible colossal mountain was pressing down on their chests. The early stage of the inner organs realm. This was the 8th level of the dragon elephant prison suppression art, surpassing blood burning, reaching the viscera and bowels. True chi was like mercury blood, and chi like a dragon. The 5 viscera radiated light, the 6 bowels served as a furnace, doubling refining efficiency. One could consume metals and minerals to replenish vitality, and potent poisons entering the abdomen could be decomposed. Throughout all of Daxia, the strongest known on the surface were only at the peak of the dragon elephant realm. The inner organs realm perhaps existed only in legends.
"Soldiers of the Northern Territory."
Yang Jingyuan spoke, his voice projected using his inner organs realm cultivation, clearly reaching the ears of every soldier, and even spreading beyond the drill ground, echoing over the entire city of Lingyuan.
"The Blood Edict in my hand was written by His Majesty my father on his deathbed. He bit his own fingers and used his last ounce of strength."
He raised the Blood Edict high, letting the scarlet characters be exposed without concealment under the morning light.
"Pass the throne to the 9th son Jingyuan. Purge the monarch's side of evil. Execute the Qin faction. Every single one of these 12 characters is my father's blood." His Majesty did not die of illness, he was poisoned to death by treacherous villains. He was poisoned by Qin Wenyu and Empress Zhang's faction, using snow-toad powder in the Hall of Mental Cultivation. They sealed off the news, burned the true edict, forged a false one to install the 3rd Prince Yang Jingrui as emperor. They control the capital garrison, have bribed the Imperial Guard, and aim to turn this realm of Daxia into the private property of the Qin family.
Yang Jingyuan's voice suddenly rose, crashing down like thunder.
"But His Majesty had eyes. Heaven has eyes. This blood edict was smuggled out of the Imperial Palace by Eunuch Chao at the risk of his life. Through 500 li of pursuit, 13 bloody battles, and 37 brothers of the Buliang were escorting it with their lives, it has finally reached the Northern Territory."
He pointed to the unconscious Chao Jin, and the severely wounded Duan Chengtian below the stand.
Look at them. Look at these loyal ministers and righteous men. Why did they risk their lives to deliver this blood edict? Because they know that this daxia cannot fall into the hands of treacherous villains. This realm cannot be trampled upon by traitors to the state. Now!
Yang Jingyuan drew his sword, the imperial sword Zhenguo, leaving its scabbard pointing south. I, the prince, acting on his majesty's blood edict, and holding the imperial guard tiger tally, swear this oath here: purge the monarch side of evil. Execute the Qin faction. Restore a bright and just world to daxia. Bring an era of great peace to the realm. On this southern campaign, there is only advance, no retreat. All who obstruct our punitive expedition shall be slain. All who join the rebels and traitors shall be slain. All who harm the common people shall be slain. Entire army, heed my command. Below the stand, the blood of 420,000 soldiers was already boiling. No one knew who was the first to roar. Purge the monarch. Bring an era of great peace to the realm. Then a second, a tenth, a hundredth, a tenth ascend. Finally 420,000 voices roared in unison, a tidal wave of sound sweeping across heaven and earth. Purge the monarch side. Execute the traitors. Purge the monarch side. Execute the traitors. Purge the monarch side. Execute the traitors. 3 roars, each louder than the last, shaking the ground of the drill ground, rattling the tiles of Lingyuan City, and startling the birds and beasts in the forests 100 li away. As the sound waves subsided slightly, Yang Jingyuan sheathed his sword and said clearly, Bai Qi, I am here. Bai Qi stepped forward, his hand on his sword, the murderous aura of the early blood-burning realm soaring to the heavens. I order you to be the vanguard general. Lead the 150,000 troops of the 4 Symbols Legion and the 20,000 Iron Eagle elites. Charge straight for Jinbei Pass. Within 3 days, I want to see the fortress change its allegiance. Understood. Huo Qubing. Silver armor gleaming, Huo Qubing clasped his fists. I am here. I order you to be the left-wing general. Lead the 100,000 Wind Cavalry in a roundabout march south. Your mission is to raid supply lines, cut off reinforcements, and disrupt the enemy's rear. I want Kanglan Prefecture and Longsha Prefecture to be ablaze with beacons of war everywhere. Understood. Li Jing. Li Jing gently waved his feather fan, his expression solemn. I am here. I order you to be the right-wing general. Lead the 110,000 Jinbei army. Advance steadily, fortify every step. For every city conquered, pacify the people, provide relief, and commit no acts of plunder. Understood. Wang Jian. Wang Jian's heavy armor clanked. I am here. I order you to be the deputy commander of the Central Army. Command the 10,000 Iron Eagle elites, and accompany me, the prince, in the Central Army. Furthermore, Wang Ben and Wang Li will be deputy vanguard generals to assist General Bai Qi in breaking the pass. Understood. The 3 generations of the Wang family answered in unison. Yang Jingyuan then looked at Zhuge Liang and Xiao He. Kongming Xiao He, the governance, logistics, and civil administration of the Northern Territory are entrusted entirely to you too. General Zhang Taizhan will lead the 80,000 frontier army in defense, safeguarding the peace of the Northern Territory. Zhuge Liang and Xiao He bowed. Your servants accept the command. Everyone. Yang Jingyuan's gaze swept across all the generals. This southern campaign is not for private vengeance, but for the great righteousness of the realm. The Emperor's blood edict is here, the Imperial Guard Tiger Tally is here. We are acting on the edict to quell the rebellion. Our expedition is justified. But, he paused, speaking each word distinctly. On the battlefield, military discipline is as firm as a mountain. All who plunder the people shall be beheaded. All who bully women and children shall be beheaded. All who indiscriminately kill surrendered soldiers shall be beheaded. I want the people of the Central Plains to know that the army of the Northern Territory is a righteous army, a royal army, not bandits. Understood. The generals answered in unison. At this moment, Zhuge Liang stepped forward 3 paces and unrolled a scroll of silk. My Lord Liang has 3 strategies for the southern campaign to present. Speak. First, swift battle. Speed is of the essence in war. While the Qin faction is still unsteady, break through the pass and strike south, with the force of thunder driving straight to the capital, giving them no chance to catch their breath. Second, psychological warfare. Every city conquered must open its granaries to distribute food, pacify the people, and proclaim the righteousness of the blood edict. Simultaneously, secretly dispatch spies into the prefectures to spread the crimes of the Qin faction for regicide and usurpation.
Third Cao discord. The first prince and second prince are bound to have conflicts with the Qin faction. We can secretly contact them offering benefits to cause internal strife. If we can make them defect, half the work will be done with double the results.
Yang Jingyuan listened and nodded slightly.
The three strategies are excellent. Implement them as planned.
He looked again at the great army below the stand, took a deep breath.
Entire army, march out. Boom! Boom! Boom!
War drums thundered, horns blared long. The 420,000 troops began to withdraw from the drill ground in an orderly fashion, like four torrents of steel surging towards the east, south, west, and north gates. The vanguard by Qi's 170,000 exited the south gate heading straight for Jinbei Pass. The left wing Huo Qubing's 100,000 exited the east gate for a roundabout march south. The right wing Li Jing's 110,000 exited the west gate to advance steadily. The central army Yang Jingyuan 70,000 was the last to march out through the south gate. As Yang Jingyuan rode out of the city gate, the sight before him struck his heart. Outside Lingyuan City, on both sides of the official road, commoners were kneeling. Not thousands, not tens of thousands, but the entire city's populace, young and old, had knelt for 10 li. In their hands, they held dried rations, water, shoes, and socks. Some elders even held the only eggs in their homes, and women held amulets sewn overnight.
Your Highness!
A white-haired old woman tottered forward, stuffing a basket of boiled eggs into the hands of the personal guard.
Take them. Take them to eat on the road. This old woman has nothing else to give. Just these few eggs. Your Highness.
A 7 or 80-year-old boy held up a pair of handmade cloth shoes.
My mother made them. She said your Highness has a very long way to go. Long live the prince. Long live the Northern Territory.
Someone shouted first, and then a roar like a mountain avalanche and a tsunami arose.
Long live the prince. Long live the Northern Territory. May the prince soon pacify the realm. Purge the monarch's side. Execute the traitors.
Amidst the shouts, some elders wept with joy, some women and children sobbed quietly, and some able-bodied men clenched their fists and roared. These commoners 2 years ago had mostly been refugees, tenant farmers, and border people living in hunger and cold. It was Yang Jingyuan who gave them land, gave them grain, gave them honeycomb briquettes to survive the winter, gave them schools for their children to study, gave them the dignity of being human. Now their prince was going south on a punitive expedition to fight a battle from which he might never return. They could only use the simplest way to see him off. Yang Jingyuan reined in his warhorse, looking at the commoners kneeling along the Tenley street, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He suddenly dismounted, walked to the old woman, and took the basket of eggs with both hands.
Elder, I accept the eggs. Take care of your health. When I return, I will eat the eggs you boil again.
He walked to the boy, took the cloth shoes, and put them on solemnly.
The shoes fit very well. Tell your mother I appreciate her kindness.
Having done this, Yang Jingyuan mounted his horse, faced the people, clasped his hands, and bowed.
Elders and fellow countrymen of the Northern Territory, Yang Jingyuan. Thanks you all. On this southern campaign, I will not fail your trust. I will restore peace to the realm. I will ensure that this daxia knows no more hunger or cold and no more injustice.
With that, he spurred his horse.
Move out!
The great army marched, the sound of hooves like thunder. And at that moment, a light rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. The rain was like silk, gently sprinkling on the soldiers' armor, on the faces of the people, on the black banners fluttering atop the walls of Lingyuan City. Even more wondrous, in the eastern sky, a 7-colored rainbow bridge spanned the heavens, its light brilliant, reflecting the southward torrent of steel.
Heaven send sweet rain, a rainbow appears. An auspicious omen. This is an auspicious omen.
Some elders exclaimed, kneeling in excitement. The great army gradually receded into the distance, finally disappearing over the southern horizon. On the wall of Lingyuan City, Zhuge Liang gently waved his feather fan, gazing at the distant dust, murmuring to himself,
My lord, this departure is like a dragon returning to the sea.
And at this moment, inside the medical hall of the Grand Commandery Prince's residence, Chao Jin lay on a sickbed, slowly opening his eyes.
The eunuch is awake,
the medical officer said with joy. But Chao Jin struggled to sit up, looking south, tears streaming down his aged face.
Your Majesty, this old servant has delivered the blood edict. You can rest in peace.
Outside the window, the fine rain continued to fall. The rainbow light gradually faded. And thus a war that would sweep across the 13 prefectures of Daxia had begun. On the 8th day of the 3rd month at noon,
At the northern town pass, the plaque reading Northern Town glimmered with a dull golden light under the midday sun reminiscent of the autumn morning 2 years prior. At this moment, beneath the flying eaves of the watchtower, dark flags of the border army were densely packed, and the glint of crossbows flashed from behind the walls. The air was thick with the pungent smell of rust and sweat, adding to the atmosphere of impending violence. The guarding General Guan Jinhai, clad in heavy black iron armor, leaned against the wall, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on the billowing dust rising at the end of the northern official road. The dust initially appeared as a thin line, but quickly spread and rose, ultimately transforming into a yellow cloud that obscured half of the sky. Beneath the dust cloud was an army surging like a black tide, black armor reflecting the piercing sunlight, spears like a forest, battle flags fluttering, and the sound of marching footsteps could be faintly heard even from 5 miles away, akin to the heartbeat of the earth. Guan Jinhai murmured to himself, "They have finally arrived." His fingers turned slightly pale from gripping tightly. 2 years ago, on that autumn day, he had been ordered by the Empress to make things difficult for the waste Prince Yang Jingyuan, only to witness him escape through the schemes of wolf smoke from Shuafeng continent, and fire in the armory, watching helplessly as he passed through the pass and headed north. At that time, doubts and unease had begun to brew in his heart. The coincidences were too deliberate. That waste perhaps was not a waste after all. Now that premonition had come true. The once pale and weak 9th Prince had now become the Grand Commander of the North, leading an army of hundreds of thousands southward with a blood edict. "General." The deputy commander rushed forward, his face serious. "Scouts report that the vanguard army from the north numbers at least 170000. Led by Bai Qi. Among them are 20000 heavily armored infantry, who entered Lingyuan City months ago, known as the Iron Eagle Warriors." Bai Qi. Guan Jinhai chewed on this name. He had heard of this person. Last year, he had accompanied Huo Qubing to the north to fight against the Xiongnu, maintaining military discipline as strict as iron, and his Four Symbols camp was renowned for its fierce combat strength. Reports stated that he possessed the cultivation of the dragon elephant realm, making him one of the most formidable generals in the north. But at this moment, gazing at the silent figure at the forefront of the army, Guan Jinhai felt an inexplicable chill rise within him. "Relay orders to the entire army." Guan Jinhai took a deep breath, suppressing that thread of unease within him. "Archers and crossbowmen to the walls, prepare enough rolling logs and sharp stones, get the fire oil ready. Tell the brothers this battle concerns the gateway to the north, it concerns our lives. Defend it, and we shall gain glory, and wealth lose it, and our family shall be exterminated." "Understood." A quarter of an hour later, the vanguard army of the north lined up 3 miles in front of the pass. 170000 troops, a dark mass, stood silently. Only the battle flags fluttered in the wind, and the warhorses occasionally snorted. That aura honed through a sea of corpses and blood even from 3 miles away made the defending soldiers on the walls feel their skin tighten and their breath stutter. At the forefront of the army, Bai Qi rode a massive horse that was jet black with white hooves, slowly stepping forward. He did not wear a helmet, his gray-white hair gently swaying in the wind, dressed in dark light armor, with a long sword at his waist, his features sharp and cold, as if carved from stone. What was even more chilling was the faint aura surrounding the horse that was jet black with white hooves, slowly stepping forward. He did not wear a helmet, his gray-white hair gently swaying in the wind, dressed in dark light armor, with a long sword at his waist, his features. Guan Jinhai stood atop the city wall, gathering his true energy, his voice booming across the field. "Bai Qi, you have dared to raise arms against us and trespass our border. Do you know this is an act of rebellion? Yang Jingyuan forged a blood edict seeking to usurp the throne. Do you wish to accompany him to the grave?" Bai Qi raised his head, his gaze piercing like an icy blade towards the city wall. He did not answer, merely slowly raised his hand. Behind him, the 170000 troops all stepped forward in unison. Boom! The synchronized sound of their march shook the ground. Guan Jinhai's expression changed slightly, and he shouted sternly, "Bai Qi, dare you fight me in front of the formation? If you win, I will open the gates and surrender the city. If you lose, you shall retreat immediately. How about it?" This was both a provocation and a delaying tactic. Guan Jinhai understood that his cultivation was inferior to Bai Qi's, but he relied on the high and thick city walls of the northern town pass and the elite defenders. If he could just delay for a few days, reinforcements from the capital sent by Minister Qin and the Empress would surely arrive. Bai Qi remained silent. He slowly drew his long sword. The moment the sword was unsheathed, the world fell silent. It was not the sound of metal scraping, but rather a crisp sound, as if ancient ice were shattering. The sword was long and slender, entirely black, with only the blade shimmering with a line of scarlet light. That was the color settled from drinking too much blood. Guanjinhai Bai Qi finally spoke, his voice cold as ice, without a hint of emotion. 2 years ago, you made things difficult for the Lord seeking to search the consort's belongings. At that time the Lord spared your life. He paused, pointing his sword tip towards the city wall. Today, you are blocking the path of the Jingnan campaign. You shall die. The moment his words fell, Bai Qi's aura erupted violently. Boom! A visible wave of dark red energy surged into the sky from his body. The wave, like smoke from a signal fire, blazed as fiercely as lava, instantly distorting and heating the air within a 10 zhang radius. The dust on the ground was lifted by the wave, forming a spreading ripple. That phenomenon far exceeded any Dragon Elephant Realm powerhouse Guanjinhai had ever seen, even surpassing his understanding, carrying a terrifying pressure that was primal and violent, as if it could incinerate everything. Guanjinhai's pupils constricted, his blood almost freezing. What is this? The peak of the Dragon Elephant Realm should not possess such might. Just what level has Bai Qi reached? But there was no time to think further. Bai Qi had already charged forward on horseback. One man, one horse, one sword. Straight towards the northern town pass. The defending soldiers on the wall instinctively released arrows, the projectiles raining down like locusts. But all the arrows, when they approached within 3 zhang of Bai Qi, were burned, twisted, and deflected by that blazing violent wave. Bai Qi's speed was not fast yet. It carried an unstoppable force that crushed everything. Within 100 zhang of the pass, he raised his sword. Simply with one slash. Buzz! The sword glimmered with a brilliant scarlet light. A dark red sword, 3 zhang wide, and over 10 zhang long, shot forth through the air. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air was torn apart, emitting a sharp, piercing explosion, and the ground was plowed into a deep black trench several feet deep. The sword chi slashed towards the gate. Guanjinhai's eyes widened in disbelief, his true energy bubbling as he roared, block it. But it could not be blocked. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the heavens and earth. The 8 zhang high, 3 zhang thick iron wooden gate was split in half before the dark red sword chi like hot knife through butter. The sword chi did not lose momentum, deeply slicing into the blue stone wall of the pass, leaving a shocking scar more than a zhang deep and 20 zhang long. Fragments of stone and shattered iron mixed with dust shot up into the sky. The gate was broken. One sword breached the pass. The soldiers on the wall stood frozen, many dropping their weapons with a clatter. Guanjinhai felt a chill all over. He looked at the enormous breach that had been cut open, watching Bai Qi slowly sheathing his sword, his aura steady as before, and finally understood. This was not a confrontation of the same level. Bai Qi's strength had completely exceeded his realm of understanding. Withdraw? Retreat? Use the west gate, he shouted hoarsely, turning to escape. But it was too late. A silver-black figure shot out like lightning from the North Army formation. It was Wang Bin. His steed was magnificent, and his long spear was like a dragon, having rushed to the broken gate within mere moments, leaping inside. Guanjinhai, where do you think you're going? Wang Bin roared, thrusting his spear. The fierce aura of the late Dragon Elephant Realm erupted completely, the spear tip cutting through the air, emitting a piercing howl. Guanjinhai gritted his teeth and drew his sword, the peak of the Thunder Sound Realm's true energy erupting with full force, the blade humming like thunder. As a seasoned general of the border army with rich combat experience, he unexpectedly unleashed combat strength far beyond his usual limits in this desperate situation. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of spear and sword sparked. The force surged, causing the surrounding bricks and stones to crack. The two battled in the corridor of the city wall for 10 exchanges, their speed so fast that ordinary soldiers could only see 2 blurry shadows. Guanjinhai's swordplay was ruthless, targeting vital points. Wang Bin's spear stance was steady, like a mountain standing firm, pressing him down. In the 11th exchange, Wang Bin's spear stance suddenly changed, like a furious dragon emerging from the sea. Break. The long spear instantly shot out 7 spear shadows. The 7 spears almost arrived simultaneously, sealing off all of Guanjinhai's retreat routes. Guanjinhai desperately blocked thunder roaring, deflecting the first 6 spears, but the 7th spear, puff! The spear tip pierced through the heavy black iron armor protruding from his back. Guanjinhai looked down at the spear tip in his chest, his eyes filled with horror and unwillingness. He recalled that autumn morning 2 years ago, that pale and weak 9th prince, that token of Huo Qubing, that strange fire. It turned out that from that moment he had already been drawn into an unstoppable torrent. Wang Bin withdrew his spear
and the body fell to the ground. The guarding general is dead. Those who surrender will not be killed. Wang Bin raised his spear and shouted, his voice shaking the entire pass. After a brief silence, the sound of weapons clattering to the ground echoed continuously, spreading like a plague. With the main general dead, and the gates slashed open by a sword that in human power crushed all will to resist, 3,000 elite border troops knelt in a mass. The northern town pass changed hands. For the first time since its establishment, it was forcibly breached from the front. On the 10th day of the 3rd month, at the Red Maple Gorge in Kanglin Prefecture. This place was a natural fortress in the northern part of Kanglin Prefecture. The gorge stretched 5 miles, with steep cliffs on both sides allowing only a narrow path for passage. General Zhao Debaio's cousin Zhao Dui led 5,000 border troops to hold this position. A month ago Zhao Debaio mysteriously disappeared in the Black Wind Gorge, and his 800 elite troops had also vanished without a trace. The court, in reality, the Qin faction merely brushed it off as an ambush against bandits. Filled with grief and anger, Zhao Dui harbored the determination to fight to the death, wishing to avenge his brother here, at the very least to block the North Army's advance, and buy time for Minister Qin to deploy reinforcements. He learned from the lesson of the Black Wind Gorge not only building thick stone walls at both ends of the gorge, but also setting up an ambush of 3,000 soldiers on both cliffs, preparing ample rolling logs, sharp stones, and firewood. He personally stationed himself at the southern mouth of the gorge, looking at the dust rising from the north, gritting his teeth. What if Bai Qi breached the pass? This Red Maple Gorge shall be the graveyard of your North Army. But he did not know that 2 days earlier a squadron of silver-armored cavalry had quietly taken a detour eastward. Huo Qubing personally led 3,000 white horse volunteers, making a swift march of 800 li in 7 days, detouring south from the steep uninhabited area on the eastern side of Kanglin Prefecture, arriving at Waliangpo 30 li south of the Red Maple Gorge on the night of the 9th day of the 3rd month, Kanglin Prefecture's largest granary. At the hour of the rat, fire broke out. Huo Qubing led the charge, attacking the defending troops. Simultaneously fires were set in multiple locations. The wind fanned the flames, instantly engulfing the entire granary. 50,000 dan of grain and thousands of carts of military equipment turned to ash in the towering blaze, illuminating half the night sky in crimson. When the news reached Red Maple Gorge, Zhao Dui's face turned deathly pale, and he nearly fainted. With the grain burned, the army's morale was sure to collapse. Indeed, the next morning, when Bai Qi led the 4 Symbols Battalion, and Wang Li led 10,000 Iron Eagle elite soldiers to the northern entrance of the gorge, the defenders were already demoralized and gripped by panic. What deepened their despair was the dust rising from the southern entrance. Huo Qubing, after burning the grain, had not retreated but instead advanced northward, sealing off the southern mouth of the gorge. Caught in a pincer attack from north and south, with their supply lines severed, Zhao Dui still wished to rely on the natural defenses and sheer bloodlust to hold out, but Wang Li gave him no chance.
Iron Eagle elite, break the formation!
With a wave of Wang Li's command flag, 10,000 Iron Eagle elite soldiers surged toward the stone wall at the northern entrance of the gorge, like a black tide of steel. Their heavy armor clanked, their steps were synchronized, moving with the momentum of shifting mountains. 100 paces from the stone wall, they suddenly accelerated into a charge.
Boom!
The heavy infantry charge shook the earth and moved the mountains. The sheer force was even more formidable than a battering ram. Under the concentrated assault of the Iron Eagle elite, the stone wall shattered and collapsed. Most of the arrows raining down from the defenders' crossbows were deflected by the thick armor, and the few that penetrated the gaps could not halt the advance of these war machines. Half a day, merely half a day. Both the northern and southern defense lines of Red Maple Gorge were completely breached. Zhao Dui was slain by Wang Li amidst the chaos of battle. Of the 50,000 defenders, over 10,000 were killed or wounded, and the rest surrendered. March 11th, Kanglin Prefecture City. When Yang Jingyuan led 70,000 of his central army into the city, he did not see the anticipated resistance or deathly silence, but rather citizens who were emaciated kneeling along the main street, their eyes filled with fear and hope. These people, young and old, were clad in rags. They had already been drained to skin and bone by the prefectural officials appointed by the Qin faction. Hearing that the northern frontier army had swept southward with consecutive victories, breaking through passes with irresistible force, they expected a force more savage than any previous imperial army and had prepared for the worst. But what they saw was an army of extreme discipline and terrifying order. Upon entering the city, they committed no trespasses. Each unit camped in its designated area, and not a single soldier entered a civilian home. Yang Jingyuan rode into the city on horseback, flanked by his personal guard, holding high the banners reading,
Grand Commander of the Northern Frontier,
and
Imperial Edict to quell the rebellion.
He wore no armor, only a black and gold python robe with the imperial sword, Xingguo, at his waist. His face was calm, and as his gaze swept over the kneeling citizens, it carried a barely perceptible hint of compassion.
Rise,
he said in a gentle voice amplified by his inner energy, so that every person could hear clearly.
I have come south bearing the late Emperor's blood edict to purge the court of sycophants and slay the nation's traitors, only to rid the realm of corruption and restore clarity to the world, not to oppress the people.
He paused, then declared in a clear voice.
By my order, immediately open all official granaries in Kanglan Prefecture and distribute grain for 3 days. Every household in the city shall receive grain according to its size, 3 dough per adult per day, 2 dough per child, until the spring plowing. Set up porridge stations at the 4 city gates. All orphans, the elderly, the sick, the disabled, and those without support may receive 2 meals of thick porridge daily. Effective immediately, Kanglan Prefecture is exempt from taxes for 1 year. All exorbitant taxes and levies imposed by the Qin faction are hereby abolished. All past debts in grain and taxes are cancelled.
As his words fell, an eerie silence descended upon the long street. Then earth-shattering cries and cheers erupted.
Long live the prince! Thank you, prince, for the grace of saving our lives. A righteous official! A righteous official has come!
Countless citizens knelt and cowed out, tears and mucus streaming down their faces, expressing their wild joy and gratitude for their deliverance in the simplest of words. The cries and cheers mingled, soaring into the sky. Yang Jingyuan dismounted and personally helped up an old man with white hair and beard who knelt at the front.
Elder, do you have any grain left at home to get by?
The old man grasped Yang Jingyuan's arm, tears streaming down his wrinkled face, his voice choked with sobs.
No. Nothing left, prince. That damn prefect, just last month he levied the anti-rebel tax and took even the last bit of seed grain from our home. My grandson has already cried himself hoarse from hunger.
He moved to kneel again. Yang Jingyuan supported him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He turned to Xiao He, who was accompanying him, and said,
Make a note, immediately launch a thorough investigation of all officials in the Kanglan Prefecture government and its subordinate counties. Any found guilty of embezzlement, oppression, or treating lives like grass, regardless of rank, shall be imprisoned and strictly interrogated. Half of the confiscated assets shall go to the military treasury, and the other half shall be distributed to the wronged citizens. Understood?
Xiao He replied solemnly. The people's hearts, like water flowing into a gully, thus turned to allegiance. That night the Kanglan Prefecture government office was tidied up to serve as a temporary headquarters. After listening to the battle reports, Yang Jingyuan nodded slightly.
General Baiqi breached the pass with a single blow. Jinbei Pass has fallen with 30,000 surrendered troops. They have been dispersed and incorporated into the auxiliary camps under strict supervision, working for food. 50,000 dan of grain and countless military equipment were captured. General Huo Qubing in 7 days made an 800ly detour, burned the enemy's granaries, and breached Red Maple Gorge in half a day. 50,000 enemies were captured, and the fittest among them have been selected to form separate battalions. The people's hearts in Kanglan Prefecture are initially settled. Xiao He has taken over civil affairs and is currently auditing the treasury and rectifying the bureaucracy. He walked to the massive map of the Great Xia dynasty, his finger tracing over the newly conquered Kanglan Prefecture, then landing on Longsha Prefecture to the east and Hanjiang Prefecture to the south. With Jinbei Pass broken and Kanglan Prefecture taken, Yuan and the Empress must be getting restless. Next, the main force blocking my southward advance will surely be their direct loyalists. His gaze was clear and cold. As for my 2 imperial brothers, the first prince has some influence in the capital garrison and a few eastern prefectures. The second prince controls part of the southern frontier navy. They won't genuinely try to stop me, but they won't let me succeed easily either. They will certainly make some moves, either fishing in troubled waters or watching from a safe distance to deplete the strength of both me and the Qin faction. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, urgent footsteps sounded from outside the door. Report. Urgent military dispatch 800ly.
A messenger with 3 red feathers stuck in his back burst and knelt on one knee and presented a letter tube. Yang Jingyuan unrolled the urgent report, scanned it, and gave a cold laugh.
Just as I thought. Read it. Yes.
The guard took it and read aloud.
First, Chen Wenyuan, in the name of Assistant Grand Minister, has urgently mobilized 100,000 Wu-Wei troops. Commanded by the Empress, nephew general of chariots, and cavalry Zhang Jun, they have already left the capital heading north, expected to arrive at Longsha Prefecture in 5 days. This army is the direct line of the Qin faction and the Empress. It is well equipped, and is the main force blocking our southward advance. Second, the first Prince Yang Jinglong has secretly ordered his controlled Mingza Prefecture border army of 50,000 to station in the Blackwind Ridge area in western Longsha Prefecture, holding the terrain and adopting a watchful stance. Their intentions are unclear. Third, the second Prince Yang Jingyan has ordered his trusted subordinate, the Vice Commander of the Southern Frontier Navy, to lead 200 warships and 30,000 naval troops south along the Han River. They have already passed Twin Dragon Gorge. Their units fly the second prince's banner, not the court's flag, suspected of threatening our flanks or supply lines, possibly also probing or pinning us down.
Upon hearing this, the generals in the hall all became serious. The main force of the Qin faction had finally moved, and the schemes of the 2 princes were now revealed. Yang Jingyuan's expression remained unchanged as he walked back to the map.
The Qin faction's Wu-Wei troops are a tough nut to crack. Although Zhang Jun got his position through connections, the Wu-Wei troops are still the elite of the capital. Longsha Prefecture is mountainous and rich in mystic iron, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Zhang Jun will surely rely on the terrain. The first Prince's Mingza border army is watching from the west, waiting to see who falls first between me and Zhang Jun. The second Prince's navy is moving downstream, quickly threatening my supply lines and forcing me to divide my forces.
After a moment's deliberation, he decisively gave orders.
Order Zhang Ming is to lead 50,000 Northern Frontier Navy troops equipped with new-style warships and underwater thunder to immediately head south to Hanjiang Prefecture. They must intercept the enemy navy near Blackfish Shallows. There is no need to seek total annihilation, but they must be repelled to demonstrate our navy's strength and ensure the waterway from Kang River to Hanjiang River remains open. Order General Wang Jian is to lead 10,000 Iron Eagle elite soldiers secretly move east and infiltrate Longsha Prefecture. Their mission before the Wu-Wei troops arrive, and while the Mingza border army is still watching, seize the main mystic iron mines in Longsha Prefecture, especially the large Blackrock Mountain mine. The craftsmen and stockpiles there are crucial to our army. If the Mingza border army obstructs, handle it as appropriate, avoiding a full-scale conflict if possible. But if they attack first, then resolutely counterattack. By Huo Qubing and Li Jing's units are to rest for 2 days as planned and replenish grain and equipment. In 3 days we march on Longsha Prefecture. The primary objective to defeat Zhang Jun's Wu-Wei troops. Understood.
The generals responded in unison, their morale high. Yang Jingyuan then looked towards the shadows.
Yuan Tian Gang. This old man is here.
A hunched figure silently materialized.
Any new word from Mr. Jia in the capital? The Swift Star sent a secret report last night,
Yuan Tian Gang said in a low voice.
Mr. Jia says that Chen Wenyuan's suspicion of him grows daily, but there is no solid evidence yet. The 9 gates of the capital and the Imperial Palace are now completely under the control of the Qin faction and the Empress. The residences of the first and second princes are heavily surrounded by spies. Mr. Jia has activated some of his hidden agents. Soon rumors about the true cause of the late emperor's death and the authenticity of the Blood Edict may begin to circulate in the capital. Furthermore, Mr. Jia warns to be wary of possible surprise moves and assassination attempts by Chen Wenyuan within the military or local regions.
Yang Jingyuan nodded.
Tell Mr. Jia that his personal safety is paramount. Rumors can be spread, but the timing must be right. When our army defeats the Wu-Wei troops at Longsha Prefecture and our forces draw closer to the capital, that is when the rumors will have the greatest impact. This old man understands.
The generals withdrew to deploy their forces. Yang Jingyuan stood alone in the hall, gazing into the deep southern night sky. A faint glow emanated from the system interface within his bosom. Regional popular sentiment update: Kanglan Prefecture, initial value 15 fear and suspicion 78 gratitude and allegiance.
Imperial edict to quell the rebellion.
Righteousness spread 65 within Kanglan Prefecture. Milestone achievement First victory of pass breach unlocked reward 2,000 technology points automatically allocated to Heavenly Works Institute Mountain Crushing Crossbow Improvement Project. Next stage objective defeat the Wu troops and capture Longsha Prefecture. Unlocking Prefecture special talent recruitment artisan type requires popular sentiment in Longsha Prefecture to reach 80 or above.
Chen Wenyu and Empress Zhang.
Yang Jingyuan murmured to himself, his fingers brushing the cold hilt of the imperial sword.
How long do you think your schemes and armies can hold out against absolute power and the will of the people? I have won the first battle of this southern campaign to quell the rebellion. The next battle for Longsha Prefecture will be the true battlefield that decides the fate of the Central Plains.
Outside the window, the northern frontier's spring night wind was particularly biting, yet it already carried a hint of warm, moist air from the south. The mountain storm had arrived, and the flames of war raged across the land.